On the day of our meeting, I jokingly told my online girlfriend, "Woman, today I'm going to make you unable to get out of bed for 3 days." She didn't back down either and sent me a picture of her legs in black stockings, saying, "Baby, I'm wearing your favorite Balenciaga. Please tear it apart and punish me hard." But when we finally met, I was shocked to find out that my online girlfriend was actually my domineering older sister. Seeing this, I didn't hesitate and turned to run. But unexpectedly, my sister hugged me tightly and said, "Brother, don't think about running away. Now we can get even closer." A month ago, after catching my girlfriend cheating and suffering the double blow of being betrayed and heartbroken, I decided to find a game to ease my mood. Just as I opened my phone's web browser, a game advertisement suddenly popped up. Looking at this familiar ad, my thoughts drifted back to 3 years ago. In my second year of high school, I fell in love with a role-playing mobile game and spent almost all my spare time on it. In the game, I made a few like-minded friends and formed a regular team for missions. This game had a very attractive feature, the couple function. At that time, I was still naive and caught up in the trend of online dating. With the encouragement of a few friends, I formed a couple with a beautiful older sister in the game. The beautiful sister initially had a cold demeanor, but after we became a couple, I realized how wrong I was. The originally queen-like sister suddenly turned into a love-struck person, constantly clinging to me every day. The most important thing is that she still maintains her aloof queen persona in front of others. One moment she is commanding her teammates with concise words, and the next moment she secretly sends me a private message, "Baby, have you missed me today?" This strong contrast quickly made me fall for her. The result is self-evident, being infatuated with love. My grades began to decline. In the last semester of my senior year, influenced by overwhelming maternal love, I decided to turn over a new leaf. I wanted to be honest with the other person, but at that time, I didn't know what I was thinking and felt that suddenly breaking up would be unfair to my online girlfriend, so I chose to disappear. After disappearing, I transformed my sorrow into strength and successfully got into Jeongda in just 1 semester. After the college entrance examination, I wanted to contact the beautiful sister, but thinking about my previous disappearance and the fact that half a year had passed, I figured she might have found another partner, so I gave up and treated my youthful, naive love as a fleeting end. Upon logging into the game again, I instinctively clicked on the friends list and found that the couple section still had people listed. It had been over 3 years, and I didn't expect that the other person hadn't dissolved our couple relationship, and they were actually showing as online. I widened my eyes. There were quite a few messages in the chat box. I scrolled up 7 or 8 pages before I found the last message I sent to them over 3 years ago. "Sister, I have cancer, and it's already in the late stage. Thank you for the happiness you brought me during these days. I'm sorry, I can't continue walking with you. I love you, baby." Now I know how to make a woman remember me for 3 years. After these 2 sentences, there are 7 or 8 pages of messages from the beautiful sister. "Don't lie to me. I don't believe you. Don't scare me. You must be lying to me, right? Don't die. I miss you so much. I will love you forever." The latest message was sent a month ago. "My family has introduced me to a marriage partner again, but I don't like them. I only love you." I took a deep breath and suddenly felt that logging in might have been a mistake. I glanced at the person who was online and instantly logged off, hoping they didn't notice I had been online. Otherwise, it would really be awkward. Who would have thought that the beautiful sister had actually waited for me for more than 3 years? Now I really didn't know how to explain it. I couldn't just tell her that I had faked my death and that I had been very happy these years, with a loving mother, a caring uncle, a sister who ignored me, and an unfaithful ex-girlfriend. But I didn't notice that at the moment I exited the game interface, the chat box started flashing wildly. At the headquarters of the Xia group, although it was already close to noon, Xia Xining was still sitting in the main seat of the conference room, while the people below were all lowering their heads, silent, waiting for the female president's thunderous wrath. Xia Xining had taken over the Xia group for 3 years, and in these 3 years, she had led the Xia group back to its peak, even showing signs of further progress. However, Xia Xining was known for her decisiveness and ruthlessness in the industry. Today's meeting was to discuss the planning scheme for the next product launch of the group. This scheme had been discussed for 3 days and modified more than 30 times, but it had all been rejected by Xia Xining. She coldly said, "If I can't see a qualified plan by tonight, the planning department can resign collectively. I, Xia, do not support waste." Her cold and emotionless words echoed in the conference room. Just then, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open, and everyone curiously looked towards the door, eager to know who was bold enough to barge in during President Xia's meeting. Some people think that if one wants to die, they can simply choose to jump off a building, and there is no need to use such an extreme method. Xia Xining also had an angry expression on her face. She raised her head, and her sharp gaze shot towards the female assistant Su Jiro who had just entered. "I need a reasonable explanation." As expected of the female assistant who had accompanied Xia Xining for 3 years and was also her college friend, even after making such a big mistake, there was still a chance to explain. Sujiro looked excitedly at her best friend and boss, rushing in with a phone in her arms, and quickly handed it to Xia Xining. Looking at the screen on the phone, Xia Xining's expression changed, and she said the meeting is over. Not having time to say anything more, she suddenly stood up and hurriedly left the conference room, leaving everyone else in a daze. Everyone was wondering what had happened that could make the workaholic President Xia give up on the meeting. In the office, looking at the game ID that lit up on her phone, Xia Xining, who was known for her calmness even in the face of danger, was now trembling all over. After a brief hesitation, Xia Xining opened the chat dialogue and sent a message. "Baby, is that you?" Just as she hit send, the lit-up ID turned gray again. Xia Xining was stunned, looking at the screen in disbelief, clicking on that ID like a madwoman, but it was all in vain. She murmured to herself, "Baby must still be alive. He is lying to me, he must have encountered something. I need to find him." If others saw the usually decisive President Xia in this disheveled state, their eyes would probably pop out in shock. At this moment, the office door was pushed open by Sujiro from the outside. After seeing the situation in the office, Sujiro hurriedly ran over. As Xia Xining's college roommate and best friend, Sujiro has always known about the relationship between Xia Xining and this younger brother. When this younger brother suddenly died and disappeared, it caused Xia Xining to be devastated and depressed for several months. By the time she awakened again, she had already become the president of the Xia group, and the once love-struck Xia Xining had also disappeared along with the younger brother's death. Now, only a business-savvy queen focused on her career remains. However, Xia Xining still occasionally logs into the game to send some updates about herself to that gray ID. She had just come to the meeting, and after logging into the game on her phone, she left it on the desk, which happened to be seen by Sujiro. But Sujiro never expected that Xia Xining's love-struck mentality would be so tenacious, persisting for almost 4 years without completely disappearing. Given the current situation, it seems there are signs of a revival. Zero, do you think he is still alive? Why do you think he is ignoring me? My baby has always been the best. Why is he hiding from me? Has something happened to him? Xia Xining murmured. Sujiro took a deep breath, slapped her forehead hard, and thought, "It's over. I was just saying that little brother has cancer. But now it seems that the one suffering from love brain is someone else. Love brain is truly an incurable disease." Complaining aside, the issue still needs to be resolved. Sujiro advised. Xia Xining, pull yourself together. Knowing he is not dead is a good thing, right? You have no chance with a dead person, but he is still alive. I refuse to believe we can't find him, don't you think? 3 years of ups and downs in the business world had forged a strong heart in Xia Xining, and soon she regained the calmness expected of a queen of commerce. She threw her phone to Sujiro and said, "Find out the IP of this login. Do whatever it takes to locate him." The love-struck Xia Xining only appeared briefly, which finally reassured Sujiro a bit. Xia Xining added, "Tell the planning department that the proposal must be submitted to me before the end of the workday today, or they can all pack up and leave." Sujiro nodded. Just as Sujiro was about to leave, Xia Xining's voice rang out again. "Tell the employees that everyone must work overtime for the next month, and the overtime pay will be increased to 3 times the previous amount. Within a month, I want to elevate the Xia group to the next level and let more people know about it. At that time, I will publicly search for my baby in front of the media." Sujiro was taken aback, thinking, wow, love brain is not only a disease but also a catalyst. However, I, who was offline at the speed of light, did not see the crazy flashing message notifications. At this moment, I let out a long sigh. To be honest, compared to my ex-girlfriend Zhao Feifei, I might have more feelings for my previous online girlfriend, but I have already died and retreated, and it's really hard to explain, so I subconsciously chose to avoid it. It has been more than 3 years since we last contacted each other, so let's just not contact each other anymore, and consider this a doomed fate. Moreover, I just got cheated on by Zhao Feifei, and now I have some resistance to love. However, after just going through this ordeal, I can be considered to have come out of the sadness of being cheated on, so I guess it's a blessing in disguise. At this moment, a knock on the door sounded. "Dinner time." Sun Hui's voice came from outside the door. "After all, my mother cares for her son, although I said I wouldn't eat when it was mealtime. Sun Hui still remembered to come and call me. Anyway, I have nothing to do right now, and I'm hungry, so having a meal is fine." Just as I went downstairs, the sound of the door opening coincided with the return of my half-sister Xia Xining. 3 years ago, my mom married her dad and restructured the family, so I moved into the Xia family with my mom. However, my sister and I are not from the same world at all. Plus, I spent most of my time at school during these 3 years, while Xia Xining spent most of her time at the company. so we rarely met. The only intersection was that Xia Xining would arrange various chores for me every weekend, like handing out flyers in our commercial street or working as a temporary waitress at our hotel. Every time I protested, my mother would smile and say, "You have to listen to your sister, she is doing this to train you. She is so excellent and definitely won't harm you." If it weren't for my mother having a good relationship with Uncle Xia, I wouldn't have to put up with this. Sun Huya looked at her son, who said he wouldn't eat, with an unfriendly gaze, while Xia Jian also looked at his daughter, who rarely came home for dinner, with a gloomy expression. He thought it was such a coincidence. He originally thought it would be a world for two, but now it turned into an awkward situation for four. Hello, sister. Hello, brother. Although they had lived in this house for 3 years, the relationship between the two younger ones was completely different from that of the two older ones. Their greetings were hypocritical and devoid of any emotion. I glanced at the dishes on the table. There were only 2 dishes and a soup. It seemed my good mother hadn't thought I would come down for dinner at all. That call just now was merely a formality, a way to show her gentle motherly side. Xia Jian waved his hand and said, "I'll have Zhang Ma make it again." But he was immediately stopped by Sun Huya, who said, "Let those 2 siblings go out to eat. It's not like it's their first day as siblings. There's no need to act like strangers every day." After saying that, Sun Huya shot me a fierce glare. I had long gotten used to my mother's favoritism. Clearly, Xia Xining was the older sister. Xia Jian's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, "Yes, yes, yes, you 2 siblings go to a restaurant. It's just right that Xiao Yan is about to start her internship, right? Xining, take good care of your younger brother, give him some advice, or just let him go intern at the company." Although it was said that the sister should take care of her brother, everyone understood that the real intention was to not disturb the sweetness between the two of them. Ji Fan had a look of seeing through it, his hands clasped on his chest, and he just stood by and watched them act. Xia Lingwei would definitely not agree anyway. The president of the Xia Group, Xia Lingwei, is up and down millions of dollars a minute. How could she use this time to accompany herself to dinner? Good, clear cold voice came. This time it was Ji Fan's turn to stay. Did not expect the always high cold president's sister actually agreed. So, with his mind still a mess, he was foolishly pushed out of the house by his own mother and then subconsciously followed in the footsteps of the president's sister. "Sis, this car." Looking at the car parked in the yard, Ji Fan froze. "I saw those 2 ES in this car this morning, and now I'm going to sit in it? No, say nothing. Ji Fan would never want to do this." The other one, the license plate. Xia Lingwei's words are always so concise. It is said that a woman's mind is the most difficult to guess, and I don't know if those men in her company can understand what she said. Anyway, Ji Fan understood. After a deliberate detour, "You can see from the license plate that this is indeed another one. How much does this sister of yours love this one, that she bought 2 of them?" Numbly sitting in the back seat, Xia Lingwei only glanced at him with the rest of her eyes when he got in the car, and then didn't make any extra movements. Vehicle start. Ding ding. Xia's group president became his own driver. If this is set out, it will probably become tomorrow's headlines in Zhonghai City, right? Xia Lingwei was concentrating on driving, and from Ji Fan's position, he could just see a glimpse of her side face. In fact, when he first entered this family, Ji Fan wanted to make a good relationship with this sister of his. Unsurprisingly, we'll all be living together under one roof for a long time to come, and being able to get on better terms is good for everyone's quality of life. But Xia Lingwei's cool character made Ji Fan finally choose to give up. He didn't know if his presidential sister was born into it or if she had suffered some kind of injury later in life, as if she had a mild case of misogyny, even if it was his nominal brother. Cold as ice and unsmiling, this was Ji Fan's first impression of Xia Lingwei. It was only later that I heard Uncle Xia say that in her junior year, Xia Lingwei suffered a relationship loss and almost didn't come out of it, which also made her original character change a lot. The good thing is that the upbringing in her bones hasn't changed, and although Xia Lingwei is cold, she is extremely nice to Ji Fan's mother, so the family gets along quite well. Looking at Xia Lingwei's picturesque side face, Ji Fan couldn't help but curse twice inside. In the end, how damned man. Actually even Xia Lingwei is able to give up, but also let the other party hurt for love. Really a scum. Just as he finished his thought, Ji Fan suddenly felt some itchiness in his nose and couldn't help but sneeze twice in a row. A cold? The 2 short words were already Xia Lingwei's best effort to care. If another man had sneezed in Xia Lingwei's car, he would probably have been kicked out of the car by now. No, it's just that my nose wasn't quite right just now, and I don't know which one of the killjoys was cursing me. The latter half of the sentence was said in a whisper, but just as soon as Kithan finished it, he sneezed twice more. Since he couldn't find the cause, Ji Fan would temporarily put this debt on both Zhao Fei and Xin Hao for the time being. Looks like 300,000 is still too soft. The Maybach pulled up and the destination arrived. Not the entrance to some upscale luxury restaurant, but instead an underground parking lot. Looking at Ji Fan's puzzled gaze, Xia Lingwei raised an eyebrow, but still opened her mouth and patiently said, "This is a private restaurant. The flavor is very good." There was another sentence that Xia Lingwei didn't say, and it was private. When Xia Jian and Sun Huiye got married, it wasn't supposed to be because of interest, but pure love. Later, after Xia Lingwei had made the Xia group bigger and bigger, Sun Huiye had specially instructed Xia Lingwei not to expose the news of her father's remarriage in front of outsiders. They just want to spend their time together in peace and quiet. At the same time, he didn't want Jifan and Xia Lingwei to end up going to that step of the mansion fight. In order to ensure that the Xia group belonged to Xia Lingwei intact, even the marriage license was only received after Jifan had reached adulthood. Chapter 7, My Right to Know. Private dining room. Mr. Xia. As usual, just as she entered the door, she encountered a warm inquiry from the boss's wife, and at a glance, she knew that it wasn't the first time Xia Lingwei had come here, which was why she was so familiar with the boss's wife. Aha! Xia Lingwei nodded gently and led Jifan into the innermost private room. It was already hot in Shanghai in June, and in the short gap of a few minutes from the garage to the private restaurant, Jifan was already sweating. The cool air-conditioned wind blew out, and Jifan couldn't help but let out a long breath along with it. But then came the embarrassment. This was the first time Jifan had been alone with his nominal sister, and when he thought of all the fierce reputation she had out there, Jifan couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. It's a month away, and your junior year is over. Xia Lingwei's opening broke the awkward silence, and Jifan was finally relieved. Aha! Any plans or ideas for the future? No. What about internship direction? I remember you studied law, right? Any thoughts on coming to the legal department of the company? Not so much. If the conversation between the two siblings were to be seen by an unfamiliar reader, they would think that the younger brother was the one with the high-flying script. Jifan actually has his own hobbies, and as for why he studied law, it was purely because this specialty is relatively popular and has a relatively high employment rate in the future. However, it is also because his high school entrance examination score is also not as high as he thought. Want to go to JNU then have to give up something. For example, enroll in one of JNU's shorter majors. Although he was not that passionate about jurisprudence, Jifan was a very temperate person, and since he had chosen him, he had to treat him well. So he's already preparing for the SBA in advance. As long as the license is in hand, how can we not be reduced to starvation in the future? Of course, Jifan's own hobbies had actually been making money, but not much. A floundering online writer, it was this honorable hobby that gave him a taste of cattle and horses at a young age, dedicated to updating every day, taking a meager income every month. If it were not for the hobby, Jifan would have deleted the account. Whether it's good or not, you always have to try to know. When you've in turn come to the group's legal department, I'll help you arrange it. Xia Lingwei spoke again after a moment of silence. Jifan had to follow the orders of a domineering president, even if it was a domineering female president. After the talk about the work, Xia Lingwei is also considered to have completed the task entrusted by her father. The two people once again fell into silence. Well, the food was served. The efficiency of the private restaurant is high. Before and after only 10 minutes of time, the table has been set up with 4 dishes and 1 soup, better than the 2 love brains at home to eat. I heard that your ex-girlfriend cheated on you. Perhaps the atmosphere of the scene was too awkward. Xia Lingwei found a new topic. It was this topic that was a bit solid. I've seen that Qin Hao. He's not as handsome as you. Finding that the topic she was looking for seemed to be a bit solid, Xia Lingwei hurriedly looked for a complimentary sentence, taking it as a comfort. But after hearing this, Jifan only found the meal harder to swallow. Yeah, not as handsome as me, still driving my sister's Maybach, and then stealing my girlfriend, or my own girlfriend taking the initiative to stick it to me. What an ironic thing this is. If he could, Jifan would really rather have the other person be more handsome than he was, more golden than he was, and have better grades than he did. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Xia Lingwei also realized that she seemed to say the wrong thing. In the shopping mall to kill and decisive. In the feelings of her is also just a small pour. How to know how to comfort others. After thinking about it, she felt the need to say something else to ease Jifan's mood. If you like her so much, I'll give you that car from this morning. It was sad for Xia Lingwei to say this. The sadness wasn't because of the multi-million-dollar car. That money was nothing to her. What made her sad was that Jifan had fallen out of love. At least he knew why he had fallen out of love. And if Jifan wanted to, he could always use money to smash the other person back into love. But she herself is even more pathetic, not even knowing why she lost her love. Jifan didn't want to say anymore. He was already 100% sure that his sister was an emotional idiot, half a catty with himself. After haphazardly picking up a few mouthfuls of food, Jifan suddenly felt that there was something wrong with the atmosphere. Xia Lingwei didn't know when she had already put down her chopsticks to daze there, and although she didn't say a word, Jifan could see a lingering sadness in her eyes. Ji-fan remembered that when Uncle Xia talked about Xia Lingwei's romantic history during her junior year, he exclaimed, "This girl Lingwei follows me. She's a love brain." At that time, how could Ji-fan not be able to relate a high-cool female president to the three words love brain? But now it seems that what Uncle Xia said might not be unreasonable. A good lunch ended up in silence. The two siblings each had their own thoughts, and neither of them paid any more attention to the other. On the way to send Ji-fan home, Ji-fan didn't know what was wrong and suddenly opened his mouth. "Sis, if, and I mean if, your boyfriend cheated on you for some unavoidable reason that ultimately led to their breakup, would you forgive him?" The harsh emergency brakes made Ji-fan almost think that he had met with a car accident, so scared that he hurriedly clutched his head, but he waited for a long time without waiting for the impact. He carefully showed his eyes, and only dropped his hands in embarrassment when he saw that the car was firmly parked on the side of the road. As soon as he looked up, Ji-fan's eyes came into a solid stare with Xia Lingwei. Years of being on top had raised Xia Lingwei's stern eyes, and it was not something that Ji-fan, a junior, could resist. Heartily lowering her head, Xia Lingwei restarted the vehicle. The two never said another word on the way, until they reached the door of their home. Xia Lingwei then turned her head to look at Ji-fan and said seriously word by word, "Whether I forgive or not is something I should consider. But first I have to know the truth, which is my right." Yeah, whether the other person originally forgave herself or not was her business, but she had the right to know, and she should have told the other person the truth about what happened before. At this moment, Ji-fan was enlightened. "Thank you sis, drive safe sis." After sending Ji-fan home, Xia Lingwei still had to go back to the office. For a workaholic like her, work was her best antidote. Watching his sister drive away, Ji-fan immediately ran back to his room. The parents had long ago run off somewhere to dash off, and with only two servants in the house, Ji-fan quickly logged into the game, but the expectant name was grayed out, proving that the other party had already gone offline. Looking at the jumping dialogue box, Ji-fan's hand began to tremble and slowly touched it. "Baby, is that you? Baby, are you back? I missed you so much. Baby, you must be lying to me. You're not dead. That's really good." Chapter 8, A Childhood Friend and a Family Match. Ji-fan was moved, not realizing that his beautiful sister loved him so deeply. It was his own selfishness. Because of his fear, he missed a loving sister for 3 years and fell in love with a gold-digging woman who cuckolded him. Maybe that's the punishment. If it wasn't for this green hat, Ji-fan wouldn't have logged onto the game by mistake. Not to mention knowing that somewhere in the corner of the world, there was a sister who had been waiting for her for 3 years. So much to say, but I don't know where to start. After thinking about it, Ji-fan still sent a message. "Sister, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to lie to you. This is my contact information. If you can forgive me, add my penguin. The game is definitely not going to be played again. If you want to renew your relationship, then you'll have to touch it in reality. But the penguin will have to use a smaller number." After sending it, Ji-fan breathed a sigh of relief, as if a big stone had fallen to the ground in his heart. He had swindled his own death and cheated a sister who loved him dearly for 3 years, and if this was not resolved, the guilt would be carried for the rest of his life, and Ji-fan could not afford it. The next step was to wait for the other side's reaction and wonder when the pretty sister would get on the game. Being tripped up by 2 consecutive relationships in one day made Ji-fan desperately need to do something to ease his mind, so he turned on his computer. Tomato, start, kill kill kill. That's right. The novel written by Ji-fan is the kind of brainless descending wisdom kill 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 and collect collect collect. The plot is not important. The main one is you wish. Today by the gold digging woman green. Then today high and low to write him a 20,000 words to hit the face of the gold digging woman. There are some things that can't be done in reality, but can be done in fantasy, or else what is a long brain for? Watching the male lead in the novel as his identity is revealed step by step. He wraps his arms around the white-skinned and beautiful schoolgirl with long legs, condescendingly looking down at the gold-digging women and pretentious men who are kneeling on the ground. Ji-fan is finally cool, and it's not a waste of time that he has worked so hard for so long. Shutting down the computer, Kiffin's stomach started alarming at just the right time. Today's noon meal was very sumptuous, but the two people who were eating had their own thoughts, and with such an atmosphere, Ji-fan didn't eat much at all. Pushing open the door of the room, the inside of the large villa was empty, and the two of them, Zhang Ma and Auntie Wang, were resting in the maid's room. Being a maid in the Xia family was definitely the happiest thing in the industry. Missy's room doesn't need to be cleaned, she sweeps it herself. Master and Madam's rooms don't need to be cleaned, Madam will clean them herself. The young master's room doesn't need to be cleaned, he can't tell if it's swept or not. Moreover, Missy doesn't come home for dinner every day when she works overtime. Young master doesn't come home for dinner every day when he goes to school. And Mrs. Master doesn't come home for dinner every day when she goes on her honeymoon. Those who didn't know thought that Auntie Zhang and Wang were the owners of this villa. And most importantly, in this house, there is no deceit or crazy masters. I heard that the servants of the Gu, Lily, Lang, and Hua families next door have to make a lunch 7 or 8 times, and the masters can't move without slamming the table, and they have to be buried with them at the drop of a hat, which is too bad. It's better to have your own master and save your energy. And now, the good Lord in their hearts was strolling around the kitchen with his own starving stomach, and then walking out helplessly, not trying to come over and trouble the two of them since the beginning. Jifan was helpless. There was actually no food in the house. Braised, spicy, broth, none of it. To summarize, no food equals no bubbly. Although Jifan lost his father at a young age, his mother gave him enough love. After 18 years of being the young master of the Ji family with 10 fingers, Jifan came back to the Xia family. Counting on it, Jifan had been a young master for 21 years, and there was no way he would be able to do something like cooking. It just so happened that the funds returned $300,000 today, which is considered to be no loss of money in the past 2 years. Jifan decided to let loose a little. To be reckless, of course, not by himself. Jifan went out and turned on his cell phone at the same time. He has a childhood nemesis, Pei Xiaohua. Pei Xiaohua, the second son of Pei's group, rich and colorful, partial to the beggar, otherwise would not have become a diehard with Jifan. The two of them from elementary school to university, together for more than 10 years. Jifan knows Pei Xiaohua's favorite pink and purple underwear. Pei Xiaohua also knows Jifan's dead recluse back then. All in all, there were almost no secrets between these two, including the matter of Jifan being the stepson of the Xia family. Dale, you have 5 minutes to pick me up in front of my house right now, and tonight Dad will treat you to a big dinner. Got it? For a big meal, it would have to be a pro daddy. It didn't take 5 minutes. 3 minutes later, Jifan saw Pei Xiaohua go downstairs. That's right. The happiest person after Jifan moved into the Xia family was Pei Xiaohua, because the two of them will not only be childhood sweethearts, but also door to door. Go! Pei Xiaohua sat in the driver's seat of the red Cadillac and tartly snapped his fingers with Jifan. Sure enough, the man is as Thai as the car. Who wears pink and purple underwear in a serious person? Jifan would sometimes be ashamed of knowing Pei Xiaohua, but this guy never had this self-consciousness. Instead, he thought he was handsome. What's the big deal today? To treat me to a big meal. Say, is it going to the stall next to Wanding House? Or the barbecue stall next to Zhenghai International? Or the snack street next door to Rongqing Commercial Street? Even with his fresh clothes, it was hard to hide the fact that he was a beggar. Nonetheless, he was a tawdry, narcissistic beggar, and Jifan was a shy, coy beggar. Barbecue stand. This is the kind of weather that should be cool with beer and barbecue. What? Fei Chiu green like you? Asterisk. Sheen, how that's what a play flange ah. Old son later go to get him dead. No, isn't that pretty sister of yours from the game long out of touch? She's still waiting for you? You swindled? The wine had only taken 3 sips and Pei Xiaohua had already marveled 3 times. Can you stop staggering around? Can't you plug your mouth with a barbecue? Do you want the whole world to know about me? There were already people looking around the barbecue stand, and the melon-eating attribute of the country's people could explode at any time, any place, any time. After being forcefully stuffed with 4 or 5 skewers by Jifan, Pei Xiaohua finally quieted down. After all the food was finished, Pei Xiaohua patted Jifan's shoulder. Brothers, let's take it one by one and solve the matter of cheating first. After saying this, Pei Xiaohua stood up, the table slammed, and shouted, "Boss, settle the bill." At the same time, he slowly pulled a rural credit union card out of his pocket with his right hand, looking at the gazes of the people around him looking at them like idiots. Jifan wanted to find a hole in the ground to burrow into, even if he knew that Pei Xiaohua's card from the rural credit union did have a few $1 million of pocket money in it. Boss, sweep the code. In order to prevent the continuation of social death, Jifan swept the check out at the speed of light and dragged Pei Xiaohua to turn his head and leave, while not forgetting to caution him. Remember not to pull this out next time. You can pull out even one night card more forcefully than you can pull this out. Chapter 9, The Next Batch. Masterpiece Clubhouse. Upon looking up at the 4 big words in the red lights, Jifan visibly froze for a moment. Brother, today is my treat. I'll take you to relax. The world is full of good women, dumped by the green only. Tonight we'll give you to find 10 or 8 of them. Comfort you this wounded little heart. Guaranteed that tomorrow you open your eyes, can no longer remember that gold-digging woman's appearance. Jifan pushed away Pei Xiaohua, who was hooking up with him, in a righteous manner. Dude, I'm warning you, I'm not like that. And, honestly, what's with the familiar look? His own good eldest son knows best. He wasn't like this before. Pei Xiaohua smiled mysteriously and pointed to his car. It's all about the good teaching of the car enthusiasts. So don't worry, this clubhouse is new and guarantees freshness and quality. Jifan wanted to run away, and years of quality education had taught him that it was wrong. But when he saw the 2 sweet sisters with black silk ultra-short skirts at the door waving toward him, Jifan decided not to run away. Real men should have the qualities to face any situation. Know that difficult to retreat is a coward. To meet the challenge to show the character of men. Besides, my sister has beckoned. My sister won't harm me, right? Pei Xiao, you're here. Just after entering the door, those two sweet sisters opened their mic boldly towards Pei Xiaohua, while already very consciously clinging their bodies up. Facing Jifan's murderous gaze, Pei Xiaohua smiled awkwardly and hurriedly explained. Listen to me. This club has definitely only been open for a few days. It just so happens that I've been here a few times. Jifan had to take a good look tonight to see what kind of magic this club had that could attract his eldest child so much. Pei Xiao's poker face. Even if there are only 2 people, then it must be in the largest Tianzino, 1 box, or by the club manager personally entertained. As the manager clapped, a line of women filed in. Dude, I like those 2 bunnies, or the twins, take your pick of the rest. It wasn't Pei Xiaohua's first day here, he already had his prey. The 2 rabbit girls left and right behaved themselves and sat down beside Pei Xiaohua, and did not know what Pei Xiaohua said to them, and soon there was a burst of shy laughter. Jifan gulped and waved his hand as he looked at the row of still waiting prey in front of him. Next batch. It wasn't that this batch was bad quality, it was just that Jifan simply wanted to try out how cool those 3 words really were. The second batch was quickly served, and Jifan held his glass of red wine, his eyes slightly narrowed. Pei Xiaohua didn't lie to himself, the quality of the place was really good, each with their own beauty. It was difficult to choose, but at that moment, Jifan suddenly looked at the woman in a nurse's outfit inside the corner. But his mind couldn't help but conjure up the scene of being blasted and killed by an Akali for 3 sets this morning. That's her. Without further hesitation, Jifan reached out and pointed at his opponent. Lobby. The general manager stood respectfully in front of the 2 women to report on the past few days. Mr. Xia, the new store has been open for 3 days with a loss of up to $100,000. Should the campaign continue? Xia Lingwei lightly glanced at him, and Su Jiro on the side immediately spoke. Manager Zhao only needs to be responsible for managing it well. Are you questioning our Mr. Xia's decisions, or are you afraid that our Mr. Xia can't afford to lose money? Don't worry, as long as it takes half a month, Zhanhai's entertainment industry will definitely have a place for our Xia group. Manager Zhao lowered his head and said, I don't dare. According to Xia Lingwei's approach, this club would have to lose $2 to $3 million first just after opening. But once it's done, it's also absolutely profitable. And Xia's group entered the entertainment industry. The clubhouse is only one of them, along with the bar, KTV, billiard room, golf course and so on, a series of simultaneous launch. From the entertainment industry to entering the entertainment industry, this is Xia Lingwei's next important move. Now that the entertainment competition and network economy are so developed, creating stars and netizens, this is a profitable business, and Xia's group naturally can't lag behind. Anything is the same. Xia Lingwei want to not do, to be the first in Zhanhai. A guest this early? Su Jiro's gaze went to the lobby manager who had just walked out from the box area and asked curiously. It was only less than 8 o'clock now. It was still very early for Zhanhai's nightlife. It seemed that the promotions during this period of time were indeed very appealing, which could make the guests give up other entertainment time just to come to the famous Duke earlier to take a seat. Assistant Su, it's Pei Xiao. Today he also brought a friend with a raw face. It's probably his first time here. The lobby manager had read countless people, and she could see the essence of a young boy like Jifan at a glance. Pei Xiaohua, a friend of Face Raw? Xia Lingwei frowned, and Su Jiro on the side seemed to have remembered something as well, and hurriedly said, which compartment? Lead the way. The lobby manager didn't know where she had said something wrong, but since the boss had spoken, she immediately led the way in front. Mr. Xia, Assistant Su, this is the place. There were 2 of them, and then they called in 3 more chaperones, so now there's a total of 5 people in there. The secrecy of the celebrity clubhouse was done exceptionally well. The door was specially made. Not only could you not see a single thing inside, even the soundproofing effect was excellent. Coupled with the clubhouse's own dynamic music, the people inside just shouted their voices outside and couldn't be heard. Open the door. The lobby manager looked at Xia Lingwei with some hesitation. If you go in and see something not so good, not only will it defile Mr. Xia's eyes, but it will also spread the word that this club won't be able to open. Didn't you hear me? Open the door. Xia Lingwei repeated the words of Su Jiro just now. The lobby manager's eyes closed. Forget it. Anyway, it's General Manager Xia's own property, so die. The door was pushed open and the sound of powerful music hit the box, along with the sound of cheerful laughter. How's that? I told you keeping it would make you forget about your ex-girlfriend in one night, didn't I? Don't worry, tonight brother pays the bill. Whatever you want to do brother pay, as long as you can carry it. 10 flights will do. Hearing this, Xia Lingwei couldn't hold back any longer and took the initiative to push the door open with force. Who is it? Interrupting me from having fun with my brothers. Do you know who I am? Pei Xiaohua's voice sounded in sync the moment the door was pushed open. Xia Lingwei took a clear look inside the box. Pei Xiaohua embraced left and right, enjoying the way of the Qi people. That pair of eyes, they are going to fall into the bosom of other sisters. And far away from him, Jifan was alone and silently drinking there. The nurse-suited sister was at least 2 meters away from him, accompanying or not. Chapter 10 Club Model, caught in the act. Yeah? Then tell me what you are. Xia Lingwei's cool voice rang out, and Pei Ershao, who was pretending to be drunk and mooching, instantly came to his senses, and he had already gotten a good look at the woman at the door. Thanks to Jifan's blessing, Pei Xiaohua had gotten up close and personal with this business myth of Jianghai a few times, but every time, he was just shivering. Xia Lingwei is very beautiful, so beautiful that Pei Xiaohua, such as the college entrance examination 582 points of honor students, can only say asterisk 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 2 words to describe. However, Pei Xiaohua had privately discussed this with Jifan a few times, and he thought that if any man found Xia Lingwei as a woman, he would probably only be able to experience being pressed underneath for the rest of his life. Anyway, Pei Xiaohua is absolutely impossible. I'm not drunk, am I? Could it be that I'm blind? Pei Xiaohua muttered, while wiping his eyes hard, but that exquisite, unlikable face was still there, never leaving. Jifan, run, that frost witch of your family is coming to get you. Brothers stall for you. At the crucial time, Pei Xiaohua proved his feelings with Jifan with his actions, but this emotion only lasted for a second, and Pei Xiaohua immediately pretended to faint when Xia Lingwei's sharp gaze looked over. Brother, it's not that I won't help you. It's really that this sister of yours is too scary. Jifan had already seen Xia Lingwei when she entered the door, but Jifan's brain circuit was different from Pei Xiaohua's. He was wondering why this sister of his had appeared in the clubhouse at night with a melon? Not bad for a cow horse fiction writer with melon-eating attributes etched into his DNA. Where else would there be so much material to write about? Fiction comes from life and is above life. Go home. 3 short words shattered Jifan's melon-eating dreams while awakening his fear DNA. Sister, he brought me here. I didn't do anything. The first word is sophistry, which is the instinctive reaction of every male in the face of life and death moments. You can go. This order is settled as usual. On Pei Xiao's account. Xia Lingwei looked at the girl in the nurse's outfit. Her words were calm, but the calmer it was, the more disturbing it was. Is Pei Xiao okay with this? Pei Xiaohua, who was just pretending to be dizzy, immediately jumped up and said with a hefty smile, "What did Sister Xia say? Of course I don't have a problem with it." Just now, in a moment of quickness of mouth, she shouted out her Frost Witch's nickname. If this is counted, tonight, I guess I have to take off layers of skin. But right now, it seemed as if Xia Lingwei was in a good mood, and she could even skim over things like calling her by her nickname. After resolving the insignificant people, Xia Lingwei then looked at Jifan. On the way in, Jifan was just drinking alone. The woman was at least 2 meters away from him, and it was obvious that nothing had happened between the two. Sister, why are you here so late? Looking at Xia Lingwei, who was approaching step by step, Jifan, who had always been fearless, finally panicked, coming to the club to order women. If this matter was known to his mother, then Sun Huiya would definitely make Jifan relive her raging motherly love. This is the property of the Xia group. Why do you think I'm here, brother? It was only then that Jifan realized that the woman following Xia Lingwei was none other than Xia Lingwei's best friend and assistant. It's over. I can't believe I had such a foolish idea that Xia Lingwei would come to the clubhouse to order a male model. Who is Xia Lingwei? Men who want to climb into her bed can circle the river and sea for 2.5 weeks. All of them are broad shoulders and narrow waist, small buttocks, 8-pack abs and long legs, and all of them have distinguished families. As long as she ticks her finger, what kind of men are not available? And she still needs to come here? After Xiao's group had stabilized its name as the #1 in Jianghai in the past 2 years, Xia Lingwei had completely become a meat and potatoes. Xia clan only had one daughter, Xia Lingwei, and getting her was the same as getting the entire Xia clan. Besides, Xia Lingwei was originally a stunning beauty. For the vast majority of men, the sense of accomplishment of conquering an iceberg female president belonged to the category of being carved on the tombstone to show off after death. Jifan reflected deeply. He still didn't perceive this sister enough but immediately Jifan reacted. He glared fiercely at Pei Xiaohua, his eyes revealing anger, which translated probably meant, "This is Xiao's property, why didn't you say so earlier?" Pei Xiaohua had a hard time saying anything, and could only write back with the same look. "Big brother, it's not like I'm thinking of letting you brush your face off. It doesn't matter at all if it's Xiao's property, it's just that who would have thought that this woman would come?" In this situation now, Jifan could only admit his fate. "Have you two finished? Kifan, can you go home now?" Although it was a question, Jifan heard 1,000,000% certainty in the middle of it. If he dared to answer no, then he wouldn't necessarily still be in one piece when he returned. Honestly stood up from the sofa, fondly glanced at the nurse dress sister, touching not even a little bit yet. A big loss. If I had known that Xia Lingwei would come, I would have pretended to be of reserved. Say a word about what you saw today, and you won't have to mix in Jianghai in the future. The general manager and the lobby manager hurriedly lowered their heads, indicating that they hadn't seen anything. Watching Jifan being taken away by Xia Lingwei, Pei Xiaohua's face was indescribably sad, and after 3 seconds of silence for his brother, he could only drink with hatred, and at the same time, he put his arms around the nurse-suited sister as well. What's paid for should never go to waste. It's just that I'm guilty of 3 myself tonight. Perhaps on a whim, Xia Lingwei didn't drive at night. Su Jiro was the driver, and Xia Lingwei sat in the back row early, which made it a little difficult for Jifan. After a moment's hesitation, he dutifully sat in the back seat. The atmosphere in the car was a bit dull, which made Jifan more and more nervous. After hesitating again and again, Jifan still opened his mouth to break the silence. Sis, I really didn't do anything. Don't tell Mom. Xia Lingwei's eyes were closed, and her long eyelashes fluttered. When she heard Jifan's words, she just nodded slightly, probably because she was afraid that Jifan didn't hear her, and squeezed out another hum from her nasal voice. Although Xia Lingwei was high and cold, she would never go back on what she said, so Jifan was relieved. As long as Mom doesn't find out, everything else is fine. The generous love from his own mother was something Jifan never wanted to feel again in his life. The night in Jianghai is beautiful, less dusty daytime, more dashing and cozy. Sometimes when you've been a cowhorse for a long time, it's easy to forget whether you're in it for life or simply to live. Soon, Su Jiro sent them to the entrance of the villa. Before getting out of the car, Xia Lingwei suddenly patted Su Jiro's shoulder. Right, I see that he seems to be idle. You arrange for him. The company's new jewelry store needs to be publicized. Let him go to send out flyers tomorrow, without pay. Chapter 11, The Capitalists. The parents hadn't come back yet, and not surprisingly, they wouldn't be seen for a long time to come. Because of the disturbance of the 2 siblings at noon, Xia Jian and Sun Huiya, who had only been home for less than a week, hurriedly bought the latest batch of air tickets, and in the afternoon had already flown to Malaysia to celebrate the world of the 2 of them. All that was left for the siblings was a cold text message informing them their true love. We're both accidents. Jifan glanced at his sister, who was suffering from the same disease, and sighed as he returned to his room. Just back to the room, Jifan stopped pretending, grabbed the pillow. Is a beating. Mouth read. Damn capitalists. Evil capitalists. Just know how to exploit me. Knock knock. A polite knock sounded on the door and Jifan jerked out of bed. The door to the room opened, and outside was Xia Lingwei's exquisite face. I told the Pei family about Pei Xiaohua, and I also truthfully told Auntie about you. And in the future, don't hang out with those unsavory people. Delicate is delicate and cold is really cold. And so on. What did she just say? Told Mom? No, you damn woman. Why don't you keep your word? The door to the room was closed heavily and Jifan's cell phone rang at the same time. Caller ID. Evil mother. Bastard. You've gotten fat. You know how to go out and find a woman at the age of 21, don't you? These days when I'm not at home, you listen to Ling Wei well. If I know you make another mistake, you'll wait for death you. The pro-mother identification is complete, but anyone with the slightest speculation would not dare to say such harsh words. It was not easy to appease his mother superior. Jifan had already cursed Xia Lingwei dozens of times inside. This woman, how can she change her face just like that? I thought she seemed to be in a good mood today, but was it possible that her period suddenly came after she came back? When confronted with a woman, when you have no way to explain it with facts and theories, then you have to explain it with a great aunt. Forget about it. One's good man doesn't fight with women, so one doesn't bother with Xia Lingwei. Jifan would never admit he was afraid anyway. After calming down for a while, Jifan remembered a very important thing. This afternoon he had left his penguin number for his pretty sister in the game. How come the other party hadn't added him by now? Is it hard to believe that it's just your own wishful thinking? Jifan hastily took the cell phone, which reminded him of an important thing. I left a small number for myself and logged into a large one on my cell phone, so it's no wonder I didn't get the message to add a friend. Jifan hurriedly switched logins, and just after it showed a successful login, the background message kept ringing. Aside from a couple of ads, the rest were all new add friend alerts, and they were all from the same person. Starting at 3 o'clock this afternoon, with the most recent application 10 minutes ago. At that time he was being inexplicably sued by Xia Lingwei. Jifan hastily dumped the contents of his mind, then passed the other party's friend request at the speed of light, modifying the note, pretty sister. Sister, I'm sorry, I've been busy today and didn't see your message. Just sent over the other party back in seconds. It seems to be holding the phone has been waiting. This deep love. Let Jifan are touched. The pretty sister is just too good to herself. Why don't you take it from her? Baby, I knew you weren't dead. You really did lie to me. That's great. Woo woo, jealousy JPG, kissing JPG. There was no question as to why he had tricked her with death. There was only love and endless concern that raged to the point of overflowing the screen. Sister, how have you been these past 3 years or so? Ji-fan was in tears. This was his beautiful sister. Even after more than 3 years, she was still the same as she was then, without a single change. So much for the top relationship brain. Ha, and it's still cybersex. Ji-fan couldn't believe how happy he would be if he was actually with her. Not having a good time at all. I miss you, baby. But it's okay, as long as the baby is okay, it's better than anything. Looking at sentence after sentence of babies, Ji-fan didn't feel half as uncomfortable inside. Thinking about the 2 years that Zhao Fei had been talking to herself, she had called herself baby a few times in occasional moments, but every time she did it was for something. It's either a bag or a watch. Unlike her pretty sister, every baby phrase represents her care and love. She couldn't even compare to a single strand of her beautiful sister's hair. Guilty as charged. Gathering himself, Ji-fan continued to look at his cell phone. After 3 years, to be honest, Ji-fan was a bit nervous at the beginning, but under the onslaught of his pretty sister, Ji-fan had quickly gotten used to his pretty sister's pampering and cute behavior again, and everything seemed to have returned to 3 years ago. They were just as sweet then as they are now. It was clear that Ji-fan was the younger brother, but the pretty sister's clingy and pampered appearance was as if she was the younger one. Ji-fan and Xia Lingwei's rooms were both on the second floor, but one was on the southernmost side and one on the northernmost side, with 4 or 5 bedrooms separating them. In Xia Lingwei's room, Xia Lingwei has long since lost the appearance of a cold female president. Her pretty face contains spring, a proper face of a little girl in love. At this moment, she was shyly looking at the cell phone screen, constantly sending out those expressions and words that made people shy and fleshy, and her eyes were full of stars. A dozen unread messages flashed frantically on her work phone, but she acted as if she hadn't seen them, only interested in hugging her personal cell phone and giggling. All it takes is a brother for a workaholic to become a relationship brain. 1 a.m. Sister, there's so much more I want to say to you, but it's late and time to rest. I have to work tomorrow. Ji-fan yawned. The thought of being caught by Xia Lingwei in the morning to do hard labor, or unpaid hard labor, made it hard for Ji-fan. After a few hours of contact, the two have figured out each other's situation in the last few years. Xia Lingwei successfully graduated from college and is now in her own company, but doesn't say exactly what she does. Ji-fan will soon be a senior in college. In addition to the usual classes, double breaks will be busy part-time job to earn money. Baby, isn't tomorrow Sunday? Do you have to work on Sunday too? Sister, you don't know. My boss is a perverted she-devil, a capitalist of all evils. It's horrible. All capitalists are evil. Looking at the message sent by the other party, Xia Lingwei fell into deep thought. I wanted to tell the baby that I have money and he doesn't have to work anymore. He can support him, but look at him now. This appearance, presumably by the social blow, is not light. Rashly tell him he is the richest in Jianghai City. Xia's 1,000 gold. In case the baby cannot accept and run how to do, Xia Lingwei could only continue to endure. Get an early night, baby, I miss you. Good night, good night. With the last good night, Xia Lingwei put down her cell phone. My baby, you're finally back. I don't care why you lied to me in the first place, as long as you're back. Chapter 12 is never out. Yesterday's excitement ended up getting the best of Ji-fan. When he appeared at the jewelry store owned by Xia Group with 2 panda eyes, the clerks were shocked. Fan, what's wrong with you? Didn't rest well? It wasn't the first time Ji-fan had come here part-time to hand out flyers, and the staff here knew him. However, everyone recognized the hard-working and thrifty Ji-fan, not the Xia Group's youngest young master Ji-fan. It's okay, Sister Lee. I just had some insomnia last night. It's okay. Young people, a little less sleep is not a big problem. When I used to play games all night, the next day still have to listen to the class normally. That's fine, but you've got a bit of a workload today. It was a special order from the higher-ups that said you weren't allowed to leave work until you'd finished. Sister Lee glanced at Ji-fan heartily and pointed to the flyer that had been prepared long ago. Although Ji-fan had long been mentally prepared, he still sucked in a breath of cool air when he saw the 6 piles of flyers stacked as high as a small mountain. Xia Lingwei, how ruthless. Jewelry store 2nd floor. Viv, isn't that a bit harsh? Watching Ji-fan struggling to hold the flyers that could block his face out of the store, Su Jiro was a little too impatient. Xia Lingwei glanced at her before she said lightly, Auntie gave him to me, then I have to be responsible for him. Is it hard to believe that you still want to see him in the clubhouse? Su Jiro shook her head. That's fine. In the future, Xia's group he will have to help manage sooner or later. This little difficulty can't be done. How to take care of the huge group. How to deal with those business enemies that are like wolves and tigers. When I first took over the mess that is Xia's group, the conditions were much tougher than what he is doing now. And the things to be done were much more difficult than what he is doing now, and I believe he can do it. Sujiro froze. She was Xia Lingwei's best BFF and naturally understood the implication of Xia Lingwei's words. You're going to give him Xia's group? Xia Lingwei nodded. Auntie and my father's relationship is known to you, and it is my father's honor to find a wife like Auntie, so naturally we are family. If he's a buildable talent, I'll hand over all of the Xia group to him in the future. Even if he's not a buildable talent, I can't let him go off the beaten path. After a pause, Xia Lingwei added, forget about having a gold-digging female friend in the past. Young people have to suffer a bit in relationships to grow up, but if he falls flat on his face because of this little thing, then he should honestly stay at home and be a qualified rich kid from now on, and I'll arrange the rest of the way for him. After all, it is the Xia family's family affairs. Even the best girlfriends are not good at interfering, but Sujiro can spit out something else, and I don't know who almost fell flat on his face in a relationship and had the nerve to talk about Jifan's brother, who, I feel, is much more sensible than you. Whenever this matter was brought up in the past, Xia Lingwei would have a cold face, but today it was rare that not only did he not have a cold face, he actually had a red face. Sujiro's eyes widened as she covered her mouth with one hand and pointed at her with the other. Xia Lingwei, you can't be? He's alive and you're stuck? Xia Lingwei nodded shyly. More than plunged in, he never came out on his own. Well, he must train Jifan to be a qualified president, so that he can double up with his brother in the future, just like his father and his aunt. The conversation on the second floor was naturally unclear to Jifan. He only knew that if he didn't finish handing out these flyers, his cold-blooded sister might really not let him get off work. Legend has it that the demoness led the company to work overtime for 7 days and nights in a row in the first place, just to take a project. Of course, the legend must be somewhat watered down, but it was enough to illustrate the perversity of the demoness. In June, the heat starts at 8 o'clock in Shanghai. Having just spent 20 minutes outside, Jifan's body was already drenched in sweat. Hello, I'll disturb you for 10 seconds. Can I see the new jewelry in our store? Hello, this is our store's new jewelry. You can take a look at it. There is a big discount for the event now. I'm sorry to delay you for a little while. This is the new jewelry in my store. Tailor-made for ordinary people. Good value for money. Today, Sunday, as time went by, the people on the commercial street were getting more and more crowded, which also finally let Jifan see some hope. At 9:20, Jifan returned to the store after handing out the first pile of flyers, and after only a 3-minute break, he picked up the second pile and walked out, looking at Jifan's back as he left. The staff in the store finally couldn't help themselves and secretly gathered around to chat. I don't know if Xiao Fan has offended someone. This is obviously screwing him. Yes, Xiao Fan is such a good kid. Just look at the clothes he's wearing and you can tell that his family isn't a wealthy family, and he has to come out to work and study on the weekends. Yet he doesn't know who he's being maliciously targeted by. Forget it, cut it out. We're also working as laborers, so don't be overheard and get caught in the crossfire. Although they carried some sympathy for Jifan, they also had their own families and lives and were just ordinary people. It was unlikely that they would go through some unwarranted disaster for Jifan. The real world being what it is, when you can't fight back, it's best to put your fangs away as well. When the second pile was all sent out it was already 10:40. Jifan did not rest to stay and continued with the third pile. Thanks to the increased population of the shopping street, the third pile was the fastest, and it only took an hour for all of them to be distributed. And by the time they were back in the store again it was almost 12 o'clock, and the clerks were beginning to break up into groups for lunch. The store doesn't care about the food. Most of the clerks make it at their house the night before and bring it in a thermos box. Jifan got up late today and was almost late, not to mention bringing a meal. He hadn't even eaten breakfast yet, and his stomach had already been rumbling with hunger. The efficiency of handing out flyers at around 12 o'clock is very slow, and no one wants to go shopping outside in the hot sun, so most people stay in the restaurant at this point, and Jifan can take advantage of this time to take a break and have lunch. Yo, isn't this Jifan? What? Handing out flyers here again? Having only just sat down in the store, a conspiratorial voice suddenly came from the doorway, causing Jifan to raise his head. Outside the store door, 2 women dressed in flamboyant style were looking at the sweating Jifan with a look of disgust, and with that exaggerated expression movement, those who didn't know would think they were more upper-class people. These 2 Jifan knew, Lin Yue and Xiao Yashio, college classmates. ****** for lunch? Have to cover your mouth to talk. No use covering it though, it still stinks. I forgot to introduce that Jifan's League of Legends number is in Zwan, and the available information is always 5. Jifan, how dare you talk about us like that? Do you believe me or not? I'll let Zhao Fei break up with you right away. It was fine if he didn't mention Zhao Fei, but once he did, Jifan became even more angry. Not angry that she cheated and dumped herself, angry that if there was no Zhao Fei thing, Pei Xiaohua would not have taken himself to the club. then today he would not have this job without pay. So, Fei Chiu is the original sin. Rather loyal. Chapter 13, Top Love Brain Can Rate Itself. To put it nicely, the two of them, Lin Yue and Xiao Yashio, were both Zhao Fei Fei's BFFs, but they were actually Zhao Fei Fei's followers. A gold-digging woman like Zhao Fei Fei, who was often too embarrassed to ask for help herself, needed to have a trustee on hand to help. For example, when looking for Jifan for a gift. In the past, Jifan was in the middle of it and did not know it, but now when he looked back and saw it again, it was as if he had fallen into the path of the other party. How could he be so stupid and pure? Jifan, I'd like to see how long you can hold out. I'll tell Fifi right now, and you'll just wait to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Jifan made a gesture of going ahead. He didn't have so much time to waste with these two jumped-up clowns. His stomach was starving and he had to be busy eating. There's a big stack of flyers waiting for you when you're done eating. Jifan, don't run away if you have the guts. You're just a wimp. You dirtbag. I'm telling you, you can't run away from the first day of the year. You're just waiting to kneel down and apologize to Fifi tomorrow. Behind the dog barking, Jifan did not pay attention to it again. He ran all the way has come to the commercial street next door to the alley. Here there is a boiled rice flavor is very authentic, and the price is affordable, portion is also more. Jifan used to every time to send out flyers are eaten in this. Boss, 1 eggplant and meat foam. Scan the code, pay, take a number, and wait for your meal. Only after completing this did Jifan open his cell phone Penguin. In order to concentrate fully while working, Jifan turned off the message alerts, and now when he opened it, dozens of unread messages popped up in a brainstorm. Baby, are you still busy? Baby, isn't it hot there? Is it hard work? Thinking of you JPG. Baby, aren't you off work yet? I'm so bored. I miss you. The corners of Jifan's mouth rose slightly as he quickly replied. Sister, I just got off work, and I know I don't work hard with my sister waiting. Jifan's message was only sent out, and the other party immediately replied in seconds, as if they were staring at their cell phones all the time waiting for Jifan's message. All the fatigue of the morning suddenly dissipated in this moment. Baby's boss is so hateful. Can't he even eat on time at noon? Don't follow such a Chow P boss. Pretty sister was righteously indignant. Baby, why don't you quit and I'll introduce you to a part-time job? How about right near Jiangda University? Jifan's body shook. Near JNU? Does the pretty sister work there? Doesn't that mean the two are actually close? Maybe at some point in time, the two had rubbed shoulders and just didn't know each other. Sister, this boss of mine is a bit black-hearted, but he's still quite nice, so I won't bother you. Don't worry sis, I work part-time too. I'm only tired 2 days a week at most, mainly because the boss pays more. Jifan wasn't ready to meet with the other party yet, and without even thinking about it, he politely declined first. Although Jifan was pretty sure that the pretty sister was a love brain, or a love brain to herself, but after all, it had been more than 3 years since he had been in contact, and Jifan hoped that the other party was not under the illusion that she was suddenly lost and found. It's best to think about the follow-up after both parties have completely calmed down. It's all up to the baby. The two of them got tired of each other for a while longer before Jifan put down his cell phone. The sweet time of joy is over, followed by the sad time of working. Xiao's group today is just like the new year. The reason for this is that today's general manager Xia seems to be in an exceptionally good mood. Not only did he not have a meeting at noon to get everyone to eat on time, but he even nodded in response when confronted with his subordinates' greetings. Even employees who made some minor mistakes could be gently comforted by President Xia, telling them to pay attention next time. Rumor has it that a number of people even saw Mr. Xiao's smile today, but it's limited to rumors. No pictures, no truth. Many people suspected that General Xia had been taken over. Otherwise there was no way to explain these things today. Xia Lingwei, Wei, Mr. Xia. Su Jiro suddenly felt like her world was going to collapse. Today she was extraordinarily busy. Originally a lot of things that Xia Lingwei did personally, now all of them were pressed on her head as an assistant. Facing her doubts, Xia Lingwei only said, Ji Zua, you're sure you'll help me, right? It had been 3 years since she had seen Xia Lingwei in this form, and Su Jiro eventually went soft, but she did not expect that she was busy time. But Xia Lingwei did nothing all morning, just sitting in the office holding the phone. Silly fun. Originally, Su Jiro thought that she was messaging her lover brother. Results, her lover brother hadn't even gotten back to her, and she'd spent the morning scrolling through last night's chats between the two of them and giggling. It was hard to wait until noon to have lunch, but then that good-for-nothing lover brother showed up again, and then it became the current situation. Su Jiro accompanied the giggling Xia Lingwei to starve together. Zoe, wait a little longer. I'll accompany you to dinner right away. I'll treat you at noon. You can eat whatever you want, and I'll treat you at dinner, plus a late-night snack. Su Jiro took a deep breath. Her eyes suddenly turned serious, and she solemnly looked at Xia Lingwei. while reaching out to hold Xia Lingwei's face that even a woman would fall in love with when she looked at it. Xia Lingwei, no matter how well you talk to your love brother, remember one thing, make sure not to reveal your true identity. How can simple love be so easy? If he finds out who you are, this love of yours might have to go sour. Sujiro didn't believe that no one could be unmoved by money. If it can be done, it means there isn't enough money. And as it happened, the last thing Xia Lingwei needed right now was money. Xia Lingwei is a relationship brain, but not. Seeing Sujiro in this solemn manner, Xia Lingwei also nodded seriously. Don't worry, I didn't tell him who I was. Let's talk first. But I can feel that my baby is still the same as it was 3 years ago and hasn't changed a bit. Sujiro gave up. At the same time in her heart secretly gave herself the determination. In the future, she must not fall in love. Brain absolutely cannot become Xia Lingwei this dead look. The other person hadn't even said a few words to her, and she was ripping herself off. At 12:40, Xia Lingwei finally put down the phone. At this time Sujiro has long been hungry, holding a takeaway by herself and devouring it on the side. Zero, I can feel his concern for me. He still has feelings for me. I've decided that I'm going to finish all the next phases of the company this month and then take a long vacation for myself. I'm going to see him in a month. Sujiro sighed and shook her head. Late stage of love. Brain. No cure. It will just have to be her own best friend who accompanies her when the time comes. By her nature, she might even run with the other side in case the opposite side was a ghostfire teenager with dyed yellow hair. Chapter 14, Give her a big gift. Monday. Just after entering the school, Jifan was intercepted by Pei Xiaohua. Looking at his sneaky appearance, Jifan couldn't help but give him a kick. Let's talk about something. Don't get this lewd look. It's disgusting to look at. Pei Xiaohua was still uneasy and looked around for a few moments, only relieved when he was sure that Jifan had come alone. Jifan, you've done me a great disservice. That crazy sister of yours didn't keep her word and turned around and told my father about it. The night before last, I was taken back by my father before I could realize my big sleep. Pity my twin bunnies, pity my nurse sister. Jifan glared at him. The two grew up wearing the same pants. How could he not know his little mind himself? Okay, don't pretend. I forgive you for the day before yesterday. It wasn't until he heard Jifan's words that Pei Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief. No matter what, he was the one who brought Jifan there that day, and if Jifan's mother knew about this, she would probably just come over to the house with a broomstick next time and make a scene. As long as Jifan didn't care, everything was fine. Wow, Senior Qin Hao is so handsome. Senior Qin Hao is handsome and golden, and he's also the president of the student council. It's too perfect, right? I heard that Senior Qin Hao is with senior sister Zhao Feifei, and I don't know what Senior Qin Hao sees in her. The conversation of a few girls next to them attracted the attention of the two. Jifan subconsciously turned his head, then saw Qin Hao walking in with a flirty face. He seemed to enjoy this feeling of being in the limelight, ruffling his cocktail-like hair every now and then, and he didn't know exactly what was so handsome about it. Dare to steal my brother's girlfriend. Jifan, you wait, I'll go and get him killed now. Jifan hurriedly pulled Pei Xiaohua back. This guy is as rash as a rash. He might even be able to do something like this, but making a big deal out of it for these two dogs is a pure waste of time. Don't mess around. I've already charged Qin Hao $300,000. It's his turn to play this pussy. Pei Xiaohua froze for a moment and looked at Jifan blearily. Raiding the young? You said Raider Xiao? $300,000. Ah, on the spot. Qin Hao's father paid for it. Pei Xiaohua silently gave Jifan a thumbs up. Sure enough, his own brother was not a character that would suffer. Recognizing a gold-digging woman and earning back $300,000 is a business that anyone in their right mind would know how to do. However, there are times when it doesn't work just because you don't go looking for trouble. Some trouble will haunt you on its own. Jifan, a river lion roar. The voice was quite familiar, but after losing the love filter, Jifan felt more and more that he must have been subdued in the first place. Otherwise, how could he fall in love with her? Having been named by Zhao Feifei, it was pointless for Jifan to hide anymore. Qin Hao, who was originally joyfully pretending, similarly heard Zhao Feifei's voice and instantly turned green in the face. Jifan, why is he there? He's not going to tear me down in front of all these people, is he? If this lets everyone know that he's just a driver's son, then the persona that has been worked so hard for so many years will be ruined once and for all. Brother Qin Hao, you're here too. Before, Zhao Feifei only saw Jifan and didn't see Qin Hao in the back, but she immediately spotted Qin Hao's figure after getting closer. It only took a second for Zhao Feifei's facial expression to change drastically. It was a smile that Jifan hadn't seen in the 2 years he'd been in a relationship with her. Brother Qin Hao, you ignored me all day yesterday. Are you up to something? I'm not trying to annoy you. I just haven't seen you all day and miss you. Jifan looked at Qin Hao with a smirk, and Qin Hao was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole in the ground. He didn't know what Jifan was thinking inside at this moment. He only knew that he must quickly get away from this Shura, and must not let Ji-fan reveal his true identity. Thinking of this, Qin Hao hurriedly shook off Zhao Fei, who had just pounced on him, while letting out a cold snort and turning his head away. Ho, why are you ignoring me? Ho brother, don't go, wait for me. But the more she shouted, Qin Hao walked faster and faster. He now just wanted to stay away from this unlucky woman. He was afraid that he couldn't help but give her 2 slaps. After all, as soon as he saw her, he could remember his 300,000. As Qin Hao ran away, Zhao Fei turned back and glared fiercely at Ji-fan. Ji-fan, was it you who badmouthed me in front of brother Hao? I'm telling you, if brother Hao ignores me you're dead, said Zhao Fei and trotted toward Qin Hao. Chase, that for love running appearance. Who see not to praise a sentence, love deep. Without saying a word, Ji-fan took it as a farce to watch, but the farce was far from over. Just after returning to the classroom, Zhao Fei ran in furiously, followed by her 2 lapdogs, Lin Yue and Xiao Yashao. Ji-fan, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Did you not see me as good? So you deliberately slandered me in front of brother Hao? I told you a long time ago that I have no love for you. When I promised you, I was only looking at you as a pitiful person and wanted to help you get your self-respect back. I never thought that you would actually want to use this to rely on me. At this point, there were still 10 or so minutes before class, and looking at the angry Zhao Fei in front of him, Ji-fan was tempted to break her brain open to see what brand of paste it was filled with. The master opened her mouth, and as her follower, she naturally couldn't do nothing. What's more, they were disliked by Ji-fan yesterday and were still angry. I told you, Ji-fan, how you dared to dislike us yesterday, so you were dumped by our Fifi. I advise you to better not have any crooked thoughts. You're a poor student who still has to hand out flyers on weekends to earn money for living expenses. You're also worthy to be compared to young Master Qin Hao. If you really piss off our Fifi, you'll be able to crush you with a single finger when the time comes. Lin Yue and Xiao Yashio had 1 sentence each, and their cooperation was quite tacit. Ji-fan took a deep breath. It was so noisy. As it happened, the bell rang, the teacher entered the classroom, and the farce ended without incident. Ji-fan, why did you stop me just now? With my violent temper, I'll at least tenderize them to death. Pei Xiaohua was very angry, and just now he was going to jump out and ruthlessly hit the face of this gold-worshipping woman, but he was stopped by Ji-fan. Ji-fan shook his head, originally thinking that $300,000 was the end of this matter, but now it seemed that $300,000 was just the beginning. Qin Hao did get some punishment, but the culprit was actually Zhao Fei. Now Ji-fan originally lost and found a beautiful sister. Do not want to bother with her, but before 2 years of their own good at least is to pay a sincere. And now she was so denigrated. Ji-fan, this Jir character, how can let her go? Since we're going to play, naturally that's going to be a big game, and the fun has just begun. Give me Qin Hao's contact information. I'm going to give Zhao Fei a big gift. Chapter 15, It's unfortunate to have such a sister. Although he didn't know what Ji-fan wanted Qin Hao's contact information for, with Pei Xiaohua's understanding of Ji-fan, someone was going to be out of luck. There were only 2 classes on Monday morning, and at 9:40, Ji-fan woke up Pei Xiaohua, who was sleeping on his desk, and the 2 left the classroom one after the other. Fei, it must have been him badmouthing you behind your back that caused Qin Hao to ignore you, so we're just going to let him off the hook? Lin Yue said viciously as she looked at Ji-fan's back. Zhao Fei glared. Do I need you to teach me to do things? The most important thing now is to find brother Hao and make it clear. It's not too late to deal with this beggar. The playground. Qin Hao had hoofed it over after receiving Ji-fan's message and was still panting. Ji Xiao, if there's anything you can arrange inside the phone, there's no need to find me personally. Qin Hao was very careful when he came, afraid that the other students would see the 2 people meeting here, and then the image he had maintained for years would completely collapse. But it was Ji-fan he couldn't afford to offend. Ji-fan sized up Qin Hao. This kid really looks like a man, white and clean, but also has a few young master's style. No wonder he hasn't flipped over even after so many years of pretending to be a bully in school. That Fei Zhou is so annoying. Go take care of it. Qin Hao? Ji-fan gave him a breathless look and said, what are you thinking? I'm asking you to keep her under control and not let her bother me again in the future. Understand? As for whether you used trickery or slept around, I don't care. Think about it. You've spent $300,000 for her, and you're not going to get that $300,000 back from her? Qin Hao's expression moved. Zhao Fei Long really have a few points of color, although it is not the country, but she is enough otherwise Qin Hao will not find her. Originally, he was still regretting that he had lost his wife and his army, but now, listening to Ji-fan's tone, he didn't have any feelings for Zhao Fei. But you slept with her? Didn't they say he was Fei Qiu's licking dog? It seems rumors kill people. Don't worry Ji Xiao, I promise that from today onwards, Zhao Fei will definitely have no effort to bother you anymore. As for the $300,000, hey, I'll find a way to get it back from her. As long as Ji-fan didn't care, then Shinhao would definitely be able to deal with a woman like Zhao Feifei. As the saying goes, one thing leads to another, and a gold-digging woman has to be cajoled by a pretentious man. A perfect match. Ji-fan patted Shinhao's shoulder and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. You villains have some intelligence and know what to do and what not to do. I thought that Shinhao was the kind of brainless villain who forces himself to brainstorm and deny his identity every day, and then doesn't turn back until he hits the south wall. Now it seems to be overthinking itself. This kid is shrewd. Ji Xiao is joking. I just usually like to pretend. But I'm not stupid. Otherwise how would I get into this Zhonghai University? Besides, it's not like I've ever said that I'm some rich young master. It's all in their own heads, and these women who take the initiative to climb into my bed are even less of a good bird. It's just for money. Since it's a bad girl, naturally I can't miss it. I have to say, Shinhao, this kid is really a talent, and I don't know how many gold-digging women he seduced during his college years by relying on such packaging. But Ji-fan also got curious. Aren't you afraid that they'll find out and get you in trouble when the time comes? Shinhao hemmed and hawed. Even if they find out afterward that I'm not a rich young master, they can only eat a dumb loss. After all, they still have to search for their next target. They can't just die with me. And every girlfriend I've ever had has declared her sovereignty at school in a high-profile way. And there's no use for her to call the police. The whole school can testify that she's my girlfriend, or the kind she initiates. High, really high. No wonder Shinhao has been in school for 3 years, and his girlfriends have changed 7 or 8 times, and he has never flipped. The goal is clear. The position is clear. It's his turn to be cool. After explaining to Shinhao, Ji-fan left. Next, Zhao Feifei will be left to Shinhao to grind it, as long as she doesn't pop up to find trouble for herself in 3 days. In the days following, Zhao Feifei really didn't bother herself anymore. Even the classroom often didn't come, and was fighting with Shinhao. And Ji-fan had been hitting it off with his pretty sister for the past few days. Instead of being a hindrance between them, the 3 years had allowed the relationship to thicken and come more and more ferociously. Baby, it's the weekend tomorrow. Do you have any plans? Can we meet up? Shy JPG. Looking at the message on his cell phone, Ji-fan fell into deep thought. Meet? It seems to have come a little too suddenly, and their own online dating things home also do not know. If this is not yet graduated with the online dating object together, the mother of the adults will not be overnight watching the plane back to whip themselves off. Sis, I have to work on the weekends, and I'm not ready for that right now. After summer vacation, okay? Baby, it's all yours, as long as you never leave me again. Looking at his pretty sister's message, Ji-fan suddenly felt that he really wasn't a person, and actually swindled and cheated his pretty sister for 3 long years. I don't know how pretty sister has survived these 3 years alone, causing her to become so cautious now, just hoping she won't leave her again. Don't worry, sister, I'll never leave you again. When it's summer vacation, I'll see you first thing when it's summer vacation. Xia's group president's office. As soon as Su Jiro took a look at Xia Lingwei's red little face, she knew that it was that precious brother of hers who had sent another message. It's scary to see a woman who's in love. The good thing is that Xia's group's current bottom is thick enough. Even if Xia Lingwei is a hands-off cabinet is not a big problem, as long as the key time to make decisions is enough. Mr. Xia, tomorrow is Saturday. Do you still give that brother of yours a job, brother? Xia Lingwei's eyes lit up. Hey, Xia Lingwei, don't get possessed. I'm talking about your half-brother, not your love brother. Xia Lingwei's eyes returned to normal, once again looked at the message on the phone, and finally focused on the sentence. Sister, I have to work on the weekend. Arrangements, they must be made, ruthlessly. The baby has to work on weekends to earn a living. Why should he get a break? Sujiro mourned Ji-fan in her heart for 3 seconds. It was really his misfortune to have a love brain sister. By the way, there's a dinner party tomorrow night. It's to celebrate the perfect conclusion of Xia's last billion-dollar contract. You have to attend. Xia Lingwei nodded. Get Ji-fan on board as well and let him go in as a waiter for the night, so that he can familiarize himself with what the upper-class circle in Zhonghai is like in advance. Chapter 16, What class? You want to come to the Xia family banquet? After being busy all day during the day, Ji-fan had thought that he would be able to take a good rest at night, and then he received the security uniform that Su Jiro threw at him. What's this for? Ji-fan looked at Su Jiro, who suddenly appeared with a confused face while surveying the uniform in his hand. It's a great thing to wear. It's 40 years less straight away. There's a dinner party tonight, and your sister arranged for you to go in as a security guard. Paid. Ji-fan's first reaction was to prepare to throw the clothes away. It's not easy to have a weekend. Even if you don't let yourself rest during the day, why do you still come at night? And what's the point of going to a dinner party like that? To watch a bunch of people pretending, bragging and posing? It's no fun. You have to understand your sister. Su Jiro knew that Ji-fan would not agree so easily. In these few years, Sujiro had more contact with Jifan than Xia Lingwei had with Jifan. At home, Jifan and Xia Lingwei rarely see each other a few times a year, and Sujiro is responsible for contacting and arranging part-time jobs on weekends with Jifan. The relationship between the two of them, Jifan and Xia Lingwei, from the surface, was not even as good as an ordinary classmate or friend. But Sujiro knew that this was not really the case. Jifan was a very polite brother and Xia Lingwei was a very educated sister. It's just that a lot of times in this world it's a misadventure. 3 years ago Xia Lingwei had just gotten over her online brother when Jifan came into her family. Watching Jifan's every move, Xia Lingwei always unconsciously remembers her online brother, so she reduces the number of times she meets him. But Xia Lingwei was still privately very kind to this brother of hers, or else she wouldn't have been so angry when she saw him at the clubhouse that night. In her heart, Jifan had already been her brother for a long time. It's not that I don't understand my sister, but I really don't like these occasions. That's why you're being asked to be a security guard. Or you'll attend with your sister tonight. Either way, your choice. Jifan hastily hugged the security uniform in his arms tightly. Forget about being a security guard. If he attended with his own sister, he'd have to make headlines tomorrow, and that wasn't something he wanted to see. 8 o'clock in the evening, the Junyi mansion. Jifan was already at the door early. Xia Lingwei's meaning is very clear, so that he has a general understanding of these upper echelon figures in Shanghai. Don't walk down the street and see them later without knowing who they are. Xia clan, as the oldest and most powerful family in Shanghai city, under the leadership of Xia Lingwei, in just 3 years, not only rose from the dead, but also stepped on the peak again. For Xia's banquet, the entire Shanghai business community of dignitaries would be there, and everyone was proud to get Xia's invitation. And I heard that today Xia Lingwei will also be present. A lot of gentlemen have long been ready. If anyone can take Xia Lingwei this frosty rose, then in the future in this Shanghai is still not the wind to get the wind, rain to get rain. The party didn't start until 8 o'clock, but there had already been a number of early entries. Although Jifan was a part-time employee, he was moonlighting as the security captain for this evening, which was a first. One could only say that Xia Lingwei had a hard mouth and a soft heart, afraid that Jifan would suffer. Invitation, please. Jifan mechanically repeated the same sentence, then took the other party's invitation and took out a special device to scan the code, the authenticity of which could be known with a single sweep. Reality is not like a skit, and things like the villain in a skit moving around and getting a fake invitation to jump out and punch the protagonist in the face are impossible to happen in reality. The QR code can be scanned and you can tell if it's real or fake at a glance. Jifan really couldn't figure out why he would hear this disgusting voice in such a high-class dinner scene. It was supposed to be an annoying night. Ha 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 ha, it's really you, Jifan. What about moonlighting as a security guard here? See, that's the difference between you and me. One heaven and one earth. Jifan glanced faintly at the scratchy Zhao Fei, and his gaze turned to Qin Hao, who was sweating coldly next to him. Hello, invitations please. Jifan was expressionless and extended his hand. Not seeing Jifan's expression of defeat made Zhao Fei upset, so with a wiggle of her ass, she walked over to Jifan and ruffled her hair in a very flirtatious manner. Jifan, brother Hao has hitched his wagon to the Xia family. Do you know what that means? Xia's group, Shanghai's top magnate, hitching a ride with the Xia family. Soaring to greatness is just around the corner. When I become that man, you'll still be this lowly security guard. Qin Hao sucked in a breath of cool air. He knew that promising to bring this woman would not be good. I felt my right eyelid keep jumping and jumping when I left the house today. And here comes the karma. I'll say it again. Show me the invitation or get out. In the face of Zhao Fei's provocation, Jifan only treated her as a jumped-up clown. Which of the people who came today are not dignified? Just Zhao Fei this flamboyant and domineering appearance. How to look at it is not like the circle of people. Many people's faces showed contempt, and if they hadn't seen that this was the Xia family's banquet, it was estimated that some people would have already opened their mouths. An invitation? You think I don't have one? Ho! Nauseating trills. Thankfully Kiffin hadn't eaten much tonight. Qin Hao didn't want to get close and pretend that he didn't recognize this woman, but when she shouted like that, he had to go up even if he didn't. After receiving Qin Hao's invitation, Jifan returned it to him once he finished scanning the code. Then his gaze went to Zhao Fei. His is fine. What's yours? Zhao Fei froze. Isn't it Qin Hao who can do it? Attending as his date herself. That's how it's done on TV. No? Go to and ask the lady to leave. Jifan purposely accentuated the word miss. The two security guards behind him immediately stood out, one on each side, and set up Zhao Fei to walk out. Jifan, what are you doing? I'm Brother Hao's female companion. Who are you to kick me out? Jifan, you're taking personal revenge. I'll file a complaint, believe it or not. Brother Ho, help me. But the two security guards simply do not listen to her. The captain sent word. carry away on the line. Out of trouble naturally have the captain to cover. Anyway, the higher-up said that the banquet is very important tonight, and the security captain was personally arranged by Mr. Xia to come here, so just do what he said. Is that your date? Only after Zhao Feifei was thrown out did Jifan look at Qin Hao and opened his mouth to ask. Qin Hao hurriedly shook his head to clear his relationship with Zhao Feifei, while looking at these melon eaters around him. No, I don't know her. Hearing Qin Hao's reply, Jifan then nodded in satisfaction. Joking aside, not to mention that this banquet didn't stipulate that an invitation could enter 2 people. Even if it did stipulate that a female companion could be brought in, Jifan wouldn't be able to let her in. What class? Also dare to come to the Xia family's banquet? Small master, I can only be at the door as a security guard. Chapter 17, he deserved to be rejected. A small interlude. The people around them were all well-traveled and naturally wouldn't be affected by this small matter. But what Jifan didn't expect was that just as soon as it was over, 2 beautiful women came up to Jifan to get his contact information. As expected, gold shines everywhere. Even in a security uniform, he still couldn't hide his handsome and compelling appearance. While Jifan was thinking about what reason to use to reject these 2 enthusiastic big sisters, 2 coughs came from the side. Hello Mr. Xia. Mr. Xia is here. Haven't seen you for a while. General Manager Xia is getting more and more bright and beautiful. Xia Lingwei's sudden appearance immediately caused some small commotion at the entrance. Only Xia Lingwei's gaze wasn't on them at all, only looking at the 2 women beside Jifan. After a moment's pause, Xia Lingwei spoke. The banquet is about to start. What are you doing here? Is it my Xia family's banquet that you all don't care to go in? At this point in time, the old greasers have basically gone in, and the ones watching from outside are the juniors of each family. How dare they say more to Xia Lingwei? And one by one, they hurriedly went inside. Unlike Xia Lingwei's cold and frosty face, Su Jiro had a smiling face and looked at Jifan with interest. This kid, indeed, is quite handsome. If it weren't for my best friend's brother, I'd have to go up and ask for contact information myself. When everyone had gone in, Xia Lingwei then looked at Jifan. Jifan spread his hands out with an innocent look on his face. After Xia Lingwei also went in, there was nothing left at the entrance, leaving 2 people to continue guarding the entrance. Jifan himself slipped into the banquet hall. Just as he came in, Jifan was wrapped in an embrace. Hey, what's this action? Jifan slapped Pei Xiaohua's dog paw away at light speed and looked at him with a wary face. In public, 2 men pulling and tugging. This if tomorrow is taken as gossip to tell out, their own reputation can be all ruined. What's the excitement? Look over there on the right. Jifan followed the direction of Pei Xiaohua's finger and looked. In the corner of the banquet hall, a large bouquet of roses was quietly waiting for a romance to descend. Wow! What's this? Someone is going to confess their love at the Xia family's banquet? Is it hard to confess to Xia Lingwei? Not bad for writing novels. The brain just spins fast and gets close to the truth in a second. My brother, Pei the dog? Pei family 2 brothers. Pei Xiaohua is the youngest son. He has an older brother above him, Pei Yueza. Unlike Pei Xiaohua, Pei Yueza, this child has been smart since he was a child. Not only the moral, intellectual, physical, social and aesthetic development, even the girl is better than his peers. In 6th grade he got someone to kidnap his deskmate in an alley and heroically rescue her. If it wasn't for the suspicion of how a teenage kid took out 4 or 5 grown-up punks on his own, maybe the girl would have been moved to give herself up. After Pei Yueza graduated from university, he smoothly entered the Pei family, started from a bottom, and after only 2 years, he managed to get everyone's recognition and became the president of Pei's group. It has long been rumored that Pei Yueza has been having an affair with his own sister. Can't it be true? These 2 people, family background is not far apart. Pei's group is also a famous leading enterprise in Shanghai. Xia family and Pei's family is many years of close friends. If it is Pei Yueza, that is not impossible. I'm telling you, I'm just learning the gossip. Pei Xiaohua glanced around furtively to make sure no one was paying attention before speaking. My brother and your sister have been in private contact for almost 2 years, but your sister has been lukewarm, not accepting or rejecting. That would fit Xia Lingwei. A woman like her, who is sexually frigid at first glance, probably can't feel love, and finding someone who is a good match and not annoying to make it work is probably where she'll end up. As you know, my brother's man belongs to the category of tearing up the left face and sticking the right face, shameless on one side and thick-skinned on the other. After almost 2 years of his relentless pursuit, the 2 are finally making some progress. Jifan's eyes lit up. Progress? Your sister finally agreed to have dinner alone with my brother. What? To lick the dog, but also Pei Yueza 2 years, only to eat a meal alone. Can afford to privately call him a Pei big dog. Confession after dinner? Your big dog is pretty brave. Jifan scared. For Jifan always interrupting himself, Pei Xiaohua was very angry and could only look at Jifan very seriously and said, Listen to me and finish before you comment. Jifan waved his hand, signaling him to continue. That meal, it didn't work out. Well, 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 well. It was originally scheduled for last Sunday, but it turned out that on Sunday morning, Xia Lingwei not only refused the date, but also returned all the trinkets that my brother had given her over the past 2 years in their original packaging, and seconded. You're a good man, and I think of you as a big brother. Jifan cannot help but applaud. Template refusal. This has never put Pei Yueza in the heart of the past, right? Worthy of being his own sister, he was ruthless and decisive enough. It's been rejected, and your brother is still pulling this whole thing. Aren't you afraid that my sister will make him look bad? Jifan was curious as to what Pei the dog was thinking. Being rejected so he confessed in public? This guy's brain circuits may be a little different from ordinary people. How would I know? But my guess is that with your sister's nature, he's 100% going to get punched in the face today. And luckily he's got a thick skin. The two men were in amazing agreement on this. What Xia Lingwei had rejected was absolutely impossible to pick up again. I think, in order to take your sister, I guess you have to be tall, handsome and battle-hardened to do it. My sister Taekwondo Black 8. The only one who fits your requirements is Dija. The two of them nodded in deep thought. A woman like Xia Lingwei, which could be conquered by mere mortals, her chilling aura alone was enough to make people avoid her. Lingwei. Right at this moment, the lights of the entire banquet hall dimmed and 2 spotlights appeared, one shining on Xia Lingwei and the other appearing on Pei Yueza. Everyone at the scene had a melon-eating look on their faces as they watched the sudden scene. Xia Lingwei frowned slightly, under the impression that there shouldn't be this link today. She looked at her best friend beside her in confusion, but Su Jiro was equally confused. At this time, Pei Yueza had slowly walked towards Xia Lingwei, and following him, there was also a cart full of red roses, 999 of them. Lingwei, I've liked you for a long time. Can you be my girlfriend? Jifan and Pei Xiaohua could no longer resist covering their eyes with their hands. So old-fashioned. It would be strange not to be rejected. It's over. It's over. My sister frowned. He's dead. Jifan manually crosses himself and holds a 3-second moment of silence for Pei the dog. Chapter 18, Sister, don't pull down my pants. The courtship of the Pei family's eldest son has been rejected, and it is rumored that the queen of business has a boyfriend. Xia Lingwei, president of Xia Group, reveals herself to be in a relationship and the identity of her other half is a mystery. Our reporter will continue to follow up on who the flower of the Ganghai High Ridge is. When Xia Lingwei said the words I refuse, the entire banquet hall sighed in relief. But after Xia Lingwei said I have a boyfriend, all the wine in the banquet hall that night was drunk, and the hotel temporarily added nearly 200,000 yuan of ordinary wine, which was eventually swept away. It is rumored that that night, there were a lot more lost teenagers crying loudly by the riverside of Zhanghai, but all of this had nothing to do with Jifan. At this moment he was carefully sitting in the living room, feeling the gravity of the atmosphere. On his left, was his own president's sister, Xia Lingwei, who at this time had a stubborn look on her face, and to Jifan's right were Xia Jinan and Sun Huiya, who had carried the airplane back to China overnight. How can a parent be relieved when their daughter is in love and makes such a high-profile announcement? We old Xia family advocate free love, but no matter how free, you have to tell me what the other person is, right? Is it hard to be so hidden? Not a person? Achoo! Jifan didn't hold back and sneezed. He didn't know if someone was scolding him behind his back. Couldn't it be that Zhao Fei that gold-digging girl again? Sun Huiya looked at her son with killing intent in her eyes, and Jifan immediately covered his mouth. Being interrupted by Jifan, Xia Jian didn't question any further. I'll give you half a month to let me see the boy. After saying this last sentence, Xia Jian sighed and got up. Her daughter was too big to control. Remember her junior year, she talked about a messy guy on the internet, and later said that he died of cancer, causing Xia Lingwei half a year did not come out. I thought my daughter would have grown up completely emotionally after this incident, but I didn't realize that she was still as love-brained as ever. They say that daughters follow their fathers, and it seems that she does follow herself. Xia Jian went back to his room. Looking at his mother's gaze, Jifan didn't dare to continue to linger, also rushed back to his room. The living room was left with only 2 women talking. Today, Wednesday, Jifan should have been in school, was a call from his mother to shake back, and now it seems that this has nothing to do with his own clearly. Called himself back to do? Open the computer. Jifan busy to start coding. He is a temperate author. Can suck, but not suck more. I don't know how much time passed, but the cell phone beeped and it was a message from my pretty sister. Baby, let's meet sometime. My family wants to meet you too. The moment he saw the message, Jifan's hands shook and he almost dropped his phone on the ground. Although the relationship between the two of them had gone up like a rocket in these 10 days or so, the 3 words meeting the parents were still unfamiliar to Jifan. Seeing that Jifan didn't answer for half a day, the other party sent a message again. Baby, did I scare you? We won't see the parents if you don't want to. That's fine, as long as you're happy. But I want to see you so bad. Baby. Jifan took a deep breath. Meet is definitely to meet. Jifan also want to know how in the end they this online love object cannot talk about a lifetime of online love. Sis, I'm on summer vacation in 2 weeks. Let's meet then. It was soon exam week, and Jifan definitely couldn't go to the meeting at this time, lest it affect his studies. When the exams are over, you will have plenty of time to digest whatever the end of the meeting is for yourself. Getting an affirmative answer from Jifan, the pretty sister was obviously happy, and the two of them were sweetly mushy for a while longer before putting down their cell phones. He had just entered the room in a bit of a hurry and had forgotten to bring in his water cup, and after such a long time had passed, Jifan was also a bit thirsty. Glancing at the time, 2 hours had passed since I went back to my room, so my mother and sister should have finished talking, right? After thinking about it, Jifan quietly opened the door a crack, then listened with his ear to the side and didn't hear any sound. Reassured, Jifan tiptoed out. The lights in the living room on the first floor had already been turned off. It seemed that they had all gone back to their rooms to sleep. Jifan boldly got up and quickly ran towards the stairs. Just after descending the stairs, Jifan bumped into a soft body head-on. In the next second, Jifan's entire body was grabbed by his opponent, and then it was a beautiful over-the-shoulder drop, the standard of this posture. Even Jifan couldn't help but praise it. It's just that his butt was a bit painful. Jifan looked up, and not far from him was a glowing cell phone with a penguin dialog box displayed on it. But when he wanted to look at it a couple more times, the phone had been picked up at the speed of light, while turning off its screen. Sis, you're murdering me by leaving the lights on at night. Taekwondo Black 8 is well known, and I don't know what the man who took in Xia Lingwei is in the end. Jifan really wants to meet to see if it's Dija or not. The lights in the living room were turned back on, and Xia Lingwei reached out to help Jifan up. Under the close contact, Jifan was forced to appreciate his sister's perfect side face, but he didn't know if it was his own illusion. But his sister, who had always been cold and frosty, actually had a touch of shy red on her face, associated with her sister's cell phone just now. It seems to be chatting with her brother-in-law whom she has never met, right? To be able to turn a business queen into a shy little woman. This future brother-in-law of his was really powerful. Lie down on your back and I'll rub the medicine on you. A cool voice interrupted Jifan's thoughts. Sure enough, tenderness was given to only one person, and the rest was indifference. Jifan nodded gently and obediently sat on the couch and waited. Just now that was a solid fall. If not for their own weekdays also like to play basketball. Physical resistance, maybe now have been in the hospital. The injury was in the piece behind his back where his waist connects to his buttocks. Jifan couldn't put medicine on it himself, so he could only let Xia Lingwei come. It's just that this part, it's a bit of a violation. Jifan was still hesitating when Xia Lingwei's voice sounded again. Lift up your shirt. Big man squirming. I'm your sister. Jifan's eyes closed, heart crossed, directly lifted up the entire top, and then lying on his back motionless as a dead body. The cool ointment was rubbed on and the pain diminished slightly, but immediately, a pair of soft, boneless jade hands pressed up. Before Jifan could resist, Xia Lingwei slapped him again where he was injured. Don't move. Be honest, the medicine is on. Without some pressure, all of this place will swell up tomorrow. Xia Lingwei was right, but the pain did hurt. Sis, what are you doing? Don't pull down my pants. Chapter 19, It's better to have a sister. At Jifan's insistence. In the end, Xia Lingwei still didn't rub the medicine up his ass. With Xia Lingwei's assistance, Jifan returned to his room. Only tonight he was expected to sleep on his back. Should I give you a vacation? Seeing Jifan's grimace, Xia Lingwei opened her mouth and asked. Jifan shook his head. It's okay, it's exam week soon. There aren't any classes. I'll just be careful on my own. There was still more than a week to go before the vacation, and there was no need for Jifan to take a vacation at this time. Xia Lingwei nodded, but was still uneasy. Call me first if anything happens at school. Watching Xia Lingwei leave the room, Jifan's heart warmed. It seemed that this sister of his wasn't so cold-blooded and heartless, and actually cared about himself in his heart. Day 2. Xia Lingwei was going to send Jifan, but was rejected by Jifan. With Pei Xiaohua there was no need to trouble Xia Lingwei. Just talking, Pei Xiaohua's car had already arrived in front of Xia's house. Sis, I'm going to school. Although his body still hurt a little, it didn't prevent him from walking around normally. As long as he wasn't touched or doing strenuous exercise he was fine. Xia Lingwei nodded and watched with her own eyes as Jifan got into the car before getting into her own Maybach van. What's wrong with you? As a brother who had played with him since childhood, Pei Xiaohua could tell at a glance that something was wrong with Jifan and opened his mouth to ask. Don't mention it. Last night verified one thing. My sister is really a Taekwondo black 8. A black 8 with no water at all. Waving his hand, Jifan went on to ask, by the way, how's your brother doing these 2 days? Being rejected on the spot should have been quite a shock, right? Didn't do anything extreme? After chasing for 2 years and being cut off, this feeling, it's no better than Jifan, and he at least understands why the other party is cheating. Pei Yueza this, he simply does not know why he was eliminated. Obviously a few days ago, they also made a date to eat a romantic candlelight dinner together. Don't worry, my brother is a licking dog, not a stupid dog. Fair enough, reality is not a TV show, where there is so much for love. Besides, as far as Xia Lingwei's cold and icy personality was concerned, those who liked her either liked her face and body or her group, and this kind of liking was usually very sensible. But I'm also curious, which man, actually able to take in your sister? Yesterday Uncle Xia came back, did not ask something? Jifan shook his head. What Xia Lingwei didn't want to say was not good enough for anyone to come. If you ask me, your sister is just being obtuse, just to give my brother a leg up and a less stiff refusal. Otherwise, why has the past 3 days, the entire Jianhai so many reporters actually did not even find out a hair? Obviously abnormal. To be honest, if it wasn't for a glimpse last night and seeing the chat box on Xia Lingwei's cell phone, Jifan would have believed Pei Xiaohua's claim. But now, Jifan was certain that Xia Lingwei was definitely in love. But whether the object of the relationship is a man or a woman, a human or a ghost, is not for him to know. Don't bother me with anything in the meantime. Exam week is coming up and it's time to get proctored. When he arrived at the school, Jifan went straight to the dormitory. There were almost no classes for the next week or so, and the main reason why he didn't want to stay at home was that he was still afraid of disturbing Uncle Xia's relationship with his own mom. But now there was one more reason why the atmosphere in the house was too stagnant for a flower boy like himself to grow up. Soon the time came to Friday. Jifan had had a comfortable 2 days. There is no damn early 8. There is no Zhao Fei phase disturbance. Every day spend 2 hours to code words as a cowhorse, 4 hours to review and prepare for the examination, 8 hours to catch up with dramas, read novels, 20 hours on standby to cultivate feelings with the beautiful sister. The life is not to mention how fulfilling it is. Sis, I'm not going to work part-time since I have to study at the library on the weekends. Mom, I'm not staying home for the weekend since I have to study at the library. 2 messages were sent to their respective owners, and Jifan added a few more smiles to his face. Weekend library is not many people. Near the end of the school year, everyone rather more relaxed, although people are still in school, but the heart has long been unknown where to fly. School library. Jifan is struggling to turn over the book. This teacher is really, knowing that many people rely on the key points to sure, but the result is that he is as good as not a little targeted. Anyway, the teacher delineated the key points of the whole 2 lessons, and Jifan summarized it in just 2 sentences. This is also a test, and that is also a test. Class, may I sit across from you? A sweet voice interrupted Jifan's distress. According to incomplete statistics, the college library is where many campus romances begin. Jifan had been hanging out at the university for almost 3 years now, and without bragging, this was the first time he had ever met one. Looking up, a primrose face unceremoniously squeezed into Jifan's line of sight, so catching people off guard. Clean and pure features, coupled with a head of long black hair just so casually draped over the shoulders. Whoever looks at it has to be confused. Jifan turned his head to look at the empty library before pointing at himself with some hesitation. Yeah, can I be across from you? The girl was innocent and sweet looking, and when she smiled she would reveal 2 cute little dimples that made people want to poke them with their fingers. Jifan nodded. It wasn't that he had no resistance to beautiful women, but if he sat across from such a lovely beauty while studying, he would definitely be able to get twice the result with half the effort. Thanks. The girl sat down opposite Jifan with a book in her hand, but her big talking eyes kept falling on Jifan's body, making him a little uncomfortable. Hello schoolgirl, I have a girlfriend. God knows why Jifan ghosted out such a sentence. At this moment he couldn't wait to snap his toes out of an ocean view villa. Senpai, I just saw that you were the only one in the entire library, so I said I'd pair up with you to review. But congratulations senpai, your girlfriend must be very happy and secure. The girl was still full of smiles and made a point of explaining things to Jifan. She suddenly felt that the senior in front of her was cute, so she extended her white hand. Hello senior, my name is Wang Yunshu. I'm a freshman this year. Please give me more guidance. Jifan froze for a moment before he reached out and shook the other's hand. Givan, Junior, nice to meet you. How happy. Looking at the innocent face of the schoolgirl across from him, Jifan suddenly missed his pretty sister. It was better to have a sister who never asked about topics that embarrassed her, even though this schoolgirl was supposedly unintentional. Chapter 20, High-end hunters often come as prey. Faced with such an innocent schoolmate, Ji-fan could only return an awkward smile, and then hurriedly lowered his head and pretended to be studying seriously. Senpai, you've got your books backwards. The schoolgirl's relentless demolition almost caused Ji-fan to flee in disarray, but in the end, he forced himself to set the book straight. But since those words, the schoolgirl didn't say anything more, and the two of them spent the morning studying in peace and quiet. What woke Ji-fan up was not Wang Yunshu, but the beeping of his cell phone, and that's when Ji-fan realized that it was already 12 o'clock. Baby, are you done working? Ji-fan didn't tell his pretty sister that he didn't have a part-time job this week, and it just so happened that he could also take this opportunity to review. Just about finished. The boss was in a good mood this week and scheduled the job easily. The two of them got tired of each other for a few more moments before Ji-fan put away his cell phone. As soon as he raised his head, Ji-fan saw Wang Yunshu's good-looking eyes, as dazzling and intriguing as stars. At this moment, she was just staring straight at Ji-fan, dumbfounded and somewhat delicate and cute. Senpai, will you eat together at noon? Ji-fan suddenly realized that from the first meeting between the two, it had been the girl who had taken the initiative. But he shook his head and said, "No, I have a girlfriend." This time, Ji-fan spoke a little more firmly. He's just a straight guy, not a dumb guy. Regardless of what kind of mind this Wang Yunshu had, Ji-fan deserved to keep his male virtue. All have a beautiful sister. Then the other opposite sex should consciously stay away from some. Easy to misunderstand the behavior is best not to have. Well, I hope I can study with senpai again next time. A trace of loss flashed under Wang Yunshu's eyes, but it was immediately replaced by a smile. Ji-fan nodded. Although they don't have lunch together, the two exit the library together. Just after going out, Ji-fan met Pei Xiaohua. Unsurprisingly, Pei Xiaohua should have only just woken up from his nap, and he knew that Ji-fan must be reviewing in the library, so he directly waited for him downstairs. Only when he saw Wang Yunshu, who appeared with Ji-fan, his entire body froze and his eyes could not wait to grow onto Wang Yunshu's body. Since when did JNU have such a cute schoolmate? Pei Xiaohua, the beauty of the same class, knows that the senior sister has already graduated, so this one must be a school sister. Jiangde was notorious for producing beautiful women, but this one in front of him could no longer be described with just the word beautiful. Just this one first love face. Also do not know how many people will be the heart of the white moonlight, and how many people young love but cannot. Seeing her, those fictional men who left their wives and children for the white moon didn't seem so incomprehensible. Of course, this sort of thing isn't illegal, but it's not advocated. Van, who is this? Pei Xiaohua rushed up with an arrow and then went straight to the point. Hello senior, my name is Wang Yunshu. Wang Yunshu's initiative made Ji-fan relieved. It seems that this is originally a generous girl, and is not special to himself. I guess those previous brainstorming was just his own overthinking. Pei Xiaohua, Ji-fan's best friend. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Why don't you let me be the host today and eat together? Just now Ji-fan had only rejected people, and then on the turn of the back Pei Xiaohua invited on, which made Ji-fan a little embarrassed. Today? It's not very convenient. I still have some things to do. Another time. While speaking, Wang Yunshu's eyes kept falling on Ji-fan's body, and she even gave him a playful wink. Ji-fan didn't know whether the schoolgirl was straightforward or understanding. The two of them were a different person when they got along before and now. However, Ji-fan didn't look deeper. Since the other party had the sense to refuse, it was just what he wanted. Why don't you add a contact? We can date again later when we have the chance. Such a superb schoolgirl. Pei Xiaohua will definitely not miss the opportunity when he sees it, and immediately followed the other party's words. The schoolgirl was a little hesitant. Tell you what, Ji-fan and I will both add you, so you won't be afraid that senpai is a bad guy, right? The schoolgirl's eyes lit up and she nodded softly. Being racked by his own brother, Ji-fan couldn't afford to refuse any longer, and only after they all added their contact information did Wang Yunshu wave goodbye to the duo. Old Ji, from my years of experience, I bet this schoolgirl definitely has a crush on you. Ji-fan shook his head. I'm just a l'expert at Jiangde. It shouldn't be that. It's just a coincidence that we're reviewing together today. Pei Xiaohua shook his head more frequently than Ji-fan. You believe me, high-end hunters tend to show up as prey, but presumably you didn't take the bait, so she chose to be semi-active. Ji-fan didn't pay any more attention to him and lifted his leg in the direction of the school entrance. Seriously, that online sister of yours, you haven't seen a picture until now. What if the real person is strangely ugly and that's why she's been waiting for you for 3 years? Why don't you consider thinking about this schoolgirl? Pure campus style. Invincible white moonlight. It's a shame to miss it. Ji-fan stopped and looked seriously at Pei Xiaohua, looking at him with a weak heart before speaking. I have a girlfriend now, don't bring me down. The pretty sister had waited for herself for 3.5 years, and Jifan surely couldn't let the other party down so easily. Not to mention the fact that the two are hitting it off right now, in the heat of the moment, so how can they speculate for no good reason? Okay, I'll get on if you don't want me to. Now I do wonder what that sister of yours that you've been cyber dating looks like. It wasn't just Pei Xiaohua who was curious. In fact, Jifan was also curious. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about swapping pictures with the other guy, but once he thought about it, the other person had waited for him for more than 3 years, so if he rashly asked for a photo, wouldn't he prove himself to be a very shallow person? If you're not satisfied after looking at the photos, is it hard to just leave it at nothing? Jifan felt that since the other party had waited for him for so many years, then even if it didn't work out in the end, then he had to meet him, and it would be considered to be a happy ending for his young love. We're going to meet anyway, so we might as well wait to meet to open the blind box. There is a food street outside the north gate of JNU, which has become a favorite of JNU students because of its fair prices and generous portions. On weekdays when he didn't want to settle for the cafeteria, Jifan liked to eat a delicious meal of steamed vegetables here with Pei Xiaohua. Steamed vegetables do not have to wait. When you arrive, you can eat, and a small portion. 2 people can eat 4 or 5 categories of dishes. More comfortable than eating fried vegetables, but also cheaper than eating fried vegetables. The two had just sat down when Pei Xiaohua suddenly pushed Jifan. Jifan followed the direction of his finger and looked at Wang Yunshu. Hello again. But the other party didn't seem to see them, and just focused on talking to the friend beside him. That said, it's quite a bond with her, if not intentional. Chapter 21, The Wicked Must Be Wicked. Studying in the morning and catching up on TV shows in the afternoon, combining work and rest to live a long life. Jifan had always been a firm believer in this, so he had laid down in his dormitory after lunch. None of the housemates were there, so I guess they all went out for the weekend, which was also convenient for Jifan. He is a person who likes quietness, and being alone makes him feel happy, or else he wouldn't have fallen in love with such a boring and tasteless job as writing novels. Quiet time in the evenings is spent coding, and I don't know why, but I'm always a little more inspired at night than during the day. The next morning, Jifan once again in the library with Wang Yunshu chance encounter. Just like yesterday, Wang Yunshu sat directly across from Jifan without even asking him. Kifan also acquiesced outright, only looking up as she sat down. The fulfilling weekend passed quickly, and the intense and exciting exam week is right around the corner. Jifan had worked hard for a week, but he wasn't too worried. With his talent, not to say how high his grades were, but passing was still no problem. On the other hand, Pei Xiaohua, this kid usually do not work hard. The battle is not sharpened, relying on a hand of cheat sheets to go all over the world. Whether or not it all depends on the invigilator teacher to open or not. Naturally, not Jifan so confident, but no matter what, exam week ended up being a successful one. Flunked or not, that's all behind us. It was a total of 9 days of exams, and by the time the last one was done it was already Tuesday of the new week. Group message. At all, in order to celebrate the successful completion of the exams, we will have a dinner at Ding Xing tonight, and we hope that all students will tell each other not to miss it. At all, in order to celebrate the successful completion of the exams, we will have a dinner at Ding Xing tonight, and we hope that all students will tell each other not to miss it. At all, in order to celebrate the successful completion of the exams, we will have a dinner at Ding Xing tonight, and we hope that all students will tell each other not to miss it. 3 consecutive messages blinded Jifan's eyes. It's that once a semester time again to maintain the plastic classmate bond. In all seriousness, there were a total of 50 or so people in the same class, and at the end of his junior year, Jifan still had at least 30 people he couldn't name, and the only one who was really familiar with it is still his own nemesis, Pei Xiaohua. Jifan, get together for dinner tonight. Dad's coming to pick you up. The group message just popped up, and 3 seconds later his own good oldest child dutifully came out. Right, have you heard? Zhao Feifei has been looking for Qinhao everywhere for the past 2 days, and missed 2 exams, but Qinhao is 1 year above us, and he's already graduated. What do you think this Qinhao did? It made Zhao Feifei not even care about her exams and look for him everywhere. Suddenly seeing these 2 names, Jifan was still a little confused, and it took him a long time to recall that this was his gold-digging ex-girlfriend and her pretentious current boyfriend. It had to be said that this Qinhao had a few tricks up his sleeve, and after he had expressed himself implicitly with him, Zhao Feifei had never come to bother him again. Now it seems that Qinhao should have graduated to closing, and I don't know what excuse he used, but looking at how eager Zhao Feifei was, it wasn't as simple as the anger of being cheated out of her body. So I guess she hadn't been cheated out of money, right? For someone like Fei Zhao, money was much more important than her body. If you lose your innocence, you can make up another one, but if you lose your money, it's really gone. I don't know. I haven't seen them in ages. Jifan hated the fact that it was best if he never saw them again in his life. Anyway, Xinhao's father had already been fired by Xia Lingwei, and it was no surprise that Zhanghai was so big that it would be hard for everyone to see each other again. In that case, I'll ask around again and see what's going on with these two. Ji Fan was suddenly looking forward to tonight's class reunion somewhat, and he admitted that he mainly wanted to see what Zhao Fei Fei looked like now. 6 points. Pei Xiaohua appeared on time at the bottom of Ji Fan's dormitory building. Old key, I've inquired. It's just wonderful. Just after getting into the car, Pei Xiaohua began to be impatient to share the melon he had eaten with Ji Fan. Ji Fan didn't say anything, only the curiosity in his eyes proved everything. That Xinhao was really talented. Let's skip ahead and get right to the point. A few nights ago, Xinhao organized a game and brought Zhao Fei Fei with him. Everyone got high at night, only Zhao Fei Fei only had 2 or 3 drinks because she's a girl and Xinhao brought her there. And then the point comes. Going back when Xinhao was drunk and unconscious, the drinking place was remote. There was not even a hotel nearby, and a taxi was not available. So Zhao Fei Fei could only drive Xinhao's car back on her own, and ended up hitting a Bentley halfway across the street. Obviously the other party hit up, but because of drinking, so Zhao Fei Fei did not dare to report to the police. Can only be private? Minor cuts and dabs compensated for 88,000. I thought Xinhao would wake up the next day and give this money to himself, but when he woke up the next day, Xinhao was gone. By the way, that Bentley is a fake. It's just a Bentley badge. Women, they only recognize the badge. Plus it's nighttime. Needless to say Ji Fan knew the follow-up. Zhao Fei Fei couldn't contact Xinhao, and then realized that she was cheated that night, which made her wake up afterward, and she wanted to find Xinhao to settle the score. She's pretty rich too. $88,000 said she'd give it. Ji Fan was rather surprised by this. Don't mention it. People actually bring POS machines on a big night, and she swiped her credit card for $30,000. $88,000 just happens to be her limit. So just tell me if this is a setup made by Xinhao. Everything is so coincidental. I just asked her for $88,000, and I just happened to have a POS machine with me. And then the next day Xinhao disappeared. Sure enough, the wicked have to be wicked. Isn't she a gold digger? Now that she's been made to lose heart for once, her heart is probably dripping blood, right? The two of them were chatting and the car was already parked in front of the dinosaur winehouse. The 5 tables on the first floor were all wrapped up by the class president, and the classmates had all pretty much come. But Ji Fan didn't see the person he wanted to see. Zhao Fei Fei didn't come, but her 2 lapdogs, Lin Yue and Xiao Yashio, did, and when they saw the 2 of them, Ji Fan and Pei Xiaohua, come in, they secretly lowered their heads, not wanting to attract Ji Fan's attention. TSK, you two have some free time on your hands. Why don't you go help your master? Is it hard to see that she has no money and has abandoned her master? In front of the entire class. With every additional sentence that Ji Fan said, Lin Yue and Xiao Yashio's faces became a few points more ugly. The students next to them were also talking, and some of those who didn't know what was going on yet were also immediately corralled. And in a short while, the whole class knew what was going on with Zhao Fei Fei. There's nothing to discuss. Stealing a chicken can only mean she deserved it. As for the 2, Lin Yue and Xiao Yashio, they didn't have the heart to continue sitting here to eat, and glared fiercely at Ji Fan before the 2 of them fled. Chapter 22 Baidu, the savior of straight men. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Ji Fan went home from the gathering. Today was a great day, causing Ji Fan, who had never been much of a drinker, to fail to hold back a few more drinks. Mother and Uncle Xiao were at home all this time and didn't go anywhere. Seeing Ji Fan return home, Sun Huiya opened her mouth and asked. Ji Fan nodded. Since you've finished your exams, pack up and get ready to report to the group. I heard from Lingwei that she's planning to let you study in the legal department. Ji Fan took a deep look at the woman in front of him. If it wasn't for more than 20 years of life telling him that the woman in front of him was his own mother, Ji Fan would have to wonder if he had picked her up from a trash can. Say so righteous. All a look for their own good. In fact, is not afraid of their own vacation nothing to do at home to disturb their world of 2 people? Don't think that you don't understand this little thought of your mom's. We've all been together for over 20 years. Who doesn't know who? After saying this, Sun Huiya also went back to her room without waiting for her own son's consent. This is a notice, not a discussion. Ji Fan had known for a long time that he was a bitter baby, so he had gotten used to it a long time ago. But it's okay, one still has one's beautiful sister. Just as he was about to go back to his room, when he looked up, Ji Fan saw Xia Lingwei, who happened to be back. Good evening, sister. Good evening, brother. When nothing is going on, the relationship between the two is so polite and perfunctory. The pale end of the earth is my love. The sudden ringing of the phone was a bit shrill in the quiet environment, and Ji Fan glanced at Xia Lingwei in embarrassment before picking up the phone. Lao Ji, tell your sister to let me intern at Xia's group too. Pei Xiaohua's loud voice came out from inside the cell phone. causing Xia Lingwei to stop in her tracks. Jifan somewhat regretted picking up the phone. Pei's family went bankrupt? What are you running my sister's internship for? No, I can't go to Pei's group. My brother has started to be perverted after his failed confession. I heard that the assistants have changed 3 times. I will definitely be tortured to death if I go. Ji-fan wanted to ask, talking about his own brother so much, does Pei Yueza know? Pei Yueza's tolerance isn't that bad, and Xia group doesn't accept you, so don't bring down Ji-fan. Xia Lingwei's voice sounded beside Ji-fan, clearly passing through the cell phone to Pei Xiaohua's ears. Xia Lingwei opened her mouth. This was doomed to be hopeless. Ah, Sister Xia is also here. Ah, I'm just kidding. I have something else. I'll hang up first. Ah. Hearing Xia Lingwei's voice, Pei Xiaohua went offline at light speed. Don't fool around with Pei Xiaohua. Right, you first rest at home for a period of time, and for the internship you find time to talk to Su Jiro yourself. She will arrange it for you. Jifan nodded silently, but there was one more important thing he had to do before he went to the company for his internship. Below the line base. It's Tuesday, and pretty sister should still be at work, so I'll see you on Saturday, just so I can get myself ready for a few days. Sister, let's meet this Saturday. When this message was sent, Ji-fan was inexplicably nervous inside. Speaking of which, it's been 5 years since I've known my pretty sister, and although there was a gap of over 3 years in between, that didn't stop the two from bonding. A woman waits for you for 3 years. What man can resist? Not to mention a woman who was already emotionally attached to each other. Really, baby? I'll have to get ready then. The message went out in just 3 seconds, and the other person replied in seconds, seemingly in anticipation as well. And the beautiful sister's message reminded Jifan that the meeting couldn't be too hasty, and that he had to prepare properly for it. Before this, Jifan was in a relationship for 2 years, but those 2 years were a bit monstrous, and in retrospect, it seems that there is no other intersection between himself and Zhao Fei other than money. Every sweet moment is Zhao Fei a premeditated solicitation, and he is still deep in its silly fun. In fact, in the eyes of others they are purely a plaything. Question: what should I get a girl for the first time? Baidu. 1. Handmade weaving bell orchid lampshade. 2. Plush toys. 3. Chocolate. For the first time, Ji-fan felt that Baidu was actually so unreliable. And this first gift, how to look more and more like an advertisement. Who is a good person to send this thing for the first time to meet? Not practical and troublesome. Pass down to C. A boy must bring a bouquet of dainty flowers to his first meeting with a girl to show off your romantic feelings. Remember, open your cell phone memo and type in flowers. Let's just say that Baidu is still useful. It's simply the savior of straight men picking up women. Although there is nothing new, but at least it can guarantee that there will be no mistakes. But a bouquet of flowers was definitely not enough. Ji-fan felt that he should also bring some other small gifts. Usually, he chatted quite a lot with his pretty sister, but Ji-fan suddenly realized that it was basically his sister who was getting to know him, while he rarely took the initiative to get to know his sister. Looking through half of the chat records, but Ji-fan couldn't find what his sister liked at all, which made it a bit difficult for Ji-fan. I don't know until I review it, but I realize that the words are full of care and love from my beautiful sister. With such a comparison, his sister really loved herself miserably, which made Ji-fan even more determined to pick a good meeting gift, so that his beautiful sister could also feel his love. It's a good thing that besides Baidu is a little helper, Ji-fan also has a big killer. Reverse Sun, I'm going to meet up with my pretty sister offline this weekend, so speed up and pass on your usual knowledge of picking up girls. I'm going to pick out a gift for her. Pei Xiaohua returned the message very quickly, and the 3 large exclamation points showed his rich inner world at this time. Are we really going to meet? Can you take me with you? If you don't bring me along, then be sure to take a picture to show me when you get there. I'd really like to know what kind of woman the other one is that she was able to wait for you for 3.5 years and still have you continue to fall dead in love with her again in such a short period of time. Compared to Pei Xiaohua, Ji-fan was actually more apprehensive inside. Opening a blind box is already a thrill. And when that blind box is about your happiness in the next life, the thrill is infinitely magnified. It's like an amazing gamble. If you win the bet, you'll have happiness in your next life. Losing a bet. Lost bet. Ji-fan doesn't know what to do. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and give me some advice. You can't make me lose face. Ji-fan was in a hurry, but Pei Xiaohua was not. I know you're in a hurry, but you hold off for now. Tell you what, I'll think it over tonight, and you think it over yourself. And tomorrow we'll meet and summarize it before we make a decision. Chapter 23, A Rake in the Face. Wednesday, the first day of summer vacation. Ji-fan woke up from his nap with the sun on his ass. Fumbling, I found my cell phone on the nightstand. It was early, 9:40. Today, he had made an appointment to go out with Pei Xiaohua to choose a gift, but Ji-fan estimated that Pei Xiaohua shouldn't be up yet, so he wasn't in too much of a hurry. A bouquet of flowers was already confirmed to be inside the selected gift, so Jifan was ready to pick out what to give first. The 999 red roses that pay you as a cent at the last banquet were really nice and bold. But first of all, not to mention whether or not he could hold that thing by himself, he was also afraid of scaring his pretty sister. It's better not to be too pompous when you meet for the first time. And he also told her that he was working part-time every weekend, and how these 999 red roses cost a few thousand. Exaggerating a bit. 99 should be just right, not too tiring to hold, and the price is justified. In addition to roses, Jifan also planned to send some trinkets. The only woman of his age that Jifan had come into contact with more in his life was Zhao Feifei. Jifan had given quite a few small gifts to Zhao Feifei, and being the same female, they were definitely in agreement in some ways. Jifan had returned that necklace last time, and he was going to go back and buy a new one. It needs to be the kind that's understated and luxurious yet good-looking, preferably with no visible price so that my sister won't be burdened by putting it away. Van, I'm awake, come on down. While Jifan was carefully selecting, Pei Xiaohua's message finally came. Worthy of being brothers who grew up wearing the same pants, only Jifan can make Pei Xiaohua get up earlier than 12 o'clock on a holiday. Numbly getting up, wearing clothes and washing up to go to the toilet. 5 minutes later, Jifan had appeared in the living room. Mom, I'm going out and not coming back for dinner. Sun Huiya didn't even look at Jifan more than once. It's best if he doesn't come back, so he doesn't have to be a light bulb at home every day. Jifan also knows his own mom's character. After finishing, no matter whether there is no response, people have stepped out of the door. At the door, Pei Xiaohua was already waiting. Brother Fan, I thought carefully last night. Women, like nothing more than bags jewelry flowers. Send these will be right. Yes? Jifan hesitated and then said, it just doesn't seem like Xia Lingwei to me. Xia Lingwei like or not Jifan do not know. But Jifan know. Zhanghai famous jewelry bags clothing and other high luxury stores. Each quarter will send over a lot of the quarter's newest products. Anyway, Xia Lingwei is to look at a glance to throw the room, and did not show interest in the appearance. My own brother do you want to hear what you're saying? Who is Xia Lingwei? How many women can compare to Xia Lingwei? That frost witch. She's been out of the realm of women for a long time. Okay? Thinking about it this way, what Pei Xiaohua said seemed to have a few points. It just so happened that he himself was planning to go and buy a necklace for his pretty sister. Come on, drive to Commerce Street. Since he was going to buy a necklace, it would be better to go directly to the jewelry store under the Xia group, and the fat would not flow to the outside world. 20 minutes later, Pei Xiaohua's car stopped in front of the jewelry store. As soon as he entered, Jifan froze. He saw an acquaintance he hadn't seen in days. Zhao Feifei. Today's Zhao Feifei had changed drastically from the Zhao Feifei in her impression. Although Zhao Feifei was a gold worshipper, it had to be said that this woman was still very good looking. With a dimpled body plus a net red face, she could also afford the word pleasing to the eye. Otherwise Jifan wouldn't have fallen for her in the first place. Why don't you go in? Pei Xiaohua walked behind Jifan and asked curiously when he suddenly stopped. But immediately Pei Xiaohua got a good look at the store. Zhao Feifei was dressed as a sales clerk and was standing there awkwardly. Yo, if it isn't our Miss Xiao, isn't it about marrying into the family? Didn't I say you're worlds apart from our Jifan? What's with the sales job? Zhao Feifei was set up by Qin Hao, and not only did she spend all her money, she also owed $30,000 on her credit card. Zhao Feifei's family is not rich, and she did not dare to ask her parents for the $30,000. She could only think of her own way, but that old saying goes, good things don't go unnoticed, but bad things spread 1,000 miles. But in a day or two, the whole school knew about their scandalous story, and the worship of gold was not a good idea. The little sisters who used to hold them up ran away in a flash, and you can't even find anyone if you want to borrow some money. With no choice but to come to a summer job, Zhao Feifei can only come to a summer job. The jewelry store under the Xia group was famous in the whole of Shanghai, and this kind of high luxury goods, which had a considerable commission for selling one piece, was naturally the best choice for Zhao Feifei. She's got a good look-alike image and is loose enough to easily pay off what she owes in a month if she puts in the effort and has a little more luck. Moreover, it was easy to bump into rich dudes in places like this, and if she could get herself attached to one, then her dream of marrying into a wealthy family could continue. Today is Zhao Feifei's first day of work. A morning is almost over. The guests came in 2 or 3 batches, but a buy or not, which makes her inevitably a little impatient. It just so happened that the other clerk standing in front of her went to the restroom, leaving her here alone, and she ended up running into Jifan. By Pei Xiaohua's output, Zhao Feifei, who was already in a bad mood, was completely ignited. Jifan, what are you doing here? Want to see me laugh? Let me tell you, even if I'm a clerk here today, I'll still be a VIP here someday. You, on the other hand, will have to be an ordinary person for the rest of your life, destined to only look up to me. I don't know where exactly Zhao Feifei got such a big confidence. If the upper class circle is so good to enter, then this circle will have to change its name. This clerk doesn't seem to have looked at herself clearly. Does Xia's group want everyone now? Ji-fan glanced at Zhao Feifei faintly. In a hurry, but don't hold her breath just yet. The time for that is yet to come. Although Ji-fan didn't care about her, Ji-fan wouldn't miss it when he could disgust her a bit. I didn't expect you, a bumpkin, to know that this is a jewelry store under the Xia group. Then how dare you come in? Get the hell out of here. Don't sully the place with your poor aura and disturb the other customers. Ji-fan took an exaggeratedly large left and right glance at the empty store, then looked at Zhao Feifei suspiciously. Another customer? Are you blind? If you're blind, go to the doctor. Why are you on the side job? So much commotion in the front that it drew the store manager out of the store. The store manager was a woman, in her late 30s, sensual and elegant. When she saw her appear, Zhao Feifei immediately backtracked. Store manager, this is the guy who's been causing trouble here. He's my classmate. I know him. Every day he works part-time on weekends to earn some living expenses, and now he's bumping into us. Quickly call security to get rid of him. Chapter 24, Single Dogs Like You. Don't understand. Backwards things Ji-fan has seen, but not seen such a stupid backwards rake. Doesn't she ask what she's really here for before she slanders? Sister Zhou, the store is so short of people now? Why are all the guys recruiting? Don't think that when the time comes it's a case of attracting thieves into the house, and certain people's hands are not clean enough to give you a supervisor. Although the store manager didn't know Ji-fan's identity, Ji-fan had come here to work part-time not once or twice, and she was more than familiar with Ji-fan. This kid is a hard worker, willing to do as much as he can, and has a good nature, so how could he possibly come to the store and cause trouble? Rather, it was this woman who had none of the most basic qualities of the service industry, and such a person staying in the store would only tarnish the store's reputation. Didn't even need to pull the surveillance, she knew what to do with it. You don't slander people, do you? You can call the surveillance if you say so. Don't think you can talk nonsense just because you know the store manager. I remember. You were handing out flyers here, weren't you? You're in on it together. Ji-fan didn't even bother to listen to her nagging, and Sister Zhou even directly beckoned for the security guards to kick Zhao Feifei out. With the recent summer holidays and the thought of recruiting some summer jobs to save costs, it's inevitable that the quality will be a little off the mark. After all, not everyone can be as good as little Fan, so we can only take our chances. By the way, what's Fan doing here today? Didn't get the message that you're coming to work part-time? In the past, Ji-fan came over here to work part-time or the headquarters side directly to the arrangement. At that time she also thought, Ji-fan could be which young master was thrown over to practice, but which practice is to send 2 years of flyers. And then she did not speculate on it. Maybe the kid just got an acquaintance to set him up with a part-time job. I wanted to buy a necklace for my girlfriend and thought I'd come here to buy it. So it's kind of fat. It's my first time to choose, and I don't know much about this area. How about Sister Zhou giving me a recommendation? Ji-fan didn't lie. It was indeed a girlfriend. Just one he hadn't met. It was indeed the first time he had picked it. The one he had bought last time was the one he had looked at when he accompanied Zhao Feifei while shopping. It wasn't the one Ji-fan had picked. A necklace? Could be. Sister Zhou was always very gentle when she spoke, with a spring-like smile on her face, and her eyes brightly sparkling with intelligence, describing the word intellectual very thoroughly. Over here are the new necklaces that we especially put on during the summer vacation. This row of styles is very good for young girls to wear, and the prices are all around 10,000. What Sister Zhou knew about Ji-fan's situation didn't seem like he was particularly rich, but since he had decided to buy from the family store, he must have known the store's prices. Over 10,000 was already the cheapest in a place like this, and it was still the lowest price that she had used the store manager's prerogative to give Ji-fan. Sister Zhou, is there any of those? Not particularly expensive looking but delicate necklaces? The first time to see a beautiful sister. Ji-fan does not want to send the other party, dare not accept. Over 10,000 is not even called something on Shakeology, but in reality, it's 2 months of an average person's salary. You don't say. Sister Zhou smiled and skillfully took out a necklace from the counter. Look at this, a double-sided 4-leaf clover necklace. The 4-leaf clover is also known as the lucky grass, symbolizing that it was my good fortune to meet you. The workmanship is streamlined and suitable for young women to wear, and a whole lot of tens and hundreds of dollars on a certain treasure the general public cannot see. A high luxury store is a high luxury store, and what looks exactly the same on one of the stores is only a couple dozen dollars. Here it's tens of thousands. There's definitely a difference in the materials and workmanship of the stuff though. Ji-fan didn't understand it, but it didn't matter. It was his own store anyway. Okay, this is it. Please trouble Sister Zhou to wrap it up for me. Ji-fan took out his bank card. or he had to thank Qin Hao. If not for the $300,000 compensated by Qin Hao, this necklace would have to swipe the black card given by his sister again. That thing is a secondary card to my sister's black card, and when I pull it out, I guess the store won't dare to charge me. Sister Joe knew that Ji-fan was going to send it to his girlfriend, so she specially got him a very delicate package, pink in pink, and it looked like the style that girls like. Thank you, Sister Joe, then I'll leave first. The purchase went well, except for meeting someone who defiled her eyes, but it was a good thing that another life was cut short. Ji-fan wasn't a saintly mother, and after being abandoned and cuckolded, she didn't bother with her because she didn't deserve it, but Ji-fan didn't mind stomping on her when she was in the flow. Let's go to lunch and then go to the florist and order a bouquet of flowers. Get this big thing out of the way today, and you can lay back in peace for the next few days. I had just sat down at the restaurant when a message from my pretty sister arrived just in time. Baby, are you home on vacation? It's Wednesday, and pretty sister should just be getting off work. Ji-fan looked at the boiled rice that had just been served and hastily took a picture and sent it over. He accidentally saw it yesterday when he was Baidu gift. Sharing desire is the best way to show love. The boiled rice looks so good. I'll eat it in the company cafeteria. I'll bring you along for dinner next time. Ji-fan thought inwardly. It seems that the beautiful sister's life is not as rich as she thought. Eating the company cafeteria every day. Most corporate cafeterias aren't great. After all, not every business is Xia. After Xia's group was taken over by Xia Lingwei, although the intensity of the work came up, the welfare benefits in all aspects also followed. Ji-fan had gone to the Xia group's cafeteria to eat once, which was much better than the school cafeteria. Yeah, well, I'll just wait for the baby to take me with him. Sure enough, Baidu is the savior of straight men. Looking at the message sent by the pretty sister, Ji-fan cannot help but appear an arc at the corner of his mouth. What are you doing, Qi? Pei Xiaohua on the opposite side looked at Ji-fan in a daze. Just now he was fine. How did he suddenly act like a fool? Don't talk, eat yours. Single dogs like you don't understand. Xia's group president's office. Su Jiro was deliciously eating the special meal delivered by the cafeteria. When she turned her head, she saw Xia Lingwei's love brain on her head look and shook her head helplessly. My presidential sister. It's time to eat. There's a meeting at 1 o'clock later. Xia Lingwei reluctantly put down her cell phone. She wanted to take a dinner photo for the baby as well. But this scene, this lunchbox, is too easy to expose. Xia Lingwei was afraid that her identity would scare her brother. Let's wait until we meet and then we'll have a showdown with him. Sister President, don't think about it. You'd better think about the meeting later. Su Jiro couldn't stand to watch anymore and ran over to personally urge Xia Lingwei to eat. Don't talk, eat yours. Single dogs like you don't understand. Chapter 25 A different Ji-fan and Xia Lingwei. Saturday, 9 o'clock in the morning. Qi, I've brought the flowers and gifts. They're in the car. Are you sure you don't want to bring me? On the phone, Pei Xiaohua was still begging bitterly in an attempt to be able to meet Ji-fan's online sister for the first time. But Ji-fan's attitude was firm. Don't even think about it. Just stay home and wait for my news. Pei Xiaohua sighed helplessly. He had purposely set 4 or 5 alarm clocks to get up this early, but Ji-fan simply didn't bring himself to play. But as his best brother, Pei Xiaohua could only continue to exhort. Got the dating process all memorized, right? Normal exchanges for lunch, a movie and shopping in the afternoon, and I've already made reservations for you for the candlelight dinner in the evening. Remember to make sure you don't drink too much at night. Drinking in moderation can promote blood circulation, and your brother can't help you if you drink too much. Ji-fan frowned. Why did this last sentence sound strange? Come on, don't talk so much. I'll go or you'll go. The whole thing is more on your mind than mine. Ji-fan was already nervous, and by Pei Xiaohua saying this, he was now even more nervous. Well, you're on your own. I hope your online sister is a stunning beauty and you can get rid of your beginner status tonight. According to Pei Xiaohua's speculation, Ji-fan, this online sister not only waited so many years for him, but now the attack is so fierce. Ji-fan is still handsome. Tonight, as long as Ji-fan does not excuse himself, it is estimated that this will be a success. Ji-fan couldn't be bothered to think so much right now. He had been fiddling with the mirror for more than 20 minutes. This was probably the only time in his life that he cared so much about his looks, just to give his pretty sister a good impression. For this reason, he had worn the white shirt he had bought 2 days ago, just to show that he was a bit more mature so that he could set off his sister's youth. At 10 o'clock, Ji-fan finally pushed open the door to his room. His appointment with his pretty sister was at 11 o'clock, and the house was only a 20-minute drive or so from where they had agreed, which was plenty. When he went downstairs, Ji-fan met Xia Lingwei, which made him a little curious. Come to the Xia family for 3 years. This is still the first time Ji-fan met Xia Lingwei at home at this time of 10 a.m. Is the company okay today? Although he was puzzled, Ji-fan didn't ask. Laying down a president of the Xia group, She was perfectly capable of getting up at 10 o'clock every day if she wanted to. It's just that with Xia Lingwei, a character who does everything herself and strives for perfection, it's probably hard to get her to let go. Moreover, today's Xia Lingwei was obviously a bit different from usual. No longer the eternal professional suit. Today's Xia Lingwei was actually wearing a long pink dress. It was said that a little princess lived inside every woman, and now it seemed that even a strong woman like Xia Lingwei could not be exempted. Ji-fan tried very hard to manage his facial expression, but inwardly, he kept guessing what Xia Lingwei was going to do today. By the way, she has a boyfriend. Is she there to meet her boyfriend? Ji-fan's eyes lit up. If he didn't have an appointment today, that high and low would have to follow to explore the bottom, to see what kind of god was actually so unafraid to take in Xia Lingwei. Let's have a 3-minute moment of silence for your future brother-in-law first. With Xia Lingwei's strength, it's probably hard for it to be Xia Lingwei marrying over. The probability is that the other party is marrying in. Good morning, sister. Ji-fan took the initiative to speak. Xia Lingwei seemed as if she had only just seen Ji-fan and was startled by his greeting. Her face flashed with a hint of shyness for a split second, but it was quickly replaced by a clear coldness that made Ji-fan, who had been staring at her, feel like he should have been mistaken. Aha! Xia Lingwei nodded faintly, counting it as a greeting. It was probably because she had never shown her girlish side in front of Ji-fan, so the current Xia Lingwei was actually a bit flustered inside. Sister is very pretty dressed like this, and I don't know which dog man she's going to be cheap for in the future. This time Ji-fan could see clearly that Xia Lingwei's face was fleshy and red, but after all, Xia Lingwei is a person who has experienced great storms. Controlling her emotions is her best place, or else Xia's group would not be able to let her talk down so easily with so many big orders. Coughing lightly twice, Xia Lingwei looked at Ji-fan in front of her. It had been more than 3 years since they had gotten along, but she hadn't really gotten to know Ji-fan too well. All these years her focus had been on the group, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to lead Xia's group to the top of Jianhai in such a short period of time. But what she doesn't dare to understand is that when Ji-fan first came here, every time she sees him, she remembers her dead cyber brother. Luckily, though, the brother didn't die and they were able to continue to love each other. Is brother going out? Xia Lingwei shot a glance at Ji-fan. Today's Ji-fan was also a bit different from usual, dressed less casually and looking a little more grown up. That brother, who was just a teenager when he came through the door, is now almost 22 and a real man. Well, I've got a date to go out with a classmate. Ji-fan lied. Ji-fan was actually very bad at lying, and if he observed a little more carefully, he would realize that his tone when he lied would obviously be a lot weaker, as if he had no bottom. But right now, Xia Lingwei was also thinking about herself, so she didn't even pay that much attention. Okay, just don't play all that nonsense. With a word of caution, they both descended the stairs at the same time. Xia Jian and Sun Huiya both didn't know where they went to play again. Anyway, they weren't at home, and only the two of them, Zhang Ma and Auntie Wang, were in the living room. When they saw Ji-fan and Xia Lingwei coming downstairs, they both stood up at the same time. Missy, young master, would you like some breakfast? Both shook their heads at the same time. Zhang Ma and Auntie Wang had long since gotten used to this family of theirs and were used to the two of them shaking their heads. By the way, I won't be back for lunch or dinner. Xia Lingwei didn't need to report. She had rarely eaten at home and usually settled at the company. But Ji-fan was now on summer vacation, so if he didn't come back for dinner, he definitely had to report it, lest his family worry. When the two of them left the door, the two of them, Zhang Ma and Auntie Wang, whispered, Missy is still so beautiful, it's just that she rarely wears these clothes these days. The young master was also born very handsome. It's rare to see him dressed up once in a while. Doorway. Where to? I'll give you a ride. Xia Lingwei took the initiative to speak. Sister, go and get busy first. I'll wait for Pei Xiaohua to pick me up. Pei Xiaohua wouldn't come to pick himself up today, but Ji-fan even more didn't want Xia Lingwei to know that he was going to meet his online friends today. With Xia Lingwei's character, knowing that her online love must not tell her mother, when the time comes, it is not guaranteed to be another meal of raging motherly love, which can easily make Ji-fan gasp for breath. I'll go first, then. Xia Lingwei did not insist. Ji-fan and Pei Xiaohua, these two daily inseparable, and do not need to suspect. Watching Xia Lingwei drive away, Ji-fan breathed a sigh of relief before taking out his cell phone and tapping on the taxi software. He also had to go to Pei Xiaohua's car to take down the flowers and gifts before the called car came. Chapter 26. What if the object of Ben is his sister? I'm waiting for you, it's urgent. 10 minutes later, Ji-fan called. The car came late, but fortunately it will not delay his meeting with the beautiful sister. Everything is still in time. So far, everything had gone well today, and Ji-fan was sure that today's meeting would go well as well. He had vaguely begun to look forward to it, and even the nervousness he had been feeling had dissipated quite a bit. Ding dong, the penguin beep sounded. Ji-fan now logged in on his cell phone had been his own trumpet, and there was only one friend on top of the trumpet, the pretty sister. So the message must have come from her. Baby, I'm almost there and I'm a little nervous. It seemed that it wasn't just himself who was nervous, which put Ji-fan at ease again. Don't worry sister. I'm here. Don't be nervous. As a man, this is the time to step up and give women enough security. That's what Baidu says anyway. Oh baby, what if you don't like me if I don't look good? Baby, I'm so scared. I don't want to lose you again. Ji-fan took a deep breath. He was also nervous right now, but he still had to keep sending messages to comfort his pretty sister. Baby, I'm already here. I'm standing on the side of the road, wearing a pink dress, and I'm alone here. Pink dress? The figure of Xia Lingwei today suddenly flashed through Ji-fan's mind, but it was immediately thrown to the back of Ji-fan's mind. What a good reason to think of her. Even if Xia Lingwei wore all pink, she couldn't hide the fact that she was a frost witch. How could such a person be his beautiful sister? Just that sticky and fleshy message every day was enough for Ji-fan to rule out Xia Lingwei 10,000 times. Sister, be good and wait for me where you are. Glancing at the distance, he was probably about 10 minutes away from meeting the other man. Since the pretty sister had arrived first, did that mean she could get an early glimpse of her real face? Old key, have you seen it? Quickly take a picture for me to see. Pei Xiaohua's message came in time, or he himself first pretended that he didn't arrive in the car, and then secretly took a few pictures, or to satisfy Pei Xiaohua. Well, at least Pei Xiaohua had done a lot of preparation for this face-to-face for himself. Not yet. I'm warning you, Pei Xiaohua, you better disappear from my world later. Everything will wait for me to finish before contacting you. Understand? Having a daughter-in-law and forgetting her father, Pei Xiaohua was heartbroken. At least the two are childhood sweethearts. Too small, and now is a door-to-door. I did not expect Ji-fan, this man actually so desperate. Spitting after spitting, Pei Xiaohua still typed an OK gesture picture at light speed and then directly closed his cell phone. Today, Pei Xiaohua is ready to go to the canyon alone to fight and forget about Ji-fan, the dogman first. The cab was quite fast, originally expected to take over 20 minutes, but now it was a full 5 minutes early. It should be that intersection up ahead on the right. Just drop me off at the intersection location. Ji-fan took a deep breath, and the mood that had calmed down before became tense once again. Opening the blind box is at the final step, and you'll know the result soon. So can you not be nervous? The cab stopped at the curb, and from this position, Ji-fan could not see the place where they had agreed, and naturally, he could not see the real face of the pretty sister. But all he had to do was take a few more steps forward and the mystery would be revealed. Ji-fan didn't walk over directly. He kept turning back and forth in the same spot, his heart about to jump out of his chest with nervousness. The penguin alert beeped and it was from pretty sister. Baby, how long until you get here? I can't wait to see you. Seeing this, Ji-fan suddenly stopped being nervous. The two of them had been together for so long. The pretty sister had been active and delicate, bold and cautious. Ji-fan was the one who had been favored. He shouldn't have been nervous. Having made up his mind, Ji-fan didn't reply to the message, since he could see it in a few steps anyway. Ji-fan boldly walked forward, and the moment he stepped through the intersection, the happiest smile of his life appeared on his face before he inclined his head. A familiar figure came into view. Pink dress? Xia Lingwei? Pretty sister? Ji-fan's first reaction was to run, but he stopped dead in his tracks. Maybe it was just a coincidence? Kiffin thought for a moment, and rejoined the cab. Why are you back again? The master, who had not yet left, asked curiously when he saw the door suddenly opened. Master, this window of yours, can you see in from the outside? Although the master didn't understand why he asked, he still answered honestly. I've put on a peep-proof film, so I definitely can't see it. Now Ji-fan was relieved, and he suddenly pulled out $100 from his pocket. Master, you turn right at the intersection ahead, about 20 meters, and there's a woman in a pink dress. When you get to that spot you slow down a little, but don't stop. $100, that's all. The master naturally agreed with a full heart. There's money to be made and no money to be made. Watch this, I'll drive a little slower later. This master is still weirdly sweet. It's Saturday, and as it nears the 11 o'clock hour, there are already more cars on the road. The cab with its empty lights completed a right turn at the intersection. Ji-fan finally saw the other party up close. Xia Lingwei was holding a cell phone in one hand and a small bag in the other, presumably a prepared gift. The pink dress on her body was too cute, and today she was like a little princess who came out of a fairy tale, standing there with a shy and expectant face at this moment, making Ji-fan wonder if Xia Lingwei had been taken over. But Ji-fan knew that she really hadn't been taken over, if she really was the pretty sister. But, pretty sister and Xia Lingwei, this is actually one person at the very least. One is passionate, clingy, and loves to be pampered. One cold, unfeeling, and murderous. How in the world did such very different personalities blend perfectly inside one body? Jifan's eyes widened as he attempted to find a second woman in a pink dress in Xia Lingwei's neighborhood, but ultimately disappointed Jifan. He didn't find it. The cab slowly drove past in front of Xia Lingwei, and in this instant, Xia Lingwei suddenly raised her head as if she sensed something. The two of them looked at each other through the car window, and even though they had been living under the same roof for 3 years, this look up from Xia Lingwei still stunned Jifan. Amazing finish is a cold sweat. Discovered? No, can't panic. She can't see me. Glancing down at his cell phone, the last message was still from a few minutes ago, but now, Jifan didn't dare to reply. What should I do if the object of my online relationship is my sister? Online waiting. Really quite urgent. Chapter 27 Because, she's Xia Lingwei. Baby, why aren't you here yet? Are you stuck in traffic? Don't worry baby, I'll be waiting for you. The cell phone suddenly rang, startling Jifan. Master, stop at an internet cafe up ahead. Jifan desperately needed to calm down now, but it didn't seem like a solution to keep making Xia Lingwei wait. It's just that, why is it her? Jifan had guessed many things before coming here, but never thought about this current answer. The impression of Xia Lingwei is that she is unsmiling, cold-faced and frosty, a domineering president and a business queen. How could Jifan dare to think that the slimy love brain that called himself baby every day on the opposite side of his screen would be Xia Lingwei? Cool novels don't even dare to write like this, and brainless skits don't even dare to act like this. The cab stopped and Jifan glanced at the 99 roses in his hand and his heart went cold. This is the first time I've ever sent flowers myself, and I ended up in the middle of the road. After 2 years of talking to Fei Zhao, neither of the two Jifans have ever sent flowers, and Fei Zhao never seems to have mentioned flowers either. After all, the things she mentioned were in the thousands, and things like flowers, which were impractical and had a short shelf life, were never on her radar. Glancing at the flowers in his hands, which took up some space, Jifan finally didn't feel like throwing them away directly. Holding the flowers and entering the internet cafe, under the surprised gaze of the webmaster, Jifan opened a card seat. What to do? Sitting on the sofa of the card table, Jifan's eyes stayed glued to the screen of his cell phone. I wouldn't dare to meet, would I? Jifan didn't know where the hell his brain had jerked off. 3 years ago he had chosen to die and escape, and 3 years later he was treading the same path. And so, he squeezed his throat to sound a little more miserable, a little more painful. Then a voice was sent. I had a car accident. Gasps. I'm sorry baby. Cries. I can't come to the appointment. Probably afraid that one sentence wasn't enough, Jifan sent a second one in a row. Baby, I'll always love you. After saying that, Jifan switched accounts at light speed. He swore that he would never log on to his trumpet again. This matter had to be rotted in his stomach and taken to the grave. Asterisk. I must be crazy. Jifan cursed himself angrily, then opened League of Legends. Consider it a dream, and from now on, put this dream behind you. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Jifan didn't know how in the world he had gotten through these hours. He hadn't eaten a single bite of anything since the morning, but he wasn't the slightest bit hungry. The phone suddenly rang and Jifan was startled. Any hint of wind now would easily make Jifan suspicious. The caller ID was Pei Xiaohua. Jifan frowned. Didn't he say he wouldn't let him bother him today? After thinking about it, Jifan still picked up the phone. Gee, what's wrong with you? I see how you game online. Aren't you on a date? Jifan looked at the computer screen in front of him, and it turned out that the game had exposed him. Just now, he was distracted and didn't realize that Pei Xiaohua had already sent himself 7 or 8 messages in the game. Ugh, don't mention it. Jifan sighed. What's wrong? Ugly? This was the only reason Pei Xiaohua could think of. If only it were as simple as ugly. Forget it, let's meet and talk. I'm at the internet cafe. You pick me up. After hanging up, Jifan sent Pei Xiaohua a location. Pei Xiaohua came very quickly, and in 10 minutes time he had already rushed into the card table. What happened? The flowers didn't get delivered either. She stood you up? I stood her up. The internet cafe was crowded, and Jifan didn't want to say much. Come on, let's find a place to have a drink and I'll talk to you. Pei Xiaohua could see that Jifan was not in a very good mood right now and did not ask too many questions, taking the initiative to help him hold the flowers. Half an hour later, the car pulled up in front of a tavern. Great name, no time for pie in the sky. Wait. Before entering the door, Jifan suddenly pulled Pei Xiaohua back and opened his mouth to ask, this isn't the Xia family's property, is it? Pei Xiaohua froze for a moment before he shook his head. Don't worry, your sister doesn't see this kind of small industry. Thinking about it, how could a woman with a big pattern like Xia Lingwei care about this small profit? Emotions shouldn't be a stumbling block for her. She should just stand at the top and shine for the entire business of Jianhai City. Sighing again, Pei Xiaohua had a stomach full of questions but didn't know where to start. After knowing Jifan for more than 10 years, it was the first time I had seen him so frustrated. and I didn't know what he had gone through today. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, there weren't many customers in the tavern, and the two of them found an out-of-the-way seat by the window and sat down. Brother, I know you have a lot to ask, but don't ask yet. Drink first. Jifan seldom drank alcohol on weekdays, and with this scene today, he should have been hurt very deeply, right? As a brother himself, he naturally had to keep him company. In the blink of an eye it was 3 drinks down, the wine was drunk and the conversation opened up. Jifan gave Pei Xiaohua's shoulder a hard slap and took the initiative to speak. Pei puppy do you know how good looking my internet date is? Pei Yueza is Pei big dog. Pei Xiaohua is naturally Pei little dog. Shay, if you were really pretty, would you still look like this? It can't be that the other person resents you, can it? Saying this, Pei Xiaohua really thought it was possible. Otherwise why did his brother look like this? Obviously broken-hearted. Jifan was not the kind of man who was particularly handsome at a glance, but at a glance he looked comfortable. And the more he looked, the more handsome he became. Today's Jifan also deliberately dressed up, less casual and more stunning. A man like that would still be disliked? Is that woman blind? I won't lie to you. The entire Jianghai city can't find a woman who is better looking than her. This time Pei Xiaohua was really disbelieving. So what do you say? Does Xia Lingwei look good or does she look good? Xia Lingwei is the best looking woman Pei Xiaohua has ever seen in his life. And it would be even better if she didn't have a dead face every day plus a set of serious professional clothes. But even so, it couldn't hide Xia Lingwei's beauty. Can't imagine how beautiful she would look with a smile on her face and a different style of dress. Can Jifan, the online love interest, still be better looking than Xia Lingwei? Kifan paused for a moment. She's even more beautiful than Xia Lingwei. I don't believe it. You're drunk. Pei Xiaohua volume are unconsciously raised a few octaves, attracting the few guests around to watch. Pei Xiaohua hurriedly lowered his voice. Any pictures? Seeing is believing. Jifan gave him a blank look before he slowly opened his mouth. Because, she's Xia Lingwei who's wearing a pink dress and still has a sweet smile on her face. Hiss. Pei Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cool air. This kind of scene, which could only appear in dreams, was seen by Jifan? And so on. What did he just say? His online love interest is Xia Lingwei? That clingy spirit plus love brain. The pretty sister who has been waiting for him for 3 years. Is Xia Lingwei? Chapter 28. What? He's dead again? Xia's group. Sujiro had known Xia Lingwei since her freshman year. The two were roommates, and then became best girlfriends. And by now, the two had spent 6 years together, and it would soon be the 7th year. But Sujiro had never seen this look of Xia Lingwei. Even in her junior year, Xia Lingwei was not as scary as she was now. Lingwei, why did you come to the company? You are not. Today, the clothes on Xia Lingwei's body had been changed. No longer the cute pink dress, a competent work attire, coupled with that 10,000-year-old chilled face. Anyone who saw it would have to shake 3 times. Now, immediately, right away, check for me all the car accidents that happened in the entire Jianghai city this morning. Xia Lingwei couldn't believe that she had waited so hard for more than 3 years for her baby to finally come back, only to have it leave her forever now. What happened? Sujiro subconsciously asked, but seeing Xia Lingwei's reddened eyes, she finally closed her mouth and then started to call. With the strength of Xia's group, checking these data is not a big problem. It just takes a little time. After all, Jianghai is so big, there can be too many car accidents in one morning. But why did Xia Lingwei want to check this? Watching Sujiro finish her phone call, Xia Lingwei's expression changed slightly. The essence in her entire body seemed to have suddenly drained away. Disheveled and glanced at Sujiro, and softly said, "Zero, you go out first, I want to be alone." Sujiro nodded and exited the office, and even smoothly brought the door to her. When Sujiro left, Xia Lingwei couldn't hold on any longer. She sat on her butt on the sofa in the office, her eyes red, feeling like tears were going to flow out in the next second. She held her own phone, staring blankly at the dialogue box, her trembling hand eventually tapping the voice. "I had a car accident." Gasps. "I'm sorry baby." Cries. "I can't come to the appointment. Baby, I'll always love you." Listening to it, Xia Lingwei cried. "It hurts. It really hurts. The baby is dying thinking of me, and the baby is too good for himself. The baby was saying he loved me at the last second, but I wasn't there for him. Baby must have been so hard at that time, right? Baby, you don't want to die. I want you to be okay." The brain circuits of the love brain are generally incomprehensible to normal people. Hugging her cell phone and crying in her office, she began to hate herself for meeting with the baby today. If it wasn't for myself, the baby wouldn't have been in a car accident, would he? If it wasn't about there, the baby wouldn't have died, would it? I blame myself. I killed the baby. The more she thought about it, the harder it became, and Xia Lingwei ended up crying out. Sujiro didn't leave the office directly after she left the office. she just kept standing in front of the office. She feels that Xia Lingwei's state is very wrong now, and she doesn't know what happened today. She is afraid that she can't think of a. After waiting outside for half a day, the more Su Jiro waited, the more flustered she became. There was no movement at all in the office, which made Su Jiro a little scared. After hesitating for a long time, Su Jiro decided to go in and take a look. As far as the relationship between her two sisters was concerned, Xia Lingwei wouldn't be so bad as to cut herself, would she? Pushing open the door, Su Jiro was shocked by the scene in front of her. Xia Lingwei was still holding her cell phone. Both of her eyes had been blurred by tears long ago, and her person was not on the sofa anymore, but underneath it. She leaned her upper body against the couch, her long legs twisted on the floor, and wondered if this position would be difficult. The pearly blossoms are so beautiful to see. The strong sense of brokenness caused Su Jiro to follow with a burst of heartbreak. Hurriedly jogging over, Su Jiro forcefully picked up Xia Lingwei on the ground, her hands gently cupping her face. Vivi, what's wrong with you? Wei, don't be like this. If there's anything you tell me, we'll figure it out together. Su Jiro witnessed the bottom of Xia's group. Then Xia's group has long been in name only. The surface is still a big enterprise, but in fact all empty shelves. That was also when Xia Lingwei carried the banner of the Xia group. At that time, Xia Lingwei was only 21 years old, and beside her, there was only one Su Jiro that she could completely trust. Two little girls. To hold up a huge Xia group in this mixed business world, the difficulty can be imagined. But even at that time, Su Jiro had never seen this look of Xia Lingwei. What the hell happened? Making a businesswoman into what she is now. Zero. It's useless. It's all useless. He's dead. He died in a car accident. I'm the one who did this to him. I'm the one to blame. As if she had finally found something to rely on, Xia Lingwei flung herself into Su Jiro's arms and spoke intermittently with words that Su Jiro could not understand. Su Jiro gently patted Xia Lingwei's back with her hand, her tone unprecedentedly gentle. It's okay, good girl. Don't cry. Just tell me what's going on. But now Xia Lingwei was only sobbing, and it was already a bit difficult for her to say a complete paragraph. Su Jiro's gaze went down and rested on Xia Lingwei's cell phone. The phone's screen was still lit up, and I could tell it was a penguin dialogue box. After thinking about it, Su Jiro reached out and took Xia Lingwei's cell phone. In addition to Xia Lingwei's slightly crazy message, the other party's last two messages were voice. It seems that the problem is with these two voices. Su Jiro gently tapped on it. I had a car accident. Gasps. I'm sorry baby. Cries. I can't. Come to the appointment. Baby, I'll always love you. Su Jiro's pupils dilated. Her first reaction was that it was a bit unbelievable. What? Him? Dead again? No, why would one use again? Su Jiro wanted to listen to the voice again. She always felt that something was wrong, but she was stopped by Xia Lingwei. Don't let go. Please, don't let go. Su Jiro sighed and could only stop there. Don't worry. I'll look into it. In 3 days at the most, I'll find out all the car accidents that happened in the entire Jianghai this morning for you. A car accident causing death? That should be better to check. 3 days is enough time. As for that which is not right, it is not too good to tell Xia Lingwei in this state now. It is better to wait until you find out before telling her. And, previously, Xia Lingwei had asked herself to check the other party's game IP, but since the other party was alive again, the matter was dropped. Now it looks like it will have to go on again. Game IP may not be easy to check, but Penguin IP is much easier to check. However, the cell phone was in Xia Lingwei's hands, and this matter would be discussed when she slowed down, and it was not appropriate to stimulate her now. Chapter 29, Mom, lighten up. No, dude, is it true that your online love interest is Xia Lingwei? Jifan nodded with a bitter smile. See, Pei Xiaohua can't believe it. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I never would have believed it myself. Old G, don't worry, I understand you. To be honest, if it were me, seeing that my online love run present object is Xia Lingwei, I guess I would also turn my head and run. Obviously a little life is a little more important than love. But, old G, you're a bit too ruthless, aren't you? Another death. Speaking of which, Jifan himself was distressed, but it seems to be the only way to do it once and for all. Otherwise, with the other party's pestering character, coupled with her means of access to the sky in Jianghai City, she will be dug out sooner or later if she doesn't die. At that point, one might actually have to die a little. One thing I need to confirm. Do you love Xia Lingwei? Love my ass. That's my sister. My own sister. A sister on the account. Jifan was startled by Pei Xiaohua's bold question and answered reflexively. Kissing sister your ass. Half-sister. I guess. You're not related by blood. The law doesn't even prohibit you from getting married. And you're reading up your ass every day? They were originally law students, and naturally marriage law was one of them. Consanguineous marriages generally refer to marriages between close relatives that are prohibited by law. i.e., marriages between blood relatives in the direct line or collateral blood relatives within 3 generations. Ji-fan and Xia Lingwei obviously do not belong to the above situation. Naturally they can get married normally, but she's Xia Lingwei. Of course, Ji-fan knew that a normal marriage was possible between himself and Xia Lingwei, but this was Xia Lingwei. How could he dare to think about it? Not to mention Xia Lingwei, even her mother probably couldn't pass that hurdle, right? His own mother Sun Huiya and Xia Lingwei's relationship is extremely good. When Sun Huiya just married over, Xia Lingwei was supporting the Xia group alone. Sun Huiya would personally make soup for her almost every night and talk to her all night long. They say they're 2 mothers and daughters, but they're really just like 2 sisters. It was only after Xia's group got better that Sun Huiya followed Uncle Xia and started traveling around the world on his honeymoon, and the contact between the 2 parties slowly decreased. Sun Huiya always said sometimes in casual conversation that she didn't know which pig Xia Lingwei's good cabbage ended up being cheap. That's right, in Sun Huiya's eyes, no man in this world is worthy of Xia Lingwei. They are all pigs. As for herself, the mother-son relationship was already in jeopardy, and this would be a mother-son no-go if she was told she was the pig. Ugh. Before, it was only Ji-fan who sighed alone, but now it had become 2 people who sighed. What to do? You still have to go to work at Xia's group next week, and you'll be looking up and down with your sister every day, and you might even have to commute to and from work together every day. You're not vain? Pei Xiaohua brought himself into it for a moment, but he quickly stopped this idea of death and could only look at his brother with pity. It's vain, but wouldn't it be more vain if we didn't go? Ji-fan didn't want to, but he couldn't suddenly say he didn't want to go, could he? Wouldn't that clearly tell the other party that he had a ghost in his heart? With Xia Lingwei's intelligence, as long as she didn't use her relationship brain, her brain was top-notch, and she could definitely see that something was wrong with her easily. Whatever, I'm not going home tonight. I'm going to stay at your place for the night. When you call my mom later you'll say that I got drunk with my classmates and she won't care. Ji-fan didn't want to run into Xia Lingwei at this time. Really not going back? Don't you want to see what's going on with your sister now? But you've left her behind once again. Ji-fan was silent. It would certainly be a lie to say that I'm not worried. Regardless of whether the other party was Xia Lingwei or her own online pretty sister, both identities were worth caring about. Seeing Ji-fan's silence, Pei Xiaohua already knew the outcome and took the initiative to take Ji-fan's wine glass. Don't drink. This is just right now. Go back tonight. Just right? Ji-fan looked at Pei Xiaohua suspiciously. You don't know that, do you? There's a saying that a man is 3 times drunk and acts like you're in tears. You're at your best right now, and then you can go back and play your heart out and make sure that no one in your family can see the problem. Ji-fan thought carefully for a moment and felt that what Pei Xiaohua said made sense. Sooner or later, he would have to face it himself, and he was curious to know what was going on with Xia Lingwei now. If you're such a grown-up, you shouldn't be looking for death for a nebulous relationship, right? A platonic relationship shouldn't have such a big aftermath, right? With a few moments of uncertainty, Ji-fan was still sent home by Pei Xiaohua. The flowers are for you. It's the first time I've ever given flowers. Getting off the bus, Ji-fan waved his hand boldly. As for the necklace, it was also well stowed inside his pocket. Safekeeping will not reveal. Taking a deep breath, Ji-fan adjusted himself one last time at the door before pushing his way in. As soon as he entered the door, Ji-fan felt a heaviness pressing down on him. This atmosphere. Something's not right. Young master is back. Have you eaten? Just after entering the door, the sharp-eyed Zhang Mai immediately opened her mouth. Now, all the gazes in the entire living room gathered on Ji-fan's body. Uncle Xia and his own mother were actually there. A rare sight, but at this point, they didn't look a little too good. Ji-fan entered the door and looked around at light speed. Fortunately, Xia Lingwei was not there, which made Ji-fan subconsciously breathe a sigh of relief. Drinking? His mother's voice came coldly, and Ji-fan nodded carefully. Smells like booze. Go to your room and wash up first. By the way, keep the noise down when you go upstairs. Don't disturb your sister. Xia Lingwei is back, and right in the room? It's hard to believe that both Uncle Xia and mother already know about today's events. How else could it look like that? Ji-fan looked at his mother suspiciously, attempting to make something out of her face, but obviously, failing. Ji-fan studied law, not psychology, not getting the answer he wanted. Ji-fan could only go upstairs first. The necklace needs to be hidden for a bit and then a shower. While avoiding this stark atmosphere downstairs, just as he went up the stairs, Ji-fan heard Uncle Xia and his mother's conversation in the living room, which made him slow down his steps and listen with his ears. Old Xia, the girl looks serious this time. Is it really okay to let her digest on her own? Don't worry, she went through the motions her junior year, didn't realize that asshole faked his death that year and came back more than 3 years later. What a hopefully this time he's really dead. Ji-fan couldn't help but shiver. Mom, lighten the curse. This is your own son. Chapter 30, I don't get it? I'm the hero of the story. Ji-fan didn't listen to the latter conversation anymore. He was afraid that if he continued to listen he might have to report to Hades on the spot. For the sake of his little life, Ji-fan quickly slipped back to his room, carefully closing the door to his room and then dropping the lock. Ji-fan finally put his heart down. Hide the necklace first. This room of his own usually no one will come. Zhang Ma and Auntie Wang too came in just to clean up a bit. Will not go through their own cabinets. So Ji-fan is very relieved. Cool water washed over his body, and Ji-fan calmed down a little. It seems they don't know that the asshole is himself, and that's a lot better. Xia Lingwei locked herself in her room so that she could go to the living room after her own bath and see if she could ask something useful out of her mother. Like how they know. After all, with Xia Lingwei's character, she definitely wouldn't take the initiative to say so. After taking a shower, Ji-fan changed into a set of clothes. The white shirt from before wasn't his usual style at all. He couldn't wear it anymore. Inhaling, there was still some faint odor of alcohol, which was for the best. After making sure everything was in order, Ji-fan returned to the living room. Coming down after dinner. Dog nose huh? Sun Huya looked at her son with disgust and said, unwarranted disaster ah. Ji-fan was aggrieved inside, but did not dare to say, ma'am, Missy says she won't eat. At this time, Auntie Wang also came down from upstairs and opened her mouth. How can you not eat all the time? Your body won't be able to take it. I heard that girl Jiro say that she didn't eat anything all day today. Su Jiro. Ji-fan memorized this crucial name. It seemed that her mother knew about it all because of her. What's wrong with her sister? Ji-fan was a little weak when he asked this, but the alcohol was still in effect and kept him from showing it as much. And now that the family's focus was on Xia Lingwei, no one would pay attention to Ji-fan. Got ripped off by an asshole, but the asshole deserved it. I heard he died in a car accident. Just pray he better be dead or else. Mother's words were always so direct that Ji-fan was afraid. Is that the boyfriend she officially announced a while ago? Did they fall out? A brain that has been drinking alcohol spins just as fast, and Ji-fan continued to pursue the question. It's AF *****ing boyfriend. Just an internet friend. 3 years ago told us Vivi died of cancer and swindled a while ago. Today again said that died in a car accident. You say how he lives so hard. 3 years ago why not die completely ah? Although his mother's words were not many, Ji-fan's brain was running at high speed at this time, and he heard the problem in it at once. No wonder my sister never asked herself about deceiving her 3 years ago. She didn't even think it was a deception. She thought she was cured. So, how is she now? Ji-fan carefully continued to ask. I heard that girl Jiro say that she was crying her eyes out in the office, and she really had no choice, so she sent Wei back. Alas! Ji-fan sighed in tandem and turned his head to comfort his mother and Uncle Xia. Don't worry, my sister is so powerful, she will definitely walk out. Joking, the queen of the business world is not just a name. The district love, how can trip her feet? You know you just say it. Separated from your lover. This is the kind of pain you think anyone can walk away from easily? Ji-fan wanted to retort to his mom. How come I don't understand? I'm the leading man in this thing. How can you know better than me? Well, at least it was a platonic spiritual love. And Ji-fan was starting to get a little sad in hindsight after the initial scare. The relationship was short-lived, but it came too fierce, too passionate, and with the build-up from 3 years ago, it was nothing less than the aftermath of a full-fledged relationship. It's just that the love, sensational but tigerish. A month ago reality had just been greened by a gold-digging woman, and a month later, his own spiritual love was completely dead. This kind of pain could be even more unbearable for himself than Xia Lingwei. Thinking of this, Ji-fan was heartbroken, and in order to hide his pain, he turned his grief and anger into food, and dried 3 large bowls of rice with tears in his eyes. Mostly too. I hadn't eaten anything all day today, and I was too hungry with just a few glasses of wine in my stomach. Eat, 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 just know how to eat. Why don't you prop you up? Your sister hasn't eaten for 3 meals already, and you're good. You've eaten 3 of her meals in 1 meal. Since you care so much about your sister, go, the task of bringing her food is yours, and if she doesn't finish it, you'll stay at her door and don't come down. Ji-fan took a deep breath. Wasn't it just delivering food? He could. This matter was originally his own culprit, although he could not directly pick the identity, but Ji-fan still intends to take charge of the closing work. Can't really watch his sister from now on, right? After all, love. Carrying the rice bowl, Ji-fan arrived at the door of Xia Lingwei's room. After more than 3 years, this was the first time Ji-fan had stood in front of Xia Lingwei's door. Sis, are you okay? Uncle and mom are worried about you. Why don't you eat something first? There was no response from the room, which made Ji-fan a little uneasy. Sis, I've heard about you. People can't die. You have to move on. And he certainly doesn't want you to torture yourself like this. Ji-fan cursed himself with tears. Don't listen to me blindly, Yama. I'm just kidding. The big deal is that I'll burn some for myself on the half of July. So don't you dare come looking for me. Ka-ching! The door to the room opened and Jifan finally saw Xia Lingwei again. It was just that the current Xia Lingwei didn't have half the temperament of a business queen. The disheveled hair, the reddened eyes, the haggard face, and the slightly disheveled clothes. Is this broken beauty worthy of being Xia Lingwei? Even after this, she still couldn't get rid of the word beautiful. Thanks. Xia Lingwei reached out, took the meal from Jifan's hand, and then closed the door again. Jifan touched his head. This situation, whether she will eat or will not eat? The door closed itself and did not know. Confused, Jifan turned around and was startled by Uncle Xia and his mother who were hiding. What are you guys doing? Son, I'll leave the comforting of your sister to you. You're both young after all. Surely you can communicate better. A family cannot send in the rice. By Jifan sent in. This is the hope of the whole family. Little Fan. This matter will be hard on you. Your sister, she's like me. She's very serious about her feelings, and once she decides on someone, it's hard to turn back. You persuade her more. What could Jifan say but nodded silently? Forget it. You have to pay for your own sins personally. Chapter 31. I threw her. She threw me. After waiting at the door for a while and not waiting for Xia Lingwei to bring out the finished rice bowl, Jifan decided it was better to go back to his room first. Comforting wasn't something that could be accomplished in a sentence or two, and today she was definitely at her most heartbroken. So willingness to eat would have been great, and everything would wait until tomorrow. When he returned to his room, Jifan first remembered his lost love, and then, there was no more then. Jifan usually almost do not drink alcohol. The amount of alcohol naturally will not be much better. Today drink 3 drunk. All rely on a knife in the head to make their nerves taut. Now that the breath was loosened, Jifan fell into a stupor. When he woke up again it was already night. Jifan shook his somewhat dizzy head and opened his cell phone with difficulty. 11:40 p.m. Having slept for 4 or 5 hours this time on my own, I don't think I'll be able to sleep tonight. The last thing you want to do when you sober up is drink water. And at this point in time, plain water is the best thing in the world to drink. Sweet and savory. Jifan fumbled around the room, but unfortunately the cup was long out of water. Turning on the light, Jifan wandered out from inside the room. The room was unusually quiet, and Jifan walked barefoot on the floor, his eyes still a little misty. Down the stairs and around the corner. It was this familiar place again, and Jifan once again bumped into a familiar body. Same recipe, again. Jifan instantly came to his senses and shouted, "Sis, boo, it's me." Jifan, lying on the ground, was helpless. Was this his own retribution? The price for deceiving Xia Lingwei was actually the same place where he let himself fall again. I dumped her. He dropped me. It makes sense. The lights came on. Looking at the ground, this deja vu picture. Xia Lingwei also almost clamport to live, helping Jifan to sit on the sofa. This time Xia Lingwei skillfully found out the ointment, and then lifted up Jifan's clothes with her own hands. Sis, I'll do it myself. Last week this situation was bearable for Jifan, but today, no. When he thought that this person in front of him was the one who called his baby mushly in his cell phone every day, Jifan's whole body was messed up. These two figures, how can they not overlap each other? Don't move. Xia Lingwei was as strong as ever. Jifan didn't dare to move, obediently lying on the sofa. The last time I was dropped, it took a full week to heal, and this time I fell in the same place, and I don't know how many days I'm going to suffer. Sis, gently, it hurts. Jifan grimaced, and Xia Lingwei subconsciously eased her movements while lowering her head to blow him. This gentle action suddenly overlapped infinitely with the image of the pretty sister in his mind. Just then, the cell phone placed aside suddenly lit up. Jifan and Xia Lingwei twisted their heads at the same time. Key, what's the latest on your sister? Jifan sucked in a sharp breath, not caring about the pain behind him, and leapt to his feet, then reached out and grabbed the phone firmly in his hand. What are you doing? One cell phone message. Is that all you need? Another girlfriend? Knowing that Jifan had a girlfriend was still because of Qin Hao back then. Qin Hao's father used the name of giving the car maintenance to privately let Qin Hao drive out to pick up girls in Xia Lingwei's car. Something that Xia Lingwei definitely wants to find out. It didn't matter that this investigation revealed something about this brother of his that was not known to the family. With this look, he's still the #1 deep love in JNU, including the necklace that he had purchased with the secondary card that he had given him back then. Xia Lingwei knew all about it. Fortunately, this younger brother of his is not stupid. After seeing clearly the person of Zhao Feifei, he did not drag his feet at all, and his break was crisp and clean. Compared to him, he's a real relationship brain himself. No. Jifan shook his head like a rattle. If Xia Lingwei knew that the girlfriend she had made again was herself, she probably wouldn't be medicated. She would strangle herself alive, right? Jifan didn't dare to bet. Hiding his cell phone carefully, Ji-fan was once again held down on the sofa by Xia Lingwei, still face down. Be a good boy and lie down. It hurts a little, so bear with me. That said, why does that sound so strange? And it's even stranger when it's a woman saying it to herself. I don't know if it was because Xia Lingwei was in bad shape today or because Ji-fan had experience. But this time Ji-fan's injuries weren't as serious as the last time. After Xia Lingwei rubbed the medicine, the pain had decreased quite a bit. Sis, why aren't you resting this late? After applying the medicine, Xia Lingwei did not rush back to her room. Ji-fan received a glass of water and then thought about it and sat back on the sofa and asked curiously. Xia Lingwei glanced at him and just shook her head without saying anything. I heard about you, sis. My condolences, sis. Ji-fan sadly patted Xia Lingwei's arm, painfully empathetic. It hurts too much, not just in the ass, but in the heart. Even if love dies, you still have to curse your own martyrdom every day. Family members, who can understand this feeling? No, he's definitely not dead. It's just a car accident. Maybe it's been resuscitated? Just like 3 years ago. Didn't he survive his cancer? Looking at the agitated Xia Lingwei, a few points couldn't help but curse themselves inwardly. Ji-fan, Ji-fan, you're so damn not a person. Actually deceiving your sister who trusts you so much. You must go to hell when you die. Sis, hasn't it ever occurred to you that he could be lying to you? Since the obsession was so deep, Ji-fan could only find another way. If you make yourself out to be bad enough, your sister shouldn't like you, right? No way. Surely my baby wouldn't lie to me. The first time he heard the audio version of the baby, and it was said to his face, Ji-fan almost surrendered his gun and was ready to tell her the truth. Being called a baby by Xia Lingwei, is that something I can listen to? Wouldn't it really break your life to hear it? Sis, there are a lot of scumbags in this world, especially on the internet, and you can't trust them easily. The other person might not even be thinking of meeting you, and is simply lying to you. Cancer 3 years ago, car accident today. That's too much of a coincidence, isn't it? According to me, the guy is a total cheating scumbag, so just let him go like a fart and move on. Degrading himself, Kiffin took the hand. As long as Xia Lingwei could give up and walk away from this relationship, Ji-fan could do anything. You stop. I know you're doing this for my own good, but he's definitely not like that. Ji-fan began to seriously think back. 3 years ago he and Xia Lingwei were very affectionate, but what exactly did he do to actually make Xia Lingwei so trusting until now? But too much time had passed, so long that he couldn't remember it himself. Chapter 32, No. What on earth makes me so lovable to her? Looking at Xia Lingwei's back as she went upstairs, Ji-fan sighed deeply. His road to redemption is still long. Enduring the pain in his back, Ji-fan also returned to his room, which led him to reopen his cell phone. Key, what's going on? I'm in a hurry. Key, your sister didn't realize it was you who pigeonholed her, did she? Answer me. Key, are you still alive? Looking at the message Pei Xiaohua sent, Ji-fan thought about it and made a direct call. Although it was already 12 o'clock, Pei Xiaohua still answered in seconds. Key, tell me quickly, what is the situation now? This look of Pei Xiaohua's eagerness to eat melon made Ji-fan not know what to say about him. After thinking about it, Ji-fan felt that he needed to speak to him very seriously, lest he didn't know when he would die. I'm tired. I'll meet tomorrow to talk more. It wasn't good to talk on the phone, and Ji-fan was afraid that the walls would have ears. People, once you have done something wrong, everything you look at feels wrong, but in fact, it is just your own inner workings. There was no talk all night. The next day, Ji-fan, who had something on his mind, got up early and went downstairs where Uncle Xia and his mother were having breakfast. Yo, rare guest. Ji-fan never came downstairs on time for breakfast when he was on vacation. Where's my sister? Ji-fan ignored his own mother's yin and yang, and in this house, if that was something he couldn't get used to, it would have crumbled long ago. It's not up yet. Later you go bring her breakfast and ask her if she's going to the office. You'll accompany her. Have her do something else to distract her and see if it gets better. Ji-fan nodded silently as he held the bun in his hand, drinking a small bowl of rice with the squash. Ji-fan thought of Xia Lingwei in his heart and did not have the heart to eat more, hurriedly served a bowl of white porridge and took 2 buns upstairs. Alas, I guess it's going to be hard on little Fan for a while. Xia Jian looked at Sun Huya with some embarrassment and said, her own daughter is clear. Her junior year, this father did not help much, almost all rely on her to get through. Luckily there's a young man in the house now, so the two should have some common language to carry her out faster, right? Ji-fan had already arrived at Xia Lingwei's door with the food. In the past, at this time Xia Lingwei had already gotten up. Even if she was in bad shape yesterday, Ji-fan believed that the powerful biological clock would not give up so easily, so now Xia Lingwei should also be awake, but whether she got up or not is unknown. A gentle knock on the door of the room did not produce a response from inside. Sister, I've come to bring you breakfast. Unprecedented tenderness that Jifan had only ever given to two women. One was Xia Lingwei inside the screen, and the other was Xia Lingwei inside the room now. After a few more taps on the door, just as Jifan was about to give up, the door opened. Xia Lingwei really hasn't gotten up yet. Messy hair, haggard face, holding a toothbrush in her hand, but with a different kind of messy beauty. What are you waiting for? Bring it in. Xia Lingwei's words made Jifan slightly uneasy. Xia Lingwei's room, even Zhang Ma and Auntie Wang were not allowed to enter it, and now they let themselves in? Is this really good? Come in. How am I supposed to get it if you don't bring it in? Jifan glanced at the toothbrush in Xia Lingwei's hand and came to a realization. Was overthinking herself? Xia Lingwei just simply didn't have a free hand to carry something. This is the first time Jifan has entered a girl's room, just like what Jifan imagined. Xia Lingwei, the domineering and cold president on the outside, is actually a cute little princess on the inside. The arrangement of the whole room is very pink, but also on the tender side, which if you take a picture and send it out, I guess it can dominate today's Jianhai headlines, right? The title reads, The Contrasting Senses of a Female President. Walking into the room, there was a light scent in the room, not like from perfume. Jifan carefully placed the food on the table, but his eyes were honest enough to steal a glance around the room. It's a shock not to look at it. On the wall of the room was a very noticeable poster. The poster is a picture of a game with a man and a woman, the man kneeling down on one knee, holding flowers, and the woman standing in a pavilion with a shy face. Isn't this your own game character? Dead memories suddenly attacked him. Jifan remembered. This scene was the scene of the wedding between the two inside the game at that time. I didn't expect that Xia Lingwei not only took a screenshot, but also made a poster of the scene and pasted it in his room, so that he could see it every day as soon as he opened his eyes. Was it good? A soft voice came from behind Jifan, but it startled him. Good looking. But Xia Lingwei didn't even pay attention to his panic and weakness. Her eyes were full of that poster. They all say you'll lie to me, but I'm sure you won't lie to me. And even if you do, there must be a reason for it, right? This strange and familiar appearance of Xia Lingwei made Jifan a little scared, but he didn't dare to leave for fear that Xia Lingwei would do something bad. Sister, I'm getting a little curious about your story. Why do you really like him so much? What's so great about him? Seriously, Jifan himself wasn't even sure how he had gotten this ability to actually make a proud daughter of heaven like Xia Lingwei love him so deeply. He was eager to get an answer from Xia Lingwei. Jifan pricked up his ears. He'd like to see what went wrong, and he'd be sure to remember to change it in the future. Forget it, you wouldn't understand if I told you. Just get out. I'll have breakfast, and you tell Dad and Auntie that you've worried them. Obviously we'll soon learn the truth. But the words to the mouth and was Xia Lingwei swallowed back. This pain who can understand but Jifan couldn't show it, and could only nod sadly and exit Xia Lingwei's room. As soon as he came downstairs, Jifan was stared at by his own mother, and she was relieved to see that her hands were empty. Didn't your sister say for you to report to the group tomorrow? I don't think we should go tomorrow, but today, just to keep an eye on your sister and make sure she has to eat every meal on time. After saying that and without giving Jifan a chance to refuse, Sun Huiya turned around and left. What? Jifan had a question mark on his face. No. Does one's opinion really not matter if one is biological or not? Xia Lingwei is painful to lose my love is not false, but he also lost love. You all cannot see that I am also very sad. What's more, he was still injured. Although with the medicine yesterday and a night's rest, there was no problem with normal movement, but Jifan didn't want to go to work so early. He had originally planned to take the opportunity of being dropped last night to tell Xia Lingwei to postpone his visit for a week, but now it seemed that there was no chance at all. Chapter 33. Doesn't the entry-level position need to go through me as a party? Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. You can tell by the doorbell that this person outside must be in a hurry. Who is it? Early in the morning, Jifan cursed and went to open the door. In the video at the door, Pei Xiaohua's face almost dominated the entire screen, startling Jifan. How's that? Tell me about it. I've been itching to sleep all night. This state of mind was very much like the Jifan who usually ate other people's melons, but now that he was that melon owner, Jifan was instantly disgusted with things like eating melons. Pei Ershao, have you had breakfast yet? Pei Xiaohua was considered a familiar face of the Xia family. The Xia family and the Pei family had originally had a lot of cooperation, and when the Xia group was in shambles, only the Pei family supported the Xia family as always. It could be said that without the support of the Pei family, even if Xia Lingwei took over the company, it would not be possible to bring the Xia group back to being number one in Jianhai so quickly. The two families work well together in business and have a good relationship in private, especially after Jifan came to the Xia family. This Pei heir ran to the Xia family not infrequently, and the Xia family was familiar with him. Hello Mrs. Zhang. Hello Auntie Wang. I've eaten at home, so I won't bother you. Pei Ershao's face smiled and spoke politely. and then his hand underneath kept gesturing frantically, meaning, go upstairs quickly and talk to me properly. Jifan gave him a helpless blank look, but didn't take him upstairs, so the two of them sat down on the sofa. Zhang Ma and Auntie Wan were busy in the kitchen. Pei Xiaohua glanced at them and then whispered, "What's going on now? Come on, you tell me. My sister's still at home, so don't make a scene." "Still not at the office? Looks like she's taken quite a beating." Pei Xiaohua glanced upstairs in surprise. He wasn't clear about that incident when Xia Lingwei was a junior in college. The Xia Lingwei of that moment was still in school, so he wasn't clear about how horrible Xia Lingwei's love brain was. It was all hearsay. "Don't mention it." Yesterday was even more dramatic, locking herself in her room all day and not eating. Jifan's face wore a melting sorrow, and he had to blame himself for a day if Xia Lingwei didn't walk out. Looking at his brother's sigh of relief, Pei Xiaohua sighed along with him. "I didn't think that my own brother, who had been sunny and cheerful since he was a child, would have such a day. So what are you going to do?" Pei Xiaohua asked the most crucial question. "How about, let Pei Big Dog add some gas and then come after my sister? It's not like we don't have a chance if we push and play helpers on the side. The best way to get out of a relationship is to get into a new one." "I think that's very true. What's more, it was just an online relationship before, so let her feel the reality of a sweet relationship, and maybe she'll forget about what happened before." Pei Xiaohua's eyes widened as if it was the first day he knew Jifan. Hesitating for half a day before speaking, "Jifan, you're really a genius. You can say such a tawdry idea. If my brother knew about it he would definitely thank you." "What idea? What did your brother thank him for?" At that moment, a cold voice came, and the two people were like out-of-body souls. Their bodies stiffened, and they turned their heads in unison. "Natsu, Sister Xia, sis." Xia Lingwei was holding the white porridge that had already been finished in her hand, and the bun had only eaten one, and the whole person looked a lot more refreshed. Together with the concealment of makeup, the current Xia Lingwei looked fairly normal, just a little haggard. But this kind of Xia Lingwei seems to be a little more close to the ordinary people, a little less unearthly flavor. "Auntie messaged me and told me to take you to the office today to get started." Xia Lingwei didn't dwell on what they had just said, which made them breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that she had only just come down and hadn't heard much. Pei Xiaohua glanced sympathetically at Jifan. "Brother, you have to be careful with her. If you reveal anything, I will have to wait for the Qingming festival to burn paper for you." Xia's group headquarters. It was Sunday, and the company was theoretically on vacation, but there were still a lot of people working overtime. Don't ask. To ask is to work overtime at your own risk. You can't do it without being self-conscious. Xia Lingwei is giving too much. Underground garage. Jifan just got off the car. Sujiro was already waiting at the elevator entrance. "Sister Jiro." Sujiro nodded and looked at Xia Lingwei with a worried expression. Today's Xia Lingwei wore a pair of sunglasses, and from the looks of it, it didn't seem to be a big deal. But Sujiro had experienced Xia Lingwei's breakdown more than 3 years ago made her not dare to take it lightly, and she knew that this matter was far from over. "You take Jifan to the induction and then have him study under you." Xia Lingwei was ready to leave after giving an explanation, but was stopped by Jifan. "No, sis, aren't I going to intern in the legal department? How come I'm following Jiro?" Jifan was dumbfounded. Didn't he need to consult with himself, the person in question, to change his mind? "What Auntie said about making you my life assistant. I think it's better for you to get used to the president's office first." "What? As a living assistant to Xia Lingwei? Wouldn't one die a horrible death?" "Sis, why don't you reconsider?" "Assistant I won't, if you don't know how. Learn from Sujiro. Also, sooner or later you'll have to help me run the company. You'll learn more as an assistant. One more word from you and you don't go to the president's office. Just room my life assistant." After saying that, Xia Lingwei didn't give Jifan another chance to retort and stepped into the elevator. Jifan wanted to follow up and continue the theory, too, but was stopped by Sujiro. "This is the president's elevator. Your elevator is this way." It was only then that Jifan realized that there were 4 big words posted on the elevator for the president's exclusive use. "No one at the company knows who you are, and your sister said that you can announce your identity anytime if you want." Jifan shook his head in a hurry. "That's not good. If this is announced, won't it be a confirmation that you are here to learn how to manage a company?" This was not the ending Jifan wanted. He just wanted to quietly lock himself in his room to play games, write novels, and not compete with the world. As for the Xia group, it wasn't his own in the first place, and with Xia Lingwei around, how could it be his turn to worry about it? "Suit yourself. I'll take you to induction first." This was their Xia family's own business, and Sujiro had only reminded them. Xia's group, as the leading enterprise in Zhanghai City now, had a large family, and its headquarters directly occupied an entire office building with more than 3,000 employees. This is only the number of headquarters. If the branches of its employees have been added up to more than 10,000, A veritable family of big business. Manager Chin, this is Ji-fan, the new employee who joined the president's office today, so please give him an induction. Ji-fan, this is Manager Chin of the Personnel Department. Chapter 34, Official Entry into Service. I don't know if it was Ji-fan's illusion, but he always felt that this Manager Chin was looking at him in a somewhat strange way. This guy didn't have some kind of dragon yang love and fancy himself as a delicate flower, did he? Kiffin, right? Here's your work badge. Welcome to the Xia group. Ji-fan's tiger's torso shook and his asshole tightened. There must be something wrong with this Manager Chin, or else why is he looking at himself with such a smile? Thank you, Manager Chin. Receiving the work license, Ji-fan didn't want to stay here for a moment. Fortunately, Sujiro had been there, giving Ji-fan a little sense of security. Put your work tags on and follow me. Finally able to leave Manager Chin, Ji-fan hurriedly jogged to follow Sujiro, fully displaying his mindset that he didn't want to stay a second longer. The president's office is a nice place. Enjoy yourself in there. Remember, if you really can't, just show your identity, and Ling Wei won't allow you to be bullied in the company. Hearing Sujiro's words, Ji-fan suddenly felt a bit of a chill down his back. This president's office how to look how like a mountain of fire. This jump in their own to karma look. The president's office is very close to the president's office, just outside the president's office, and can serve the president at any time. The president's office is now a total of 7 people, and with you it's 8, 5 women and 3 men. During the walk, Sujiro also told Ji-fan about the current situation of the president's office in passing. The president's office seems to be responsible only to the president and the senior management, but the workload of the president's office is actually very large, and 7 or 8 people is really not much. Every day just to participate in all kinds of company meetings, project meetings, seminars, etc. is already busy enough, and after the end of the meeting records or training records have to be organized and summarized. In addition, he is also responsible for the president's daily schedule, accompanying the president to meet with important customers, and handling some unexpected tasks arranged by the president. With such a high-intensity workload, and having to work overtime without moving, Ji-fan already had an ominous feeling. I thought I'd go to the legal department and touch a fish, just follow the bigwigs' asses and review contracts and such, and at the end of the day, I could get off work and live my own personal life. But now it seems like a dream, a far-fetched dream. Guys, the new hottie, the intern, you take him on more often. It was Sunday, but the president's office was fully staffed. Generally speaking, as long as there is not something special going on in their own family, people in the president's office do not get a vacation. Relatively, the salary will be high. Hello everyone, my name is Ji-fan, please take care of me. Ji-fan politely bowed to the seniors, and at the same time slightly observed the group of new colleagues. The entire president's office is relatively young, most likely because the president is so young. Ben is the one to follow around and do the work. No young person wants to be surrounded by an old fart, and communication will be more difficult if thinking cannot be disunited. 5 female co-workers, all of whom made a good impression at first glance. When men look at women, there is only one judgment for their impression score, whether she is a beautiful woman or not. It doesn't matter if she's a natural beauty or a plastic surgery beauty or a green tea white lotus beauty. As long as she's a beauty, the impression score is high, but a woman's judgment of a man is relatively more varied. Of course, if you're handsome out of this world, then the subsequent judgments can just be skipped. New here? Still a little puppy, come to sister. Sister will teach you. Although Ji-fan's looks were not handsome out of the sky, he could definitely make people feel good just by looking at him. Combined with his student's youthfulness and the unnatural hand movements caused by that slight shyness, he easily attracts his sisters closer. This is Zhao Ye. Just call her Sister Ye. Seeing that someone took the initiative to come forward and speak, Sujiro did not make more arrangements. She was busy as Xia Lingwei's only assistant. After handing Ji-fan over to Zhao Ye, she hurried into the president's office. Ji-fan, right? What kind of background is that? Even if you join on Sunday, you actually let assistant Su personally lead you here. Sujiro had only just left when the gossip came, and it was directed at herself. The surrounding co-workers each had eyes like torches, just staring at Ji-fan, as if they wanted to completely see through him inside and out. Ji-fan blushed. Is that something that can be said? Before he could say anything, a male co-worker at the next table had already grimaced. What else is there to think about? It must be another unsuspecting son of a family who wants to get close to the water and get the moon first. But our president is not an ordinary mortal. I advise you to spend less useless thoughts. Ji-fan had heard about it a few times before at home, and since Xia Lingwei's fame, there were more and more people who wanted to work for Xia's group, including some young men with good family backgrounds. His own family has a mind not to inherit but ran to Xia's group to work. At a glance, there are greater ambitions and aspirations. Young people should work hard to improve themselves. This is the only right way. Want to rely on a little bit of posture to get to the top to hold a beautiful woman at the same time also become a human being? I advise you to dream less. Jifan also didn't expect that there were only 2 males in total, and as a result, both males were so hostile towards him. What's the matter? They say there's a lot of wrongdoing where there's a lot of women, but it's all changed here, hasn't it? Because the president is a woman? Don't listen to the 2 of them. If you ask me, it's the 2 of them who want to get to the top the most. And my sister can look at you much better than she can look at the 2 of them. Jiaoya forcefully defended Jifan and also damaged those 2 in passing. Jifan smiled on the surface, but in his heart, he had already made a note of these 2 men. Don't worry, in the future, my brother-in-law will definitely not be either of you 2. Because it was Sunday, there wasn't much work today, and staying here was more a matter of waiting for the president's temporary schedule. In addition to the ungodly overtime pay, this little episode of Jifan's newcomer reporting for duty passed quickly, and Jiaoya brought him some basic information about the company, so that he could read it for himself first to understand the company's business. At least when you are taken out later and people ask, you know what your company does, what segments you have, and where your strengths and weaknesses are. Looking at the information and touching the fish, the morning passed quickly. Fan, the company doesn't serve meals on weekends. Where are you going to eat? As soon as 12 o'clock arrived and saw Jifan get up, Jiaoya opened her mouth and asked. Jifan found that this Jiaoya was still quite friendly towards himself, and his other few girls had some curiosity about him, but did not show any concern. As for the 2 men, they looked like they were not fond of themselves, and could not wait to kick themselves out the best. Probably jealous that he's better looking and younger than them, so he's afraid? I'll eat at home at noon. My family still has to ask me how I'm doing on my first day of work, so I'll trouble ya. Jifan had already thought of something to say. I can't tell them that I'm going to urge Xiao Lingwei to eat at noon. Chapter 35. Everything is normal, but not quite. Originally, Sunday was working overtime, and now that it was time to go off work, no one would stay here much longer and left the company in droves. By the time Jifan came back from a bathroom break, the entire president's office was empty. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jifan quietly slipped into the president's office. Come here, the meal is ready for you. Seeing Jifan come in, Su Jiro immediately waved her hand at him. Xiao Lingwei was still reading her work papers, and when she saw Jifan come in she only raised her head for a moment before continuing to be busy. Su Jiro had already divided the food for each of the 3 people, then pointed to one of the portions and then pointed to Xiao Lingwei. Jifan understood for a second and immediately walked over to Xiao Lingwei with the boxed lunch. Sis, my mom said that if you don't eat properly, she'll beat me up when I get home. How about you eat first? Seeing as I'm still a wounded man? Jifan had not had too many interactions with Xiao Lingwei on weekdays, and now that he knew that the other party was the object of his online love, Jifan hated to avoid her. But now there was no way but to use the simplest and most effective method to force Xiao Lingwei to eat. Don't worry, I'm not the 21-year-old Xiao Lingwei anymore. When Xiao Lingwei said this, Jifan suddenly felt a slight heartache. Yeah, 21-year-old Xiao Lingwei can do anything for love, laugh when she wants to and cry when she wants to, and at 24 years old, Xiao Lingwei is already the president of Xia Group, and her every move represents the tens of thousands of employees of Xia Group. It was obvious that she was sad inside, but she couldn't show it. Obviously she's young too, but she has to take care of too many aspects. Jifan didn't know what was really going on inside her mind, but knew that it must not be good for her. The work papers were neatly placed aside by Xiao Lingwei, then reached out to take the boxed lunch in Jifan's hand. The boxed lunches are made to order and sell for $500 or $600 apiece. Jifan looked at Xiao Lingwei in front of him in a daze, watching her emotionally stable open the boxed lunch, and then take a bite. Like a mechanical eating action, it became even harder inside. What's wrong? You're going to watch me eat it all again? Jifan shook his head in a hurry and turned around to walk over to the coffee table. Xiao Lingwei gazed curiously at this brother of hers, with her woman's sixth sense. This brother had been a little off since yesterday. However, Xiao Lingwei didn't think too much about it. What she wanted now was for Jifan to grow up quickly and then pick the big one. This way you can ease yourself into being your true self. Baby, I'm sure you're not dead. I'll find you. There were no accidents on Sunday, and the president's office had an easy day's work, and Jifan, as a newcomer, was still mainly in the familiarization session, and didn't arrange too many things for him. Fan, your main thing these days is to familiarize yourself with the company completely, then pay attention to our work in general and find your own niche. Remember, here, if you need to wait for a leader to come and give you a job, then you certainly won't stay long. Got to be able to see things and find things on your own. Jiaoya was really teaching. Jifan really didn't want to learn. Jifan, a scatterbrained character, had always felt that the workplace did not suit him. He's more suited to the kind of work that's a little freer, like being a puff piece author, walking out of the company's front door, Ji-fan was supposed to wait for Xia Lingwei to join him and then take her car home, but the current Ji-fan was afraid to be alone with Xia Lingwei. So after hesitating for a moment, he decisively swept the code for a small yellow car in front of many of his colleagues. From the company to home is not particularly far, 10 kilometers or so. Small yellow car about 30-40 minutes is also enough. Not traffic. When I got home, strangely enough no one was back. Even if his parents weren't home, Xia Lingwei hadn't come back yet. Ji-fan had seen Xia Lingwei and Su Jiro get on the elevator, so it was reasonable that they should have come back earlier than he did. Is it possible to have a dinner out? Ji-fan didn't think too much because Pei Xiaohua was here again. How's your sister? Looking at Pei Xiaohua's gossipy face, Ji-fan couldn't help but blank him. The situation is okay. I told you that Xia Lingwei surely wouldn't be so fragile. Just a mere online love affair in the district. How could it trip her up to ascend to heaven? Based on Ji-fan's observations today, almost everything was normal for Xia Lingwei. There was no further mention of yesterday's events, either at work or talking to myself. But the more normal it was, the more abnormal Ji-fan felt. It's also true. How could a woman like Xia Lingwei be crazy for a man? Brother, you should be safe. Pei Xiaohua is just good at fooling people. Just say a few words and he believes it. But Ji-fan's mind always flashed back to the scene in her room this morning. That one large poster. And what she said didn't even look half put down. But no matter if she was pretending to be fine or really fine, Ji-fan hoped she could get better and better. Forget about herself as a scumbag. She deserved better. No, aren't you commuting with your sister? Why are you back by yourself? Ji-fan shook his head. He wasn't sure. Seeing that he really couldn't ask more, Pei Xiaohua had to give up and turn to another topic with excitement. Today is also considered your first induction, so we must have a good drink tonight, brother and sister. Come on, I'll drive. Looking at the cold home, Ji-fan nodded without much hesitation. Depending on the situation, Uncle Xia and his mother would not be coming back for dinner, and his oldest sister, as long as she didn't say so, generally defaulted to not coming back for dinner, just left himself alone. There is no need to trouble Jean Ma also specially make a table of food, rubbing Pei Xiaohua this wrongdoer quite good. First things first, I can't drink too much. After all those drinks yesterday, the front of the house, while holding up quite well, and the back of the house, when he slept for 5 or 6 hours, and he didn't want to do it again today. You drink juice, is that okay? Pei Xiaohua doesn't care how much or what Ji-fan drinks, he just wants Ji-fan to go out and fool around with him. Meet you, the name of a clear bar. This bar is quite famous in Shanghai City. Not only the environment and service is first class, the taste of snacks here is also very good. A lounge is not like a bar. The atmosphere of a lounge is usually quiet. After a tiring day at work, a few friends get together to drink, chat and listen to quiet songs to relieve the fatigue of the day. It was a little after 7, and it was still very early, and the two of them took advantage of the opportunity to pick a good spot. Being by the window and having a good viewpoint, you can see the onstage residency at a glance. Clear bars usually have resident singers, but mostly only on double nights, and today just happens to be Sunday, so I'm blessed with ears. How does it feel to go to work on your own turf hiding your identity? Ji-fan realized that no matter what, once it reached Pei Xiaohua's mouth, it would more or less go through some deterioration. How can I feel about going to work? Have you ever seen any hitman say I love going to work? Let's just say, still too young. The alcoholic beverages and canapes had been served and the time had come to 8 o'clock. Ji-fan's entire body relaxed as the slow, gentle song played. Folk music is an amazing kind of music. It's like a person whispering in your ear, telling you his story and making you empathize with it. The lights in the clear bar weren't very bright, and Ji-fan looked curiously toward the stage to see who this girl with such a clean voice really was. But when he looked up, he saw a familiar figure. It's her. Chapter 36, A Trivial Heroic Rescue. Wang Yunshu. They added friends, but then it entered the intense examination week. The two also no longer in the library by chance. Naturally there is no intersection. Who? Hearing Ji-fan's words, Pei Xiaohua immediately turned his head to look. The girl on the stage just sat there quietly, a guitar in her hand, her voice clean and pure, her song like a story, unfolding. Seriously, you've got a lot going for you with her. Pei Xiaohua also recognized the girl on the stage. Such a good-looking beauty. It is naturally hard to forget after seeing it once. By the way, I asked around after that day. Her family is in a very average condition, and apart from the time she spends studying, she works part-time on weekends to subsidize her family. It's a good girl, about as good as you look on the outside. So true. Ji-fan was a deeply affectionate persona at school, working hard and thrifting every day just to spend money on Zhao Feifei. By the way, do you know where her family lives? Pei Xiaohua suddenly looked at Ji-fan nervously and asked. Ji-fan shook his head. He was not an immortal. How could he guess where the other party lived? On the contrary, Pei Xiaohua, this guy is really powerful. In such a short period of time, he even investigated clearly where people live. Don't look at me like that. I didn't check people's accounts, I asked her directly. Also, that day Pei Xiaohua also added Wang Yunshu's contact information. With Pei Xiaohua's character, how could he not find someone to chat with? West Suburban Neighborhood. Hearing this familiar name, some fragments of memory flashed through Jifan's mind. More than 10 years ago, Jifan lived in a residential neighborhood in the western suburbs. It's a residential neighborhood, but it's actually a slum. All old stairwells, and the residents here are usually tenants. This is where Jifan grew up as a child. As far as Jifan could remember, he hadn't seen his father. In his mother's words, he had died when he was just over a year old, and at that time Jifan was still young, so naturally he didn't remember. Father died during that time. Mother should be living quite difficult, otherwise would not have taken himself to rent to the western suburbs residential neighborhood. However, when he was 7 years old, that is, when he was in elementary school, his mother moved away from the western suburbs with Jifan, so he was able to be a classmate with a rich kid like Pei Xiaohua behind him. According to age, Wang Yunshu was 2 years younger than herself. She was only 5 when she moved away. It was normal that she didn't recognize or remember. What? Ever think of her? Jifan shook his head. It's been too long to remember. So what if we know each other? The girl has changed. She was still a little girl then. But Jifan remembered that when he played house as a child, he was always coupled with a little girl. He just couldn't remember what the other person's name was. Somewhat. It shouldn't be such a coincidence, should it? Could it be that the world is a giant tomato novel, and one is all in the novel? Jifan shook his head and put the hilarious thought behind him. Recognize it or not, but this girl is pretty good. How about you go after her? You even went down on Fei Zhao in the first place, so you can't be indifferent to this, can you? Men are sensual creatures and are naturally attracted to the good-looking members of the opposite sex, and growing into a look like Wang Yunshu, 9 out of 10 men will like it, and one should be. Givan is not, so he likes it too. I see she has a crush on you too, that's why she said that. Otherwise bro, I'd be dead set on it. You used to reject her because you had an online date, but not anymore. You and Xia Lingwei are definitely out of the question, aren't you? It's perfect that you're looking for her. Then, Jifan suddenly felt that what Pei Xiaohua said made sense. It was definitely impossible for himself and Xia Lingwei, not to mention the fact that he had lied to her twice, but the two of them in this capacity were also inappropriate. Finding one on your own seems like a way to avoid this embarrassment from happening again. Later, Jifan's shadow of Xia Lingwei suddenly surfaced in his mind, and in the end, he just looked at Wang Yunshu on the stage and smiled. Pei Xiaohua has a point, but he can't do it himself. Wang Yunshu seemed to have discovered Jifan and Pei Xiaohua as well. Her originally focused and serious face suddenly changed. Even her always calm singing voice had a few more ripples. See, I told you she had a thing for you. Pei Xiaohua seemed to have discovered some new continent and said in a hurry. Jifan was inexplicably a bit annoyed inside. He put down the juice in his hand and suddenly stood up. It's getting late. Time to go. Pei Xiaohua glanced at his cell phone. 8:30. It was still early. However, looking at Jifan's disinterested appearance, he could only follow him helplessly. Boss, check out. The two leaned against the doorway. A few cries of alarm suddenly appeared inside the clear bar, and Jifan subconsciously looked towards it. On the resident stage, a man dressed in fancy clothes was holding a dying flower that he had fished out from somewhere, and was standing in front of Wang Yunshu. She had been the one who had just let out the startled cry that the man had gotten too close and was reaching out to tug on her. Mother asterisk 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 her. There are forced confessions these days? Old Ji on. Him. Don't look at Pei Xiaohua, who is usually much more gangster than Jifan, but his fighting strength wasn't even on the same level as Jifan. Jifan looks svelte on the outside, but he himself likes to get into some sports, play basketball, and get put on a part-time job by his sister on weekdays and weekends. He belongs to the kind of style that is thin in clothes but mean in clothes, and one or two unusual people are probably not really his opponent. It's even easier to deal with such yellow-haired punks. What do you call it when our brother Lei confesses to you? You don't give a damn, do you? Looks like there's more than one rival. It's a gang. Jifan walked over without even thinking, and with a single reach, he grabbed the right hand of that little yellow hair holding the flower. Senior. Seeing Jifan's sudden appearance, Wang Yunshu's eyes were about to sprout little stars. The hero saving the day bridge is cheesy, but it does work. Wang Yunshu already had a favorable impression of Jifan, so that effect was even better. Who are you, kid? Nosy? Jifan exerted a little force, and this little yellow hair was pushed backward several steps by him. The commotion also immediately attracted the person in charge of the clearing bar, a middle-aged man in his 40s. Making trouble in my clear bar? Get out. The course of events. Long eyes know what is going on. This clear bar head is also completely fearless. A few shrewd punks. The security guards from the clear bar came out and the farce was over quickly. I'm sorry, classmate. I've caused you some trouble today. This is our compensation for you from the clearing bar. A red envelope was forced into Wang Yunshu's hand by the person in charge of the clearing bar. That's it for you today. We'll settle your salary normally. Don't worry. In the future I promise this kind of harassment won't happen. Part-time at this clear bar. 300 a night. Wang Yunshu would also be hard-pressed to find a more lucrative job than a part-time job here. So naturally she wouldn't easily leave just because of this little friction. She needs this job. Come on. I'll take you back. With things having come to this, Ji-fan didn't hide anymore and took the initiative to say the words to send her back. Pei Xiaohua had originally arrived at Ji-fan's side, and when he heard this, he turned around and was ready to run away, leaving them with a time for two, but he was immediately caught by Ji-fan. But just then, Ji-fan suddenly realized two familiar figures, hidden in the corner of the clear bar, silently watching himself. Chapter 37 Drunken Xiaolingwei. Pei Xiaohua was just about to escape when Ji-fan grabbed him back. You have a car. Give the schoolgirls a ride tonight. Pei Xiaohua froze for a moment, staring straight into Ji-fan's eyes, and couldn't help but sigh after realizing that he was serious. If Wang Yunshu was interested in him, he would have taken it down long ago after so long. He is a shameless beggar himself, and he has money. No, what about you? But Pei Xiaohua suddenly reacted. Ji-fan arranged himself. Is it hard to believe that he will not go? What's he gonna do? A trace of loss flashed in Wang Yunshu's eyes, but it quickly disappeared, her eyes still falling on Ji-fan and no one else. Ji-fan laughed bitterly, then in the gaze of Pei Xiaohua and Wang Yunshu, he went straight to the far corner on the right-hand side of the clear bar. Over there is the clear bar's card seating area. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No, that, Senior Yunshu, let me send you back first. Ji-fan still has some things to take care of on his side. Although Pei Xiaohua had said it in time, Wang Yunshu's gaze had been on Ji-fan's body, so she naturally saw clearly what he was doing. To set the mood, the lighting in the bar is slightly dimmed. Under this dim light, Wang Yunshu still saw clearly the two women opposite Ji-fan. It's beautiful, beautiful. Even if it's hazy and blurry, it's still beautiful. Okay, thank you Elder Pei. Pei Xiaohua sighed in relief. He also didn't know why Xiaolingwei and Su Jiro were also here. If it was usual, Pei Xiaohua wouldn't think there was any problem. But now, he was the only one besides Ji-fan who knew about Xiaolingwei's hidden relationship with Ji-fan. Seeing this kind of scene, his first reaction was that the large grab bag scene. Ji-fan kneeled on the keyboard on the spot, so now he had to take Wang Yunshu away before the scene got even stranger. A hero saving the day. Nice. Facing Su Jiro's joke, Ji-fan smiled sarcastically. That girl sings pretty well. I think she looks good too. Much more reliable than your gold-digging ex-girlfriend anyway. Haven't you thought about developing it? I don't know if it was because of the wine, but Su Jiro couldn't stop somewhat once she opened her mouth. Ji-fan carefully swept around their card seat. In addition to the 20 or so bottles on the table, there seemed to be a dozen or so empty bottles sporadically placed on the floor. They're pretty tough, aren't they? That adds up to over 40 dry bottles? Even the beer ones are scary enough. Sister Zoe, are you okay? Ji-fan asked cautiously. Su Jiro waved her hand boldly and said, Don't worry, I'm fine, but she might not be particularly fine. Ji-fan looked towards Xiaolingwei who was still sitting straight. It seemed like there was nothing wrong with it. On the contrary, it was Su Jiro, who looked like she was staggering to be drunk. And there was something wrong with how she looked. Go ahead and help your sister. I wonder how long they've been here. They wouldn't have come straight here after work, would they? Ji-fan looked at the empty wine bottles and became more and more skeptical of this possibility. I feel like I'm not going home after work, but I'm out to drown my sorrows in alcohol. It had always been said that from the outside. Xiaolingwei was a perfect woman, and her perfection began with her height. With a bare height of 170 and long legs close to 110 centimeters, she has an impeccable figure. Fortunately, Ji-fan also counted on hard work, and although his height of 183 can't be a crane, he can still stand up to Xiaolingwei. Sis, I'll hold you up. Ji-fan reached out, took the initiative to pull Xiaolingwei, and then exerted a slight force, matching Xiaolingwei's step from the card table. But just as she lost her support, Xiaolingwei had begun to stand unsteadily and could only end up collapsing into Ji-fan's arms. Ji-fan hugged Xiaolingwei with some embarrassment. Su Jiro was right. She should be the one in trouble. Ben wanted to use his shoulder to hold her up, but Xiaolingwei was not in control at all, and seeing more and more people around him looking over, Ji-fan gritted his teeth and held Xiaolingwei up horizontally. Xiaolingwei is not heavy, on the hand so weighing, it is estimated to be about 100 pounds. The horizontal hold has the advantage of better control over the other person, so she can't just mess around with things. But Xiaolingwei's pair of long legs swinging haphazardly made Ji-fan say sorry countless times on his way out. Finally, I got out of the bar and the July evening breeze blew gently. Not a hint of coolness, all dryness. The car is out of commission. I called a cab. You take your sister back, and I have to get back on my own. Sujiro was a little better than Xia Lingwei. She was at least still awake, but it was really only that much better. Sister Zoe, why don't you come back with us tonight? Jifan looked at Sujiro with some concern. Such a big beauty, and drunk at night. If she is in danger, tomorrow Xia Lingwei can kill herself alive. It's fine. My house is right next door. I'll walk 5 minutes. Sujiro waved her hand. After Jifan made sure again and again, Sujiro still seriously told Jifan to just take Xia Lingwei back. Seeing this, Jifan had no choice. It just so happened that the car called by Sujiro had already come, and the two of them cooperated to stuff Xia Lingwei into the cab, and that pair of restless long legs was too obnoxious, so Jifan directly took off her high heels. By Sister Zoe, take care of yourself, and remember to report that you're safe when you get home. Jifan was still very worried about Sujiro. It's just that with Xia Lingwei in this state, he was also distracted. I should have known that I shouldn't have gotten rid of Pei Xiaohua so early. Ha, taking off your shoes and shoes. Are you home yet? We're not home yet. Be good and sit properly. The drunken Xia Lingwei was the first time Jifan had ever seen her. The red face, the skin that was so tender that it could be pinched out of water. All of them were not luring Jifan into making a mistake. The driver's master snickered in front of him, and through the rearview mirror, he could see Jifan with his hands full. Oh hoo, my head is so hard. Baby, you have to rub it for me. Jifan took 2 deep breaths to calm his inner excitement. He wanted to open the window, but he was afraid that the wind would blow in and give the drunken Xia Lingwei a headache, so he could only suffer in silence by himself. Baby, why don't you rub me? Don't you love me anymore? No, baby, weren't you in a car accident? Where are we? Ah, baby, you lied to me. Baby, are you coming to get me? Sentence by sentence. Jifan did not dare to answer at all. That's a cute girlfriend you've got there. The driver in the front row couldn't help himself and spoke up. Jifan was tempted to explain, but finally gave up. Who are you, Uncle Driver? Master, do you believe in love? I'm so sad. It's like I've been abandoned by my baby and he doesn't want me. Is there something I'm not doing right? Why doesn't the baby want me? Ooh. Chapter 38, Sister. It's time to drink your medicine. Xia Lingwei was still crying when she arrived at the door. Even the driver uncle couldn't stand to watch and couldn't help but exit to say a few words to Jifan. I say, when you youngsters fall in love, can't you care more about each other's emotions? Young people nowadays, they are too selfish. They all only care about themselves. They don't even know when they are hurting each other. A Jushi is a person who has been there, advises you care more about your girlfriend's emotions. Jifan wanted to say, I'm not her boyfriend, but on second thought, isn't the baby in Xia Lingwei's mouth herself? That uncle was right. The fault was still his own. After paying the fare and saying a few words of thanks to the uncle, Jifan strained to get Xia Lingwei out of the car. Sis, it's a sin to have too good a body. Jifan muttered something, and eventually decided to just princess hug him. Simple and easy. Mrs. Zhang, Auntie Wang, help. As soon as he entered the house, Jifan started ghosting. He was so exhausted. Zhang Ma and Auntie Wang, who heard the sound, quickly walked out and froze for a moment after seeing Xia Lingwei in Jifan's arms. What's wrong with Missy? Are you hurt? No, it smells like booze. Did you guys go drinking? Jivan doesn't want to let go now. It's a well-known fact that when you're exhausted, once you let up, it's hard to bring that strength back up. Xia Lingwei was now in this state. Surely she couldn't be left in the living room. At least she had to be thrown back inside the room. After informing Mrs. Zhang and Auntie Wang, Jifan rushed up to the second floor again with Xia Lingwei in his arms. Mrs. Zhang, come up and change my sister's clothes and bathe her. Finally, Xia Lingwei was left in her own bed, probably because the alcohol was completely up. This time Xia Lingwei was not only quiet but also a little cute. Only her brow was furrowed and she didn't know what she was thinking about that was causing her such distress. Zhang Ma followed closely behind, bringing Auntie Wang in already. Young master, leave this place to us, so go and rest. Jifan nodded and hurriedly left Xia Lingwei's room. After returning to his room, Jifan gave his body to the soft bed. At this moment he wanted nothing but to lie down. With the injuries he sustained only yesterday, and being tossed around like this today, his entire body was now as if his bones were falling apart. But just after lying down for 20 minutes, Jifan was awakened by a knock on the door. Young master, we've bathed and changed Missy, but Missy keeps making a fuss. Why don't you come and take a look? Forcing himself to endure the pain in his body, Jifan helplessly climbed up from the bed. Opening the door, Zhang Ma stood anxiously outside, only relieved to see Jifan come out. Young master, we really can't do anything about Missy. It's better for you to go. Jifan nodded, the helplessness and haggardness visible to the naked eye on his face. Both Mrs. Zhang and Auntie Wang had already come out, and Xia Lingwei was the only one in the room. Uncle Xia and his mother do not know whether they are asleep or not, did not come back, and now cannot count on them. can only be on their own. Pushing open the door to his room, Ji-fan was taken aback even though he had prepared himself mentally. A soft body swooped out of the darkness and quickly burrowed into Ji-fan's arms. Baby, you're here. You know what, baby? I miss you so much. Xia Lingwei muttered over and over again with her mouth. The person was nonchalantly groping Ji-fan's body. Although she was her sister, she was not related by blood after all. And Ji-fan was a man. He fought back and finally threw Xia Lingwei back on the bed while turning on the light. But after just a few seconds of subsiding, before Ji-fan could catch his breath, Xia Lingwei once again pestered him. Baby, don't you abandon me. Under Xia Lingwei's baby, she could only turn her helplessness into a bitter smile. It can't be helped. Who made it their own due? Cybersex on your own sister's head, and fraudulently dying twice. That, once again placating Xia Lingwei. A fine bead of sweat had broken out on Ji-fan's body. It's not necessarily hot, but there's definitely a dryness to it. After making sure that Xia Lingwei didn't make any more trouble, Ji-fan finally had the free time to seriously observe this sister of his. Compared to her usual self, she was a little harder to deal with when drunk, but she also had a little more fireworks, so that one could clearly sense that she was a living, breathing human being, and a woman at that. At this time, Xia Lingwei was lying quietly on the bed. Her usually sharp and determined eyes were now tightly closed, and her long eyelashes cast a faint shadow on her fair skin. Her hair was spread out casually, a few strands covering her cheeks, adding a little more softness. Her lips rose slightly as she seemed to be dreaming a beautiful dream. Immediately, however, her brow furrowed slightly, and she spoke inaudible words, vaguely recognizable only as baby. Ji-fan couldn't help but reach out his hand and slowly smoothed the sorrow on her face, a hint of heartache flowing from his eyes. It must be hard for her to hold it in. Why else would you go to a clear bar with Jirosu to get drunk after work? Why else would you keep calling out baby when you're drunk? Sometimes Ji-fan really wants to just impulsively tell Xia Lingwei that he is her online lover, and whether he lives or dies depends on the fate of heaven. But in the end, Ji-fan endured again. It's not even scary to die yourself. What's scary is that Xia Lingwei herself can't accept this fact and ends up falling deeper and deeper into it. Seeing that Xia Lingwei had completely quieted down, Ji-fan tiptoed out of the room. Just as I left the house, I bumped into Mrs. Zhang. Young master, this is the sobering soup I just cooked. See if you can make the eldest miss drink it. Ji-fan glanced at the soup in Zhang Ma's hand and thought about it but brought it into the room. Xia Lingwei was still muttering non-stop, and the covers on her body had already been lifted by her dishonestly, sleeping and still so unconscious. Where is this still the queen of the business world that makes the Jianghai business circle tremble? Ji-fan put the sobering soup aside and wanted to help Xia Lingwei cover the quilt first, but after thinking about it he suddenly pulled out his cell phone and took a triple shot with an evil grin on his face. This kind of opportunity doesn't come along very often, and it may become a true out of print in the future. But Ji-fan is not the kind of really evil guy. Xia Lingwei's pajamas are very conservative. In addition to the pink and tender girls department, wrap them those on the street can be much tighter. After covering the quilt, Kiffin was in a bit of a bind again. After drinking wine it is best to drink the waking soup within 2 hours. Now it has been more than an hour. But Ji-fan is afraid to wake her up in case she goes crazy again. What to do? Watching the time pass by, Ji-fan still decided to take a gamble. Tonight, Xia Lingwei had drank far too much, and if she didn't drink the sobering soup, it would be a question of whether or not she could get up tomorrow. Big sister, wake up. It's time to drink your medicine. Chapter 39, late for work on the first day. As the saying goes, great effort makes miracles. The dizzy Xia Lingwei finally opened her eyes under Ji-fan's shaking. Only her eyes were confused. Who am I? Where am I? What are you doing? Good girl, open your mouth. Ji-fan helped Xia Lingwei sit up, and thoughtfully brought her a cushion, then brought over the sobering soup at the bedside. At this moment, Xia Lingwei was in the state of a small child and subconsciously opened her mouth after hearing Ji-fan's words. Looking at Xia Lingwei's naive and well-behaved appearance, Ji-fan couldn't help but swallow his saliva and silently recited the clear heart mantra several times before starting to feed the soup. Although some time had passed, the sobering soup was still a bit hot, and Ji-fan had to carefully blow on each mouthful to cool it before feeding it into Xia Lingwei's mouth. I don't know if it's because this sobering soup is really good or it's just the nature of drunk people, but Xia Lingwei started to barf her mouth as she drank it. It was just that the action was a little too cute, causing Ji-fan to resist a surge of qi. With great difficulty, after feeding the sober soup, Ji-fan readjusted Xia Lingwei's sleeping position, then helped her cover the corner of the quilt tightly, and checked the temperature of the air conditioner before leaving. He said that today is his first day of employment, and he followed Pei Xiaohua to celebrate, but in the end, he is still a laborious life. After a brief rinse, Ji-fan couldn't help the onslaught of sleepiness and collapsed on the bed and fell asleep. Day 2. The cell phone alarm went off 3 times before Ji-fan woke up, and when he looked at the time, it was already 8:40. 9 o'clock for work. 20 minutes to go, and I hadn't washed up for breakfast myself, so it seemed a little late. Luckily it was summer and getting up didn't require much trouble. A single set of clothes and the person was already rushing into the bathroom. A minute later, Jifan had pushed open the door to his room with great vigor. "Young master, don't you want any breakfast?" Behind her, Zhang Ma asked suspiciously, but Jifan had already rushed out of the house. A Lexus was parked right in front of the door waiting. Jifan glanced at it suspiciously. It was Xia Lingwei's private car. Hadn't she left yet? It wasn't until the car window fell down that Xia Lingwei opened her mouth in a clear and cold voice. "Get in the car." Jifan couldn't think about it in time. If he didn't get in the car he would be late for the day. On the passenger side, Jifan has some regrets. Just now obviously can sit in the back. How the hot-headed sit passenger. Last night, Jifan stole a glance at Xia Lingwei and realized that she didn't have any expression on her face. Could it be that she didn't remember anything from last night? It's good that you don't remember. It avoids embarrassment. Jifan was relieved. Only he didn't see that Xia Lingwei's eyelashes were trembling slightly when she was being watched. Her heart wasn't as calm and collected as she showed. It was rush hour at work, and although Xia Lingwei did her best, it was already past 9 o'clock when Jifan rushed through the company's doors. Sighed long and hard. Late on the first day of work. A bit of a backward point. Late on your first official day. Some people, if they can't get used to the workplace, they should go and be their own young masters, and come here less often to get involved. The yin and yang of the workplace can't be escaped anywhere. Jifan knew that he was in the wrong and did not argue. The punishment should be punished. It would be better if this man would give a damn and find a chance to fire himself. This class, he didn't want to work even for a day. Don't pay any attention to him. The workplace is different from school. It's normal to be uncomfortable at first. Zhaoya is still supporting him as she did yesterday. Sujiro let Jifan follow her to learn, not to mention what she has learned, but she is always on Jifan's side, helping him to resist these oppressions in the workplace. Thank you, Sister Ya. Jifan smiled gratefully at Zhaoya after sitting at his workstation. At that moment, the two men suddenly all stood up and rushed towards the tea drinking area at the same time. What are they doing? Jifan curiously watched their movements while opening his mouth to ask. Zhaoya let out a light laugh and said, "What else can I do? Kissing ass." Jifan was still a bit confused, so Zhaoya continued to explain. "Did you just see the president? It went past our door." Jifan shook his head. "You, as someone from the president's office, you have to keep an eye on the president's every move. That's the most basic. The first thing our general manager Xia does when he comes in the morning is to drink coffee. These two are grabbing to make coffee for the president. Goodness, I'm sure the workplace learns a lot, which you can't learn in books at all. This kind of thing used to be done by Assistant Sue, but after having these two presentable bags, Assistant Sue is happy to take it easy." Assistant Sue? Jifan suddenly remembered that Sujiro went back alone last night, but when he got home Jifan was too tired and forgot about Sujiro. Is Assistant Sue here today? Jifan hurriedly opened his mouth and asked. "Here it comes. Assistant Sue comes early every day. Never seen her late after so many years." Jifan then put his heart down. If she let her sister know that she left Sujiro behind last night, she would probably curse herself to death. Say what? Just as they were chatting, Sujiro appeared and happened to look at them. "Jifan, come in with me for a moment. Mr. Xia has something for you." First day on the job and the president himself? Zhaoya looked at Sujiro doubtfully, but she knew that Sujiro definitely wouldn't lie, not to mention that it involved Mr. Xia. After saying that, Sujiro had already turned her head towards the president's office. "Watch yourself. It's not good to get the president's attention on your first day on the job. I can't tell you that it was those two who just went to tattle on you for being late." Jifan's eyes widened. If it was true, then all he could say was how could people be so bad? A trainee himself, his first official day at the company, and he's being sued to the president? Don't think I'm lying to you. The president's office was originally under the president's management, directly facing the president, so the suits are all directly to the president. Anyway, take care of yourself. Jifan nodded and accepted Zhaoya's concern for himself before he got up and walked towards Xia Lingwei's office. I had just taken a few steps when I ran into the two returning men. They didn't seem to have a good expression on their faces and wondered if they had hit a wall. The current Xia Lingwei, just the surface normal, the inner actually at any time may be detonated. These two guys go to offer attentiveness, not to be scolded, only strange. What are you looking at? You'd better pray you're not sacked when you come out. Late on your first day, and the president knows about it. I'd like to see what you boys are all about, and if I can bail you out. That is, before there have been a lot of the same as you. Relying on the family, a little relationship is stuffed in. The fastest one 3 days to leave. You do not break the record. Jifan was too lazy to argue with these two guys. Sneered, and in front of the two of them, without knocking on the door, directly pushed the door into Xia Lingwei's office, leaving the two of them outside to speculate wildly. Chapter 40 Workplace Werewolf Killing. The office pushed open and Xia Lingwei and Sujiro were both there. Seeing that it was Ji-fan, Sujiro's face revealed a smile as she waved at him and said, "Come here. Your sister said that you didn't have breakfast and had to ask me to go and buy breakfast for you." "What do you mean I had to make you go get it? Wasn't it me who said he didn't have any? You had to go down and get it yourself?" Xia Lingwei was dead set against it. She was a high-strung female president. How could she be so detailed and considerate? Ji-fan didn't dare to be poor even though he had a ghost in his heart, so he obediently sat down and started drinking kanji. He also didn't know if it was Ji-fan's illusion. He felt that Xia Lingwei was always peeking at him, which made Ji-fan eat a little fidgety. He had to get up early tomorrow, and he didn't want to be called in for breakfast again, a feeling that was a little hard to sit through. When Ji-fan finished eating and left, Xia Lingwei looked up at Sujiro. There was a touch of sorrow in her eyes that couldn't be dissolved. "Still haven't found him?" Sujiro shook her head. According to the exhaustive investigation, a total of 117 traffic accidents occurred in the morning that day in the entire city of Shanghai, of which electric vehicles accounted for the majority, and 0 traffic accidents resulting in fatalities. The total number of traffic accidents that resulted in injuries being sent to the hospital was 3, and I went to all of them and none of them met the requirements. Worthy of being a woman who could always stand by Xia Lingwei's side. After only a day or so, she had already checked out the information on the entire Shanghai city. "So, he's still deliberately avoiding me, is he?" Xia Lingwei said quietly, her complexion somewhat complicated. "How about?" Sujiro thought about it. Since this was Xia Lingwei's heart disease, it was better for her not to do anything to hide it. "Give me the chat messages with him. I'll get a specialized person to locate the other party's IP." Hearing Sujiro's words, Xia Lingwei's eyes lit up. "It's a good way to find people easily once you've located the other person's IP location. I remember him saying he was a student at JNU, right? But he was on vacation when you met with him, so the last few days he messaged you should have been when he was at home, and we can locate his home address." Since she had already said it, Sujiro naturally had to tell the whole story. As for whether or not to check, that was up to Xia Lingwei herself. After a long silence, Xia Lingwei suddenly let out a long sigh. "Forget it, don't look it up. Since he stood me up again, I guess he really doesn't like me. Don't worry about me, I can digest it on my own." Sujiro nodded in silence. As Xia Lingwei's best assistant and bestie, she couldn't know Xia Lingwei better. Although Xia Lingwei said so, she knew that it wasn't that simple to get Xia Lingwei to let go easily. Let's just hope she can come out on her own. This kind of man doesn't deserve Xia Lingwei's love at all. Office of the President. The most important thing about working here is being good at reading people. As the group of people closest to the president, and specializing in working for the president, if they couldn't even do the most basic observation of words, they would have been fired long ago. And they not only have to observe their immediate leader Xia Lingwei, but also have to observe Sujiro, but also have to observe some of the company's important customers, and, of course, most importantly, these co-workers that they spend time with every day. Even though Ji-fan had been in there for quite a long time, there wasn't any frustration on his face when he came out, and it didn't look like he had been punished at first glance. Ji-fan was young, and still in school students. Compared with these old oil compared to the tender a lot, if Ji-fan is pretending, then the presence of these people do not mix their own roll cover to go away well. Those old foxes who had been in the business world for decades, they were still able to observe the right, let alone just a Ji-fan. "Is everything okay?" After Ji-fan took his seat, Zhaoya asked in a small voice, but there were already 12 ears next door all perked up. Today Ji-fan had spent the longest time in the president's office, and it was possible to determine how the president was in the mood today through Ji-fan's performance, thus deciding on today's work attitude. "It's okay?" Compared to the 7 old foxes, Ji-fan was just like that little white rabbit, not knowing anything and just answering truthfully. "It's good that it's okay, and the president shouldn't have a hard time with you as a rookie intern." Ji-fan nodded his head in a chicken-pecking style. "Of course, the president is beautiful and kind-hearted, and he even cared about me a bit, asking me if I'm used to working. The president is in a good mood today." Everyone had made up their minds inwardly, but no one noticed Ji-fan's sorrowful smile with his head down. It is not true that Ji-fan is a beginner in society, but nowadays, in this society, the network is so developed, who is still the same as in the past, really white ah. Besides, Ji-fan's status is here, sinister fiction writer, but anyone with some inner sunshine couldn't make up such a messed up story. He suddenly felt that this president's office was actually quite interesting. 8 people, just like a werewolf killing, day after day, pretending to be a good person in front of others, and then speculating on all kinds of information through the speeches of co-workers. But in fact, in the heart of the matter, I can't wait to give all of them to the knife and get rid of them all. By the way, today is a proper working day, so it's also your official first day of employment. According to the custom of our president's office, we have to receive you, our new colleague, today, and the venue is set at the Yixiangju near the company. Yixiangju Jifan no, grade is not low. Eat a meal of the most ordinary meal also casually to 3 or 5,000. Not the average person can afford to spend. Don't worry, you don't have to pay for this. The company pays for it by default. We're kind of in your good graces. The welfare of the company under Xia Lingwei's management was indeed good, which was why there were so many people working for her. It makes sense that more money would be paid and there would be less resentment from the battered workers. Jifan, since the president's office is subordinate to the president, you have to invite Mr. Xia and assistant Su together for this kind of reception banquet, so you'll just go by yourself. As soon as this man opened his mouth, Jifan felt that he was uneasy with good intentions. Don't ask why. It all depends on the sense of hearing. Besides, how could he suddenly be nice when he'd shaded himself so many times before? Zhang Deluxe, what are you babbling about? Zhaoya finally couldn't help herself and stood up to look at the other party, her tone a bit unkind. When she finished she looked down at Jifan, who was sitting next to her. Mr. Xia and assistant Su don't have this free time to dine with us, and Mr. Xia hasn't been to the previous newcomer's reception banquet even once, so don't pay any attention to him. It actually goes back 2 years. At that time, the Xia group was just getting better and starting to move towards the top. At this time, the president's office recruited a resume as very good colleagues. In order to welcome his arrival, Xia Lingwei personally attended the welcome dinner. Did not expect that guy is actually a hostile company arranged to come over to take advantage of the meal to Xia Lingwei drug. Want to do something untoward. It was fortunate that Su Jiro found Xia Lingwei in time to avoid any mishaps. Since then, although this rule was still in place, Xia Lingwei had absolutely never participated in it again. And because of this incident, it caused Xia Lingwei to have a shadow that became a taboo for her. And this brat Zhang Deluxe was obviously planning to pit Jifan. Knowing that this matter was taboo for Xia Lingwei, he still asked Jifan to invite the president. It seems he felt that 2 men in the president's office was more than enough and he didn't want more males coming in. It's okay. I'd better go and invite them. It's Mr. Xia's business to come or not. It's definitely not good to not invite them. Chapter 41, Company Acquisition. Jifan said and got up, ready to make another trip to the president's office, but was pulled back by Zhaoya. Don't go. After saying that, Zhaoya once again looked at Zhang Dio, and this time she was clearly a bit angry. Mr. Xia doesn't like this kind of activity. You'll only get scolded for inviting it. He's deliberately punking you. Xia Lingwei didn't spend much time at home on weekdays and would rarely talk to her family about the company. People only saw that she had used just 3 years to prop up the Xia group, but they didn't know what she had actually gone through behind the scenes. The mall is like a battlefield. There are many more disgusting than this kind of underhanded tactics. These years, if not Xia Lingwei herself is careful enough plus good luck, may have been in trouble. After becoming the first female richest person in Zhanghai City, Xia Lingwei was watched even more closely. Countless people were eyeing her, all wanting to take her place. There are more people who want to have both wealth and sex. It was really not easy for Xia Lingwei, a woman, to be able to walk alone to this day. Although Zhaoya politely said that Xia Lingwei didn't like it, Jifan still heard something in her words. If you just don't like it, you shouldn't have a problem inviting it yourself, right? There must be something else. Just go ahead and invite. And Xia Lingwei is sure to get angry. Jifan didn't say much and sat down silently again. He was going to ask Su Jiro at noon. As Monday began, the work at hand began to increase. And looking at everyone's busy appearance, Jifan finally had some feelings of the workplace. Can in Xia's group big waves still stay people? Each one is elite. They certainly not only will be shifty and figure out the mind, business ability that are also first class. Jifan, the president has a project visit this afternoon, and several of us have things on hand, so go follow it up. Near the end of the workday, Zhao Ye, who hurriedly ran back from outside, said towards Jifan, while handing over a pile of information, here's the project information. Take some time at lunch to read it. You'll need it this afternoon. Jifan looked at the thick information in his hands, and the man went numb. This thing, you're asking me to take the time to look at it today at noon and use it this afternoon? I couldn't finish it in a day, not to mention a noon. But without even giving Jifan a chance to open his mouth, Zhaoya took some things and left again in a hurry. In addition to Jifan, the entire president's office was busy, and after thinking about it, Jifan silently opened the file. Indeed, how you look at yourself as if you are a jerk, how you have to fight to do something as well. At 12:10, Jifan sneaked into Xia Lingwei's office. Sis, I could have eaten at the company cafeteria. Every time I come to your place I sneak around, making me wary. Jifan spat as he ate a boxed lunch that cost several $100s a serving. Xia Lingwei ignored him. Just come in for a meal. Make it seem as if she did something to him. By the way, I won't be home for dinner tonight. I'll take a cab back myself then. When he came out in the morning, Xia Lingwei deliberately told him that he would go back together after work today, and at that time Jifan did not expect to have a welcoming meal. As soon as the words fell, Xia Lingwei's stern gaze looked over. Where are you going if not home? Jifan was a bit hesitant. In the past, Xia Lingwei never cared about him. Why did she suddenly ask today? Tell the truth? Or just make something up? Jifan hadn't yet sought out Su Jiro to ask why exactly Xia Lingwei didn't like the orientation meal. This is the time to say, what if you happen to step on a mine? Suit yourself. I happen to have something going on tonight. Before Jifan could make up a reason, Xia Lingwei spoke again. This was a relief for Jifan. After eating while it was still early, Jifan hurriedly left Xia Lingwei's office. He didn't want to be discovered. Otherwise, tomorrow's front page headline might be Xia Lingwei, the president of Xia's group, submerging her intern subordinates. A lot of unscrupulous journalism is like that, opening with a picture and making up all the content. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Jifan was diligently studying the information in his hand when Xia Lingwei and Su Jiro both had walked over. Mr. Xia. Hello Mr. Xia. Several voices rang out at the same time, and the others immediately stood up from their workstations. Jifan had originally wanted to continue working on the project in hand, but when he saw that everyone had all stood up, he could only follow suit. Su Jiro looked at Jifan with a smile on her face. If not for the situation, she would have laughed out loud. Who's with the afternoon program? Now depart. Jifan had just sat down when he heard this and stood up again. Xia Lingwei and Su Jiro both looked at him at the same time, and under their gazes, Jifan scratched his head in some embarrassment and said, "It's me. It's you. So let's go." Su Jiro looked at Jifan with a smile but not a laugh, but Xia Lingwei didn't say a word, just nodded and left. Come on, what are you waiting for? Jifan hurriedly grabbed his things and followed. Xia Lingwei's chauffeur had long since been changed and was no longer Qin Hao's father. Remembering that he had worked for Xia's for so long, Xia Lingwei had only fired him and did not hold him accountable. Otherwise, with the things he's done over the years, he'd be in jail for compensation, and he wouldn't be able to get away with any of it. Jifan sat in the front row, and the two of them, Xia Lingwei and Su Jiro, sat in the back row. In the car, Jifan was still holding that thick information and kept flipping through it, with no bottom at all inside. Don't worry, we were there to check it out. I've seen this company, and although it's gone downhill in recent years, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. As long as we, the Xia Group, buy it over and inject capital, we'll soon be able to start making a profit. This acquisition project has been confirmed many times. Today's site visit is actually just a process. Otherwise Jia would not dare to hand over to Jifan so easily. Only after hearing Su Jiro's words did Jifan feel relieved. But in the course of a noon hour, Jifan had also already read through the information. This company is a media company, used to rely on the network anchor started, and then began to develop the bandwagon. At one time also get a lot of wind. Last year the owner swung into the hottest short-form drama industry of the moment, ready to make a killing while he could as well. But I didn't realize that this boss is not good at hiring people, and the money is spent but the results are mediocre. This, coupled with the recent overall socio-economic downturn and the fact that more and more people are entering the online industry, has led to the industry becoming more and more rolled up. There are more wolves than meat, and the situation is completely explosive. After losing a large amount of liquidity, he was unable to afford it, which is why he agreed to be acquired by Xia. Jifan himself is engaged in online writing, and has had quite a bit of knowledge about short sketches and all that. Now the short drama industry is really hot. The ability to absorb money is very strong, attracting a lot of capital into, resulting in short drama input is also higher and higher, more and more volume. Some of the sketches are made like a big production, even more elaborate than some TV shows. All of this can be done with money. However, Jifan believed that with the financial strength of the Xia Group, it was not too late to enter. Chapter 42, This Company. For you, Macroview Media. Welcome Mr. Xia to personally come over for an inspection. Underground garage. Just get off the company boss Mr. Zhang has taken the secretary personally greeted below. Worthy of being the boss of a media company, the secretary around him is really top-notch enough. Other than that, just that pair of long legs wrapped in black silk was enough to make people stupid. But people, the thing they fear most is comparison. Obviously such a stunning secretary, standing in front of Xia Lingwei instantly became an ordinary person, not a level at all. I'm sorry to trouble you, Mr. Zhang, but I came here today to take a look at the company on the ground, and secondly, to finalize the details of the final acquisition. I hope Mr. Zhang won't let me down. This was the first time Jifan had seen Xia Lingwei in her working state, worthy of being the queen of the business world. This aura, this posture, a proper superior. Jifan is going to transform into her little fan. Mr. Jing personally led the way in front, while Su Jiro quietly patted Jifan. one hand frantically gesturing towards him. Ji-fan instantly understood, and beautifully handed over the information in his hand. With Sujiro around, he could happily touch a fish himself again today. Macroview Media was on the 7th floor of the office building, and the whole floor was theirs, which was considered to be of medium size when placed in a media company. The company still has a total of more than 30 bandwagon anchors, and as for the short-form drama segment, it's basically at a standstill right now because there's no money being injected into it. Several people took the elevator to the 7th floor. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, this company gave Ji-fan a different feeling. Almost all that could be seen in sight were women, and they were all pretty good-looking women. This kind of bandwagon anchor who will come to the company live usually looks good, and the interviewer is not blind. Not only that, but these people had one thing in common: they were dressed cool. It was now the heat of summer, and it was normal to wear cool clothes, but the way they were dressed, it was obvious that they were not cool in the usual sense, and were colorful. Ribbons per capita, which is kind of a visual. As employees of the company, they naturally all recognized their own boss, and now that they saw their boss personally walk in with two women, they couldn't help but all look at them a few more times. It's some kind of star, isn't it? This is too good looking. When a man looks at a woman, good looking is good looking and bad looking is bad looking, but women look at women differently, and she'll give a whole bunch of reasons why she thinks it looks good when she says it does. Since men can only appreciate it, just knowing it looks good is enough. A woman is different. She can change. For example, boss, just follow the whole thing I just said, and Xia Lingwei's beauty can completely become the standard template for many people to move the knife. As long as the effect can be 50%, it is enough to amaze the world. That said, the entire company was now observing Xia Lingwei from afar whenever they were free. Almost all of them. It's the ones that aren't available that will find an excuse to take the time to run out and take a peek. What are you looking at? Don't you have to go to work? When Mr. Zhang glared, these people retreated. Mr. Zhang hurriedly compensated with a smile. I'll let Mr. Xia forgive me. It's mainly because you're just too beautiful. Xia Lingwei's face was expressionless, which was her usual image outside, and Mr. Zhang didn't feel embarrassed. Mr. Zhang, let's go to your office to talk. Sujiro opened her mouth, and Mr. Zhang naturally had no opinion. Mr. Xia, I'd like to take a look around here. They were going in to talk about the takeover, and Kiffin didn't want to go in there and stay. The document he had just handed to Sujiro contained the acquisition plan made by Zhaoya, and anyway, with Ji-fan's level, he couldn't find any faults after reading it. Aha! Before Mr. Zheng could say anything, Xia Lingwei had already nodded her head gently. Mr. Zheng didn't say anything more when he saw this, and took Xia Lingwei and Sujiro to go to the office first. Media company, the biggest attraction is the number of beautiful women. It should be cool to work for a company like that, but naturally, Ji-fan wasn't looking to see any of that. He went straight to the skit department. Although the Macroview Media sketchboard has been suspended, there are still 5 or 6 staff members over here who have not been sacked. For one thing, a couple $1,000s isn't a huge base salary, and for another, multiple skit departments might fetch a good price, but these people don't have any specific jobs right now. They purely just come over and punch the clock. The people were all there when Ji-fan came in. Either they are brushing up on Shakeology or watching skits. There is no task on it, and they don't know what they are doing themselves, so they are just here to make a base salary. By the time Xia Lingwei came out after talking to Mr. Zhang, Ji-fan had already mingled with these people. I'm telling you, the thing about sketches is that they're all about no brains but tops, and if you talk about logic, then you lose at the start. No. I think the sketches are getting more and more decent now, and the vertical screen dramas are growing so much that they might even be able to compete with the horizontal screen dramas. Ji-fan voiced a different opinion. He's a Netflix writer himself, and a lot of the sketches are remakes of Netflix, so he knows a thing or two about sketches. If he didn't have the time, Ji-fan would have really wanted to try his hand at writing a screenplay. Brother, add a contact. When the time comes, we can discuss more discussion. I feel that some of your concepts are quite good. The man is a science writer, young but somewhat limited in his thinking. Nowadays, online literature advocates a bold and outrageous. The more outrageous and gimmicky you are, the more people will watch. Giffen, let's go. Ji-fan is chatting on the top of it. This person thinking although limited, but after all, it is learned. Ji-fan also learned from him a lot of things that usually cannot be learned. Sujiro's voice immediately pulled Ji-fan back, and he could only helplessly exchange contact information with the other party, and then leave with a resigned face. Mr. Xia, how long will it take for that money to arrive? Mr. Zheng kept sending them to the underground parking lot before asking with some embarrassment. Don't worry, tomorrow Mr. Xiao will arrange for someone to come over to hand over, and at the same time pay you the first advance payment, and when all the handovers are completed, naturally, you will pay the full amount. Ji Fan found out, when outside Xiao Lingwei basically does not talk much. A lot of times it is Su Jiro as a mouth substitute. No wonder the assistant this job only Su Jiro can do. Another person probably cannot guess Xiao Lingwei's mind. After getting into the car, the paperwork was back in Ji Fan's hands. You're interested in skits? Xiao Lingwei's cool voice suddenly rang out, startling Ji Fan. After thinking about it, Ji Fan nodded. Then this company is yours to toss around. Ji Fan was shocked and shook his head as if he had not. I can't. I'm just interested in the skit, not the company. Give the company to yourself. What's the difference between that and losing money? Think about it. I'll pass the company over to your name, and it's up to you if you want to manage it or not. Chapter 43, Dating? I sat up in my dying sickness, and the rich man was myself. In the space of 2 sentences of small talk, Ji Fan had made the leap from an ordinary man to the de facto controller of a media company. Jiaoya did that report Ji Fan has seen. This media company, although the recent period of time are not much profit, but mainly your short drama played loss is too much lead to. If you play it safe, cut out the short form segment and go back to your old ways, you can turn a quick profit with a certain amount of capital invested. Moreover, Xiao Lingwei was ready to directly invest $20 million to open up the market for short dramas. With that $20 million in place, and the fact that skits are now the windfall of money for the internet, it's definitely easy to take off as long as you're not a real pig. $20 million. It was nothing to Xiao's group, but to Ji Fan it was already an astronomical figure. All he dares to dream about at night when he wins the lottery is winning $5 million. Still before taxes. No, too many. Ji Fan shook his head firmly. Having money was great, but the Xia group could only be Xiao Lingwei's. He couldn't have it. Besides, in the future, if one day Xiao Lingwei knew her true identity, she would probably hate to kill herself, right? Determined not to ask for Xiao Lingwei's money, once he graduates from college, Ji Fan is ready to go far away. His dream is to create while traveling around the world, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It's not negotiable. But Xiao Lingwei's attitude was resolute, which made Ji Fan a bit puzzled. The previous Xiao Lingwei and his own well water, more than 3 years, the two met very few opportunities to meet. Weekdays are just nodding and greeting the intersection. The most I cared to do was to pay myself several times over on the weekends under the guise of a part-time job. People send out a flyer for 200 a day. He sends out a flyer for 1,000 a day. But to suddenly give himself a company like today still made Ji Fan a little skeptical while being flattered. After all, he's still weak at heart. Give Zoe your ID later and don't worry about the rest. What Xiao Lingwei had decided. No one could do anything about it. Ji Fan sighed, always feeling as if he had gotten on a pirate ship. When he returned to the company it was already 5 o'clock. Ji Fan returned the information to Jiaoya. Today's work was considered to be finished early. Now just wait for the end of work. Until 6 o'clock after work. Xiao Lingwei did not come out of the office again, but the president's office of several people went in to report on the work. At 5 minutes past 6, everyone had been busy. Yixiangju was close to the company, only a 10-minute walk away, which was one of the reasons they had chosen to stay here. This was Ji Fan's second visit to Yixiangju. The last time he came was 2 years ago. It was the first day of the whole Xia group, and everything was going in a good direction. To celebrate, the whole family came together for a meal at the Yixiangju. Ji Fan never came back after that. Yixiangju has a lobby, as well as booths and private rooms, but the private rooms all have a minimum spend. Just make a card table, Zoya suggested. The ambience of the escape room is very nice. Even the card table is very private and you are usually not disturbed. No one had a problem with it. The purpose of coming here was to rub the company a big meal, and in the end, it wasn't like Ji Fan was paying for it, so it couldn't be difficult for him. The menu was handed over. Ji Fan just symbolically looked at it before handing it over to Sister Ya. This kind of thing is still better for her to control. After all, it's not to eat their own money. Fan, today is also the day to formally introduce you. Our department plus you is a total of 8 people. Normally our leader is Assistant Sue. She is responsible for all the work arrangements. The president basically won't directly interface with us. I believe you know about the departmental work. Most of the things Assistant Sue will arrange. Just do as you are told. The job is really simple to introduce, but it is not easy to handle. Anyway, Ji Fan is very clear about his seriousness. Can't do it. I don't know what Xiao Lingwei put herself here for. Just to make it easier to keep an eye on her? I don't think you're familiar with any of these co-workers, so I'll introduce you to them as well. Starting from this one on your left, these 4 female co-workers are Yi Jinxian, and Yu Eshi, Chu Yuran, and Zhao Yuran. Those 2 men are Zhang Delu and Zhou Wei. Ji Fan nodded that he had it all memorized. As long as he worked here, he could always avoid getting along with them. Jifan only wanted to come and touch a fish, but if these people had to make things happen, then he wasn't afraid. True to its name, Yat Hyung House serves food just as fast. The waiter had already started serving the food while a few people were talking. The card holders are semi-enclosed, but if you are serious, it is possible to see the approximate left and right side of the card holders. For example, the deck that Jifan was facing right now would be the two young couples. Although the figures were somewhat blurred, they could still be distinguished as handsome men and women. Only, Jifan touched it as if he had seen these two somewhere before. Come on, welcome Jifan to us. I'll mention a drink first. There was no alcohol, and everyone was going to be driving back later, so they were drinking juice, which was just what Jifan wanted. Standing up with the orange juice in front of him, Jifan was still pondering in his mind who the two people in the card seat across the street were. And it so happened that the very familiar woman across the street also raised her head, and just happened to be looking towards Jifan's side. At this moment, Jifan was standing, so he was able to see a bit more comprehensively than just now. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Unable to hold back, Jifan exploded with a foul mouth. Zhao Ye, who was next to him, looked at him suspiciously, and when she realized that Jifan's gaze was on the next card seat, she subconsciously looked over as well. It didn't matter that this look was not enough. Zoya also instantly sat down. The others were still curious, but Zoya had already spoken. Sit down. Next door is Mr. Summer. At this moment, Jifan's mind was full of confusion. Xia Lingwei? What is she doing? Or with a man? A date? Jifan, who had just sat down, stood up again with a tang-tang sound and lifted his leg to walk towards the outside. Jifan, what are you doing? Zhao Ye, who was on the side, hurriedly pulled him back, fearing that he would be seen by Xia Lingwei. The welcoming meal was set by Xia Lingwei herself, but no matter who it was, the first reaction to discovering that their big boss was next door during a co-workers get-together would definitely be that they didn't want her to find out. Now that was what they were thinking. It was best if Xia Lingwei didn't notice them, but Jifan is acting like he's going over to say hello now? It's so newborn, but Jifan couldn't care less right now. He just wanted to rush over to see who the man that he was familiar with actually wanted to be his brother-in-law. No way. Absolutely no way. Chapter 44. Don't worry, we didn't see anything today. In fact, Jifan himself didn't know exactly what he was thinking. It was reasonable to say that he chose to swindle his way to death a second time, not because he didn't want to be with Xia Lingwei. Of course, it could be instinctive fear, but no matter what, after what happened yesterday, Jifan should understand that Xia Lingwei hadn't completely put herself down. And in the words of Pei Xiaohua, the best way to get out of a relationship, start a new one. Then it seems like Xia Lingwei's choice is okay now. He should be happy to see her able to come out and date another man, but why so angry? By the time he figured it all out, Jifan was already standing in front of Xia Lingwei. He didn't know if Jifan had misread it himself, but Xia Lingwei's face seemed to carry a hint of a smile if anything, which was very nice to look at. And the man next to Xia Lingwei Jifan also recognized. Pei Big Dog Pei Yueza. Pei de Dog. It's you. Blurting out the words made Jifan himself froze for a moment, and then touched his head somewhat sardonically. One seems to have a great deal of animosity toward him? It's over. It's over. Am I jealous? Impossible. Xia Lingwei, this ice cube queen, who dares to like Also Pei Big Dog, this guy is not afraid of thick skin. Jifan, you're here too. Pei Yueza had a warm smile on his face and didn't get angry because of Jifan's phrase Pei Big Dog. Instead, he patted the stool next to him and gestured for him to sit. Jifan thought about it and sat his butt down next to his sister. I say, sis, didn't you reject him last time? Why did you sneak here for a date? And you, Pei Yueza, don't think that your thick skin is useful. How can you still have the nerve to ask my sisters out when you've already been rejected in public? As soon as Jifan came over, without saying a word, he fired off the two men first, after saying that Jifan had been a little bit more rational, but immediately Xia Lingwei's sentence made him go to his head again. It's not what you think. Jifan looked at Xia Lingwei beside him with wide eyes. Xia Lingwei, are you crazy? Usually the more they say that on TV the more they have an indescribable relationship. Did you really go out with him? Don't you have a boyfriend? Can you stand up to your boyfriend? Jifan was painfully aware of this. I heard about Lingwei, her boyfriend. I'm sorry for your loss. Also, me coming out to dinner with Lingwei today was an appointment made last week, and she had a temporary commitment so it was made for today. Jifan's table slammed, stopping Pei Yueza from continuing. You secretly cursed me to death, didn't you? Then I'll curse you for having a baby with no ass. Staring viciously at Pei Yueza, Jifan went straight for it. He took Xia Lingwei's hand and looked at her seriously. Come home with me now. This kid is not well-intentioned. From start to finish, Xia Lingwei only said one sentence, but Jifan didn't notice that Xia Lingwei was smiling the entire time and her gaze was always on Jifan's body. When Ji-fan's eyes looked toward her, Xia Lingwei collected her smile and resumed that cold as ice face as she gently nodded her head. Hey, Lingwei, just spoil him. Pei Yueza watched helplessly as Xia Lingwei was pulled up by Ji-fan and then arrogantly left the card table, and could only pull out his cell phone to make a call. I say, old man, ask your good buddy what's going on. Xia Lingwei and I were about to go on a dinner date when he suddenly came out halfway and cut Xia Lingwei off and took her away. I'm usually pretty nice to you too, aren't I? What's wrong with him today? On the phone, Pei Xiaohua was originally playing the game in double rows, all on the high ground, immediately launching a general charge. Hard to be hindered by this phone call from his own old brother, but after hearing what Pei Yueza said, Pei Xiaohua couldn't care less about the general offense and immediately opened his mouth. Brother, you go home first, I'll ask Lao Ji about this, and I'll tell you when I'm sure. After hanging up the phone, Pei Xiaohua helplessly surrendered his weapon and ended the game. After letting his sister in the double row play on her own, he didn't directly dial Ji-fan's phone. According to what Lao said, then Ji-fan should be with Xia Lingwei right now. After thinking about it, he edited a message. I'm home. Come find me when you get back. It's urgent. Ji-fan had just pulled Xia Lingwei out of the card table when he bumped into Xiaoya and the others who had chased him out. Their thought was that since Ji-fan had gone over there without knowing what was going on, then Mr. Xia must have known that they were gathering here. It's not right to see your boss at a potluck and not go over and say hello. But what they never expected was that they seemed to see things they shouldn't have seen as soon as they came out. Ji-fan is actually holding Mr. Xia's hand? What an amazingly large melon this is. All of them forgot to greet each other, and their eyes swept back and forth between Ji-fan and Xia Lingwei, giving Xia Lingwei, the iceberg beauty, a quick blush. There were only two exceptions, Zhang Delu and Zhou Wei. The eyes of these two were as if they wanted to eat Ji-fan up, their eyes filled with jealousy and anger. Ji-fan didn't have time to say anything more to them at this time. He was afraid of what Pei the dog would do if he chased them out. I can rely on a breath of air to pull Xia Lingwei out. If Pei Big Dog chased out again, maybe I have to give Xia Lingwei back. Excuse me, move over, there's a bit of personal business to settle over here. Ji-fan forcefully pulled Xia Lingwei to continue walking forward, and that's when everyone reacted. One by one, as if they didn't see it, they all tacitly turned back. Passing through them, Xia Lingwei suddenly stopped. Ji-fan froze for a moment and looked at Xia Lingwei with some apprehension. This series of operations he had just done was completely unreasonable. If it wasn't for his hot head, Ji-fan definitely wouldn't have been able to do this kind of operation. But now that it's half done, that's only one way to go dark. But what was the meaning of this stopping action by Xia Lingwei? She came around? She's gonna yell at me? She's going back? In this second, countless thoughts flew through Ji-fan's mind. You guys are going to pretend you didn't see anything today. You hear me? Xia Lingwei's voice rang out, not loud but not to be denied. Don't worry, we didn't see anything today. Yes, we just came to have a meal by ourselves today. Never met you. The food is served. It's time to eat. Get in. With that said, the group had all entered the deck, with eyes wide open. This is really their area of expertise. Go, what are you waiting for? Later Pei Yueza can chase out. Looking at Xia Lingwei's playful tone, Ji-fan felt a trance. The Xia Lingwei in the cell phone screen overlapped infinitely with the real Xia Lingwei, eventually becoming the same person. Chapter 45, Head Itches, Growing Love Brain. Until he sat in the car, Ji-fan was still in a bit of a trance. Did Xia Lingwei really just follow herself out? Without even asking why, he allowed himself to pull her and abandoned Pei Yueza. Seriously, Pei Yueza is excellent. Not only is he young and handsome, but his family history and strength are a good match for Xia Lingwei, so he can be called a real golden boy and girl. One is the person in charge of the Xia group, the youngest female president of Zhanghai, and the new richest man in Zhanghai. One is the head of Pei's group, the most discerning investor in Zhanghai. Strictly calculated, Xia's group and Pei's group's financial strength is actually not on par with each other. Xia Lingwei these 3 years can go so smoothly, aside from her own ability and opportunity, but also with the help of Pei's group is inseparable. If he really wanted Xia Lingwei to find a husband, Ji-fan also felt that Pei Yueza was the best. But just now, he had pulled Xia Lingwei away in front of Pei Yueza and had sprayed the other party. Look at you, what have you done? But one thing is for sure, Xia Lingwei's hand holding is really comfortable. In the driver's seat, Xia Lingwei looked at Ji-fan with a smile on her face, as if she was waiting for him to give her an explanation. Ji-fan held his forehead, his mind already racing inside. I think, didn't that boyfriend of yours just die? It's a bit inappropriate to get into a relationship right now. Although it was quite devoid of credibility, Ji-fan still said it with a stiff upper lip. Yes? So how come you just broke up with your ex-girlfriend not long ago and you're talking to another one? Xia Lingwei's words caused Ji-fan to break out in a cold sweat. What does she mean by that? He did talk to another one himself, but wasn't that one her? She knows who I am? I'm not exposed. What went wrong? Jifan forced himself to calm down. It's a blessing, not a curse, and it's a curse that can't be avoided. Jifan smiled awkwardly to hide his inner panic, and against Xia Lingwei's gaze that was tinged with inquiries, he stiffly continued to speak. I didn't. When did I talk about another one? Xia Lingwei just looked at him quietly. The meaning seemed to be, I'll just watch how you make it up. Sis, why are you looking at me like that? Oddly oozy. Xia Lingwei withdrew her gaze while lighting the fire. The vehicle started, and only then did Xia Lingwei speak quietly. I saw it yesterday at the clearing bar. Heroes saving the day. Schoolmates and seniors. Quite a love affair. But then again, that girl does look good and sings well. Much better than that gold-digging ex-girlfriend. Xia Lingwei was able to know about Zhao Feifei. Jifan was not surprised. As long as she wanted to check, it would be hard not to find out the bottom of a person in Shanghai. After hearing that she was talking about Wang Yinshu, Jifan let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's good that it wasn't exposed. Knowing that he hadn't been exposed, Jifan's entire body relaxed. With the window down and feeling the warm breeze blowing in from outside, Jifan calmed down completely. That's just a schoolgirl. Yeah, she's just your sister. Jifan always felt as if what was in front of him now wasn't his sister Xia Lingwei, but the Xia Lingwei who called herself a baby. Otherwise she shouldn't be chatting with him like this. But again, Jifan could be sure that he had never been exposed. What went wrong? Could it be that you've merged the two into one, causing you to always be subjectively substituting, and that's why you're the way you are? I've only met her a few times in total, but it's incumbent on my generation to see the road. I definitely wouldn't have hesitated to change into another girl that day. Jifan didn't know why he had to explain so much to Xia Lingwei, as if he was afraid that she would misunderstand. Could it be that he was really in love with her? Jifan hastily shook his head, shaking these immodest thoughts out of his head. Half an hour later, the vehicle finally pulled into the neighborhood. Sister, stop here. Pei Xiaohua wants to see me for something. Jifan had seen Pei Xiaohua's message a long time ago, but he didn't reply. In case this Pei Xiaohua guy made a phone call over and said something he shouldn't have said for Xia Lingwei to hear, then he would be dead. Xia Lingwei nodded as the car stopped in front of Pei's house. I'll go explain to Pei Yueza on his side. Don't need you to care. Besides, the company will be yours tomorrow. Are you sure you don't want to check it out? I see you're quite interested in that skit. If it wasn't for this today, Jifan would never have gone. But now, Jifan hesitated. He could already imagine the main topic of their dinner today when he and Xia Lingwei left. If I go back to work tomorrow, I'll be dead. I'll take another look. Jifan gave a vague answer and got out of the car. His mind was a mess right now. It's as if I've put myself on the fire by making a scene today. When Jifan left, Xia Lingwei immediately called Sujiro. Vivi, what's wrong? Sujiro seemed to have just taken a shower and was lazy. Our guesses seem to be right. That person really is Jifan. What? There was a squeal of eating on the phone. In that case, I'll come right over to your house and talk it over with you. After the drunkenness ended last night, Sujiro thought it would be better to find the person out for Xia Lingwei. Whether it's really dead or a fraudulent corpse, there's always an end. Otherwise Xia Lingwei wouldn't have been able to walk out at all. Sujiro's efficiency was extremely high, and it only took one morning to lock the IP location in the neighborhood where Xia Lingwei lived. This ending left both Xia Lingwei and Sujiro stunned. The neighborhood where Xia Lingwei is located is either rich or noble. All of them are people of honor in Shanghai City, and as far as Xia Lingwei knew, there were only two people who were juniors this year and were still at JNU, Jifan and Pei Xiaohua. If it was those two, then fleeing on seeing yourself seemed to make sense, and with Xia Lingwei's understanding of Pei Xiaohua, 99% of him wouldn't be his own baby. Then there's only one answer. So the menopausal supervisor he says works part-time on the weekends to put her through all this heavy lifting is myself? The two of them talked the most about Jifan's part-time job during the weekend, when Xia Lingwei even helped him scold himself. So the first time you swindled your way to death in the first place was because you were about to take the entrance exam? When she first came to the Xia family, Xia Lingwei had heard Sun Huiya mention that Jifan's addiction to games had led to a drop in his academic performance, and that he was significantly better after being beaten up in the last semester of his senior year. So, he's obviously been caring a lot more about me the last couple days because of guilt? Thinking about the fact that Jifan had obviously cared a lot more about himself in the past few days, and had been persuading himself to come out. If it was all still just a guess before, since the IP address was just localized in his own neighborhood, it was also possible that the other party was lying, and that he wasn't actually a student at JNU. But now, Xia Lingwei was 100% sure, Givan is his own baby, and he clearly just likes himself. How else can you explain him suddenly taking himself away today? Hey, the head is itching and the love brain is growing again. Chapter 46, that's what makes it fun. Key, what's wrong with you? I heard that you ran to my brother and took Xia Lingwei away. You're not backtracking, are you? Just after arriving at Pei's house, Pei Xiaohua hurriedly pulled him into the room, completely ignoring those astonished gazes from his own servants. What backsliding? It's Xia Lingwei. You're going to have a showdown with her? Jifan shook his head in a hurry. Tonight was purely in my head, and it definitely won't be again. It was said firmly, but the tone didn't sound as if it had much backbone. Come on, I don't know you yet. Just come right out and say it. Are you sorry? But the other person is Xia Lingwei, and you lied to her twice, and you're scared. Worthy of having grown up together, Pei Xiaohua saw through Jifan's inner bravado at a glance. If you ask me, if you can't let go, you should just admit it. There are only two endings. You live with your sister without shame. You were scolded by your sister and the two of you have been dead to each other ever since. But no matter how much Pei Xiaohua persuaded him, Jifan didn't dare anyway. I feel like my sister is in okay shape right now, and slowly she should be able to come out of it. As for me, just continue to keep her at arm's length from now on. Jifan analyzed it carefully. In the past few days, it was mainly because he was concerned and got a little too close to Xia Lingwei, which led to more emotional fluctuations and almost didn't control himself. Know what it means to be in authority? Forget it, you decide for yourself. I'll say it on my brother's side, and make sure he doesn't have any more illusions about Xia Lingwei in the future. The thing about feelings is that it's not at all useful to listen to what others say. It all depends on your own heart. Jifan just can't see his heart right now, and it's pointless for Pei Xiaohua to persuade him any further, so he simply gave up. By the way, my sister gave me a company that she just acquired. Pei Xiaohua looked at Jifan with contempt. It's just a crappy company, or just acquired, and this is coming to me? I have several $100 million of industry under my name, and I didn't take it out to fool around. To Xia Lingwei, this level of industry is as worthless as that $5 in cash in your pocket. It's all into the Xia family, and this level is at best a birthday present level, or casual birth. Jifan thought about it. It was probably because he had overthought it. Xia Lingwei was simply looking at her interest, so she gave the company to herself in passing. This small industry is nothing to her. If Xia's group was not ready to enter the entertainment section, online and offline ready to grasp both, it is estimated that this company does not even reach Xia Lingwei's acquisition standards. There was nothing more to say, and the two of them chatted briefly. Jifan was afraid that Pei Yueza would come back and bump into him, so he left Pei's house early. Mrs. Chang, where's my sister? There was no sign of Xia Lingwei's car at the door, which made Jifan a little curious, and he opened his mouth to ask when he entered. What's all the yelling about? Don't you work at the same place as your sister? Who are you asking? I did not expect that my mom was actually at home. Jifan lowered his head and was ready to go upstairs to his room, but he was called by his old mother again. Stand still. Jifan immediately stood honestly in place. In the past 2 days, it seems that Weiwei girl is not doing anything anymore. Your uncle Xia and I are preparing to leave the country to continue our previously unfinished trip. During this period of time, you honestly follow your sister around, and report to me at the first sign of any problems. Got it? Going abroad again? Jifan just didn't understand. What was so fun about this foreign country? Going out for 3 days at a time. Jifan even suspected that his own mom is not an Uncle Xia secretly gave birth to a baby abroad. Otherwise why hold out? Although he was spitting inside, Jifan was still honest with his mouth. Got it. You guys just go out and have fun. I'll be at home. After saying that there was nothing more to do, Jifan returned to his room. It wasn't until after 11 p.m. that Jifan heard the sound of a vehicle downstairs. It should be Xia Lingwei coming back. Coming back so late. You wouldn't have sent yourself back and then gone to see Pei the dog, would you? Damn it. I really was overthinking myself. She's just out there to give herself a face. With such thoughts, Jifan fell into a deep sleep. Day 2. Jifan still took Xia Lingwei's car to work. This side of the neighborhood is a little difficult to take a taxi. If you do not rub Xia Lingwei's car, then Jifan at least have to get up half an hour early to tolerate mistakes, which is obviously not feasible. But Kifin was already thinking about whether or not he was going to go buy himself a car. I still have more than $300,000 in my hand, so it would be easy to buy a good rabbit with full payment. Today's Jifan wasn't late, but he had just sat down at his workstation when 3 or 4 people instantly surrounded him. What's coming is coming. Jifan, what's your relationship with Mr. Xia? Yeah, I saw you two holding hands yesterday. Geez, I've never seen Mr. Xia so close to a male. More than that, I also saw Mr. Xia smile. This is really the first time that an iron tree blossoms. Looking around at the gossiping eyes of his co-workers, Jifan regretted it. One should have listened to Xia Lingwei and gone with Su Jiro today to do the handover of the acquisition. What's everybody doing here? You don't have to go to work. Don't forget what Mr. Xia said yesterday. Those who want to remain in the company had better keep their mouths shut. It's still Sister Yu when it counts. Zhao forcefully dispersed the surrounding co-workers before looking at Jifan. Just ignore them and go to work normally. After saying that, Zhao had already started the day's work, as if last night's events had really never happened. Look at that. Man to man. That's professional. Inside the office, Xia Lingwei had a smile on her face, setting her off even more brightly. Ever since last night's determination of Jifan's identity, Xia Lingwei seemed to have changed and managed to change back to 3 years ago. At that time they were still enjoying the oh-so college life, carefree every day and looking forward to sweet love. The later Xia Lingwei, who became a famous business queen in Shanghai, hardly ever had a smile on her face anymore. Looking at the current Xia Lingwei, Su Jiro was very happy, but still asked with some concern, "Lingwei, are you really going to not show your cards?" Xia Lingwei smiled mysteriously and shook her head. This brat, who has deceived me for so long and twice, is unforgivable. Now he knows who I am, but doesn't know that I've figured out who he is, and that's what makes it fun. A smile also appeared on Su Jiro's face. Jifan, this kid miserable. Know that it is his own sister after all, dare to cheat, but also fraudulent death. It is also time to let him eat some bitter. You really think the richest man in Shanghai is a fake, don't you? I'll turn over your account book in a minute. The two sisters talked freely for a long time last night, and after realizing that her baby was Jifan, Xia Lingwei didn't let that hold her back. Su Jiro did not feel strange. On their own sisters this love brain. The other side, even if it is a 40-year-old uncle, is estimated to be able to say 3 or 5 points of merit. Not to mention Jifan, this kid was quite good. She was just curious how Xia Lingwei was going to tease this guy. Chapter 47. I've met a familiar face. 2 of them. Since discovering Jifan's unusual relationship with Xia Lingwei, Jifan had finally cleared the air at the company. Although the two Zhang Deluxe and Zhou Wei were about to go crazy with jealousy of Jifan, they didn't dare to show it on the surface. As long as they didn't mess up, Jifan didn't care about them. And the things of that day, Xia Lingwei didn't mention it again. And Pei Yueza didn't come back to disturb Xia Lingwei, which made Jifan completely relieved as well. It seems to have been all a false alarm, an exaggeration that I scared myself into brainstorming. Jifan, here's a file you sent to Macroview Media now. Hurry up. 2 days ago on the weekend, Jifan deliberately went to buy an electric car with a range of up to 100 kilometers. For this reason Jifan even made it a point to show off to Xia Lingwei, meaning that he would never have to trouble Xia Lingwei to wait for him to commute with him again. Then, in the past 2 days, Jifan was going crazy delivering documents. He even suspected that Xia Lingwei was doing it on purpose, but he couldn't find a motive. It can't be that she wants to commute with herself, can it? That is, unless one is crazy. It was worth mentioning that during this period of time Jifan and Xia Lingwei had resumed the same kind of unsavory relationship they had before. They would greet each other politely when they met, and their chats were businesslike, as if Jifan holding Xia Lingwei that day was just an illusion. So Jifan really can't imagine would be Xia Lingwei intentionally hole himself. It is possible that it really is the company documents Morit. I'll drop it off for you. I just happened to be going that direction to meet a client. At this time, Zhao stood up while looking at Jifan. Jifan thought about it but still rejected Zhao's good intentions and said, "Don't bother Sister Ya. I'll do this on my own. It's fine." Zhao didn't insist. She had a car of her own, and the appointment to meet with the client was already only about 20 minutes away, so he had to be quick. Jifan remembered that this Macroview Media was under his name, right? Last week, Su Jiro had already returned her ID card to herself, saying that things were all done. If nothing else, this company has been transferred to his name. I don't know if the $20 million has been invested. Xia Lingwei will not be so cruel as to let herself be burdened with huge debts, right? Taking the documents Su Jiro handed to him, Jifan set off on his own little electric donkey. Since he had the little electric donkey, Jifan realized that Shanghai was actually not that big, and this thing was also convenient as there was no traffic jam. Half an hour later, Jifan parked his little donkey and walked into Macroview Media with the documents. Compared to the last time, it's clear that Macroview Media is not the same anymore. It was still in the same place, but there were already 2 more security guards at the door, checking Kifan's head office's work permit before letting him in. Jifan knew nothing about company management. The only thing he knew was that this company was bought by Xia Lingwei and then transferred all the shares to himself. As for how it worked in the middle, Jifan didn't know anything about it. Handsome. New here? Why haven't I seen you before? Just a short walk inside, Jifan was molested by a sling sister. Looking at her appearance, she should also be one of the company's anchors. At this time, she is standing in the aisle to smoke. Presumably in the live room is not very convenient. No, I came by to drop off some information. Jifan glanced at the other party. Not bad looking, but a bit worse than Zhao Fei, and naturally wouldn't have any attraction to Jifan. A man who could face Xia Lingwei every day and still not change his face. Beauty no longer had much temptation for him. Handsome, why don't you join us for a drink tonight after delivering the materials? I'll be off the air in half an hour. Jifan glanced at the other party in surprise and thought for a moment before saying, are you sure you want to have a drink with me? A man covered in groundhogs? That's right, groundhog. Who would have thought that as a part of the Xia family, Jifan's body was wearing ground floor goods? Jifan had been trolled in the past at school, calling him a bumpkin who wore all the floor coverings. Not only that, but the clothes he wore as a freshman are still being worn as a junior, which is why he was rated as the #1 deep love in JNU. You can't even afford to buy yourself a single piece of clothing, but you're willing to spend thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars on your girlfriend every month. At first, Zhao Feifei had disliked Jifan for it, but then she didn't dislike it anymore, because Jifan said the rest of the money would be for her to spend. Now that I think about it, I was really myself back then. Groundlings? This woman across the room clearly froze as well. It can't be. I used to be an apprentice at C's for a while, the workmanship and tailoring. It's obviously a private order from C's, at least 6 figures for a set. It was Jifan's turn to freeze. In these clothes? 6 figures? Big sis, are you kidding me? Although the clothes were really comfortable to wear, and the quality was still bar none. Otherwise Jifan wouldn't have worn them for so long without changing them. But all of these clothes, obviously, my mother had brought them back to me from high school, saying they were from the farmer's market. Ah, how did it become personalized? Impossible, you must have misread it. Jifan shook his head, but with this effort, the woman on the other side had already dropped the cigarette in her hand and walked towards Jifan, and then extended her evil hand towards Jifan. What do you want? Jifan was startled and looked at the other party warily. Under Jifan's gaze, the other party's hand ended up on Jifan's arm, then gently touched it. Looking at that expression on her face, Jifan could be 100% sure that she was just looking for a reason to touch her muscles. What are you doing? At that moment, another voice rang out, still somewhat familiar. Jifan's eyes looked past the presumptuous woman in front of him. Fei Qiu? Why is she here? Senior year there are hardly any classes left. It's all internships, and at most there are a couple more school runs for thesis stuff later on. Jifan had thought that this person would completely disappear from his sight, but he didn't expect to see him again now. Zhao Feifei also froze for a moment when she saw Jifan. Then her voice steepened. Jifan? What are you doing here? Zhao Feifei's little savings that she managed to save in the past 2 years have all been pitched, and she also owes 30,000 yuan in external debt. Her family is definitely not going to subsidize her. She'll just have to figure it out on her own. After thinking about it, the only way to make money fast is to come on the air. She was already pretty good looking, and with all the high-tech additions, it wouldn't be very difficult for her to make a few tens of thousands of dollars if she was just a little more daring. In the past, she was bent on marrying into a rich family, but after being cheated by Qin Hao, her idea of marrying into a rich family faded a bit, and now she only wanted to get some money. Senior Kiffin? It's really you. Before Jifan had a chance to speak, another woman's voice rang out, but this one sounded much sweeter. Good guy. Their 3 years of college with these two women have a little bit of intercourse. The results of the delivery of a document at once all to run into. Chapter 48. The stall goods are actually real. Looking at Yun Shu, Jifan didn't expect her to be here as well, and from where she came out, she was in the next live room to Zhao Feifei's. Jifan looked around again. This seemed to be purely a face anchor area. The anchors in such areas basically do not carry goods, and rely on chatting, singing, and doing small games to attract people, so that the other party for their own gift reward, so as to achieve the purpose of making money. Now that summer vacation is over, the Clear Bar's residency isn't every day, so Wang Yunshu works here part-time during the day? Senior Kiffin? Zhao Feifei suspiciously glanced at Jifan, and then turned her head to look at Wang Yunshu, who had walked out from inside the live broadcast room, and soon she thought to herself that she had thought it through. TSK, Jifan is not bad, actually learning to be a big brother too, all called so affectionately. Surely did not brush a lot of gifts, right? It's also true that he used to spend money on me every day when he was chasing me, but it's a pity that he's a poor guy, playing hard to get part-time jobs to earn those few $1,000s a month, which is not enough to pay for one of my bags. What? Playing hard to get on the side now to pay the hostesses? With those words, Zhao Feifei looked at Wang Yunshu, who had already walked over, and a trace of undetectable jealousy flashed across her face. Compared to Wang Yunshu, her proud beauty was completely worthless. The little sister is not old enough, but she has an innocent face that seduces men. Jifan, you don't think this kind of person is easy to cheat, do you? Spending a little money to bring them home? You're also too naive. Jifan, don't pretend to be mute if you have the ability to do so. Afraid to speak after being broken up by me? At this time, Wang Yunshu had already arrived in front of Jifan, delight written all over his face. Jifan smiled and nodded at her as a simple greeting, as he was ready to solve the trouble in front of him first. There were so many live broadcast platforms, but she chose Hong Jing. I don't know if it means that this sinful relationship between the two is too deep, or that God has eyes and purposely gave Jifan the opportunity to hit Zhao Feifei's face. Pussyfooting around, there's no end to it, is there? Before, I guess, thinking you were just a bit of a gold digger. I just didn't realize that you had nerves. Don't they all practice garbage segregation nowadays? Can you be a little more conscious and go to the garbage can you're supposed to be in? Please? Don't come and be disgusting in front of me. Before I knew you, I had one good heart and one evil heart. And after I knew you, I only have a good heart left. And it's disgusting. On the side, Wang Yunshu couldn't hold back and let out a pfft laugh. Sorry. I didn't mean to. Zhao Feifei's face turned green with anger as she stared at Jifan dead in the face. Jifan, it's not because of you that I was cheated? Don't think I don't know that you already recognized that the car wasn't his downstairs at my house that day. But you didn't tell me. How could I have been fooled by him if you had told me on the spot? After Qin Hao's incident, Zhao Feifei couldn't even afford to rent a room and was forced to move out. I happened to run into a couple of neighbors on the way out and ended up getting taunted. That's the little girl who was in the car with a guy. Shame on her. You don't say. That man is not a decent person at first sight. That car is not his. It's the car of the president of Xia's group. I don't know what means he used to cheat over. Zhao Feifei exploded on the spot after hearing this, and hurriedly chased after them to ask how they knew. Then they gave Jifan up and said they saw it with their own eyes. And the man apologized to Jifan and told him not to say anything. In her eyes, everything was Jifan's fault. Otherwise, how could she have ended up in this situation? In the eyes of such women, there is no reasoning at all and dumping is always number one. And don't even think about it, she's cheating on her husband. What responsibility does Jifan have to tell her if her next one is a cheater or a high roller? You have the nerve to be evil when you cheated on me first. Senior Jifan is right. You are really shameless. At this moment, that first girl who saw Jifan finally heard something. Jifan and Zhao Feifei used to be lovers. Zhao Feifei disliked Jifan's poverty and cheated on him with a rich man. Then they were tricked by a fake high roller and ended up losing their money. Now you come over to scold Jifan and blame him? Have the world's three views been turned upside down like this? But she didn't open her mouth. She just looked left and right with wide eyes, itching to feel a bag of melons out of her pocket. Not even wanting to do the live broadcast, just wanting to eat melons. So what? Who made him poor? He loves me so much. Why doesn't he become a rich man? He has to reflect on himself. It's not embarrassing to hang around in a groundhog all day long. If he's a rich man, how could I have cheated on him? Top understanding. Kiffin wanted to applaud her, but the girl who started it all suddenly came back to her senses and couldn't resist interjecting. You say he's poor? Groundhogs on him? Did you know he's 6 figures for the suit? Big sister, are you out of your mind? You are dreaming of marrying into a rich family. You mustn't learn about high luxury products? No wonder you're being cheated. She was never expecting to meet this kind of thing in reality. A gold-digging woman with a mountain of gold in her hand doesn't realize that she's lost it to a scumbag. You're farting. How can you have high luxury with this ground floor stuff? He hasn't changed his clothes a few times since freshman year. Are you kidding me? In fact, Jifan also agrees with what Zhao Feifei said. These clothes on his body are really not any high luxury specialization. His own mom has a few pounds of Jifan is still clear. In addition to the love of a powerful point, the other seems to be nothing capable of. You'd have to say that Jifan would have to be shocked to death to say that he grew up wearing 6-figure clothes. I'm telling the truth. I just touched it. And your dress is definitely a private order from the C's. If you don't believe me, turn inside out the cuffs. There must be an exclusive C family logo there. Listening to her words, Jifan did not hold back his curiosity. Reached out and turned the sleeve opening over, not realizing that there was actually a sign here. And it was exactly the same as what the other party had said. Good lord, $100,000 for your own set? I'm sure it's my own mom. I can't believe she's so rich that she doesn't tell herself and enjoys herself alone. It is said that nothing can be poorer than a poor child, but it seems that it doesn't work at all with one's own mother. But it wasn't right. He had grown up in the ghetto as a child and his mother had lived there for many years. Was it necessary to act so real? Impossible. It must not be true. He is the poor man. You must have joined with him to cheat me. Zhao Feifei's scream interrupted Jifan's speculation. Who cares if it's true or not? It's good to make this gold-digging woman in front of you feel bad first. Whether it's a pauper or not, I'm sure you'll find out soon enough. Jifan smiled evilly. This company is my own. She should not have been here for a few days, right? Probably still in the probationary period, and we'll find a reason to fire her later. Jifan glanced at Zhao Feifei, then his eyes lit up. Let's just say she's not good looking. It makes sense to use the place where she got her kicks as a reason to fire her. Chapter 49. Sorry, I'm showing my cards. Still pretending. You think I'm going to believe it just because you found 2 TOs? Zhao Fei was still talking tough. No matter how strong the evidence was, she didn't want to believe that Jifan was really a rich man. Security, what are you doing? Throw this man out. Don't let him flail around here. Zhao Fei was already in a hurry. She didn't dare to let Jifan continue. She was afraid that Jifan would come up with more truths to hit her in the face and make her have to believe. I really don't know if the dress is 6 figures, but I do know that you're about to be fired. Jifan sneered. Since he had come across her, he definitely had to give her a big gift before he could do so. Ha 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 ha, bragging to the heavens. Why don't you say that this company is yours and you can fire whoever you want? Why didn't I realize before that you're so capable of pretending? Jifan had silently pulled out his cell phone. He was going to ask Sujiro what it takes to fire someone. What's all the noise about? At that moment, 2 people appeared at the end of the aisle, and a fat middle-aged man rushed over with an angry face. If you guys don't want to work, you can give the live room to other people who want to work. He's the current head of this company, and he's worked his ass off to get this meat and potatoes job, but it's only been a few days since he took office. He hasn't even had the chance to subterfuge. Shucks, he hasn't even had the chance to get to know the company's employees, and then he encounters this. And on top of that, the group boss just happens to be here inspecting the work today. Now it's like a food market out here. Isn't that a slap in the face? So he was angry now, and he was already thinking internally about how to punish these ungrateful guys out there. Jifan raised his head and saw Xia Lingwei not far behind the chubby head at a glance. What's going on here? Why is Xia Lingwei here? And looking at her face, she seems to be a bit angry. Come to think of it, just acquired the company is managed like this. He as the boss must be angry too. Manager, this man is not from our company. He's causing trouble here. Backtracking is every green tea's best tactic, and it's often unbeatable, and Zhao Fei obviously knows it well. Being evil was the first thing to happen, but Jifan didn't have the slightest worry about it. I wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but what I got in return was alienation. In that case, I'm not pretending. I'm showing my cards. Who are you? How did you get in here? Where's the security? What are they doing? The manager was obviously a bit anxious. It was a big no-no for a management company to let outsiders just enter. What if it's a rival? Come over here and douse your fortune tree. Pull your electrical switch, and rub Windex on every section of paper in your toilet. The effective cost of evil is still low. The security guards were quickly called over. Zhao Fei looked at Jifan with a smug look on her face. She could already imagine the security guards vaulting him out, and it was guaranteed that the anchorwoman who had defended him would be fired along with him. Bringing a boss into a company is a big no-no in the industry, unless that boss has exaggerated spending power. With Zhao Fei's knowledge of Jifan, it was obvious that he wasn't such a person. Although she didn't know where she got the high imitation A goods from, Zhao Fei would never believe that the set of clothes on Jifan was 6 figures. Manager, this has nothing to do with the senior. The one causing trouble is clearly her. Seeing that the security guards really came over, Wang Yunshu was anxious and quickly opened her mouth to defend. But Wang Yunshu was immediately pulled back by Jifan, who let out a light laugh and said, "It's alright, I'm curious to see how long she'll be able to be complacent until she gets there." It was just that Jifan didn't realize that when he subconsciously pulled Wang Yunshu, Xia Lingwei's face became even more ugly. Security guards make a quick entrance. How did this man get in here? Didn't you look at the door? The manager looked at the security guard in front of him with a black face and pointed his finger at Jifan and yelled. As for what Wang Yunshu had just said, he didn't care. As long as it wasn't someone from the company, he came in that he was at fault first, and of course dealt with Jifan first. Not much time had passed, and the security guard obviously remembered Jifan. He scratched his head before saying, "Manager, he's from the head office. I've checked the work license." The manager's face changed, cautiously glancing back at Xia Lingwei, inwardly saying a bad word. The reason why Xia Lingwei remained here was because there was a document that she forgot to bring over, and had just called someone to send it over in front of her. Now it's good. He offended the people of the head office, or in front of Xia Lingwei. This is dead. What? No way. How could he possibly get into Xia's group? The one who couldn't accept this answer the most was naturally Zhao Fei. Xia's group. That is, every citizen of Jianghai want to enter the place. Rumor has it that Xia's group's security guards have 8,000 yuan a month, but also 5 insurance and 1 goldet. What virtue and ability did Jifan have to actually enter the Xia group during his internship? What are you yelling about? Believe it or not, I'll fire you right away. The manager was startled by Zhao Fei and opened his mouth to reprimand, while still carefully observing Xia Lingwei's face. Mr. Xia, this is the information you wanted. I've brought it over to you. But right, I think this just acquired company seems to be not too good. How the bottom of what all people into the company before all do not test? The general manager's eyes widened. He didn't expect this person who sent the information to actually dare to talk to Mr. Xia like this. It's hard to believe that this guy has some hidden background. If that was the case, then one's day was completely cold. Hearing Ji Fan's words, Xia Lingwei finally stopped hiding at the back. She took a few steps forward and appeared in front of everyone, and the others finally knew the identity of this woman who had been standing in the distance watching the show, was actually the president of the Xia Group, that legendary woman of the business world. Zhao Feifei had originally thought that she was going to die today, but with a twinkle in her eye, she immediately thought of a way. Mr. Xia, this employee actually dared to question you. He doesn't have good intentions. Xia Lingwei seriously surveyed the woman in front of her who was making a show of herself. She thought about it for half a day, but she couldn't figure out how Ji Fan could like her, and like her for 2 years. Is it blind? Or is it that men are easily mesmerized by this one? Seeing that Xia Lingwei didn't say anything, Zhao Feifei's face was pleased. It seemed like her words had an effect. Let this Ji Fan, so arrogant, a small employee, actually dare to question their own old boss. This is definitely dead. Maybe I can also take this opportunity to get the appreciation of Mr. Xia. Then later as an independent strong woman is also not bad. Just as Zhao Feifei was longing, Xia Lingwei finally spoke. Well, I gave him this company. He manages his own company now. Do you have any comments? Zhao Feifei froze. She could understand every word Xia Lingwei said just now, but how it was linked together was a bit incomprehensible to her. I'm sorry, I'm the owner of this company, the 100% shareholding kind. Now, you can pack up and get out. As for the reason for dismissal, let's just say the looks aren't up to snuff. Chapter 50, Make him fall in love with me again. Giffen, you can't do this to me. Zhao Feifei's entire body was dumbfounded. This chain of events was beyond her comprehension. Are the clothes on Jifan really 6 figures? And what kind of relationship does Jifan have with Xia Lingwei that this company is just giving it away? Could it be that Jifan was really some hidden rich kid? Or that he had been adopted by Xia Lingwei? Although Zhao Feifei was stupid, she wasn't completely stupid. Although it occurred to her that Jifan might have been adopted by Xia Lingwei, she didn't dare to say anything at all. Xia Lingwei was right here. If he shouted it out in public today, even if it was true and insulted Xia Lingwei's innocence, then he might just disappear into Zhanghai at some point. So, it still has to come from Jifan. Jifan, you've liked me for 2 years, and you've lied to me about it all? Have you forgotten? You said it before. You said you'd always be good to me. Last winter, you got up at 5 a.m. and ran 10 miles in line just to get my favorite breakfast. And the last time, when my aunt was in pain in the middle of the night, you brought me painkillers late at night, and then ended up taking care of me at my bedside for the rest of the night. And that one time, listening to Zhao Feifei's heartbreaking cries, the people on the side heard and understood. Good guy. Feelings are licking dogs. The most important thing is that people are so good to you. You cuckolded him because of a little bit of money. How can you have the nerve to say these words? Ji Fan, I am also a victim of Qin Hao's matter. If you had told me that you have this background strength, how could we break up? I will always love you. Come back, give An. Jifan took a deep breath and quietly covered his eyes with his right hand, as if he couldn't bear to look anymore. This gave Zhao Feifei renewed hope. I say you two brothers, the company recruited you to be security guards, not to be posers. Drag them out quickly. Ji Fan really couldn't take it anymore. Letting Zhao Feifei talk on, he had no place to put this face. Quickly, move quickly, and remember to cover her mouth so she doesn't pee or poop anywhere. The boss of the company had given the word. These 2 security guards hurriedly did as they were told, and even carried out Ji Fan's order perfectly, covering Zhao Feifei's mouth with their hands to death. Finally clearing the air, Ji Fan smiled awkwardly towards the people around him. Come in with me. Xia Lingwei glared at him, then spoke. Jifan hurriedly lowered his head and followed with small steps, looking like he had done something wrong. Inside the office, the chubby manager didn't follow them in, leaving just the 2 siblings. That's a pretty unique way to pick a girlfriend. The first words that came through the door almost made Jifan find a hole in the ground. This sister of his own is really a pot calling the kettle black. But then again, she was supposed to be considered her girlfriend too, so was she also cursing herself out in disguise like that? Luckily she doesn't know herself. Jifan was just thinking about it when Xia Lingwei on the opposite side of the room suddenly paused, which made Jifan look over with some confusion. Xia Lingwei's face had been ugly before, and Jifan couldn't guess why. And now, it seemed to have gotten a little uglier. Sis, what's on your mind, sis? Jifan carefully nudged the suddenly dazed Xia Lingwei and asked curiously. It's nothing, you can leave after the paperwork is delivered. Xia Lingwei resumed that breezy coal ice face again, and her tone of voice all returned to normal. It was only when Jifan turned around and prepared to leave that Xia Lingwei added another sentence. In the future, if you want to be in a relationship, report to me first, and you can only do so if I agree. Ji-fan wanted to retort, but once he thought of how ashamed he was of Xia Lingwei, he could only nod silently again. Okay sis, I got it. Looking at Ji-fan's back as he left, the corner of Xia Lingwei's mouth rose slightly. Ji-fan spoke to Wang Yunshu before he left. This afternoon's mess had slowed him down a bit, especially Xia Lingwei's inexplicable anger and the six-figure dress she was wearing. After thinking about it, Ji-fan took out his cell phone and called his mother who was far away. It was only when the ringer was about to hang up that Sun Huiya picked up. What are you doing, brat? It was now after 5 in the afternoon, and his own mother was already sitting in an upscale restaurant, enjoying wine with steak, which made Ji-fan hate his guts. Honorable Mother Superior, come in peacefully? I've taken the liberty of interrupting, mainly because there's something I'd like to ask. As soon as he reached the opening, Ji-fan's vicious inner monologue disappeared completely and turned into a smiling face, every movement expressing how much he missed his mother. Say what you have to say and don't interrupt your mother's dinner. Ji-fan had doubted Uncle Xia's vision for a while. His own mother was indeed a first-rate beauty, or else she wouldn't have been able to give birth to her handsome self. But with her own mother's temper, those who didn't know thought she was a man. How can I say this? There is actually a little bit of similarity with Xia Lingwei, that is, strong, but compared to Xia Lingwei, she had a few more points of dominance. At one point, it made Ji-fan wonder how many dominatrixes his mother had eaten to be able to portray them so vividly. Mom, this dress I'm wearing, someone said it costs over $100,000. Really? Across the room, Sun Huiya was silent for 2 seconds, and Ji-fan thought it was when his cell phone got stuck when Sun Huiya spoke. You'll sell it to whoever says $100,000 or so, and you won't even take a chance on making money? Really stupid. I'll hang up if there's nothing else. It's annoying to bother me with such a... The phone had been hung up before the words were even finished. Ji-fan helplessly put away his cell phone. I knew this would be the case. Nothing could be asked. Xia's group president's office. Xia Lingwei told Su Jiro what had just happened. I say Lingwei, since you like this baby brother of yours, why don't you show your cards to him? Su Jiro heard it right away. This best friend and boss of hers was jealous. It was only because of Ji-fan's docile appearance, plus the fact that he felt ashamed of Xia Lingwei inside, that he agreed to Xia Lingwei's outrageous request that he had to talk to Xia Lingwei baby before falling in love. No showdown. Xia Lingwei shook her head. If anything, at first it was because he was angry, so he didn't want to tell Ji-fan that he knew, and wanted to deliberately piss him off. But not anymore. The fact that he swindled his way to death when he saw me in the first place shows that he doesn't have love for Xia Lingwei in his heart, which is why he didn't hesitate to find an excuse to leave after realizing my identity. If I confess to him at this time that I know the truth about this, it might push him further and further away. Su Jiro nodded approvingly. Judging from Ji-fan's performance during this period of time, he was still more of a sibling to Xia Lingwei, and his male and female feelings weren't as deep as Xia Lingwei. The love brain, but not at all. Otherwise he wouldn't have rushed into the card seat and brought Xia Lingwei out in a rage when he saw her dating Pei Yueza. So what are you going to do? Su Jiro asked curiously, curious to know what this sister of hers was going to do next. It's simple, recultivate the relationship, and this time, I'm going to make him fall in love with Xia Lingwei. Chapter 51, Two People's Business. 4 people stay up all night. What? You want me to go to the amusement park with you tomorrow? At home. Ji-fan looked at Xia Lingwei in front of him in shock, itching to reach out and touch her on her forehead. Is she crazy? Just say yes or no. Xia Lingwei blocked Ji-fan's doorway, with the air of I won't let you if you don't agree. Ji-fan grabbed a handful of his messy hair with force, really not trying to understand what Xia Lingwei was thinking. Didn't the two of them get along quite well in the meantime? There was little correspondence other than some necessary work matters. Why did Missy suddenly remember to go to the playground? Does it fit her persona? But looking at Xia Lingwei's firm attitude, it seemed like he couldn't even agree if he didn't. Go, 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 go. Ji-fan said against his will through clenched teeth. Good. Go to bed early at night and I'll call you in the morning. Closing the door to his room, Ji-fan waited for a moment and then immediately turned on his cell phone, his fingers bouncing gracefully on the screen, just looking a little rushed. Pay dog, get out here. I need help. Then Ji-fan quickly put Xia Lingwei just told himself all the things said again, worried about the walls have ears. Ji-fan did not even call. The whole text exchange. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hearing you say that, why do I feel as if Xia Lingwei has changed her nature? Kind of like the state she was in when she was in an online relationship with you. Pei Xiaohua was serious as a counselor, but even the text could see that he was a little hesitant. You don't think she knows that you're her online date, do you? Looking at the text that popped up on the screen, Ji-fan felt his heart stop for a second, and it was a long time before he returned. I don't think so. With Ji-fan's understanding of Xia Lingwei, if she knew the truth, she should have been the first to rush over and question herself, even if she had a dual personality. Then with Ji-fan's understanding of her second personality, she would have rushed over to cling to herself and call herself a baby. Ji-fan probably never dreamed that Xia Lingwei's dual personality neutralized it. Now Xia Lingwei is still a relationship brain, but a sensible one. Somewhat contradictory but seemingly okay. I don't know about that. It's up to you. I don't know your sister as well as you do, but I think so. It's not a bad thing. You can't afford to let your sister marry someone else anyway. Otherwise why would you be interfering with my brother? It just so happens that while we're at the fairgrounds tomorrow, we'll make sure we're in the right place. What if you love more than just Xia Lingwei in the screen? As the saying goes, the authorities are obsessed. Ji-fan always told himself to stay away from Xia Lingwei. However, Pei Xiaohua, as his best brother, noticed that the two chatted more and more about Xia Lingwei. Coupled with Ji-fan's bizarre operation last time, it made Pei Xiaohua completely certain that Ji-fan just couldn't let go of Xia Lingwei. Alright, we'll just have to take one step at a time. There was nothing else Ji-fan could do. It had all been promised, and going back on his word was definitely not an option. On the other hand, on the other side, in Xia Lingwei's room, Xia Lingwei's slender fingers likewise kept jumping on the cell phone screen. Zoe, I've never been out alone with a male before. Is your method reliable or not? Xia Lingwei was even more bottomless than Ji-fan. The only thing Ji-fan didn't have a clue about was whether Xia Lingwei had discovered his identity or not. And what Xia Lingwei had to worry about was whether Ji-fan would fall in love with herself or not. Don't worry. It's absolutely reliable. I've looked it up. There are plenty of ways to bond when you go to the playground. Going to a haunted house, for example, the environment and experience of a haunted house inspires fear, which in turn creates a desire for intimacy. And there will be a particular desire to feel safe around someone you like. And when that time comes, it's time to show off his manhood. You can also go on a carousel, and in that romantic atmosphere, the relationship between two people will get a big boost. And the Ferris wheel. Legend has it that when a couple in love kiss each other at the very top of the Ferris wheel, they can be together for the rest of their lives. Of course, you're not there yet, and it's not advisable to rush things. Xia Lingwei looked at the words that were frantically jumping on the screen, and her heart jumped along with them. In the end, Xia Lingwei is only 24 years old this year. In the last 20 years of her life, the only time she'd experienced the feeling of love was from Ji-fan, and she'd experienced it through a screen. This impending experience in reality gave her something to look forward to and long for, but at the same time there was some fear. Ji-fan that boy every day to prevent their own it. Today forced him to accompany tomorrow to go to the amusement park, just afraid that he perfunctory. The night was late, but the lights in both rooms were silently on. Just pity the other two local warlords who still have to stay up all night to give them advice. The next day, Ji-fan set his own alarm clock, but Xia Lingwei came a little earlier than he expected. Originally, he had slept late yesterday, and by the time he walked out from inside his room with dark circles under his eyes, Xia Lingwei had already put on her makeup. Worthy of being the president, this thunderous efficiency was better than Zhao Feifei to who knows where. Ji-fan recalled that every time he used to ask Zhao Feifei to go out, he started to wait downstairs at 9 o'clock, and usually waited until 11 o'clock or so for Zhao Feifei to come late, and the originally longed-for date directly fizzled out, and directly changed the schedule into a meal. Today's Xia Lingwei was also dressed much differently than usual. On weekdays, Xia Lingwei always wore well-tailored professional clothes, exuding confidence and majesty at all times. But today's Xia Lingwei was alive and well as a little princess. She was wearing a long white dress with a knee-length hemline, and her long black hair was casually draped over her shoulders like a waterfall, and with her exquisitely beautiful features, it was as if she had stepped out of a character from a painting. At first glance, it feels like falling in love already. Well, who looks good compared to that white moon-style schoolgirl of yours? Ji-fan never expected that his first conversation with Xia Lingwei would be about this issue. Although he was a straight man, Ji-fan was not stupid. He knew that he had to praise Xia Lingwei at this time, or else he wouldn't have any good fruit to eat for the rest of the day. After Ji-fan thought seriously for a few moments, he actually also felt inwardly that Xia Lingwei was more prim and proper than Wang Yunshu. Also, she's really her first love. Of course my sister is the best looking. My sister is the best looking in the world. Seeing that Ji-fan's words didn't seem to be fake, Xia Lingwei's face showed a hint of a smile, and under the embellishment of this smile, Ji-fan froze. The upper-class circle in Jianhai City only knows that Xia Lingwei is an iceberg beauty, the most beautiful and the most icy. But no one knew that Xia Lingwei also had such a pure and bright side. Only Ji-fan knew Xia Lingwei's fiery teenage heart that was hidden within the iceberg. Chapter 52. No, brother, what the hell are you on? Good morning, Missy. Good morning, young master. It was indeed early, only 8 o'clock, earlier than usual for work. And according to Jifan's understanding, the playground only opens at 9 o'clock. Now go to still have to eat a closed door. The Xia family was the current richest in Shanghai, but the family's breakfast wasn't much more extravagant. There were only a few of these people in total, and not many of them would be eating at home. So in the spirit of not wasting anything, it was all about keeping things simple. Instead of porridge this morning, I switched to soy milk. With soy milk, there is a natural need for fritters, both of which, one without the other, lacks a soul. During the meal, Xia Lingwei once again resumed her Frosty Queen character, raising her hands and feet to show her nobility and elegance. On the contrary, Jifan devoured a meal as if he hadn't eaten for 3 or 4 days. In Kifan's words, this is the greatest way to honor your food. Missy, are you going out with the young master today? Looking at the rare duo in the same frame, Zhang Ma asked curiously. The last time the two of them went out together in the same frame, they came back and Missy didn't eat for a day. Shouldn't be doing it again this time? Don't worry, Zhang Ma, I'm going out with Jifan today, so don't leave any food for us at home, Xia Lingwei said with a smile. All right, Missy. Looking at Xia Lingwei's smile, Zhang Ma's entire body was energized, her eyes constantly darting back and forth between the two of them, as if she had discovered some new continent. Mrs. Zhang, we're done eating, we'll go out first. When the two left, Zhang Ma suddenly lamented, Auntie Wang, I haven't seen Missy smile like this in a long time. Auntie Wang froze for a moment and said, Mrs. Zhang, did Missy smile just now? Auntie Wang had just been cleaning up in the kitchen and wasn't at the table, so naturally she didn't see Xia Lingwei smile. Besides, it seems like Missy doesn't know how to smile from what I remember. Aunt Wang, you came late. Missy used to be cute and smile, just after her junior year. Zhang Ma exclaimed. Yeah, how can anyone grow up in a happy home and not smile? Let's just say that incident hit her too hard. It was a relief for Zhang Ma to see Missy walk out. In front of the summer house, the two of them, Xia Lingwei and Jifan, were arguing over who would be the chauffeur. I don't care, I have a license, but I've never driven one, Jifan said with a straight face. Xia Lingwei didn't spoil him either. Then you'll always be on the road. So today will be practice. I'll teach you on the passenger side. Although Jifan was 100 times reluctant, he was never able to disobey Xia Lingwei, and in the end, he helplessly lowered his head, nervously gripping the steering wheel. My mind was on the long-forgotten knowledge from driving school 2 years ago. An automatic is easy, just like bumper cars, just give it gas. Jifan looked at the side of the speechless seems to be a little excited Xia Lingwei. She is really not afraid of death. Bumper cars. But Xia Lingwei was indeed right. Driving wasn't really as difficult as one might think. Getting on the road is a completely different thing than getting a driver's license. When you take the driving test, you have to look at this and that, but when you get on the road, it's all about feeling, and when you feel right, you just punch it. An hour later, Jifan and Xia Lingwei finally arrived at their destination, and Jifan finally realized why he had to get up so early. Emotionally, Xia Lingwei had already made plans to make herself a chauffeur. It was Saturday and they had actually arrived fairly early, not even 10 o'clock, but the playground was packed early. Sis, are you sure the two of us can get a place in this? Jifan looked at the carousel with a long line in front of him and was a little numb. The July sunshine would not treat Xia Lingwei differently because she was the president of Xia Group. Jifan thoughtfully held up an umbrella and silently guarded behind Xia Lingwei. Today's Xia Lingwei is not Chief Xia, but her sister. She pouted her cute little mouth with a look of helplessness, but at the same time with a hint of determination. Xia Lingwei has always been like this. As long as the decision is made, there will be no backtracking, no turning back without hitting the south wall. Nope, Jifan thought about it. It's like she's hit the wall and won't look back. She had swindled herself to death twice, and she was still steadfast in her love. Sometimes Jifan admired himself. It was too good. Givan, I don't care. I'm going to play today. You have to do something. Jifan sighed. But no man could refuse Xia Lingwei, who was beaming and wearing a typical white moonlight long dress that still had long black straight hair. And Jifan was no exception. Okay, you wait. Jifan took a deep breath. In all seriousness, Jifan was a bit of a sociopathic I-man, so he didn't have many friends in college. But today, he had to let Xia Lingwei ride this carousel. He crossed the long line to the next wave of young couples about to board the bus. Bro, Jifan forced himself to be calm, but his palms were already covered in beads of sweat, and he didn't know if it was from heat or nervousness. The man who was slapped by Jifan looked at Jifan in confusion, under the impression that he didn't recognize the other party, but he immediately reacted to it. If it's a matter of trying to get me to switch places, it's a no-brainer. My girlfriend would love to play too. Without a word of nonsense, Jifan directly took out his cell phone and swept it. $500. No, we've been waiting in line for a long time, and my girlfriend has been wanting to ride the carousel with me once. 800. I'm not that kind of guy. You want to play, you just get in line yourself. 1000. He hesitated, his eyes going to his girlfriend behind him. Carousel, South Korean TV soap opera. With this hesitation, Ji-fan knew something was up, but at that moment, his subject, who had been silent, spoke up. Yes, Ji-fan's face was delighted. There really was nothing in this world that couldn't be solved with money. If there was, it was not enough money. $1,000 and an hour less in line. Ji-fan felt it was worth it. Surrounded by so many people watching, Ji-fan is not afraid of them reneging on the bill. Quickly transferred $1,000 to the other party, which ran back to bring Xia Lingwei. Come on, they have something to go and not play. Let's line up here. Xia Lingwei didn't poke at Ji-fan's poor excuse and just smiled and nodded. Dude, I honestly regret it. No, what the hell are you basing this on? This is your girlfriend? Xia Lingwei's appearance attracted not only his envy and jealousy alone, but also the attention of a group of males around him. But what immediately followed was a scream. It's certainly not a person who can work hard to stand in line on this hot day. It's only natural that if you dare to look at another woman so blatantly, you're going to suffer a little bit. Well, bringing your sister out didn't embarrass you, did it? Ji-fan was still lamenting Xia Lingwei's killing power when a soft voice rang in his own ears. Because of the close proximity, it made Ji-fan's ears itch, while a strange feeling rose from his heart. Chapter 53, The hardest thing on a man's body. Ji-fan didn't dare to turn around, let alone answer. The Xia Lingwei in her ear at this time where there was still half of the flavor of the iceberg president. Seductive. Although the jealousy of the males around him gave Ji-fan a great deal of satisfaction in his heart, he was also suffering. This woman, you can't touch her yourself, can be viewed from afar. Ji-fan realized the meaning of this sentence today. Luckily, the last round of the carousel had stopped in the middle of the music, barely easing Ji-fan's embarrassment. If only it were possible for two people to ride on one horse. When he entered the venue, Ji-fan suddenly heard a small mumble in his ear. Ji-fan instantly turned his head, but Xia Lingwei did not have any expression on her face. It was impossible to tell if the words that had just been spoken were from her. Ji-fan had no choice but to give up and silently got on a white wooden horse. Xia Lingwei naturally followed closely behind him and sat on the pink wooden horse right next to him. When the music started again, the carousel began to turn. Ji-fan, as a grown man, or a bachelor straight man, could not understand what this merry-go-round really meant, but when he saw the happy smile on Xia Lingwei's face, Ji-fan couldn't help but follow suit. In this moment, the complaints about the heat, the waiting in line, the awkwardness of finding someone to change seats, all seemed to have vanished, and the clouds are just like that. When the song stopped, Ji-fan only felt that the time was too short to see enough. Iceberg President's smile, 1,000 gold. Happy? After coming down, Ji-fan subconsciously reached out and prepared to wipe the sweat on Xia Lingwei's forehead while opening his mouth to ask. The smile on Xia Lingwei's face hadn't disappeared yet. She raised her head when she heard the voice, and with four eyes facing each other, Ji-fan's hand froze in midair, in and out of the dilemma. What's wrong? Xia Lingwei glanced curiously at Ji-fan's right hand. What was this for? Ji-fan took a deep breath and somewhat unnaturally lowered his hand and said, "That. I saw that the sun was too big and wanted to shield you from it, forgetting that I had an umbrella." Giving an awkward laugh, Ji-fan hastily held up his parasol. Shanghai is not only hot, the sun is also poisonous. But Ji-fan did not have the habit of holding an umbrella on a sunny day before. Under the small umbrella, the two shoulders collided and rubbed together, and some different emotions rose in the hearts of the two. Let's go play that. I especially want to play. Ji-fan followed the direction of Xia Lingwei's finger and saw the four big red words "scary haunted house," which made Ji-fan shiver in this hot day. It's not necessary. Ji-fan still wanted to say something, but Xia Lingwei had already taken the initiative to pull his arm and quickly walked towards the haunted house ticket office. Being pulled by Xia Lingwei, Ji-fan had no way to resist anymore and could only helplessly lift his feet. Unlike the merry-go-round, there weren't even a few in line over here, so it seems everyone is the same, a hidden coward. However, it wasn't the first time Ji-fan had come to this kind of scary haunted house, but the last time he had come was back 3 years ago when he graduated from his senior year of high school. At that time, young and vigorous, always feel fearless, so follow Pei Xiaohua and a few other students together to meet a trip to the most famous haunted house in Shanghai. Before we went there, we were all very curious as to what kind of place could be called the most horrible. Before the game put words even more than a ruthless, but after the end is also a more than a woeful, in which the most woeful, naturally, is Ji-fan. At that time, Ji-fan did not say a word the whole time, holding on to his companion's hand in a death grip, until he reached the exit when he was already pale. But it was all just a build-up to the biggest climax of the day. As Ji-fan finally breathed a sigh of relief, he finally got a good look at the person he had been holding, actually a hanged man dragging a long tongue. In that moment, art reached its peak. Ji-fan had not opened his mouth for a whole half an hour. and all of them were vented at that moment. And the scene was so spectacular that it was enough for Jifan to be laughed at for 3 years. Now seeing the haunted house once again, Jifan just wanted to run away. But Xia Lingwei next to her was clearly excited, and while Jifan was rambling on, she had even bought the tickets. Come on, get ready for the entrance. No, you're not afraid, are you? Xia Lingwei glanced back at Jifan, her eyes a little suspicious, constantly looking up and down his body, and finally came to a conclusion. Afraid? How can that be? Jifan's tiger shook and hurriedly took a few steps forward. I was afraid that you'd be scared later, and that I wouldn't be able to take care of you well by myself then. It's a well-known fact that there's a part of a man's body that gets extra hard when stimulated by a woman. Jifan was no exception, and this mouth of his couldn't be softened in this situation. Ha ha ha. Xia Lingwei just stared at him, and the smile on her face grew even wider. Go go go. Whoever is afraid is a puppy. Being Xia Lingwei so stimulated, Jifan could not bear it, took the initiative to walk in front, hard out of although millions of people will go momentum. Xia Lingwei just followed behind him, looking at Jifan's feisty boyish appearance, muttering, it's just the younger brother, who can't withstand excitement at all. At the entrance of the haunted house, Jifan took a few deep breaths, take advantage of the fact that Xia Lingwei hadn't come over yet to regulate her emotions first, lest she make a fool of herself later on and exaggerate too much. But the thing about fear is that sometimes it's not something that can be controlled artificially. Xia Lingwei had already walked over and even took the initiative to hold Jifan's hand. Hold on tight, don't hug the wrong person again later. Hugging the staff can still be explained. If you hug the woman, then I'm not going to fish you out of the police station. Jifan blushed. He never expected that Xia Lingwei actually knew about this matter as well. At the beginning, everyone clearly agreed that they are not allowed to say anything. They cannot believe Pei Xiaohua that big mouth. That was 3 years ago. I'm fearless now, just watch. That's what the words said. But Jifan was genuinely flustered in his heart, and still didn't reject Xia Lingwei's hand. Just going in, the dim lighting made Jifan start to back off inside, but the gaze of Xia Lingwei next to him made him gather courage to lead Xia Lingwei by half a body length. Follow me. Speaking like this, Jifan had never really had a few times in his life. Xia Lingwei gently nodded, some more inexplicable emotions in her eyes, only to hold Jifan's arm tighter. There are so many haunted houses of all sizes under the sun, but they are really all pretty much the same on the inside. The eerie surroundings render an atmosphere of horror that makes one a little less uncomfortable in its own right. At this time, suddenly killing some looking scary contraptions in some unexpected places can make people's epinephrine rapid secretion in an instant to be scared. Jifan had already made up his mind before he came in. No matter what contraption rushed out later, he absolutely could not take half a step back. The first room of the haunted house was a coffin room with half-open coffins, which made Jifan notice that something was wrong at first. Not surprisingly, a scary contraption will pop out of this coffin later. As long as you're mentally prepared ahead of time, you shouldn't be too scared later, right? Jifan's palms began to sweat. Luckily he and Xia Lingwei weren't holding hands, so Xia Lingwei wouldn't notice. His eyes stayed dead center on the half-open coffin, his footsteps cautious. But just at that moment, the rest of Jifan's eyes suddenly noticed something approaching quickly from the side, and when he turned his head, a horrible ghostly face appeared in front of Jifan. Jifan's body shook violently, and the screams of Xia Lingwei came from beside him. Jifan subconsciously wrapped his arms around Xia Lingwei and staggered with the intention of escaping, but just turned around. Inside the coffin really popped out a corpse. I do not know which master's hand to be as horrible as horrible. Jifan's eyes went black, and his entire body collapsed to the ground, his hands flailing wildly, eventually grabbing onto something. Chapter 54, Are Sisters' Legs Long? It is said that when a person is drowning, even a straw floating by will be grasped with a death grip, knowing that it is an ineffective solution, but the will to live will prompt you to grasp every hope. And while the current Jifan wasn't drowning, he was close. Originally, his focus was all on the inside of that coffin. Who knew that a ghost would actually pop out from behind this door as well? Just as Jifan shifted his focus back, one actually jumped out from inside that coffin. This back and forth made Jifan want to die, though he didn't scream. The extent to which his body trembled and the movement of his fall had betrayed his terror until he saw what he was cradling in his hands. White. This was Jifan's first feeling. Smooth. This was Jifan's second feeling. Jifan subconsciously raised his head, then saw the full picture. A straight and slender beautiful leg was just plainly stuck in front of Jifan's eyes. Today's Xia Lingwei is wearing a skirt, but where there are no safety pants inside. Then Jifan today is also considered a glance to the end, violently releasing his hand. The three words Xia Lingwei made Jifan briefly forget the fear of the haunted house and quickly climbed up from the ground. Xia Lingwei's face was tong red, and in the dim light, no emotions could be seen. The two haunted house staff members had left the room at some point, and the two of them were the only ones left inside the room. Xia Lingwei's gaze looked over, and Ji-fan's subconscious eyes began to escape, but all he could think about was the mixed tenderness of the hand just now and the temptation he saw when he looked up. Let's go. This haunted house is over a 20-minute walk. Finally, Xia Lingwei spoke, her voice having returned to normal. Ji-fan hastily nodded his head. Just now that scene was too embarrassing. He would actually be so scared that he would wrap his arms around Xia Lingwei's legs. If this were to be spread out, he would be cut alive by those admirers of Xia Lingwei, wouldn't he? Just after leaving the first room, Xia Lingwei stuck up again and hugged Ji-fan's arm. The soft touch made Ji-fan couldn't help but think about it, filling his mind with nothing but legs. Taking a deep breath, Ji-fan forcefully suppressed the throbbing within his heart and led Xia Lingwei onward. With that one accident just now, the next time Ji-fan performed quite well, although he would still be shocked by the guys that rushed out every time. But every time he was able to stand trembling but firmly in front of Xia Lingwei to protect her, until he left the haunted house. Ji-fan's face became incomparably pale, and the position of the hand that was previously held by Xia Lingwei had changed by now. Originally, it should have been Xia Lingwei holding onto Ji-fan's arm, but at some point the two of them had clasped their hands together with all their fingers, holding them tightly together. How was the experience, gentlemen? The staff member at the exit walked over with a smile. He was able to see the entire situation that just happened inside. These two young lovers look like they have just confirmed their relationship, but the woman is really good looking. Ji-fan felt that moment. He hated that the person inside the surveillance screen was himself. And then there's the woman, who's a lot more active than the man. If anything, the sneaky switch of holding hands for holding hands in the middle of the day, all of which he had seen clearly inside the surveillance. Such a good-looking and active woman. I envy this man. Seeing someone approaching, Ji-fan subconsciously loosened the hand held by Xia Lingwei, whose eyes darkened slightly and immediately returned to normal. It's not bad. I'll come back later when I can. Official politeness. Anyway, Ji-fan had sworn in his heart that there was absolutely no way he would come back. It was 11 o'clock when we got out of the haunted house. The sun got hotter the further into the middle of the day it got. Ji-fan had wanted to say that he would find a place to eat and rest for a while, and then he would find a chance to go back in the afternoon. But before he could say anything, Xia Lingwei, who was on the side, had already made the decision for him. Go to the restaurant and eat, then go to the water world next door. There was a water world in the amusement park, which Ji-fan naturally didn't know about without having been here, but he was quite curious as to why Xia Lingwei knew about it so clearly. With her own knowledge of her, and the 3 years or so she's been together, Xia Lingwei doesn't seem like someone who would pay attention to the playground. Is it possible that the group has some new direction and is preparing to enter the amusement park? It was no wonder Ji-fan thought so, even with the sticky Xia Lingwei in the screen giving Ji-fan a contrast for once. But subjective thinking, the image of Xia Lingwei's iceberg female president was just too voluptuous, so he often couldn't bring these two people into one body. Let's go. Let's go. There's a restaurant here that tastes pretty good. Get there early. There's a line if you're late. Under Xia Lingwei's urging, the two of them followed the crowd to find the restaurant that Xia Lingwei had mentioned. It was only just after 11 o'clock, but it was probably the heat of the sun that caused the restaurant to be packed inside, and trying to get a seat seemed to be more difficult than just standing in line. That novel in which the hero takes the heroine to the amusement park is all wrapped up. I finally know why now. Just like this, let alone fall in love. I guess the hero and heroine will have to die of heat at the playground, right? Ji-fan's sentiment caused Xia Lingwei to frown, turning her head to look at him curiously, hesitating for a moment before saying, "You like domineering presidents like this?" Ji-fan froze and shook his head in a hurry. How could it be? All come to play at the amusement park. How boring it would be if it was just the two of us. Crowds are supposed to be part of the fun of coming to the playground. The cell phone Xia Lingwei had just pulled out silently shrunk back again. Buying just one amusement park was not a big problem, even if it was the biggest amusement park in Zhanghai City. Xia Lingwei was confident that by the time they finished lunch, this playground would be named Xia. Luckily, Ji-fan's words dissuaded her from that thought. Sis, just wait here by the air conditioner while I get in line. Finally, Ji-fan found an empty space, and it was right next to the air conditioner. The man had just gotten up, and Ji-fan quickly succeeded in occupying the pit by virtue of his athletic stance, which he had practiced through years of playing basketball. Xia Lingwei obediently nodded her head, with the appearance of a good girl. Ji-fan's gaze lurched. This well-behaved look of hers, paired with today's long white dress, made Ji-fan once again unable to help but think of her beautiful legs that were both white and long. The eyes subconsciously traveled downward, covered by the long skirt with only a section of exposed calf. The fair skin and well-proportioned proportions made Ji-fan's heart flutter. Taking a deep breath, Ji-fan hastily turned his head away, his mind repeatedly reciting, "Color is emptiness and emptiness is color." Not daring to look at Xia Lingwei again, Ji-fan turned toward the window where he ordered, and just as he took a step, Ji-fan's hand was suddenly pulled. he was just about to turn his head, when a body had already silently and unnoticeably closed in on him from behind, and at the same time, Xiao Lingwei's nice voice rang in his ears. Does your sister have long legs? Chapter 55, Waterworld. Perfect body. A gentle voice, but a question of death. Ji Fan's entire body stiffened at this point. No, shouldn't this party have passed? Why did Xiao Lingwei suddenly bring it up at this time? Can't we just have a good meal? When that finished, Ji Fan already understood. This is a gentle knife, but if you have a little wrong answer, today may go back as a corpse. He slowly turned his head, his gaze finally meeting Xiao Lingwei's smiling eyes. Ji Fan's gaze had never been sober as it was now, and he coughed lightly twice before opening his mouth in a righteous manner. Of course my sister's legs are long, but I think that it's still the road to socialism that's the longest. What? Xiao Lingwei froze for a moment. He had thought of many answers from Ji Fan. The only one he hadn't thought of was this one. So should we say he's decent or not? Xiao Lingwei froze when Ji Fan has hurriedly slipped away. This topic cannot be deep chat. And then chat down. He was afraid of his own life is not guaranteed. But then again, it feels so good in your hands. Queuing at the window, Ji Fan glanced at the menu. This one mainly did grilled meat bibimbap. In the scenic area, the price is at least a third more expensive than outside. But now is not the time to be upset about the price. If you don't get in line early, you won't be able to eat if you have the money. It was a full 20 minutes of waiting before Ji Fan's turn came. Listening to the noisy sounds around him, Ji Fan could only amplify his voice. One spicy cumin biryani and one plain biryani. Ji Fan didn't ask, but she knew Xiao Lingwei's tastes. The two didn't chat a lot some time ago, when the duo still didn't know each other's identities, so the chats were more popular. Ji Fan, the owner of this part-time job on weekends, either boiled or roasted rice, had long said that he would bring her out to try it when they met. I didn't realize it was crooked this time. After paying and waiting for a few more minutes, Ji Fan killed his way out of the sea of people again with a plate in one hand. Here's your favorite, spicy cumin biryani. Eat it. 11 o'clock just after the queue. Wait until the meal has been almost 12 o'clock. Ji Fan is really a little hungry, so did not think too much, but Xiao Lingwei immediately stared at him. How did you know I like spicy cumin biryani? Ji Fan froze. Just now that question from Xiao Lingwei made Ji Fan forget to ask, and subconsciously ordered the flavors she had told herself about before. There's only one person I've told this to. Xiao Lingwei was still continuing, but Ji Fan immediately interrupted her. Sis, when have you ever had baked bibimbap? I was seeing that you usually eat on the spicy side, so I said this should be your favorite. Xiao Lingwei cocked her head with a serious face. Amidst Ji Fan's apprehension, she finally spoke again. Well, eat it. My baby told me it wouldn't be good when it was cold. Ji Fan almost spat out the mouthful of rice he had just stuffed into his mouth. Damn it, is Xiao Lingwei crazy? How did she say the word baby to her face? Sis, your baby has died in a car accident. Xiao Lingwei looked at Ji Fan with a smile. Looking at Ji Fan's scalp numb before Xiao Lingwei lowered her head. He's definitely not dead. He'll always live in my heart. Because he was too nervous, Ji Fan didn't see the twitching corners of Xiao Lingwei's mouth after he lowered his head. He also did not dare to answer, only silently lowered his head and ate. Naturally even more did not see. Xiao Lingwei that piece of stifled laughter. After eating the meal it happened to be the hottest time of the day at noon. Glancing at the sun outside, Ji Fan was ready to persuade Xiao Lingwei. If he hadn't been tough enough, this morning would have been enough to kill him many times over. Moreover, he always felt that there was something strange about Xiao Lingwei, but he just couldn't say what exactly was wrong. Sis, it's so hot, why don't we go back after dinner? The tone of the discussion, but the eyes revealed determination. No, come what may. Kiffin had never hated that phrase as much as he did now. Come all the way. What's wrong with coming? I want to go now. Of course, Ji Fan didn't dare to shout like that in front of Xiao Lingwei. He could only continue to persuade in a friendly manner. You see, we didn't bring our gear today either. Bye. There must be a lot left to do in your company. Weekend. Skin in this hot sun. Sunscreen. And, shut up. You're going or not? Go. Ji Fan surrendered. And only then did Xiao Lingwei nod in satisfaction. There was everything for sale inside the water world. It was just a bit more expensive, but that was not a matter at all in front of Mr. Xia. With a single swipe of her hand, 2 complete sets of equipment had been purchased altogether, and both were the most expensive. Inside Waterworld is a large service center that includes showers, locker rooms and electronic lockers for easy changing and storage. The two separated at the entrance to the service center, one to the left and one to the right, and agreed to meet at the door after they changed. Swimwear for men is easy. A pair of swim trunks does it all. Xiao Lingwei is delicate. In addition to swimming trunks, slippers, swimming goggles are also complete, and there is also a waterproof cell phone bag hanging on her neck. As for the valuables, they were all deposited by Ji-fan. After going in for but a few minutes, Ji-fan re-entered the lobby of the service center, and without Xia Lingwei by his side, Ji-fan suddenly felt free. The long legs that came and went, and the various sexy and seductive swimsuits, dazzled Ji-fan and he simply couldn't look over. At this point it was thanks to Xia Lingwei's swimming goggles. There was a layer of cover to make Ji-fan look less lewd. At that moment, Ji-fan suddenly heard a sound of a cool breath being sucked in, and he subconsciously raised his head. Beautiful legs. Fabulous legs. These legs were long and straight, with smooth lines, like a carefully carved work of art. The skin was fair and delicate as silk, as if it emitted a soft glow. The calf muscles are firm and the slight bulge shows health and vigor. The thighs were round and elastic, without a trace of fat, and appeared well proportioned. Why do these legs look more and more familiar? Ji-fan looked up these beautiful legs. The swimsuit is black overall with a circle of pink lace accenting the leg. The close-fitting bathing suit with its skinny black color just accentuated the owner's perfect figure, with a thin waist and obvious curves that showed off her charms without a care in the world. The top revealed a large expanse of snowy whiteness, but at the neckline, a pink bow covered the most tantalizing part of it, causing most of the wolves to stifle a sigh of relief. The only one who didn't dare to sigh was Ji-fan, as he had gotten a good look at the face. Xia Lingwei frowned slightly. Although she was wearing a one-piece swimsuit that wasn't revealing, she still wasn't quite used to so many pairs of eyes on her. Finally, the familiar figure appeared in front of him, his presence blocking a portion of the sizzling gaze, but he didn't seem to be satisfied yet. In the next second, a large, thick towel wrapped around Xia Lingwei's body and completely blocked those wonderful views. Xia Lingwei smiled sweetly, her gaze meeting Ji-fan's eyes. Was it good? Chapter 56, Are they really together? There were too many temptations in this world, so how could poor Ji-fan, a baby of over 200 months, withstand them? Facing Xia Lingwei's inquiry, Ji-fan was silent. He had reason to believe that Xia Lingwei was deliberately messing with his mind today. Doesn't she realize she's her sister? This is a temptation to commit a crime. Calm down, Ji-fan, you must be calm. Go. While Ji-fan was in a state of mental turmoil, Xia Lingwei, however, seemed as if nothing had happened, and had long since returned to normal, and with the end of the two faint words had taken the lead in walking towards the outside, only to be draped in the large towel that Ji-fan had given her. Is it an illusion? Thinking too much because you're weak? Ji-fan hurriedly chased after him, while inwardly beginning to reflect on himself. Maybe it's really just that I'm overthinking it. Although she was Xia Lingwei, she was also a woman, and it was a normal thing to like to hear others praise her beauty. Besides, the two are siblings, although different fathers and mothers, but after all, in a household book, the legal level, the two are legal sibling relationship. This kind of small interaction one should not think wrong. Perhaps it was the fact that she usually had to support a huge company that allowed Xia Lingwei to only act as if she was cold as ice and uninviting. But Ji-fan actually knew that Xia Lingwei's heart wasn't like this. It was only on occasions like today that she could truly be herself. After figuring this out, Ji-fan hurriedly jogged a few steps to catch up with Xia Lingwei, got closer to her in her somewhat stunned expression, and whispered, "Sister is certainly the best looking." Xia Lingwei didn't turn around, only the smile on her face became even happier. Waterworld focuses on water play and the programs are all water related. This is Saturday, plus now is summer. The water world is full of people. Want to find a piece of quiet water is almost impossible. Xia Lingwei and Ji-fan duo can only continue to be miserable to start all kinds of queuing. With almost 2/3 of the afternoon spent in line, there wasn't much time to actually swim, but both had a great time. It wasn't until almost 7 o'clock in the afternoon that the two of them walked out of the playground with great interest. Sis, going home? Consciously sitting in the driver's seat, Ji-fan looked sideways at Xia Lingwei and asked. Xia Lingwei didn't say anything. She leaned back on the passenger side as if she was still in the middle of a flashback. From Ji-fan's angle, just can see Xia Lingwei's flawless side face, the setting sun's afterglow through the car window sprinkled on her face, such as bathing in the light of the young girl, adding a few points of mysterious color, attracting Ji-fan wants to know more about her. Seen enough? Xia Lingwei's voice faintly sounded in the car, pulling Ji-fan's thoughts back. Coughing lightly twice to hide his embarrassment, Ji-fan asked again, Sister, are we going home? Xia Lingwei gently shook her head. Go get a drink. It didn't say exactly where he was going, but Ji-fan already knew. The last time Ji-fan and Pei Xiaohua came to the Clear Bar, it was also here that Ji-fan met the drunken Xia Lingwei. This time, they sat in the same place as Xia Lingwei and Su Jiro before, in the corner of the Clear Bar, quiet and undisturbed. Drink fruit wine. Thinking of the last time Xia Lingwei was drunk, Ji-fan felt that he still couldn't be too unrestrained tonight, or else he wouldn't really be able to handle it by himself. Xia Lingwei nodded. Tonight I wanted to have a drink because I was happy, not like the last time. Last time, I simply came to get drunk, only to raise a glass of wine. If you really want to get rid of your sorrows, you have to go to the root of the problem. Jifan didn't like drinking, but he really wasn't a bad drinker, and the two things didn't conflict. The fruit wines at the Clear Bar are very low in concentration and mostly refreshing. It's no stretch to say that if it's a drink like that, he can drink until he's done. Give An. Thank you. I had a great time today. After drinking 2 glasses of wine in a row, Xia Lingwei looked at Jifan and took the initiative to speak. This sudden thank you made Jifan a little flustered. Facing Xia Lingwei's gaze, Jifan's eyes dodged, not daring to meet her eyes for fear that Xia Lingwei would notice his change in mood. When I was 6, my mom went to the playground with me and there was an accident on the playground and I haven't been to a playground since. Jifan only knew that Xia Lingwei's mother died due to an accident when she was 6 years old, but he didn't realize that the accident actually happened when he brought her to the playground. This incident, I guess, left a deep shadow in the 6-year-old Xia Lingwei's heart. In comparison, one seems to be much happier. Although my father died, I was still too young to remember and would not have suffered so much then. Sis, from now on, Mom and I are your family. Jifan finally looked seriously at Xia Lingwei in front of him, his eyes not escaping anymore. In front of outsiders, Xia Lingwei is the high and cold female president who holds the first Xia group in Shanghai, the business queen who makes people scared of the business world in Shanghai, and the strong woman who has carved her name in the financial circle of Shanghai. But only for this moment, she was Xia Lingwei, just a 24-year-old girl. Perhaps that's why Xia Lingwei is so obsessed with her online love interest. In reality, every member of the opposite sex who approaches her carries a strong purpose, and in the business world, the most important thing is the exchange of benefits, and feelings are just an accessory to benefits. For a girl who experienced the loss of her mother as a child, security is what she needs most. Aha! Xia Lingwei gently nodded and took another large sip to herself. As the day wore on, the clearing bar slowly began to fill up. At 8 o'clock, the sound of music rang out, and Jifan subconsciously looked toward the stage, where a familiar figure appeared. Wang Yunshu's voice was clean, especially when he sang this kind of ballad with a story. It was easy to listen and fall into it. Like her? The sudden question caught Jifan off guard. She's really quite good. To receive a word of affirmation from Xia Lingwei was a great honor for many people. Kifan nodded and shook his head again. Let alone in Shanghai. Is there any woman in this world who is even better than sister? I'm just a normal alumni relationship with Wang Yunshu, but she's really hardworking. Although there was a suspicion of flattering, it still satisfied Xia Lingwei. In the group, what she hated the most was employees who didn't do real work but only knew how to kiss ass. And if it was Jifan who kissed ass, she would have loved to hear a few more words. At the end of the song, Wang Yunshu on the stage stood up holding his guitar and bowed deeply towards the audience on the stage. When he looked up again, Wang Yunshu met a pair of familiar eyes. It's Jifan. But wasn't the woman across from him Xia Lingwei? He had even seen her at the company a few days ago. Does that mean they're really together? Chapter 57, The President in the Back Seat of the Electric Car. The sudden sight of Jifan made Wang Yunshu a little unsettled, and even the subsequent singing was not so focused. It's a good thing that many of the wolves who come here are here to see the people. And the songs, well, they're just fine. Let's go home, Jifan suddenly said after listening to 2 more songs. Xia Lingwei glanced at the absent-minded Wang Yunshu on the stage and gently nodded. Both men had been drinking and the car was definitely no longer drivable. Wait 5 minutes. Xia Lingwei made a phone call, and the two of them stood in front of the car and waited. 5 minutes later, Sujiro trotted over with a sulky face, looking at her hasty appearance. She didn't even have time to change her clothes, wearing a pajama before running out. Calling me to be the driver? Missy, I thought it was something. You guys couldn't call a valet, causing me to run out without changing my clothes. When Xia Lingwei called, she only said that she and Jifan had been drinking and were in front of the Clear Bar, and asked her to come over. Sujiro thought that the two of them drank too much and got into a conflict with someone else, but it turned out that they were actually gripped as drivers. Zoe, I know you're the best, so you can sleep at my house tonight. And anyway, tomorrow, Sunday, you're coming with me to the office. What? Look at what she's saying. Anyway, tomorrow, Sunday, and then go with her to the office. Is the boss so justified in letting you work overtime? I think I'll just call you guys a valet. Drinking Xia Lingwei spilling her guts. A man can't carry it. But unfortunately Sujiro is a woman, or a woman who has lived with her for 6 years, not at all moved, pulling out her cell phone and starting to call a chauffeur. Fine, no lodging for you. You'll drive us back and then you can drive the car home yourself. Sujiro put down her cell phone with confidence, glanced at Jifan who was good and silent on the side, and finally took the car keys. She was also curious about how Xia Lingwei got along with Jifan today, and it was this curiosity that prompted her. Even if she was a bit tired, she had to hear first-hand news before she could do so. Getting into the car, Xia Lingwei sat in the co-pilot and Jifan was in the back row. On the road, Sujiro did not ask too much. Until almost entering the neighborhood, Sujiro's face expression obviously became expectant. Even the gas pedal is stepped on a few points harder. The Xia family. Just as he got out of the car, Jifan heard a voice. Old G. Eater number 2 is online. Today Jifan went to the playground with Xia Lingwei, but Pei Xiaohua was waiting all day just to find out how they played. No, he just heard a car passing by his front door and he rushed out. At a glance, it was indeed the Xia family's car. So he immediately followed again and ran all the way to the Xia family. Yo, at this time of the day, Pei Ershia was not at the clubhouse charging our Xia's performance. Why did he run here? Pei Xiaohua froze. Wasn't it Jifan and Xia Lingwei who went out? How come there's one more here? Come all the way in, come in and sit down? As soon as there were more people, Xia Lingwei automatically unlocked the president mode, and her icy tone injected a hint of coolness into the heat of this July. No, it's too late today. I'll come back to Jifan tomorrow. Pei Xiaohua wimped out in a second and didn't care what Jifan said, turned his head and walked away so firmly. Don't come looking tomorrow either. The company is working overtime and he has to be there as the president's office. Pei Xiaohua slipped away even faster and didn't say a word to Jifan until he left. When he got home Jifan went straight to his room. I did have fun today, but at the same time I was tired. Plus I drank some wine. After taking a shower Jifan laid down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. 8 o'clock the next morning. Having been on the job for a while, Jifan had begun to develop a biological clock, and would always wake up a little on his own when it was 8 o'clock. By the time he remembered it was Sunday and he didn't need to work, he couldn't sleep. Thinking about it, didn't Xia Lingwei say yesterday that she had to work overtime today? Xia Lingwei's words have always been a mouthful of spittle. Say one thing, even if last night was deliberately let Pei less to find themselves, but out of the mouth will certainly not change. Sure enough, by the time Jifan finished washing up and went downstairs, Xia Lingwei was already taking small bites of breakfast. Xia Lingwei was both quiet and elegant when she ate, and her every move showed her good house manners. On the contrary, Jifan was different, forever wolfing down his food, no matter what time of the day it was, as if he hadn't eaten for days, starving to death. Because of Jifan's efficiency, the two eventually reached a synchronization, although they came down slightly later. Putting down the dishes, Jifan was just about to go out when Xia Lingwei behind him called out to him, "You take me to the office." Jifan rubbed his ears, suspecting that he had just misheard. My car was taken by Zoe, and the driver took the day off to attend a kindergarten bonding event. So you're giving me a ride on the electric bike? Just as Xia Lingwei finished speaking, Jifan already started to have images in his head. The high-flying female president riding in an electric car is hilarious just thinking about it. No, but without hesitation, Jifan shook his head and rejected Xia Lingwei. It's not a problem to take her on an electric bike, but if you go to the office and your coworkers see you, you won't be able to wash your hands even if you jump into the Yellow River. Revealing your identity as the young master of the Xia family? Stepchildren like yourself are not well received in upper-class circles. Other people don't know how much Uncle Xia and his own mother are like glue. And when this story passes through a few people's mouths, it will definitely give Jifan a whole new version of the story that he's never seen before. Defamation. Jifan wasn't afraid of, but his own mother was old and hard to love. He didn't want his mother to make a wrong choice because of outsiders' eyes. You reject me? Being rejected so decisively was something Xia Lingwei hadn't expected, and she couldn't help but bring on the state she was in when she was working when she spoke. Xia Lingwei at work is just unbeatable. That aura of superiority perfectly suppressed a little beggar like Jifan, making him not dare to say half a word more. I don't have 2 helmets in my car. Just after getting on the electric car, Jifan said excitedly, Hey, you're such a little genius. Now you don't have to worry about Xia Lingwei wanting to ride in your car. But as soon as the words fell, Zhang Ma walked out of the house with a pink helmet, shouting at the same time, Missy, you have to wear a helmet on an electric car. You wear mine. Zhang's mom doesn't drive, and she usually travels by electric car. Looking at Jifan's stifled expression, Xia Lingwei smiled smugly. Sis, keep your helmet on, never take it off. Keep a firm grip on your hands and head out. The little donkey had just started. I don't know if it was because Xia Lingwei had never sat on a little donkey before, so she wasn't prepared for it, and the powerful inertia of the start caused her to crash directly into Jifan's back. The soft touch made Jifan couldn't help but straighten his back. Sister's goods Jifan had already seen in yesterday's swimsuit, but not as big a sense of impact as this moment came. And with that collision just now, Xia Lingwei also smoothly hugged Jifan's waist, and the two of their bodies completely fitted together. Chapter 58, Returning from Study Abroad. White Moonlight? Xiao's group can be reborn in just 3 years of fire. To do so cannot be separated from the efforts of each and every employee. It was obviously the weekend, but most of the Xia group chose to come to the office. Nowadays, young people's socialization is not much. Most of the weekend is also a person nest in the quilt to play games. Brush the jitterbug. Come to the company, at least there are colleagues can chat. Will not be so lonely. Of course, Xiao's group's super generous overtime benefits were also the reason why they were willing to come. 996 is not a blessing. Paying full overtime wages according to national standards is a blessing. After buying an electric car, Jifan felt for the first time that the road to work was so long. Her waist was held by Xia Lingwei's hands, and her thin summer clothes didn't completely insulate her from the touch. Xia Lingwei's hand was cool and comfortable against her waist. When there was still an intersection away from Xia's group, Jifan stopped the car, killing himself and refusing to continue further. Sis, someone will find out. Facing Xia Lingwei's oppressive gaze, Jifan stubbornly opened his mouth. Unable to argue with him, the president of the hallowed Xia group was eventually forced to rush out of the car and go on foot in the last 200 meters to the company. At the entrance of the company, Jifan had already gone up a long time ago. Instead, Sujiro stood at the entrance waiting with a smile on her face. You're in too much of a hurry. Just after meeting, Sujiro opened her mouth. He thinks you don't know now. You'll scare him if you're in such a hurry. While I understand your relationship brain wanting to go public, you have to consider what he thinks, right? Worthy of being a girlfriend for many years. What Xia Lingwei is thinking Sujiro knows exactly. Last night Sujiro was driven back by Xia Lingwei, and incidentally drove away Xia Lingwei's car. The driver's son also had no parent-child activities and was forced to take a day off by Xia Lingwei, also that he could come over in Jifan's electric car today. Xia Lingwei nodded depressingly. After this period of time together to see, Jifan to himself in addition to the sense of guilt, but also the existence of some other emotions, but his own identity made him always reluctant to get close. It seems that he still needs a strong dose of medicine to force Jifan to recognize his own heart. Only one girl didn't show up at the president's office on Sunday, and I heard it was a family matter. Everyone else was there. After 2 weeks on the job, Jifan had gotten acquainted with everyone. In a large company like Xia's, the phenomenon of workplace bullying was actually almost non-existent, and the reason why Jifan encountered it was mainly due to his status. Parachuted into the president's office, and at a glance, it's all about connections. These 3 years, the president's office came to the relationship of less than 10 or 8, each with a very strong purpose to come. So what they did was sort of a disguised defiance of power, defending Xia Lingwei and avoiding whatever bulls, ghosts, gods and snakes were thinking of climbing into the bed of the high and cold female president. Of course, Zhang Deluxe and Zhou Wei. These two people also really have ideas about Xia Lingwei, a step to fly to the sky of the dream who have done. Just did not think that this time kicked the iron plate, immediately on us down. Jifan, the president said he'll let you make all the coffee from now on. Just as he was about to feel the fish properly, Zhang Deluxe walked out of the president's office with a crying face. This was originally their most regular method of approaching Xia Lingwei every day, but as a result, this right was now also taken away. Also wanting to cry was Jifan, the opportunity that others look forward to every day. He just wants to escape, but he can't. Remember, Ms. Xia's coffee has to have less sugar and less ice with milk, or she won't drink it. And don't linger too long after you deliver the coffee. Shay will not like it. Also, Zhang Deluxe chattered on and on, but before he could finish, Jifan had already gotten up and left. Well, stop it. You're meddling too much. You don't think that with Jifan's relationship with Mr. Xia, you would not know Mr. Xia's preferences, do you? Next to her, Zoya said without a trace of anger. Then who knows? He's young after all. Besides, General Manager Xia hasn't taken much special care of him during this time. This delusion, just not willing, and everyone heard it, and didn't split hairs with him. Who are you talking about? What's the relationship with Ling Wei? The sudden appearance of the voice made everyone in the president's office startled, and they all raised their heads to see who the owner of the sudden voice was. Are you, Timeless? Zoya was the first to react. The angular and handsome man in front of him was none other than the son of the Shi family, Shi Wei Kong, who used to be the man of the hour in Zhanghai as well. Shi's group has developed quite well over the years, and is a top 5 presence in the entire Zhanghai city. Most importantly, the eldest son of the Shi clan had a close relationship with the eldest miss of the Xia clan, belonging to the childhood relationship of childhood friends. It was even rumored that Miss Xia had never fallen in love because she was waiting for her white moonlight, and her white moonlight was naturally Shi Wei Kong. However, the Toki family's son had left the country 5 years ago for further studies and hadn't been heard from for a long time, which meant that Jiaoya had been with the Toki group long enough to still vaguely recognize him. I didn't realize that he was actually back in the country. Timothy, we didn't say anything just now, just some gossip among co-workers, nothing important. Jiaoya hurriedly opened her mouth to explain after a brief moment of surprise. The president's private feelings things, they do subordinates cannot dare to discuss in private. More will not easily go to Stan's side. whether it was Ji-fan or whether it was the Shi Weikong in front of him, until Xia Lingwei officially recognized it. They only needed to recognize each other's normal identities. Yes, Toki Weikong is very pretty. Yes, it's pretty, but not effeminate, and at a glance it gives the impression of an ancient nobleman, warm and gentle. 5 years was long enough, but he was still the same flamboyant man who had once again appeared in Zhang Hai's sights. Time Weikong didn't ask any more questions. He just had a hint of curiosity in his eyes and a hint of anticipation. 5 years have not seen. That once followed their own girl has now grown into a cold female president, but also by virtue of their own strength, so that the precarious Xia's fire rebirth. This kind of means, even the present-day self cannot say that it is 100% possible. I don't know what it will be like to meet later. President's office. Ji-fan looked at his oldest sister speechlessly. The coffee had been delivered, but she wouldn't let herself go, so she let herself watch. Ji-fan knew that this was Xia Lingwei getting back at herself for leaving her behind and making her walk over to the company alone. But it's only 200 meters in total. Besides, if this is really sent to the door of the company, then it's an accident, okay? But Ji-fan didn't argue. Reasoning with a woman was undoubtedly a very unreasonable thing to do. Sujiro was on the other side of the room reporting to Xia Lingwei about today's work and itinerary, looking up at Ji-fan from time to time with a smile at the corner of her mouth. At that moment, there was a knock on the door outside the office. Enter. The door was pushed open, and the three people looked towards the doorway at the same time, as Time Void appeared so abruptly in the three people's line of sight, and at the same time, the expressions of the three people were captured one by Tokiomi. The bewilderment on Ji-fan's face. Who is it? Don't recognize. The consternation on Xia Lingwei's face. How did he come back? The teasing on Sujiro's face. Another melon to eat. Chapter 59. Who do you think you are? Lingwei. I'm back. Shi Weikong tenderly looked at Xia Lingwei. The two people next to him had been ignored by him. Xia Lingwei's consternation only lasted for a very brief moment before returning to normal. She subconsciously glanced at Ji-fan next to her first and saw that there was no other expression on his face before she looked at Shi Weikong again. Timothy, welcome back to the country. The smile on Timmy Hollow's face lurched. He didn't miss the details of Xia Lingwei just now, and the title Shi Xiao made him frown. The old Xia Lingwei used to call herself Brother Weikong. Is it because of him? Tim Weikong left the country 5 years ago, and after that, he didn't have much contact with Xia Lingwei, and naturally, he didn't know the relationship between Ji-fan and Xia Lingwei, and he only thought he was just a small assistant. But now it seems that this little assistant is quite extraordinary. Lingwei, I'm back. Let's have dinner together tonight. I missed you all those years abroad and came back as soon as my studies were over. Shi Weikong did not put too much thought on Ji-fan. In his eyes, this is just a small assistant. Xia Lingwei at most just play with him. The looks are not bad. When a little white boy is considered passable. But now that she's back, as long as she uses a little trickery, Xia Lingwei will still be following her around like before. Put. Sujiro looked at the three people who were looking at her at the same time and hurriedly waved her hand and said, sorry, too hypocritical, just didn't hold it in. Go ahead. Sujiro knew Shi Weikong, but Shi Weikong didn't know Sujiro. Freshman year Sujiro also often have contact with the Time Weikong. That time Sujiro has seen him a few times, but also many times from the mouth of Xia Lingwei heard the name. His sudden departure from the country 5 years ago also made Xia Lingwei gloomy for a long time, until she met Ji-fan in the game. Therefore, Sujiro didn't have the slightest bit of goodwill towards Shi Weikong. What kind of man is this? He leaves the country at the drop of a hat, and he doesn't even say anything before he goes abroad. It's worse than Ji-fan. Ji-fan at least made up a reason and gave back a result, although it was a bit overwhelming. Being interrupted by Sujiro like this, Shi Weikong didn't know what to say for a while, and could only continue to look at Xia Lingwei fondly. Shi Xiao, I have a boyfriend. The upper-class circle in Jianghai City knows that. I'm afraid it's not polite for you to ask me, a woman with a boyfriend, to have dinner alone, right? Last time when Xia Lingwei rejected Pei Yueza, everyone already knew that Xia Lingwei had a boyfriend, but they just never knew who this boyfriend was, and even fewer people know about Ji-fan's fake death. So everyone still defaults to Xia Lingwei having a boyfriend now. I don't believe it. Shi Weikong's face changed. I've investigated. There's no other man around you at all. You said you have a boyfriend just to reject Pei Yueza, right? Vivi, I know that you must have been upset when I left without saying goodbye 5 years ago, but that really wasn't my intention. Now that I'm back, we can still be like we used to be. He was in a hurry, but he was interrupted by Xia Lingwei before he could finish his sentence. Enough. I don't want to say anything more about the past, and for the sake of some previous love, we're still friends, but please don't overstep your bounds. Ji-fan, see Tokyo off. Ji-fan sort of heard that this man should have had some adolescent ambiguity with his own sister in the past. Just for some reason, The man ran off halfway through and didn't even give an explanation. Now that 5 years had passed, he had rerun back. It was just that he didn't seem to know the current Xiao Lingwei very well. He still thought that she was that little girl who followed his ass all day long. That's a good one. A tragic rejection. Ji-fan can only say, you kid deserved it. Not as good as Pei Yueza. Vivi, have you forgotten our old relationship? Don't worry, I'll show you my true heart with practical actions. Sure, Wei Kong still wanted to struggle, but Ji-fan didn't give him face and very politely invited him out of the office. Just after leaving Xiao Lingwei's office, Shifkong was like a master of changing faces, instantly collecting the deep feelings he had just shown inside the office and looking at Ji-fan with cold eyes. You're Lingwei's assistant? Ji-fan shook his head. Sure, Wei Kong's eyes became even more gloomy, staring at Ji-fan like a wild beast. Why is it in her office if it's not her assistant? Ji-fan realized that this man might really be a bit of a psychopath, so it was no wonder that Xiao Lingwei had rejected him so decisively. Still, Ji-fan was kind enough to tell him, this is summer. It's none of your business if I'm in her office or not. Salty carrots. Those who don't know would think you're familiar with our general manager Xia, disliked by a man who was suspected to be a junior assistant. Sure, Wei Kong's face became extremely ugly. Is it because he hasn't been back in the country for so long that any cat or dog can now disregard him? How dare you talk to me like that? Do you know who I am? I'm telling you, Xiao Lingwei can only be mine. A little white boy like you better leave on your own, or else, suffer the consequences. Ji-fan froze for a moment, as if he was intimidated by Sure Wei Kong, which made Sure Wei Kong feel slightly better inside. A small character is a small character. How is he worthy to be compared to himself? Threatening him is already a disgrace to his own identity. As long as the Toki family moved their fingers, such a mole cricket could casually crush hundreds of them. But at that moment, Ji-fan suddenly stretched out his hand, and before Sure Wei Kong could react, it had touched his forehead. Obviously there's no fever. Why are you talking net nonsense? You think you're watching TV? You're an extra-legal lunatic. Ha! And consequences. And who are you? I'm not your father. Why do I need to know who you are? Does it matter? As for Xiao Lingwei, she's not a commodity, so if you say it's yours, just because you have a big face? Such a person, but also play the face of a set of back. Think of yourself as a bully always. Right. Ugh. Ji-fan, right? I'll remember you. Just wait for me. When had Shifkong ever been treated like this? If this wasn't a public place and he still cared about his face, he would probably have already made a move by now. But Ji-fan didn't think that the face of such a person mattered. If you want to chase someone, just do it properly. Who are you showing this to? The main reason he didn't make a move was probably because he was afraid that he couldn't beat himself. Really, it's his face that's a bit more of a white boy, isn't it? Time Vikon left on his own, which saved Ji-fan the process of seeing off his guests, and returned to his workstation on his own. The colleagues next to him cast curious gazes, but they saw Ji-fan come out with Sure Wei Kong, and even said a few words over there, seemingly starting an argument. The fire of gossip was once again burning brightly. The most important job at work, eating melon. But Ji-fan was also annoyed right now, so instead of trying to satisfy his colleague's curiosity, he opened his cell phone. Check out Time Void for me and find out what that kid is about. Chapter 60, yes, I like her. Half an hour later, Ji-fan's cell phone rang, and after glancing at the caller ID, Ji-fan quietly walked to the toilet. Old Ji, why do you suddenly want to investigate this person? He's been away from Shanghai for 5 years, so I can only send you some of his previous information. On the other end of the phone, Pei Xiaohua's voice came through. He's back home, and he just came to Summers. When Pei Xiaohua checked out Sure Wei Kong, he incidentally also looked at his information and knew that he had some previous connection with Xiao Lingwei. Looks like Ji-fan is checking him out because of Xiao Lingwei. What? Did you have a fight with him? Did you win? Pei Xiaohua's tone couldn't hear any concern, only excitement. A look of watching the fun. Don't ask so many questions. Send me the information and we'll see you tonight. After hanging up the phone, Ji-fan returned to his workstation. At the same time, Pei Xiaohua's side of the information were sent over. Tim Wei Kong, 26 years old, son of the Timothy family. The Toki family is an old family in Shanghai, with ups and downs over the years, but never falling out of the top 5. And Sure Wei Kong's relationship with Xiao Lingwei was from childhood. Xiao Lingwei was an only daughter, plus her mother died when she was a child. Her father rarely had time to accompany Xiao Lingwei because he had to support the huge Xia clan, so Xiao Lingwei at that time often followed behind Sure Wei Kong, 2 years older than her. Toki Wei Kong took care of her like an older brother, but that changed at some point. The Xia family went downhill and started to fall apart. The Sure family felt that the Xia family had no more value, and their eldest son was so good that he definitely couldn't be with Xiao Lingwei, the daughter of a fallen family, so they arranged a plan for Sure Wei Kong to leave the country. In the first 2 years before he left the country, Sure Wei Kong didn't even contact Xiao Lingwei. until Xiao's group began to slowly improve in Xia Lingwei's hands. Then Shi Weikong resumed contact with Xia Lingwei. Worthy of being an excellent heir taught by a powerful family, the principle of the supremacy of interests was played clearly by him. A sister when useful, a stranger when not. Now seeing that the Xia family has developed so well, Shi Weikong immediately rushed back, wanting to regain the original feelings. It does get a little ridiculous. Jifan fell into deep thought after reading some of the information from Time Void. The information that Pei Xiaohua could know, Xia Lingwei must know as well. But it's well known that Xia Lingwei is a relationship brain. She's not really going to turn back on Time Void, is she? Jifan was a bit worried, which led to him being a bit of a jerk all day at work today. As soon as he got off work, Jifan didn't even say anything to Xia Lingwei before rushing off. Clear it. Jifan chose the location where he was with Xia Lingwei yesterday, and Pei Xiaohua quickly rushed over. Old Ji, how's it going? Is it to deal with that time Viking? As soon as he came, Pei Xiaohua looked at Jifan excitedly, as if he was very interested. Jifan shook his head. Against Tokoyami? One is not that bored. Then why did you call me out? Pei Xiaohua drank the cup of fruit wine in one gulp and refilled it again for himself. Simply upset in your heart? Scared when you see the Time Void is back? Stressed? It is said that the onlooker knows better. Pei Xiaohua has felt this point of Jifan's mind thoroughly. This time Weikong is too bad. My sister is with him. That would be better to be with Pei the dog. Jifan was a bit annoyed and didn't know how to comment, so he could only follow Pei Xiaohua's example and drink the wine in his cup in one gulp. Ah yes, this is the time to feel better about my brother. So, what do I think? Instead of cheapening my brother, why don't you do it yourself? You would have liked her, wouldn't you? As if he had been poked through his little mind, Jifan drank 3 cups in a row without saying a word. What are you being scrupulous about? This isn't your Jifan's character either. You're afraid that you've cheated on Xia Lingwei? I reckon with that relationship brain of your sister's, she shouldn't blame you for cheating on her when she finds out. She'll just say, baby, you really aren't dead. Jifan really wanted to cover Pei Xiaohua's mouth. When he was young and foolish, he didn't know that the object of his online love was Xia Lingwei, and showed him a few chats between the two, and as a result, he ended up using it on himself. But she's my sister. We're on the same account. Just split it up. It's not a big deal. Pei Xiaohua replied with full concern. The law doesn't even prohibit you from getting married. And you've got yourself all pretentious up in here. Fair enough. Being a law student myself, I naturally know that this article is not valid. But my mom and Uncle Xia are very close, and I'm afraid this will affect them. Kifan's inner concerns were never just about himself. If he confessed, would siblings still be able to do it in the future? What would Xia Lingwei think? If Mom and Uncle Xia knew about this, what would the two of them think? Will Uncle Xia have a suspicion inside? Also, when the truth got out later, what would other people think of Xia Lingwei? She was the president of the Xia group, and there were countless people who wanted to target her, and she definitely wouldn't give up any point where she could be discredited. The network's public opinion. As long as the person who has the intention to guide a little, there will always be unknown masses of melon eaters' indiscriminate attacks. Xia Lingwei is a girl after all. Can she carry it? Or should she have come under such attack because of herself? Jifan sighed. It would be a lie to say that there are no feelings. Xia Lingwei was already good enough that a normal man would have a crush on her. Moreover, the beautiful sister of the online love affair has been waiting for herself for more than 3 years, and this love is also enough to move Jifan. But why do these two have to be combined into one? Old Ji, as a brother, I'll ask you one thing. Do you like Xia Lingwei? Jifan didn't answer, just poured himself a brainful of wine. He had never hated his drinking so much as he did today. Obviously, I don't like to drink, but I'm just a good drinker, and I still can't get drunk even when my stomach is up. Boss, bring me some highballs. Pei Xiaohua also did not stop. His brother was in a bad mood, so he drank with him and finished. Soon several bottles of whiskey were on the table. Jifan didn't care. He just started the whole thing. I don't know how much I drank. In the middle of the two didn't say a word. Pei Xiaohua just silently accompanied, and occasionally drank a little bit, mainly to see Jifan drink. Finally, Jifan had begun to get confused. Under the effect of the alcohol, Jifan's entire body had become dizzy and was close to getting down. Pei Xiaohua stood up, and he came over to Jifan's side, reaching out to support him. Jifan, you've had too much to drink. It's time to go home. Just then, Jifan suddenly roared out. Yes, that's right. I just love her. Chapter 61 Xia Lingwei's Fighting Strength. You can go back, and remember to get your order. The familiar voice caused Pei Xiaohua's body to tremble. Slowly turning his head, Pei Xiaohua saw a stunning face. That, Sister Lingwei, Lao Ji is in your hands. I suddenly remembered that my old hen laid eggs tonight. I have to go back to see. Pei Xiaohua never thought that Xia Lingwei was actually in the cart seat next door to him, and looking at this situation, she probably didn't come much later than the two of them, so she heard everything that was said? Pei Xiaohua didn't dare to think too much. He only hoped that Xia Lingwei would come a little later. At least Jifan's vest hadn't been peeled off yet, and he should have suffered a little less. But this is no longer related to Pei Xiaohua. He finished the bill and left in a hurry. Did not dare to say anything more, only in his heart to pray for his brother. Only after Pei Xiaohua left did Xia Lingwei look at Jifan. Drinking that much makes you a real coward. Xia Lingwei frowned and muttered, which helped Jifan. Come on, sister, take you home. As if coaxing a child, Xia Lingwei gently patted Jifan's back with her hand while holding his arm and walking out. Xia Lingwei's car was parked in the parking lot inside, and there was still a small distance from the clear bar's entrance, so Xia Lingwei couldn't possibly leave Jifan here alone, and could only help him to continue walking. It was good that Jifan didn't go crazy when he was drunk. Instead he was quiet, which made Xia Lingwei a lot more relaxed. After walking a short distance, they came to the parking lot. It's only a little after 7, and it's still dark, but there aren't many people in this part of the parking lot. Just as he entered the parking lot, 4 or 5 tattooed burly men suddenly rushed over. Yo, what a pretty chick, don't go with this drunk. Why don't you have some fun with your brother? Xia Lingwei looked at these several uninvited guests with disgust, not realizing that in this rule of law society, there were actually such blatant people. Big brother, this chick is also too powerful. This is a windfall. A few juniors also looked at Xia Lingwei with the same lustful gaze. No matter what time of the day it was, a beautiful woman would always be extra eye-catching. Sister Lingwei, you go first, I'll break the back. At the critical time, Pei Xiaohua killed from the corner. He was still a little uneasy after he left the bar. After all, Jifan was drunk and Xia Lingwei, a woman, might need help, so he kept watching from the shadows. But I didn't expect to see this. He'd called his oldest brother before rushing over, and he'd be there in 10 minutes time at the most. At this point, it works better to go to his brother than to Uncle Hat. Don't let any of them get away. Take them all. Seeing one more variable, this boss this no-nonsense, commanding his minions to come together and surround them. Xia Lingwei's gaze chilled as she threw Jifan to Pei Xiaohua. You watch him, he gets hurt and you're dead. Pei Xiaohua took Jifan in an uncertain manner, and then saw Xia Lingwei greet him alone. I almost forgot. Xia Lingwei's combat power is explosive. The is quite sensible, but you won't be able to leave today, and neither will the two of them. This boss thought that Xia Lingwei was trying to take it all on herself so that she could let those two men go. How is this possible? The task I took on today was to teach the man a lesson, preferably with a disfigured face and a broken leg, as long as it didn't kill anyone, and the boss would pay for it anyway. As for the woman, an unexpected pleasure. Get high before you go in, and when you do there's something to kick back and reminisce about. Go, Xia Lingwei sneered. I hope you don't run later. Pei Xiaohua had one hand wrapped around Jifan, while his other hand had subconsciously pulled out his cell phone. Originally thought Xia Lingwei's Taekwondo Black 8 is just a gimmick. As a member of the upper class circle, go out always need a little skills on the side, so that it is convenient to blow powerful. But he didn't realize that this sister seemed to be real. The cell phone camera function is only open. The 5 people have been lying on the ground. The whole shivering process is not more than 3 minutes. Xia Lingwei, this which is still Taekwondo. This learning is clearly a free sparring bar. Fighting so high. Pei Xiaohua took a pitying look at his brother Jifan in his hands. It seems that the chat between the two brothers in the past was not wrong. Jifan's life is estimated to be pressed by Xia Lingwei and cannot be turned over. Pei Yueza arrived late, just in time to clean up the mess. Are you guys okay? Facing Pei Yueza's inquiry, Pei Xiaohua silently pointed at the 5 people rolling on the ground and said, Brother, you shouldn't be blind, right? There's something wrong with these 5. Find out for me who really put them up to this. Xia Lingwei had already walked over and naturally took Jifan from Pei Xiaohua's hands before looking at Pei Yueza in a cold voice. Good. Bui Yueza nodded. What era is this? Still dare to commit murder in the street? To say that there is not a little problem. Xia Lingwei is certainly not believe. By the way, notify Su Jiro and have her come for interrogation. After saying that, Xia Lingwei helped Jifan into the car and took off. Brother, you're in charge of the aftermath. I'll slip away first. Xia Lingwei left. Pei Xiaohua did not stay long, and ran away in a puff of smoke. The Xia family. Missy, what happened to the young master? Looking at Jifan being helped in, Zhang Ma hurriedly walked over and asked with concern. It's fine, I drank too much. Please ask Zhang Ma to cook a bowl of sobering soup. After saying that, Xia Lingwei directly helped Jifan back to his room. Xia Lingwei had never been in Jifan's room before, and unlike the imagined messiness, Jifan's room was quite tidy and didn't have many things. Leaving Jifan on the bed, he was already sleeping like a dead pig. Still cute when you're asleep. Xia Lingwei sat on the edge of Jifan's bed. This was the first time she had viewed Jifan's face so closely. Drinking wine, Jifan's little face was red, lying there peacefully, well-behaved and cute. Xia Lingwei couldn't help but reach out and gently touch Jifan's face. This was the man she had waited for over 3 years. When Xia's bottomed out, all of them rebelled. Even Xia Lingwei has always been regarded as an elder brother of the time. Wei Kong also did not hesitate to listen to the family arrangements to go abroad. Only the Pei family does not leave the upper-class circle. The only friend around is Su Jiro, who is always with her. At this time, Jifan's appearance on the internet became a ray of light for Xia Lingwei. He was already an optimistic person by nature, and Jifan's optimism was contagious. And under his inculcation, Xia Lingwei took one step at a time. Even after Jifan's fraudulent death, Xia Lingwei relied on his previous optimistic words to revitalize herself and lead Xia to achieve perfect nirvana. Just then, Jifan suddenly murmured unconsciously, "I'm sorry, pretty sister. I didn't mean to lie to you." A smile appeared on Xia Lingwei's face as she gently stroked Jifan. "Don't be sorry. I never blamed you." Chapter 62 Baby, I'm eating your noodles. Jifan woke up when it was dark outside, touched some pain in the head. Jifan looked around. It seems to be in their own room, but he couldn't really remember exactly how he got back. The lights were on, and a water glass and a thermos sat on the nightstand next to it, with a note pressed underneath it. Jifan picked up the glass of water first and drank it all in one go, but felt more thirsty the more he drank. Inside the thermos is sobering broth. Drink it yourself when you wake up. With the beautiful script, it didn't take much thought to realize that this was what Xia Lingwei had left behind. Uncovering the thermos, sobering soup just maintains the right temperature. After drinking it, Jifan instantly felt a lot more comfortable. I don't know whether sobering soup is really so effective, or because of the psychological effects of the work. I don't think I've been talking nonsense when I've been drunk, have I? After finishing his drink, Jifan leaned his back against the bed cushion, his hands gently rubbing his temples, his face somewhat distressed. It was also unknown if Xia Lingwei knew her identity. After thinking about it, Jifan directly called Pei Xiaohua. Although it was already 1 in the morning, for a night owl like Pei Xiaohua, the nightlife was just now reaching its peak and he was definitely still awake. Sure enough, the phone had just dialed, and the other party immediately answered in seconds. "Old G, you're finally awake." Pei Xiaohua's exaggerated voice came from the other end of the phone, and those who didn't know thought Jifan was dying. What happened when I got drunk? This was what Jifan desperately wanted to know right now. Pei Xiaohua immediately told Jifan everything that had happened in the clear bar earlier. "Don't worry, Xia Lingwei is fine. She's too capable of fighting. In addition, those 5 people were taken away by Su Jiro. We don't know the specifics now, but Xia Lingwei said that it was definitely not an accident." Jifan closed his eyes in contemplation after listening. Shanghai City's law and order has always been very good. The parking lot of the clear bar is not much, but the security cameras are everywhere. Those 5 people obviously came prepared. Moreover, listening to their conversation, Jifan vaguely felt that the other party's target was actually himself, and Xia Lingwei was an accident. It seems some people spend so much time abroad that they may have forgotten the rules at home. Although Jifan usually looks like a beggar, he has never been a person who does not offend me. He's not in the habit of being stepped on and having paper handed to him. You think it's that guy from Time Viking? What a nerve. Don't worry, I'll get someone to get him tomorrow. What the hell? Pei Xiaohua is a violent temper. It's okay to suffer a little aggression yourself, but dare to bully to his own brother's head. That will certainly let the other side know why the flowers are so red. Don't worry, let's wait until we catch the evidence. We're good law-abiding citizens. Jifan's eyes narrowed slightly as he said this, and he didn't know exactly what he was thinking. Okay, I'll do as you say. Just arrange it. It's been like this since childhood. Although Pei Xiaohua is smart, he is too lazy to use his brain. So anything that comes up is for Jifan to come up with a solution, and he is responsible for executing it. Of course, Jifan had another reason he didn't say. He couldn't fathom Xia Lingwei's attitude towards Shi Wei Kong. From the information, Xia Lingwei used to have a really good relationship with Shi Wei Kong, although 5 years did not meet, but also afraid of Xia Lingwei to take into account the feelings of childhood. Jifan does not want to make it difficult for her. Putting that aside, what Jifan should think about more now was how to face Xia Lingwei. Forget it, soldiers come to stop water to cover the earth. It's useless to think more in the room by yourself, or you have to look at Xia Lingwei's attitude. Putting down his cell phone, Jifan was thirsty again, and a little hungry. I've been so busy drinking tonight that I haven't eaten anything at all, and now my stomach is empty. Getting up from the bed, Jifan walked out of the room. It was dark outside, and it looked like everyone in the house was already asleep, which was a relief to Jifan. There were no lights on, and Jifan groped his way down the stairs by the faint glow of his cell phone. Soon he was in the kitchen. The large double-door refrigerator, from the looks of it, must have been filled with a lot of goodies, and should at least be able to satisfy Jifan's current fruity needs. Opening the refrigerator door, Ji-fan instantly understood the gold content of the words cold and clear. It wasn't that there was nothing inside the refrigerator, but not much food, and it was all in the realm of what Kiffin couldn't do anything about. The family was originally eating not many people. The vast majority of the time is Zheng Ma and Auntie Wang, two people self-sufficient. This period of time, Mom and Uncle Xia and went abroad. They naturally do not need to store any food every day to buy fresh better. Closing the refrigerator, Jifan's stomach was already protesting. If Jifan was still feeling just a little hungry before looking at the refrigerator, he was suddenly famished after looking at the refrigerator. He suspected that he could eat a cow right now. I'll feed you below. The sudden appearance of the voice startled Jifan. The light of the cell phone shone towards behind him, and Xia Lingwei, who was dressed in a pink nightgown, stood in the doorway of the kitchen. Pop! The lights were turned on, and Xia Lingwei and Jifan's two eyes finally met, but it only lasted a second before Kiffin inclined his head. Sis, you're still awake. Xia Lingwei walked over, greatly now in front of Jifan. This time Jifan had to look without looking. Today Xia Lingwei's nightgown seemed to be quite a bit sexier than usual. Deep V, lace edges, and also revealing two long legs. Every part of it was stimulating Jifan's taut nerves. I remember someone saying that the bottom would be for me to eat later. I don't know if he remembers. Jifan was so embarrassed that he wanted to pick a crack in the ground and burrow into it. This sentence is what he said. When the two chatted, Jifan but swore to tell Xia Lingwei, his own bottom can be delicious, especially instant noodles. I didn't expect Xia Lingwei to remember it now. There's spaghetti in the cupboard below. Good brother. And my sister hasn't eaten anything tonight. The first time he faced Xia Lingwei's pampering directly, it wasn't even on the same level as the pampering through the screen. Ji-fan inwardly cursed Goblin, but his face remained calm. Sis, sit there, I'll cook you some noodles in a minute. Xia Lingwei smiled and sat down on the table. Only her eyes kept staring at Ji-fan, as if the moment she moved her eyes away, Ji-fan would run away again. 10 minutes later, Ji-fan walked out with 2 steaming bowls of noodles, scallions as a garnish and a poached egg on each bowl of noodles. This was the limit of Ji-fan's cooking skills. Looking at the noodles in front of her, Xia Lingwei finally removed her gaze from Ji-fan's body, and after a moment's pause, she suddenly picked up her chopsticks and began to eat in large bites, changing her usual small family appearance. Sis, slow down. I'll cook it when you're done. No, go ahead and serve mine first. Ji-fan was startled by Xia Lingwei's move, and couldn't even care that his stomach was protesting, so he said in a hurry. Xia Lingwei didn't say anything. Her mouth was stuffed with noodles, and when she raised her head, Ji-fan saw the tears in her eyes. Ji-fan was most afraid of a woman shedding tears, let alone this woman being Xia Lingwei. Ji-fan panicked for a moment and hastily leaned over a bit, somewhat handily comforting her. Finally, Xia Lingwei swallowed most of the noodles in her mouth as she looked at Ji-fan. Baby, I'm finally eating the noodles you cooked. Chapter 63, everything is under Xia Lingwei's control. With one sentence, he completely made Ji-fan lose his temper. All of his previous worries hadn't happened. Xia Lingwei didn't blame him or even mention it, but silence had once again fallen between the two. Ji-fan hadn't figured out what kind of identity he should use to get along with Xia Lingwei now. Xia Lingwei was actually a bit nervous and just ate the noodles in the bowl. The only sound left in the air was the sound of the two of them eating noodles. A little awkward and a little cozy. I'm done eating. Ji-fan raised his head. Xia Lingwei's bowl was already empty. Not to mention the noodles, not even a drop of soup was left. Ji-fan couldn't help but glance at Xia Lingwei's stomach. Normally, Xia Lingwei never eats at night, so a big bowl of noodles down. The small stomach has slightly bulged. Xia Lingwei followed Ji-fan's gaze down and reached out to touch on her own stomach, while not holding back a burp. This dainty action made Ji-fan not dare to look any further and continued to work against the noodles in his hand. Xia Lingwei rested her chin on her hands, her eyes unblinking as she looked at Ji-fan in front of her. Sister, I know I'm a bit of a handsome man in my own right, but I'm a bit scared when you're like this. Ji-fan finally finished the last bite of noodles, and he felt it was time to have a good chat with Xia Lingwei. Xia Lingwei retracted her gaze, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, showing how unsettled she was inside. Sis, when the hell did you know that? Ji-fan asked the one he wanted to know the most. Pei Xiaohua said that he heard it in the clearing bar today, but Ji-fan now thought back. Clearly before going to the amusement park Xia Lingwei had treated herself very differently. Truly speaking, it should have been a bit of an end run around the time it was delivered to his own company. Not 2 days to find out. You know, in Zhanghai City, it's actually quite simple for me to find out any information. It wasn't that Ji-fan hadn't thought about it, but at that time, he was too nervous when he saw Xia Lingwei's face, and only used the swindle in the heat of the moment. It made him tremble for the rest of his life. No accident for so long. I thought it was because Xia Lingwei wouldn't check, but I didn't think it was because Xia Lingwei had checked and didn't tell herself. No wonder. Her junior year she stayed up for a month to get out. This time she got out in a day. Feelings don't walk out, they check out in a day. The clown is just me. Is that why you sent me to the company? That's not true. You're my brother even if you're not a baby. It's just a small company. It's nothing. Well, 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 well. What about eating with Pei the dog that day? Xia Lingwei had a smile on her face. She liked this jealous look of Ji-fan. Didn't you turn him down in front of a lot of people? So let's have dinner together and apologize to him. And I chose the next deck over from you. The Xia family and the Pei family have always had a close relationship. And it can't be because of this matter that the two families are screwed up. It was just that Ji-fan didn't expect that even the selection of seats was in Xia Lingwei's calculations. So what was that yesterday? Toki Vaiko, childhood friend, white moonlight? Xia Lingwei smiled even more broadly. We played together just a few times when we were kids, when the Xia family wasn't completely gone, and he was taught by his family to follow my ass every day. But somehow the rumors turned into me following his ass. It was true, but at that time Xia Lingwei was still a little girl. There was a handsome man following her every day to offer his attentions, and the two of them did have a relationship that was so much better than that of an ordinary friend. When the Xia family was at its worst, Shi Weikong left the country without saying a word, and Xia Lingwei was indeed sad for a while because of this. But her sadness is actually not because of Shivkong. Shivkong is just a lead-in to make Xia Lingwei realize that friends in times of despair are true friends. As for the rumors, haven't you noticed they've all come up in the last year or so? After the Xia family fell, the Shi family immediately ran far away for fear of getting involved with the Xia family. And in the past 2 years, the Xia family has made a comeback, and the Shi family has begun to move again. So there were rumors of some kind of white moonlight and childhood sweethearts. Looking at the smile on Xia Lingwei's face, Ji-fan always felt as if he had been tricked, but was inexplicably much happier. The Toki family thinks I'm a cutie. What about? There was some cooperation with each other before, so I don't bother with those rumors. Anyway, the cleaner is the clearer. But now it seems that Timeless Sky is a bit greedy. When she said the last sentence, Xia Lingwei's face was cold, with a hint of killing intent in her words, and the female president's paradigm came up at once. Although she had intentionally guided Shi Weikong's return to China this time, since Shi Weikong was greedy, let the Shi family suffer some losses. Ji-fan carefully glanced at Xia Lingwei, who at this moment had a great feeling that the sky was cold and the king was broken. Oh no, it's broken when it's hot. Sis, it's getting late. Why don't you rest first? After Xia Lingwei explained so much, Ji-fan was getting annoyed. In the middle of the day, all of this seemed to be under Xia Lingwei's control, just to make herself jump out on her own initiative. But there was still a problem that had to be faced. How was he going to get along with Xia Lingwei next? Sister and brother? Lovers? It doesn't look right either way. Xia Lingwei didn't force Ji-fan and gently nodded. That, sis, do we still have to hold off on this for a while? If it gets out and Uncle Xia and Mom know about it, will it? Watching Xia Lingwei get up, Ji-fan carefully said again. Xia Lingwei stopped her steps and slowly turned around, her pair of good-looking eyes gazing at Ji-fan in front of her. Publicly. It must be public. But again, Ji-fan's words made her a little hesitant. She didn't care what people on the outside thought, but the family, it seemed, did have to give a damn before they did. In that case, let's hold off until father and auntie-son return. Aha! A word was squeezed out of her nose, showing that the current Xia Lingwei was in a somewhat less than beautiful mood. Ji-fan didn't say any more and watched Xia Lingwei go upstairs before silently starting to clean up the dishes. It was 2 o'clock when I got back to my room. Kiffin rinsed off and went to sleep in a tangle. Day 2. The alarm clock woke Ji-fan up, thankful for last night's sobering soup. The drunken after effects didn't show up, and now Ji-fan was wide awake. Walking out of the room, Xia Lingwei actually didn't wait for herself today and went to work after an early breakfast, which made Ji-fan breathe a sigh of relief. Zhang Ma was busy in the kitchen, and when she saw Ji-fan come out she briefly said a few words, mostly about Xia Lingwei taking care of Ji-fan last night. After breakfast, Ji-fan rode his own little electric donkey to the company. Just as he sat down, a co-worker next to him leaned in mysteriously. Ji-fan, just now General Manager Xia came over and said that he wants to cancel all cooperation between Xia Group and Shi Group. Do you know why? Is it related to the fact that Ziviacon came over yesterday? You were in the office at the time. Was the president rushing for your sake? Chapter 64, Bad. I become a part of the play. And you Eshi, it's just the beginning of the day and you're here gossiping. Don't you have a job? At the critical time, Zhao walked over, glanced at an Yueshi who was being secretive next to Ji-fan, and opened her mouth. Sister yeah, my latest jobs are all related to the Shi Group, and now that Mr. Xia wants to cut off all business dealings with them. It seems like I really have nothing to do. And Yueshi had a resigned face, but how she looked at her seemed like she was dejected. and she really didn't have eyes. Nothing to do, huh? Then help out your new co-workers. Jifan, divide the work at hand between you and Yueshi. And Yueshi's eyes widened as she innocently looked at Xia Lingwei, who had suddenly appeared. General Xia, it's all over. He was caught eating melon by the melon owner, and the melon owner is also his own president. The co-workers next to him all pursed their lips and snickered there. Let her come out in the morning to fool around. Now it's good. Just work during work hours. Give Anne, make a cup of coffee and come in. The matter of making coffee had already been handed over to Jifan yesterday, only Jifan hadn't gotten used to it yet, and when he heard Xia Lingwei's voice, Jifan hurriedly stood up and walked towards the pantry. The others were silent, all sitting at their workstations and pretending to be busy. Coffee is Xia Lingwei's favorite flavor, less ice and less sugar with milk. Xia Lingwei was the only one in the office, and Su Jiro didn't know what she was doing. Looking at Jifan's curious gaze, Xia Lingwei explained, she went out for something and won't be back for a short time. Although he didn't know why Xia Lingwei was explaining to himself, Jifan still nodded. Carrying the coffee, Xia Lingwei kept a smile on her face, very different from the image she had just had when she was outside, and her pair of eyes never came down when they were on Jifan's body. Jifan was a bit embarrassed by the look and hurriedly said, I'll go out first, but just as he turned around, he was grabbed by Xia Lingwei. Jifan's body stiffened and Xia Lingwei took the opportunity to hug him from behind. Xia Lingwei's body was soft, and she leaned her head against Jifan's back, her entire body entering a state of complete relaxation. Jifan took a deep breath and slowly turned around while wrapping his arms around Xia Lingwei. It was a little shaky, but the two did embrace. The corners of Xia Lingwei's buried low mouth showed a hint of a triumphant smile. Sister, it's time to go to work. After a moment of quiet cuddling, Jifan spoke carefully, but Xia Lingwei didn't care at all, relying on his arms, her head still rubbing gently on his chest. The president is pampered. Who can stand up to this? Just cuddle for a while. I've been wanting to for a long time. Jifan remembered that when the two of them used to chat, Xia Lingwei had said that when they met they must hug her themselves. Thinking of this, Jifan's hand pushed a little harder, making the two people fit closer together. Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Jifan and Xia Lingwei were startled and separated with their hands, but they were still caught by Su Jiro. I didn't see anything. Go ahead guys. It was just that her gaze was always on Xia Lingwei's body, and there was a hint of sultriness in her eyes. No wonder she let herself go out early in the morning to do some errands. It's to facilitate her office romance, right? Well, when you have a boyfriend, you forget your best friend. If I had known that I should not have given Xia Lingwei to check out, let Jifan this kid dead for life to get, so that now the office is a rotten smell of love. Pity yourself for being a maternal single and a clown. Xia Lingwei was a little weak from Su Jiro's look, and hurriedly stepped in small steps to Su Jiro's side, reaching out and pulling her down. Unwillingly, Su Jiro was pulled to her presidential seat by Xia Lingwei, and her hands pressed down on her shoulders forcing her to sit down. Here, Missy, take a sip of hot coffee first to refresh yourself. Su Jiro looked at Xia Lingwei with satisfaction and took the coffee she picked up. Taking a sip, Xia Lingwei hurriedly asked, It's good, isn't it? Jifan specially brewed it to my taste. What? Su Jiro's head was full of black question marks. What's this? Show yourself? Unknowingly becoming a part of their play? Su Jiro was angry. The consequences were serious, and she chose to just drop the ball. I won't send the information. Let Jifan go. Jifan, who was still happily watching the show, was instantly speechless. He innocently looked at Su Jiro and wanted to ask what was going on. How come the one who was injured became himself? It's okay. It's not like this information is urgent. I'll have someone come to headquarters to get it later. Xia Lingwei subconsciously opened her mouth, but just as she finished speaking she knew it was going to be bad. Sure enough, Su Jiro immediately stood up. Yeah, I told you. I was asked to deliver the information early in the morning and said it was urgent. So there is something wrong. Xia Lingwei. Su Jiro looked at Xia Lingwei angrily, her fingers trembling as she pointed at her, as if she had suffered a great grievance. At this time, Jifan suddenly took a step forward and pulled Xia Lingwei, and with a gentle force on his hand, Xia Lingwei hid behind himself. Xia Lingwei, who was hiding behind Jifan, was still not honest and quietly poked out a small head, spitting her tongue towards Su Jiro, as if to say, Look, I'm being escorted. You guys, both of you, never mind, I'm going to deliver the information. Su Jiro could not bear to be humiliated and finally chose to leave on her own initiative to fulfill these two dogs and men. When Su Jiro left, Xia Lingwei burrowed out from behind Jifan and resumed her seat. Jifan slightly took half a step back, keeping a safe distance from Xia Lingwei. He was afraid that Xia Lingwei would hug him again at the drop of a hat. It's comfortable, but it has to be done in moderation. Jifan's small action Xia Lingwei did not put in mind. Time is still long. He cannot run out of his own hand. After seeing Xia Lingwei sitting honestly in her seat, Ji-fan could finally open his mouth and ask, "Sister, you're making me give all my work to Inueshi, so what will I do in the future?" Xia Lingwei had just handed over all her work, and now she seemed to have become a poser. "Being a life assistant for me," Xia Lingwei said rightfully. "Wasn't it the living assistant that was originally arranged before? But it was just to let you go to the president's office first to get used to it. And now that I think you're already capable of being my life assistant, I naturally had to transfer you over." Assistant living? Ji-fan's head shook like a rattle. Xia Lingwei, so many years, which want to have a living assistant. This is obviously specializing in getting a position to support themselves. Although Ji-fan liked the swinging life, he didn't like this high-profile swinging life too much. Once this living assistant is a pawn, won't it be confirmed that he is a white boy raised by Xia Lingwei? At that time, I'm afraid that both myself and Xia Lingwei would become the center of the entire company's discussion. Chapter 65, Love Changes. It's alright if you don't like it, but you can't go to the president's office anymore, or I'm afraid I'll always want to go out and see you. Ding dong, your president is offline. Ding dong, your slimy man is online. Looking at Xia Lingwei's aggrieved face, Ji-fan forced himself to maintain his sanity, but that sanity only lasted for a second before it collapsed. "Do you resent me? That's why you won't come closer to me." Well, 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 well. Sticky. Xia Lingwei opened her arms again, and Ji-fan couldn't help but hug her. For some reason, Ji-fan's heart was quiet when he hugged Xia Lingwei, fragrant and soft. "Sister, I think it's still a bit too early. This is not good for you, or for the Xia group." Leaning on Xia Lingwei's ear, Ji-fan said softly, attempting to convince Xia Lingwei with reason. Okay. Xia Lingwei naturally understood that Ji-fan had a point. Xia's group is already the first in Jianhai on the surface, but this first has water, and after all, it is a short 3 years rushed up. The foundation is not stable. Xia Lingwei at this time couldn't have any weaknesses, and even if she did, she couldn't be exposed to other competitors. Although the two people are not thinking in the same direction, it's good to know that the end result is the same. But you can't be in the president's office anymore. Xia Lingwei took a step back. "You come over and work for me as an assistant, just like Su Jiro." Living assistant sounds wrong, and Xia Lingwei has never been matched with a living assistant in these 3 years, rashly giving Ji-fan such a position. The discerning know what this means, either that or tell the truth that Ji-fan was his brother. But Xia Lingwei had selfishness. She didn't want to say to the public that Ji-fan was her brother. She only wanted to say to the public that Ji-fan was her boyfriend. Looking at Xia Lingwei's stubborn appearance as she tilted her head, Ji-fan gently stroked her head as if she was jerking a cat. Xia Lingwei closed her eyes slightly with a face of enjoyment. "When I was a child, my mom also liked to touch my head, so I could feel safe. But then mom was gone." Xia Lingwei's voice got lower and lower, but immediately gathered herself again and said, "But it's okay now. I still have you." Ji-fan gently embraced Xia Lingwei in his arms. "Don't worry, sister. I'll always be with you." "What about the assistant?" Ji-fan still felt something was wrong and didn't just nod his head in agreement. See, Ji-fan is still a little hesitant. Xia Lingwei hands holding Ji-fan's arm gently shaking. "Pampered. Come on, as is to help me." Having said that, Ji-fan would have had no reason to refuse further, but he had more considerations of his own. Since he had decided to be with Xia Lingwei, he couldn't be swinging for the fences. He had to make himself worthy of Xia Lingwei and leave everyone speechless. That's what he's supposed to do as a man. It wasn't Ji-fan's character to eat soft food that smelled good. "Sister, I want to go to Macroview Media. Isn't the company going to develop that part of the business? Entertainment industry, e-commerce, short dramas, these are all big hits to make money now. And if this segment can be seized, then the company will definitely be able to make another breakthrough in a short period of time." Acquisition of Macroview Media. One is that Macroview Media will not lose money as long as there are funds injected. But most of all, Xia Lingwei still wants to figure out some of the rules of this industry through Macroview Media, and then it will be convenient for Xia's group to enter in a big way. I didn't expect Ji-fan to mention it now. There are professionals over at Macroview Media taking care of it. You don't have to be so tired. If Ji-fan was willing, Xia Lingwei could keep him for the rest of his life. "Sister, I'm interested in this business too." Just in time to help test the waters again with the company's growth. Xia Lingwei pondered for a moment. She didn't want to restrict Ji-fan's freedom, and since Ji-fan had brought it up, she had no reason to refuse. But when she thought that Ji-fan was going to work at Hongjing Media, Xia Lingwei was unhappy again. She pouted and silently returned to her seat. "Alright, then you can go to Macroview Media today. I'll make the arrangements over here. As it happens, you don't have much work. It's all been passed on to Inueshi, so you don't have to worry about this side." Seeing Xia Lingwei agree, Ji-fan's mind was already thinking about what to do. Macroview Media live broadcasts and bandwagons do okay, but the short drama piece is actually no different from just starting out, or the kind that starts out and dies young. The only thing that could make Ji-fan happier was that there were still 5 or 6 professional staff members left. I just don't know how good the professional business is, but these are not big problems. Ji-fan had been crawling around in the online writing world for years, and had met quite a few foxy friends. It is said that one method leads to all methods, and these small pull cups inside the net circle are actually all very skillful. Givan is talking about full-time small pull cups. Part-time ones don't count. Among the friends he knows who have written emotional shorts for money, script killers, and script copywriters. Anything to feed a family, anything to do with words. Write a short script, just familiarize them with the format and process and they'll be on their way in a couple of writings. A 50,000 word script can be much better written than a million-word webcomic. Just condense the hot stems and reversals. Oof. Xia Lingwei's soft hum interrupted Ji-fan. Missy was looking at Ji-fan with an unhappy face at this moment. In front of this big beauty of his, he was actually thinking about something else. Was there anything more important than himself? It's not happy, it's not easy to coax. Ji-fan keenly smelled that something was wrong. He's straight, but not that straight. And the internet teaches boys how to fall in love every day, so he's more or less read about it. He's just never actually done it. When he was in love with Zhao Fei before, he didn't need to be coaxed either. As long as he spent money, the other party could change his face in a second. But this move was clearly inappropriate for Xia Lingwei. After thinking about it, Ji-fan walked over to Xia Lingwei and squatted down, gently holding her hand. What's wrong with your sister? Is it because I'm going to Hongjing Media and I'm not happy? Xia Lingwei didn't look at him. Her mouth said no. Ji-fan smiled. Of course he knew that Xia Lingwei was being tongue-tied. Sister, you don't want me to really be a gigolo, do you? Xia Lingwei muttered her mouth and said in a small, vague voice, what's wrong with being a gigolo? It's not like I can't afford to feed you. Sister, what did you say? Ji-fan didn't hear it and asked a follow-up question. Xia Lingwei hastily shook her head. No, I said of course my sister would support you. You can go to Macroview Media today. Anyway, this side of the work has already been handed over to an Yueshi. Ji-fan didn't expect Xia Lingwei to suddenly agree to it, and was so quick to let herself go immediately, which made the excitement on Ji-fan's face unchecked for a moment. Oof. This time, the cold grunt was obvious. Just be happy. I knew it. You just don't want to stick with me. Love changes. Chapter 66, It's Too Soon to Be Happy. President's Office. Ji-fan came out and was packing up his already small amount of things. Ji-fan, what are you? Next to her, Zhaoya asked with some curiosity. How can you go to the president's office and come out and start packing? It's not right. Didn't the president stop working with the Sher family for him, and then kick Ji-fan out again? Just to prove that strong women don't need love. The president's world. She didn't understand. I'm going to work in a subsidiary company down there, so I'll be troubling you for taking care of me for a while. Having been here for more than 2 weeks, Zhaoya had taken care of Ji-fan, followed her and learned a lot myself. Going to a subsidiary? Zhaoya had to take a fresh look at Ji-fan. I thought the president was just having a little fun with him, like he was keeping a gigolo, but it didn't seem as if that was the case. The president valued him a lot more than he thought he would, letting the subsidiary go, and letting him exercise, and also avoiding the retaliation of the Toki family. 2 birds with 1 stone. Then congratulations, you can keep in touch in the future, and you have to come to the president's office when you come to the headquarters. Everyone else heard Zhaoya and Ji-fan's conversation, and for a while everyone had mixed feelings in their mouths, not knowing exactly what they were feeling, just packing things. Ran into Sujiro, who came back from outside after delivering the documents. Looking at Ji-fan's posture, Sujiro also looked at him with some curiosity. A pair of talking eyes seemed to be inquiring about what was going on. The two were still being mushy when he left. How come this moment Ji-fan was packing up and getting ready to run away? Su Booster, you are? In the company, Ji-fan is also called Sujiro's position. I'm going to the subsidiary. Needless to say, Sujiro naturally knew where Ji-fan would go, and the procedures of Hongjing Media were still done by Sujiro. That's great, and it's time to work on yourself and make something of yourself when the time comes. But of course, it's best not to come back when you're gone. Givan, this sister is really nonchalant. She is afraid that she will come back to feed her dog food again, right? So impatient. Ji-fan had reason to suspect that Sujiro was not thinking of his sister. With Xia Lingwei's beauty, it wasn't too much of a stretch to kill both men and women. Sujiro had been tired of being by Xia Lingwei's side since college, and it had been 6 or 7 years now. I heard that Sujiro has not talked to a single boyfriend over the years, not even an ambiguous object. To say Sujiro at least is also a school flower level goddess. That is, standing on the side of Xia Lingwei, obscuring her light. If you carry out alone, How is also a suitor from the south of the city queue to the north of the city corner? It doesn't have a boyfriend. It's very irrational. Ji-fan's gaze instantly changed, and he became cautious when looking at Sujiro. What are you boys thinking? This look in Ji-fan's eyes was familiar to Sujiro. After following Xia Lingwei for so many years, she had been looked at like this many times. Even her own father would sometimes look at her like this. If I were real, do you think you'd still be involved? Ji-fan smiled sarcastically. Also, if Sujiro was bent, then Xia Lingwei might have long been bent by her as well, right? The people next to him somewhat didn't quite understand what these two were talking about, but they didn't quite have the heart to ask, so they could only listen in silence. Alright, hurry up and finish packing and leave. Just this much. Dilly-dallying. I'm going in first to report for work. Reporting the work was fake. Sujiro was clearly showing off. She was close to saying, get out of here. I'm going to go post up with your pretty sister. Ji-fan hated his teeth, but there was nothing he could do about it. And just when he wanted to say something to retrieve the scene, Sujiro suddenly came to his ear and whispered, there's Zhang Ma and Auntie Wang in the house. Are you planning to come clean with your mom and Uncle Xia? Ji-fan took a deep breath. Good men don't fight with women. I hide. Sujiro proudly looked at Ji-fan. Small, still want to fight with sister. Tender point. A big win. Sujiro mood is so good. The mood that was spoiled by the two of them in the morning is now completely recovered. Without breaking bread with Ji-fan outside again, she walked into Xia Lingwei's office with an elegant stride and a twist. Looking at Sujiro's dejected back, Ji-fan silently took his things and turned to leave. Yo, Vivi, is this the beginning of the shedding? Just entering the office, Sujiro saw Xia Lingwei, who was dazed there and couldn't help but open her mouth to snicker. I say, if you're so reluctant to let go, you'd still let him go. Why don't you just let him take over my position as an assistant, and take care of you close to your heart every day? On the word close, Sujiro pronounced it heavily. After so many years of being besties, there's nothing you can't say. Xia Lingwei's pretty face blushed. What are you babbling about? After saying that, Xia Lingwei fell into silence again. Seeing Xia Lingwei in this state, Sujiro also felt a little embarrassed. Her longed-for-love brother had once again left her. She should be sad now. She couldn't laugh so blatantly herself. She had to sneak a smile. Thinking of this, Sujiro came to Xia Lingwei's side, ready to open her mouth to comfort her boss and best friend. But before she could speak, Xia Lingwei spoke first. Zoe, go and arrange it. I remember if half of the 12th floor is still empty, I'll give you 1 day. Before tomorrow, remodel the 12th floor according to the layout of Macroview Media, and then merge Macroview Media into the group head office to work together. It was Sujiro's turn to freeze. Did you just laugh too soon? Mr. Xia, this isn't very good, is it? Having changed her name, Sujiro was planning to persuade in a public manner. Xia Lingwei frowned slightly between her brows as she lowered her head in deep thought. A moment later, Xia Lingwei opened her mouth. Xia's group's development has now entered a bottleneck, and if we want to continue to improve rapidly, then we must get involved in the entertainment industry, the most important of which is naturally the network piece, which was originally part of our plan. Xia Lingwei was right. Sujiro naturally understood, but the previous plan didn't seem to be like this. Now since Ji-fan is going to be in charge, I trust him. Incorporating Macroview Media into the group's headquarters is also a signal to the outside world that our Xia group is coming. If it's just an acquisition, and it's not someone who is interested in checking it out, many people wouldn't even know that Macroview Media was acquired by Xia's group. But if it was merged to work in the Xia group building, it would be the same as notifying everyone. This also meant that Xia Lingwei's previous plans would have to change, and all of them would have to be speeded up. Are you sure? That might put a lot of pressure on Ji-fan. Sujiro similarly frowned as she pondered the pros and cons of this matter. Okay, I trust Ji-fan, and you have to trust me too. Xia Lingwei's 3 words, in Zhanghai, that was the gold standard. Chapter 67, Kick the Iron Bar. Ji-fan naturally didn't know what Xia Lingwei was thinking right now. He had already packed his things and rushed towards Hongjing Media nimbly. The manager in charge of Macroview Media had changed now that Ji-fan had seen his picture. From one fat guy to another. I can only say that the bosses of this part of the network are really well fed, and all of them are quite blessed. The electric car was only half an hour in the past, and it wasn't even 10 o'clock when Ji-fan arrived at Hongjing Media. The work pattern in media companies is different from other companies. Media companies are basically open 24 hours a day, and there are anchors working at every hour of the day. However, the management is still working normally, and naturally there is a professional operations team that usually interfaces with the anchors. It's a bit of an awkward time of day. The night shift has basically gone back to bed. There aren't many people on the early morning shift, and the afternoon to evening shifts are the most crowded. So when Ji-fan arrived, the company looked a little empty. It was still the same 2 security guards, and this time the other party recognized Ji-fan at a glance. These two brothers were present last time and knew that Ji-fan's identity was not ordinary, so when they saw him arrive, they didn't dare to slow down at all. Is Manager Wang here? The current manager's last name is Wang, with a single name, Ji, which sounds smart. Here we go. Just got here a little while ago, in the office now. The big brother of the security guard really knew it all. Ji-fan nodded and headed directly towards the general manager's office. Just as he approached the door of the office, Ji-fan heard what seemed to be some not-so-righteous dead movements coming out from inside. Ji-fan curiously plopped down by the door, but what he didn't expect was that the people inside were so monkey-minded that the door wasn't closed. It was hidden. This one peeled the door right off. Ji-fan awkwardly appeared in the office, and let him feel more magical is. Inside the two fighting men and women actually did not notice their own come in, but also embraced in that each other nibbled delicious it. The male's hands weren't idle either, and from Ji-fan's angle, there actually wasn't the slightest bit of incongruity, as if his hands were born to grow there. Ji-fan scared twice. He didn't really want to disturb the other man, but when he thought about the fact that it was his own company, he felt it was only right that he should take care of it. The big boss himself hasn't even enjoyed the treatment. Ugh, Ji-fan, despise subterfuge. Ji-fan's yuck finally woke up the two people who were in a hot state. You, who are you? How did you get in here? Looking at the white blossom of fat on Manager Wang's body when he was angry, Ji-fan was curious as to how in the world this girl got off on it. Sorry to interrupt the excitement, but why don't you guys tidy up before I come in? Ji-fan looked at the two men in front of him somewhat less favorably, and could only say that it was quite generous. Although this girl's looks were average, but her body was really good. Although she had already organized her clothes in a hurry, Ji-fan was still able to see it clearly, calling out ah. The girl's face was scarlet, and she didn't know whether it was the afterglow of the passion just now or caused by the shame of being bumped into by Ji-fan. She wrapped herself with her clothes with both hands, and then stepped on those stocking-wrapped long legs, and fled with a hop and a skip to cover her face, leaving Manager Wang alone in the office to face Ji-fan. Manager Wang, I've read your information before I came here. I remember that your kids are in middle school this year, right? Ji-fan said with a smile on his face as he approached step by step. Manager Wang's face changed. Who the hell are you? He still didn't know what Ji-fan really was until now. Was he here to extort? Many people know about Manager Wang's family having a yellow face, and Manager Wang was able to get to where he is today with an average undergraduate degree by relying on his yellow-faced father. Manager Wang's father-in-law was one of the board members of Xiao's group, with few shares, but when Xiao's group hit rock bottom, he didn't dump his shares and insisted on believing in Xiao's group. Now that Xiao's group had re-emerged, he, an old member, still had some say in the board of directors, and most importantly, he absolutely embraced Xiao Lingwei. Now that he heard Ji-fan mention his wife, it looked like blackmail. If this goes to his wife, I guess my life will be over. Who am I? Ji-fan let out a light laugh. I mean, you're here as a manager, and you haven't asked who the actual controlling owner of this company is now? Is management so brainless these days? One before, and now another. Ha! I said that young people nowadays, touching porcelain have come across the Xia Group. This company has long been acquired by the Xia Group. The equity is naturally in the Xia Group. Is it hard to believe that it's in you? After the group acquires a company, if the acquired company is independently operated, then the acquisition is only a change of ownership, while the daily operation and management of the company will not be affected, and Manager Wang is equivalent to the group sent to sit here. Rather than management, it is more like supervision. The company is really run and managed by the same people who used to run Macroview Media. As for this kid in front of him, he had neither seen him in the management of Xiao's group nor in the management of Hongjing Media, and he didn't know where he came from, actually saying that this company was his. It was really funny. If you're the de facto controller of this company, then I'm still the de facto controller of the Xia Group. Manager Wang sneered. He had determined that the young man was here to extort. I do not know how to mix into the company. When the treatment is finished he must replace the two security guards at the door. How what cats and dogs can be let in? Awesome. Ji-fan could only praise the other party sincerely. Ji-fan was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and directly dialed Sujiro's phone and put it on speakerphone on the table. Hey, it's just gone and you're regretting it? Sujiro's unexpected voice came from the other end of the phone. It's not often that Ji-fan would call her Assistant Su. This new manager Wang said that if I'm the boss of this company, he's the boss of Xiao's group. So I'll just ask, when did Xiao's group change its boss? Ji-fan said with a smile. Manager Wang was dumbfounded when he heard Sujiro's voice, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Sujiro on the other end of the phone instantly understood what Ji-fan meant. She laughed softly. It just so happens that Zhao Dong and his daughter are here today to talk to Mr. Xia. It seems like they are still here for Wang Ji. So wait. Wang Ji did not care to speak. Flop on the knees to Ji-fan, eyes pleadingly looking at Ji-fan. hands vigorously bowed. Boss, it's me who has eyes to see. Spare me. As long as you don't tell anyone, I'll do anything for you from now on. Chapter 68. This secretary is quite capable. Ji-fan looked at Wang Ji in this lowly voice, and the expression on his face didn't fluctuate half a bit. Xia's group in the past few years under the leadership of Xia Lingwei, the company up and down, booming, but finally there will always be individual assholes. The ability is not competent, only use power for personal gain. For this kind of person, Xia Lingwei could not tolerate it, and Ji-fan could not tolerate it as well. When you're an adult, you should take responsibility for the things you've done. You should have thought about the outcome after the incident when you did it, right? Hello, this is Zhao Wanshan. Zhao Dong's voice came from the other end of the phone. Wang Ji was still pleading, but didn't dare to make a sound. Ji-fan glanced at him and told the truth about what he had just seen. The other end of the phone stayed silent, not saying a word, waiting until Ji-fan finished his sentence. A rough female voice came over. Wang Ji, you dare to cuckold my mother. You're dead, you. Wang Ji's face was like ashes. At this moment, he knew he was finished. But this kind of person is also the most timid. Knowing that he is going to be finished, still not daring to fish to death, Ji-fan walked out of the office. It was pandemonium in here. He, a pure love little boy big, couldn't stay here for too long. He would easily be contaminated. Before the female employee ran out to make a big noise, leading to the office outside, a lot of far macro media executives are watching. See Ji-fan out, all brushed back a few steps, leaving space for Ji-fan, but their eyes were filled with curiosity. What's this young man's story? How come as soon as he came over, he cleaned up the manager Wang sent from headquarters? Ji-fan didn't talk nonsense, and directly pulled out a sheet from his pocket that Su Jiro had sent over before he left. Personnel change notice. In order to better coordinate the work and improve work efficiency, the company decided to now arrange the following personnel job transfer. Ji-fan transferred to Macroview Media as external general manager. Considering that it was impossible for Ji-fan to run around holding a bunch of equity certificates, Xia Lingwei purposely gave this, which had the official seal of the Xia Group on it. Originally, what Ji-fan thought was that if there was nothing wrong with this manager Wang, then he would continue to be the general manager, and he wouldn't even take this out himself. He just needed to go to the short drama department. But since this manager Wang wasn't a good person, it would be better to assume the position of general manager himself. It was supposed to be a supervisory job, and he was up to the task and could do it himself. Hello Manager Key. Some resourceful people have already shouted it out after reading it. Well, give notice that there's a meeting at the top in half an hour, so everyone can familiarize themselves with each other. Get me a new office. Just as Ji-fan finished speaking, a somewhat familiar and pretty woman took the initiative to walk out. Manager Ji, my name is Li Yiru. We've met before when you and Mr. Xia came over to make the acquisition. Let me arrange it for you. Ji-fan remembered. The last time she wore a sexy and alluring dress, a pair of black silk was the finishing touch, so that Ji-fan did not hold back to look at it more than twice. And today she was dressed a bit plainly, purposely covering her sexiness with loose and plain clothing, and Ji-fan really couldn't recognize her if she didn't take the initiative to talk about it. Okay, you set me up, then notify the meeting in half an hour, and remember that all the executives have to be there. Li Yiru touched her black eyeglass frames lightly with her hand and nodded gently. The rest of you go about your business and I'll see you at the meeting later. After determining Ji-fan's identity, the rest of the melons were not for them to eat. One by one, they all dispersed, and in an instant, only Ji-fan and Li Yiru were left behind still in front of the office. Manager Ji, I'll go ahead and arrange for someone to organize it. It'll take about 10 minutes. You can go to the rest area first. Ji-fan shook his head and gestured for her to go about her business. He still had to wait here for Wang Ji's wife to come over. The reason the meeting was in half an hour was because the group's headquarters was at most half an hour's drive from here. It's not rush hour for commuting either, so I'm guessing I'll be there in about 20 minutes. It was similar to what Ji-fan had expected. 20 minutes was useless, and it was evident that Wang Ji's wife was overflowing with excitement. To be honest, Wang Ji's wife is not ugly, almost 40 years old, but with a lot of style. But by the looks of it, the temper might not be particularly good. She was fast. From the time Ji-fan saw her to the time she stormed into the office, it only took a mere 3 to 5 seconds. Was this the angry woman? It is truly horrible as it is. If it was a sister, it certainly wouldn't be like this. Not long after that, cries and pleas for mercy came from the office. Ji-fan didn't have the heart to listen to any more and was ready to leave first. Li Yiru's efficiency is fast. 10 minutes ago, he was told that the office has been cleaned up. Anytime you can go in for a break. Now Li Yiru should be preparing for the meeting in 10 minutes. Young master. At this time, Zhao Dong had also slowly walked over and greeted Ji-fan respectfully upon seeing him. You know who I am? Ji-fan looked at the old man in front of him with some curiosity. In his 60s and in high spirits, Not many people know about the young master, and I happen to be the one who does. Ji-fan knew that this Zhao Dong was an absolute champion of Xia Lingwei, but now it seemed that Xia Lingwei also trusted him, otherwise he wouldn't have known this information. It's a scandalous thing to do to your own family, and it's also a scandal to the young master. But young master can rest assured that you won't be delayed too much on this side. I'll bring them right back. Ji-fan nodded. Although the admin area and the anchor area are spaced out and generally inaudible, but it's not a good idea to let them make a scene inside the office. In case it gets out, it's a bad influence. Zhao Dong went in after the noise really stopped. More than 10 seconds later, Zhao Dong and walked out, followed by Wang Ji and his daughter Duo. Wang Ji's current condition was not too optimistic. His face was bruised and swollen. It was obvious that he had just suffered violence, and Zhao Dong's daughter was panting, but her eyes were still glaring fiercely at Wang Ji, with a look that was itching to skin him. Ji-fan hurriedly looked away, pretending that he didn't see anything in general. Manager Ji, I'm troubling you with this today. I'll apologize at the door after it's dealt with. You're welcome, Dong Zhao, Ji-fan said with a smile. Zhao Dong was also too embarrassed to stay any longer and took Wang Ji and his wife to leave in a hurry. When they left, Ji-fan turned and walked into his new office. The office is bright and spacious with a simple and generous layout. There were many details that hadn't been taken care of in the rush, but Ji-fan was already satisfied. Before, I felt that Li Yiru was just a secretary. Being a secretary in a small company like this is nothing like being an assistant in a big company. Something for the secretary to do. Nothing. Hey. But now it seems like this Li Yiru is not such a thing and is quite capable. Just as he sat down, Li Yiru knocked on the door and came in. Manager Ji, this is the personnel information of our Macroview Media. You can take a look at it first. The meeting will start soon. Chapter 69, Status of the Company. One is really a poser. Macroview Media is not bad in the netizen world, but in the corporate world, it's a serious small business. There wasn't a lot of personnel information, and Ji-fan didn't look at it particularly carefully. Just for a few minutes, he first scanned all of it and waited to come back to it. Come on, drive back. The conference room was right next door to Ji-fan's new office, which could hold more than 50 people, and usually it would serve as a training room for anchors in addition to being a conference room. Inside the conference room, there were already about 20 people sparsely seated down there when Ji-fan arrived. The media company is going to be young, so the management is basically young people. The older ones are difficult to keep up with the pace, but also cannot grasp the current popular elements. It's all young people, and it's a lot easier to communicate. Is everyone here? Ji-fan sat on the main seat and swept his gaze below, then rushed at Li Yiru and asked, arrived. Those 3 words also signaled the start of the meeting. Ji-fan coughed lightly twice to clear his throat before picking up the microphone in front of him. To introduce myself, my last name is Ji, a single name with the word fan, and I was just reassigned from the group's headquarters today. Being new here, I don't know much about the company yet. Ji-fan smiled and said, I hope that all of you can be more supportive and cooperative in your future work. Of course, if you all have any comments or suggestions, you are also welcome to give them to me at any time. As soon as Ji-fan's words fell, a round of applause rang out from below. It seems that although these people below are young, but this set of workplace still play very understandable. Otherwise they would not sit in this position now. Who's in charge of the sketchpad now? After the opening courtesies were over, Ji-fan went straight to the point. Manager Key, it's me. Ji-fan followed the voice. This person he had just seen on the profile, 29 years old. The main reason why he remembered so clearly was that he had a very conspicuous name, Xian Yaojing, the kind that was hard to forget after one glance. The sketchpad hasn't been rebooted yet, has it? Xian Yao attraction nodded and immediately stood up. Previously, the company's Waterloo in the short drama segment was a loss of millions, and although the group has now injected $20 million, we still intend to revitalize the bandwagon industry, which was profitable even before we consider the short drama matter. Because of the losses in the skit segment, the company couldn't function, and along with it, the already profitable bandwagon industry started to go downhill, and 2 signature anchors were gone. Now with $20 million on the line, they plan to re-promote 2 newcomers to the top first. Any passerby can be made famous if they have the money to package it and publicize it. In the age of traffic, many people are inherently red somehow. You think it's luck, but you don't realize how many nights the team behind him stayed up to create this illusion of serendipity. Ji-fan pondered slightly. Network bandwagon from the rise of a few years ago to the present has been the fastest money industry. Even the emerging rise of the short drama is not as direct and dry as the live bandwagon. Coupled with the fact that the head bandwagon ones have flopped to varying degrees in the last year, the bandwagon track is now even more of a cluster asterisk. In comparison, continuing to stand firm on this track is significantly more reliable than going to develop a short drama track that has no clue. and even G-Fan can't pick any faults. Is there a program? Kiffin put the skit module down for the moment and inquired. This time it was another person who answered. This is the current head of operations. Next to her, Liaru lowered her head the moment the other party stood up and gently reminded in G-Fan's ear. Recently the company has recruited a new batch of anchors, and one of them I think is very good. No matter whether it's image, temperament or talent, it's all excellent. I'm giving her training in the area of conversation these days, and if it's possible, I'm going to ask her to give up the face anchor path and switch to carrying goods. A bandwagon anchor is not the same as a face anchor. Face anchors just have to look good and some talent will be a plus. The first thing to look for in a band anchor is the words. Looks are just a plus. Good looking will not open their mouths. Said not in the hearts of buyers, the audience of the old man how willing to willingly pay out of pocket. G-Fan nodded slightly, signaling the other party to continue. Her name is Wang Yunshu. She's about to be a sophomore. She's got a great body and looks, and she sings beautifully, with a clean and infectious voice. I've been observing her for a while and realized that she's also a strong learner, and quickly mastered some of the skills of bringing in goods. If properly cultivated, she can definitely become our company's ace anchor in the future. The more the operations supervisor said, the more excited he became. Looking at Yunshu, suddenly hearing the name again, G-Fan was still a bit surprised, but he immediately returned to the topic. Sophomore year soon. That means there won't be much time to come on the air when school starts. Are you sure you can do that? It's now the end of July and almost August, and it's only about a month before school starts. And now Wang Yunshu is still in the learning stage. When she is really able to start broadcasting, it is estimated that school will start. This is something Manager G can rest assured. I've asked her. She's from Jian University. It's not far from our company. Even if the school year has started, she can come out at night to broadcast just the same. And we're aiming to make her big. Not the kind that goes live every day with only a handful of people in the booth. Live bandwagon this line G-Fan just a little bit of understanding. The specific way of operation naturally had to be left to the professionals. And since she had said it was fine, G-Fan would just have to wait for the results. In addition to her we found a male with an innocent look, much like a top stream star. With those two in place, I have complete confidence that I can make it work. Macroview Media used to do this. They have channels in hand and professional people, so they naturally have the backbone to do it. The $20 million infusion of capital is more than their greatest confidence. For that number, they could have smashed a network headliner for all the money they've got. Not to mention that these two were already quality. G-Fan nodded. He also had confidence in Wang Yunshu. After that the other management also expressed some of their own views, but summed up in just one, supporting the words of the head of operations just now. The meeting was also adjourned at that point. Back in his office, G-Fan was deep in thought. No wonder Xiao's group could just arrange a random manager to come over. He now completely understood. As long as you stay out of the way and give them the money, they can run the company on their own. They don't even need to do it themselves. This general manager, a total poser. Meddling is rather bad, but G-Fan didn't come here for the live streaming and bandwagon boards in the first place either. He came for the clear purpose of the skit board. It's just that the skit board may not start for a while now. Chapter 70, I didn't hear anything, not even a moment after returning to the office. G-Fan received a call from Pei Xiaohua. Key, I heard you broke away from your sister and flew solo on your own? Dude, I haven't got my internship stamped yet. Send me a locator and I'll be right there. Pei Xiaohua, this guy's news is really good. He just came over for more than an hour and he already received the news. G-Fan wondered if Xiao's group had his eyes. It's just about noon. Let's have dinner together. G-Fan agreed with a smile. Just as Li Yiru walked in, G-Fan thought about it and called out to her. Have lunch with me later. Li Yiru used to be the boss's secretary, and based on what G-Fan had just observed, her style and standard of work was no worse than some of the group's ordinary assistants. G-Fan and the summer group's president office to stay in this half a month really did not stay in vain. Their level of enhancement how much do not know, but the vision is really poisonous a lot. Ha, me, Li Yiru inadvertently frowned, looking at G-Fan with some resistance in her gaze. Inwardly, the thought occurred at the same time, could it be that I was mistaken? Those two managers before were obviously not in their right mind. So Li Yiru gave up her position as a secretary and even submitted an application to leave the company, but the application had not yet been approved just yet, so she was now dressing very plainly every day. When she saw G-Fan today, she had thought that this not-so-young manager might be different from the others, which was why she had taken the initiative to step forward. But I didn't expect that this had just begun, and G-Fan was going to ask himself to dinner alone. Men are all the same. Her mind was racing, thinking about how best to say no. Seeing that she didn't answer for half a day, G-Fan raised his head in confusion. Something at noon? If you have something to do, just go and get busy. There's nothing important on my side. There's just a few more company-related things I'd like to ask you about. Plus I have a friend who's ready to come over and mix up an internship certificate. Jifan never pushed people, and he had no interest in forcing his employees to work overtime during off-duty hours. Oh, that's fine. I was supposed to be off at work at noon. Jifan's simple explanation made Li Yiru instantly realize that she had misunderstood, and she hurriedly opened her mouth. Before Pei Xiaohua came, Jifan also grabbed a moment to look at some of the company's development programs, both previous and most recent. 10 minutes later, Jifan's phone rang and Pei Xiaohua was already downstairs. Jifan brought Li Yiru downstairs and came face to face with Pei Xiaohua leaning against a cool motorcycle. Ooh, it's okay, this car is new? Jifan's eyes lit up. That's a must. Just mentioned it. Handsome, right? Pei Xiaohua had a smug look on his face. The car had cost him over $200,000, almost as much as his pocket money for a month, just to pull it off. And this beauty is? Pei Xiaohua noticed Li Yiru behind Jifan. With Pei Xiaohua's countless experience of reading women, this Li Yiru was also a proper beauty. And it's the kind of beauty that's on the sexy side. Don't look at her now wrapped up tightly, but some people's temperament is there. The flavor between every move can't be disguised. Li Yiru, my assistant I think. Jifan had wanted to say secretary, but he was afraid that Pei Xiaohua, a guy full of yellow waste, would associate it with other places. Asterisk. Brother, you are still paired with a female assistant. I still came over to be your assistant. Jifan gave Pei Xiaohua a blank look. He can't believe a bit of it when he works for himself as an assistant. Jifan, this is a media company. A company of beautiful women. If you let Pei Xiaohua in, it is undoubtedly letting the wolf into the sheep's nest. Definitely more than the threat of Wang Ji. Other than that, his Pei family's second youngest identity, coupled with his age and looks, definitely many female anchors who don't want to make an effort are willing to come and give it a try. Okay, I'll buy you dinner. Then go back where you came from and don't mess with me. The internship certificate will just be stamped for you when the time comes. Not caring what Pei Xiaohua's opinion is, Jifan casually found a restaurant in the neighborhood that looked good and asked for a small private room. Pei Xiaohua could only silently follow up, and those who didn't know thought he was an aggravated little daughter-in-law. You order. Jifan handed the menu to Pei Xiaohua and left it alone. He ordered food. Jifan can be completely assured that the three people are 100% unable to eat. After Pei Xiaohua's attention was on the menu, Jifan gazed at Li Yiru. What was the company's foray into the skit industry in the first place? After determining that Li Yiru was not that model of a secretary, Jifan used her as a general assistant. Li Yiru didn't let him down either. Mr. Zheng chose to get into short videos in the first place because he did dig up a few new talents. And as you know, there are a lot of capable people nowadays, but there are very few bold. These are the skits our company has made for you to watch. Li Yiru opened her cell phone and turned on the background situation of the company's several skits playing. Both the play and finish rates are pretty dismal, and as for the pay rate, it's even lower. There are just so many short plays these days that it's hard to stand out in this circuit if you don't have something new to offer. Either that or you drop the money and get those good actors. But now the short drama actors are equally expensive. Mr. Zheng is obviously not the kind of lord who throws money away, can only do it slowly. Unfortunately, Mr. Young's luck wasn't too good. It's easy to fly by the seat of your pants on a hot track, but it's even easier to die out and end up not even making a wave. Mr. Young is the second one. Jifan watched a few episodes while the food was still being served, and they were basically similar to mainstream skits these days, hiding her identity to pretend and punch her in the face for 7 or 8 episodes. The villains are all idiots, and the per capita Fifi Zhao is an upgraded version of her. After watching a few episodes of time, the food was served, and Jifan returned his cell phone to Li Yiru. At this time Pei Xiaohua, who was on the side, came over. You're doing a skit? How about letting me get a part then? I'll just play the head kidnapper who kidnaps the heroine. He. Jifan gave him a disgusted look. You don't have to tell me. If he's going to go, then he's really being himself. He doesn't even have to act. 8 is not yet a thing. Why don't Pei invest a little less money? Pei Xiaohua froze. Your sister gave you the company without paying you? With Xia Lingwei's character, shouldn't she dump a few $100 million on him and let you play around? With one sentence, Li Yiru, who was on the side, stared wide-eyed. Gosh, that's a lot of information. He owns this company? Is Mr. Harris his sister? I haven't heard that Xia Lingwei has a younger brother. Is it possible that it's a love brother? Pei Xiaohua reacted only after he finished speaking, and Jifan turned his head at the same time, his eyes looking at Li Yiru. Li Yiru hastily covered her mouth. It's like they know a great secret. They're not going to silence me, are they? After thinking about it, she decided to remedy the situation. I didn't hear anything. Don't silence me. Chapter 71, A Day Without Seeing. Like 3 autumns apart, Pei Xiaohua stood up with a bang and instantly arrived in front of Li Yiru. You know our business, and since you heard what you shouldn't have, I can give you a choice of what fish you want to feed. Pei Xiaohua was originally a dangling look, now deliberately so scared. There are really a few points of murder and fire. No evil dude less fan. Come on, don't scare people. Jifan reached out and pulled Pei Xiaohua back to his own seat, smiling at Li Yiru. Watching too much TV, right, now is a society of law and order. You think money is an extra-legal maniac? Li Yiru carefully lowered his hand, making sure that Jifan wouldn't lay a hand on him before rearranging his seating position, only to surreptitiously move the stool a little to the other side. Let's eat, but in advance, it's best to forget what you just heard, including your own extended imaginings. Otherwise, although I can't throw you into the sea to feed the sharks, I'm able to make it impossible for you to find a job in Shanghai. To do this is very easy. Li Yiru is not an unparalleled talent. As long as Xia's group opened up, the other enterprises in Shanghai will give this face. Absolutely able to achieve the effect of blocking in Shanghai City. Don't worry, Manager G, I have a tight mouth. Li Yiru hurriedly pulled her hand gently in front of her mouth to ensure that she kept her mouth shut. After dinner, Jifan did not go home. After sending Pei Xiaohua, the troublemaker, away, he returned to the company. This afternoon he is ready to read all the information on the company's previous short drama board, specifically analyze where exactly he lost. At 5 p.m., Jifan stretched. He was the only one in the office, and Li Yiru didn't know where she had gone. Ever since the company changed owners, Li Yiru has marginalized herself for fear of being seen by the two previous managers. Before that, her previous job was as a secretary, and it could be said that she had to deal with all the departments of the entire company. Now that she has no one to place her in a job, she spends her days sneaking around and feeling her way, then waiting for the company to approve her departure. But then Kifin arrived and she began to hesitate again. She had an average diploma, but an ordinary bachelor's degree, and Hongjing's treatment was very good, which was why she wanted to stay here. Leaving Macroview Media, she may have a hard time finding a job that pays so well. Jifan walked out of the office just in time to see her. She was helping the marketing department to dock a customer. Before this customer was brought over by Mr. Zhang himself. Usually she is responsible for docking. Now that Mr. Zhang is gone, the marketing department is not very familiar with the other side, so it can only be her again. Seeing Jifan walk out, Li Yiru's hand on the phone paused for a moment, then hung up after saying a few quick words. You're on your own for this period of time. I don't need you on my end for a while. Jifan nodded at her and said, then left the company. It's just nice to be the boss. It's okay to leave work early. It was only 5:30 when he returned home. Jifan first took a shower, then went back to his room and started to code. The daily coding task cannot be forgotten. When there is more time to write a little more, there is a stock of authors have the bottom line. At 7 o'clock in the evening, 2 hours of peace and quiet, Jifan overplayed, enough to code 3 chapters, not only to complete today's task, but also to stay a chapter of tolerance. Kifin nodded in satisfaction and closed the computer as he prepared to go to the living room to see if dinner was ready. Just as he opened the door to his room, Xia Lingwei appeared in front of him, only keeping her hand ready to knock on the door. Sister. The two hadn't seen each other for a day, and Jifan really missed her a bit. Once he saw Xia Lingwei at this moment, the thoughts became even clearer. Baby, I miss you. Unlike Jifan's subtlety, Xia Lingwei, after switching her presidential account, had always been direct and clingy. She didn't just talk about it, but her body was honest enough to lean in and open her arms for a hug at the same time. Where there's one, there's two. After all the cuddling at the office this morning, it seemed a lot more natural to cuddle again when I got home. Jifan wrapped his arms around Xia Lingwei, and his hands easily felt the softness of Xia Lingwei's waist. This is a scenario that many people would never dare to dream of, but it is actually happening in their arms. Xia Lingwei obviously didn't just come home. She had already changed the professional formal dress that she wore in the company and was now wearing a simple casual dress. A short, waistless tee on top made Gavan's touch all the more real. A small skirt underneath again shows off her unbelievably long legs. Sister, I miss you too. Jifan lay on Xia Lingwei's shoulder and spoke softly, and out of sight. A sweet smile bloomed on Xia Lingwei's face. After hugging for more than 10 seconds, Xia Lingwei spoke. Let's go. It's time to eat. It should have been Auntie Wang who came up to call Jifan, but Xia Lingwei just happened to come back and took the initiative to do it for her. Since he still didn't know how to deal with Xia Jian and Sun Huya, the two of them still had to pay some attention when they were at home. One after the other, they went downstairs and dinner was all ready. The two of them were still the same as before. They didn't make any tricks out of their meal. Even Zhang Ma, who had been in the Xia family for 10 years or so, didn't notice anything. Jifan, come out with me tonight. Just after eating, Xia Lingwei looked at Jifan on the sofa and said. Jifan nodded and immediately got up. No driving. Ride your little electric donkey. Just out of the door, Xia Lingwei's ice face instantly turned into a top love face. That smile, Almost like I'm in love, 4 big words engraved on the face. Originally thought that Xia Lingwei had called herself out because of work matters, but now it seemed that she had thought wrongly. Jifan went for a ride while Xia Lingwei walked to her car. By the time Jifan rode the little electric donkey out, Xia Lingwei was already waiting with a pink and a blue helmet. I bought it today, and from now on you'll wear this blue one and I'll wear this pink one. There's also a little windmill on this helmet, and when you speed up he'll just keep spinning around in circles. It's fun. This was something Xia Lingwei had specially picked out today, and she thought it was cute, so she bought one for Jifan as well. That's cute. Jifan took off the black, unattractive helmet on his head, and Xia Lingwei hurriedly opened her car door, took Jifan's helmet and threw it in, then handed the blue one to Jifan. The two wore the same helmet, so now even if you can't see their faces you know it's a young couple. Sister, is this skirt too short for you? Jifan got into the car and looked at Xia Lingwei with some hesitation and suddenly opened his mouth. Xia Lingwei let out a light laugh and suddenly lifted up her short skirt. Inside was a pair of black safety pants. Don't worry, it's tight and no one can take advantage of me except my baby. Chapter 72, I remember everything you said. Sister, where to? Jifan was in charge of the steering wheel for both of them, but he knew the decision was in Xia Lingwei's hands. Walking street, charge. Xia Lingwei looked like a child who had been let out by her parents. Her small hand clenched into a fist and swung hard in the air towards the front, commanding Jifan to charge. Sit tight. Jifan suddenly exerted himself to accelerate the gas, and Xia Lingwei, who had just been majestic, suddenly stumbled, and her whole body flopped on Jifan's back. Jifan had been prepared for this. His back was hard and straight. It's very comfortable. Jifan. Xia Lingwei let out a loud cry, her small fist gently pounding on Jifan's back, causing a burst of laughter. Good man, spare my life. I was wrong. Jifan let go of half of the gas, and in the summer night breeze, he took Xia Lingwei towards the pedestrian street. Zhanghai Pedestrian Street. It was an older street, and when Jifan was a child, his mother had brought herself here several times. He used to sneak over to play with his classmates when he was in middle school. Jifan vaguely remembers that there is a particularly tasty cold noodle store on Pedestrian Street, and Jifan used to come over often to eat in the summer, and I don't know if it's still open. Now with more and more commercial plazas being built, the pedestrian street is no longer a good choice for young people, and more young people are willing to go to a commercial building, which seems to be a bit more upscale. Parking the electric car, Xia Lingwei naturally stretched out her hand, and Jifan didn't hesitate, consciously pulling it on. This would be the first time the two actually held hands. Warm and cool. This was Jifan's first feeling. He used to see the adjective all the time when he read novels, but never had the chance to feel it, or even think about it. Could there really be such a touch in this world? But now, he felt it. It's not too cold, not too hot, and it's even a little cooler to hold in this summer. Greed covered all of Xia Lingwei's hands, and Xia Lingwei blankly glanced at him, allowing Jifan to fiddle with his small hands. Because it existed many years ago, the walkway is not particularly well laid out and is a bit cluttered at a glance, but grounded. A high-end brand clothing store on the left, a hot pot restaurant probably upstairs, and a stall selling stinky tofu not far from the entrance. It's an odd combination to look at closely, but it's a great experience to stroll through. There's always something to shop for. There's always something to eat, and it's truly at your fingertips. Baby, I want a candy cane. Just entering the street, Xia Lingwei saw the stall full of sugar gourds at a glance, and immediately pointed at that towards Jifan. The Ansett Sugarloaf all heard Xia Lingwei's voice and turned their heads to look over with an anti-smile on their faces. Jifan jogged 2 steps forward. Auntie, ask for this biggest one. Auntie was quick with her hands, and with a single reach, she removed the largest hawthorn candy cane. Boy, your girlfriend is so pretty. Xia Lingwei is not a star. Zhanghai City has heard of her name, a lot of people, but know her in fact less pitiful. It's hard to see Xia Lingwei if you're not from the circle, let alone recognize her. But the only thing that remains the same is her beauty. The Xia Lingwei who smiled was invincible. Even Auntie's heart was drunk. Auntie, my baby is handsome too, isn't he? Xia Lingwei had already scurried over, her 2 hands happily holding onto Jifan, watching him take the sugar gourd from the ant and then scan the code to pay for it, while her mouth was discussing with the ant. Yes, 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 the golden girls, they do go well together. Auntie smiled even more brightly. Jifan took the sugar gourd. Xia Lingwei did not reach out, but instead opened her small mouth. Ah! Jifan took a look at this little cherry mouth of Xia Lingwei, and then took a look at the fist-sized sugar gourd, and finally dispelled the evil idea of stuffing this hole into Xia Lingwei's mouth, and just put the sugar gourd on the side of Xia Lingwei's mouth. Xia Lingwei's little tongue came out at just the right time and gently licked twice on the sugar plum. It's sweet. Just as she was about to share this joy with Jifan, Xia Lingwei suddenly realized that something was wrong. Baby, what's wrong with you? Fresh blood gushed out of Jifan's nostrils. his eyes unblinking as he stared at Xia Lingwei. That action of hers just now was just too foul, so foul that after knowing her for more than 3 years, Jifan still felt unimmune to it, and even his nosebleed started to get restless. It's okay, it's on fire. Receiving the tissue paper that Xia Lingwei handed over in a hurry, Jifan hastily blocked his nostrils. It's so humiliating. I'll be damned. Who can understand that? Watching your girlfriend get a nosebleed. Baby, is it really okay? Why don't you call 120? Xia Lingwei looked at Jifan, who was tilting his head with a tense face, and had already pulled out her cell phone, with the intention of calling 120 at any time. Never. Jifan stopped her in a hurry. Shame on you here, and no one else knows why. This would be a real shame if 120 came, and it takes away from medical resources. Not so good. Seeing Jifan so decisive, Xia Lingwei could only stop there. Only the worry on her face could not be suppressed. After tilting his head and admiring the night sky of Shanghai for a few minutes, Jifan's nosebleed finally stopped. Lowering his hand, which was raised all a bit labored, Jifan breathed a sigh of relief. Sister, I'm fine now. Looking at the nervous Xia Lingwei, Jifan hurriedly comforted her. But Xia Lingwei is not quite convinced, still staring at Jifan left and right, to determine that his nostrils are no longer bleeding before completely put down his heart. Go back later and ask Zhangma to cook you some soup to cool down the heat. This weather is too hot. Why don't we buy you a car? It's too far to ride a bike to and from work every day, and with the sun so strong, it's easy to get on fire. What kind of car do you like, baby? Why don't we go look at cars tomorrow? Jifan laughed bitterly, looking at Xia Lingwei, who had thought so well for him. He could only helplessly come to Xia Lingwei's ear. I'm not doing it because it's hot. I'm doing it because my sister is so tantalizing. Softly whispering, the wind of her breath rubbed against Xia Lingwei's ear, making her feel a tickle. It tickles not only the ears, but the heart as well. Just now, Xia Lingwei didn't think of this layer, purely because she was too worried about Jifan, and now that Jifan said so, her beautiful eyes were flowing, and she didn't know what she was thinking, possibly feeling that she was thinking too shyly. Xia Lingwei lightly hummed and gave Jifan a big blank stare before turning her head and walking away. Sis, wait for me. Jifan hurriedly and quickly followed, but as if Xia Lingwei was doing it on purpose, she walked faster and faster, and Jifan could only keep chasing after him painstakingly. Finally, Xia Lingwei stopped walking and Jifan took an arrow step forward. This time he wrapped Xia Lingwei into his arms to make sure his sister wouldn't sneak away again before putting his heart down. Look! Xia Lingwei let Jifan put his arm around her while her eyes looked ahead. Jifan looked up. It was the cooler store from memory. It was actually still open, and the owner was still the same uncle. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes as he looked curiously at Xia Lingwei. You told me about it before when you were chatting and said you'd bring me here to eat. Jifan froze. It wasn't a recent chat. It had been 3 or 4 years in the past, and he didn't expect Xia Lingwei to actually remember it so clearly. Chapter 73, The Uncle Who Sells Cold Noodles. Boss, 2 ice cold noodles. Because he came earlier, the owner was still relaxing now, and looked up when he heard the voice. It's you? Haven't seen you in years. Is this your girlfriend? So pretty. Jifan didn't expect this boss to remember him. The feeling was as intimate and natural as 2 old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years, meeting each other once in a while on the street and calling each other by their nicknames at a glance. Yeah, moved after my senior year of high school and haven't been over here much. The pedestrian street was close to Jifan's former high school, and it was only a 10-minute walk. But after graduating from high school and going to Xia's house, Jifan wasn't going to go this far for a bowl of ice-cold noodles. Boss, business should be good with this recent weather, right? Jifan found a small bench and sat down to exchange pleasantries with the owner, while Xia Lingwei quietly sat next to him. It's okay, it's not as good as it used to be. The owner's reply seemed a bit awkward, but Jifan didn't hear it. In a short while the icy noodles were ready and the boss served them himself. Boy, this is yours. I remember you don't eat raisins, do you? Jifan hurriedly got up and took it, while nodding in surprise, because too long did not come to eat. Just chat also gave forget to say, he is not eat raisins, did not expect so many years, the boss actually remember, which makes Jifan feel a little touched. Here you go, pretty lady, no peanut brittle. Xia Lingwei said thank you sweetly. No, how do you know she's allergic to peanuts? You came here to eat? From the beginning of coming to the stall Xia Lingwei hadn't opened her mouth to say anything. How did this boss know that she didn't want crushed peanuts? Ah, yes. Without waiting for Xia Lingwei to open her mouth, the boss took the initiative to take the words over. This beautiful woman has been here quite a few times in the past 2 years, and although she doesn't talk much, she's just so good looking that it's hard not to remember. The boss was right. Although Jifan always felt a little strange, he seemed to have missed something, but when Xia Lingwei stretched out the spoon, Jifan immediately put all these problems behind him, and hurriedly probed and opened his mouth, all in one go. It still tastes the same. Cool. It had been over 3 years since he'd had one, and he used to have to come over many times every summer. One bite down now and it's all memories. As the owner says, business is not particularly good at the cooler right now. A small table. Ji-fan and Xia Lingwei, two people, came together here and drank. Until the end did not have a second guest to come over to disturb. Bye boss. On this scorching hot night, a bowl of ice-cold powder from memory not only chased away the dry heat inside Ji-fan, but also put him in a good mood. How do you know he's still open here? Ji-fan pulled Xia Lingwei's hand and asked in a small voice. The two people were already close together, and once Ji-fan came over, the atmosphere between the two people became even more ambiguous. I came and tried it after you told me about it and realized it was really quite good, so I come over every summer to drink it. In fact, Xia Lingwei didn't say that she didn't really like drinking cold noodles, she just liked to do the things that Ji-fan had done. It would make her feel that Ji-fan was still alive. That's right, Ji-fan had already swindled his way to death by then. At the time I thought I'd never be able to drink with you again. Thankfully, Ji-fan touched his head in embarrassment. Being brought up by Xia Lingwei to his face about his fraudulent death, he couldn't wait to dig a hole in the ground right now. It's so humiliating. No need to explain. I know you must have your own reasons. Ji-fan wanted to open his mouth, but Xia Lingwei's words shut him up again. There's nothing to explain. It's supposed to be true. Luckily, Xia Lingwei doesn't count. Luckily, Xia Lingwei is still holding out. Ji-fan couldn't help but grip his hand tighter. This time, he wouldn't run again. Brother, do you want to buy a bouquet of flowers for your sister? Sister is so pretty. Buy a bouquet of flowers. At this time, a little girl holding a large bouquet of flowers trotted over and pulled Ji-fan's coat corner with her hand to ask sweetly. A handful of flowers, only about 10 in total, were held in the little girl's hands with some effort. Ji-fan squatted down and pinched the little girl's cute cheeks with his hand before he asked, "Little sister, how much is a flower?" The little girl stretched out her small white chubby hand and gestured in front of Ji-fan while speaking. "Big brother, I see that you are destined to be so good-looking, so I'll charge you $9 and 9 bunches. A single bouquet like this would charge $99 anyhow for Valentine's Day, but it's the usual time of year, and it's usually a long book." In the past, Ji-fan had scoffed at such roadside flower salesmen, but today, he silently pulled out his cell phone. "Thank you, Brother Handsome. I wish Brother Handsome and pretty sister a long and happy life." The little girl was quite good at talking. Looking at Ji-fan after paying the money, the big brother turned into a handsome brother. Deserved that she could sell the flowers. Pink roses, sister, suit you well. Xia Lingwei had received not 10,000 but 8,000 flowers since she was a child, but she had never been so happy as this moment. At the last banquet, Pei Big Dog also sent her 999 red roses to express her love, but in Xia Lingwei's eyes, those 999 roses are not as good as this tiny bouquet of Ji-fan. It also responds to the saying that in the eyes of those who love you, anything you do is the best in the world, bar none. "Thank you, baby. This is the happiest gift I've ever received in my life." Although there was some exaggeration, the excitement on Xia Lingwei's face didn't seem to be faked. Ji-fan's heart inexplicably ached as he reached out and hugged Xia Lingwei. "Sister, I'll be with you on all future holidays, birthdays, and anniversaries, and you'll get more gifts." Listening to Ji-fan's affectionate words, Xia Lingwei's eyes were a bit mesmerized, staring at Ji-fan in fascination. She had fantasized about this scene for a long time, and today it finally came true. "Sister, it's getting late. Shall we go home?" Xia Lingwei relied on Ji-fan's embrace, only moved her head gently and let out a hum from her nose. There was definitely no way to go with this maneuver, and Ji-fan was just about to persuade when Xia Lingwei suddenly spoke again. "I can't walk anymore. Baby, carry me back." Who said Xia Lingwei was a frost witch? Ji-fan unilaterally declared that Xia Lingwei was the most irresistible girl he had ever seen, spilling her guts, bar none. The standard princess hug, with the body of the perennially athletic male college student perfected in this moment. Although Xia Lingwei had a height of 168, she wasn't heavy, and Ji-fan could hold her with complete ease. When he passed by the cold flower stand, Ji-fan subconsciously glanced sideways and suddenly realized that the cold flower uncle had already closed the stand. Glancing at the time, it's not even 9 o'clock yet. It's the evening rush hour. Closing at this time? Ji-fan frowned and suddenly looked at Xia Lingwei in his arms. He seemed to understand something. "Sister, thank you," Xia Lingwei muttered and raised her head, and the two of them looked at each other. In this moment, it doesn't matter what the truth is. P.S. Today the previous article was suddenly audited. Not quite understand. I obviously write very vegetarian. Chapter 74, Writing on my head? I'll poke you. It was 9:30 by the time I got home. Ji-fan returned to his room, not expecting Xia Lingwei to follow. This action caused Ji-fan's heart to miss a beat. "What are you doing?" "Shouldn't." Ji-fan looked nervously at Xia Lingwei, standing in the room by himself. unable to stand or sit. Baby, I discussed with Su Jiro, ready to merge Macroview Media into the headquarters to come to work. When the time comes to remodel a floor out for you, what do you think? It's to discuss things. That's okay. Jifan sighed in relief, thinking he was going to lose his innocence tonight. If mom finds out about this, she'll break her third leg. How's it going, baby? Seeing Jifan's delay in speaking, Xia Lingwei opened her mouth again and asked, while moving closer towards Jifan. As this came closer, Jifan subconsciously took 2 steps back. He took a deep breath. Now didn't seem like a good time to talk about work. A man and a woman were sharing a room, and this person was also Xia Lingwei. Sister, why don't I come to headquarters tomorrow to talk about it? And you tell the people below to stop remodeling for now while I think about it. Now with this scene, Jifan really couldn't focus down to talk to Xia Lingwei about work, so he could only call it quits for now and talk about it tomorrow. Yeah, Xia Lingwei agreed very quickly so that she could see Jifan again tomorrow during the day. As for his willingness to merge back into work, we'll see tomorrow. Work can be laced with personal emotions, but not too much, and ultimately, it's all about the work. After Xia Lingwei left, Jifan went into the bathroom at light speed, the cold water dripping down from his head. Jifan's restless heart finally calmed down. 10 a.m., still have to code. The next day Jifan did not go directly to the Xia group with Xia Lingwei, although he is the general manager. The same to play the work card, and when he came out, it seemed like Xia Lingwei had rushed to the company on an urgent matter. Assistant Lee, please organize a copy of the information from yesterday's meeting for me. Also, the program for the company's subsequent development. Bring me a copy. Since he was going to the headquarters, Jifan stopped by to report on the situation, which was his biggest task as a general manager. It can't be that the company is bankrupt and Xia Lingwei still has nothing. After taking all the information, Jifan left the company. Xia's group, Xia Lingwei's office. Mr. Xia, Mr. Sure has been waiting outside for a long time, saying that he wants to see you today no matter what. Hang him out to dry. It's still early. Xia Lingwei didn't even lift her head. She was frowning as she read the latest planning proposal in her hand, and there was already a somewhat cold breakfast next to the table. Ever since Xia's group cut off all dealings with the Sure family, the Sure family's business had fallen apart. Not only did all the cooperation with Xia's group go yellow, but even other partners started to back out one after another, canceling their cooperation with Sure. This time the Sure family completely panicked, and hurriedly arranged for someone to come over to find Xia Lingwei to ask for a clear answer. But Xia Lingwei simply did not see anyone. There was no other way for President Toki to make a personal appearance today. I thought that with his status position, Xia Lingwei, a junior, would definitely give face, but I didn't expect that it would still be a closed door. Dad, that Xia Lingwei is also too much. You are at least her elder. Back then she didn't eat at our house when she was a child. She actually dared to not see you. In Xia's waiting room, Time Baikong was in an impotent rage, his voice vibrating so loud that the entire first floor could hear him clearly. Dad, if I were to say, let's just get a reporter to expose it and say that Xia Lingwei is ungrateful. In the past, when she was a child, how well behaved she was, following me every day. And now that the Xia family is bigger, it's like she's changed. As soon as the words left his mouth, a head suddenly poked out of the doorway. Seeing Shi Weikong, who was jumping up and down like a clown in the waiting room, Jifan smiled and stepped in. When he walked up to Shi Weikong and his father, Jifan's face suddenly changed. Timothy is always right? If I remember correctly, you were the one who let Shi Weikong pester Xia Lingwei every day when Mr. Xia was a child, right? Inviting her to your home for dinner for fear that she would refuse. So you also invited 2 of her close classmates to join you. And that's what you call her frequenting your home for dinner? 10 years ago Xia's group can be much better than your Shure's group. People who don't know still think that Xia's family doesn't give food to eat, and have to go to your Shure's to eat. Before, Time Void was very loud, so there was no shortage of employees outside who were eating their hearts out. How exciting to eat your own big boss's melon. But now that Jifan said this, the group immediately understood. There are always rumors that Shi Weikong and Xia are childhood friends, and Shi Weikong is even Xia's white moonlight, but now it seems as if the truth is not so. Don't you talk nonsense. Lingwei's relationship with me is not for you, a little assistant, to say anything about. Some people, think they're young and think about getting to the top. If it wasn't for Xia Lingwei, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to stand in front of me. As the Shure's group was a famous enterprise in Zhanghai, there was nothing wrong with Shi Weikong's words, but Jifan wasn't going to spoil him. What is your relationship with our Mr. Xia? You tell me instead. Are you the one who arranges for people to go around spreading rumors every day that you're Mr. Xia's white moon relationship? Or was it the relationship that saw Xia's group fall 5 years ago, studied abroad at light speed, and deleted all contact information? Or maybe it's a relationship that wants to come and hug the leg again now that it's seen Xia's group rise again? After Xia Lingwei finished talking to Jifan, Jifan let Pei Xiaohua deeply investigate Time Void, and even found the two girls who had a good relationship with Xia Lingwei in the beginning, and understood everything clearly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I used to think that Mr. Xia doesn't fall in love because of Shivi Kong, but now it seems that it's all in Shivi Kong's own imagination. Not only this look is not a good person. When the Xia family is good, he will find a way to climb up. The Xia family once the decadence is immediately pushed away, really is not a thing. Didn't Mr. Xia cancel all cooperation with the Shi family? Is it because Shi Weikong returned to China and disgusted her? There are more and more people outside, and there are people who have already broadcast the whole thing live in the company's group, and now the whole company is discussing this matter whether they are in or out. Looking at Jifan in front of him and listening to the discussions of the people outside, Shivi Kong was completely unable to sit still. He popped up in front of Jifan, tearing off his usual gentle disguise, that pretty face becoming more and more diabolical the more he looked at it. No wonder she looks like a pussy and has a pussy personality. She didn't have many boyfriends abroad, did she? Shi Weikong had called the punks to target him, and if Xia Lingwei hadn't been there that day, he might still be lying in the hospital. Jifan's character. People do not offend me. I do not offend. But people are riding on their head too. Then Jifan must poke his asshole. Chapter 75, Mr. Xia's happy little fanboy. Shi Weikong usually disguises himself as a modest gentleman, swearing and whatnot. He really doesn't know how to do it. In the face of Jifan's somewhat vulgar remarks, he could do nothing but be angry. Young man, don't be too exuberant, even if you have Xia Lingwei defending you now, but if you fall out of favor one day, what are you going to use to fight against my Shi family? With a somewhat disappointed glance at his son, Chief Tim finally spoke. Dad, look at him. Seeing his father stepping in, Shi Weikong seemed to have found a backer again, and rushed to his father. Ha, look at him. I wasn't wrong to say you're a pussy. Can't argue but call your father? Jifan pinched his nose and learned the tone of Shi Weikong's voice. The mocking value completely pulled full, causing those eavesdropping at the door to stifle their laughter. It was fine if Jifan didn't say anything. People didn't think there was anything wrong, but with Jifan learning so much, that flavor instantly came out. And Mr. Toki, not bad for a family. That's all you know how to do, right? An old one knows how to threaten people, and a young one knows how to play tricks to find someone to sneak up on. Early in the morning died, now is the rule of law society. Really think they are superior? Or you still worrying about how long the time group can still resist? The absence of Xia's cooperation didn't necessarily destroy Shi's, but the chain reaction brought about by the loss of Xia's was enough to completely wipe out Shi's. That's why they came over today. Even if he couldn't beg for Xia's recooperation, he had to make Xia Lingwei open her mouth, lest the other partners wouldn't dare to continue working with the Shi family. In the business world, Xia's tree is big enough to make everyone look over their shoulders. Now that the global economy is weak, most businessmen would rather earn less and must seek stability. Xia's group suddenly cancelled all the cooperation with Shi's group. Then in everyone's eyes, Shi's group must have some kind of problem, although they can't find out, but it doesn't matter. It's definitely right to follow Xia's group. Mr. Shi's face was cloudy, and a pair of eyes that could not see inside kept sizing up Jifan's body. He was weighing how much weight Jifan, a tiny assistant, had in front of Xia Lingwei. Dad, he's just a trainee assistant. At best Xia Lingwei felt fresh for a while and raised him for fun. Shut up. Toki Weikong was interrupted by his own father before he could finish his sentence. It's not like he's a little cutie. If it was really as simple as what Shi Weikong said, then why did Xia Lingwei target the Shi group? It couldn't be that Xia Lingwei thought it was too much money and didn't want to earn it. And lately, the only thing that Time Void had done was to find someone to deal with Jifan. Originally dealing with just a small assistant during the internship period, Time Void didn't take it seriously at all, and didn't even care about the follow-up. But now, the fact that the Shi group was being targeted by Xia Lingwei and Jifan was standing in front of them alive and well was enough to explain the problem. On the contrary, this son of his can only be described as rotten. Shi Weikong looked at his father accusingly, but didn't dare to talk back. Mr. Shi, educating your son should be done at home behind closed doors. It is said that the family's shame should not be spread outside. Why do you seem to not quite understand this reasoning? Xia Lingwei had already come downstairs at some point, and she didn't know how much she had heard outside. And now that she walked in, a hint of embarrassment showed on the faces of both the Shi family's father and son. Lingwei. Shi Weikong's fake affection made Jifan feel a little nauseous. Not to mention Xia Lingwei. She glanced disgustedly at Time Void. I ignored those little tricks of yours before, and if that's a reason to get worse, then I admit I was wrong. When I was a child, after all, I had also been a classmate for a few years. Plus the two families also had some previous dealings. I look at these sentiments to give you the cooperation of the Toki family, going so far as to cause you to have some nebulous misunderstandings. In that case, I'll take my cooperation back. So Mr. Toki might as well please return. If it continues to pester, I'll have Uncle Hat take a look at it, and I still have all the statements from those punks from last time. Xia Lingwei's words were a complete failure to give the Shi family's father and son an ounce of face. There were still so many employees of the Xia group surrounding outside, and it was no surprise that these words would immediately spread out, and they would probably have a hard time finding another partner in the whole of Shanghai. Xia Lingwei, do you really want to be so thorough? Mr. Toki also finally couldn't sit still and opened his mouth to question. Xia Lingwei stood to Ji Fan's side, and on the other side of her was Su Jiro with her arms clasped over her chest, looking at them with a watchful expression. I'm just thinking normally for the group and not working with a villain. As for what other people think, it's not like I can interfere with them. By the way, remind young Master Shi that next time you do something nasty like this, don't transfer money from your cell phone. That record is too obvious. Time Bekong these years in foreign countries maybe really stayed stupid. Simply do not understand the situation at home. Do things in accordance with the foreign set of style. But Xia Lingwei didn't think to go to the police. They weren't harmed. There's no way the other side could have gotten in. At most they'd have been locked up for a few days and spent some money to get out. There's no need for that. Directly collapsed the Shi group, to see how they can still make waves without a backer. Security, asked Mr. Toki and Mr. Toki to leave. After saying the last sentence, Xia Lingwei turned around and left, doing things without any delay. This is the style of the first female president of Shanghai, not to mention those employees watching outside. Even Ji-fan next to him had transformed into Xia Lingwei's little fanboy at this moment, with stars in his eyes. Mr. Xia is so handsome, too please. The security guards had already rushed over, and Xia Lingwei had personally given the word, which was just efficient. Time Bekong wanted to say something else, but was stopped by his father. Mr. Shi's complexion changed several times, but in the end, he said nothing and left Xia's group under the guidance of the security guards. Dad, are we just going to let it go? What about the then group? Having just been swept off his feet, Time Void couldn't hold it in any longer and asked towards his father. How many times have I told you to be more composed? Just the way you are. Who are you to take over the Shi group in the future? Time Bekong bristled. If it was the current Toki group, he really didn't want it. Don't end up with no money and a lot of debt. Don't worry, you think your dad has been hanging out all these years for nothing? Mr. Toki saw his son's little bit of mind at once and opened his mouth. As powerful as she is, Xia Lingwei has only risen to prominence in the last few years, and although she has the connections that Xia Jian used to lay down, at most she can only influence Shanghai City. I'd like to see how many more people in Shanghai are willing to listen to Xia Lingwei if the families in Shanjing are willing to support me. It's been 3 years, and it's been 3 years since he's been contacted from the Shanjing side. I also wonder if they are aware that the Xia group has been reborn in fire. As long as Xia Lingwei developed fast enough, sooner or later she would find her way to the door. Chapter 76, Too easy to get, not to cherish. Xia Lingwei's office. Su Jiro was very self-conscious and headed out. If these two were here, nothing good would come of it, and she didn't want to stay here and eat dog food. Don't go, Assistant Su. There's still business to be said. Ji-fan hurriedly pulled Su Jiro back. In the unit, one has to address each other by their positions. This is the rule, even between Xia Lingwei and Su Jiro, especially when talking about official business. Just find Mr. Xia to discuss anything. Why are you looking for a small assistant like me? Su Jiro looked at Ji-fan suspiciously and said. She always felt that these two in front of her were up to no good, and her previous lessons had taught her that Xia Lingwei who is in love cannot be treated with common sense. But doubtful as she was, Su Jiro still stopped and waited for Ji-fan's next words. I heard Mr. Xia say last night that he asked you to arrange for someone to remodel the 12th floor, so I don't think we've started yet, have we? This matter was given to Su Jiro to do. With Su Jiro's efficiency, Ji-fan was really afraid that she would have finished in less than a day. No, I was just about to report to Mr. Xia. Manager Ji is in a hurry to have Macroview Media move over? Talking about work, Su Jiro got into the swing of things in a second, only incidentally poking Ji-fan in the dark. It's true that men and women in the heat of the moment can't bear to part with each other for one more day. Seeing that Ji-fan didn't say anything, Su Jiro continued on the topic she had just talked about. I had a designer look at it yesterday, and there is a big difference between our normal office area and the media office area. The office is going to be converted into one live room and it's all going to have to be resoundproofed. It's all going to have to be redesigned. The renovations will also have to be completely redone. The drawing should be out this morning, and counting the construction remodeling, it should be done in a week at the most. Ji-fan's eyes widened. A project of this magnitude and she can do it all in a week? Luckily I mentioned it early. If I had waited until tomorrow, I would have expected the construction team to be on site. Mr. Xia, Assistant Su, I personally still feel that there's no need to move Macroview Media over. It's quite a nice environment over there, and although the place is a bit smaller, it's all ready-made grounds, so there's no need to waste it. I also agree with Manager G. This time Sujiro chimed in. It's much better for Macroview Media to be placed in its original location than moving back to the headquarters. Xia Lingwei nodded. Yesterday had been an impulse to see Jifan, and his heart to see Jifan had been greater than his interest. Since both Jifan and Sujiro persuaded themselves, Xia Lingwei would not force herself. This is a recent program from Macroview Media. I've seen it and it's pretty good. Jifan was only a half-wit, and all he could read was the content. Anyway, he felt that if he was holding up Hopian Shu, it would definitely be okay. As for how it operated, Jifan looked at it with a half-understanding and didn't intend to delve into it. Just leave the professional stuff to the professionals. The boss just needs to take a general direction without making mistakes. If the boss is left to do everything himself, there is no point for the company to exist. Put it here. I'll read it later. The information in Jifan's hands was placed on the desk, and Xia Lingwei didn't have the intention of looking at it right now, but instead looked at Sujiro on the side. Sujiro was confused, not knowing why Xia Lingwei was suddenly staring at herself like this. Turning her head, she realized that Jifan was staring at hers as well. What's going on? A flower on your own face? Sujiro was startled and hurriedly took out a small makeup mirror from her pocket and looked at it carefully. What are you doing? My makeup didn't go off. Sujiro, who had scrutinized half a day, really couldn't help herself and looked at the duo to open her mouth to ask. No, we mean, business is done. Shouldn't you get out now? Xia Lingwei explained bluntly. Jifan chimed in from the sidelines. Unconscious when you should be, running pretty fast when you shouldn't. Sujiro's expression was lulled. She really wanted to strangle these two dogs and men in front of her right now. Is falling in love just falling in love? And being yourself something that's fun? Thinking of this, she suddenly took 2 steps forward and came to Xia Lingwei's side, wrapping one arm around her and looking demonstratively at Jifan. What for? Xia Lingwei was startled by this sudden move of hers. Her best friend wouldn't be stimulated by herself to go crazy, right? In the next second, Sujiro spoke. She looked at Xia Lingwei with a serious expression. Vivi, remember what we talked about before? Jifan secretly said a bad word. It seemed like this woman was going to trip up, but before he could say anything, Sujiro had already continued. What did you tell me when I first joined the company? It was 47 days after the man died. Givan. It always felt like Sujiro was talking about herself, but there didn't seem to be any evidence. Listening to Sujiro's words, Xia Lingwei seemed to have remembered as well, and lowered her head in some embarrassment, but Sujiro obviously refused to stop there, and she spoke slowly, word by word. Stay away from men. Xia Lingwei subconsciously picked up the next sentence. A successful career. Although her voice was a bit soft, it proved that she really hadn't forgotten. Sisters in arms. Sujiro turned up the pitch a bit while looking at Xia Lingwei expectantly. She was trying to tell Jifan today how unbreakable the sisterly relationship between herself and Xia Lingwei was. Back then, 2 weak women who had just stepped into their senior year of college. So step by step, to today, the Xia group hard up, to do countless people feel incredible things. Xia Lingwei glanced at Sujiro, and there was a hint of intent in her eyes. Sujiro felt that the victory was assured, but in the next second, Xia Lingwei turned her head quickly, while breaking away from Sujiro's embrace and jumping into Jifan's arms. You! Sujiro's eyes widened before she heard Xia Lingwei utter her last words. Baby kisses. What? Sisters in arms. Baby kisses. Sujiro slightly inclined her head. This damn sister. It kinda rhymes. Then she saw Jifan lower his head. The movements of the 2 men slowed down infinitely in Sujiro's eyes at this moment. Closer, closer. Sujiro's heart was about to stop. She wanted to shout out so badly, but she realized that she couldn't seem to do anything. She could only cover her eyes with her hand, leaving an exaggerated slit for her large Kazran eyes. Xia Lingwei could already feel the breathing from Jifan's mouth, and she couldn't help but close her eyes. But instead of kissing her subconsciously pouting lips, Jifan missed her face and came up to her ear. Sister, the book says that what is too easy to get will not be cherished. P.S. Trouble dudes and dudettes. If you see this, can you give my little brother a point of urgency plus book review? All of you readers are in good hands at first glance, and a small 5 stars is certainly not enough to phase in. Please guys, Chapter 77 Love is Love. No reason. Xia Lingwei. Xia Lingwei. I didn't expect that the famous cold-faced female president would also have such a shy side, being molested by a little brother. Jifan had already left, and only Xia Lingwei and Sujiro were left in the office. Xia Lingwei's face still had a blush on it, and Sujiro's flirting didn't bother her at all. I say, I'm all curious as to why you like Jifan so much. Did he save your life? Look at those TV plays. The male lead usually saved the female lead's life before the female lead would fall in love with him without a second thought like you did. But you obviously didn't know each other before. And you didn't go to the same school. Just by virtue of chatting online, you're already in love? Sujiro had actually never quite understood, but she didn't dare to say anything. At that time, Jifan was in a state of death, and she was afraid that saying too much would irritate Xia Lingwei. But it was different now. Jifan was there and the two were fighting, so naturally they could come and find out the truth. Xia Lingwei returned to her seat as president, picked up the coffee that Jifan had brewed for her before he left next to her, and gently took a small sip. At room temperature, it's your favorite flavor, just for love. Xia Lingwei said it as a matter of course. Fiction is not reality. In fiction, even love at first sight has to come with a saving grace or having had any significant help, and the male lead has to be tall, handsome and multicolored. In short, if the heroine is going to like the hero, there has to be a reason that favors the heroine and is realistic and logical. Doesn't it seem to me that this is love born out of gratitude? Love born out of material things? Xia Lingwei paused for a moment. She looked towards Sujiro who was thinking. She didn't know if what she said Sujiro could understand. That's how Xia Lingwei understood it anyway. Love is love. I just love him. It doesn't matter if he's poor or rich. It doesn't matter if he saved my life or how handsome he is. I just love him. That's what I think of as love. There's no reason for it, as long as it's him. Xia Lingwei spoke with incomparable firmness, and the physique of a top love brain was unmistakable. Sujiro was pondering on the sidelines. Maybe she hadn't stumbled upon it, so she couldn't empathize with Xia Lingwei either. But Sujiro was smart. She already understood what Xia Lingwei meant. She liked Jifan. She didn't need Jifan to do anything. All he had to do was stand there. And that was who Xia Lingwei liked. Lingwei, if Jifan he didn't love you, didn't have any feelings for you at all, even bent on running away, destined to be fruitless, would you still like it? Xia Lingwei didn't say anything. It's if, it doesn't exist, so she doesn't need to think about it. Right now, she liked Jifan, and Jifan kind of liked himself, and that was fine. Jifan had just returned to the company and found a group of management standing at the door to greet him. This made Jifan a bit puzzled. What's going on, guys? Nothing today? Jifan asked as he looked at them curiously. Li Yiru squeezed out from the crowd, her face equally filled with excitement. Manager Ji, you're too good. Jifan was still in a daze. He just went to the headquarters to deliver an information. And by the way, he played an ambiguous game with his sister to stimulate Sujiro. How is it powerful? Manager Ji, just now the new injection of funds from the headquarters side is already in place. A full $30 million. But the headquarters said that the money goes to you, Manager Ji, to be deployed in the short drama segment. The treasurer on the side couldn't wait to open his mouth, finally allowing Jifan to understand why. One board. $30 million, that's more than we have to run the entire company. Yeah, it's still Manager Ji who has the skills. The $30 million short-form slate certainly won't be used up, and if there's some left over for the company to build momentum, it'll certainly shorten the star-making time considerably. The others, as you spoke, and Jifan finally heard it, just now on her own way back. Xia Lingwei injected another $30 million into the Hongjing group. A few tens of millions of dollars for Xia's group is really a drop in the bucket, but for Hongjing Media, not to mention the start of a short drama plate, is to get a media company is more than enough, and still the top of the media company. They also did not expect that one day, the small and medium-sized company they worked for would leap into a large company. This kind of strength, in the online media circle, that is absolutely one of the best. So it's about this. There's no need for anyone to worry about funding. Just go ahead and do it with confidence and boldness. But there is a point where the money is spent and I need to see results. If you can't show me results, I'll consider replacing them with someone who can. Is that clear? Having known Xia Lingwei for more than 3 years, although not intentionally, Jifan had learned some of President Xia's skin. That's suddenly proper, and it's really something, so at least it scares them. Don't worry, Manager Ji, in a month at most, I'll be able to show you the results. The head of operations patted himself on the back. The internet is about a momentum, and with this much money, a month is a modest statement. Mainly both new anchors need to be trained for a while. Since you're building towards the very top, you have to make sure that both the image and the words are the best. Also, the internet is not an extra-legal place, and they must be made to understand what to say and what not to say. With so many foregone conclusions among the previous generations, that's all experience and lessons learned. Don't let the traffic come and then you end up saying the wrong thing and all your efforts are in vain. Okay, everyone get to work. I'm waiting to give a celebration dinner. As the crowd began to disperse, Jifan and Li Yiru entered the office one after the other. The funding is in place, And it's time for the ones in the sketch department to come back and stop mopping up in other departments every day. You go make the arrangements and start recruiting. Right now the sketch department is an empty shell, with only 5 or 6 people combined. A choreographer, 2 cameramen, a post-editor, and 2 logistics. With so few people, it's definitely not enough. $30 million thrown in. Do not get a dozen or 20 people out of the professional team or sorry Xiao Lingwei to give this money. As for the script couldn't have been easier once the team got it together. There are so many skit scripts on the market now that you can receive a sea of skit submissions for around 12,000 per unit. So Jifan still has to find some people to help with the review process. That one he would have to turn to those friends of his. Not only that, but Gavan would invite friends specifically to customize the skit scripts. After 3 or 4 years in the online writing industry, this was the only thing Jifan had left. Chapter 78, The Good Bunny. Fellow bigwigs, have you been exposed to the sketch show industry lately? In a penguin group of more than 40 people, Jifan's single sentence was like throwing a boulder on the surface of a calm lake. Since writing webcomics, Jifan had added quite a few groups. It was only when I went in that I realized, a group of fiction authors doesn't exchange writing. The south of the world, gossip life, everyone is very chatty. An hour is not seen as $9.99 plus. But when you talk about novels, everyone instantly loses their ability to express themselves, and they all become ass-kissers and red-eyed monsters. As soon as you post data, even if only 2 people read it, you'll get a barrage of, take off, platinum money, speed shifts, sleepless nights. So then Jifan did not add a new group, only a big wave. Some willing to share, willing to communicate with the writer's friends pulled a small group. The group had started with 4 or 5 people and was now well over 40. There's also some netbook gossip here. But it's more about what's been in the wind lately, writing techniques, and so on. There were some big guns here and there, as well as middle-of-the-road chicks. But everyone was humble and demonstrated what it means to be a triple threat. I went to try out for the skit, and it's even more rolled up than Netflix. And the commission is so low that a 50,000 word manuscript, written and rewritten for a month, arrives at more than 10,000. Short dramas are not like webcomics, which are bound to explode if you write them well. But short plays also depend on the shooting, the casting, and the post-production. You can't have one without the other. But these were not problems for Jifan now, and could be solved with money. All he wants now is a good script. If that's not an option, then the last step is to go straight to the latest webcomic that's flamed out of the ring and just turn it into a short script. But Kiffin prefers originality. I'm writing short plays, but the cut is so low that I can't get much of a cut if I write a hit, so I have to do it as a side project. Another person in the group spoke up. Write more is actually okay. Not thinking of popping over the draft is still very easy, and writing habit does not need to modify too much. The set is basically the same. As more and more people spoke, Jifan was watching their conversations carefully. Soon Jifan locked a female author with the name Little Bunny Boy. This person has also talked to Jifan many times before in the group. The main female frequency ancient romance. The results seem to be quite good. Not only that, the address shown on her profile is Jianhai, and she's writing short plays right now. Jifan tapped on the other person's avatar box to add a friend. The other person quickly accepts, and later sends a surprised bunny emoji. Very cute girl. Hello bunny. The straight man spoke, and thankfully the other man continued to behave politely. Hello Van. What's up? Jifan's screen name is just Van. Generally we all communicate in the group. Privately add friends there, but male and female frequency authors are not interchangeable. In addition to the shallow writing exchanges, generally very few deeper exchanges, not to mention privately add friends. However, Jifan was originally one of the group's patriarchs, and usually answered questions in the group, and was quite a nice person, so that's why she didn't hesitate and directly chose to accept. I see that your profile shows that you are from Jianhai. Are you a local from Jianhai? Talking about reality after a couple of sentences is a big no-no in online chatting. Jifan also reacted quickly, explaining as an afterthought. I didn't mean anything else. I meant to ask you if you had any thoughts about becoming an editor full-time. Seeing that the other party didn't answer for half a day, Jifan was a little apprehensive inside, but now he could only wait. A minute passed. Jifan had never felt so tormented, and in the midst of apprehension, the other party finally replied. Just took a call. Sorry, I'm indeed from Jianhai, but it's a small county down there. Full-time probably won't work. I'm just a junior this year. Just a junior in college. A year below Jifan. Bunny thought Jifan was the editor-in-chief of some company and had come over to pull some strings. She'd run into this sort of thing many times before. Not only did sketch editors poach people, but people in webcomics too. Authors like her who have written small pop-ups are actually more popular. Regardless of the site, pop-ups only represent your ceiling. The bookstore is your cornerstone. Without a cornerstone, a high ceiling will eventually collapse. And veteran authors like Bunny don't need liquidated damages to dig over. Just more pie to get the other side to nod their heads. And coming over and being able to start having decent experience in online writing. And being able to review and collect manuscripts in addition to writing books. No company can say no to that. But again, the workload becomes more. With mutual advantages and disadvantages. It's okay to go to school. You can just not come to work at the office. It's all online review anyway. I'm not going to overload you with work. And I'm going to give you plenty of time each month to create your own work. But with one caveat, you're going to have to let us shoot your own sketches that you write yourself as well. Jifan wasn't looking for quantity right now. He wanted quality. Xia Lingwei had given a full $30 million of running capital, enough to shoot 10 short dramas, so he had to strive for excellence. The bunny was a little heartbroken. If it was really like what Jifan said, it was still a very good job, but she was still a little hesitant. What if the other person was a scammer? Although on weekdays, looking at Jifan's speeches in the group, he didn't seem like this kind of person. But knowing people is not like knowing people, let alone on the internet. I know what you're worried about. I'm a student at JNU. I'm going to be a senior soon. I can show you my ID or you can pick a time and place and we can meet. The bunny was the first person Jifan had chosen, and he naturally wanted to open the door. Jianda University? I'm from JNU too. What's your name? Senior? Jifan. Jifan was quick to tell the other party his name. Ha, you're that Jifan senior who's the #1 dog licker in JNU. Ha, looking at the text sent and withdrawn at the speed of light across the room, Jifan fell into silence. Good lord, what a reputation one has. But then again, it seemed like Jifan hadn't run into Zhao Fei for a long time, and after leaving her, it seemed like everything he did started to go smoothly. Sorry senior, I didn't mean to say that. The white rabbit sent another apologetic emoji over. Jifan smiled. It's okay, you're telling the truth. Who hasn't loved a few scumbags when they were young? Get used to it. Without Zhao Fei, he might not remember logging into the game for the rest of his life. And naturally, he wouldn't have recognized Xia Lingwei. There are times when you can't tell if the thing is good or bad until the end. Well, then, senpai, let's meet and talk. Just as I'm planning a trip to the city tomorrow. Seeing his schoolmates reply, Jifan's face was delighted. All things being equal, with the white rabbit on board, at least the quality aspect of the script can be somewhat guaranteed. He didn't expect that a company without any reputation would have excellent work submitted to it in the early stages. Everything has to be done slowly. Chapter 79, The Inside Story of Xiao's Group's Decline. Jifan was in a good mood after making a deal with the bunny. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he sought out Li Yiru. Get the manager of the skit department over here and tell him to start hiring. The treatment refers to the best short drama team in the country. But the people recruited must be elite, and the groping jerks can't be wanted. Heavy rewards would be rewarded, and all Jifan had to do was to form a thick enough team in the shortest possible time. Li Yiru nodded and memorized Jifan's words. Recruitment is naturally done by the personnel department. Jifan only needs to mention the requirements. Also, the venues and equipment need to be ready. And once the short-form theater department gets going, it's going to be fast. With the script in place, the staff in place, and the money in place, in a month's time at the most, Jifan expects to be able to begin production on his first short play. It's supposed to be a fast-paced program, and it definitely needs to be efficient to be effective. Li Yiru left his office only after Jifan had finished all of his words. In the afternoon, Jifan contacted a few more familiar author friends online, who were involved in different subject classifications, and who had a wealth of experience and certain achievements in their respective fields. The salary given by Jifan was very tempting, and now they didn't even need to come to sit in on shifts, they just needed to work at home, greatly giving them freedom. And the review is only incidental. Jifan is more partial to making appointments with them. The strength of these few people Jifan were well aware of. As long as they were familiar with the pattern of the short drama, one method would lead to all methods, and they would definitely be able to write excellent works. During that time, several department heads have come over to Jifan, all for Jifan's funding review. The company has been abandoned for some time in the hands of Mr. Zhang. Even the company's head anchors have left a few, and now it's going to be relaunched and there's tons of money that needs to be spent. It was predictable that Jifan would be busy for the next while. Near the end of his shift, Jifan received a message from Xia Lingwei. I have a meeting today and won't be home for dinner tonight. A real president, who has a lot of work to do every day, doesn't have so much time to fall in love. As far as Jifan was now managing such a small company and was still considered half a shirker, he felt that he was very busy today, so he could imagine Xia Lingwei's working condition during the weekdays. Yes, Xia Lingwei looked at Jifan's one-word reply and frowned imperceptibly. Mr. Xia, everyone is here. The meeting will start right away. Having a meeting when there were still 10 minutes to go before the end of the shift was already the norm for Xia's group. Under the leadership of Xia Lingwei, a workaholic, the soldiers on her hands were also all laborers. Treating your company like home is not just talk. Xia Lingwei even thoughtfully reserved a special staff lounge in each layer of the office building. That is, occasionally sleeping here for a night is not a big problem. Inside the conference room, the employees for today's meeting were all ready, just waiting for Xia Lingwei to preside. The moment she walked into the conference room, Xia Lingwei had already hidden the hint of loss she had just felt, and what was displayed on the outside was only the female president Xia Lingwei. Hello Mr. Xia. Everyone stood up when they saw Xia Lingwei come in. Xia Lingwei pressed her hands in the air, and everyone sat down again. It's getting late, so let's be more direct. This old town renovation project has been one of the most important ones in the last month, so why hasn't it been taken down by now? If it's a problem with the program, redo it. If it's stuck at the top, get connections and gifts. Do these little things need to be delayed so long? As soon as he came up for air, the whole atmosphere of the conference room began to condense. Mr. Xia, there's something fishy about this. The supervisor in charge of the project immediately stood up, clearly a man in his 40s. In front of Xia Lingwei he was like a small child who had done something wrong. Say, Xia Lingwei gazed at the other party. The person in charge of this project is called Lu Hao, an old man of Xia's group, who has witnessed the splendor of Xia's group after Xia Jian, and is now following Xia Lingwei to witness the rebirth of Xia's group once again. It stands to reason that such a veteran should not have delayed a project of this importance for so long and still not taken care of it. Mr. Xia, originally our proposal has been passed, but recently the higher-ups don't know why, and seem to have a suspicion of changing their mind. After mixing in the shopping mall for so many years, Lu Hao also has a notable network of relationships in the officialdom. This time, the old city renovation project has actually been in the talks a year ago, but there are quite a few changes in the middle of the process, to the recent approval from the top. After getting the official document, the other party is also the first time to find Lu Hao. The next should be water to drain, Xia's group to the program, and then above the approval of a process, directly open and dry on the line. But for some unknown reason, the proposal, which had obviously been passed, was suddenly called off at the last minute of approval. Lu Hao also went to explore a few times, but the other party always stammers. Even sent to the gifts are all returned according to the list. This was what made Lu Hao feel unusual. Xia's group, as the head enterprise of Zhanghai, it would have been reasonable to give such a big project work to Xia's group, and Xia's group also through the formal way, public bidding and other ways step by step to get the project. While the process has some human interest in it, it's absolutely impossible to pick out the thorns to do so. It's obvious that someone is behind this, and this person who is doing this is very likely to be someone from the top who is directly intervening. After listening to Lu Hao's explanation, Xia Lingwei's face clouded over. She recalled some not-so-good memories. Back then, she was still young, and Xia's group was still as strong as ever. But suddenly one day, the wind changed. There was a big shot in Shangjing, forcibly suppressing Xia's group, resulting in a short period of time. Xia's group began to go into decline. At that time, the other party was only slightly out of the picture, and many people didn't even know how Xia's group had declined. However, after seeing the Xia group's decline, many close friends in the past have turned their faces in one day. Those with a little more conscience chose to stay on the sidelines, and more are choosing to take advantage of the situation and start dividing up the Xia group's piece of cake. Fortunately, there was Xia Jian, relying on his strong personal charisma and unique business sense, leading the Xia group to force its way through that difficult time. But slowly, Xia Jian seems to focus on the beginning of not in the Xia group. Through the difficulties of the Xia group did not fire rebirth, but once again went downhill, until Xia Lingwei took over. This sudden change of heart made Xia Lingwei think of the other party at first. Could it be that they struck again? Xia Lingwei didn't say anything, and the others were silent and waited quietly. Taking a deep breath, Xia Lingwei rubbed her somewhat swollen head. If it was a big shot from Shangjing, then this project was indeed not something that these people under her could handle. Guess I'll have to take some time to find out for myself. Knowing your enemy is the only way to win 100 battles. Chapter 80. How did the 10,000-year-old ice melt? I don't know how much time had passed, but the crowd below had begun a heated discussion. The project of renovating the old city is very important to Xia's group, for which Xia's group has already done a full year of preparation and invested a lot of manpower and material resources. If it failed at this time, it would undoubtedly be a bitter blow to the Xia group. Xia Lingwei listened to everyone's arguments and suddenly felt a bit drained. I only hope that my judgment was wrong. If it was really the Shangjing side that made the move, it would be hard for the Xia group to cope with it now. Reaching out to take the coffee that Su Jiro brought over, Xia Lingwei looked sideways at the floor-to-ceiling window next to her. It gets dark late on August evenings. It's after 7, but it's still light. At this time, Xia Lingwei suddenly glimpsed a familiar figure, wearing a small blue windmill helmet on his head, parked not far outside Xia's group, just able to be Xia Lingwei's angle to give a clear view. He seemed to be bored, walking back and forth by the electric car while his eyes were fixed on the gate of Xia's group. Xia Lingwei suddenly snorted a laugh. This smile was like 100 flowers blooming, like snow ending in spring. The people who were still discussing enthusiastically all subconsciously closed their mouths, and each of them stared wide-eyed at Xia Lingwei in front of them. Is this still our president? She's actually smiling. The 10,000-year-old ice is melting? Wow! The president smiles so beautifully. I'm so curious. Who is this person who can make the president smile? Why have you all stopped? Keep discussing, or you're going to be found out by the president. The ones present were all veterans, and each said nothing, but all blinked furiously, as if they had some kind of disease. A brief moment of tranquility was immediately followed by a heated discussion. Only this time, they were clearly a bit distracted by the discussion, and two of them even ran out of words to the point of asking each other what they were having for dinner at home tonight. It gave the other guy a hard time for asking. Everyone's working late here. How am I supposed to know what's for dinner at home? Okay, everyone, stop pretending. Adjourn the meeting and go home early today. This matter further discussion will not have much result. Xia Lingwei now is to know. In the end is not the people on the side of Shangjing out. The most interesting thing was that the Xia group had already been moved by the other side once. But Xia Lingwei didn't even know who her opponent was. It's like the guy who found an ant hole on the side of the road today when he was out and about. So he idly poured a bottle of mineral water into it, then patted himself on the back and left. The other party was just doing it casually, but the ants were almost exterminated because of it. And now that the other guy had gone home and realized that the ant hole actually still existed and that the ant population in it seemed to have recovered, he poured another bottle of water. But what Xia Lingwei was currently trying to figure out was whether the other party was just doing it casually, or if they were targeting the Xia group. It was the other party's attitude that would determine how Xia Lingwei should respond subsequently. If it was just a casual thing, now that the Xia group was clearly inferior to the other party, then Xia Lingwei could only hold her tongue and wait for the other party to leave before moving on. But if the other party is targeting the Xia group, then it is unavoidable and the only way to avoid it is to fight with your back to the wall. After saying that the meeting was adjourned, Xia Lingwei took the lead and left the conference room, which made the people who stayed in the conference room look at each other in disbelief, not knowing for a moment whether it was true or not. After making sure that Xia Lingwei had left, everyone immediately discussed it. *******, the iceberg queen smiled and it just lit up my eyes. More than that, the workaholic is actually not having meetings anymore. Why do I still feel a bit uncomfortable going back so early? My wife will surely ask me if I lied to her today. In fact, the company did not have a meeting. Xia Lingwei's abnormal action made everyone curious, and some people came over to Xia Lingwei's position, trying to follow her example and look down. But unfortunately they didn't see anything. But Xia Lingwei was clearly smiling towards the window before. Could it be that she had misread it? The entrance to the Xia group. Jifan waited for half a day before snapping out of it. It seems a bit much to wait here by yourself. Xia Lingwei is driving. She will go straight down to the underground garage. How can she come out from the gate? If I have to wait here myself, I guess I won't find myself until she comes to work tomorrow. Jifan slapped his head in chagrin, then parked his electric car and quickly ran towards the inside of the company. He didn't turn in his work card and got inside the group easily. At this time of the day, most people are already off work, and the ones working overtime are still a minority. Passing through a section of silent office area, Jifan finally arrived in front of the elevator. Jifan did not take the ordinary elevator, but came directly to the president's special elevator. It would be embarrassing if Xia Lingwei missed him when he came down. This kind of scene in a TV show where something is missed, Jifan has seen too much of it. Just in case, he'd be smart and go straight for the presidential elevator. Upstairs, Xia Lingwei had already walked out of the office, and Su Jiro was right behind her. As for those who had the meeting, they were still staying in the conference room and none of them had come out, which saved some trouble. Soon, Xia Lingwei arrived in front of her exclusive elevator. I haven't pressed it yet. Why is this elevator going up? Just before arriving in front of the elevator, Su Jiro said curiously. Xia Lingwei frowned, but immediately her brows relaxed and she revealed a smile. Although Su Jiro hadn't seen Jifan, she knew that it must be related to Jifan when she saw Xia Lingwei end the meeting in a hurry. Now that she had seen this perverse smile of Xia Lingwei's, Su Jiro had already somewhat regretted following her out. Sure enough, the elevator door opened and the face that was so clean but made itself somewhat annoying appeared. Sister! As soon as the elevator door opened, Jifan saw Xia Lingwei's face that he was attached to, which made Jifan unable to stop himself from shouting out. Xia Lingwei moved even faster, and had already entered the elevator at the same time Jifan made a sound, and then pressed the close button in Su Jiro's dumbfounded eyes. Sujiro was only slightly slowed down, and then she was shut out of the elevator. Xia Lingwei. That was the last sound Kifin heard before the elevator began its descent. It could be heard that Sujiro's resentment was very heavy, and if the evil sword immortal was there, it was estimated that this instant would have to break through countless realms. Angry women, absolutely unbelievable beings. The good thing is, Jifan won't have to face it. Baby, what are you doing here? The smile on Xia Lingwei's face from the moment she saw Jifan was like she didn't want any money. She simply couldn't suppress it. If those old guys in the conference room saw it, they'd probably think they'd seen a ghost. Their smiling faces, which they had rarely seen once in all these years, were so frequent in front of Jifan, so frequent that they were somewhat ordinary. I miss you and I want to have dinner with my sister. Chapter 81. The snack street next to the school. You didn't go back after work? Xia Lingwei seemed to remember something and suddenly asked. Jifan nodded and said, Sister, it didn't disturb your work, did it? He had actually been waiting downstairs for a long time, just worried about disturbing Xia Lingwei's work, so he hadn't gone upstairs or sent her a message. Xia Lingwei shook her head, a flash of sorrow on her face. Instead, her mouth said, It's all taken care of, just about ready to get off work. But her expression didn't escape Jifan's eyes, and from the moment Xia Lingwei entered the elevator, Jifan's gaze didn't move from her face. The wisp of worry looked like an illusion, but Jifan was sure he wasn't mistaken. Business matters were unclear to Jifan, and even if there really was something he didn't seem to be able to do much to help. Was there anything else in Jianhai that could make Xia Lingwei worry right now? The Tokaji family? Jifan was a little curious, but just because Xia Lingwei didn't say anything, he didn't ask much. What would your sister like to eat tonight? Xia Lingwei thought carefully with the side of her head, and her face suddenly lit up with an expression as if she had remembered something. Go to the first school. First middle school was Jifan's high school, but it was also Xia Lingwei's high school. It's just that Xia Lingwei just happens to be 3 grades higher than Jifan, so the two of them missed out perfectly. When Xia Lingwei was in high school, it was when Xia's group suffered a change of heart. Xia Jian saved the day but chose to swing for the fences, and Xia's group went downhill for years. In order not to affect Xia Lingwei's studies, so Xia Jian chose to let Xia Lingwei board. Not to mention Jifan, who has been boarding since the school allowed boarding. They're on that mom all day. God see the head and not see the tail. Don't know, still think it is outside the sneak to give himself a brother it. Jifan also suspected back then, and curiously asked his mom, but he treated his mother with honesty, and what he got back was a beating. If I'm going to give birth, it's going to be a sister for you. Who's going to give you a brother? These were Mother Ji's exact words at the time, except that Jifan had never quite been able to understand how to give himself a sister. Because of the distance, Jifan hadn't been back to his high school alma mater for a long time, and when Xia Lingwei suddenly brought it up today, Jifan was also interested. It was still a small electric donkey. Jifan had thought that Xia Lingwei was going to drive, but it turned out that she was faster than herself, and before Jifan could get on the car, she was already sitting in the back seat. Is that the advantage of having long legs? Jifan couldn't help but think as he watched Xia Lingwei sitting on the seat against the back, stretching her long legs and pointing her toes on the ground, easily stabilizing herself. Helmet. Xia Lingwei held out her hand, muttering under her breath. Jibun said there's a $50 fine for not wearing a helmet if Uncle Hat catches you. The pink little windmill helmet was handed over to Xia Lingwei, and she put it on at the first opportunity, just in time to mirror Jifan's blue little windmill. Just after putting on the helmet, Xia Lingwei wrapped her hands around Jifan's waist, and Sujiro's figure appeared at the gate. She had a fierce look in her eyes, like she wanted to eat these two alive. Jifan glanced at her with some fear, not daring to meet Sujiro's eyes, but his mouth yelled violently. Let's go. The little electric donkey rode on, instantly disappearing in Sujiro's line of sight, and in the breeze, it seemed like a resentful voice could barely be heard. Xia Lingwei, you have a man and forget your girlfriends, you traitor. Jianhai First High School, as the best public school in Jianhai, every year steadily sends a large number of talents to the major famous schools. Of course, there will naturally be some salted fish when there are more people, like Jifan and Pei Xiaohua for example, but these two have been salty enough to get decent grades. A lot of people have a kind of illusion, always think that those dude young only eat, drink and play, and other do what cannot. Actually, this thought is wrong. Just like Pei Xiaohua, from a young age, I have had the best educational resources. In addition to school learning, there are professional and high-end private tutors at home. It doesn't matter if that still leaves him with poor grades, they have other paths to take. Music, art, and physical education. Programs that the average person may not have access to in their lifetime are easy for them. Shooting, archery, rowing, equestrian and more. The young Pei Xiaohua, after much thought, felt as if it would be easier to read, so he chose to read seriously. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to follow Jifan into Zhejiang University. It's summer vacation time, but the seniors have already started classes. Not in front of the school, to the snack bar next door. Xia Lingwei sat in the car and commanded. Hearing her words, Jifan's eyes lit up. The snack street next to the first middle school. That is a full 3 years to feed Jifan. It's inexpensive and refreshing. Although Sun Huiya had maintained a state of free range for Jifan, she still managed to have enough money. In high school Jifan was given $2,000 a month to live on, which was a lot of money for high school, so Jifan's high school life was nourishing. Plus at that time, he hadn't been swept away by love, and there was no gold-digging woman like Zhao Fei to suck his blood, so his pleasures were simple and brutal. Every afternoon after school, there is an hour-and-a-half break for dinner before evening study. At this time they would run to the snack bar to pack a few favorites and then run at light speed to a dark internet cafe 500 meters from the school to start a happy game. Now that I think about it, it seems like the happy games back then were also with Xia Lingwei. Thinking of Xia Lingwei, Jifan turned his head to look at the sight of her face. Sister, do you eat snacks too? After enduring for a few moments, Jifan still couldn't help himself, then asked the question. A goddess-level bigwig like Xia Lingwei would also be so grounded? Xia Lingwei blankly glanced at Jifan without any good humor. I used to eat here when I was in high school, okay? Xia Lingwei lied. It was actually quite obvious when Xia Lingwei lied, especially to those who knew her. Every time Xia Lingwei lied, her agitated nose couldn't help but wrinkle lightly, but those who weren't familiar with it naturally couldn't see the small detail of hers. As they spoke, the two had walked into the snack bar. Wow, this sugar butter poop is still open. I was super into a sugar butter poop back then. Have you ever had it, sis? As soon as he came in Jifan got a little excited. It had been 3 years since he had been here. Xia Lingwei nodded lightly. For once she didn't seem to be lying. She'd actually eaten it. Jifan was a bit puzzled, but still walked over to the stall. Boss, 2 orders of sugar oil poop. Upon hearing the voice the boss raised his head, and his first glance crossed over to Jifan and looked behind him. It could be clearly seen that the boss had a light in his eyes. Is this the gold of beauty? Beauty, haven't seen you here for a while. Is this your brother? Chapter 82, you like it? I want to try it too. This was the first time Jifan and Xia Lingwei had been shouted at by a stranger for being right about their identities. But Jifan was angry. I'm her boyfriend. Boyfriend, get it? Not brother. Looking at Jifan's anxious look, the corner of Xia Lingwei's mouth rose slightly, but she didn't open her mouth to explain. The boss looked at Jifan suspiciously, his eyes scanning back and forth between him and Xia Lingwei, and after half a day of looking at him, he still had a look of disbelief on his face. Boyfriend? You? A simple query. And Jifan felt like he had suffered a personal attack, and he suddenly didn't want to eat the sugary poop here. Sister, I don't want to eat. Let's go. But as soon as the words left his mouth, the boss grinned broadly. Ha 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 ha. I told you it was siblings. You still won't admit it. My eyes are rulers. Girl, if you don't have a boyfriend yet you can consider my son. My son is in JNU. He is a senior this year, and he has been guaranteed graduate school. He is very good. The owner's face was full of pride when he talked about his son, saying that he and Xia Lingwei are siblings. Jifan can still tolerate it, and now he wants to give Xia Lingwei a kiss, so the uncle can tolerate it and the aunt can't tolerate it anymore. Jifan reached out and tightly wrapped his arm around Xia Lingwei's waist, demonstrating as if he was looking at the boss. The meaning was already clear. Xia Lingwei's small face was red, but she cooperated and snuggled into Jifan's arms. Boss, 2 sugared poi, 1 for me and my girlfriend. Jifan's other hand pulled out his cell phone at light speed, swept the code, and made the payment, all in one go. The boss silently lit a cigarette, his eyes full of regret, just about to say, a good flower, how to stick in the cow dung, but business must go on, and the instincts of years of work had begun to subconsciously box up when I heard the collection code arrive. Here's yours, take it. The boss spoke through gritted teeth, but Jifan just pretended not to hear, still smilingly wrapping his arms around Xia Lingwei. Thanks boss. It was only when Xia Lingwei opened her mouth that Jifan took the sugar and oil poop from the boss's hands and wrapped his arm around Xia Lingwei as he prepared to leave. Watching the two turn around, the reluctant boss suddenly howled at the top of his voice, Beauty, break up with him, remember to come to find uncle. Uncle's brat is waiting for you. Kiffin knew to stagger. What a redhead. He had a premonition that he would not have a good time in the future. Xia Lingwei was so outstanding. How many competitors did this have to be? Don't worry, you're the only one I love. As if she could tell what Jifan was thinking, Xia Lingwei suddenly stood on her tiptoes and quietly came to Jifan's ear and said, a gentle voice, a blush on a young girl's face, no sweeter love than that. All of Jifan's worries disappeared, and he just wrapped his arms around Xia Lingwei a few points harder. Eating cold skin? With the sweet sugar oil poop in his mouth, Jifan's eyes had already glanced at the cold skin stall not far away. Jifan's favorite thing used to be a bowl of spicy oil cold skin. The fragrant chili oil poured over it is appetizing to look at. Add in the refreshing side dishes of bean sprouts and cucumber strips, and a few drops of aged vinegar, and it's, in a word, excellent. Aha! Xia Lingwei nodded her head repeatedly. At this location, you can already smell the cold skin. Jifan couldn't wait to swallow the sugar oil poop in his mouth and pulled Xia Lingwei to the cold skin stall. Ha! Seeing Jifan, the cold skin seller's aunt obviously froze for a moment, and after slowing down for half a day suddenly said, I remember you. You've already graduated, right? Where's that asshole kid who used to come with you? At that time Jifan and Pei Xiaohua often came here. Compared to Jifan's honest and quiet, Pei Xiaohua was much more jumpy and attracted more attention. He, doesn't know where he's fooling around yet. Jifan hemmed and hawed, not realizing that the cold-skinned Amma still remembered him. To be precise, he should have remembered Pei Xiaohua. After so many years of setting up stalls near the first middle school, it is probably rare to see Pei Xiaohua so mischievous, so he was impressed. Counting time, you guys are almost out of college, right? The cold-skin lady was familiarly getting cold skin for them while turning on her chattering body. But before Jifan could answer, she moved on to the next topic. Time really flies. In the blink of an eye my son is also a senior in high school, but that brat is competitive and doesn't need me to worry about his studies. By the way, where did you two go to college? It was only at this point that Jifan had time to interject. Jiangda. Jiangda good Key University. School good also close to home. I just hope my son to go to Jiangda. Just do not know that brat try hard. Although he had a mouthful of brats, Jifan could hear that the coolie grandma was very proud of her son. 2 servings, heavy on the spice, right? Jifan and Pei Xiaohua are both non-spicy. Aha! Jifan nodded and suddenly remembered. Could Xia Lingwei eat spicy food again? When they spent time together on weekdays, it was Zhang Ma who cooked at home, and the two of them didn't go out to eat much. The food at home had always been light, which was why Jifan didn't really like eating at home. He wanted to open his mouth and ask, but even Xia Lingwei didn't object, so Jifan let it go. Since it doesn't say, I assume it can eat spicy food? Soon the heavily spiced cold skin was ready. A layer of chili oil poured over the snow-white cold skin to whet the appetite. There were 2 small tables in front of the stall, which happened to be empty at this time of the day, so Jifan and Xia Lingwei chose to eat here before leaving. After sitting down, Jifan could not wait to pick up the chopsticks and violently stuffed a big mouthful into his mouth. Cool. At this time, Jifan suddenly realized that there seemed to be something wrong with Xia Lingwei next to him. Her eyes were intent, but her movements were careful. She was seen gently gripping a small piece of cold skin out of the bowl, and after a few moments of careful deliberation, she carefully shook off some of the obvious chili peppers before frowning and popping the skin into her mouth. But she had only just put the cooler to her mouth when the taste of chili peppers hit her nose, an irritating pungency that made her sneeze. But with Xia Lingwei's character, how could she easily give in? Her agaric nose slightly wrinkled, her small mouth slightly opened, then her heart was ready to stuff the cold skin into her mouth. Don't! Jifan finally reacted. Just now, Xia Lingwei's series of actions were so cute that Jifan was dumbfounded, and when he saw that she was ready to continue, he hurriedly spoke out to stop her, but it's already too late. The cold skin fished out from inside the chili oil in the most direct and brutal way, stimulating Xia Lingwei's taste buds. Just a mouthful. She couldn't help but stand up. Her small tongue couldn't help but move frequently, trying to use this as a way to alleviate the spicy taste in her mouth. Sis! Jifan was nervous and wanted to laugh by Xia Lingwei's action. Fine beads of sweat quickly penetrated from Xia Lingwei's forehead. Jifan had quickly brought a bottle of water from the store next to him and watched Xia Lingwei drink it before saying, Sis, you don't have to force yourself if you can't eat spicy food. We'll just buy another non-spicy one. Despite drinking the water, Xia Lingwei was still smacking her tongue. You like it, and I want to try it. Chapter 83, Everything you said will come true one by one. As we all know, spiciness is not a taste sensation. There are only 4 basic taste sensations: sour, sweet, bitter and salty, and spiciness belongs to the pain sensation. Many people have lost their sense of taste when masks hit a few years ago, but only spicy is completely unaffected. And here's why. And someone who can't eat spicy food tries a bite of heavy spice, and it's as hard as if they were suffocating, and they can't suppress it at all. Looking at Xia Lingwei's adorable appearance, Jifan couldn't stop laughing. He left Xia Lingwei in an instant, and in the midst of Xia Lingwei's gaze, Jifan peeled through the crowd in 3 or 2 steps and rushed into a stall of chilled sour plum soup. Boss, come on, I'm in a hurry. Both ice and acid are effective in curbing the pain associated with spicy flavors. By the time Jifan brought over the chilled sour plum soup as fast as he could, Xia Lingwei was still sticking out her tongue and gasping for air, and it was even worse than just now. With tears and snot in her eyes and her body was still feverish. Sister, open your mouth. Jifan couldn't think too much and hurriedly started feeding Xia Lingwei with a spoon. After drinking a few mouthfuls of chilled sour plum soup, Xia Lingwei was much better, but her face was still red. Continuing to shop is definitely impossible. At this time Xia Lingwei can no longer see a trace of the shadow of the female president. Only a broken girl who can't eat spicy food. Sister, are you better? Jifan leaned down and got next to Xia Lingwei, who was sitting on a small bench, and asked worriedly, "It's okay, just take a moment." Xia Lingwei sat on the small bench, with a hint of a gasp in her words. Her hands gently supported Jifan's body, almost as if she was leaning on him with her entire body. It was obvious that she was still very weak. Before this, Jifan hadn't known that a physique that couldn't eat spicy food would become like this after eating spicy food. It seems that in the future, he resolutely can't let Xia Lingwei touch spicy, not even a tiny bit. Jifan secretly made up his mind inwardly. After waiting for a full 10 or so minutes, even the cold-skinned grandma asked several times with concern before Xia Lingwei finally returned to normal. "Come on, it's okay." Xia Lingwei stood up and at the same time said thanks towards the cold-skinned grandma. Xia Lingwei still wanted to continue shopping. The intention was to come to fix dinner, but this was just starting. Jifan's cold skin was also because he only ate 1 or 2 bites and left it there. He must still be hungry, but Jifan was adamant that he didn't agree anymore. He was usually very Buddhist at all times, and even more so with his sister, but today this was non-negotiable. Unable to argue with Jifan, Xia Lingwei could only give up and immediately got on Jifan's small electric donkey. "Sister, you're so cute when you blush." Before getting into the car, Jifan suddenly came to Xia Lingwei's ear and said quietly. Xia Lingwei's beautiful eyes glared, but the redness colored the roots behind her ears, not knowing if it was because of the spiciness or the shame. At this time, Jifan's demeanor suddenly changed, and he looked seriously at Xia Lingwei, stretching out his hands to hold Xia Lingwei's small head, his tone unprecedentedly serious. "Sister, I don't love someone because she likes spicy food, and I don't love you because you don't eat spicy food. Remember from now on, no matter what, your body comes first. And you have to love yourself more than you love me, so that you can always love me." Xia Lingwei blinked her big eyes, and under Jifan's serious gaze, she hummed out a hum from her nose while gently nodding her head. "What's going on? It's so heartwarming to be held by a baby like that. It's so damn secure. It's awesome." Jifan naturally didn't know that Xia Lingwei's nymphomaniac love brain had reached its peak in that moment just now, and after seeing Xia Lingwei's promise he let go of his hand and turned around to get on the small electric donkey. Before he had an electric car, Jifan would compare every time he went out. "This place is so far away. I'm not going. That place seems even farther away. It must take a long time." But after owning an electric car, Jifan discovered an amazing thing. Going anywhere is half an hour. So, after half an hour, Jifan had brought Xia Lingwei back to the neighborhood. Before entering the neighborhood, Jifan suddenly had a whim and ran to the supermarket at the entrance of the neighborhood to buy a packet of instant noodles. And Xia Lingwei, who was following behind her, saw this and also took a packet of them surreptitiously. This small action made Jifan, who saw it, cry and laugh a little. "Sister, do you eat junk food like instant noodles too?" Xia Lingwei spat out her tongue. "I've looked it up. Instant noodles are just simply not nutritious. It's okay to eat one once in a while. And, what you said before, you're going to cook instant noodles for me to eat, and that you cook the best instant noodles in the world." Hearing Xia Lingwei say what she said a few years ago so solemnly, Jifan could only hide his embarrassment with a smile. At that time, I didn't know that my online love interest was Xia Lingwei, either. It's normal for ordinary people to eat instant noodles, but Xia Lingwei, I guess. Anyway, Jifan had been home for more than 3 years, not to mention eating instant noodles at night, but something like eating something past 8 o'clock was unbelievable to Xia Lingwei. And now, at 8:20, it's clearly over. But looking at Xia Lingwei's slightly petulant expression, Jifan couldn't refuse. "If I had known, I wouldn't have come over to buy instant noodles. I would have just gone home and cooked noodles for Xia Lingwei to eat." With things as they were, Jifan could only show off his bubbly skills tonight. When I got home, Zhang Ma and Auntie Wang were watching TV in the living room. "Missy, young master, have you had dinner yet?" Seeing Xia Lingwei and Jifan return, Zhang Ma immediately got up and asked. "Look, Mrs. Zhang, my brother said he'll cook me noodles for dinner tonight." Xia Lingwei raised the bag in her hand, which contained 2 white elephant instant noodles. Even the flavor was purposely chosen to be the same as Jifan's, tomato and egg noodles. Jifan looked at Xia Lingwei, who was showing off in front of Zhang Ma, and did not say anything to stop her. Sooner or later, the two of them were going to be known by their families, and it was good to let everyone get used to it ahead of time. Mrs. Zhang didn't quite understand what was so great about cooking an instant noodle that was worth showing off. What did Missy want that she didn't have? And was an instant noodle worth being so happy about? But Zhang Ma did not say that as long as Missy was happy, she was happy. Jifan had already entered the kitchen carrying instant noodles. Boil water, open the water to the surface, and then drop in the seasonings. Add a little bit of soy sauce and crack an egg into it. Make sure to whisk the eggs well so that the noodles and eggs blend and taste differently. Xia Lingwei was leaning on the kitchen doorway, looking at Jifan with both eyes. Jifan when he's serious. Super handsome. 10 minutes later, both bowls of noodles were out of the pot, and Jifan even cut himself 2 scallions and sprinkled them on top of the noodles as a garnish to make it look a little more professional. Dinner is served. It was almost 9 o'clock when the two finally ate their dinner for the day. Looking at Jifan who was happily eating noodles in front of her, Xia Lingwei had the same smile in her eyes. Baby, it's been almost 4 years, but I remember every single thing you used to say vividly, and now, one by one, they're coming true. Chapter 84 Bad news keeps coming. After settling dinner the duo didn't continue to linger in the living room. Jifan still had work in the evening and Xia Lingwei likewise had her own things to do, so each of them went back to their own rooms. Find out if there's something wrong with the Xia group. Before opening the coding software, Jifan thought about it or sent a message to Pei Xiaohua first. After the other party returned an OK, Jifan began to seriously code words. I don't know if it's because of the reason of falling in love. Jifan always feels that he has been writing novels a lot smoother lately. Not only not stuck in the text, but also more and more people are reading it. Love the right person and it seems like everything you do you feel sparkly. Day 2. Yesterday, Xia Lingwei came back on her own little donkey, and Jifan was already prepared to take her to the office again today, getting up early. But when he went downstairs he only saw the busy Mrs. Zhang and Auntie Wang. Where's sister? Jifan asked curiously. At this time, Xia Lingwei should have already gotten up. Missy has gone out, without breakfast, in a hurry. Jifan frowned. It seemed to be the same as what he thought. Xia's group should have encountered some kind of problem, otherwise Xia Lingwei wouldn't have gone out in such a hurry. Pei Xiaohua has not yet given himself information, only asked him last night. To check should not be so fast. Jifan can only continue to wait. Mrs. Zhang, I won't be home for breakfast either. Jifan thought about leaving the house straight away. Xia's group headquarters. He went to work at 9 o'clock, but it was only 8 o'clock out when Xia Lingwei was already at the company. Mr. Xia, the news we got early this morning. It seems that the land above that piece of land is going to be given to the Sure Group. Not only that, but Tim's group has released a new promotion as of this morning. Any customer who has spent more than $1 million under Xia's group in the past year will get 20% off when they go to Toki's group to spend money in the same category. Xia's group was able to re-emerge in such a short period of time, mainly by relying on middle and high-end luxury goods. The product is profitable enough and the target customer is wealthy enough. But now this time the Sure Group is to break the foundation of the Xia Group. Also, our team of chief designers has been poached by the Toki Group. In just one night's work, the entire Xia clan had changed. However, where exactly did the Sure Group get its backbone from, actually daring to target the Xia Group in such a way? As far as Xia Lingwei knew, after the Xia clan cut off the connection with the Sure clan had become a target, and everyone went around them. But how is it possible to come up with so much liquidity all of a sudden? Just got the news. At that moment, the person reporting answered the phone, his eyes a bit averted, but still gritted his teeth and reported. Tim's group just cut off 2 of our largest suppliers of garment processing plants, and our existing stock of the latest season's garments is simply not enough to support the current orders. The bad news was one after another, and Xia Lingwei, who had experienced great storms, was frowning at this moment. There must be someone behind the Toki group, and the person who supported him was not a powerful person. From Shanjing? Xia Lingwei thought of the low piece. Last night there was a meeting to discuss the card process, and today there are whispers that the land is going to the Time Group. But Xia Lingwei wasn't worried. As long as Xia's group didn't collapse, didn't voluntarily give up, or didn't make any major mistakes, then the project was already a done deal. And now the above has been stuck, not allowing Xia's group to start construction, obviously waiting for the Time Group to completely crush Xia's after Xia's own exit. Well, so blatant. In the conference room, all the company executives were there, and Su Jiro also walked out from the elevator with a grave face. After seeing Xia Lingwei, Su Jiro gently nodded and walked behind her. It's true that someone from the Shanjing side made a move, but I didn't find out which family made the move, and what's certain is that it's the same family as what happened to the Xia clan more than 10 years ago. Xia Lingwei nodded. The sooner or later is going to come. There is no use to disorganize yourself. Soldiers come to block the water to cover the earth on the line. 9 o'clock. Normal working hours, but the conference room has spent nearly an hour. Xia's group downstairs. 5 or 6 old guys suddenly walked in, straight to the top floor conference room. The door of the conference room was pushed open. The general manager of the sales department who was speaking had his words stuttered, and everyone looked at the door. Mr. Zhang, what brings you here? Zhang Linson, one of the shareholders of Xia Group, holding 10% of the shares of Xia Group, the second largest shareholder of Xia Group. But he wasn't the only one who came today. He was followed by several people, all of whom were existing shareholders of Xia's Group. The most Zhang Linson owns 10% of the shares, the least owns 5%, and the 5 people together own 35% of the shares. What's this talk? Shouldn't we, as shareholders, come when something so big happens to the company? Overnight, Xia's Group changed from the first in Shanghai to a shaky. This is now the stock market has not yet opened. Can be expected to wait for another half an hour? Xia's Group stock will absolutely fall through the sky. And how can they, the shareholders, not be in a hurry when the wealth in their hands will rapidly shrink or even evaporate? Ling Wei, your ability is there for all to see. But now that such a big thing has happened to the Xia Group, what do you say to deal with it? If it's not handled well, then don't blame us uncles and uncles. Now these shareholders are Xia Ji and Year when the power to save the tide stayed, and then Xia's Group continued to go down. They did not leave. Can be considered with Xia's Group to share the pain. But these past few years, Xia's Group continued to grow bigger, and every year they could get a large sum of money without doing anything, and they didn't want to lose this kind of good life. Mr. Zhang is right. If Mr. Xia can't take on the heavy responsibility, then we can choose another high-minded person. Several other shareholders began to rise up. Xia Lingwei just watched with cold eyes, waiting for them to stop after making a scene for a while before Xia Lingwei opened her mouth unhurriedly. Uncles, since you know that it's crunch time for the Xia Group, you're still wasting time here? If you uncles don't want to save Xia, you can just say so. There's no need to resort to these petty tactics and barge into the conference room to disturb us at this critical time. After a pause, seeing that none of them squeaked, Xia Lingwei continued. Of course, if you uncles believe in me, Xia Lingwei, just retire well at home, and the Xia Group will naturally give you all an explanation. If you uncles don't believe in me, Xia Lingwei, then for the sake of the many years of friendship with my father, I can acquire the shares in your hands at the current market value. Think clearly, there's only one chance. If you don't favor Xia's Group, then you can change your hands now. At least you can still get a large sum of money. Wait a little longer, this share may be worthless. This 35 shares had always been a thorn in Xia Lingwei's heart. This time there might be a chance to keep all the shares firmly in the hands of the Xia family. Chapter 85, Surname G. The shareholders left. Under Xia Lingwei's strong speech, they knew that they couldn't curry any favor here, and at the same time, they had to go back and think about whether the shares should stay in their hands or be sold. Of course, the decision will depend on what happens when the 9:30 general market opens. After driving the shareholders away, Xia Lingwei quickly formulated a few plans to deal with the situation and let the people below go ahead and implement them. The enemy they faced this time was very powerful and aggressive, and although the other party was only using the hands of the tokens, they were still not to be underestimated. But Xia Lingwei had already prepared for this day when she took over Xia's Group has already experienced helplessness and despair once. That kind of feeling of having no place to use one's strength. Xia Lingwei or Xia Jian will definitely not be willing to do it again. Back in the office, only Su Jiro followed. Only the two of them could know the next words. But just as she entered the office, Xia Lingwei smelled a fragrance. She looked behind her suspiciously at Su Jiro. You bought breakfast? Su Jiro shook her head blankly. She herself rushed over without even eating breakfast after getting the news. How could she have time to buy breakfast for Xia Lingwei? Not to mention the two of them, but all the people at the meeting this morning, one or the other, were hungry. Some may have bought 2 buns halfway through the day to have a couple of bites later in their work break, but more people are designated to have no breakfast today. If not you, then who? In the entire Xia Group, other than Su Jiro, who can go in and out of the president's office when Xia Lingwei is not around, there is a second person? The two walked in suspiciously, and there were 2 breakfasts on Xia Lingwei's desk. Steaming hot soy milk, 2 donuts, 2 meat buns. It's the buns from Yang Xiangfang. His meat buns can be hard to get in the morning. There's often a 30 to 40 minute line. Su Jiro instantly recognized the provenance of the breakfast on this table. She and Xia Lingwei both quite like to eat the buns from this place. It's just that in the past few years of working, they don't have so much effort to queue up anymore. Here's another note. Su Jiro's eyes were sharp, and she instantly realized that there was also a note pressed on the table, and immediately reached out and took it. The handwriting is quite nice and crisp. Sister, I bought you breakfast. Make sure you remember to eat it. Oh, take care of your body. P.S. The other copy is for Assistant Su. You're welcome. This message, at a glance, was Jifan. There was no one else. Yo yo yo. No shame in having a brother. Bracket. Love brother. Xia Lingwei was silent, snatched the note in Su Jiro's hand, carefully folded it like a treasure, and put it in her pocket. Only after this was done did he take a small sip of the soy milk. The other side. Jifan went to the company for 2 hours, and after doing some work he needed to approve, he was called out by Pei Xiaohua in a hurry. What's wrong? Downstairs in the cafe, Ji-fan watched Pei Xiaohua drink the coffee in front of him in one gulp and asked with some curiosity, what was it that made Pei Xiaohua lose his temper so much? Old Ji, I've found out what you're talking about, and it's a bit deep. Ji-fan took a small sip of his coffee. It was bitter. He didn't say anything, waiting for Pei Xiaohua to continue on. After a cup of coffee, Pei Xiaohua calmed down a bit, and it was obvious that he had indeed found out something extraordinary. Something's gone terribly wrong with the Xia group. These were Pei Xiaohua's first words, directly rendering the emotions to the extreme, causing Ji-fan's entire nerves to tense up. More than 10 years ago, Xia's group was in the ascendant, but all of a sudden it suffered a crackdown. After that, Zhanhai's local enterprises caught wind of it and came over to get a piece of the pie. And if it wasn't for Uncle Xia's power to save the day, Xia's group should have collapsed at that time. This was the first time Ji-fan had heard of this matter, but he had not specifically learned the details. Uncle Xia had the opportunity to continue making the Xia group bigger at that time, but I don't know what he was thinking. But after that time he started to let the group decline, until Xia Lingwei took over, and only then did the Xia group become what it is today. The various twists and turns are not clear to anyone but the parties involved, for specific reasons. Some say that it was Xia Jian who suffered a blow and has not been interested in the business world since then. Others say that Xia Jian is suffering from some kind of threat, so he stopped developing the company. Some people even say that Xia Jian, who had a smooth ride all his life, suddenly realized that there are people outside of the world, doubted himself, and began to fall apart. Anyway, there are any number of versions of the rumor, but none of them have any solid credibility. So, what does it have to do with the current Xia group? After talking for half a day, Pei Xiaohua still hadn't said the key point, which made Ji-fan a little anxious. This time, Xia's group suddenly suffered a blow, and it's clearly a retaliation from the Shi's group. But anyone with a discerning eye knows that the Shi's group doesn't have the strength to do so, and behind the scenes, it's that same power from over a decade ago, striking again. I also don't know how the Time group contacted the other side and gained their support, which enabled them to complete the identity change from defense to offense overnight. Finally heard the point. Xia's group had suffered a crisis that came from Shi's group on the surface, but behind the scenes it was actually the same force that had been manipulating it more than 10 years ago. So, did you find out the source of that force? Pei Xiaohua smiled contemptuously. Of course I found out. Your brother's strength. Aren't you aware of that? There's nothing in this world I can't find out. Pei Xiaohua really didn't lie about this. Don't look at him like he's hanging around every day, but he's a real genius. Computer genius. A few years ago, Pei's group suffered a raging attack by offshore hackers. Just when everyone was not optimistic about Pei's group, there was a mysterious person who stepped in and killed the other party in only 1 hour. At that time, Pei's group offered a reward of $30 million to find out this kind person who helped them. But in the end, nothing happened. This man is Pei Xiaohua. The rumor of doing good deeds without leaving a name was actually a fear that his old man and brother would treat him as a drudge, so he had never dared to reveal his talent. He just wants to be a happy young master. As for studying law school, it's purely to know how many years you've done enough to get sentenced and to have a bottom line in your heart. The source of that force came from Shangjing. Pei Xiaohua glanced around to make sure no one was eavesdropping before saying quietly, the power from Shangjing made Ji-fan freeze for a moment. Why would they deal with the Xia group for no reason? With Uncle Xia's previous affair debt? Ji-fan was a bit confused and could only continue to look at Pei Xiaohua. Old Ji, in the end this news even took me some effort to find out. You must hold on after I tell you. After hearing Pei Xiaohua's words, Ji-fan was inexplicably a bit annoyed. He picked up his coffee and took a big sip. The bitter taste made his heart slightly quieter. That powerful family in Shangjing. The last name is Ji. P.S. Please bosses, in your spare time can you move a little hand to get rich? Take up a little bit of your free time. Give my brother to see 2 minutes of advertising. Send a free for love of power generation. Kid here bows to all the bosses. Chapter 86, in a flash. The beginning of 20,000 words is all thought out. This family name population was not much. Ji-fan in Zhanhai is not met the second last name of Ji. Did not expect the Beijing actually have a Ji family. Key, don't you have anything more to associate with it? Pei Xiaohua looked at Ji-fan's expression from the side and asked curiously. Ji-fan could tell at a glance what Pei Xiaohua was thinking, and he certainly had doubts himself. You see, your last name is Qi, and that's not a rare last name. The Xia group suffered from the Ji family's suppression more than 10 years ago. They should have been two forces without any connection. Think carefully again. Aunt's son married Uncle Xia in the fire after you became an adult. According to reason, Aunt's son and Uncle Xia should not have any contact with each other as well. But look at their current state. It's even more entwined than you and Xia Lingwei. Ji-fan gave him a blank look. Talk properly. How did he and his sister get tangled up in what was clearly a very innocent romantic relationship? Old G, think carefully. Even Pei Xiaohua had already brainstormed a big scene. Not to mention Ji-fan, a fiction author who wrote dog-blooded essays. By the time he had captured a few keywords, he had the beginning of 20,000 words written in his head, and was just about to find an editor to submit it to. My mom always told me that my dad died when I was very young, but never went into detail as to the cause of death. Now it looks like my cheap real dad might not be dead? Pei Xiaohua nodded his head vigorously like a chicken pecking at rice, while opening his mouth to add, not only are you not dead, but you're also an establishment member of the Shangjingji family, so your day of flying high has come. Taking a look at Pei Xiaohua, who didn't have a straight face, Ji-fan couldn't help but reach out and slap him. Shut up you, I only recognize my mom. As for my real dad, if my mom says it's dead then it's dead. Not to mention that this was still just a guess by the two of them. Even if it was true, Ji-fan wouldn't recognize it. Who is a man who has produced only one sperm the entire time and has never been a part of his life to recognize his father? What's more, he took a shot at Xia's group. Also, you can't recognize it. If you do, you're a bastard. In this circle, illegitimate children are lowly and unpopular. Pei Xiaohua's brain circuits were always a bit different from Ji-fan's. Givan considered the emotions. He considered the pros and cons, but Ji-fan didn't bother to talk about him. The heavens had opened a door for him, so surely all the other windows should be unlocked. Otherwise it would be too unfair. No wonder mom repeatedly instructed that she can't expose my sibling relationship with Xia Lingwei. Even her relationship with Uncle Xia is not known to many people. The feeling is that she is jealous of the Ji family. A lot of things that he didn't quite understand before. Now Ji-fan suddenly had it all straightened out. The six-figure, high-fashion clothes I've worn from high school to now make sense all at once. Ji family is so fierce. Their own mother is certainly not any ordinary talent, right? No, Uncle Xia is also very normal. But Mom and Uncle Xia are two such smart people. It's hard not to think that a single escape will be enough to avoid the Ji family. Ji-fan somewhat didn't quite understand his mom and Uncle Xia's thoughts, but now wasn't the time to care about their thoughts. So what can we do now? After thinking for half a day, Ji-fan suddenly looked at Pei Xiaohua and asked. Pei Xiaohua also suddenly reacted. Gossip and these things don't seem to be of any help right now. Xia's group is already being targeted. With the Ji family's strength, dealing with Xia's group won't be too much effort. Now that they hadn't even made a direct move, and had only slightly supported the Shi group, they were able to make the Xia group burnt out. For the time being, we can't do anything. If you really want to, I can think about directly hacking into the Ji family's network and giving them a big one, ensuring that they won't have the heart to target the Xia group anymore. But the result doesn't need Pei Xiaohua to say. Ji-fan himself is a student of law and naturally knows the consequences of doing this. Not to mention that with the Ji family's strength, their network must have hired top electronic experts to maintain it. Facing such a behemoth, Pei Xiaohua can attack it or not, even if they really let Pei Xiaohua have his way. Once they are caught, with the Ji family's energy, this life Pei Xiaohua will only be able to spend it in jail. As for whether or not he could catch it, Ji-fan definitely wouldn't let Pei Xiaohua take that risk. That's definitely not okay. Ji-fan shook his head and directly overruled Pei Xiaohua's decision. Besides, although the other party is bullying the small, the other party is using proper business tactics. You're not as strong as the other guy, and it's inevitable that the big fish will eat the little fish. The mall is like a battlefield. If you fall behind, you can only be beaten, and if you are beaten, you can only stand upright. But you don't have to worry too much. Xia Lingwei isn't made of clay, otherwise she wouldn't be able to make it to where she is now in just 3 years. If it's just the Toki group charging here, that won't bring down the Xia group. Although Xia Lingwei didn't know exactly who the hand behind her was, she had already been preparing for it when she took over the Xia group 3 years ago, and was definitely not without a fight. It was now after 11 o'clock, and Ji-fan turned on his cell phone. Xia group's stock is indeed plummeting today, and it's already down in just over half an hour. If this trend continued, it wouldn't take long for Xia's group to be completely vaporized, and it might even be burdened with huge debts. There's no rush. With the roots of the Xia group, it's not a big problem to hold out for a while. It's up to Sister Lingwei to find a way to deal with it. Once you get Xia's group reversed, it's only going to get more. Danger and opportunity always go hand in hand. When you encounter danger, but also represents a great opportunity, it depends on whether you can turn misfortune into good fortune and catch it. Times group so ferocious attack. Once let Xia's group to resist, that the whole Jianghai will completely become Xia's group world, in no group can be out of its right. Well, it looks like it will have to wait. Ji-fan couldn't do much to help at a time like this. He could only choose to trust Xia Lingwei. If we really want to help, it is to quickly help Xia's group to open the network market. Now Xia's group go mostly entity of the high-end industry, too easy to be targeted. Once you open up the online market, it's harder to be targeted. Jifan put down his cell phone and leaned back on the sofa, gently rubbing his temples. He knew that Xia Lingwei must be under tremendous pressure at this time. Jifan didn't bother Xia Lingwei, and the chat between the two of them stayed past 9 o'clock. Xia Lingwei said breakfast was appetizing and sent a sticker emoji. This was followed by a few words of concern sent by Jifan, but Xia Lingwei didn't reply to any of them. So busy that she didn't even have the time to return Jifan's message. One could imagine the urgency of Xia Lingwei now. After thinking about it, Jifan picked up the coffee in front of him and drank it in one go, then stood up in Pei Xiaohua's bewildered gaze and walked towards the door. Only halfway there did Pei Xiaohua hear Jifan's voice. Pei Ergu, I'll go to work first. Single you buy it. Chapter 87, Sujiro, I'm always the one who gets hurt. A day passed quickly, and Xia's group seemed to have been completely dumbfounded by the sudden attack, and had not been able to make any effective countermeasures. Jifan stayed at Hongjing Media the whole day, not going to the headquarters or taking the initiative to contact Xia Lingwei, only sent her a message at noon to make sure she had eaten lunch. At 6:50 in the evening, Jifan had eaten dinner at home alone, while Xia Lingwei had not yet returned. Unmotivated to write, thinking that Xia Lingwei should not have eaten dinner yet, Jifan asked Zhang Ma to find 2 insulated lunchboxes. Tonight, Zhang Ma made Xia Lingwei's favorite sweet and sour pork ribs, and even though she didn't come back, Jifan could send it over to her. The entrance to Xia's group. It was now almost 7:30, but the Xia group building was still brightly lit, and even Jifan, who was standing outside, could see the tense atmosphere in the building. There were extraordinarily many people working overtime today, and Jifan was even stopped by the security guard when he entered. When a conglomerate has even security guards working overtime, that means it's really at a critical point. Jifan took out his previous work permit, swiped his card, and passed. Without using the president's special elevator, Jifan took the ordinary staff elevator, a dozen floors high, but Jifan felt like a long time had passed. By the time he stepped out of the elevator he just happened to bump into an oncoming Xiaoya. Yes sis. Jifan reached out to help Xiaoya, but Xiaoya was just too busy. She was carrying a file bag in one hand, and a few pieces of information under the armpit of her other hand, and she was holding the phone in her hand as she kept saying something. Seeing Jifan, she also just nodded lightly before entering the elevator at a fiery pace. The president's office should be at its busiest right now. Along the way, everyone Jifan's eyes could see was busy, so busy that Jifan didn't dare to disturb them. Soon Jifan arrived at Xia Lingwei's office, and before he could enter, Xia Lingwei's urgent voice came from inside. I've only given you 1 day to think about it. Sign the contract by 12 o'clock tonight and I'll buy it at today's opening price. Later, forget it. Of course, I won't stop you if you guys want to sell it to someone else, but with the situation that Xia's group is in now, as long as someone else isn't stupid, they can't possibly be in a hurry, much less offer a higher price than me. Although Jifan was an amateur, he could hear that Xia Lingwei wanted to hold the entire Xia clan group in her hands. To make such a decision at this point in time, I don't know if Xia Lingwei is artistically bold or broken. Jifan knocked on the door only after Xia Lingwei hung up. Enter. After hanging up the phone, Xia Lingwei's words no longer have the biting cold and strong just now, and there is only a strong exhaustion. Push open the door to go in. Xia Lingwei's head did not lift, still seriously reading the documents on the table. The right-hand side is a cup of coffee. Looks like it was just sent and not long ago. After watching for a moment, she reached for the coffee, but immediately, her hand was held. Xia Lingwei raised her head violently, and only after meeting Jifan's eyes did the expression on her face turn gentle. What brings you here? Jifan didn't answer her and first brought over the coffee in Xia Lingwei's hand. Sister, less coffee. I brought you your favorite ribs. Don't drink the coffee. I'll get you a cup of tea. Gentle words, but with a hint of forcefulness that could not be denied. Xia Lingwei obediently nodded. Jifan opened the boxed lunch and the meals were separated out and placed one by one in front of Xia Lingwei. Only after this was done did Jifan turn and walk out of the office with her cup in hand. Jifan? In the pantry, Jifan bumped into Sujiro who was receiving coffee. She looked at Jifan with surprise and didn't understand how Jifan could appear in the company at this time. I've come to bring my sister's food, and I've brought you one too. Less coffee. The same persuasion, but Jifan didn't move Sujiro's cup, just silently watched her leave after still holding a full cup of coffee. When she entered the office again, Xia Lingwei was discussing something with Sujiro, and only when she saw Jifan come in did she hastily stop talking and silently put down the information and picked up chopsticks. Without turning around, Sujiro knew who was coming. It was only when facing Jifan that Xia Lingwei was the little girl with the love brain, and when facing everyone else she was General Manager Xia. However, Sujiro still had to thank Jifan. Only when Xia Lingwei stopped could she take this opportunity to have a meal and take a break. Otherwise, with Xia Lingwei's workaholic personality, and now being the most stressful time for Xia's group, not to mention dinner. It's still a question of whether or not she'll have breakfast tomorrow, but just after opening the lunchbox, the tiny bit of gratitude Sujiro had just expressed to Jifan instantly evaporated. Looking at the ribs piled up in Xia Lingwei's bowl, and then looking at her own bowl of mostly green vegetables, Sujiro raised her head and squeezed out an awkward yet polite smile at Jifan. Sure enough, to be favored is to be emboldened. Look at Xia Lingwei, not even bothering to eat, but there was a pot full of her favorite ribs waiting for her. And then look at himself, he obviously wanted to eat, but he could only rub a little bit of Xia Lingwei's light, or half a pot of green vegetables. Sister Jiro, that's all Zhangma made today, so you can just make do. Jifan had apologized, so what could Sujiro say? But she could only stretch out her chopsticks and head straight for Xia Lingwei's bowl. They used to get together in college and chuck each other's bowls together, and had long since gotten used to eating that way, and not only that, but she was mouthing the words, it's fine, ms. Xia can't eat that much either, I'll help her eat some, but the next second, she froze, the outstretched chopsticks caught air. Xia Lingwei was like a food-protective kitten, protecting her lunchbox tightly, not giving Sujiro a chance at all. No, Xia Lingwei, what are you doing? Anxious. Sujiro was anxious. Eat your own. This is the meal the baby brought me and I'm going to finish it all. Sujiro? Well, so that's what's waiting for me here, is it? I know I have dog food to eat, so I purposely call me less food. She kind of saw that these two in front of her is the same, have the opposite sex but not human nature. The one who is hurt is always herself. Retaliatory 3 or 2 bites of his bowl of the scattered pieces of ribs ruthlessly stuffed into the mouth. A day of high-intensity work did not make Sujiro difficult, but this mouthful of dog food almost let her clam port. I'm done eating, you two take your time showing off here, I won't keep you company. Hurriedly picking up a few mouthfuls of rice, Sujiro hugged her lunchbox and left the office with hatred, leaving Xia Lingwei and Jifan behind. Sister, is it true that you didn't eat much for lunch either? Seeing that Xia Lingwei was still eating, Jifan suddenly opened his mouth and asked. The panic on Xia Lingwei's face flickered, and Jifan reached out, lightly scratching at her nose. You lied, you didn't eat at lunch either. This will not be allowed in the future. The body is the most important thing. The company is gone can rise again later. Really can't I write novels to support you? Chapter 88, as long as you don't leave me. Jifan didn't stay at the company for long, and after watching Xia Lingwei finish her meal he packed up and left. Although Xia Lingwei promised on her lips that Jifan would come back as soon as possible, but looking at today's situation, it was probably difficult. After returning home Jifan felt a sense of crisis. If Xia's group really had problems, then her sister would definitely suffer a considerable blow. Can't touch the fish anymore. Have to code harder or how will I feed my sister? She can't be allowed to follow her into a life of poverty. It went on until 11:30 p.m. Jifan had never worked so hard and frantically before, and it even smelled like he hadn't finished yet. Jifan stretched and stood up from the computer. Except for the chapters that are going to be updated today, the rest are set to be sent automatically at regular intervals. After doing this Jifan pushed open the door to his room. The living room was quiet. No movement at all. Jifan frowned and turned on the light. He first came to Xia Lingwei's room door and gently knocked, but no one answered. Still not back? Puzzled, Jifan looked at his cell phone again to make sure it was almost 12 o'clock. In fact, this level of work was something that Xia Lingwei had gotten used to as early as 3 years ago. It was just that Jifan was at school at that time, so he wasn't aware of it. After hesitating for a long time, in the end, Jifan still didn't call Xia Lingwei and just sent a message over. Seeing Xia Lingwei's delay in returning, Jifan returned to his room. The next day, Jifan woke up before 7, walking out the door to take a look. Xia Lingwei did indeed stay out all night, and I don't know if she rested last night. Zhang Ma was already preparing breakfast and was a bit surprised to see Jifan coming downstairs so early. Good morning, young master. Didn't you sleep well last night? Sleeping is okay, but how can you sleep deeply when your heart is attached? Jifan smiled and greeted Zhang Ma and also dug into the kitchen. Young master can go and wait. Breakfast will be ready soon. Seeing Jifan enter the kitchen, Zhang Ma thought he was urging breakfast, but on weekdays Jifan couldn't even get up this early, and Zhang Ma was just getting ready to make it. No, you get yours, Mrs. Zhang. I'll fry an egg for my sister and bring it to her later. Jifan was actually a bit of a cook, and not like he said himself. He could only cook instant noodles, eggs and even fry them with love. The free-range education from a young age had predestined Jifan's hands-on ability to not be weak, but that didn't stop him from being lazy, just for Xia Lingwei's sake. Today's breakfast is buckwheat bread, made by Zhang Ma and Auntie Wang themselves, which is nutritious and healthy. 2 cakes, plus an omelette. The milk was warmed up and placed inside the lunchbox. After thinking about it, Jifan took 2 more fresh apples. All the nutrients that should be there were there. and Xia Lingwei couldn't eat so much. After getting ready, Jifan himself couldn't even be bothered to eat breakfast and carried on out the door, leaving Zhang Ma behind him standing at a loss for words. She waited for him to go out the door before shouting, "Young master, you haven't eaten yet." But Jifan had already heard nothing. The small electric donkey was added to his maximum horsepower, coupled with the fact that it was still early in the morning and there were not so many cars on the streets. Jifan only used 20 minutes to arrive at Xia's group. It was not even 7:30 when Jifan arrived downstairs, and there was still a full hour and a half left from the usual working hours. Xia's group was quiet, no movement at all until Jifan stepped out of the elevator. The president's office and the sizzling sound came. Jifan quietly closed the president's office. Zhang Delusion red eyes and that looking through the information. Next to him was Wang Wei, with his eyes glued to the computer screen calculating something. These two looked like they'd been up all night. Jifan didn't disturb them and quietly entered Xia Lingwei's office. I don't know if Xia Lingwei slept last night, but when Jifan came in, she was lying on the table, with unfinished coffee next to her, and I don't know if she drank the tea Jifan made. Walking gently to Xia Lingwei's side, Jifan inexplicably shivered. Frowning, Jifan glanced at the air conditioner. It was actually 18 degrees Celsius. Could it be that being colder clears your head? At this time, Jifan found the blanket that had slipped on the ground. At the same time, Xia Lingwei couldn't help but curl up into a pile because her body was too cold, and her body was still trembling slightly. Jifan hurriedly picked up the blanket on the floor and covered Xia Lingwei's body, and ran to the door to set the air conditioner to 28 degrees Celsius. After doing this, Jifan didn't wake up Xia Lingwei, but quietly left the office. 10 minutes past 8. Xia's group one after another. A lot of people have come to work. The situation is urgent. In addition to overtime people, the rest of the people also from 9 o'clock to work adjusted to 8:30. However, yesterday's turn of events still had a considerable impact on the Xia group, especially the attack by the Toki group. In the afternoon of yesterday, Shi's group openly threw an olive branch to the employees of Xia's group. Any employee who has worked for Xia's group for more than a year can come directly to Shi's group. Employees who have worked for more than 3 years get a 10% raise. For more than 5 years, a 20% salary increase. Xia's group was already very good in terms of salary and benefits, and in this case there is also a salary increase, which is a great temptation for many people. Although on the surface no one had left voluntarily yet, behind the scenes there were already quite a few mid-levels in contact with the Tokyo group. As long as this step was achieved, even if none of them came in the end, the Tim's group would still make a bloody profit. Xia's group is shrouded in such a mood. People are on edge, and the bottom employees are even more unmotivated to work. If Xia Lingwei couldn't come up with any effective response plan out in these few days, then it was very likely that the Xia group would collapse in a matter of moments. The president's office is all here. None of them went back last night. At least the girls that Jifan hadn't seen were in the lounge for a short break, and they all got up just after 8 o'clock to continue working. At 8:30, Jifan appeared at the president's office. "Yes, sister, here's breakfast and drinks for everyone." 2 large bags were placed on the table, and Jifan had just run down there to get breakfast. It wasn't much more upscale, but it would save them a lot of time before they skipped breakfast again. "Go check on Mr. Summer. She didn't sleep all night last night." Jifan gently nodded and re-entered Xia Lingwei's office. She hadn't woken up yet, probably too tired, and her face wasn't even as rosy as it used to be. Jifan moved a stool and sat right across from her, his eyes unblinking as he looked at Xia Lingwei. "I'm sorry, I can't seem to help you much. If I had known that there would be such a day, I should have studied finance in college. Learning this crap law school is useless." While Jifan was somewhat chagrined, Xia Lingwei slowly opened her eyes. She looked at the man in front of her, her voice soft and a little husky. "As long as you don't leave me, you're doing me the biggest favor you can." Chapter 89, Baby, you're a blessing to me. Jifan looked at Xia Lingwei in front of him with heartache and reached out to take the milk from the side. The quality of the insulated box is great, and the milk is still warm and just right to the taste by now. Taking a small sip of milk and looking at the loving simplicity sandwiched between the bread, a happy smile surfaced on Xia Lingwei's face. If one is not greedy, happiness is actually really simple. 2 people who love each other with all their hearts and a home that provides a roof over their heads. But this ordinary happiness is so unattainable for many people. People's hearts and minds brushed off 99% of the first one. The second one is equally uncomplicated. How many relationships, ultimately, lose out to S? Jifan felt happy. He was still young, and even if the Xia group did collapse, he believed that he would be able to work hard to give his sister a home that was sheltered enough to protect her from the wind and rain. But before that, he would support Xia Lingwei wholeheartedly. If you can't help her in her career, then take care of her in her life. Is it good? It's been so long since I've had my hands on a fried egg. The love is a little warped. Watching Xia Lingwei take small bites of food, Jifan couldn't help but ask. Although she barely slept all night, Xia Lingwei's eyes were brighter than ever. She had a thin blanket draped over her, and her whole body was curled up in a tiny chair. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she enjoyed eating the not-so-good-looking breakfast in front of her. Hearing Jifan's words, she lifted her head and nodded with a big smile. Jifan took a deep breath. Obviously Xia Lingwei was smiling, but he felt heartbroken inside. Lingwei, the foreign designer who intervened last night, Su Jiro, who rushed in hurriedly, saw this scene in front of her. Her voice ended abruptly, and then prepared to go out as if she hadn't seen anything. Come back. When Xia Lingwei's volume slightly increased, Su Jiro turned around and walked in again. Jifan had gotten up to give his place to Su Jiro and walked himself over to the sofa to sit down. Givan brought breakfast, and there's something for you, too. Xia Lingwei picked up another lunchbox and handed it to Su Jiro. Although there was no fried egg, the rest was roughly the same. Su Jiro didn't have time to care about this at this time. What she had to say was even more important. The foreign jewelry designer we contacted last night has replied, and he doesn't want to come. Last night Xia Lingwei searched for many channels before contacting this foreign first-tier jewelry designer team of people, wanting to spend a high price to invite each other back to the country. It didn't take long. Just give Xia Lingwei a month. A month was enough for Xia Lingwei to resolve this crisis and get back on her feet. I thought it was a sure thing, but I didn't realize that the other party had actually rebuffed it. Although Davis is a little famous in the international arena, but at most he can only be regarded as a first-tier designer. From the top is still quite a bit short of the price we offered. He has no reason to refuse it. Xia Lingwei knew that those top designer teams would definitely not be able to see herself, so she retreated to a first-tier designer of her choice. For Xia Lingwei, Xia's group is now in the biggest trouble. One is to solve the trouble of the production chain, but this she has long had second-hand preparation, although a little bit more urgent, but as long as a little more money, she can ensure that the new products can be supplied in a timely manner. As long as the new products are supplied in time, even if there is a price war on the side of the Sure Group, Xia Lingwei is not afraid at all. She was dealing with what was supposed to be middle to high-end spending. These rich people had money and those deals were just icing on the cake for them. As long as Xia's group did not fall, Xia Lingwei believed that the vast majority of regular customers would still choose Xia's group. The second is the defection of Xia's team of chief jewelry designers. It's no one's fault. The money was paid and there were better options, so of course they had to go. But this kind of person, if they want to come back in the future, Xia Lingwei won't give another chance. And Sure's group seized this point in making momentum. If the short-term Xia's group has no new products jewelry outflow, that shows that Xia's group's successor is weak. Others will naturally choose solemnly. If Xia Lingwei was able to hire an international team of first-class designers at this time, she would definitely be able to solve the problem this time. Although it is very reluctant to admit, but in the eyes of many people, high luxury brands abroad is more fragrant than the domestic. Xia's has been insisting on using top domestic designers all these years, but he didn't expect to be forced by his rivals to seek the help of foreign designers in the end, which is not a sad thing. Forget about not coming. Contact the next one. Xia Lingwei didn't dwell too much on the fact that the Xia clan was now being fully suppressed by the Sure clan. The official project was stuck. The designer team defected. The production chain was suspected to have been broken. And Sure's group paid high salaries to poach people and promoted vigorously to dig up customers, all of which added up to make it hard for Xia's group's stock to turn around. At this point, a big gimmick is necessary to first pull the stock price back, or stabilize it, to give Xia Lingwei time to follow up the operation. It's a bit difficult. I just got the news that all these slightly famous designers abroad have been warned by a force within China to not set foot in China. Su Jiro's face was ugly. This force didn't need to think about it to know that it was the force from the Shangjing side. The top international designers may not necessarily seldom face, but these ordinary first-class designers will never take the risk. And Xia's group has been using local Chinese designers before, resulting in almost no contact with those top international designers. It's hard to make a connection in this short period of time, let alone build a friendship that makes others want to help. This is directly cutting off Xia Lingwei's back. Looking at Xia Lingwei and Su Jiro's furrowed brows, Jifan couldn't help but frown as well, but just didn't make a sound. He didn't know much about this, but he knew that the situation was bad for Xia Lingwei right now. If he couldn't find a team of designers who could replace him in a short period of time, then there was no way to quickly solve the current crisis of Xia's group. Just then, Su Jiro's cell phone suddenly rang. She looked at the unfamiliar number on it suspiciously, and eventually chose to answer it. Hello, is this Assistant Su from the Xia group? I'm Lin. A somewhat cute girl's voice came out from inside the cell phone, but the words that came out made Xia Lingwei and Su Jiro get up at the same time. Lin, the new jewelry designer who has won several international awards in the last 2 years? Yeah, it's me. I heard that Xia's group is now short of a team of jewelry designers. My team and I have always wanted to go back to China to work. I don't know if Xia's group can give me this opportunity. The surprise came so suddenly that Su Jiro forgot to answer. Still, Xia Lingwei reacted one step faster, and hurriedly snatched Su Jiro's cell phone, her words filled with excitement. Hello, I'm Xia Lingwei. If you're willing to join our Xia group, it would be an honor for us. Xia Lingwei was genuinely afraid that this was a spoof call, but at this point she didn't have a better choice. Okay, I'll email you my team information and my ID later. Also, I have a flight tomorrow, so I don't know if that's going to be too sudden. Hearing this, Xia Lingwei already believed that the other party was real, and I've heard that this new international jewelry designer is from China, and his name is simply Opinion Lin, but now it seems that he's really from China. Everything is like a dream. Xia Lingwei and the other party to talk about the time to meet tomorrow. Until the other party hung up the phone, our half a day did not slow down. Until Jifan came over and patted her shoulder. Xia Lingwei suddenly turned her head in surprise and hugged Jifan fiercely, giving him a hard bark on the face. Baby, you are a blessing to me. Jifan looked at the excited Xia Lingwei, his eyes blank, and his hand touched the cheek he had just been kissed on. You, yourself, just seem to have been kissed by your sister, right? Chapter 90, The Bunny's Coming. Xia Lingwei and Su Jiro reveled in the sudden surprise, and Jifan felt a Xia Lingwei's sudden attack. Despite being in the same room, the three men were in very different moods. Jifan glanced at his cell phone in a hasty manner. It was almost 9 o'clock. Sister, I'll go first. Go to work first. You remember to rest. Looking at Jifan who had fled, both Xia Lingwei and Su Jiro froze. Why did Jifan run away when he was so happy? At this time, Xia Lingwei suddenly reacted. Her face brushed completely red, and she looked at Su Jiro with some hesitation, before finally opening her mouth to ask, Did I just kiss him? Su Jiro froze. It was clear that only a few minutes had passed, and both seemed to have selectively ignored Xia Lingwei's actions just now, and now that it was brought up by Xia Lingwei, the memory of this momentary blankness suddenly filled into the brain. The baby won't be scared of me, will it? Damn, should I explain this to the baby? Su Jiro, who had just been joyful, instantly felt tasteless, and she had already determined that she was a link in the play of these two goods. Jifan himself has not eaten breakfast yet. On the way to the company, casually bought 2 buns to cope with. Jifan stepped into the company at 9 o'clock before clocking in. Good morning, Ki-senpai. It had been a few days since he came to the company, but this was the first time Jifan had run into Wang Yunshu at the company. Wang Yunshu is the company's recent key building target. She is busier than Jifan. Always pure and unadulterated face is also stained with some of the wind and dust fatigue, but it does not affect her beauty. But more people I see pity. How's work these days? Whether it was as a senior or as a manager, there shouldn't be any rawness between Jifan and Wang Yunshu, but as a member of the opposite sex, or a member of the opposite sex who was so outstanding, Jifan felt that he should properly distance himself from her. It's very fulfilling, but I prefer to sing in peace and quiet. Facing Jifan, Wang Yunshu spoke her inner thoughts very directly, without the slightest worry that Jifan, being a manager, would have a change of opinion about her after hearing her words. She knew that Jifan was not such a person. Jifan had thought she had quite a few answers, but he hadn't expected the answer to be this one. He froze for a moment before saying, You don't have to force yourself if you don't like it. Life is all about doing what you like. Wang Yunshu's gaze was always on Jifan's body. It was clear that the two were communicating, but Wang Yunshu could always see a trace of detachment if any from Jifan. Her eyes dimmed a bit, then she nodded softly. Ki-senpai, I'll go to work first. Without saying anything more, Jifan crossed over to Wang Yunshu and walked towards his office. Wang Yunshu subconsciously turned her head to look at Jifan's faraway back, and only after she knew that Jifan was out of sight did she murmur in a small voice, It's okay if I don't like it as long as it helps you. It's just that Brother Van, it seems you don't remember me at all. Unfortunately, Jifan couldn't hear her whispers anymore. When she returned to the office, Li Yiru was already waiting for her early. This woman's workability is really extraordinary. In the small and medium-sized company is definitely a crane. But the reality is like this. Your ability to work is extraordinary, but you are just an ordinary bachelor's degree. Want to enter the top group is almost impossible. And, because she's a very beautiful woman, no matter how well she does, there will always be nasty-minded people behind the scenes who look at her through tinted glasses, thus overruling the hard work she puts in. Sometimes Jifan felt that humans were really a strange creature. There are women like Zhao Fei who will do anything for money, and there are also women like Li Yiru who can obviously rely on her body but sticks to the bottom line and only relies on her skills. Manager G, there are a few documents here that need your approval. Here's some of the latest developments in the sketch department. It's been organized so you can read it. These are drafts of short plays we've received recently, and we've recruited a couple of editors to review them, but you said that all scripts that have been drafted must be reviewed by you again. After Li Yiru, organized information is always so simple and clear. Well organized, Ji-fan do not want to do anything, as long as according to what she said one by one to see the past on the line. The more urgent ones she would mark in advance and put them at the top so that Jifan wouldn't get confused. By 11 a.m. Jifan had pretty much finished his work for the day, and the skip department was something he put on the end of his list. Just as he was about to take a good look at the newly selected script, Jifan's cell phone suddenly rang. Jiang Hai's number, but it's an unfamiliar call. After thinking about it, Jifan picked it up. Hello brother Fan, I'm Bunny, I've arrived in Jianhai City. Little bunny boy, the author of the women's ancient romance that he had contacted in the group, who had also been writing short plays, was Jifan's first important candidate. After the two of them had arranged a meeting place, Jifan left the company. At 11:14, Jifan met the bunny at the appointment. I don't have time to listen to your pie in the sky. The last time I came to this tavern, or no Xiaolingwei is his online sister, and then with Pei Xiaohua to this, did not expect today again. This little ninny is hinting at what he is. Senior Key, it's really you. Bunny was as cute looking as her screen name, with a round face, accented by a few disobedient freckles that surfaced mischievously on her face. Hello Bunny. Jifan touched his nose in some embarrassment. After all, the reason why she knew herself wasn't all that telling. This damn black history, how it lingers. Go in first. Jifan thought that the bunny was waiting for him here, but he didn't realize that she had only just arrived as well. Once inside, Jifan subconsciously looked for a corner by the window. I don't think you have many friends, Ki-senpai? Jifan looked at the other party suspiciously, but nodded honestly. There is only one true friend, Pei Xiaohua. It's hard to imagine that the man who has to pick the far corner seat to enter a tavern full of empty seats would be a man of, such a deeply affectionate man. Looking at the bunny who had stopped hard in the middle of her sentence, Jifan already knew what she wanted to say, not just to talk about how you became a dog licker, this kind of thing. In fact, Jifan himself was not sure. People are always going to have some sort of abnormal behavior at some point that they can hardly understand, even if they don't think anything of it at the time. But some people will be wrong all the way to the end, and they are more fortunate to have come to their senses in time to be themselves. By the way, introduce myself. My name is Wen Chuyao, a Jiang University student. I'll be a junior at the beginning of the school year, one term lower than my senior. Chapter 91. It doesn't matter if the process is right or not. The ending is right. Originally, Jifan was planning to have a few polite words with Wen Chuyao, but once he thought of the name of this tavern, Jifan decided that it would be better to get straight to the point. Bunny, I'd like to invite you to be my skit editor and help me review my scripts. You don't need to collect manuscripts. We have people who collect and initially review manuscripts. All you have to do is review a manuscript they've reviewed once and review it again. Since it's just starting out, when you stabilize later, you can work on your manuscript full-time, and we can charge 20% over the market rate for your manuscript. When Chuyao didn't say anything and was quietly listening, what Jifan said actually made her heart skip a beat. As a creator, inspiration is a very important thing, and she's just a 20-year-old college student who doesn't have that much life experience and relies on books and imagination a lot of the time. If she could read more of other people's manuscripts, she could get a lot of inspiration and learn something new herself. Base salary plus commission. You're responsible to the end for what's passed through your hands, and you're given a 5,000ths commission. 5,000ths is really high. The general newcomer to the submission even through the commission of 2 to 5,000ths of a percent. Jifan directly give her a review of 5,000ths of a percent, which makes Wen Chuyao somewhat flattered. Still, she didn't jump to the conclusion. Senpai, I'd like to know more about your company. If it's a small company, her biggest fear is that she'll work hard to get a script out, only to have the company lose it halfway through the shoot, not to mention the commission, and the script fee won't necessarily be available. And it's the kind of script that's already been used, that other companies usually won't take back until it catches fire. Instead, it's the breakout scripts that more than a few people are willing to pay to get multiple versions of. Does Summer's group know about this? After thinking about it, Jifan decided to be more direct. Xiao's group, this big tree, use it for nothing. I know, the biggest group in Jianghai. When Chuyao nodded, Jianghai people, almost do not know Xiao's group, but ordinary people generally do not go to pay special attention. Just know that Jianghai has such a big group. However, why did Jifan suddenly bring up the Xiao group? When Chuyao looked at Jifan curiously, waiting for him to continue. The company you're about to join is called Macroview Media. It's already been acquired by the Xiao group, and I'm now the general manager of this company. The Xiao group's name was just as good, and when Chuyao's eyes changed when Jifan said this. If before, looking at Jifan was still looking at a dog-licking senior with curiosity, now it was looking at a school general manager senior with admiration. This kid, he's kinda simple. Wow, thighs. Senior, you're so good. How come you didn't think about it in the first place? The atmosphere suddenly froze, and Jifan decided to take back what he had just said about her. This dead kid, not innocent at all. but that's in keeping with the self-mastery of a good writer, who always likes to get to the bottom of whatever the issue is. Jifan had reason to believe that his own glorious deeds might already have a prototype inside her novel. The main reason why she asked in such detail was that she didn't quite understand why it was done. In case it's written and readers ask her back, is there such a stupid man in the world? This time she was able to pull out Kithan's standard answer. It just looked like Jifan didn't have a standard answer here either, which caused a pang of regret to flash across Wen Shuyao's face. The drinks and snacks ordered by the two of them had already come up. It just happened to be lunchtime. Jifan had originally planned to treat her to a meal, but Wen Shuyao had little interest in eating, so she just made do with what she had at this tavern. This kind of tavern is usually crowded with people at night and quiet during the day, making it a good place for conversation. It just seemed that the two were in an atmosphere that seemed more suited to silence right now. Senior, Xiao's group is making big moves again, being silent with each other. When Shuyao suddenly raised her head and looked at Jifan and said, since the company that he is going to enter is under Xiao's group, he will pay attention to Xiao's group by the way. But when Shuyao didn't expect that just after searching it, a big news popped up. Big move? Jifan probed curiously, and when Shuyao knowingly handed over his cell phone, Xia Lingwei, president of Xiao's group, announced today that Lin, the famous new jewelry designer, will lead her team to join Xiao's group, and tomorrow night Xiao's group will hold a welcome party for Lin. Lin, the rise of the new designers in the past 2 years, suspected Chinese, a debut on the first prize of the foreign newcomer design competition, but also won a number of top jewelry designers' praise. It was previously reported that Lin was competed for by many high-luxury jewelry brands abroad, and all of them were eventually rejected. I never thought that she would choose to join Xiao's group. It was previously rumored that the Xia group was facing turmoil, but now Lin's joining has undoubtedly broken that rumor and proved the strength of the Xia group. This press release was obvious to the discerning eye that it came from Xiao's group, but that's not important. What's important is the information released by Xiao's group. The addition of Lin is undoubtedly a solution to Xiao's burning problem. In terms of fame alone, Lin is hot throughout the international scene. Fresh out of the gate, I'm now in a place that has been out of reach for many people their entire lives, and each of the pieces she has handled and designed in the past 2 years has auctioned off for extremely high prices and is sought after by countless people. She's now just short of experience compared to the top jewelry designers. Prior to this, Lin hadn't joined any jewelry brand and had never just been a studio sending out pieces and then going to auctions. After joining Xiao's group, she would have to do more than just this one-of-a-kind single product, and the things to consider, and the direction of the design would be a little different. It was also a test for Lin. Once she made her mark by joining Xiao's group, she would surely become the world's top jewelry designer. Moreover, she was also a Chinese, and had a natural identity advantage in China, as the country with the most purchasing power in the world. Once she succeeds, both Xiao's group and her will get a qualitative leap. Lin I like her a lot. Girls, what girl doesn't like jewelry? When Shuyao didn't know about those turmoils in Xiao's group, her eyes rolled and she suddenly thought of something. Senior, if I join your company, is it possible to meet Lin in the future then? Jifan nodded, although he didn't understand how this was related to whether Wen Shuyao chose himself or not. But if Lin really had joined the Xia group, then this kind of thing should be possible. Senpai, I'll take the job you said. It's still summer vacation, so I can just go to work at the office, and I'll probably live at the school when school starts. Digging yourself a sketch editor because of a jewelry designer? After all that he said in front of him, he didn't impress her as much as the news that Lin had joined Xiao's group. Jifan suddenly felt that his brain was a little less than adequate. Perhaps, this is a woman? But anyway, it ended well. Jifan took the initiative and stood up and extended his right hand. Welcome aboard. P.S. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival everyone. Remember to eat mooncakes. Chapter 92, Fitness? Fancy a trainer? Wen Shuyao was indeed a professional, and Jifan wasn't wrong. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wen Shuyao was sitting at the desk that belonged to her alone, and had already set out to start working. The manuscripts received in the past 2 days, as long as they were female, were temporarily placed in her hands to re-examine them, and now Jifan still lacked a male review editor. I know one, also from Arjianhai, much more powerful than me. After learning of Jifan's troubles when Shuyao recommended someone to him, he used to write novels, too, but he got into sketches before I did, and I was brought into the business by him. Looking at Wen Shuyao's 2 stars in her eyes as she spoke, Jifan keenly sensed the story between these two. Sure, what's the name? Diligent White. This person Jifan recognize, is one of his close friends. The first 2 years of the two are still off in private exchanges. I did not expect that he is actually also Jianghai. No wonder there's been less communication in the last 2 years. He's gone to another track. If it's him then no problem, you can contact him now. Originally, Wen Shuyao was only holding the attitude of giving it a try, but he didn't expect Jifan to agree so readily. Thank you. Senpai. Wen Shuyao's face was visibly happy. It seemed that Ji-fan was right in thinking that this was really a couple. Assistant Lee, when the time comes, you'll give them an induction. Ji-fan didn't stay here for a long time. After arranging for Wen Shuyao he left. The message he saw at noon made Ji-fan a little uneasy. How could that Watlans be so coincidental? Mixing well abroad and suddenly wanting to return home. And it was also at the most critical time of Xia's group that she took the initiative to come to the door to join Xia's group. If she had other intentions, or if she was sent by Shi's group, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Although he knew that Xia Lingwei and Su Jiro wouldn't be fooled so easily, Ji-fan still decided to keep an extra eye out. Walking out of the company, Ji-fan called Pei Xiaohua. On the other end of the phone, Pei Xiaohua gasped. What is it? Ji-fan's spirit was highly concentrated, listening for half a day without hearing that voice he wanted before he opened his mouth. Pei Xiao, it's still you who are righteous. This time of the day you don't forget to pick up your brother's phone. Key, am I this kind of person? I'm at the gym. After a while, Pei Xiaohua was already not so breathless, only that what he said. Ji-fan was half disbelieving. The two of them have been friends for so many years. When have they seen Pei Xiaohua stay in the gym? What's going on here? But immediately, Pei Xiaohua sent a location over, and it was really a gym. What? Got your eye on a female trainer at the gym? Or do you have eyes for some sister who loves fitness? Seeing the evidence in his face, Ji-fan had to think so. As a rich second generation who has aspired to be a laying flat and mingling since he understood Pei Xiaohua's every word, every action, it was all aimed at a dude less. Fitness? Pei Xiaohua should not have these two words in his dictionary. Old G, you don't understand the suffering of a brother. I gained a good 10 pounds in the last month without you by my side. If this keeps up, my image as a flirtatious young master will not be able to be preserved. Pei Xiaohua is going to cry. Since childhood he has maintained a good figure, which makes him smooth sailing on the way to pick up girls. But his indulgences after vacation had caused him to gain weight at a consistently horrific rate, and before he knew it, he had put on more than 10 pounds. I just wanted to go to the world of the fat man to take a look, but now it seems that I am not going to be able to come back. How can this make Pei Xiaohua not nervous? Wait there, I'll find you. Riding on a small electric donkey, Ji-fan went straight to the gym. Although Pei Xiaohua said with conviction, but Ji-fan still do not believe it. It must be that there are beautiful women in the gym. 20 minutes later, Ji-fan had arrived downstairs at the gym. High-end, atmospheric, upscale, such a high-end gym. The ratio of men to women is usually 1 to 9. Know what I mean? Anyway, the people who come to the gym here, 90% are not for fitness. Pei Xiaohua choose a gym like this. You have to say that he is the 10%. Ji-fan is killed do not believe. Soon Ji-fan met Pei Xiaohua. To his surprise, Pei Xiaohua was still really sweating profusely. Gym is so humanized now? Premium members also give box service? Pei Xiaohua glared at Ji-fan breathlessly. I'm going to take a shower first. Wait for me. Ji-fan nodded. With Pei Xiaohua leading the way, Ji-fan managed to get inside the gym even though he didn't have a membership card. It was just before 5 o'clock and the gym wasn't full of people. Ji-fan's appearance immediately attracted the attention of several women. This gym is good at doing business, knowing that people who come here don't necessarily come for fitness, so they got a row of 2-person dining tables on the side of the window, so that Ji-fan couldn't tell whether this place was for fitness or blind dates for a while. After slipping around, Pei Xiaohua had come out. Let's go. Don't look. You won't be able to look at the pretty girls here. Seeing Ji-fan slipping around, Pei Xiaohua came over and said, indeed, a clean-cut internet face, out of a company, right? Ji-fan glanced at the women who had smiled at him earlier, all of whom were standard 5-featured lookers, because at the gym, they can reasonably wear some very figure-flattering clothes, which also gives them a little extra glamour. A natural beauty is a beauty. A plastic surgery beauty is also a beauty. Don't carry ambiguity, understand? There's nothing wrong with pursuing beauty. Ji-fan looked at Pei Xiaohua in surprise, not expecting him to say such sensible words. Come on, got something for you. In the gazes of those beauties who were feeling sorry for themselves, the duo of Ji-fan and Pei Xiaohua left the gym. Say, what is it? Ji-fan pulled out his cell phone and rummaged through that press release from this morning again, then handed it to Pei Xiaohua. You want me to check up on her? Pei Xiaohua understood Ji-fan's idea just by looking at it once. Ji-fan nodded. That's easy. Go home first and I'll bring out the computer. However, there shouldn't be anything wrong with this person, right? Otherwise Xia Lingwei could have failed to discover it? Ji-fan shook his head. Xia Lingwei is only one person even if she's powerful, and now that Xia's group is all at its most critical juncture, it's unavoidable that there will be a case of sickness occurring just in case. Seeing Ji-fan say so, Pei Xiaohua didn't ask any more questions. He drove the car, but got a ride on Gavan's little electric donkey, which was much faster than the car at some point. Pei family, Only a few servants were present in the large villa. The two of them went straight to Pei Xiaohua's room. Watching Pei Xiaohua open his computer, Ji-fan was inexplicably a little nervous. 10 minutes later, Pei Xiaohua looked grave and didn't say a word. This expression made Ji-fan freeze. Could it be that there was indeed something wrong with this Lin? Chapter 93, a proper revenge heroine script. What's wrong? Seeing Pei Xiaohua's expression, Ji-fan hurriedly asked. Pei Xiaohua took a deep breath, then slammed his thigh inside. This Lin, it's damn good looking. Ji-fan gave him a big blank stare. This guy, it's true that no matter what the first attention is on a beautiful woman. Looking at the screen Pei Xiaohua turned to, in the very center was a large high-definition picture. This is a photo of Lin from a design competition abroad last year. I have to say, this woman is truly stunningly beautiful. Typical Oriental beauty, but alone in a group of Western faces. The gentleness of the Oriental woman is reflected in her, and she had an indescribable aura about her. The kind of confidence that shines through. In my years of experience, this chick is absolutely natural, Pei Xiaohua said confidently. To say this, Ten Ji-fan can't compare to Pei Xiaohua. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I don't want information on whether or not she's had plastic surgery. Pei Xiaohua reluctantly turned off Lin's high-definition big picture, and his mouth was still chanting. If you ask me, just this fairy-like woman can't have bad intentions. This is a typical 3 views follow the 5 senses. Pei Xiaohua has not been cheated by a woman in his life. It is also considered that he has done good deeds in his past life. Ji-fan didn't even bother to pay attention to him and just urged him to hurry up. Don't be hasty. This woman's profile is made somewhat secretive, as if she's deliberately covering something up. But I can see she's not very professional, and this cover-up is rather a bit of a cover-up. Pei Xiaohua's fingers jumped on the keyboard. A bunch of unintelligible codes appeared, and after another 10 minutes had passed, Pei Xiaohua dashingly threw a cigarette and stuffed it into his mouth, his eyes looking towards Ji-fan. Done. Ji-fan wasn't the least bit interested in his juggling as his eyes went to the computer screen. After watching for 10 minutes, Ji-fan frowned. Something's not right. How come there's only information on her for the 3 years she was abroad? What about before she left the country? Pei Xiaohua took the computer and crackled a few more times. Okay. Ji-fan looked at it carefully once again. Lin, Chinese name Wang Lin, is 23 years old. When she left the country 3 years ago, she was still unknown at that time. But after 3 months, it was as if she suddenly opened up, and she debuted at the top, and has been at the top ever since. Can you find out what she was doing for those 3 months? Pei Xiaohua shook his head. This kind of even catching news is not available. Pei Xiaohua, no matter how magical it is impossible to investigate through a single computer. Unless he gets down and hacks into foreign security systems and pulls up all the road surveillance from 3 years ago and then locks Lin to go after them one by one. It's pretty much the same thing. But let's not talk about whether Pei Xiaohua could do it or not. Just this workload was not something the two of them could accomplish in a short period of time. The foreign information could not be studied for anything, so Ji-fan could only turn his head to the domestic information. Wang Lin, from an ordinary family, was born in a small mountain village, brought up by her grandmother, and relied on grants to study. He entered Guochang Design Institute with high honors in the college entrance examination and showed strong design talent. But suddenly something big happened in her junior year. She was accused of plagiarism for her exam work. What the process was is unclear, but the end of it was that she was expelled from the school. However, this matter was only circulated within the circle, and was suppressed. The impact was minimized, and ordinary people had no way of knowing. As to how she then left the country and what happened to her during those 3 months after she left, no one knows. This is meeting a nobleman. Just don't know the identity of this nobleman. You don't say. It can't really be someone from the Ji family, can it? Pei Xiaohua said thoughtfully from the sidelines. Find out the real reason she dropped out of school and find out who it was because of. Ji-fan immediately reacted. Pei Xiaohua pounded away on his computer, and in a few minutes, the events of 3 years ago were all laid out in front of Ji-fan. Ji Yo-yo? This person is from the Ji family? Her dropping out of school was the Ji family's doing, so she had a grudge against the Ji family. So it shouldn't be the Ji family. This person really took a proper female frequency revenge cool script. She couldn't have investigated the Xia group's conflict with the Ji family, and that's why she chose the Xia group, right? Ji-fan sighed. The world plot has developed to the point where the female lead has returned to her country for revenge. Shouldn't these NPCs of their own cooperate properly? It's easy to find out about her being at Guochang University with a little effort, and Xia Lingwei must have already known about it as well. That's why she's so trusting of the other party. Xia's group is such a big company. There are naturally network experts under the hand. Lin in the country is not difficult to find out, but what you find out is not necessarily the truth. It is more likely that it is the truth that others want you to see. As for what the facts really are, only those involved know for sure. After all, with the G family's means, it couldn't be easier to get a poor student with no background to take the blame. Key, the dinner is tomorrow, right? Go ask your woman for 2 invitations. I'm going too. Really? As soon as I saw her I felt like I was going to fall in love. G-Fan also cannot remember this is Pei Xiaohua to fall in love with the first few girls. For him, is a beautiful woman he can fall in love. You're going to fall in love too. The previous Wang Yunshu, Ji-Fan poked him without mercy. That one is different. People obviously like you. Brother's woman. I can't rob her. What Pei Xiaohua said made quite a bit of sense. But Ji-Fan scoffed. First of all, she's not my girl. I already have a sister. Secondly, it's not that you don't grab it. It's that people simply ignore you. The truth always hurts so much. Luckily Pei Xiaohua has no face. Old G, stay out of the handsome man's business. Make a quick call and ask Xia Lingwei to leave you 2 invitations. Watch as Ji-Fan dialed the phone. But it wasn't Xia Lingwei's. Sister Jiro, leave me 2 invitations for tomorrow's dinner. Su Jiro on the other end of the phone was very busy, and hung up after hastily agreeing. Well, I'm going to go and prepare properly. Tomorrow your brother I will be handsome and capture the heart of the beautiful designer. Just wait. Ji-Fan didn't have the heart to watch Pei Xiaohua stinking up the place. It was also almost dinner time. No surprise. Xia Lingwei definitely wouldn't eat on time again. Ji-Fan had to go and get ready to send her dinner. When he returned to his house, Zhang Ma was busy in the kitchen and Auntie Wang was cleaning. There was still some time before the meal was to be served, and Ji-Fan returned to his room, taking advantage of the time to just about manage to put together a chapter of the novel. At 7 o'clock, Ji-Fan shut down his computer and went downstairs. Young master, Missy hasn't come back yet. Seeing Ji-Fan go downstairs, Zhang Ma immediately said. Ji-Fan nodded skillfully and found 2 insulated lunchboxes. It was time to go and bring food to his sister. Chapter 94, A clown is a clown no matter how many clowns there are. Lingwei International, the only 6-star hotel in Jianhai. The time had come to 8 o'clock in the evening. When Ji-Fan and Pei Xiaohua arrived there were already quite a few people at the entrance. The entire business community of Jianhai is probably all here, right? Looking at the battle in front of him, Pei Xiaohua sighed. Xiao's group had been on the tip of the storm for the past 2 days, and the entire Jianhai business community was watching to see who would be the final winner in the tit-for-tat confrontation between Xiao's group and Shi's group. The eating is secondary to the fact that you can quickly move in and pick up the pieces after one side loses. When a whale falls, everything comes to life, whether it's the Xia clan or the Shi clan. In Jianhai are behemoths. Once one party falls, will immediately leave a large number of blanks to the business community in Jianhai. Just 1 or 2 projects can feed a not-so-small company. Look, someone from the Shi clan is also here. Isn't that boy Shi Weikong? Asterisk. The ones next to him. Ji-Fan look. Pei Xiaohua was startled, causing Ji-Fan to twist his head curiously. The line of sight passed through the crowd and eventually met up with Toki Weikong. The opponent's eyes were full of provocation, but Ji-Fan didn't care about his clownish behavior at all and instead looked to his side. Zhao Fei Fei. This person who had disappeared for a long time had actually reappeared in front of Ji-Fan. It was really an undefeatable little strong man. But look at the state of the two of them. Are they getting together? At this time, Weikong really does not have much brain. Zhao Fei Fei is a kind of person. A little inquiry is not able to be clear? Not only that, but there were also Zhao Fei Fei's 2 little followers who had originally flipped out, Lin Yue and Xiao Yashio, who were also there. It was indeed a nest of snakes and rats. This group of people had actually gotten together, and it was hard for them to be able to find their own kind with such precision. Just a bunch of clowns, can't make any waves. In Xia Lingwei's territory, to say that these guys could do something great, then Ji-Fan would rather believe that Pei Xiaohua was a virgin. Later on, they'd better be honest, or else Ji-Fan would let them know that he wasn't just good at keyboarding, but his mouth was good as well. Ignoring Shivkong's provocative look, Ji-Fan and Pei Xiaohua submitted their invitations and entered the banquet hall. That's a lot of acquaintances. Pei Xiaohua, although not doing his job, but after all, is the second youngest of the Pei family in the Jianhai business community to mix. Most know him. Coupled with Pei Xiaohua's flirty dress today, it was hard not to attract attention. Forced to keep saying hello, Pei Xiaohua pulled Ji-Fan and ran towards the corner. Old Ji, I envy you. Not a single one knows you. Ji-Fan's identity was deliberately concealed by the Xia family. Not many people knew about it at all. And even if they saw him standing with Pei Xiaohua, they wouldn't come up to greet him without knowing the exact identity. It took a while for the two to kill the corner and finally clear the air. But some people don't want them to be clean. Kiffin, right? Time Bacon walked over with a smug look on his face. The Toki group had been in the ascendant lately, and it was rumored that they had embraced the thighs of a certain power in Xinjiang. and even the Xia group had suffered a lot of losses at their hands. Just now Shi Weikong walked all the way with flattery in his ears, which made him so happy that he couldn't help but want to come and pretend in front of Jifan. I didn't think it was possible, but the gold master you depend on is now going to be screwed over by me. In Shi Weikong's eyes, Jifan was a little white boy who was looked at by Xia Lingwei, but had humiliated himself many times before, because he had Xia Lingwei as his backer. He couldn't help this kid, but now that Xia Lingwei was having trouble protecting herself, he wanted to see what else this kid was capable of. You're not out of your mind, are you? Or are you suffering from hypochondria? Jifan looked at Shi Weikong with some sympathy. The Shi clan had no one left to follow in his footsteps. What do you mean? This sympathetic gaze from Jifan instantly ignited Shi Weikong, who stifled his red face and pointed at Jifan and roared. This one also attracted the attention of many people around. Literally, what else could it mean? Jifan hadn't really looked squarely at Time Weikong from the beginning to the end. Just this kid. He's really nothing. His dad didn't come today, but he's pretending here. I'd like to see how long you can hold on to Xia Lingwei's thigh. Don't think that just because she poached some designer back from abroad that it's useful. I'm telling you, it's impossible for Xia's group to turn around. With the help of the Shangjingji family, it was indeed difficult for the Xia group to turn around, but you have to try everything to find out. You can't just surrender when someone just opens their mouth and says they're going to beat you up. If the rumors are true, the Xia group might really be in trouble this time. Not necessarily. Xia Lingwei is not a good bully. It's not that easy to break down Xia's group. Just watch. I don't know which family in Shangjing the Toki family has embraced, and we still have to see if the other party will do their best to help or not. If it was the top power over in Shangjing, then the Xia clan really wasn't an opponent. But they also didn't believe that the Toki family had the ability to find such a great help in a sudden moment. There's no harm in telling you. The one standing behind my Shi family has absolute say even in Shangjing. Wanting to overthrow the Xia group is just as simple as crushing an ant for them. I advise you to get on the right team sooner rather than later, or else I can't guarantee who will be after Xia's group. Hearing the comments of the people around him, Shi Weikong immediately spoke arrogantly. You've been watching too many ING skits, haven't you? Which of those who can stand here has never seen a great storm? What? You want people to kneel and submit to you with just a word or two? Let's not talk about whether the one behind you is true or not. Even if it's true, then you, Shijia, are just a dog. The master didn't give the word, you're barking on it. It's really a disgrace. Jifan gave him a contemptuous look, then beckoned toward the door. Security. Mr. Xia will be here soon. Kick these brain-deficient ones out. Today's dinner party can be related to the follow-up of the Xia group. Xia Lingwei had long ago instructed, no matter who, as long as they make trouble, all of them will be driven out. The security guards were quick, and immediately 4 or 5 of them trotted over. I did take the invitation. Who are you to kick me out? Seeing the security guards coming towards him, Time Void was a bit anxious. He had come here today with a mission, and at this point if he was kicked out, losing face would be a small matter, and if the mission wasn't accomplished, then he would probably have to be scolded to death by his own father. At that moment, a clamor came and drew everyone's attention. The banquet doors opened and Xia Lingwei came out in full costume, stunning everyone, and beside her, an equally stunning young woman stood alongside her. A lot of people had already seen pictures of Lin, but after seeing him in person everyone was still blown away. Even when she stood next to Xia Lingwei, she didn't lose the slightest bit. Confident, generous and elegant. This newcomer, who had made a big splash on the international jewelry design stage in recent years, really appeared at the Xia Group's dinner party. Chapter 95 Banquet Building Momentum. Xia's group counterattack begins. So many people came to the Xia Group's dinner today just to get a glimpse of this new jewelry designer. It could be said that as long as Lin appeared at the welcome dinner held for her by the Xia clan tonight, then the Xia clan was already halfway there. The media, who had already prepared for the scene, even seized this opportunity to start a shot. The media that can enter the banquet hall tonight to get first-hand information, that are all cooperating with Xia's group, are their own people, naturally know how to report. There was a clicking of the flash, and both Xia Lingwei and Lin consciously stopped to give enough space for photography. The two waited for 10 seconds or so before continuing inside. Xia Lingwei. Suddenly, a super loud voice rang out, and Jifan didn't pay attention, actually letting Shi Weiqiao run to Xia Lingwei. This time he did make the people around him fail to react, allowing him to walk in front of Xia Lingwei. Looking at the sudden appearance of the uninvited guest, Xia Lingwei's face did not have any change in expression. The security guard next to him immediately rushed up, but Xia Lingwei waved her hand and let him approach. Shi Weikong stopped and straightened his clothes before walking over to Xia Lingwei, but he only looked at Xia Lingwei for a second before looking at Lin with a proud face. Hello Lin, I'm Toki Weikong from the Toki family. Our Shi group appreciates your talent. If you are willing, We are willing to offer Xia Group 3 times the price to invite you to become our Sure Group's chief jewelry designer. Digging people digging so blatantly. This is still the first one in Jianhai for so many years. However, everyone was also able to quickly figure out that the Xia Group's banquet was meant to create momentum and get out of their current predicament, which was the last thing the Sure Group wanted to see. So Time Void is here to mess things up. If Lin agrees, then the Xia Group will completely become a joke in Jianhai, and it will be difficult to turn around again. Even if they didn't say yes, it didn't matter. It would be just as easy to plant a thorn in both of their hearts. Sorry, not interested. Xia Lingwei didn't open her mouth. She was confident in Lin and left her to answer on her own. And Lin didn't disappoint her with a blunt refusal. Ms. Lin, you may not know that the Xia Group now is not the same as before. Seeing that Lin didn't seem to want to pay attention to himself, Tokoyami Air hurriedly continued. Not only is the current Xia's Group losing a lot of employees, even their production line has been broken. Even if you're good, what's the point of designing it and having no one to produce it? Xia Lingwei's 2 hidden production lines are still unknown to the Sure Group until now, and they are still waiting for the Xia Group to fail to supply their products and then face huge compensation. Who told you our production line was down? Xia Lingwei finally spoke. Today at this banquet, in addition to telling everyone about Lin's joining, she also had to announce that Xia's Group's new product would be hitting the shelves in 3 days, which was a full 2 days earlier than the previously agreed upon time. She was going to show everyone that all that gossip out there didn't hold water. While you're all here, we'll announce another piece of news today. The new product that was scheduled to hit the shelves in 5 days has been moved up by 2 days, and it will be on the shelves in 3 days, so you can all prepare in advance. When Xia Lingwei said this, Sure Weikong's face changed. No, that's impossible. That production chain you had before is clearly gone. He didn't believe it, but with so many people watching at the scene and the media, it was impossible for Xia Lingwei to lie about this. And it's only 3 days, so we'll see what happens naturally. Once what Xia Lingwei said was true, coupled with the heat from Lin joining in, Xia's Group's stock would immediately go up, even more so than before. And by the time Lin's design came out, once she was able to maintain the standard she had always had, even if it was slightly less, it would be fine, and Xia's Group would definitely be taken to the next level. As for the Tokyo Group, Xia's Group as well, then the unlucky one should naturally be their turn. But the people around them were stoic and didn't fall in line. There is a behemoth behind the Time Group. Now everyone does not understand the guy behind them in the end how the attitude. If it is ironclad to support the Time Group, then the next road of Xia's Group is still difficult. You'll know in 3 days if it's possible. But I don't remember inviting anyone from the Toki Group today. Do you? Security. Ji-fan hadn't kicked him out before. But now it was Xia Lingwei's turn to personally kick someone out. Poor Zhao Fei and her 2 cerebral palsy girlfriends. They didn't even have time to put in a harsh word with Ji-fan before they were once again driven out of the banquet in disgrace. Without the chaos of Time Bakong, the banquet atmosphere immediately began to become harmonious. But the main character of today's banquet was still Lin, and the vast majority of people surrounded Lin's side, wanting to have some cooperation with her. And the hard one becomes Pei Xiaohua. He hadn't taken his eyes off of Lin since he walked in the door, but hadn't been able to find an opportunity to go up and interact with the other man. Damn. All with attending Xia's Group's welcome banquet. This group of people are still dreaming here. How could Xia Lingwei let her go out and do odd jobs while working for Xia's Group? What Pei Xiaohua was able to know. These old foxes present naturally understood, but they think deeper. Build the relationship first, in case there's an opportunity later. After all, behind the Shure's Group stood the power of Shangjing. If the Xia's Group really went bankrupt, Lin would definitely have to change his family. And just now, Sure Weikong was decisively rejected by her, which meant that she definitely wouldn't go to the Shure's family anymore. And this was their chance. The two were bored and hid inside the corner to eat dessert. It just so happened that Jifan didn't eat dinner, probably because he felt a little tired of standing and eating. He didn't know where to get 2 stools and sat there to open his gourmet feast. I don't know how long had passed. Jifan was full, and Pei Xiaohua on the side suddenly got excited. Old G, come on, stop eating, she's coming. Jifan had just stuffed in a boutique cupcake without even having time to swallow it when Pei Xiaohua pulled him up hard. He looked up, and Lin was really coming his way, and with a determined gaze, it looked like he was here specifically for something, but there was only him and Pei Xiaohua over here. That's not going to work? Jifan glanced at Pei Xiaohua beside him. Today's Pei Xiaohua did wear a very flirty dress and sprayed men's perfume on his body. It's so tight that it's hard to believe that Lin likes this one. Jewelry designers aren't supposed to have such bad taste, are they? But no matter what Jifan thought, Lin had already walked up to them, and a pair of eyes fell right in front of them, with an even sweeter smile on her face. Without waiting for Lin to open his mouth, Pei Xiaohua had already taken the initiative to extend his hand. Hello, my name is Pei Xiaohua, the second youngest member of the Pei family. Nice to meet you. Chapter 96, I'm his mother's ideal daughter-in-law. Facing Pei Xiaohua's self-introduction, Lin seemed to be a bit stunned, but still quickly reacted and extended his hand, and after the two of them shallowly touched their hands, Lin quickly left, just smiling and nodding towards him, before setting his eyes on Jifan. Seeing the other party looking at him, Jifan could only swallow the cupcake in his mouth and prepare to introduce himself, but before he could say anything, Lin just said his name. Jifan, 21 years old, Zhanghai University Law Department, senior next semester. Am I right? It was Jifan's turn to be confused. He could be sure as well as certain that he was meeting this Lin for the first time, but how could he know his message so well? The smile on Lin's face grew even wider when he saw Jifan's silly look. Your mom's name is Sun Haya, right? Jifan nodded. That's right. I met my aunt abroad a few months ago, and the two of us knew each other at first sight, and coming to Xiao's group was also because my aunt asked me to come. The two of them, Jifan and Pei Xiaohua, had also analyzed why Lin chose to come to the Xia group before, and finally came to the conclusion that the Xia group had a common enemy with her. But now it seems that maybe that's not really the reason. That hand behind the Shi group is the Ji family. But this matter is not even known to Xia Lingwei herself, or Pei Xiaohua, a top hacker in before finding out. Before he could figure out why the Ji family was dealing with the Xia clan and his own relationship with the Ji family, Jifan did not want to tell Xia Lingwei about this, and Pei Xiaohua didn't want to expose his hacking prowess. Jifan had no way to explain how he got the information. So, what the woman in front of me was saying was most likely true. Was she really introduced to you by your own mom? The two met abroad at first sight? She didn't have to lie to herself about this one, and she couldn't hide something that she could ask about with a phone call. Aunt's son stayed at my place for half a month, and told me every day how excellent you were, and showed me a picture of you. And when I saw you today, you were a little more handsome in person than in the picture, and I liked it. Pei Xiaohua looked blankly at the happy-faced Lin, and then at Jifan, who was also a bit confused, and he was suddenly a bit skeptical of life. Seeing that Jifan was still confused, Pei Xiaohua really couldn't sit still and opened his mouth to question. No, you like him? Lin nodded. Yeah, is there a problem? Ha, 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 no problem. No problem at all. He's loved by everyone anyway. Jifan also finally reacted at this time. This woman was just confessing to herself? Confessing on the first meeting? What the hell did his own mother tell him? To make her so dead set on it. But, Kifan spoke up. I appreciate the like, but I have a girlfriend. Sorry. Jifan admitted that the woman in front of him was excellent. Whether it was in terms of appearance or her talent or her achievements, she was absolutely top-notch. But these didn't have any attraction to Jifan. He only had Xia Lingwei in his heart. Got a girlfriend? Aunt's son didn't tell me. She also said you're maternally single. You could have told me if you didn't like being so direct. There's no need to just make up a reason to lie to me. After all, we are still meeting for the first time, and we don't understand each other. But in the future when I go back to Zhanghai, we will have more time to understand, and I believe that after understanding you will also like me. Not only did Lin not get angry when he was rejected by Jifan, but he was persuading him. At the same time, she is very confident in herself, but Jifan still shook his head. MS. Lin, you're very good, but I really do have a girlfriend, and I love my girlfriend very much and have no intention of cheating on her. Jifan's tone took on a hint of distant politeness. If he'd wanted to get to know the woman with the heroine's script before, he didn't want to now. Can I meet your girlfriend? I'm curious what kind of woman could make you so dead set on it. Once again being rejected by Jifan, Lin still didn't have the slightest bit of anger, but instead asked with a bit more curiosity. Pei Xiaohua sighed from the sidelines. It's over, my own love. It's over again before it even started. While Jifan was thinking about how to answer, a familiar voice suddenly came to his ears. I'm his girlfriend. Jifan turned his head in surprise. Xia Lingwei had stood beside him at some point. Xia Lingwei had already noticed when Lin suddenly came this way before, but at that time she was being surrounded by a few collaborators and wasn't too good to leave directly, so she waited for half a day. It was just that her attention had been on Jifan and Lin. See, Lin really is rushing to Jifan. Xia Lingwei immediately this let Su Jiro entertain a bit. He rushed over, just heard her last question, which directly opened the mouth. Xia Lingwei's face was a little less than pretty. It was only a moment's work and she was about to have her home stolen. The baby would have to be his own. And who is this Lin who just showed up to take it? Mr. Xia, you? Lin frowned, and for the first time since she'd shown her face, there was a stony look on it. Until then, she'd been acting on cloud nine. No matter what or who she was dealing with, with that polite yet distant smile that didn't make people uncomfortable, but didn't give them an inch. Although the change of movement on her face was subtle, the few people were originally close, so naturally they were seen by Jifan and Xia Lingwei. Aha! Xia Lingwei nodded firmly and continued, because the baby doesn't like too much attention, so not many people know about this matter. You just returned home naturally, you won't be clear about this matter. I don't blame you. The implication of these words, now that Lin already knew, if she wanted to come back to pry the corner, then Xia Lingwei would not be polite. But Aunt Sun did say that I was her ideal candidate for daughter-in-law. But Aunt Sun said that you are only suitable to be Jifan's sister. Mr. Xia. Jifan sucked in a mouthful of cold air. This woman had moved Sun Huya out. She was really difficult to deal with. What? Before the two people over here could say anything, Pei Xiaohua had already taken off. Seeing the three people looking at themselves at the same time, Pei Xiaohua consciously closed his mouth. Only the sadness on his face. How could he not stop? Lao Ji Lao Ji. You said brothers see one love one, but I did not expect you to be more ruthless. Come one love you. If it wasn't for the fact that he grew up as a brother in the same pants, Pei Xiaohua would have been unable to resist making a move on Jifan. Chapter 97, Jifan's Charm. How many years has it been since the Qing dynasty was extinguished? Marriage is a matter of one's own decision, and one's parents can only be a reference at best. Xia Lingwei didn't let go in the slightest, her eyes staring at Lian Dao with a deadly stare. And Jifan stood right beside Xia Lingwei, and while she opened her mouth, seeing that no one around was paying attention, he reached out and took Xia Lingwei's hand, supporting what Xia Lingwei said with his actions. Mr. Xia seems to be a year older than me, right? How do you know Jifan won't like me in the future? Lin, as a latecomer, but didn't mean to back off and instead went toe-to-toe with Xia Lingwei. A fight between women is much scarier than a man. MS. Lin, I've already told you that I love my sister very much and there's no way I'm going to leave her. Jifan once again made his attitude clear, and this time it was even firmer. You can rest assured that I am a person who makes a clear distinction between public and private. Personal feelings for personal feelings and work for work. I'll take the job, but I won't give up the people either. I'm appreciating you more and more now. Lin was full of admiration, whether it was in her words or in her look, and when she looked at Jifan, her sight was clearly different from looking at others. If in the beginning she was only interested in Jifan because of his mother, now, she was interested in Jifan herself. At this time, Sujiro over there was calling Xia Lingwei and Lin up, and the two people's exchanges had finally come to an end. Don't call me Lin anymore, call me Sister Lin. Before leaving, Lin suddenly gave Jifan a look, teasing with a hint of sensuality, while mouthing. Jifan didn't answer. Instead he looked at Xia Lingwei who was on the side. Xia Lingwei nodded her head greatly. She was not so bad that she did not have this belly. Okay, Sister Lin. The urging over there was tight, and the two of them, Xia Lingwei and Lin, were already walking towards the very center of the banquet hall. Sujiro whispered something in their ears, and Xia Lingwei and the Lin duo immediately walked together to the center. Although both of them had smiles on their faces, Jifan always felt that there was a feeling of being uninviting in this smile, yet it was impossible to hate. Maybe that's the privilege of beauty. I'm glad that my first party back home was attended by so many people, but I'm even happier that I get to join the Xia group. Although it's the first time we've met, Mr. Xia and I are considered to have met at first sight, and to put it narcissistically, it's considered to be a sympathetic relationship. I also hope that under Mr. Xia's leadership, my design team will be able to make a contribution to Jianhai. Lin's confidence is from the inside out, and no matter what, she doesn't seem like the type to get stage fright. But Jifan had read all her previous information in China, and it showed that Lin was a person with low self-esteem and introversion when she was studying before, and she was a different person from what she was now. The year she spent abroad did make a big difference, but I would say the biggest change was the 3 months she was just out of the country. But no one knows until now what she really went through in those 3 months. Taking over the microphone, Xia Lingwei, as the president of Xia's group, responded to what Lin had just said, with a great sense of meeting each other. Both were in great shape, and just this speech from both was enough to take up a front page of the news. It was also Jifan who knew what had just happened. Otherwise he would have thought that they were really as much in love with each other as they were showing now. Let's just say that successful people have one thing in common. Managing their emotions is absolutely top-notch. The dinner party here has been considered a successful conclusion. Jifan was originally intended to go back directly, but Pei Xiaohua refused to let go, insisting that it was because Jifan caused him to fall out of love tonight, and must let Jifan accompany him to drink. The two had walked out of the ballroom and were doing extreme pulls next to Jifan's little electric donkey. Jifan, I'm new here, can you show me around at night? Before Jifan could reject Pei Xiaohua, Lin appeared again, glancing around. The place where Jifan had parked his electric car was still some distance away from the banquet hall. and it seemed that she had set her sights on him early on, which was why she was able to find him so accurately. To Lin, Jifan was really a bit scared. The woman was light on the surface, but she also had that kind of defiant character in her bones. It may be that she has been inculcated abroad for a few years, so she is more daring than people in the country, and there is a hint of internalized charm that people can't help but fall into when she raises her hands and feet. A straight young teenager like Jifan, in the throes of his hormones, wouldn't dare have too much personal contact with her. I've arranged a professional guide for you, and if you want, I can have the second youngest member of the Pei family personally guide you, but Ji-fan will have to come home with me. Xia Lingwei appeared at just the right time. As she spoke, she naturally took Ji-fan's arm. This level of intimacy between the two could already be done very smoothly. After the banquet was over, Xia Lingwei had been following Lin's every move. Although Xia's group did need Lin right now, she had no intention of letting Ji-fan out. Seeing Lin suddenly walk out alone, Xia Lingwei immediately handed over the rest of the things to Su Jiro, then followed her out. Sure enough, Lin had really come to find Ji-fan. Obviously this was the first time they had met, and Ji-fan didn't have the slightest bright performance from start to finish. And I don't know why this Lin ate up Ji-fan. Well, I have to go home with my sister. Sister Lin, Pei Xiaohua is my best brother. You can let him take you as the same. After saying that, Ji-fan took out two helmets, one pink and one blue. The pink one was handed to Xia Lingwei, while he himself put on the blue one. Under Lin's gaze, Ji-fan started the small electric donkey. The dress on Xia Lingwei had already been changed in the upstairs room before, and at this time, she was wearing a more casual set of clothes, which made it more convenient for her to sit in Ji-fan's back seat. With her hands tightly wrapped around Ji-fan's waist, a smile appeared at the corner of Xia Lingwei's mouth. Watching the two of them happily sail away, Lin did not have the slightest change in the expression on her face, as if this scene did not stimulate her at all. You're Ji-fan's best buddy? Lin turned his head to look at Pei Xiaohua. Pei Xiaohua nodded. He himself was not only Ji-fan's best brother, but his only brother. Then I wonder if second young Pei is free to have a drink with me? Pei Xiaohua's face revealed a smile that only men understand, and he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows upwards. But in the next second, he said something that made Lin freeze. Sorry, I'm not available. With that, he turned and headed in the direction of his parking lot. Are you kidding? You want to ask about your brother from yourself? Dream on. For the first time, Lin, who had been calm from the moment she entered the banquet hall, was shocked, and her complexion finally changed. Before this, she had first developed a slight interest in Ji-fan because of Sun Huya, and after that, she had developed an even greater interest in Ji-fan because of Xia Lingwei, and now, she was more than just interested in Ji-fan. She was curious. Obviously a person who was ordinary everywhere. Not only could he make Xia Lingwei like him, but he could also make his own brother stick to the bottom line for him. Such a charismatic personality was by no means an ordinary person. A few moments later, Lin had organized her expression as she turned her head to look in the direction of Ji-fan and Xia Lingwei, muttering something under her breath. Master, this son, is indeed quite interesting, and is beginning to look forward to his life in Shanghai. Chapter 98. Sister is the best looking. The Xia family. It was already after 10 o'clock when I got home, and both Mrs. Zhang and Auntie Wang had already rested. In the Xia family, unless there were special circumstances, Zhang Ma and Wang Auntie both belonged to their free time after dinner, and the Xia family wouldn't care about them. Neither of the siblings tacitly agreed to go upstairs, but instead sat down on the couch in the living room. Lin's joining of Xia's group instantly brought Xia's group back from the dead. From the end of the dinner to now, Xia Lingwei's cell phone has been ringing, but Xia Lingwei did not answer any of them. The vast majority of them are shareholders who wanted to sell their shares 2 days ago at an early stop loss, and if Xia's group comes back from the dead, the ones who will lose the most will definitely be them. But the contract for the transfer of shares had already been signed, and although Xia Lingwei hadn't yet settled the final payment in full, as long as it was settled within the time stipulated in the contract, it was impossible for either of them to give them another chance to back out. Now, it all comes down to tomorrow's stock market. Then it was time to wait for the Toki family's backhand. To be precise, it was waiting for a backhanded move from the Shangjing side. If the other party was really targeting Xia's group, then they should have made a move right away, and it was impossible to watch Xia's group get back on track. As for the employees who chose to leave these days, Xia Lingwei didn't care at all. In China, there is a shortage of everything, but never a shortage of people. In order to show off their wealth, the price offered by the Time Group was for all the employees of the Xia Group, and those who can choose to leave their jobs in as little as 2 or 3 days are usually bottom feeders. This kind of employee, as long as Xia's group needs it, a job fair will go over and there will be as many people as they want. Sister, it's been a hard few days. A few nights did not go home. Has been in the unit to eat and live, although the time is not long, but Xia Lingwei internal pressure can be imagined. The day is over and Xia Lingwei can breathe a sigh of relief. It's mostly just the addition of Lin. If it wasn't for her, then I don't know what it would be like right now. There are also first-class designers in the country, but these teams are all famous. Xiao's group wants to go to poach other people's corners, the only way to smash heavy money. However, the situation of Xiao's group before, the discerning person knows that it will certainly not be easy to agree. As long as it dragged on for a little while, then Xiao's group wouldn't be able to turn the tables at all. Public is public and private is private. Xia Lingwei was able to single-handedly build up the Xia group, so naturally she would not mix her personal feelings with her work. Jifan nodded. After reading Lin's information, Jifan knew that this woman was powerful. With her joining, if she was wholeheartedly helping Xiao's group, then Xiao's group could not only get through this difficult time, that is, it is not much of a problem to go to the next level. How's that? Lin, a woman like that, even I have to be moved when I look at her. And you're not moved, baby? The topic came to this after all. Although Jifan hadn't changed anything on the surface, he had long been highly nervous inside. Xia Lingwei was a woman first, then the president, so she's sure to have the same great qualities that all women have. Jealousy, it's just one of the most basic skills, but if one took out the normal set of coaxing a woman to coax Xia Lingwei, it was undoubtedly looking for death, because she was still a president who was able to build the huge Xia group in 3 years. Originally, Xia Lingwei was sitting side by side with Jifan, but at this moment, Xia Lingwei's entire body had been turned around. Her eyes were just looking straight at Jifan, and her body was slightly leaning forward with it. Looking at the face close at hand, he couldn't help but marvel at her perfection, even though he knew the timing was a little off. Xia Lingwei had this ability. No matter what time of day, that face was impossible to ignore. Was it good? Xia Lingwei's lips lightly opened, exhaling like orchids. The ambiguous atmosphere was pulled to its peak in an instant. Jifan nodded dully. Good looking. The corner of Xia Lingwei's mouth revealed a nice arc. She liked this look of Jifan. He was indulging himself. So do I look good, or Lin? Jifan snapped awake. Xia Lingwei was already almost on top of him at this time. Their faces were even only a fist away. Jifan subconsciously stretched out his hand, wanting to keep a little distance from Xia Lingwei, but this reach was just enough to touch her well-groomed waist, soft and sexy. Xia Lingwei's body stiffened and her hands went limp. Originally, she was relying on her hands to support herself, and this time her entire body completely fell into Jifan's arms. Watching Xia Lingwei fall down, Jifan's hands uncontrollably gently exerted force, but he immediately reacted to the fact that this might hurt Xia Lingwei, so his hands slightly loosened, and then encircled Xia Lingwei's waist, wrapping her into his arms. Sis. With a beautiful woman in his arms, Jifan stuttered a bit in his speech. Xia Lingwei's face was equally red, but she didn't do anything about it and simply buried her head into Jifan's chest, and her hands even took the opportunity to wrap her arms around Jifan in reverse. The two remained in this position for a good 20 to 30 seconds, and the living room was so quiet that they could hear each other's accelerated heartbeats. Xia Lingwei raised her head slightly, a hint of confusion in her eyes. With such a scenario, Jifan could no longer hold back. His head slowly lowered and their eyes intertwined, a wonderful atmosphere rising between them. Xia Lingwei closed her eyes as Jifan was slowly approaching. Just at the moment when their lips were about to touch, there was a sudden movement in the living room. Jifan let go of Xia Lingwei as if he had been electrocuted, and Xia Lingwei also straightened her clothes in a bit of a panic. Both of them turned around at the same time, and Zhang Ma walked out from inside the room with a confused look on her face, and froze for a moment after seeing the two of them, saying, "Eldest miss, young master, you guys are back." Aha! The one who answered was Jifan, who nodded gently and looked at the cup in Zhang Ma's hand. Forgot to pick up the water. Zhang Ma explained and didn't think much of it as she took it upon herself to get water, then returned to her room. Watching Zhang Ma leave, Jifan turned back to look at Xia Lingwei, only to see that she still had a hint of redness on her face and a hint of shyness in her eyes. That, Jifan scratched his head, a little embarrassed, not knowing what to say. It was definitely no longer appropriate to continue what had just happened, and with the current atmosphere between the two, it didn't seem appropriate to say anything more. "I'll be upstairs then." There was a moment's pause before both men spoke at the same time and then nodded together. "Well, then, you go up first, sister, and I'll turn off the light." How ambiguous it was before, how awkward it is now. Jifan watched Xia Lingwei go upstairs, and only when her figure disappeared around the corner of the stairs did he silently turn off the light. The entire living room was instantly plunged into darkness, with only some faint light spilling in from the moonlight outside the window. Jifan stood still, recalling in his mind the heartwarming moment he had just experienced, and could not help but reveal a smile. The lights on the second floor suddenly lit up. Jifan didn't continue to linger in the living room. After going up to the second floor, he hesitated at the stairway for a second before finally turning around and walking towards Xia Lingwei's side. In the room, Xia Lingwei didn't go straight to wash up, but sat on the bed to stabilize herself. At that moment, Ji-fan's voice suddenly came from outside the door. My sister is the best looking in my mind. No one can compare. Chapter 99, Mocking right upon arrival. 3 days passed quickly. Ji-fan and Xia Lingwei's relationship was instead progressing by leaps and bounds since their physically ambiguous contact that night. Plus, Xia Lingwei had been commuting to work on time every day for the past few days, so Ji-fan hadn't gone to Xia's group to deliver food, not to mention seeing Lin. On the contrary, on the side of Hongjing Media, in the past few days, Wen Shuyao had read at least hundreds of scripts that had passed the review and finally selected one, and now he was already conversing with the original author and teaching him how to modify it. In Wen Shuyao's words, this script is very innovative, abandoning many traditional cliches, giving people a refreshing feeling, and definitely able to burst into flames. Script Ji-fan also read once. Each episode of the hook is just right. The plot is not the kind of pure white plot. Now the only thing to do is to deal with the details. In this regard, Wen Shuyao is an experienced female frequency author. That is much better than yourself. It may be a while before this script is actually changed though, and the casting and locations can't be considered until the full script is out. Old Ji, why did you think of your brother today? An ordinary barbecue restaurant. Ji-fan and Pei Xiaohua were sitting face to face. Ever since this brother of his fell in love, it's like he's fallen into an abyss. He spends less time looking for himself, and even his core values, which have always been based on groping for fish, have changed. Now it is even more ruthless, to share Xia Lingwei's worries and difficulties, and began to take over the company to seriously engage in business, which makes Pei Xiaohua very difficult. It's been 3 days. Today Xia Group's new products of the season are on the shelves, but how come the Shi and Ji families haven't moved at all? Ji-fan said in disbelief as he picked at the few bits of roasted meat in his bowl. Pei Xiaohua's hand of eating stopped violently. You said it earlier but also specially called me out for a meal. I directly give you to check not on the line. In the end, they had been brothers for many years, and as soon as Ji-fan opened his mouth, Pei Xiaohua had already understood what he meant. However, there was no problem with what Ji-fan said. The Shi family was coming on strong, so how could they suddenly stop moving? Either the other side is brewing up some big move, or there's been some kind of change of heart over in Shangjing. If it's the first one, then they'll have to think long and hard about how to respond. Anything this afternoon? Ji-fan shook his head. Now the two headliners over at the company have started pushing it and the response has been great. But that was to be expected from Ji-fan. With Wang Yunshu's condition, even a young master like Pei Xiaohua who is used to seeing beautiful women could be moved by a glance, let alone on the internet. After the launch of these two headliners, Macroview is already making a profit. And it's just the beginning. It's definitely going to get better and better later on. Then go double row in the afternoon. I've been stuck in the gold promotion for 2 days, so hurry up and take me to gold. Seeing Ji-fan shaking his head, Pei Xiaohua quickly said with an excited face, as a top hacker, but Pei Xiaohua's gaming prowess is dismal, and vegetable and fun-loving, preferred in order to play with Ji-fan, so the district he was in was likewise Zwan. In this district where you either use the operation to guard yourself or use the keyboard to guard both parents, Pei Xiaohua can't do either one. To be able to not give up this game until now, it can only be said that Pei Xiaohua is true love for this game. Okay, Ji-fan agreed without much hesitation. He himself was originally a game-loving master, but this period of time because of Xia Lingwei lead to spare time is not much. Only those times still have to work hard to code words. There is no time to play games, just in time for a nice relaxing afternoon. Seeing Ji-fan agreeing to do so, Pei Xiaohua's bowl of roasted meat didn't even smell good anymore, and he hurriedly solved all of them in a few big bites before he couldn't wait to start urging Ji-fan. It's natural to go to an internet cafe to play games, and although you have a computer at home, you don't have that kind of atmosphere at home. The two of them ate dinner and then went directly to the internet cafe near the school that they often went to. Ji-fan remembered that he seemed to have a few $100s of membership here that he didn't use up. It's still August, school isn't in session, and the internet cafes aren't doing as well as they could be. It was just afternoon time, and there were just a few people sitting sporadically inside the internet cafe. Hello senior, isn't it still summer vacation? You guys are here so early. The front desk of the internet cafe is a part-time schoolgirl from the same school. Ji-fan and Pei Xiaohua ran here almost twice a day for 3 days when they were in school, and the schoolgirl naturally already knew them. Got an internship, working near the school. Pei Xiaohua opened his mouth and made up reasons without a draft. Yeah, 2 seniors are going to be seniors soon. I forgot. The schoolgirl quickly activated the cards for the 2 of them, and they both got another drink each. Let's talk about it first. You play top and take care of the sea. I'll play the field and take care of the brush. Just after the machine was turned on, Pei Xiaohua stared at Ji-fan and said, it was about whether or not he could go gold, so he naturally wanted Ji-fan to be more serious. Ji-fan playing the game is considered to be a small talent type, before playing seriously when it is a strongest king player. A silver to gold promotion tournament for him is nothing at all, but as he got older, Ji-fan's attitude towards the game changed drastically, no longer bent on winning as he was when he was 18. So then play the game he is casually playing. 5 positions to take turns to mixing and mixing, but the technology is more and more regression. However, his strongest position is still the top single, this kind of top confrontation road. Operation and consciousness pull full. Only the living people are qualified to make up the knife. No problem. Ji-fan nodded readily. His own number is not able to double row with Pei Xiaohua. The segment gap is too big, but Pei Xiaohua has long prepared a small number for him. At the beginning of the game, Ji-fan just went in with the intention of interacting with the opposite side of the field, a couple of words to attract the other side's hate value, so that it is also considered to help Pei Xiaohua in disguise. But alas, right after going in, WeGame sent out an alert message and then his available information went from 5 to 2. After thinking about it, if these 2 sentences were sent out, they would only be passively sprayed later, which was not Ji-fan's character, so he let it go. But Pei Xiaohua has no such concerns. These 2 days of consecutive promotional tournament losses, so that he had held a belly full of fire, and now finally found his big brother, which is not to raise his eyebrows a hand? So once he was inside, he had slowly tapped out a line. All weaklings across the street. Ready for a loss? Looking at this line, Ji-fan wanted to say something and finally held back, and could only mourn Pei Xiaohua in his heart for 3 minutes. This came up as a taunt, and he's probably going to have to be beaten up by someone else in this field. It looks like the only way to save him is to get on the road pass yourself. Chapter 100, Invasion. Xia Group's new product hit the shelves 2 days earlier than the originally planned time and sold out on the first day. Xia's Group lost its production chain? Rumors don't break. Xia's stock price has soared all the way up and has broken through the previous highest point, and Xia's Group has taken the first step to go nationwide. While Ji-fan and Pei Xiaohua were battling in the canyon, the news about Xia Group outside was already flying all over the place, clear of favorable reviews. Not only that, Lin's new products customized for Xia's Group will also be displayed in a month. This was also too efficient, making everyone a little suspicious that Lin was not directly inducted into Xia's Group with his work. In the passerby's perspective, Lin must have hooked up with Xia's Group a long time ago, otherwise how could he have come at such a just right time, showing up at the most dangerous time for Xia's Group, and before she refused the olive branch of several famous foreign jewelry companies. Maybe she had already started in the design for Xia's Group, only now the work is just coming out. When you think about it that way, everyone can figure it out. So now the whole Jianghai is looking forward to the next new product of Xia's Group, and also the first design work of Lin to give Xia's Group a personal hand. You can predict how big the impact should be once the new product is released. Old G, it's the last hand. 2 wins and 2 losses. This time I definitely won't taunt the opposite side. You must use your full strength. Pei Xiaohua humbly looked at Ji-fan. This last decisive game, he was almost nervous. Burst. I should have known that the first hand should not taunt the other side. The result is that their own playing field a collapse. In addition to Ji-fan's upper road, all the other people were implicated, but it was useless to talk about that now, and one could only hope that Ji-fan would play perfectly in the 5th and take him to a successful advancement. Maybe the heavens can't stand it. This time the opponent arranged for them is not strong, just went in the 3 road successive victories. Even Pei Xiaohua's playing field all the way to the wind, and even caught 2 people dead. It had only been 8 minutes, and Pei Xiaohua already had a smile on the corner of his mouth. He was able to finally step into the golden realm. Just then, Ji-fan's upper road suddenly came from the end of the death. Pei Xiaohua hastily moved the camera to the upper road. A single kill? You're a 4-0 crocodile who crouches in the middle of someone's first and second towers to let them break in, and you get soloed? Pei Xiaohua turned his head in confusion, only to find that Ji-fan was playing the game with only one hand. The other hand was holding his cell phone, and a worthless smile appeared on his face. Key. Pei Xiaohua even shouted 2 or 3 sentences before Ji-fan reacted and turned his head blankly to look at him. Steady on old key, my promotion. Ji-fan hurriedly made a silence gesture at him, before continuing to reply to the phone. Sister, I'm not busy, I'm just playing with Pei Xiaohua, it's not important. Yeah. A celebratory dinner gathering in the evening? All some familiar faces? Fine, I'll come. Bring Pei Xiaohua along? It's fine, he quite likes Lin, so we'll give them a match when the time comes. In the effort of making the call, Ji-fan maneuvered the hero with one hand, and was once again killed by the opposing field combined with the top laner to cross the tower and forcefully kill him. 2 kills of the fattest crocodile, but also opened the opposite side of the situation. Not only took the upper road tower, the vanguard and the upper half of the field resources are also taken as it is. Even had a nice group fight at the dragon on the back of a TP up the road and the economy from 2 kills. The huge disadvantage just now was about to be caught up in an instant. Pei Xiaohua couldn't sit still any longer and grabbed Ji-fan's phone. Sister Ling Wei, we'll be right over. Let Ji-fan write first. It's not safe to call. After saying this and not giving the opposite side a response, Pei Xiaohua directly hung up the phone. Fight. Give me a good fight. There are heterosexuals and no brothers, guys. Lose this one and I'll make sure you don't see your good sister tonight. Seeing that the call had been hung up, Ji-fan could only concentrate on the screen. Under the threat of Pei Xiaohua, Ji-fan gave away twice, but still fought back hard with the dominance of the crocodile as a hero in the first and middle stages and his own powerful maneuvers. After that it's a simple hold and push. Because of the reason that it was already late, Xia Lingwei was still waiting for him to go over for dinner, so Ji-fan became a complete subslave for the first time. To bury your head in the sand is to push. In the 19th minute, Ji Fanxian pulled out 2 towers of his opponent's incisors under pressure, and his opponent was so humiliated that he finally chose to surrender. As a large gold symbol appeared on the screen, Pei Xiaohua grinned, and Ji Fan didn't even have the heart to say more, pulling him and running outside. Xiao's Group's big sale of new products today already signaled that Xiao's Group's crisis had passed for the time being. Now we just need to stabilize and further expand the battle, and if the Time Group doesn't have any other backhanders, then they can only wait for death. Don't worry, it's just under 5. You don't get off work normally until 6. Of course Ji-fan knew that he didn't get off work until 6, but Xia Lingwei wanted to see him, so of course he had to hurry over there. 20 minutes later, under Ji-fan's extraordinary performance, he arrived downstairs at Xiao's Group a full 5 minutes earlier than the scheduled time. Hey, how come you don't have to swipe your card to get in this door? Just after entering the door, Pei Xiaohua realized that something was wrong. Xia Group's employee channel is to brush the employee card. Ji-fan has also pulled out, but did not wait for Ji-fan to brush it. Pei Xiaohua just so pushed open and walked in. Ji-fan also frowned as he glanced around and realized that 2 security guards were already quickly heading this way. You too? What for? It was still some distance away, and the security guard was already yelling. The security guards were not there. There was no one at the front desk, and even the passageways for entering and exiting were problematic. Was this Xiao's Group on a collective vacation? Ji-fan stood with doubt and waited. 2 security guards quickly came over. The one walking in the front, Ji-fan, was still a bit familiar, having seen him several times. After seeing that it was Ji-fan, this security guard's expression relaxed a lot. Although he didn't know what the other party's name was, he knew that it was an insider of his group. Dude, I just got back to work. What's going on? Ji-fan asked curiously. There was a sudden problem 5 minutes ago. The company was hacked, and now the information department is crazy busy. Hacked? Ji-fan and Pei Xiaohua exchanged glances. Although Xiao's Group's information department was not the top in the world, it was definitely one of the best in the entire Jianghai. For so many years, there hadn't been a precedent of Xiao's Group being directly invaded by a hacker, which meant that there was an expert out there. At this juncture, it was easy for people to think that it was the Shi family and the Ji family that were behind this. Come on, go upstairs. The elevator still works, right? The latter sentence was asked of the security guard. The security guard nodded. The hacker across the street had hacked into the database and the employee database, so it had caused the front employee access to be unrecognizable as working, but the electrical system was normal. After asking, Pei Xiaohua patted Ji-fan's shoulder and said confidently, "Go upstairs first. Don't worry. Chapter 101. Don't worry. We don't discriminate against you. The business war is a war without smoke." In this short period of time, the Shi Group had already launched several attacks on the Xia Group. The means are even more varied. Using the name of the Ji family in Shangjing to block Xiao's Group project to proceed, destroying Xiao's Group supply chain, price war to grab Xiao's Group market, outside to defame Xiao's Group causing Xiao's Group share price to fall, but also blatantly digging Xiao's Group customers and employees and so on. And by now, they had used their last resort, a network attack launched by hackers, wanting to directly paralyze Xiao's Group in a short period of time. Xia Group Information Department. Not only were Xia Lingwei and Su Jiro both here, even most of the people from the president's office were here. 4 or 5 people in the information sector are sitting in front of their computers nervously focusing on their computers, their fingers constantly jumping on the keyboard, but by the look of their sweaty appearance, the situation does not seem to be very optimistic. Mr. Xia, we tried our best, but the opponent is just too strong. This is at least the top 10 of the hacker list making a move. When you're a noob yourself, you make your opponent out to be more powerful so that you can raise your face a little bit, and this group of people know how to do that skillfully. Ji-fan and Pei Xiaohua had already arrived behind them at some point, but everyone was too nervous so they didn't notice. After hearing the head of the information department open his mouth, Pei Xiaohua didn't hold back a laugh. In the originally heavy atmosphere, Pei Xiaohua's smile made everyone's eyes look over. Sorry, just couldn't resist. You guys carry on. Pei Xiaohua waved his hand and hurriedly hid behind Ji-fan. What are you laughing at? The opponent's attack angle is tricky and his technique is world-class, and I think we've done our best to last this long under his attack. But no matter what, it's us who are not as skilled as the others. If Mr. Xia feels that it's our problem, then I'd like to trouble Mr. Xia to ask for another solution. The information department of this team is Xia Jian before spent a lot of money to build. Xia Lingwei took over, but also another blood money, is to protect the network security of the Xia group. In this age of information, while offering convenience, it also offers quite a few pitfalls, but Xia Lingwei also never thought that one day, Xia clan would face such a powerful opponent. Mr. Xia, call the police. The head of the information department finally gave Xia Lingwei a piece of advice. Network information war when it comes down to only the police win. That shows that the loss is very thorough, and the probability is no way to recoup the losses. Can only let the other party in their own company wreak havoc after some of them and then strutting away. Xia Lingwei took a deep breath. Now under the other side's attack, Xia's group's losses were countless every second. The major shopping malls and the Xia group's network platforms are now all under attack, with damaged data and no way to operate normally. If it is not resolved soon, then the consequences are unimaginable. The police should be called, of course, but before we do that, we have to solve the problem and give the evidence to the police. Since the other side wants to play, let's play with them. Open mouth Kiffin. He knew that Pei Xiaohua didn't want to reveal his identity, so he had to be the one to speak. The head of the information department frowned at Ji-fan. He wasn't familiar with Ji-fan and didn't know when Ji-fan came in, but Xia Lingwei didn't even say anything, so that meant that the other party had the power. Just, young age, but the tone is not small. The other party is the world's top 10 hackers, unless you find more powerful than him. Otherwise take what to solve the problem? As for your claim of catching evidence, that's even more of a pipe dream. With the other party's strength, it's impossible for you to find out the other party's location, much less catch them in the act. The supervisor's words were not unreasonable, but before Ji-fan could speak, Xia Lingwei spoke first. Shut up, I believe him. Ji-fan wasn't the type of person who didn't understand the big picture, and since he had said it, he must have had full certainty, even if he didn't. Xia Lingwei believed him. Xia Lingwei opened her mouth and the supervisor stopped talking, just a little curious about Ji-fan's identity. So young, why would Xia be so oriented towards him? Seeing Xia Lingwei look towards her, Ji-fan nodded gently towards her and made a reassuring expression. Go to your office. Pei Xiaohua had a reluctant face, but he was still forced by Ji-fan to Xia Lingwei's office, and at this time, only 4 people were left in the office. Xia Lingwei, Su Jiro, Ji-fan and Pei Xiaohua. Baby, what are we going to do now? As soon as Ji-fan reached out, Pei Xiaohua was carried out by him. Pei Ershao, do it, but don't say you can't handle it. Xia Lingwei and Su Jiro looked at Pei Xiaohua in surprise at the same time. In their eyes, Pei Xiaohua was a pure asshole, although he was not as good at eating, drinking, whoring and gambling as those real hags. He was indeed an asshole with no ambition. The college entrance examination can be admitted to Jiang University has already been considered Pei's family ancestral grave smoking things. I did not expect that he actually hid so deep. Sister, don't worry. A few years ago Pei's group suffered a hacking attack. It was him who sneakily took care of it. He was only in high school at that time, and now he will only be stronger. Ji-fan easily revealed all of Pei Xiaohua's old tricks in one sentence. Old Ji, it was agreed that no one should know. You betrayed me. Ji-fan reached out and wrapped his hand around Pei Xiaohua, heaping a smile. We're all brothers. You can't just stand by and watch Xia's group go bankrupt, can you? Don't worry. Sister and Jiro's mouths are very tight. There definitely won't be a 4th person who knows. The 2 of them, Xia Lingwei and Su Jiro, glanced at each other before nodding their heads in succession. Xiaohua, get this done and I'll give Ji-fan a week's vacation so he can play with you exclusively. But if you take him to one of those messes you're dead. A week? Pei Xiaohua glanced at Ji-fan. Ji-fan's sweaty hair stood on end as he frowned and let go of his hand, while taking 3 or 4 steps backward and quietly approaching Xia Lingwei. That's a bit of a scary look. I'm telling you, I'm sexually normal. Don't come on me. Ji-fan looked at Pei Xiaohua warily. After knowing each other for so many years, their brotherly relationship shouldn't have soured, right? Hearing Ji-fan's words, Xia Lingwei was also immediately alert. She reached out and took Ji-fan by the arm, her eyes looking warningly at Pei Xiaohua. Don't worry, I don't discriminate, just don't covet him. It was Pei Xiaohua's turn to be confused. Didn't he just look at Ji-fan? Why are these people full of immodest things? The last Su Jiro kindly came over and gently patted on Pei Xiaohua's shoulder with a look of regret. When Pei Xiaohua finally couldn't hold back and was ready to properly explain, Xia Lingwei curiously opened her mouth. Are you a 1 or a 0? Chapter 102, Queen of Business. Xia Lingwei, whether Pei Xiaohua is a 1 or a 0, this matter is ultimately unanswered. Although he was riveted to try to explain, Xia Lingwei just said that time was going to be too late, and he was forcefully held down in front of the computer by Jifan. Can it be done? Looking at Pei Xiaohua's face as he was tapping on the keyboard, Jifan hurriedly opened his mouth and asked. Pei Xiaohua took a deep breath, then nodded. If you can handle it, then why are you making it so stark? You're scaring me. Jifan was relieved. As long as Pei Xiaohua could handle it. I was gazing at how the information department of Xia's group is such a dish, and I'm kind of curious if they're really heavily funded by you. The last sentence was addressed to Xia Lingwei. Just now, he had used the port on Xia Lingwei's side to access it and then joined the fight, but it turned out that the Xia clan's group of people actually treated him as an enemy as well. Are these guys that good? Or has it been killed by the other side? Just a casual spat. Pei Xiaohua began to operate again. Xia Group's people naturally couldn't stop Pei Xiaohua. He easily crossed the Xia Group's information department and directly confronted the black hand behind that targeting the Xia Group. With just one exchange of words, the other party already knew that Xia's group had changed. This kind of battle, Ji Fan and the others couldn't understand it, and could only silently stand aside, not daring to utter a single breath. 10 minutes later, Pei Xiaohua had a smile on his face. Little man, you still want to run in front of your master Pei? Bring it on you. After saying this, Pei Xiaohua hit the enter key with force and then stopped his hands. Already resolved? Xia Lingwei hurriedly walked over to Pei Xiaohua's side. Pei Xiaohua tossed his head triumphantly. Of course, and it doesn't depend on who's out there. Unfortunately, the only two women in the office didn't have any thoughts about Pei Xiaohua, and even felt inwardly that he was a homo, so no one appreciated his tawdry actions at all. There's still some wrapping up left. Just let your information department handle it. I've traced the guy's IP, but I don't expect it to be of much use. He's definitely moving on now. The location is in Shangjing, and Jianghai is too far to Shangjing, but it also made it more certain that it was the Ji family that had made the move. Ji Fan looked towards Pei Xiaohua. Today he originally wanted Pei Xiaohua to check what movements the Ji family had, but it turned out that the other party had already made a move before he could do so. However, this time it didn't work out. The other party definitely wouldn't let it go, but they were all curious as to why the other party didn't just strike. Sister, Pei Xiaohua and I will wait for you downstairs. Ji Fan gave Pei Xiaohua a wink, and Pei Xiaohua immediately understood. Xia Lingwei still had some things to take care of, so tonight's celebration party would definitely have to be postponed a bit. After Ji Fan and Pei Xiaohua left, Xia Lingwei looked at Su Jiro. Put the word out tomorrow. Give everyone 3 days. After 3 days those who still stand with the time group will never cooperate with the Xia group in the future. The moment Xia Lingwei's words came out, this was to make those wallflowers stand clear of the team completely. At the same time, it also proved that the Xia group was truly declaring war with the Shi group. Previously, the Xia group had only cancelled all cooperation with the Shi group, but now it was forcing the entire Jianghai business circle to cancel their cooperation with the Shi group. With the current momentum of Xia's group, Xia Lingwei believed that everyone was smart and naturally knew how to stand in line. Good, but that might force the families over in Shangjing to jump out early. Until now, what kind of support the Shi group had received was unclear to everyone, but with Xia Lingwei pushing so hard, it was very likely that the family in Shangjing would have a direct nameplate. That's definitely something Xia's group doesn't want to see. It's come to this. It's a fight anyway. I want them to know that this is Jianghai, not Shangjing. Here, even a dragon has to coil, even a tiger has to lie down. I'd like to see how far they can go for my Xia group. Xia Lingwei was never a passive character. Taking over the Xia group for the past 3 years, Xia Lingwei has always been a go-getter, rich and famous. She took that to the extreme. Okay, I understand. Su Jiro nodded. From the moment Xia Lingwei made this decision, they had to prepare for the worst. The forces in Shangjing would come down with open cards and use all means to directly hold them down. But Xia Lingwei didn't think that would be possible. Those who can directly override the sky and target us like this, even in Shangjing, can only be one of those few families, and all of these family forces have one thing in common. The forces within the family are intertwined and separate. Regardless of which team wants to deal with us, it's still possible to make a slight move. And if a real bright card goes down, then his opponents definitely won't let go of such a good opportunity to suppress him. It can't be that in order to mess up the Xia group, you don't even intend to take your identity as the heir to a powerful family in Shangjing, right? Although Xia Lingwei still didn't know exactly who was behind it, she was still able to judge the information. As long as the other party hesitated, she would be able to completely beat the Shi group to death in a short period of time, so that they would never be able to turn over again. Lacking the Shi group as a connection in the middle, even if they wanted to target the Xia group again, it wouldn't be as easy as it was before, unless they re-elected a force in Jianghai that was willing to serve as a gun for them. So, what we need to do now is to take the initiative, Xia Lingwei said with firm eyes. Su Jiro nodded in agreement. Xia Lingwei continued. immediately arranged for manpower to investigate all the movements of the Sure group. Some of the employees that were given to them before should also come into play. I want to clearly know every step of their plans. Some of the evidence of the Toki group's violations that we had earlier can also be submitted. At the same time, all the top brass are stepping up their security. I'm afraid they'll be dogged and desperate. We definitely can't give them any opportunity to take advantage of it. Also, say hello to the befriended media and be ready to respond to any public opinion crisis that may arise. Lin's new product is hyped up. A month is still too long. A week is all I need to see the display come out. When Xia Lingwei really started to attack, she definitely wouldn't give her opponent any chance to fight back. The Queen of Business isn't called the Queen of Business for nothing. Sujiro quickly recorded Xia Lingwei's instructions. I'll go arrange it right away. Right now. Time was money, and her only hope was to quickly kill the Time group before it was too late for the Shanjing side to respond. In the waiting room on the first floor of the Xia group, the two of them, Ji Fan and Pei Xiaohua, sat opposite each other. Why don't I go and hack the network of the Time group as well? Keep it so they can't do anything for a week, Pei Xiaohua hesitantly suggested. Ji Fan shook his head. The most important thing now is still to keep an eye on the side of the Ji family in Shanjing, and find out for me why exactly the Ji family is dealing with the Xia group. Chapter 103, Two women face off against each other. Celebration. Today was a small celebration. Just a dozen people in total. In addition to Xia Lingwei, Sujiro, Ji Fan, and Pei Xiaohua, half of the remaining people were from the president's office, and the other half were from the Lin design team. Lin's design team is also only 5 people in total, and all of them are Chinese. Having not seen him for a few days, Jifan had just arrived at the venue when he saw Lin's direct gaze with a hint of sultriness in his eyes. It's over. This woman. She's a leprechaun. Jifan hastily misplaced his gaze. He himself is now the one who has a girlfriend and must abide by his husband's ways. On the side, Pei Xiaohua was slightly excited, his gaze similarly staying on Lin's body. This brother of his own is completely screwed. If this Lin goes down on him, I guess he can even be cheated clean out of his pants. Good news though, Lin wasn't half interested in him, so there was no going after him. All the colleagues in the president's office have worked hard during this period of time. I'll toast everyone first. Just after the food was served, Xia Lingwei took the initiative to stand up. The leaders all stood up, and the others rushed to follow and stood up with their glasses. There's no woman who can work in the president's office who doesn't know how to drink. If we really talk about it, the worst drinker in the room should be Ji-fan, and any one of them could him for 3. You should stop drinking and have a drink. Ji-fan was just about to have a drink when Xia Lingwei stopped him. On this occasion today, Xia Lingwei didn't sit with Ji-fan. She sat on the main seat, with Sujiro on her left, and then the crowd from the president's office. On the right-hand side is Lin, followed by members of the Lin design team. The two of them, Ji Fan and Pei Xiaohua, obediently sat at the very end of the serving seats, being named directly by Xia Lingwei's mouth. It made Ji Fan become the center of everyone's attention at once. The crowd in the president's office, except for the two males, Zhang Deluxe and Zhou Wei, the other women all had a face of eating watermelon. Although there had long been speculation about the relationship between Ji Fan and Xia Lingwei, this was the first time that he had heard Xia Lingwei say it so directly. Sujiro has long since seen the strange. She has been eating their dog food alone every day, has long been fed up, now more to share. She rather feel very relaxed. Just as everyone was frantically eating Xia Lingwei and Jifan's melon, an untimely voice suddenly rang out. Brother Jifan, you can't show off if you can't drink. Drink juice. Everyone's eyes were on Jifan's body before, and no one actually realized that Lin had already poured a cup of juice and walked over to Jifan's side while reaching out and handing it over. Now everyone's expression got even better. How can I say that this melon is so refreshing to eat? Xia Lingwei's face turned dark with the naked eye. She didn't say a word and just looked at Lin, while Lin didn't vainly look at her at all and turned her head back to glare at her before looking at Ji-fan again with a smiling face. The smell of gunpowder was so strong that it made everyone a little flustered. They say that the mall is like a battlefield, but now it seems that the love field is more like a battlefield, and the battlefield seemed even more terrifying. Even they, the melon eaters, sensed that the atmosphere of the scene was off, and one of them didn't dare to squeak. Ji-fan didn't say anything, but his elbow was hidden behind his back and began to send signals to Pei Xiaohua, worthy of being a brother for many years. With Ji-fan's touch, Pei Xiaohua immediately understood. In Lin's somewhat surprised gaze, Pei Xiaohua said he was taking actually half-snatched the drink from her hand. Trouble sister Lin, I'm not much of a drinker either. Seeing Pei Xiaohua take the drink, Ji-fan then smiled gently and put down the wine glass in his hand before picking up the drink on the table. Thanks, but you're the star of today's celebration. You're flattering us a bit. We'll just do it ourselves. I thought that after a few days of not seeing each other, this woman should have no interest in herself, but I didn't expect her to actually engage in out in front of Xia Lingwei. Isn't that a disservice? This can't be delayed. I'll call my mom later and make sure I talk to her about this. Lin smiled and gracefully sat back down in her seat, but her eyes still lingered on Jifan. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lin had some interest in Jifan. This made Zhang Deluxe and Zhou Wei both hate their guts. What in the world is so good about this intern? Why are both Mr. Xia and Lin treating him differently? This was a question that even Jifan himself had no way of giving them an answer to, as he himself was not sure. A meal that was as good as a pinch. The good thing was that there were some human affairs behind it, and Jifan wasn't involved in the business of the Xia Group's head office, so all she had to do was sit and eat, and it was as if the two of them, Xia Lingwei and Lin, had already forgotten the tit-for-tat they had just had when they were facing Jifan and were blowing each other off. Mr. Lin is so young, he can create a big name alone in a foreign country. I really admire you. I'll drink to you. A glass of wine down. Lin also not willing to lag behind. Pick up the glass is dry. Drink before saying, Mr. Xia is flattering. I'm just lucky. Lin responded with a slight smile, a hint of undetectable cunning flashing in his eyes as he continued, to say powerful. Then I definitely can't compare to Mr. Xia, who in Jianhai doesn't know Mr. Xia's reputation, but to say young, then I do have an advantage. Xia Lingwei 24, Lin this year 23, the two are only a year apart, but a year is also Lin is smaller than Xia Lingwei. Xia Lingwei's eyes narrowed. No woman cares about age, let alone in front of a competitor who constantly provokes her. Listening to the two men, Jifan's head grew big. He didn't dare to stay any longer and could only leave the private room on the pretext of going to the toilet. Just as soon as he left, Jifan called his old mom. Their own mom phone is to pick up very quickly. According to speculation, now over there should be more than 7 o'clock in the morning. It seems that Sun Huiya went abroad is also the same, get up very early. Have your say and have your say. His own mother, as usual, was half-hearted towards him as a son. Mom, do you know Lin? Jifan went straight to the point. I know you. I found you a daughter-in-law. How is it? Your mom's been good to you, hasn't she? She's helped you think through your life's events. Sun Huiya's smug voice came from the other end of the phone. Lin is indeed a wonderful girl and any normal mother would be happy to find such a daughter-in-law. By the way, she's been back home for a few days, right? You calling at this hour shouldn't mean she's not looking at you, right? It shouldn't be. You're a bit mediocre, but you've inherited some of your mom's beauty and are quite durable, and I've asked her. She likes your type. Simple-minded and not too much to do and a little handsome. A real mom is a real mom. She has the guts to spit out anything. Jifan suspected that if she wasn't her own, she probably would have to dislike even her own skin for a while. Chapter 104, Mom's shock. Mom, she didn't mind me, but I have a girlfriend. Jifan clearly felt that there was silence over there, presumably because he didn't believe what Jifan said at all. After waiting for a long time, Sun Huiya on the other end of the phone spoke. Son, it's okay for you to be disliked. Lin is very good after all, and you really don't deserve her. Mom's not an outsider. She doesn't have to make up such shoddy excuses to protect her pride. Jifan's mouth grew into an O shape. Good guy, even if it is the mother. This is also abstracted. No, why don't you talk? You're not really talking, are you? Seeing that Jifan didn't say anything for a long time, it was Sun Huiya's turn to be shocked. It was as if she sensed that what her son was saying was true. Son, who is it? Although the latter half of the sentence was held back and not said, Jifan was able to guess that Sun Huiya just wanted to ask herself who was so tasteless. Son, don't blame mom for underestimating you. It's mainly because your mom ate fine chaff when she was young. A coarse grain like you, I wouldn't have even looked at when I was young. When this came out of Sun Huiya's mouth, it seemed like Jifan had no way to deny it. Although his own mother has been more than 40 years old, but the years have not left many traces in her body, and Xia Lingwei walk out, others will only say that it is a sister flower. When Jifan was singled out, the first glance was definitely an upper middle level of face value, and if he looked at it a few more times, it could even reach a high level. But compared to Sun Huiya, Jifan was a bit too ordinary. It's no wonder his own mom has always disliked him. Not yet. Who is it? Any mother would be curious about her son's girlfriend. One of the most difficult relationships in China. Mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Getting to know your future daughter-in-law ahead of time will help deal with the world's #1 problem. Mom, is Uncle Xia around? Jifan didn't answer directly, but asked carefully. Not in. Why? Still want to avoid him? Ha? This made Sun Huiya curious, wondering why Jifan would bring up Xia Jinan at this time. Ever since the two of them had gotten together, Jifan and Xia Jian had also maintained a very polite elder-junior relationship, and Xia Jian had done what a qualified elder should do. It's like this, my date, you know. Don't give me a riddle. You just say the name. Right now. You hear me? Although Sun Huiya had always seemed to be hurting Jifan on weekdays, she could not understand the son she herself had given birth to. Seeing Jifan dawdling, Sun Huya directly yelled. From the roar of motherly love, Ji-fan was startled, knowing that sooner or later this could not be concealed, and that he had made this call to Sun Huya today just to tell her the truth, lest she privately arrange for herself any more candidates for the best son-in-law. It's Xia Lingwei. What? Sun Huya's surprise over there didn't seem fake. Xia Lingwei, the one who wants to. Sun Huya was silent, and Ji-fan was ready to meet the storm, but after a short silence, Ji-fan suddenly heard Sun Huya's laughter. Awesome, ah, worthy of being my son. I have always thought that Lingwei the child could not possibly look at you. Now it seems that you are still a bit useful. Not bad, not bad. I'll give Lin that girl a call later. Don't worry, since it's Lingwei then I don't care, but you have to tell me, how did you get on with Lingwei? Although she knew that her son wouldn't lie to her, Sun Huya was still curious. In these 3 years, Xia Lingwei hadn't had many encounters with Ji-fan. Ji-fan is at school every day, and Xia Lingwei is busy revitalizing the Xia group. The only intersection is that Xia Lingwei has done her duty as a sister and has not treated Ji-fan poorly financially. However, Ji-fan is not the kind of person who is wasteful. Although he has a sister who is the richest person in Shanghai, he still maintains his beginnings and never spends a lot of money. But that doesn't seem to constitute an emotional collision between the two of them, does it? Hearing his mother ask after him, Ji-fan stammered a bit, but eventually revealed the reason. Xia Lingwei's junior year of college, and a month ago, the one who swindled his way to death twice online was me. This answer, to Sun Huya won't even be whole. There's still such karma out there. Okay, your Uncle Xia's side I'll go say. You and Lingwei good favor on the line. Other do not have to care. By the way, we're both going to hang out a little longer this time, so don't bother us if there's nothing going on. Even if Sun Huya didn't say anything, Ji-fan didn't want to disturb them. Now that the future of Xia Group was uncertain, Ji-fan didn't want to involve his mother in them. Mom, have fun and remember me. You tell Lin. Returning to the private room again, Xia Lingwei and Lin were still drinking, and I don't know how much they had already drank. Both of them were a little bit half drunk and half awake. Xia Lingwei's pretty face was red. Next to her, Su Jiro supported her, but she couldn't be persuaded at all. On the other side of the room, Lin was likewise being held up by her assistant, except that the two women were already on top of their heads and had to compare heights out. Ji-fan frowned and walked over, taking Xia Lingwei from Su Jiro. Suddenly there was a change of people around her. Xia Lingwei turned her head alertly. Only after realizing that it was Ji-fan did she drop her guard, her body softly leaning into Ji-fan's arms. Ji-fan hugged Xia Lingwei and looked helplessly at the group of people around him who were watching the fun, finally placing his gaze on the opposite Lin. With his own mom's guarantee, Ji-fan wasn't so deeply wary of Lin. Himself and Lin originally only met 1 or 2 faces only. To say that such an excellent woman, a glance on their own, that Ji-fan is how to not believe. Must be because of their own mother in the back of the push waves. This should be over as soon as mom makes it clear. But now Lin's state made Ji-fan somewhat afraid to look directly at him. The eyes were mesmerizing, making one a bit horny to meet them. Sister Jiro, you arrange the rest. I'll take Mr. Xia away first. Su Jiro nodded. If she lets Xia Lingwei and Lin drink like this any longer, they would all have to spend the night in the hospital tonight. In the gossiping gazes of the people around him, Ji-fan held down Xia Lingwei, who was moving around wildly, and ended up carrying her horizontally. Xia Lingwei, who was lying in Ji-fan's arms, was still not honest, and her pair of long, hanging legs swung in the air, increasing Ji-fan's difficulty. It was a good thing that Xia Lingwei wasn't heavy. At nearly 170, she weighed no more than 100. Plus, Ji-fan also liked sports in college, and although he had been a bit wasted lately, the foundation was still there. Giving a reassuring look to the worried Su Jiro next to him, Ji-fan then left the hotel with Xia Lingwei in his arms. Chapter 105, Xia Lingwei's Diary. With great difficulty, Xia Lingwei was stuffed into the cab, and the whole time Ji-fan was holding her tightly, fearing that she would bump into it. Missy drunk again? Just as she entered her home, Zhang Ma came sniffing, and she could smell the smell of alcohol on Xia Lingwei from a long distance away. I'm troubling Mrs. Zhang to make her a sobering soup. I'll send her back to her room first. Zhang Ma hurriedly nodded and entered the room. Ji-fan had wanted to help Xia Lingwei upstairs, but the drunken Xia Lingwei was too restless, so he had no choice but to continue holding her. Going upstairs made things a little difficult for Ji-fan. When he first came to Xia's house he thought that the staircase was so wide. In the house there was such a big staircase, it was really a mansion. But now, he suddenly felt that the staircase would be better if it could be a little wider. But from the time she went upstairs, Xia Lingwei was suddenly quiet. Her hands no longer waved around. Instead she tightly wrapped her arms around Ji-fan's neck, and even her pair of long legs shrank honestly. The 168-year-old shrank into Ji-fan's arms, looking intensely protective. Finally arriving at Xia Lingwei's room, Jifan gently placed Xia Lingwei on the bed and was just about to raise his head when he realized that Xia Lingwei's hand was still tightly wrapped around his neck. Sister, we're home. Stop pretending. On the way up the stairs, Jifan noticed Xia Lingwei's abnormality. She had drunk a lot of wine, but she was not as unconscious as she thought. She purely wanted to hang on to Jifan's arms. Xia Lingwei beamed and opened her eyes. No, I'm going to hold it for a while longer. I really like it. Although they had already known each other's identities for some time, this cute look of Xia Lingwei still made Jifan feel a little unreal, but in the face of such Xia Lingwei, he simply didn't have the power to say no. Besides, there were no outsiders now, so Jifan could covet Xia Lingwei's body heat. The two of them didn't say anything either, just quietly hugging each other and enjoying the rare coziness. I don't know how long had passed, probably because staying in this position made Xia Lingwei feel less comfortable, so she gently twisted her body. She was originally lying in Jifan's arms, and with such a twist, a strange feeling rose in Jifan's heart. As if he had made up his mind of some sort, he suddenly lowered his head. Xia Lingwei in her arms had her eyes tightly closed, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly as she swayed, with an indescribable spiritual beauty. Sister, Jifan suddenly spoke. Xia Lingwei didn't move. Sister? Jifan called out softly again, and this time Xia Lingwei finally responded. A soft, seductive aha came out of his nose. Is this a sleep? Jifan froze. He once again looked seriously at this face of Xia Lingwei, and he had to say that Xia Lingwei was the best masterpiece of the creator. The words defendable and sweet simply didn't sound out of place on her. When he was president, he was imperial and valiant. In front of Jifan, it was clingy and cute, but either way, it's mesmerizing. Unable to help himself, Jifan gulped, and Jifan's head slowly lowered, eventually landing gently on Xia Lingwei's forehead. Jifan actually didn't understand why Xia Lingwei had fallen in love with himself until now, so he had been very careful in his love. After leaving a kiss on Xia Lingwei's forehead, Jifan raised his head, only his eyes never left Xia Lingwei's face. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Young master, the sobering soup is ready. Jifan carefully removed Xia Lingwei's arm and then positioned her body in a comfortable position before getting up to open the door. Is Missy okay? Last time Xia Lingwei was drunk, it was Zheng Ma and Auntie Wang who were inside to help her wash and change her clothes. Knowing that Xia Lingwei was a little bit less elegant after she got drunk, that's why she had such a question. It's okay, it seems to be well behaved for once. Jifan took the sobering soup in Zheng Ma's hand and said without blushing, that's good. Remember to call me if anything happens, young master. I'll be downstairs. Jifan nodded and returned to Xia Lingwei's room with the sobering soup. After breaking away from Jifan's embrace, Xia Lingwei had already fumbled for a pillow on her own, and the whole person was like an octopus, firmly entangled. The words were still coming out of his mouth, but his voice was too low to hear what was being said. Kiffin put down the sobering soup to put his ear up. The baby. It's mine. No one can take it. The corners of Jifan's mouth couldn't help but rise, and he moved Xia Lingwei toward the center of the bed, fearing that she would roll off the bed later. Looking at the steaming hot sober soup, Jifan decided to wait for a while before waking her up. This time Xia Lingwei obviously didn't drink as much as she did last time, and her state was also much better than the last time, and this current situation should be just simply sleeping over. Turned on the air conditioning in the house and set it to 26 degrees, then brought the air conditioning blanket by the bed over to cover Xia Lingwei. After doing this, Jifan suddenly realized that he didn't seem to have anything else to do. Turning his head, he looked inside Xia Lingwei's house. This wasn't the first time he'd been in here. He'd been in here 2 or 3 times before, but he hadn't looked too closely at it. Xia Lingwei's room has actually long been indicative of her true inner self, a little princess in the pink department. As for the high cool president, that was his own initiative to show in front of outsiders, which can also be said to be a layer of protective color. Right in front of the bed, there was a dresser with a variety of skincare products and cosmetics, and Jifan couldn't recognize more than a few of them anyway. On the left side of the bed, by the window, there was a work desk with Xia Lingwei's laptop and some odds and ends of books. Curious, Jifan walked over, and laying next to the computer was a real laptop, and in an open state. Driven by curiosity, Jifan glanced toward the notebook, and by the looks of it, it should be a calendar, and it was from 2 days ago, August 2nd. Sunny, 39 degrees Celsius. Today's mood would have been very good. Lin's sudden appearance solved Xia's group's current biggest problem. Although it was Aunt Sun who introduced her here, I still thank her from the bottom of my heart for choosing Xia's group, but she seemed to have ideas about the baby, and I don't know whether it was because of Aunt Sun or herself that she was unhappy. Humph, the baby obviously don't even like you still pestering up. August 4th. Sunny, 39 degrees Celsius. Tomorrow was the day the new seasonal products hit the shelves, and as long as they were delivered on time tomorrow, Xia's group would be able to bounce back. That force behind the Tokyo group. maybe we'll have to meet up soon. Lin is indeed amazing. Not only is she a true genius in design, but even she is impeccable in dealing with people. If she had met the baby first, the baby wouldn't really like her, would he? Chapter 106, Those Evidences of Love. Ji-fan didn't expect that perfect as Xia Lingwei. There would be times when she suffered in love. What virtue and ability did he have to be loved so much by Xia Lingwei? Ji-fan glanced back at the sleeping Xia Lingwei on the bed, his eyes growing softer. Although he knew it wasn't good, he couldn't help but want to look at Xia Lingwei's diary. This book was very thick, and Xia Lingwei didn't write it down every day. It seemed like she only wrote it down when she had something important to do, so counting. This book should have been written down for many years. Ji-fan flipped to the top, and it was actually 4 years ago. It should have been a time when Ji-fan had only known Xia Lingwei in the game for a short while. Ji-fan saw the first page, on which was written only one sentence, met someone special. There's a really cute smiley face drawn on the back. Ji-fan couldn't help but laugh. At that time, Xia Lingwei was not the high-cool female president now. She was just a junior schoolgirl with enough longing and fantasies about her future in love. Ji-fan tried to recall. At that time, he should have just formed a regular mission team with Xia Lingwei and had not formed a game CP. And at that time she was already concerned about him? As a novel author, Ji-fan from the time of reading has shown a good talent for language. In reality there will still be social terrorism such as the existence of restrictions on him. But in the network, Ji-fan that has no fear of fire, often amusing the other people laughter. It wouldn't be impossible to say that Xia Lingwei had noticed herself at that time. After all, the Xia Lingwei of that time was also two very different people from now. Although a bit high and cold, but not so much as to make it hard to get close to people like in these years. After forming the mission squad, she also showed her excellent big picture view and delicate maneuvering skills, and instantly became the goddess of the team. Based on the truth that fertilizer does not flow into outsiders' fields, the other few people in the squad at that time were all CPs for each other, so they set up Ji-fan and Xia Lingwei as well. I didn't realize that by some misadventure, this destiny actually lasted until now. Ji-fan flipped back a few more pages. There was a lot of writing in Xia Lingwei's journal. I went to the cafeteria today and the auntie gave her an extra scoop of meat. I met 2 very cute kittens on the way to class today, and she made a point of getting food to feed them after class. Someone else confessed to myself today, but it was too pompous to be my favorite type, and so on. There were some things in the game interspersed in between, but as long as it was related to the game, Ji-fan's name was bound to appear, and as Ji-fan continued to scroll back, his name began to appear more and more frequently. Xia Lingwei, he's 3 years younger than you It's just the internet, how can you like him? Looking at the date on the diary, Ji-fan's eyes widened. He was 100% sure that this was before they were even set up as a CP. This caused Ji-fan to hastily flip backward, attempting to rummage through it to find evidence that Xia Lingwei liked him. Hey, my teammates are pretty cute. I just led with my words a little bit and they really set my brother and I up. So happy. Ji-fan froze, his mind recalling that day, because the quests are so boring. Everyone likes to chat with their free mics on. Originally, Xia Lingwei had always been relatively high and cold. Even when she was in the team's free mic she seldom spoke, and at most she only did a little bit of commanding when she passed some difficult tasks. But she seemed unusually active that day. Not only did she talk to everyone quite a bit, but she also exclaimed that a few people on the team had CPs, and looking at them, she wanted to find one too. Originally, this was just a very unusual phrase to play a game like this with a couples feature that a lot of people would want to experience. If you can't find a date in reality, can't you find one on the internet for some spiritual comfort? But Ji-fan didn't know how. But suddenly this topic led to him. Under the fierce persuasion of his own teammates, he, who had never thought of finding a CP inside the game, was so confused that he was bound to Xia Lingwei and then formed a CP. After that, their private chats began to gradually become more and more frequent, and their relationship began to grow deeper and deeper. Now that I think about it, it turns out that it was all Xia Lingwei herself who was leading the way. Scroll back further and most of it is just some day-to-day progress with Ji-fan. In Ji-fan's own perspective, although his relationship with Xia Lingwei was getting better and better, and the two of them were as sweet as a real couple, Ji-fan was after all only 18 years old at that time, and was still at the age of ignorance about relationships, and he didn't think about it as much as Xia Lingwei did. That's why he was so determined to swindle his way out when his own mother ordered him to study hard. In that case, I think I hurt my sister very deeply back then, right? Ji-fan looked at Xia Lingwei with some heartache. He suddenly wanted to turn over what would be in Xia Lingwei's diary after his fraudulent death. He wondered how Xia Lingwei had gotten by then. Just as he flipped it over, a folded-up note suddenly fell out from inside the diary. Ji-fan squatted down and picked it up, looking curiously at the folded-up paper, and after some thought decided to open it up. Anyway, I've seen enough today to not feel so guilty about it. The note was opened and it was densely written on it, but with just a glance, Ji-fan was completely shocked. Written all over it were some of the things that he had once told Xia Lingwei that he liked to do and wanted to do. Cold noodle stalls on the pedestrian street, cold skin on the snack street next to Jianhaino, one middle school, wanting to go to the playground once and so on. A whole page, on which were usually some ideas that were inadvertently exposed when the two chatted, but all of them were recorded by Xia Lingwei on this piece of paper. She had been waiting for the day she met with Ji-fan, and then took him to realize them one by one, because his mother had put herself up since he was a child. Ji-fan had never been to a playground since he was a child, so as a child Ji-fan envied the other children who could go to playgrounds in the company of their mothers and fathers. No wonder Xia Lingwei asked herself to accompany her to the amusement park last time. It's obvious that her mother died because of an accident at a playground. She did it all to fulfill a dream she once had. The pedestrian street was also where Xia Lingwei took herself, and the snacks next to the school were also suggested by Xia Lingwei. She took note of all that she had, and everything here was evidence that she loved herself. But what about yourself? Ji-fan suddenly realized that he didn't seem to know Xia Lingwei particularly well. Even she couldn't eat spicy food herself, not to mention that he didn't know what Xia Lingwei actually liked. Ji-fan's eyes moistened a little as he carefully refolded the note and placed it back in the diary. He didn't want to read the rest of it anymore. He just needed to know one thing, that his sister loved him, and that was enough. Chapter 107, The Forever Amazing Xia Lingwei. Carefully placing Xia Lingwei's diary where it was, Ji-fan tried to disguise it as if he hadn't touched it, turning her head to look at Xia Lingwei who was still lying on the bed. At this moment, she had changed her position again. The pillow in her hand was discarded by her to the side. The whole person was lying on her back like drawing a big character. The air conditioning quilt on her body had likewise been kicked away by her, sleeping all the time. Ji-fan walked over to Xia Lingwei's side with doting love in his eyes. It might be because of the reason that she didn't change her clothes, making Xia Lingwei sleep uncomfortably. Her brows kept tightly locked, her hand unconsciously pulling gently on her body. Ji-fan hastily stopped this behavior of Xia Lingwei. If she let her pull it down again, the tomatoes wouldn't even pass the trial. Glancing at the sobering soup on the bedside table, after such a long time it had cooled down a bit, Ji-fan touched the bowl with his hand. This temperature should be just enough to go down his throat. It's time to wake up Xia Lingwei. Sister, wake up. Ji-fan gently pushed Xia Lingwei, but Xia Lingwei didn't have any reaction at all, and under Ji-fan's push, she just rolled over and continued to fall into a deep sleep. Ji-fan helplessly used a few more points of strength, but what he got back was a slight moan like Xia Lingwei was spilling her guts. After thinking about it, Ji-fan turned around and walked to the other side. Looking at Xia Lingwei in front of him, he suddenly reached out and pinched the other party's nose. With a light force, Xia Lingwei's nose was pressed down by Ji-fan's two wicked fingers. After a few seconds, Xia Lingwei blankly opened her small mouth, an action that made her even more adorable. Ji-fan extended his other hand again, and this time he pinched Xia Lingwei's mouth as well. Xia Lingwei, who had no way to breathe, finally opened her eyes. Only there was a hint of blankness in her eyes, but they also revealed a hint of college student-like clarity. Ji-fan obediently let go of his hand, pretending as if nothing had happened. Xia Lingwei's eyes gradually began to regain clarity and became sharp, but after seeing clearly that the person in front of her was Ji-fan, her eyes softened again. Her brain was still a little foggy from the alcohol, though, and she kind of didn't get the current situation. It's like home. Xia Lingwei was indeed drunk before, but not thoroughly drunk, with a certain degree of self-awareness, but after falling asleep she was confused instead, kind of unable to remember what happened before. Sister, drink the soup first when you wake up. Ji-fan had obediently picked up the sobering soup next to the bed, then sat down on his butt, with one hand holding the sobering soup. His other hand naturally reached behind Xia Lingwei's neck, and with a slight force, he helped Xia Lingwei up and sat against the bed rest, in order for her to be able to lean comfortably. Ji-fan even took a pillow to cushion her. Xia Lingwei sat up and then touched her somewhat dizzy head to look at Ji-fan, who had passed the spoon to his mouth, and obediently opened her small mouth. Before handing it over, Ji-fan was afraid of scalding Xia Lingwei and purposely blew twice. A mouthful of warm sobering soup entered her stomach, and Xia Lingwei felt much more comfortable. One more bite. Ji-fan was just like coaxing a child, watching Xia Lingwei swallow and then handing over another spoonful. Xia Lingwei didn't say anything. Her eyes stayed on Ji-fan's body, the gentleness in the bottom of her eyes getting thicker and thicker. As the only daughter of the Xia family, Xia Lingwei had been a princess since she was a child. Even after her mother's death, Xia Jian had never treated her poorly materially. But a child who grows up without a mother will always lack love more than others and be more prone to suffer, longing for love but afraid of it. She'd already lost once, and she couldn't afford to lose again. But in Ji-fan, she could feel at ease, as if she could trust him with her love with complete confidence. Sister, Are you better after drinking it? A bowl of sobering soup had been consumed without realizing it. Ji-fan put the bowl back aside and looked at Xia Lingwei with concern and asked. Xia Lingwei nodded lightly, because there were quite a number of women present today. The wine that was drunk was not of a high degree, but Xia Lingwei drank too quickly, and that was what caused her head to go up fast. Just took a nap for a while has been much better. A bowl of sober soup down. Xia Lingwei has basically returned to normal. Then you take a shower, sister, and I'll send the bowl down. Just message me if you need anything. Seeing that Xia Lingwei was indeed no longer in any trouble, Ji-fan stood up from the edge of the bed, but just as he was about to leave, his sleeve was pulled by Xia Lingwei. Ji-fan turned around, and Xia Lingwei's talking eyes seemed to be telling her grievances, making Ji-fan involuntarily sit down again. Baby, cuddle. Xia Lingwei leaned her body forward and opened her arms. Ji-fan took a deep breath. There seemed to be no way he could refuse. Gently hugging Xia Lingwei, Xia Lingwei buried her head in Ji-fan's arms and greedily breathed in twice without speaking again. Sister, don't drink like that in the future. I'll be heartbroken. Wrapping his arms around Xia Lingwei, Ji-fan's heart inexplicably quieted down, and after a brief moment of silence he spoke. Xia Lingwei rubbed herself in his arms and let out a soft her face filled with a happy smile. Well, it's time for my sister to get cleaned up, so I'll go downstairs first. After the two of them hugged for a while, it was Ji-fan who let go first. Xia Lingwei's body was full of the smell of alcohol. She had to let her take a shower and change her clothes earlier. Xia Lingwei didn't pull on him this time and silently let go. Only her gaze fell on Ji-fan until he closed the door and left. After leaving Xia Lingwei's room, Ji-fan couldn't help but take a few deep breaths again. Intimate physical contact is the best way to promote a relationship between couples. But no one told Ji-fan that ordinary physical contact can be so exciting. Perhaps it was because the other party was Xia Lingwei. Although living under the same roof for 3 years, Ji-fan and Xia Lingwei had met only a handful of times before, and even if they met occasionally, they were all in a hurry and staggered away from each other. That's why every time Ji-fan met with Xia Lingwei, he was always stunned by her beauty. He thought that he should have some immunity to this since the two had been in contact so often during this time, but Ji-fan realized that he was wrong. Xia Lingwei has more than one side to her beauty. A high and cold female president, the shy little girl, the cute and clingy little princess, and the pure and flawless first love style. But on either side, it's perfect to the point of impeccability. Missy finished drinking? Downstairs, Zhang Ma was still waiting inside the living room. Seeing Ji-fan coming down with an empty bowl, she hurriedly went forward and took the bowl in his hand, while opening her mouth to ask. Ji-fan nodded. After handing the bowl to Zhang Ma, he didn't go upstairs, but sat down inside the living room, holding his cell phone in his hand. But he didn't know what he was thinking in his head. Chapter 108, Ji-fan's adversary scales. In the evening, Xia Lingwei did not call Ji-fan again. After waiting in the living room for a while, Ji-fan also returned to his room, although his mind is a little restless, but still insisted on coding for 2 hours before going to sleep. The next day, Xia Lingwei had already left early when Ji-fan got up. After inquiring about Zhang Ma and learning that Xia Lingwei had left only after breakfast, Ji-fan was relieved. He had similarly eaten breakfast at home and had just left the house to prepare to go to the company when he was intercepted by Pei Xiaohua. You're up so early? What are you doing? Looking at Pei Xiaohua, who stopped in front of his obedient rabbit, Ji-fan thought that he had misread the situation. Rubbing his eyes, he couldn't help but open his mouth to ask after determining that the other party was really Pei Xiaohua. It's still early? It's 8:30. I'm not like you. I went to the gym at 6:30. The me you see now is Pei Xiaohua, who has already finished exercising and had breakfast. Seeing Pei Xiaohua's smug look, Ji-fan had to re-examine him. Did he really go to the gym? Not because of the gym girls? Old G, what kind of eyes are you looking at? I'm telling you, I'm here to give you the good news, and you'd better be nice to me or I'm not going to say anything. Pei Xiaohua had a haughty look on his face. A look like, Ji-fan, you're begging me. And Xia Lingwei has said that she'll give you a week's vacation so that you can play games with me. This kid, this is something he remembers well. Ji-fan looked at him curiously. Aren't you already on gold? You don't deserve to go any higher, so don't go to the pits. Pei Xiaohua's face darkened. Do you talk about your brother like that? Watching Pei Xiaohua's gaze gradually become unkind, Ji-fan smiled awkwardly and patted the back seat of his obedient rabbit. Get in the car. I'm not working today. I'll take you flying. Pei Xiaohua immediately turned sad to happy and sat his ass up. Say, what's the news? So impatient to tell me. Ji-fan didn't ask Pei Xiaohua where he was going. Anyway, he restarted the electric car on his own. Pei Xiaohua didn't seem to care as he sat in the back seat, feeling the wind in his ears, and shouted loudly toward Ji-fan. What did you say? I can't hear you. But Ji-fan couldn't turn his head without regard for the safety of the two just to talk to Pei Xiaohua, so he could only stop there. After 20 minutes or so, Ji-fan's little electric donkey stopped. Where is this? You got a new internet cafe? Pei Xiaohua looked around curiously. Was there an internet cafe in this neighborhood? With Pei Xiaohua's understanding of Jifan, at this point in time, he would only do two things, go online, or play soccer. And he didn't really like to play, so he had to take himself to the internet. As for going to engage in some manly pleasures, Pei Xiaohua is borrowing Jifan's 10 guts he wouldn't dare to go. It used to be that you could go under your own compulsion to order an escort sister. And even if you didn't do anything, just sitting next to her was eye candy. But now that he's hooked up with Xia Lingwei, not to mention his sister, he wouldn't dare to order an aunt. But then again, there was Xia Lingwei, so Jifan shouldn't be able to look at ordinary people. You mean this? Macro View Group. Ah, my company. You've been here before. Pei Xiaohua froze. He'd been here once, and just thought the place was a little familiar, and hadn't thought hard enough to think in terms of Jifan's company. No, didn't you just promise to be nice? Why did you come to the company again? Pei Xiaohua looked at Jifan in surprise. His good brother would lie to himself? You'll have to let me go to the office and say so first. Can't you just disappear for a week? Can you use your head? Jifan was too lazy to explain so much to Pei Xiaohua, parked the electric car and walked towards the company. Pei Xiaohua could only follow him. Senpai? Good morning. Just as he approached the elevator, Pei Xiaohua heard a familiar voice and turned his head to see that it was Wang Yunshu. But Wang Yunshu obviously didn't notice him. She was greeting Jifan. Morning, haven't had breakfast yet. Jifan looked at the buns carried in Wang Yunshu's hands and said. Wang Yunshu nodded. Home is a bit far away from here, but it will be fine after this time. She now spent more time on training in addition to live streaming, which was why she had to rush over so early every day. Her training would be over in a few days, and at that point she'd just have to come over and start the show on time without being in such a rush. Schoolmate, you're in his company too. It wasn't until Pei Xiaohua spoke out that Wang Yunshu saw Pei Xiaohua on the side. The last time they met was still at the tavern, and it was Pei Xiaohua who sent Wang Yunshu back. But after that time the two had almost no contact. It's not that Pei Xiaohua doesn't want a contact, it's that Wang Yunshu didn't give him a chance. Seeing it again, Pei Xiaohua was obviously a bit surprised. He didn't expect Wang Yunshu to actually run Jifan's company to become an anchor. This is really a painstaking effort. Unfortunately, Jifan already had a master by name, and that master was so powerful and perverted that it was not comparable to mere mortals. What a coincidence. Senior Pei. Wang Yunshu smiled politely, then looked at Jifan. Senior, then I'll go in first. When Wang Yunshu entered the elevator, Pei Xiaohua immediately came to Jifan's side and asked in a low voice, it can be when was it recruited in? All without saying a word to me. This affair dead or looking for the door. Jifan gave him a blank look. She came to the company a bit earlier than me. It has nothing to do with me. TSK. Pei Xiaohua had a bad smile on his face. I'm halfway convinced. In order to avoid embarrassment, Jifan did not get on an elevator with Wang Yunshu, and the two remained waiting. Pei Xiaohua glanced around and saw that no one was paying attention to the side before he whispered, I don't believe you can't see what she has in mind for you. Such a good schoolgirl. Aren't you impressed? Anyway, they are all in one company, and Xia Lingwei can't control this side. Are you thinking of playing a play of hiding a girl in the office? Jifan glared at him while pulling out his cell phone. If I tell Xia Lingwei what you just said, guess if she'll ask your old man to come and discipline you properly. Pei Xiaohua hastily admitted his mistake. Jifan was also just scaring him, but at the same time, he was also warning Pei Xiaohua that the two of them were too close, so good that they could make any joke at will. But now, especially after last night, Xia Lingwei has become Jifan's new reverse scale. Pei Xiaohua is disrespecting Xia Lingwei by making this kind of joke. Jifan will definitely not allow this kind of thing to happen again. Don't ever make that joke again. Looking at Jifan's grave face, Pei Xiaohua also reacted and nodded repeatedly. The elevator came and the two entered it one after the other. Soon the two arrived at Jifan's office. Jifan briefly explained to Li Yiru about the recent work schedule, because the script for the short drama side hadn't been sorted out yet, so taking a week off wouldn't have much of an impact. Only after the arrangements were made did Jifan look at Pei Xiaohua. Say, what's so important about stopping me in the morning? Chapter 109, The Real Father. Didn't you say yesterday that you wanted me to check out the Key family for you? I checked them out properly when I got back at night, and guess what? Something happened to them. Hearing Pei Xiaohua's words, Jifan instantly became interested. Yesterday, the Ji family also used hackers in targeting the Xia group, which is obviously not letting go of the intention. If something happens to them, then Jifan is naturally happy. The Ji family's business abroad has been frantically targeted in the past few days, and in just a few days' time they've already lost billions of dollars. And at this rate, if they don't do something about it, at most a month of their foreign markets will be completely emptied. The Ji family had suffered a problem, so they definitely didn't have the heart to deal with the Xia group, which was definitely good news for Jifan. Wickedness has a way of rubbing off on people. Jifan's side. and at the same time, Xia Jian and Sun Huiya, who were far away across the ocean, sneezed in unison. What's the matter? Caught a cold in the last couple days? Sun Huiya muttered to herself, but immediately plunged into her intense work. To make a move against the Ji family, even if it was abroad, then one had to be careful. A giant like the Ji family, if one was not careful, it was possible to capsize one's boat. Do you know who is targeting the Qi family? Pei Xiaohua said again mysteriously. Ji Fan took a sip of tea to himself. Pei Xiaohua would have said it himself anyway. Sure enough, he couldn't hide it for a second and said it right afterward. It's the Anya Group. Anya Group. Even a Buddhist college student like Ji Fan had heard of this company's name. Anya Group is an internationally renowned group with a wide range of industries. But more than 10 years ago, Anya Group was still unknown, and just in the last 10 years, Anya Group has grown thick and thin and started to develop rapidly, especially in the last 3 years. The Anya Group has been as helpful as a god, and every decision has accurately predicted the windfall and made a lot of money. And the controller of the Anya Group is very mysterious. According to the gossip, the controller of this Anya Group is actually a Chinese, but Kiffin had always scoffed at that. China is certainly powerful now, but it is precisely because of its power that some of the top international consortiums and families have ostracized the Chinese. They're in fear, so whenever they know it's a Chinese property, they'll find a way to suppress it. If the Anya Group was really created by a Chinese, it shouldn't have been so smooth all these years. Unless, Jifan shook his head. If this is able to let Anya Group rise, that Anya Group behind that person must be how horrible. Innate business saint body is also just so it. There's more exciting news. The current head of the Ji family is called Ji Hongfei. There are a total of 3 siblings in his generation, with an older brother Ji Yangyu above him and a younger sister Ji Mengyue below him. Although he is the head of the family, but his brother and sister have always coveted the Ji family power. This time abroad happened such a big event he did not alert in time, resulting in Ji family losses. It is estimated that his brother and sister will be towards him again. Pei Xiaohua was gloating on the sidelines, and he didn't know how he had found out so much information. Seeing Ji Fan's curiosity, Pei Xiaohua hemmed and hawed. Wasn't it thanks to that hacker they arranged yesterday? The Ji family is also really bold, probably thinking that we have no way to deal with their offense, so the IP is in their company's information department. I went back at night and followed the trail and found a lot of fun stuff. The one targeting the Xia group is the current head of the Ji family, Ji Hongfei, and the odds are that this person is your real old man. Kiffin froze for a moment, although he had said before that he wouldn't recognize his own father even if he was his own father. When he really heard Pei Xiaohua talk about it, Jifan still had a strange feeling rising up inside him. Blood is thicker than water. Maybe that's why, between direct blood relatives, there will always be some kind of special induction, which is one thing that is hard to explain even with science. I'll show you the picture. See for yourself, said Pei Xiaohua, handed over his cell phone, on which was a high-definition large picture photo. Families like the Shangjing Ji family have always been very strict in protecting the information of the main members of the family, and they don't rely on traffic as much as those who are explicitly the richest of whatever. In all seriousness, only the Ji family, which has a long time of heritage, is considered a real powerful family, and these families in Jianhai don't count at all. Being able to get the photo, Pei Xiaohua really deserves a sentence of top hacker. Taking the cell phone, Jifan's hand was steady, but his heart had long since begun to tremble. The eyes slowly looked at the screen, on which was a middle-aged man in a suit, mature, dignified, and even though it's just a photo, it still gives off an oppressive feeling of superiority. But objectively speaking, the person in the photo is only of medium to high caliber in terms of looks, but at a glance, Jifan was at least 70% similar to him, and the photo looked like Jifan 20 years later. No wonder his own mom always disliked his looks, so his looks followed him. Fortunately, there is a mom to give themselves hard to improve the quality. Otherwise they will have to grow with Pei Xiaohua indistinguishable. Jifan took a deep breath and tried to calm the waves in his heart. He returned the cell phone to Pei Xiaohua, his eyes gradually becoming firm. Forget it, whoever he is has nothing to do with me. I only know that he has targeted Xia's group, and that's an enemy. Pei Xiaohua looked at him. Not bad for your own brother, treating money like dirt. As long as Jifan runs to the Ji family in Shangjing right now and shouts, Ji Hongfei is my father, even if it was just an illegitimate child from the outside. The wealth that Jifan would be able to obtain was not at all something he could imagine. Not to mention Xia's group is only one of the richest people in Jianhai. It is the 4 big families in Jianhai all tied together are not enough to look at. When people just slightly move their hands, Xia's group has to give their all. Based on the information I've gotten to speculate, he shouldn't even have time to run the Xia group for the last while. He'll have to worry about his position. If he continues to target the Xia group again, then his good brother and sister will definitely take this opportunity to hammer him hard, which is definitely not something he wants to see. Pei Xiaohua's words had some truth to them. Compared to destroying the Xia group, the position of the Ji family's power holder was definitely more important. As long as he was still in this position, sooner or later there would be a chance to clean up the Xia group in the future. But once you've been squeezed out of that position, since ancient times, we all know what happens when we fail in the fight for power, and he definitely won't have the chance to make a move against the Xia group in the future. No, Qi, you're really not worried about him being your real father, are you? This is going to end badly for you as a father if you get squeezed down by that great uncle and aunt of yours. Ji Fan sneered. My mom didn't even worry about it. Heart ah? Chapter 110, Critical Information, Counterattack begins. Ji family encountered difficulties. This matter definitely need to tell Xia Lingwei, so that she can rest assured and boldly deal with the Shi group, and strive to make the Shi group completely disappear in Jianhai before the Ji family finished solving their own matters. After thinking about it, Ji Fan looked at Pei Xiaohua. Pei Xiaohua, who had been playing with his cell phone, suddenly felt a chill on his back. He looked up in bewilderment. Could it be that the air conditioning in the office was turned down too low? Pei Xiaohua, who was wondering where the problem was, suddenly met Ji Fan's eyes, and in his afterthought, Ji Fan had already spoken. Huazi, do brother a favor. Pei Xiaohua wanted to reject it outright, but he still couldn't carry Ji Fan's sincere eyes. You now inform Xia Lingwei that the Ji family has no time to deal with the Xia group recently, but don't give the Ji family away. Pei Xiaohua thought something was wrong. Just this, is not it easy for him? Not even needing Ji Fan to say anything more, he directly dialed Xia Lingwei. Xia Group, conference room. Just after arriving at the company today, Xia Lingwei held a high-level meeting for the sole purpose of targeting the Shi group. It's not polite to come and go. Although Xia's group was now starting to move everything on the right track, Shi's group had brought at least billions of dollars in losses to Xia's group a few days ago. With Xia Lingwei's character, how could she not give them a big gift properly? What's the situation now? Yesterday Su Jiro has been in the preparation. Early this morning, the news followed all put out. Now there should be some feedback out. Nearly half of the companies chose to simply withdraw from working with the Toki group, firmly siding with us. There's a part that still wants to be a wallflower and hang on both sides. There are also some that originally had a close relationship with the Shi family, and now they have even taken the initiative to cut off their cooperation with our Xia group. Xia Lingwei nodded. This was a situation that could be expected. Originally, Xia Lingwei had planned to give everyone 3 days to think about it, but now it seemed that perhaps there was no need to give them that long. Before noon today, those who haven't disassociated themselves from the Shi group, all of them will be pulled into the Xia group's blacklist, and at the same time, they will be blocked in the entire Jianhai. In the whole of China, Xia's group might not be ranked too high, but in Jianhai City, Xia's group could definitely make a statement. Mr. Xia, isn't this a bit too risky? The number of these wallflowers could be quite a lot. If it was the previous Xia group, even if they were all blacklisted it would not be a big problem. But now, if they were really united, it would be a great pressure for the Xia group as well. Afraid of what? I'm the one who's worried if something goes wrong. Xia Lingwei's words were not to be refused. She just wanted the entire Jianhai business community to know what would happen if they went against the Xia group. At that moment, her cell phone suddenly rang and everyone in the conference room looked over. Xia Lingwei had her own rules. When the meeting time everyone's cell phone must be silent, vibration or not. Originally, Xia Lingwei herself muted every meeting, but now it was different. She had to return Ji Fan's messages in a timely manner. Looking at the unfamiliar number on her cell phone, Xia Lingwei frowned and directly chose to hang up, but just after hanging up, the other person dialed again. Mr. Xia, should I answer it? In case it's something urgent? Su Jiro, who was on the side, persuaded. Now, at this particular time, that is not to be ruled out. The cell phone was still stubbornly vibrating, and Xia Lingwei frowned and brought it over. Sister Lingwei, I'm Pei Xiaohua. Probably knowing that Xia Lingwei didn't even know her cell phone number, Pei Xiaohua opened the door. Hearing that it was Pei Xiaohua's voice, Xia Lingwei's complexion slightly eased up. I was bored today and followed that IP from yesterday to check it out, but I ended up finding out some news. That family in Shanjing seems to have given up on the Shi group and won't be supporting them anymore. Xia Lingwei didn't turn on the external broadcast, so the others didn't know what was inside the phone. They could only see Xia Lingwei's face change from cloudy to sunny. It really seemed to be some kind of good news. After a few words Xia Lingwei hung up the phone. Taking a deep breath, Xia Lingwei stood up. Now, immediately, right away, all the plans against the Shi group are starting to be implemented, including those who still want to get their hands on the Shi group now. None of them can be spared. In addition, Xia Lingwei swept a circle of the crowd with her eyes sternly. Inform down, but any of our opponents do not need to show any mercy. Since someone wants to fight, we'll accompany them to the end. Dismissed. Although he didn't know what the content of the call that Mr. Xia had just received was, everyone could see the relief on Mr. Xia's face. After the meeting was adjourned, Xia Lingwei returned to her office and in a happy mood she sent a message to Jifan. Happy day, baby, will you join us for lunch? The message was answered in seconds as soon as it was sent. Good. One word, but immediately followed by another. I'll pick you up at the office when I get off at noon. The office door was pushed open and Sujiro walked in. Yo, smiling, who's this messaging? The knowing flirtation made Xia Lingwei a little flustered, and she hastily forced herself to be calm and digress. I just got word that the forces behind the Toki group won't be supporting them anymore. Although she knew that Xia Lingwei was deliberately digressing from the topic, she was still captivated by the news. Fidelity? Xia Lingwei nodded. Pei Xiaohua's strength last night has seen, and Pei family and Xia family has been good friends. Xia family can rise so quickly with the help of Pei family cannot be separated. Pei Xiaohua and Jifan is a buddy since childhood. It is unlikely that will intentionally come to deceive themselves. This message, at least, is 90% credible. That's really helping us. No wonder you're so impatient to target the Sure group. You don't want to give them any chance to turn around. Sujiro also instantly figured it out. There must be a reason why the Toki group was able to climb up to the power of Shangjing, now that the other side has given up on them. But who can say if there will still be changes? Surely the sooner the better. And we can't take it lightly. Make sure that once and for all, we make it so that Toki can't make waves anymore. Even a lion fighting a rabbit needs all its strength. Good. I'll go and make arrangements now. This time they definitely won't have a chance to turn around. Sujiro murderous out to start arrangements. But just out of Xia Lingwei's office Sujiro suddenly paused. She touched her head. No, what was I just going to say to her? Forget it. Whatever. Let's just take out the tokens first. Chapter 111, The Unusual Atmosphere in the Car. No, I was promised to accompany me during this period of time. And you said you were going to accompany Xia Lingwei for dinner? What day can't you have a meal? It has to be today. It was only 11 o'clock. Pei Xiaohua hadn't had a good time yet, and Jifan decisively got off the plane and was ready to run away, completely ignoring his aggravation. Xia Lingwei was still waiting for herself to eat. What about me? Pei Xiaohua pointed a finger at himself. Eat it yourself. You're such an adult. You need me to feed you. Jifan didn't spoil him, turned his head and ran. If he didn't leave, he wouldn't be able to catch up with Xia Lingwei's shift. At 11:50, Jifan had appeared downstairs at Xia's group right on time. But he didn't go in and just sent a message to Xia Lingwei. Xia's group has a cafeteria. Not only is the food good, but it's cheaper than what's out there, so few employees will come out at noon. This hot August sun would also hold down everyone's slightest bit of restlessness, so Jifan directly and arrogantly stood right in front of the door. After all, it was a hot sun outside, and he didn't want to endure it. Within minutes of sending the message, Xia Lingwei had already sneakily trotted out. Although it was a bit sneaky, Xia Lingwei's movements were still cute. Obviously, she was wearing a strong female workplace outfit, but she couldn't stop that wisp of playfulness. Drive, right? It's too much sun. During this time the two traveled together, usually using Jifan's good boy rabbit. Not only because the obedient rabbit was a bit more convenient, but also because the obedient rabbit was able to make stickers very logically. So the two of them had always tacitly used Jifan's little electric donkey. But at this time today, with the blazing sun at 12 o'clock, Xia Lingwei was a little heartbroken for Jifan. It's okay. Jifan glanced at Xia Lingwei. This delicate skin could not follow him under the scorching sun like himself. If he tanned Xia Lingwei, then he would be a sinner. The car was in the underground garage, and Xia Lingwei handed the key to Jifan. Jifan had already tried it once the last time he went to the amusement park, and it drove a little slower, but it was still stable. Sister, where to eat and what to eat? These two questions were a serious and difficult issue for all couples in the country, and even the duo of Jifan and Xia Lingwei had a hard time escaping them. Just after the words were asked, both Jifan and Xia Lingwei could not help but frown. Fondue? Xia Lingwei spoke tentatively. This question, which was a naughty one for all couples, had been solved in the first sentence that Xia Lingwei opened her mouth. The woman opened her mouth, and it's a sure thing. Sure enough, Jifan nodded his head directly, while igniting the ignition and pressing down the electronic handbrake. The action was done in one go. I know a hot pot that's pretty good. Let's go together. Speaking of hot pot, that Jifan cannot headache. He studied when he did not less with Pei Xiaohua two people to eat. At the same time he spoke. Jifan also looked sideways at Xia Lingwei and watched her fasten her seatbelt with her own eyes in desire to speak. What's wrong? Xia Lingwei sensed Jifan's abnormality and opened her mouth to inquire. Jifan sighed in mock pity before saying, Sister, when I watch TV, the female lead usually doesn't wear a seatbelt and waits for the male lead to give it to her. The last time he drove he was too nervous because it was his first time. so he didn't think of that. But today was already the second time, and after losing his nervousness, Jifan subconsciously thought of this image when he looked at Xia Lingwei's action of fastening her seatbelt again. Xia Lingwei smiled faintly as she suddenly undid the buckle of her seatbelt, which instantly returned to its original position. Xia Lingwei then looked at Jifan with a sideways smile, a hint of teasing in her eyes. Jifan, a hot-blooded young man in his own right, how could he possibly withstand this kind of test? Without saying a word, he pressed the electronic handbrake back down, then loosened his own seatbelt and, following the example of the dramas he'd read about, got up slightly. The two of them have had many times of physical contact, but under this ambiguous atmosphere, the smile on Xia Lingwei's face also turned into shyness, and her body was even more taut, not daring to move a single muscle. Actually, it wasn't just Xia Lingwei who was nervous. Jifan was equally so. It's easy to say, but not at all when you do it. He was already somewhat regretting having just said that now. Why don't you just drive away? You have to be a. Jifan's heartbeat was also beating hard at this time. His body slowly tilted and his entire upper body had moved closer to Xia Lingwei. He was even able to feel her breath and smell the faint aroma of her body. The space inside the car wasn't really small, but I don't know if it was because Xia Lingwei did it on purpose or she was nervous, but her body didn't lean back. Instead she sat straight. In that case, Kifan wanted to get the seatbelt that was on the other side of her, and the two would likely come into physical contact. In fact, in the contact of the opposite sex, sometimes this kind of seemingly touching non-touching feeling is more heartwarming than direct physical contact, because at this time of the year, the human brain can't help but produce some wonderful fantasies that can make your mental state more easily satisfied. The buckle of the seatbelt had been held by Jifan, and he gave it a gentle tug. Right at this moment, Xia Lingwei suddenly turned her head sideways, and her lips landed on Jifan's face so unprepared. However, Jifan also happened to be on his way back from pulling out, so the end result was Xia Lingwei's lips lightly tracing over Jifan's cheek. Goosebumps instantly popped up, and Xia Lingwei herself didn't anticipate such a situation. The seatbelt was fastened, but a strange silence fell over the car. Only after a long time did Jifan stutter a bit and speak. That, sister, we, set off. He didn't even dare to turn his head sideways when he spoke, and kept his eyes looking straight ahead, as if he was going to join the party. Xia Lingwei just softly the same did not turn his head, but instead inclined to the window, probably feeling the heat. Jifan reached out to try to turn down the air conditioner temperature a bit, not realizing that Xia Lingwei also turned around at the same time at this time, reaching out and pressing the air conditioner's position. Their hands just touched each other and then separated from each other as if they were electrocuted. That, I just think it's too hot, Jifan said awkwardly, and when he saw Xia Lingwei retract her hand, Jifan could only adjust the temperature down a bit more by himself. After 20 minutes or so, in this somewhat strange atmosphere, Jifan finally parked his car. After getting out of the car, Jifan instantly felt much more relaxed. In a special place like a car, which is sealed in nature, human feelings will always be a bit more intuitive and strong. Xia Lingwei naturally went around the front of the car, and then took Jifan's arm, and with this level of intimacy, neither of them had any psychological pressure. Instead, lifting her head, a smile reappeared on Xia Lingwei's face. I knew you must be talking about this hot pot restaurant. Chapter 112, The Time Group. It's not surprising that Xia Lingwei knows about this hot pot restaurant. Although this was a treasure store that Jifan had unearthed after college, the store had a very good reputation in Shanghai, especially among the younger crowd. The store is quiet, clean and most importantly good value for money. Most of the time, affordable prices are always a popular choice for young people, and this hot pot restaurant fulfills just that requirement. Hot pot for lunch on a hot day is available, but not a lot of it. It's still a weekday, and even fewer people show up for lunch. Xia Lingwei and Jifan found a window seat and sat down, and the waiter enthusiastically handed over the menu. Jifan took the menu and skillfully ordered a few of the store's signatures before handing it to Xia Lingwei. Sister, you do it. Jifan didn't want to make the same mistake as the last time Xia Lingwei ate spicy food, so he chose to hand over the menu to Xia Lingwei after ordering the signature. Just get clear soup for the bottom of the pot. Looking at Xia Lingwei ordering, Jifan added to the waiter. Don't. Mandarin duck hot pot. It's not good to have no spice at all. Jifan is not spicy. To really order a clear soup pot, then Jifan today this hot pot is considered a waste of food. One of the most convenient things about fondue is that there is no wait. The bottom of the pan is on and the dish is served to you immediately, which is a great time saver. Jifan had gotten up when the food was served, and soon he called over 2 dipping saucers, one handing it to Xia Lingwei. It's blended lighter, so try it first, sister. This was the first time Jifan had come out to eat hot pot with Xia Lingwei, so he can only try his best to mix it for Xia Lingwei according to the flavors he knew. But Xia Lingwei didn't care and simply took the dipping dish. She then gently nudged her chopsticks inside the dipping saucer and gently stuck out her own tongue at the tip of the chopsticks, her eyes instantly brightening up considerably. It's great, I love it. Ji Fan, who had been staring at Xia Lingwei, finally put his heart down after hearing these words. Sister, it shouldn't be that busy lately, right? It's possible to take a proper rest. During this period of time, Xia Lingwei was busy with the company's affairs and basically never slept a good night, but now she was completely at ease. It was just dealing with the Shi clan, and after lacking the Ji family's help, the Xia clan didn't even need Xia Lingwei to come and personally sit in on the situation to easily take out the other side. However, Ji Fan was now curious as to what those who had previously leaned towards the Shi group were thinking now, especially the design team that was poached by the Toki group, although their strength was good. After this incident, Jiang Hai estimated that no company would dare to take them, and they could only choose to leave their hometown. These days are the most critical time, not to be taken lightly. After all, no one can guarantee that the news is true. The news that the Shi family had lost their support, although Pei Xiaohua had determined it, it was also possible that it was a smokescreen put out by the other side, just to make themselves fall off the wagon. Otherwise, the hacker had been used against Xia's group only the day before. How could it be over after a nap? Finding out that Tim's group is unsupportable? Also, it's better to be careful. Ji Fan nodded back. Although he knew the Ji family's current situation, there was no guarantee that the Ji family would not go crazy and engage in a bust. After surmising his relationship with the Ji family, anything the other party did seemed possible. After eating only 1 o'clock, Xia Lingwei afternoon still have to go back to the company something. Ji Fan sent her downstairs and then go to ride their own small donkey. As for Pei Xiaohua, Ji Fan would definitely not go back to him in the afternoon. When they returned home, both Mrs. Zhang and Auntie Wang were there. Young master is back so early today? Glancing at the time, it was only a little after 1 o'clock. Usually they don't come back for lunch at noon, at least until after work in the afternoon. There's nothing going on at the office for a while, so I'll be back early, Ji Fan casually said and went upstairs. And when there is nothing to do, he should seize the opportunity to code more. Tim's group. After only a few days of scenery, the Shi group was once again pushed into the limelight by the Xia group. And this time, the slightest misstep could be the end of everything. President's office. Shi's father and son were sitting opposite each other, and Shi Weikong had a coy face in front of his own father, not daring to speak. After a long period of silence, perhaps because he felt it was too depressing, Tim Weikong still didn't hold back and opened his mouth. Father, is there still no news from the upper capital? If it continues like this, our Shi's group might go bankrupt. That Xia Lingwei has come for real this time. Once the Shi group went bankrupt, then Weikong would not be able to be that rich young master anymore, which was something he absolutely could not tolerate. Shut up. Shi Minghui, also known as Shi Weikong's father, already annoyed, hearing Toki Weikong's meaningless words here became even more annoying, and roared towards him. Time Weikong immediately closed his mouth and even lowered his head. Shi Minghui was the sky in Shi Weikong's eyes. He didn't dare to go against his father's wishes, just like 5 years ago, when Shi Minghui wanted Shi Weikong to go abroad, then he could only go abroad. After Toki Weikong closed his mouth, Toki Minghui lit a cigarette. The atmosphere of the office has become more and more depressing. Mr. Shi, 2 more partner companies have unilaterally announced the termination of their cooperation with us. Under Xia Lingwei's strong pressure, more and more people chose to give up the Shi group. 5 or 6 hours had passed since morning. If Shi's group really had the support of the forces over in Shangjing, it would have long jumped out to go against Xia Lingwei. But up to now Shi's group hadn't made any moves, and everyone began to suspect Shi's group. So in this short hour at noon, Shi Minghui felt what is called a real rebellion. Got it. Get out. Timmy waved his hand in annoyance, and when his assistant went out he finally picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. Mr. G, you really have to help me this time. I still have a big secret I haven't told you. Not knowing what the person on the other end of the phone said, Timothy's face changed. Mr. G, you promised me in the beginning, and you really don't want to know my secret? Well, since you are so desperate, don't blame me later. Timmy hung up the phone angrily. Tim Weikong was careful on the sidelines and didn't dare to utter a single breath. His own father looked like he had fallen out of talks with the bigwigs over in Shangjing, and if he spoke again at this time, he would probably become his father's punching bag. Picking up the teacup on the table, Shi Minghui took a big sip. His eyes glanced at his son, and sighed with some hatred. After putting down the teacup, Shi Minghui once again pulled out his cell phone while muttering to himself under his breath. Since you're going to make things worse, I'll see what you think when you realize you still have a son in the Xia family. Chapter 113. Timing Huey's phone dialed out after the other party delayed to connect, and waited until it was almost automatically hung up. The phone finally came a woman's voice. Which one? The voice was crisp, but you could tell that the woman wasn't young, and it was the kind of voice that sounded like she was in a position of power. Hello Mr. G. I'm Shi Minghui from the Jianghai Shi group. This time, Timothy's attitude was lowered even more. Shi Minghui? Kind of rings a bell. Is that my second brother's dog in Jianghai? Kind of funny. Looking for me for something. Being insulted so much by the other party. But Shi Minghui didn't have the slightest bit of displeasure. Instead, he kept a smile on his face, taking the liberty of disturbing Mr. G. I have a deal on my side that I would like to talk to you about. It's about Ji Hongfei. I guarantee your satisfaction. The identity of this woman inside the phone has been called out. It is Ji Hongfei's biological sister Ji Mengyue. Ji Mengyue, as the youngest of the three siblings, was also over 40 years old, but for people of their status, their 40s were the time when their ambitions were most inflated. From a young age, his father and grandfather have always favored Ji Hongfei, when he was young and foolish and made a big mistake, but as long as he turns back, the Ji family will still be his. This made Ji Mengyu very unconvinced. A few years ago, the old man of the Ji family passed away. His father also completely retired the Ji family, handed over to the Ji Hongfei. Also from this time onwards, Ji Mengyue and Ji Yangyu, two people began to be stupid, teamed up against the Ji Hongfei. Nai Ji Hongfei, this person means, is really powerful. A few years down the road, the two can only barely protect themselves through cooperation. Simply cannot find Ji Hongfei any cracks. If it continued, it wouldn't be long before Ji Hongfei kicked the two of them out of the Ji family's fight completely, which was something they couldn't tolerate. Now that she had heard that Shi Minghui was looking for himself, and that it was directed at Ji Hongfei, although she didn't hold out much hope, it never hurt to listen. Tell me about it. Ji Mengyue's voice remained calm. Before she saw the value of Shi Minghui, she would never show any attitude of her own. Ji Hongfei left a son in Jianghai, but he didn't know it himself. What? The woman on the other end of the phone finally stopped being calm, her voice so high it pierced the headset. Irritated by the noise, Timmy Hui was not half unhappy, but instead had a smile on his face. You heard correctly. The woman Ji Hongfei liked back then gave him a son, and Ji Hongfei himself doesn't know it. It was probably because the news was just too explosive, and even Ji Mengyue, who was used to seeing storms and waves, could only remain silent for a while. That second brother of her own, excluding the fact that it was a hostile relationship, she really couldn't pick any faults in the other party, whether it was in the way he handled himself or his own abilities. Otherwise it wouldn't have been a fight for so many years, but he and his big brother hadn't even caught him in the slightest. I didn't realize, that he had such a big handle. Are you sure? How do you know? After a short silence, Ji Mengyu still asked again with certainty. Not 100%, but at least 80% likely. Shi Minghui also knew that this was the last chance for the Shi family, so he didn't dare to really lie. I can show you his picture first. Also, his mother's name is Sun Huiya, and she's close to Xia Jinan. It had to be said that as an old fox who could make the Shi group the top few in Jianghai, he must have some skills and means of his own. It was easy to find out information about Jifan and his own mother, but usually no one would look into Jifan, an ordinary college student. For another, even if their identities could be traced, the relationship between Xia Jian and Sun Huiya had not been publicized in the first place, and the two were basically abroad in order for their relationship not to be exposed. Trying to find out about their relationship is basically impossible, but Timmy Fai did. Sun Huiya? The moment she heard that name, Ji Mengyu was already 80% sure, but there's still 20% who haven't seen the actual test results. It's not like Sun Huiya can't remarry and have children after all these years. Moreover, with his second brother's ability, how could he have let Sun Huiya take his child away back then? Don't worry, I can find a way to get you his hair and you can take it for testing. Once again, Ji Mengyu fell silent. Hearing the name Sun Huiya once again after so many years, some memories surfaced in front of her eyes. Back then, Sun Huiya, Xia Jian, and Ji Hongfei were all attending university in Shangjing, and all three were equally good. Xia Jian and Ji Hongfei both showed strong business skills in college, and they are rivals and sympathize with each other. At that moment, a girl appeared in both of their sights at the same time, and that person was Sun Huiya. 1 year younger than them, with impeccable appearance and strong design talent, she became a sensation and attracted attention right after enrollment, and just a month after enrolling, he won first prize in the school's design competition, taking out a number of older students to win in a breakneck crushing victory. Inevitably, both men fall in love with Sun Huiya. Unfortunately, at that time Ji Hongfei was young and wild. Compared to Xia Jinan's more modest and introverted character, he was too much sharpness, and did not let Sun Huiya like. In the fight, Ji Hongfei ended up losing badly, and at this time, Ji Hongfei made one of the most capricious decisions of his life. He used the Ji family's power to threaten the Xia family. The result is that Xia Jian is forced to be taken back by his family and cuts off his contact with Sun Huiya, and in a short period of time arranges for him to marry a blind date. On this side, Ji Hongfei used the Xia family to threaten Sun Huiya to go out with him, and sent the photos to Xia Jian after Sun Huiya agreed, making Xia Jian agree to a blind date with a completely broken heart. 3 years later, Ji Hongfei's father found Sun Huiya and helped Sun Huiya leave Ji Hongfei's control, while using the position of Ji family head to tie Ji Hongfei firmly to Shangjing. When Ji Hongfei got the news, he only knew that Sun Huiya had gone to Jianghai, but no matter how many people were sent out to look for it, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. He could never have imagined that in the very first few years, Sun Huiya lived directly in the slums. Under the madness, he angrily took another stab at Xia's group, but it only lasted for a while, and Ji Hongfei's father let his son vent for a while before arranging an evenly matched marriage for him, which Ji Hongfei eventually chose to accept. Having lost his favorite woman, he's about to take power firmly into his own hands. If it was exposed at this time that Sun Huiya had given him a son and was now with Xia Jinan, Ji Mengyu was curious to know how crazy the second brother of hers would be, and what kind of decision would his own second sister-in-law make. Chapter 114, The Toki Family. There was no resistance from the Time Group, something Xia Lingwei hadn't expected. Originally, she had thought that the Toki group would struggle a bit even without the support of the forces behind them, but now it seemed that she had overestimated them. But Xia Lingwei didn't take it lightly. Destined to be enemies, then they should never let the other side have any chance to roll over. This swinging abandonment by the Timbers accelerated their demise even more. In just 3 short days, the originally huge Schur's group had fallen apart. Even the Schur family father and son had disappeared, and the company had become an empty shell. And at this moment, Ji Fan was sitting in a cafe, with Pei Xiaohua next to him, and across from him was the Schur family father and son who were rumored to have absconded with the money. Originally Ji Fan was playing a game with Pei Xiaohua, and when he received the call from Shivkong he was still a bit confused, not knowing what the other party was doing suddenly looking for him. When Schur Wei Kong asked to meet with himself, Ji Fan's first reaction was to refuse. Now that the Schur family's father and son were like falling dogs, Ji Fan was afraid that they would stage some kind of deathbed revolt and kidnap themselves to threaten Xia Lingwei. The rule of law society cannot stop people from making their own deaths, but Ji Fan does not want to be buried with them. But while Ji Fan didn't want to see them, their father and son found themselves directly. This time Ji Fan can't run away, but the other side is only sometimes the father and son of the family. Himself and Pei Xiaohua is also 2 people. Really fight is also the advantage in me. So it creates such a situation now. Say something. There shouldn't be anything to talk about between us. The one who spoke was Pei Xiaohua, who was so acute that he wouldn't be polite with the other party. It's said that they don't fight. Seeing as how Pei Xiao doesn't have much to do, it shouldn't be so bad, right? Said Timmy. We picked up the coffee that had just been served and took a shallow taste. This coffee shop tastes pretty good. I used to love coming here, but now that I'm getting older, it's better for me to drink tea, to nourish my body. Neither Ji Fan nor Pei Xiaohua spoke or touched the coffee in front of them. They just stared at Shi Minghui. This is a famous old oil man in Jianghai. He suddenly looked for Ji Fan. It must have come with a purpose, just that neither Ji Fan nor Pei Xiaohua knew what his purpose really was, so it was best to do nothing and say nothing. On the way down, Ji Fan had already sent a message and location to Su Jiro, and as long as he dragged on for a while, Su Jiro would be here. If Su Jiro is here, then there's no need to be afraid. In this acre of Jianghai, the Su family is the underground emperor. Seeing that these 2 juniors didn't say a word, Shi Minghui didn't get angry. He put down the coffee in his hand and seriously scrutinized Ji Fan in front of him, giving Ji Fan a look that made him feel uncomfortable before he opened his mouth again. Ji Fan, right? The surname Ji is almost non-existent in Jianghai. Haven't you ever wondered about your father? Ji Fan and Pei Xiaohua both turned serious at the same time, their eyes unblinking as they looked at Shi Minghui in front of them. This man, he seems to know something. In Ji Fan and Pei Xiaohua's speculation, Ji Fan's father was Ji Hongfei, and what Sun Huiya had done over the years allowed the duo to guess that Sun Huiya must be hiding something. Take, for example, Ji Fan's identity. This also means that the odds are that Ji Hongfei doesn't know that Sun Huiya has given him a son. But how did the Timmy Hui in front of him know? However, at this time Ji Fan must definitely be stable. Shi Minghui, this old greaseball, at this time looking for himself to say such words. At least there is some suspicion. At this time absolutely can't mess up his own feet. The coffee that hadn't been moved was also finally served by Ji Fan, and only after taking a sip did Ji Fan revert to looking at Shi Minghui. Mr. Sure, I'm just a small character. My father died in an accident when I was a child. If you want to influence Xia Lingwei through me, it's undoubtedly a bit of a pie in the sky. Still, Mr. Toki is quite courageous. Do you know how many people are looking for you out there? You actually have spare time to come to me. I can understand that you no longer have any means, Mr. Toki, so you can only think of this pie-in-the-sky idealized method. Ji Fan was calm on the surface, but inside he was not as relaxed as he said. He had just thought back carefully. From the time he entered the Xia family, his own mother and uncle Xia had been hiding his identity, but it wasn't completely unknown. For example, that driver of Xia Lingwei's, Qin Hao's father. Although he didn't know what kind of relationship Xia Lingwei and Jifan had as siblings, he could be sure that these two were very close. With Xia Minghui's ability, it wasn't hard to find them, and it was even easier to ask for some information from them. Apart from these two, there were several other patriarchal members of the Xia group who also knew some insider information. Although he couldn't grasp Jifan's identity 100%, it wasn't hard to infer something from it. In Jifan's opinion, at this point, Minghui was here to set himself up, so he had to remain calm at this time. As Jifan opened his mouth, Timothy's eyes kept watching him, trying to discern his heart through his words and expression. Joking aside, you're no slouch. It was not known what exactly Shi Minghui saw. After Jifan finished his words, he suddenly smiled and said with meaning, to be able to make Xia Lingwei, the high ridge flower of Jianhai, look at you so favorably, in itself shows that you are unusual. Not to mention, what's more, Tai Minghui did not say, this old fox, talking halfway, is trying to judge through some of his own words, but now it seemed that Jifan might not really know anything. From what Timmy Hui had been told, Jifan's mother kept a lot of things from Jifan, so there was a good chance he wasn't pretending. But what was certain was that his relationship with Xia Lingwei was definitely unusual. After a brief trial and error, Shi Minghui no longer intends to stay. Jianhai now has no place for the Shi family father and son. He has to take Shi Weikong to Shangjing before things get desperate. Moreover, even if he knew that Jifan was Ji Hongfei's son, he wouldn't intend to break the news now. Who knows what Jifan would have thought? What if he knew he was of the Shangjing Ji family's bloodline and he ran over to recognize his family himself? With the Ji family's position in the business world of China, Shi Minghui didn't believe that anyone would be able to withstand it. If it really came to this, then all of his plans would be in vain, and Ji Mengyue wouldn't be able to give him any payment. Only cards held in the hand that have not yet been played can be used as an undercard. Play the cards that are dealt, then you lose control of yourself. But now he had one last thing to do, and that was to get Jifan's hair. Chapter 115. It's over. He's been undermined. Shi Minghui didn't move and made a wink towards his son next to him. Shi Weikong had been looking forward to this moment for a long time, and after seeing his father's hint, he immediately stood up with excitement. This unusual move immediately caused both Jifan and Pei Xiaohua to raise their guard. I'm going to the bathroom. As he got up, Tokiomi rushed to his father. This action again caused Jifan and Pei Xiaohua's guard to drop slightly, and the time has passed so long. No surprise Su Jiro should have arrived soon. Let the two in front of them howl. It is impossible to make waves again. Thinking of this, Jifan became even more calm. But he had just put his heart down when Time Void had also walked up next to him. The moment he approached Jifan, a cruel smile appeared on his face. Originally heading towards the restroom, he suddenly stopped and without saying a word threw a punch towards Jifan. But the punch didn't land on Jifan's face. Pop! A resounding slap to Toki Beikon's dumbfounded face. Trying to sneak attack? I knew you boys didn't have good intentions. Jifan jolted to his feet. Although he had let down his guard a bit, he always felt that this kid, Time Vicon, was a bit sneaky. Don't think that Jifan is a pen wielder. He still has a few points of force to use if he really can't talk anymore. A guy who loves to play basketball when he's not doing anything still has fast reflexes. And Shi Weikong, this kid, originally is a playboy. In foreign countries these years at most in the bed exercise. With Jifan simply cannot be compared. Even if he had grabbed the lead, he was simply no match for Jifan. The slap came down and he almost fainted here. However, his powerful heart of humiliation prevented him from passing out. Instead, he braced himself and struck out towards Jifan again, while roaring, I'll get you killed. But combativeness is not connected in any way to how loud it is. It's time to get beaten up. And Pei Xiaohua, who was on the side, had also reacted. 1v1 Time Void was no match, let alone 1v2. As for Shi Minghui, a man in his 50s, he had no intention of getting on even if he wanted to. You can't be a handful of years old and be beaten up by two young men when you're about to run away, can you? In just this moment's effort, Shifkong had already been dry humped to the ground by the two of them. Jifan and Pei Xiaohua, even when he's on the ground, Time Vicon is still talking tough. What's 2 against 1? Jifan, you're just a bumpkin. I've investigated you. Just an inferior person from the slums. You wouldn't think that Xia Lingwei really looks at you, would you? She's just playing with you at best, and you're taking it seriously. I'm telling you, even if Xia Lingwei didn't choose me, your end won't be any better. Emil output in Jifan's eyes simply no offense. He did not even want to pay attention to him. Long ago to see him this face is not accustomed to. They say he is handsome. Which is handsome? Not just a pure white boy? No manliness at all. Thinking of this, Jifan became even more angry, itching to rush up and give him 2 punches again. You guys, Timmy Hui also finally stood up at this time, as if it was an afterthought. He got up and walked over to Toki Baekong, standing in front of his son like a father, suddenly awakening his fatherly love. It was the minute or two just now when Toki Baekong had been beaten up that his fatherly love seemed to have disappeared and he didn't move a muscle. Although Pei Xiaohua was a bit evil, he was not so evil that he would take action against a person of his uncle's generation, which was a bit of a victory. What are you doing? This is a law and order society. We politely invite you to have coffee, and you two hit my son? This lie comes out of his mouth. A qualified and sophisticated businessman indeed. This uncle, why don't I call the police and let them determine it? Your son tried to make a move on me and wasn't skilled enough to do it, so don't come out here and make a fool of yourself. If you are beaten, you have to stand upright. Understand? If the Toki group is gone, you can honestly roll away with your tails between your legs. But in this situation now, you guys won't necessarily be able to run away. Jifan's eyes were no longer on them as he spoke, instead looking towards the doorway. Shi Weikong was still ready to mouth off a few words, but was stopped by Shi Minghui. He also followed Jifan's gaze to the rear. At the entrance of the cafe, a group of black-clothed men had already aggressively walked in, and it didn't look like they were any good, and walking in front of this murderous mob of suits was an equally murderous woman. Su Jiro. She was basically Xia Lingwei's main focus when she was in front of her, and would rarely take the initiative to show anything herself. But this time Jifan sort of reacquainted himself with her for once. That's what makes the Su family look like a great lady. The underground king of Zhanghai. As the only young miss of the Su family, how could she be a docile rabbit? Take away. After coming over, Su Jiro just coldly glanced at Shi Weikong on the ground and Shi Minghui standing in front of him, then gently swung his right hand and coldly said two words. Timing FAI didn't resist either, and Tim Baekong tried to move a little bit, but was instantly honest when one of the suited thugs slapped him down. How was it? No bullying, right? Only after taking the person away did Su Jiro look at Jifan and ask. The voice became much softer at this point, allowing Jifan to find a few moments of familiarity. That would be more of a thing for him, wouldn't it? Jifan was a little puzzled. He really hadn't figured out what the hell these two had come to see him for today. If it was just Shi Weikong alone, Jifan might still think that it was because he was unconvinced and acting on impulse. But when Shi Minghui also followed, Jifan always felt that something was not simple. He must have overlooked something. Jifan, this time Baekong is a real pussy. While Jifan was still thinking, Pei Xiaohua beside him suddenly said curiously, "What's wrong?" Jifan turned his head in confusion, a little curious about Pei Xiaohua's sudden statement. "Look, you've got a big bald spot where he's gripped you." Following Pei Xiaohua's movements, Jifan reached out and touched the back of his head. It didn't matter if he didn't touch it. This touch gave Jifan a shock. Jifan, who had never been very foul-mouthed, couldn't help himself this time, and hurriedly took out his cell phone and turned on the camera function. "Let me take a picture of you." Pei Xiaohua was obviously holding back his laughter, while Su Jiro next to him had also turned her back at this time. But by the shaking of her shoulders, she should be snickering and laughing like crazy. The fight had just been so good that he hadn't even realized that he'd had a handful of hair pulled out by that pussy of a man. After looking at the pictures that Pei Xiaohua had taken of himself, Jifan couldn't wait to go over there again right now to grab Shi Weikong and beat him up. Damn, we're all men. Why do we still play the women's fighting game? How could he still go to see Xia Lingwei now? Chapter 116, The Toki family ran away. In the evening, Xia Lingwei came back from work with a hint of doubt on her face. She didn't see Jifan after work today, and didn't even have a single message from Jifan all afternoon, which made her feel a hint of anomaly. When she got home she looked towards the inside, but she was disappointed. Jifan wasn't home. "Mrs. Zhang, did Jifan go out today and not come back?" Not seeing Jifan, Xia Lingwei could only look at Zhang Ma and ask, "Eldest miss, the young master was called away by Pei Xiao very early this morning, and hasn't come back until now." Zhang Ma hurriedly walked out from the kitchen when she heard Xia Lingwei's voice and replied, "Okay, you keep busy." Xia Lingwei pulled out her cell phone and dialed Jifan's number with some curiosity. The call fell through quickly. "Sister, I forgot to tell you, I'm out with Pei Xiaohua today. I'll be back later in the evening. Don't worry sis, we'll just play the game properly and do nothing else." Listening to Jifan's words on the phone, Xia Lingwei frowned slightly. She didn't have much contact with Jifan in the previous few years, plus she had been worrying about the Xia group and Jifan was in school, so she was even less aware of Jifan's living habits. It also seems that for a while now, Jifan doesn't seem to have much in the way of out-of-home entertainment. "Why are you suddenly so late today?" Taking a seat on the sofa, Xia Lingwei rubbed her temples. "It had been another busy afternoon just so I could come home on time, and I didn't realize that Jifan wasn't actually home." The Tokyo group's downfall was already doomed, and no matter who came to this time, they could no longer save them. But the Sure group, As one of the once four great families in Shanghai, they had originally occupied a lot of resources in Shanghai, and now that they had collapsed, they had left a large number of gaps out. Xia Lingwei already knew that her enemy came from Shangjing, so she definitely couldn't miss this opportunity and had already started working on the takeover. Even if she couldn't take over the Schurz Group in its entirety, Xia Lingwei would still need to get at least 70% of the Schurz Group's market share in order to have a bigger boost to the Xia's Group. That's why Xia Lingwei will also be busy these days. Clear it. It's this familiar place again. This familiar corner. However, this time both Jifan and Pei Xiaohua didn't drink alcohol, but instead drank fruit juice. Jifan's face was agonized, and his hand touched the back of his head every now and then. Opposite Pei Xiaohua wanted to laugh but felt that it was a bit inappropriate, and he was almost suffocating himself. Laugh if you want. It's been a day. Jifan looked at Pei Xiaohua in front of him and said somewhat helplessly, I didn't expect it when I did it, but that pussy-whipped guy was actually playing this kind of pussy-whipped tactic when he did it. There wasn't really much gripping going on. You couldn't tell much at all if you didn't look hard. Pei Xiaohua stopped his own smile and was finally serious. Of course Jifan knew that he couldn't see much. It wasn't like Vaikon had any fingers made of iron at that point, but it was just that he had recently grown his own hair long, so that gave him something to work with. What really upset Jifan was the diaphragm in his heart. I also don't know what Su Jiro will do with those two father and son of the Schur family, although it is now a society of law and order. But the Su family's men are not short of some outlaws. Su Jiro, this is not a good person. That is, your sister can suppress her. I reckon those two fathers must be having a good time right now. Pei Xiaohua gloated. But I always felt something was wrong. You mean these two fathers and sons suddenly ran over here just to beat me up? If you're going to say that Time Bakong has no brains, can his father still have no brains? What's the payoff for this? Jifan was still a bit puzzled. If I had to say a reason out, it would be that Timmy was testing his identity? But even if he found out something, he shouldn't have come to find himself to try to find out. If there was no Pei Xiaohua, he really didn't know anything. Don't think about it so much. The huge Schur group just collapsed, and the Schur family father and son have no way out, and they can't get revenge on Xia Lingwei, so they want to find you to take out their anger. I feel it's as simple as that. Jifan picked up the juice on the table and took a sip. He would have liked it to be that simple. Right at this moment, Jifan's cell phone suddenly rang. He thought it was Xia Lingwei's, but he didn't expect it to be Su Jiro's name on the caller ID. A bad feeling surfaced in Jifan's mind. Glancing at Pei Xiaohua in front of him, Jifan picked up his cell phone and connected the call. Jifan, the Schur family's father and son escaped and don't know where they are now. You and Pei Xiaohua go home immediately. Don't be outside. Su Jiro's voice was urgent. With the ability of the two men from the Schur family's father and son, it was impossible for them to escape from the Su family, which meant that he still had someone to receive them, and it was prepared a long time ago. Therefore, after they saw Su Jiro, they were only a little flustered and followed Su Jiro directly and obediently. Originally, these two fathers and sons didn't have much to do with Jifan, and even if they retaliated, it shouldn't be Jifan's turn. But today during the day they had inexplicably sought out Jifan and made a move, and no matter why, it meant that Jifan was in danger. Okay, we'll be right home. Jifan immediately stood up. Pei Xiaohua on the opposite side looked at Jifan with a dumbfounded expression. What? The Tokos are gone. Jifan's expression was a bit grave. Tim's group is the heart and soul of Tim Minghui, and now that the heart and soul are gone, you are saying that he is crazy. Jifan believes it, and the guy was running away with the money. Getting a couple of outlaws who weren't afraid to die to get themselves out of the way was something he could and did do. Once he heard that the Schur family's father and son had disappeared, Pei Xiaohua was also a bit unable to sit still. Go back first. The two rushed back to the house, and only just got off the bus. Jifan saw Xia Lingwei walking out in a hurry, and it seemed that she had also received the news. She was relieved after seeing both Jifan and Pei Xiaohua. What happened? Did you have a run-in with those two from the Toki family at noon? Why didn't you tell me? From the moment she saw them, Xia Lingwei's gaze had been on Jifan. As for Pei Xiaohua beside him, he was selectively ignored by Xia Lingwei. It's a small thing, and Jiro-san has already taken care of it, so I didn't think to make you worry. Jifan smiled. It's not alright, go home first. Jifan glanced around. At some point there had been a lot more bodyguards around. It seemed that they had been added on a temporary basis. In the past, Xia Group didn't have any big enemies in Shanghai, so they didn't arrange bodyguards, but it was different now. No one knows what the Tokos will do. I'll go home first. Then, looking at these two in front of him, Pei Xiaohua suddenly felt tasteless. Even the heart to gossip was gone, but these two people in front of him were as if they hadn't heard. Already the two of them were going home hand in hand, and it seemed as if they didn't care as to where he was going. Chapter 117, Trouble. Young master is back? I'll go heat up some rice for you. Seeing Jifan return, Zhang Ma immediately got up and said, Mrs. Zhang, I've eaten outside. Just go about your business. Jifan knew that Xia Lingwei definitely had something to say to him, so he directly rejected Zhang Ma and walked towards the upper floor, with Xia Lingwei following closely behind him. The two entered Jifan's room one after the other. Jifan's room was, as always, 2 words at a glance, clean. Once he turned his head, Xia Lingwei had already closed the door, and a trace of hopelessness flashed across Jifan's face. Sister, I didn't mean to not tell you. I just didn't want you to worry. Besides, he didn't do anything to me. Jifan's voice was getting smaller and smaller. He knew what Xia Lingwei cared about, and Xia Lingwei was also caring about herself, and there was no way for him to refute it. Don't want me to worry? Do you know I'm even more worried when you're like this? Xia Lingwei glared at Jifan, her eyes filled with worry and heartache. Xia Lingwei took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. In the Xia group for more than 3 years, no matter what the situation was, it had never made her lose her mind. But when she received Su Jiro's phone call, her mind really almost exploded, and she put down the phone and ran out the door, even forgetting to call Jifan. One always subconsciously forgets that simplest and most direct way in the heat of the moment. She walked over to Jifan's side, worried in her eyes even though she knew there was no more danger. The two of them looked at each other, and Xia Lingwei suddenly reached out, but Jifan didn't hide. Xia Lingwei's hand gently wrapped around Jifan, eventually landing on the back of his head. It must have hurt. Ha! Looking at Xia Lingwei's eyes, Jifan didn't react for a moment, and it wasn't until Xia Lingwei's hand gently rubbed on his head that he realized what Xia Lingwei was saying. It doesn't hurt. Jifan reached out and covered Xia Lingwei's hand. Just a little bit. It must have been Su Jiro who exaggerated with you. For all his pussy whippedness, he was down in 3, just playing dirty and pulling out a handful of my hair. No harm done. Xia Lingwei looked at Jifan, still a little angry in her heart, but more than that, she was heartbroken, and she knew that Jifan was reluctant to say anything in order to keep himself from worrying. Don't do that again. Tell me everything, Xia Lingwei said. Jifan nodded. Got it, sis. The Toki family father and son couldn't have gone to you for no reason. They must have had a purpose. What did they tell you at the time? Xia Lingwei had the same idea as Jifan. Sure, Wei Kong can be an empty brain, but his old man Sure Minghui is certainly not. Otherwise it is impossible to make the Sure family to the point of the 4 great families of Jianhai. That's why Xia Lingwei needs to determine the information now, to know what exactly Sure Minghui is trying to do, so that she can determine the other party's backhandedness. After all, the collapse of the Sure group is also a little too fast. The Sure group is the Sure Minghui single-handedly raised, as if the child he raised died just like that. Even if there is not the slightest chance, it is absolutely impossible to just hand in hand. When things go wrong, they go wrong. That's why Xia Lingwei had been suspicious of his motives. If one could know what he was looking for Jifan for, then one might be able to guess some of it. Hearing Xia Lingwei's words, Jifan fell into hesitation. Should I tell Xia Lingwei the truth or not? Although Jifan did not intend to recognize the Ji family, blood ties were a difficult relationship to separate down through the many years of historical tradition in China. The saying that the father's debt is paid by the son also persists. Baby, you don't have to say anything if you don't want to. It's okay. Xia Lingwei could see Jifan's reluctance. Her voice was still gentle and her eyes were all about trusting Jifan. It had come to this point, and Jifan had finally made up his mind. He asked me if I knew who my father was. Xia Lingwei frowned. After Jifan followed Sun Huiya into her house, she had also inquired about some of their family's situation. From what Xia Lingwei had learned, Jifan's father had died when he was very young, and after that Sun Huiya had been living in the slums of Jianhai with Jifan. It wasn't until after Jifan's schooling that Jifan's mother brought him out to live in order to send him to a good school. Although she didn't know what Sun Huiya had done to be able to bring Jifan out of the slums, Xia Lingwei felt that Sun Huiya must have the strength to do so after coming into contact with her. He asked about your father? Xia Lingwei was even more puzzled than Jifan was when she heard this question, because she truly didn't know anything, not even realizing that it was the Ji family in Shangjing that was dealing with him. I forgot to tell you, it's not actually the Toki group that's dealing with the Xia group. The Toki group is just a knife. Jifan's words caused Xia Lingwei's gaze to intensify. She had been investigating these days, but she simply couldn't find out who was behind giving help to the Sure group. But looking at Jifan's appearance, he seemed to know. The people who really want to deal with the Xia group are the Shangjing Ji family. Shangjing, the Ji family. Xia Lingwei's pupils trembled violently when these 4 words were combined together. With Xia Lingwei's intelligence, she immediately detected something from it. You thought right. The current head of the Ji family in Shangjing, Ji Hongfei. The probability is that he is my real father. This is the information Pei Xiaohua found out. Xia Lingwei didn't say anything, but quietly waited for Jifan to continue on. And according to the speculation of Pei Xiaohua and I, The probability is that Ji Hongfei is unaware of my existence. Timmy Hui seems to know something, and he's here to test me today. Xia Lingwei frowned. Although Ji Fan didn't say much, the amount of information contained within was just too great, which made even smart as Xia Lingwei have to make some inferences. Wait, you're saying Ji Hongfei doesn't know you exist? As if she had caught some important information, Xia Lingwei suddenly looked at Ji Fan and said. Ji Fan nodded blankly. I suppose so, or else with his position as the head of the Qi family, he wouldn't have let my mom and I just float around for whatever reason. Xia Lingwei nodded thoughtfully. There was nothing wrong with what Ji Fan said. As the head of a large family in Shangjing, he would never allow a bastard who could not be controlled to be out there, so odds are he didn't know about it. This would also make sense of those moves Sun Huiya had made earlier, whether it was bringing Ji Fan to live in the slums, or always instructing Xia Lingwei not to expose Ji Fan's identity after entering the Xia family. So it is. Then, things are in trouble. Xia Lingwei took a deep breath. Ji Fan's heart was also tensed by Xia Lingwei's lead, and he looked at her curiously and asked, Sister, what's wrong? He gripped your hair, and they were taking it to the upper capital to do your DNA. Chapter 118 Whatever happens, we'll face it together. Before, Ji Fan had never been able to figure out what the hell they were doing here to find themselves, but he had never thought about it in that direction either. It's just that he thought that Time Bakon couldn't beat himself, so he used a detrimental move. But now that Xia Lingwei said this, Ji Fan also finally figured it out. No wonder Shi Minghui was testing himself. He just wanted to know if he was clear about the Ji family or not. Can't let him go with your hair. Xia Lingwei pulled out her cell phone and made 4 or 5 calls out in a row. Once the Shi family father and son were allowed to leave Shanghai, then there was no way for Xia Lingwei to find them again. You stay home and don't go anywhere until this is over. After hanging up the phone, Xia Lingwei looked at Ji Fan and said seriously, knowing that the other party's target was Ji Fan, then she would definitely not allow Ji Fan to have any slip-ups until the dust had settled. Good. Ji Fan knew that Xia Lingwei was doing it for her own good and had no reason to refuse. Xia Lingwei didn't stay too long and hurried towards the outside again. Ji Fan thought about it and called his mother. There were too many things he couldn't get answers to, so he could only turn to his mother for help. It must have been about 7 in the morning now in a foreign country, and his own mother seemed to be just getting up, and the phone rang for a long time before she answered it. What is it? A somewhat lethargic voice proved Ji Fan's suspicions. Last night, she stayed up until 2 o'clock before going to sleep, and although she relied on her powerful biological clock to make Sun Huiya open her eyes at 7 o'clock, at this time, the person was still a bit disoriented. Mom, there's something I want to ask you. It was probably because Ji Fan's tone was a bit off, and Sun Huiya quickly came to her senses. Say, the sound was a lot clearer than it had just been. Ji Fan paused for a moment as if he was thinking about how to open his mouth, while Sun Huiya didn't rush and just waited quietly. Her own son, who she knew herself, would make this call at this time, which meant it must be something important. The two were quiet for a full 2 to 3 minutes before Ji Fan finally spoke. Mom, I found out about my father. Opening his mouth was a king bomb, directly making the opposite Sun Huiya speechless for a long time. With what she knew about Ji Fan, how could he possibly find out information about his own father? The Ji family was different from those businessmen in the open. This kind of family with a long history, their person in charge could never show their face in public. The entire Ji family was in charge of a large amount of industries and wealth, but they were just the driving force behind the scenes, and the word Ji family couldn't even be traced on the surface. Shangjing Ji family, Ji Hongfei. Possibly knowing that his mother was trying to think of something to say, Ji Fan directly said Ji Hongfei's name so that Sun Huiya would have no way to refute it. As expected, after hearing Ji Hongfei's name, Sun Huiya sighed. This also showed that what Ji Fan and Pei Xiaohua guessed was right. Well, he is indeed your real father. Sun Huiya didn't deny it and just admitted it after sighing. In fact, in the beginning, she could not let Ji Fan follow Ji Hongfei's surname at all, and just follow her surname Sun, but Sun Huiya didn't do it in the end. She didn't want to restrict her son, and if one day in the future, Ji Fan knew about his birth and wanted to recognize his father again, Sun Huiya wouldn't stand in the way. It's his freedom. I just didn't expect this day to come so soon. The Shangjing Ji family is considered an older family, possessing more wealth and energy than you can imagine, although it's just a dishonorable bastard, but after all, it's the bloodline of the Ji family. If you go and recognize the Ji family, it should also be able to protect you for the rest of your life in glory and prosperity. Sun Huiya's voice had gradually become calmer, as if she was talking about something that had nothing to do with her. Mom, I didn't come here to say that. Ji Fan knew his mother equally well. She was a very high-minded person at heart. Does Ji Hongfei not know I'm his son? That's what Ji Fan wants to know most right now. Yes, he doesn't know. Sun Huiya didn't know what Ji Fan meant by asking this, but answered him anyway. Mom, that's bad. I got shaded by the Tims. They gleaned a handful of my hair and left. What? Sun Huiya's voice was raised, as if she had heard some great news. Where's Xia Lingwei? Where's Su Jiro? What are they doing? You have to find them even if you blockade the entire Jianghai. You can't let them go to Shangjing, and you can't let Ji Hongfei know your identity. Never mind. I'll make the call. Sun Huiya was obviously in a hurry, but Jifan was just about to put down his cell phone when Sun Huiya's voice came from inside again. You still haven't told me if you want to go back to the Qi family to recognize them or not. If you want to, then you don't have to go through all this trouble. Although Sun Huiya acted calmly, Jifan still heard a hint of nervousness and trembling in her voice. After all, it was her mother. She knew her, and she knew her just as well. Mom, don't worry. I'm not interested in the Qi family. Didn't my father die a long time ago? Or did you tell me that you forgot? Jifan's answer made Sun Huiya's mood all the better. As long as Jifan was unwilling, even if this really came to Ji Hongfei's knowledge, she would still protect her son and would never let Ji Hongfei snatch him away. The big deal was to bring it abroad. She wanted to see how capable Ji Hongfei was. Thinking of this, she instructed Jifan a few more times to take care of himself, and then hung up the phone. The expression on Sun Huiya's face had turned grave after hanging up the phone. No matter who dares to touch their son, then they should be prepared to pay the price. Without mentioning the action on Sun Huiya's side, Jifan opened his computer after hanging up the phone. He doesn't seem to have much to do now. If you go out, that is to add to the chaos. His own few catty Jifan is still very clear, so he can only stay at home at ease now to wait for news. It wasn't until after 11 p.m. that Xia Lingwei dragged her tired body back. Jifan immediately ran out when he heard the commotion. No one was found. After seeing Jifan, Xia Lingwei shook her head and said, "It's okay. Since they've already made preparations, it's definitely not that easy to catch them. So maybe they've all left Jianghai by now. Sure, Minghui, this old oil, must have long ago left a good retreat for himself, after escaping from Su Jiro that. It is estimated that Sun has left Jianghai city. Now go to find him. Almost impossible." In other words, the fact that he and Ji Hongfei are father and son can no longer be hidden. Jifan took Xia Lingwei's hand and looked at her seriously. At this moment, Xia Lingwei's face had an undisguised exhaustion. "Don't worry, whatever happens back there, we'll face it together." Chapter 119, The Ugly Duck has turned into a white swan. The Toki family's father and son were ultimately not found, and it was no surprise that they were already in Shangjing. Jifan rested at home for 3 days, and 3 days later he rejoined the company. "Manager Qi, I thought you said you were on vacation for a week." Looking at Jifan, who suddenly appeared, Li Yiru asked with some surprise, but she shut her mouth immediately. As a subordinate, it is most taboo to inquire about the leader's business. Jifan wants to take a break for as long as it takes, and does not need to report to her. "Well, early, how's the company these days?" During Jifan's absence, Macroview Media was still operating normally. It is worth mentioning that the company launched a man and a woman with 2 anchors have rushed to the popular ranks in a short period of time. According to this trend continues, will soon become one of the head, and one of them, Wang Yunshu, has gained a large number of fans. Just rely on that a first love face plus has been accustomed to the white dress, but also become countless otaku heart goddess, quickly popular. Soon, the video of her playing and singing part-time in a bar was also released by Heartless, and the powerful netizens have also stripped out Wang Yunshu's information in a short period of time. When poor students, JNU, part-time jobs, etc., are linked together, many people have already brainstormed a big drama on their own. Out of the mud, born at the bottom, but still positive. Jifan looked at the information for a while, then suddenly looked at Li Yiru and said, "Is Wang Yunshu here? Have her come over if she's there." Li Yiru nodded and turned to walk out of the office. Soon there was a knock at the door. "Enter." Having not seen him for a few days, Wang Yunshu was still favoring the color white, just like before. Senior, in the company, according to reason, Wang Yunshu should call him the manager, but this child is a little stubborn, so he had to call him senior. Jifan's personality was different from Xia Lingwei's. He was more casual, so he didn't bother and let her be. "How's the work going?" Jifan gestured for her to sit down on the sofa before asking. Wang Yunshu nodded gently, but his gaze kept falling on Jifan's body. "Do we, know each other before?" Jifan looked at Wang Yunshu in front of him. He always felt that she was a bit strange to him, not like a senior schoolmate that he just met by chance at school. Now Wang Yunshu was a newcomer promoted by Hongjing Media, and Jifan was the boss of Hongjing Media. He didn't want to be in a situation where some inexplicable reason led to an accident. Looking at Jifan's puzzled gaze, Wang Yunshu gently bit her lower lip, a hint of entanglement appearing on her face. Jifan didn't remember her anymore, and some of the teasing she had done as a child had made her remember to this day, but in the end it was just teasing. "So should we talk about it or not?" Jifan still looked at Wang Yunshu. In his perception, this woman must have something she didn't tell herself, but no matter how much he racked his brain, There was no Wang Yunshu in his impression. To be honest, such a woman, if she had seen it herself, she would certainly not forget it to be right. But now he had no impression of Wang Yunshu at all, and it wasn't like he'd ever lost his memory. That's what he was curious about. We used to hang out together in the ghetto. Wang Yunshu hesitated for a moment, but still said it. As she spoke, her eyes stayed fixed on Jifan with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Ghetto. That's the key word. Jifan naturally knew that she had come from the slums, but he was just too small at that time. I remember only one very kind little girl who was always bullied by the other kids because she was long, skinny and a bit on the dark side. Back then, when they played house, no one wanted to be a couple with her. Only Jifan didn't mind and took her every time. Sometimes when he saw other little kids bullying her, Jifan would even stand up to help her. Unfortunately, it didn't take long for his mom to take him away herself, and I don't know what happened to the little girl back there. Even her name Jifan didn't know, only that she was timidly calling herself Brother Fan every day after her ass at that time. It wasn't that Jifan hadn't thought that Wang Yunshu was that little girl. After all, her age matched, but at that time that batch of children were almost all around this age, and the current Wang Yunshu, but half of the shadow of that skinny, dark little girl at that time. But others, Jifan really couldn't think of anything. Brother Van. Seeing Jifan's distressed appearance, Wang Yunshu finally couldn't help herself and softly shouted again. You're the little black girl? Jifan's eyes widened. They say that women change, but this is too much of a change, isn't it? The clown duck turning into the white swan just played out in front of you? It was also unknown how long it had been since he had been called little black girl, and a hint of delight was revealed in Wang Yunshu's eyes. Kifan remembers himself. She had forgotten that Jifan didn't recognize her now. Is it really you? You've changed so much now, so much that I don't recognize you. The way Jifan looked at Yunshu instantly became much closer. Is your mom okay now? I seem to remember she wasn't in the best of health at that time. Although they were considered friends from their early years, the two still had quite a bit to talk about after not seeing each other for so many years, and knowing that she was the little black girl brought the two of them a lot closer together. My mom died a long time ago. Wang Yunshu's eyes dimmed. I only have my grandmother now. Jifan's heart ached. Wang Yunshu's father abandoned her mother and ran away when she was very young, and there was only a milk-veined grandmother in the house besides their mother. That was a big reason why the other kids always bullied her back then. Jifan sighed, then gently patted Wang Yunshu's shoulder and comforted. Don't be sad. You'll get better in the future. Just talk to me directly about anything at the company, and if anyone bullies you, just come straight to me. Wang Yunshu looked at Jifan in front of him. He was still the same as when he was a child. Yet again, something is not quite the same. After thinking about it, Wang Yunshu suddenly summoned up the courage to look at Jifan and opened her mouth to ask, Brother Fan, is your girlfriend Mr. Xia? Jifan didn't expect her to ask this question all of a sudden. The little girl had grown up after all, but he wasn't her Prince Charming. Well, you'll be taken to meet your sister-in-law later. Jifan smiled, and a glint of happiness involuntarily flashed through his eyes at the mention of Xia Lingwei. This scene was seen by Wang Yunshu. Her eyes went down with immediate loss, but she immediately gathered herself and looked back at Jifan. Okay Brother Van, I'll get to work then. Looking at Wang Yunshu's back as he left, Jifan fell into a brief moment of contemplation, but no one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 120, The Heroine from the Play. Time passes day by day. Xi's group has completely fallen. Once belonged to the name of the Xi's group of industries have also been all divided up, of which Xia's group is naturally the biggest winner. Almost 80% are in the hands of Xia's group, and after this time, Xia's group completely stabilized the number one position in Jianhai. If before, one could still say that Xia's group had unstable roots, now, no one dared to say that anymore. Even Pei's group, which ranked second, was now far inferior to Xia's group, and Lin's first new product after joining Xia's group has received unanimous praise, and it's all been bought out. Clearly positioned as a luxury item, it almost sells the volume of a mass-market item, and during the time that Xia Lingwei was busy, Ji-fan was equally busy. Manager Ji, the starring female lead for the short drama hasn't been finalized yet. The actresses you mentioned are all filming and won't have a slot until at least a month from now. The script had all been perfected 3 days ago, and Ji-fan had read it over. This was the first time he had watched an ancient female drama so closely. Needless to say, the plot was intriguing, and even as he watched it, he was already looking forward to what would happen when it was filmed. But now it was stuck on the choice of the female lead, which made Ji-fan a little bitter. For his first shoot, he didn't want to be casual about it. The heroine of this drama is an unloved first daughter of her family whose mother died when she was young. With a blind brother at the top and a green tea concubine sister at the bottom, she is given a hard time at home every day. But the heroine isn't as soft as she seems, and behind her back, she's civil and military, and stays at home to investigate her mother's death. so the heroine needed would have to be one who could act out that feeling of contrast. Ji-fan has been cramming a lot of girl-frequency ancient language short dramas during this period of time, picked a few that he felt good, and asked the little white rabbit to help refer to them, but as it turned out, not only was the most preferred not available, but so were several of the replacements, and it looked as if they would have to wait. Hello senpai. Ji-fan had just come out of the skit department and was about to go back to his office when he heard a voice and turned back. Today's Wang Yunshu was wearing an ancient costume. The clothes should have been prepared for her by the logistics department. They didn't look as well fitted, but it was still hard to hide her beauty. The two didn't make a point of seeing each other in the last few days. Some of Wang Yunshu's thoughts towards Ji-fan were clear to Ji-fan himself, so he was purposely avoiding them somewhat. After telling her that she has a girlfriend, and then giving Wang Yunshu time and space to calm down, letting her realize that her childhood likes don't count, and Wang Yunshu actually couldn't figure out herself whether she was grateful or in love with Ji-fan. As a child, Ji-fan was that light to her, illuminating her. If there was no Ji-fan, then the current her would have been a small girl with low self-esteem and cowardice, and couldn't possibly be the way she was now. She had an unspeakable emotion for Ji-fan, an emotion that could make her do anything for Ji-fan, such as bandwagons, which she disliked. Seeing Ji-fan look over, Wang Yunshu's eyes clearly brightened a few points. Ji-fan, who looked over, however, froze in an instant. Wang Yunshu, dressed in a white ancient costume, was simply the perfect heroine image in Ji-fan's mind. At this point, it was as if she had stepped out of the show. Senpai, brother Van? Being looked at by Ji-fan like this, Wang Yunshu was still a bit uncomfortable. After waiting for a while without hearing any movement, she gently pushed Ji-fan and opened her mouth. Ji-fan shook himself violently. I've been thinking about the skit for the past few days, and the moment I just saw Wang Yunshu, I was somewhat taken in, hence the situation. After waking up, Ji-fan smiled a little embarrassed and asked out of the blue, do you have any ideas for a movie? Wang Yunshu's major is not acting, but that doesn't stop her from doing skits. Many of the sketch actors were non-professionals, but received a lot of praise all the same. If Wang Yunshu had this idea, Ji-fan felt that she really fit the heroine of this plot, but Ji-fan wouldn't just slap her into the role. He still had to see her acting talent. Acting? Wang Yunshu repeated those two words in confusion and looked at Ji-fan. Yeah, the company's recently prepared short drama is now worrying about the female lead. I just looked at you, and at a glance I felt that you were exactly like the female lead in my mind. Well, interested? Wang Yunshu hesitated for a moment and nodded at Ji-fan's expectant gaze. There are still half a month to go before the school year starts, and the shooting cycle of a short drama is not particularly long. Usually a short drama will be shot within a month. If you do the math that way, then it should work. Most of all, it was Ji-fan's expectant gaze that made Wang Yunshu simply have no way to refuse. Fine, go, follow me to the skit department now. Ji-fan didn't care what Wang Yunshu had originally gone intending to do, and pulled her towards the short drama department. Seeing Ji-fan return again, many people looked at him curiously, but more of them had their eyes on Wang Yunshu behind Ji-fan. Bunny, come see, how about this? Ji-fan ignored the gazes of these people and pulled Wang Yunshu right in front of Wen Shuyao. Wen Shuyao, who heard the commotion, had already stood up, and the first time she saw Wang Yunshu, her entire body brightened up. Yes, that's it. Wow, it's so beautiful. It's just the perfect image of the protagonist when I read the script. Wen Shuyao felt exactly the same as Ji-fan, and was directly shocked at the sight of the ancient costume Wang Yunshu. Senior G, that's it. Even if the acting is average, it's fine. You can attract a lot of people just with that image, whether a short drama can be hot or not. In addition to a good script, the actors, filming, post, all of these are indispensable, especially with the casting. A good actor can even save a show outright. You should stop carrying goods for a while. I'll talk to the operations department side, and you should go and try out for a scene now, so that the director can take a look at it. Naturally, the filming will not take place inside the company. It's just such a big-ass place and can't film anything. The venue they have rented and are just waiting for the actors to be in place. Good. Wang Yunshu just nodded. As long as it was arranged by Ji-fan, she would not refuse. Wen Shuyao, I can leave this person to you. This is my sister. Tell the director. But no need to force it. If it doesn't feel like it, then we'll just have to wait. Wen Shuyao nodded. She did have confidence in Wang Yunshu. Don't worry. I'll take her there now. I think she'll be able to do it. And this image and temperament is too good. Chapter 121. Are you running a harem in my company? It wasn't long in the morning before Ji-fan received the good news from Wen Shuyao that Wang Yunshu's audition was a success and the director instantly liked her. Although Macroview Media has been recruiting during this period of time, because the company has just started, those very famous teams are hard to recruit unless they spend a lot of money to smash. But Ji-fan wasn't the type of person who was stupid and had a lot of money. so he wouldn't go through with it. In Huaxia, the last thing that is lacking is talent. Fame is not always the best. Those who are not famous, there are some talented people, depending on whether you can meet. And with the group of teams that Macroview Media now has on hand, it's safe to say that almost all of them are new. All of them are young blood, except for the lead actor, who is a minor celebrity. But one good thing about a team like this is the passion. And they've all passed the test and are definitely not bad in their area of expertise. So Jifan is now looking forward to their first work together. At noon, Jifan had originally planned to order a takeout. Now Macroview Media doesn't have a cafeteria, so if you don't go home at noon, you have to eat takeout. But he hadn't even gotten off work yet when Pei Xiaohua arrived. Although he wasn't an employee of the company, Pei Xiaohua had been running to the company all this time when he had nothing to do, and the security guards had all gotten to know him and wouldn't stop him at all. I say you are, every day to me here to run. The family is these female anchor. You are all flirting with once. I can tell you this, don't hit on me with these hostesses. I'm a serious businessman, not a pimp. Pei Xiaohua gave Jifan a blank stare. Don't worry, I'm not going to mess around in your neighborhood. A few days ago there were 2 female anchors who took the initiative to hook up with me, were both rejected by me. If not for your face, brother, I would have started fighting the landlord. This kid, Pei Xiaohua, is definitely capable of doing what he says. Let's go. I know you're not going home today. You must be ready to eat takeout again. Brother will take you to improve your life today. Pei Xiaohua patted Jifan's shoulder. Improvement of life? Covered rice or boiled rice? Although Jifan spat on his lips, he still got up very consciously. The two walked out of the general manager's office and through the office area, and those who saw Jifan rose to greet him. Old G, I found that running a company is quite fun. There's not much to do, just signing, and then you're still treated with such respect every day. Pei Xiaohua looked at Jifan enviously, his mind wondering if he should also let his old man give him a random company to play with. Walk through the office area to the anchor area. As we approach the noon meal time, there are a number of anchors who take advantage of this time to come out and relax and smoke a cigarette. Pei Xiao, you're here again, and you didn't come to see your sister. Pei Young, yesterday you said to come to my live room to see me. I waited for you for a long time. Are looking forward to you have not come. Pei Xiao, thank you for helping me play PK yesterday. If not for you, that anchor on the other side would have punished me severely. Come to the anchor area. It is like coming to Pei Xiaohua's home. Almost every female anchor knows him. Listen to these women mean. Pei Xiaohua nothing will go to see them live? And that he has no idea about the female anchors under him. Being stared at by Jifan, Pei Xiaohua smiled awkwardly with some not so good humor. This is not the old G your company. I thought to help you punch performance. If Jifan were to believe his bull *******, it would be a waste of the years they had known each other. But now is not the time to tear down the stage. And these female anchors are all adults. What kind of choices they make is their own business, as long as they don't mess up in the company. And you know this is my company. Looking at the situation, those who don't know would think you run a harem. Pei Xiaohua was a little weak from Jifan's look. He coughed lightly and digressed. Old G, I'm hungry. Let's go eat first. Jifan grunted lightly before following him out of the company. The most famous chain store in Huaxia, up to the first-tier cities, down to the 18th line of small counties. You can see his figure everywhere. Shaxian Snacks. Jifan hadn't been here for a while. There is a Shaxian Snack inside Zhengde University, and Jifan had a long period of time during his college years to settle his food there. It sounds a little pathetic, but it's not. He simply likes to eat. It was precisely because of this that his reputation as the #1 liquor of Zhengde University had spread out so much. What is it if you are poor and eat Sand County and let your girlfriend eat big meals all the time? If not a licking dog? Jifan thought of retorting at that time, but eventually gave up. After all, Sand County is really good. Boss, 1 order of noodles with scallion oil, 1 order of hot dry noodles, 1 order of steamed dumplings, and 2 chicken thighs. What more do you want? No. Pei Xiaohua skillfully ordered his meal while looking back at Jifan and asked. Jifan shook his head. Just this was enough for the two of them. There were no other customers in the Shaxian snack bar at this hour. Just Pei Xiaohua and Jifan, so the food was served quickly. Eating the hot dry noodles in his mouth, Pei Xiaohua on the opposite side suddenly spoke. It's been over a week, and the Ji family doesn't seem to have made any moves. The Toki family hadn't caught the father and son, and after such a long time, they must have already arrived in Shangjing. Ji-fan had also been waiting for the means from the Ji family side in Shangjing, but after more than a week had passed, everything was calm and quiet, which gradually made Ji-fan feel at ease. But now that Pei Xiaohua brought it up again, Ji-fan was also a bit puzzled inside. It's hard to believe that the paternity test results came out that you're not Ji Hongfei's son? Pei Xiaohua could only think of such a reason. Otherwise, with Ji Hongfei's position in the Ji family, After learning that he had an illegitimate child outside, he would definitely have to take means, whether it's recognizing the Key family or making him disappear forever lest it affect his position. There should be movement. No, I asked my mom and he is indeed my real father. Jifan shook his head. At this point in time, his mom surely wouldn't lie to herself. Could it be that the Shi family's father and son didn't go to Shangjing to help Ji Hongfei? A reason suddenly occurred to Jifan. Pei Xiaohua raised his head and the two of them looked at each other. Are you saying that after the Toki family father and son were abandoned by Ji Hongfei, they then found Ji Hongfei's brother or sister to make a deal? Part of the deal was your identity? Jifan nodded. It was just a flash in his mind just now, but the more he thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. Ji Hongfei had already abandoned the Shi family because of what happened abroad, so the Shi family's first choice was definitely not Ji Hongfei either. Then who else would be interested in Ji Hongfei's bastard son? That leaves only the two, Ji Hongfei's big brother and little sister. The reason why they haven't made a move until now is because they feel that the time is not ripe yet, and what they want to do is to use me to break down Ji Hongfei. Chapter 122, Perilous Acts of War. The two of them, Ji Fan and Pei Xiaohua, had already speculated on the truth of the matter with this one person and one sentence. The paternity report had indeed been done, and Ji Manhwa had already known that Ji Fan and Ji Hongfei were the real father and son, but she hadn't lashed out yet. She was waiting for the right time. Such a good opportunity may only come once in a lifetime, and it's almost impossible for someone like Ji Hongfei to have a handle on her, so it must be cherished. It's imperative that Ji Hongfei is knocked out in one go. So is this a good thing or a bad thing? Pei Xiaohua's mind was a bit spinning for a while, and he didn't know what kind of situation this was for Ji Fan. Ji Fan also frowned. How they dealt with Ji Hongfei, that had nothing to do with Ji Fan, but to deal with Ji Hongfei, this would definitely involve himself halfway through, which was not what Ji Fan wanted to see, but now they don't seem to have any other way. If you ask me, you can contact your old man. His siblings are going to use yours to set him up. Just let him know ahead of time, and with his tactics, he'll definitely be able to solve the problem. With a twinkle in his eye, Pei Xiaohua gave Jifan a bad idea. You're trying to get me killed. Jifan looked at Pei Xiaohua, who was gnawing on a chicken leg, speechlessly. With Ji Hongfei's methods, I think the probability is that he will just settle me so that the problem will be solved. Jifan wouldn't dare to bet on Ji Hongfei's fatherly love that he had never met. If you ask me, strike first, go directly to Shangjing, take the Ji family, and kill them by surprise. Pei Xiaohua's crooked ideas were one after another, but Jifan suddenly fell silent after hearing his words. No, are you really going? Pei Xiaohua just said that casually, but looking at Jifan's appearance, it seemed like he really intended to go. Don't brother, Shangjing is not like Zhanghai. Fish and dragons are mixed up, there are countless forces, and it's also the Ji family's stronghold. You go to a place like this and show yourself to be the bastard son of the person in charge of the Ji family, and you don't even know how you're going to die. For the sake of his brother's little life, Pei Xiaohua felt that he still had to persuade him. Zhanghai is at least his own territory, and when he goes to Shangjing, he really doesn't know how it will be. Look up how many people are in my generation in the Qi family. Jifan thought a little more than Pei Xiaohua. He definitely wouldn't take the risk of going to Shangjing, but now that the fire had burned itself out, Jifan couldn't just sit back and wait for it to happen. I'll try. I should be able to find out. Pei Xiaohua thought a little and nodded solemnly. He seemed to understand what Jifan meant. If Jifan was the eldest son of this generation of the Ji family, or the only male of this generation, then it could be manipulated. A family such as the Ji family placed a high value on the inheritance of future generations, and if the Ji family did not have a male in this generation, then Jifan would definitely be protected by the Ji family's old man even if he was an illegitimate child. It's up to Pei Xiaohua if he can go directly to Shangjing, but it's still too risky. I don't know how many people are staring at the Ji family's position in Shangjing. Just that old man of yours, with your big brother and little sister inside, and a bunch of rivals watching from the outside. If your identity is exposed, there will be too many people who want to deal with you. Making you disappear silently is easy for people on their level. Jifan is not a child, although from a young age by his mother protection very well, but also did not have contact with these so-called high society. But after entering the Xia family for the past few years, Jifan had also gained some understanding of these, although he didn't use the Xia family name to be arrogant and domineering outside. As a dedicated online author, knowing more about the lives of people on different levels was a necessary self-cultivation that helped him a lot in writing. Now that there was such an opportunity, he naturally didn't let it go. In Zhanghai, although the Xia family is a dominant family, but the Xia family does not have any deep-seated enemies. Xia Lingwei relies on all the upright business means to become big and strong, so Jifan has not felt too much upper-class exaggeration. To really talk about all that darkness, Jifan had heard more from Sujiro. I understand. Jifan nodded. That's why we need to finalize it as soon as possible, and then move straight into action. Once my identity is exposed by others first, the danger becomes uncontrollable. Now I'm going straight to Shangjing so that the initiative will be in my hands. Pei Xiaohua had known Jifan for so many years. He knew that once Jifan decided something it would be hard to be changed by others. He touched his head, and although he was a little uneasy inside, he still looked at Jifan firmly and said, "Don't worry, I'll hurry up and investigate." "Well, don't tell anyone else about this beforehand. I don't know if I'm going to Shangjing or not." This was already a risky move, and Jifan didn't want Xiao Lingwei to worry. The two of them ate and drank enough. Jifan returned to the company, while Pei Xiaohua went home to help Jifan check the information. With Pei Xiaohua's means, as long as he wanted to, he was definitely able to get to the bottom of the Ji family. Unless the boss of the Ji family was also like Jifan's father, having an illegitimate child outside that he didn't even know about. On the short drama side, after Wang Yunshu's successful audition, she will have to follow the crew for the next half a month. Because of the time constraints, it officially opens in 2 days. Just after 3 in the afternoon, Jivan was fuming in his office. He wasn't like Xiao Lingwei, who was too busy working every day, but he was about the same as a shirker. If it wasn't for that, Xiao Lingwei wouldn't have given the company to Jifan just like that. She hadn't thought of letting Jifan come down the path of business. A knock sounded outside the office. "Come in." Jifan cleared his throat and spoke. The door was pushed open, and it was actually Wang Yunshu who came in from outside. Jifan raised his head in some surprise. "Brother Van, I'm going into the group tomorrow. It starts the day after tomorrow. Everyone has to be there tomorrow, and she'll have to spend all the days after that on the set." "Well, come on." Jifan stood up and smiled at Wang Yunshu. He knew that Wang Yunshu would be fine. "I'll take you to dinner tonight to help you celebrate. Filming is exhausting. No need to push yourself." Although Jifan felt that Wang Yunshu really matched the female lead of this drama, Jifan didn't want to force her, especially knowing who she is. The current Wang Yunshu was great, and Jifan didn't want to make her reluctantly do things she didn't like because of herself. "Don't worry, brother Fan, I'm quite interested in filming, and I'd love to try it out when there's an opportunity like this. I told everyone in my fan group today that I'm going to do a skit, and quite a few of them are still encouraging me and are looking forward to my screen appearance." During this period of time, although Wang Yunshu couldn't bring in the goods, filming short dramas could likewise bring her a huge amount of traffic. Midway through the program she was able to continue to absorb fans by live streaming from her cell phone. With a two-pronged approach, G-Fan was already able to see that a new star of Netflix had risen. Chapter 123, Innate White Moonlight Saint Body. Before leaving work, G-Fan called Xiao Lingwei. A few days ago, G-Fan had already told Xiao Lingwei about Wang Yunshu's identity, and Xiao Lingwei was heartbroken for this girl with a rather tragic life. "Aha, go ahead." After listening to G-Fan explain for half a day, Xiao Lingwei on the other side of the phone did have 4 very simple words. "Sister, you believe me, don't you?" G-Fan, as a half-straight man, chose to ask directly when he couldn't figure out whether Xiao Lingwei's words expressed a literal meaning or a deeper meaning. Having seen too many men and women who didn't have a long mouth and caused their relationship to fall apart, G-Fan didn't want to be that person. "Nonsense, of course I believe the baby. Don't worry, just do whatever you want to do, and I'll let you know if I don't like it. Besides, I have a lot of faith in you." Xiao Lingwei's laughter came from the other end of the phone. Hearing G-Fan's straight man-style questioning, she instead found it interesting. "By the way, where are you going to eat? Do you need me to arrange that for you?" Xiao Lingwei suddenly pursued the question. "It's not finalized yet, so I'll trouble my sister." Ji-Fan smiled slightly. Who said Xiao Lingwei wouldn't think more? You see, if she hadn't asked herself one more time, she definitely would have thought more tonight. Women always say what they mean, but it's all right now. Going to the restaurant that Xiao Lingwei had arranged for her, it was estimated that she and Wang Yunshu had gone out after eating in the front foot, and the whole process of the meal was played in Xiao Lingwei's computer in the back foot. Xiao Lingwei was very efficient, and 10 minutes later, she sent an address to Ji-Fan, and the box was arranged. Ji-Fan glanced at it. It wasn't far from here, and it was a fine dining restaurant under the Xia Group. Although it was slightly inferior to the Yixiangju where he had gotten together with his colleagues from the Xia Group's president's office, it was still ranked at the top of the list in the whole of Jianhai. As a media company, the working hours are very different from other companies. Anchors and operations staff naturally commute according to start times. However, the rest of the staff normally starts at the normal time of 9 a.m. And finishes at 6 p.m. with a 2-hour break for lunch. But this is the general situation. More often than not, these staff members also have to work with the anchors, so not many of them can leave work right on time. This situation improved after Ji-Fan's arrival, but there was still no way to eliminate all of it. The nature of the company had already dictated it. It was now after 5 o'clock, and Wang Yunshu was fine today. so Ji-fan thought about it and walked straight out of the office. Wang Yunshu, as the company's recently promoted newcomer headliner, and the effect is obvious. She has her own exclusive independent live room. Ji-fan came to the door of her live room and gently knocked on the door. Wang Yunshu quickly opened the door. Leaving now? Brother Van, wait for me. Wang Yunshu obviously didn't expect that there would still be more than half an hour before she got off work, and Ji-fan had already come to call himself. However, at the thought of making Ji-fan wait outside, Wang Yunshu felt as if it was a bit too good, and there were some staff or anchors walking around here from time to time, so it would be even more troublesome if they were seen. After thinking about it, the live room is not a private place. There are two operations, one of which is a man, squatting in their live room every day. Brother Van, why don't you come in and wait first? Ji-fan didn't think about it so much and nodded and stepped inside. It was only after he came in that Ji-fan felt something was wrong. As Wang Yunshu's exclusive independent live room, the style of this live room was almost always created according to her own ideas. Unlike Xia Lingwei, whose room was filled with pink colors, Wang Yunshu's room was almost all white. A large amount of white filled the room, making Ji-fan a little less comfortable for a moment. Wang Yunshu's live room was two separated rooms. It housed a bed and a closet where she could rest when necessary, and it's her live room territory out there. On the couch, there were a few pieces of clothing scattered about, thankfully not the kind that couldn't be seen. Not only was the room decorated in white, even most of those clothes were monotonous white. Although Ji-fan also liked the simple black and white colors, he didn't seem to be as persistent as Wang Yunshu. After staying in such an environment for a long time, Ji-fan might feel a bit dull and lonely, but Wang Yunshu seemed to like it. Or rather, she liked the feeling of letting everything go. Although she had come out bravely with Ji-fan's help when she was a child, she was still wary enough of other people that she preferred to be on her own more often than not. It was only Ji-fan who could get her to come closer of her own accord. Having entered all the way in, Ji-fan couldn't possibly withdraw again now. That would be even more embarrassing. He looked around and there was only the couch to sit on. Wang Yunshu had already entered the chamber and didn't know what he was messing with, so Ji-fan could only carefully avoid the clothes on the sofa before sitting down. Although they were in the same live room, they were after all two separate houses, which made Ji-fan feel a lot more at ease as well. Taking out his cell phone, he swiped Shake Shack for a while, and when Wang Yunshu reappeared, Ji-fan took a deep breath. Half the time, this little ninny is going to put on makeup. Previously, when Ji-fan had just met Wang Yunshu, she hardly wore any makeup. Even when she went to a clear bar to sing, she would only put on a little bit of very light makeup at the request of her boss. After being an anchor, Wang Yunshu had a lot more cosmetics and learned a lot of makeup techniques. However, she usually live broadcasts a lot of times her light makeup out of the camera, unless the operation is a special request, called a special makeup artist, or else she herself can never put on such a comprehensive makeup. However, it had to be said that with a base like Wang Yunshu's, after applying full makeup, one could only use the word stunning to describe it. I can't say what it feels like. It's awesome. With just one glance, she reminds you of that most wonderful and unforgettable figure of your youth. What an innate white moonlight saint body. It really lives up to its name. Ji-fan didn't hold back and gave out the name that the netizens had given to Wang Yunshu. Being praised so much by Ji-fan, Wang Yunshu shyly lowered her head. She was already a rather shy person, let alone in front of Ji-fan, but these few moments of shyness on her part added to her color. Ahem. Ji-fan coughed lightly twice, and his person had already stood up from the sofa, even turning around directly. It would be a little rude to look any further. Come on, let's go eat. Ji-fan didn't dare to stay too long in the house. Here, there was always an illusion of the two of them being alone in a room, though it didn't seem to be an illusion. Watching Ji-fan's actions, a smug smile appeared on Wang Yunshu's face. It wasn't a waste of the time she'd spent learning makeup from her teacher. Chapter 124, Two Women on the Same Stage. With Wang Yunshu, Ji-fan naturally didn't ride his small electric car anymore, because the place to eat was not far from the company, so the two chose to walk there. But it was only when he was really walking on the road that Ji-fan felt some regret. After full makeup, Wang Yunshu's charm was even greater than Ji-fan had imagined. Obviously dressed normally, and the places that should be covered are also covered, but still cannot stop that 100% ten-back rate. Look, a big brother next to him has already had his ear twisted up by his date just because he looked at her a few more times in the crowd. I'm now convinced that school flower popularity list is really meaningless. If you can't even make the cut just like you, I can only say that the person who made that list is blind. Seeing the killing power that Wang Yunshu brought, Ji-fan couldn't help but sigh. It's a good thing we've already arrived at the place. Otherwise we don't know how many people would have suffered if we had wandered around like this. Wang Yunshu kept a faint smile throughout, his eyes looking at Ji-fan from time to time. The depth of this glance made Ji-fan a bit overwhelmed. Manager Ji is here. Mr. Xia has already ordered. You come with me. The manager on duty of the hotel has long been waiting at the door. After receiving Xia Lingwei's phone call, he has been guessing. This Ji-fan in the end is a man. Emil actually have to Xia personally make a phone call over to arrange. But now, he could be 100% sure that this manager Ji was definitely not an ordinary person. They say how to tell if a man is great. Just look at the women he carries around. On the level of Wang Yunshu, that Ji-fan must be flat billion approachable. Billion table talent, multi-talented and billion. Most importantly, Ji-fan was still young. This manager's brain has been constantly recalling that there is a big family surname Ji in Jianhai. Unfortunately, I can't really think about it for a while. Hearing that it was arranged by Xia Lingwei, a trace of deservedness flashed across Wang Yunshu's face. She did like Ji-fan, but Ji-fan already had a good match, so naturally she wouldn't do something that would make Xia Lingwei misunderstand. She could have repaid Ji-fan in other ways for the kindness he showed her in her childhood, and the fan brother she liked was certainly not the kind of duplicitous scum. The private room is not big and the atmosphere is not ambiguous, suitable for 3 or 5 friends to get together for dinner. Order up, Mr. Xia's treating us, open up. Ji-fan originally wanted to say that your sister-in-law is treating you, but seeing the manager next to him, Ji-fan temporarily changed his words. Yes, Mr. Xia has already explained. The two of you just need to order. What Xia Lingwei had explained, he naturally had to personally serve Ji-fan. It was the first time that Wang Yunshu entered such a high-class restaurant. Looking at the menu in her hands with some inexplicable uneasiness, people are always a little apprehensive when faced with something they are not unfamiliar with. Just as she was hesitating, Ji-fan suddenly reached out and took the menu in her hand and looked at the manager. Just serve all the signatures you have here. Save yourself the trouble of picking. Okay, manager Ji, wait a moment. I'll serve you the food right away. Waiting for the manager to leave, Ji-fan then smiled and looked at Wang Yunshu and said, in fact, I'm just like you. I've hardly ever been into this kind of high-class restaurant. I still prefer Shaxian snacks, Longjiang pig's feet rice, Lanzhou ramen and all these. I already know what I'm going to eat before I even walk in the door. Ji-fan really did not lie. He ate the most during the university is the above 3. Double working part-time job to eat boiled rice. Brother Fan's reputation is spread throughout the entire Jiangdu. Like thunder. I know it. Wang Yunshu pursed her lips with a smirk on her face and nonchalantly pointed out Ji-fan's dark information in the university. Ji-fan also did not expect that he was just bravely courting, not bothering to explain. But it turned out to be a black mark for his whole life. It's not possible that when you have grandchildren in the future, someone will still jump out and say this black history of yours, right? Thinking about it now. At that time, I was really blinded by lard, blinded by the 5 senses, and that's why I loved Zhao Fei Fei for 2 years. The conversation opened up, and the two of them got more and more in touch with each other. Having not seen her for more than 10 years, Ji-fan had quite a bit of curiosity about this little black girl who had completely transformed into a swan. What has she been through all these years? The food was served quickly, and the two had only been talking for a while when the table was already full. Soup first. Buddha jumps over the wall. The name sounds pretty awesome, and it's just so flavorful anyway, so drink more if it's good anyway. Ji-fan took the initiative to serve Wang Yunshu soup. By the way, do you eat spicy food? The dishes seem pretty light to me. Ji-fan also didn't understand why the dishes these rich people ate were on the lighter side. Is it because rich people are generally older and like to take care of themselves? He's non-spicy anyway. I can do both, and I can eat some if I want it spicy. Wang Yunshu nodded. She doesn't ask for much in the way of food. The children of poor families are early adopters, and for her, it's good enough to have something to eat. So how can she ask for so much more? It's your sister-in-law's treat today. She prefers light and can't eat spicy food. When you're out of the theater, I'll treat you to a celebration dinner then, and bring your sister-in-law along, and we'll go out for some spicy food and let her watch. Ji-fan hemmed and hawed. Suddenly I feel a little bit evil. Oh, yeah? At this time, the door of the box was suddenly pushed open, and before Xia Lingwei came in, her voice had already come in. Wang Yunshu subconsciously stood up. Don't be formal. I'm not Mr. Xia now. I'm your sister-in-law who can't eat spicy food, said Xia Lingwei. Even blanked Ji-fan. Ji-fan smiled sarcastically and looked at Yunshu as he resumed his seat as well. Before she and Xia Lingwei did not meet a few faces, but after all, Xia's group has been acquired by Xia's group. Unit colleagues usually will discuss Xia Lingwei. This in Jianhai are considered a legend. The same woman. There is no not admire her. But in everyone's mouth, Xia Lingwei wasn't that easy to get along with. What a frosty witch. Exterminator. But now it seemed like that was all just a rumor. As if Xia Lingwei wasn't that scary. How else could you be liked by Brother Van? Anyway, if any brother likes it, then it must be good. And he likes it himself. Haven't eaten yet? Watching Xia Lingwei sit down, Ji-fan asked with concern. Aha. Xia Lingwei gently nodded. Then her gaze went to Wang Yunshu. I've heard Jifan talk about you. The current you is very good, with your talent and face value. If you're willing, you can definitely break into a world of your own on this network. But you don't have to push yourself. If you don't like it, you can always say so. Don't worry about tuition and living expenses. Xia's group will fund and sponsor you for graduate school and study abroad. You're always welcome at summers. Chapter 125. The Ji family has no male children in this generation. Once Xia Lingwei arrived, she instantly seized the initiative. Ji Fan didn't squeak from the sidelines because what Xia Lingwei said was actually what he had been wanting to say to Wang Yunshu. He didn't want Wang Yunshu to force himself because of himself, but that always felt a little self-serving and weird for him to say. But now that it was said by Xia Lingwei, it seemed much more normal. Wang Yunshu glanced at Ji Fan, his heart already knowing. She deliberated for a moment before speaking. I'm quite interested in filming, but it's only going to be for this one time for now. I'm still planning to focus on my studies. After going to college, Wang Yunshu was not so short of money. She makes enough money on her own part-time to cover her expenses in college, and in recent times, under the strong support of Macroview Media, she is now earning a lot of money. In a month or two, she would be able to earn back all her tuition and living expenses for the next few years. By the way, what did you study in college? Jifan suddenly opened his mouth and asked. They had all recognized each other for some time now, but Jifan had never known which major Wang Yunshu was. Me, computer software engineering. As soon as Wang Yunshu opened her mouth, she reported a specialty that neither Jifan nor Xia Lingwei had expected. In my impression, there are not many female computer-related majors, but I didn't expect to have one in front of me, and it's also so watery. I think this is great. I quite like it. Don't look at me like that, guys. I'm a bit scared. Being stared at by Jifan and Xia Lingwei at the same time, Wang Yunshu was a bit at a loss for words. It's a pity. With such a head of dark and beautiful hair, I don't know how much of it will be left in the future. Jifan shook his head and sighed. Not really. I feel like it's pretty easy. I've pretty much taught myself all my college classes while working part-time. Wang Yunshu subconsciously touched the top of his head, as if he was about to go bald after Jifan finished speaking. Jifan and Xia Lingwei both looked at each other, listening to Wang Yunshu's words. Could it be that she was also a genius in this area? It's outrageous. Which door did God close for her? But on second thought, Xia Lingwei seemed to be such a proud son of heaven. The whole box of 3 people, as if he was the ordinary passerby. Study hard, and when the time comes to send you to study abroad, in the future the software engineering piece of Xia's group will all let you do it. It's still early to tell, and no one can know what will happen tomorrow. However, after Jifan made this joke, several people also retracted those slightly more serious topics from before. Not only were both women impeccable looking, but they were both just as talented, and although Wang Yunshu hadn't grown up yet, the two of them still sympathized with each other. Instead, Jifan was generally forgotten by the 2 women, and couldn't interject at all. Jifan didn't care, and after letting the waiter add 2 more spicy dishes himself, he ate them beautifully on the sidelines. By the time the 3 of them had eaten and drunk enough, the sky had darkened. I'll take Shushu back. You ride your own motorized bike home. It had only been such a short while. Xia Lingwei's name for Wang Yunshu had already changed to the intimate Shushu. It's amazing how women can bond with each other, and it only takes a moment for them to be as if they've been girlfriends for years. Jifan naturally had no opinion. Now that school hadn't started, Wang Yunshu didn't live in a dormitory either. Still living there in the slums of the old city, that house was also the only inheritance Wang Yunshu's mother had left her. Watching Wang Yunshu get into Xia Lingwei's car, Jifan then walked towards the company. The electric car is still parked under the company. It was almost 8 o'clock in the evening by the time Jifan arrived home. Xia Lingwei hasn't come back yet. She had to send Wang Yunshu over to the old town, and it would take at least an hour to go back and forth, and that's without traffic. Back in his room, Jifan began his work for the day. According to the plan, he may have to go to Shangjing in a few days, when there won't be so much time to spend on writing a novel. He has to write a little more in advance as a deposit to do so. When Xia Lingwei came back in the evening, Jifan did not know. He had already devoted himself to coding, until more than 2 o'clock in the morning before going to sleep. This also led to Jifan running to the company the next day with panda eyes. Because he got up too late, Jifan didn't even eat breakfast, and only after arriving at the office did he begin to hastily nibble on 2 buns. While eating, Pei Xiaohua pushed open the door of his office. In a day's time, Pei Xiaohua had already done all the things Jifan had explained to him. This kid's strength is simply deep. The imperial hacker of the Ji family had been treated like a monkey by him, and Jifan really didn't know where in the world he had gotten this skill from. Straight to the situation. Cut the crap. Pei Xiaohua just ready to open his mouth. Jifan has already given him a good shot in advance, which makes Pei Xiaohua just ready to brag about their own words and then swallowed alive. Good news. You are indeed the only male child of this generation of the Qi family. The moment Pei Xiaohua opened his mouth, Ji-fan buns couldn't even be bothered to eat. It was just a random guess before, but I didn't expect to actually let Ji-fan guess correctly. Ji Yangyu gave birth to a total of 3, but all 3 were daughters. That dad of yours had one too, or a daughter. The only one who has given birth to a son is Ji Manhwa, but her son's last name is not Ji. In that case, this Ji family is really evil. Ji Mengyu married out and so had a son. His own mom had given birth to him because she was hiding it from the Ji family. The others, without exception, are all daughters. The old man of the Ji family has wanted to hold a grandson for many years, but it's not because both of his sons are not good enough. As they get older, it's still a question of whether they can have a son, let alone a son. Now that the old man of the Ji family is almost 80 years old, if you appear before him at this time, even if you are a bastard, he will definitely recognize you. Ji-fan nodded thoughtfully. If he doesn't go to Shangjing, then he will always be in a passive state. But as long as he took the initiative to reveal himself, then he had seized the initiative. But again, he seizes the initiative with great risk. Do you really want to go to Shangjing? Bro, I was joking with you before. Just enough money. It's not necessary to inherit the Ji family. Listen to your buddy. The water in the Ji family is too deep for you to grasp. Although Pei Xiaohua had been helping Ji-fan with his investigations, in his heart, he really didn't want Ji-fan to risk his life in Shangjing. But now, looking at Ji-fan's appearance, it seemed like he had already made up his mind. Once Ji-fan decided on something, it would be hard to be persuaded back. Pei Xiaohua began to think about whether he should tell Xia Lingwei about this in advance. If there was anyone else who could persuade Ji-fan right now, it would be Xia Lingwei. Chapter 126, Your heart is so black. You said that Ji Mengyuan now knows that I'm Ji Hongfei's son. So what is she going to do next in order to divide up the Ji family's property? Ji-fan didn't discuss the matter of going to Shangjing and instead asked about Pei Xiaohua. This question Pei Xiaohua really thought about it. The first one is simpler. Just get someone to come over and kidnap you and then threaten the old man of the Ji family. Ji Hongfei doesn't always have regard for his father and son, but the old man of the Ji family needs a grandson badly now. This Ji-fan had also thought of. As long as Ji Mengyue threw her paternity test with Ji Hongfei in the Ji family's old man's face, he guaranteed that he would satisfy Ji Mengyue without going overboard with his demands. But Ji Mengyue's ambition was definitely more than that, so this was just the next best thing. The second one is a little tougher. Using you to take out Ji Hongfei, but that's broken down into 2 scenarios. The first, kidnap you so Ji Hongfei can rescue you and then ambush Ji Hongfei, but that's just the next best thing. The second, take control of you, then reveal the information to Ji Hongfei, so that Ji Hongfei can lay hands on you. Get hold of the evidence and then fling it in the old man's face. The Ji family was more than just Ji Hongfei who could take over the family. If he let the old man know that he had laid hands on his own son, then he might not be able to sit in this position of Ji family head. The old man of the Ji family has only been hidden behind the scenes for a short time. This Ji family is on the surface of Ji Hongfei's say, but in reality, it is still the old man who has the final say. Even the shares are still in the old man's hands. Of course, Ji Hongfei wouldn't necessarily be able to lay a deadly hand on Ji-fan, but as long as Ji Mengyue was in control, then she could definitely do it and let Ji-fan die in front of Ji Hongfei. At that time, Ji Hongfei is 8 mouths cannot say. You're really good material for family infighting. It's a shame you don't fight your brother for the family fortune. Ji-fan looked at Pei Xiaohua as if it was his first day to know him. Why didn't I realize before that this kid has such a black heart? You don't have to tell me. I read all this from novels. Say, aren't you a fiction writer yourself? You wouldn't have thought of all this, would you? Ji-fan gave Pei Xiaohua a breathless look. One reads all the cool mail articles every day. That's all the way across the board. Who wants to use means? In a simple word, whoever is on is dead. But then again, then I can't go to Shangjing without going here. My own aunt who I've never met is probably ready to arrange for someone to come and kidnap me at any time. Either way, it seemed like Ji Mengyue wouldn't let Ji-fan go. It seems like such a thing. Pei Xiaohua nodded. To break the ice, going to Shangjing seems to have become the best way. Of course, Ji-fan could also hide. Huaxia is so big, he directly disappears out of Jianhai during this period of time, or even said to directly run to foreign countries. Then Ji Mengyue definitely cannot find Ji-fan, but the problem cannot be solved by avoiding it, and you still have to face it when you come back. Moreover, if she escaped, Xia Lingwei couldn't escape, and Xia clan couldn't escape, so now the only way was this one. And that was to go to Shangjing and take the initiative to face the Ji family. You're really not going to tell Xia Lingwei? Pei Xiaohua was still a little worried and looked at Ji-fan and asked. Ji-fan shook his head. When the time comes, just tell her I'm out on a traveling club break, and we'll see when she finds out. Ji-fan had already thought of a reason a long time ago. I've never been to Shangjing in my life, so how can you say you have to take me with you this time? Also, you said that you went out to travel for a break. Bring me along so that I can cover for you better. Otherwise Xia Lingwei won't believe it. Jifan frowned. He didn't want to bring Pei Xiaohua to wade through this mess. When they went to Shangjing, a lot of things were unpredictable. Even the Ji family's old man's mind they were guessing. But if one thing goes wrong, the two of them may not make it back. Don't talk about a society based on the rule of law. With the Ji family's strength, it wouldn't be easy to find two backstabbers? Old Ji, don't worry. I'm the most life-thirsty person. When the time comes for you to kill the Ji family, I'll meet you outside. In case something happens, so I can shake reinforcements for you. But if you inherit the Ji family fortune, then I'll be relying on you for the rest of my life. Looking at Pei Xiaohua, who was interjecting a muddy spirit, a wave of emotion welled up inside Ji-fan. Old Ji, taking a step back. Even if I karma the Pei family, there is still my brother. You've got to think about your mom. Think about Xia Lingwei. It was after thinking about them that Jifan decided to go to Shangjing by himself. Besides, so far, all of this was just two people, Ji-fan and Pei Xiaohua, playing out their own brainstorms here. But the truth is that the only way to find out is to go to Shangjing. Lives are in danger. And that's just them preparing themselves for the worst. I'll think about it today and I'll give you an answer tonight. Jivan needs to think about it. Going to Shangjing is already a nail in the coffin. It depends on whether Jifan wants to take Pei Xiaohua with him. Good. Pei Xiaohua also knew that this matter was definitely not an immediate answer for Jifan, and that he needed to be given some time to think about it. Old Ji, don't promise me with your mouth and sneak off to the capital yourself tomorrow. I'll tell you what. I'll bring Xia Lingwei the day after tomorrow then. So think about it. Being threatened by Pei Xiaohua, but Jifan had a complicated expression on his face. I don't know whether to say that Pei Xiaohua is stupid to follow himself to find death, or to say that Pei Xiaohua is a brotherly love. Watching Pei Xiaohua leave the office, Jifan himself fell into deep thought. Wang Yunshu went to the theater group and came to Jifan's office to say hello to him before leaving. I promised earlier that I would visit her at the theater, but now it seems like it should be hopeless. By the time she came back from Shangjing, she should have finished filming, right? At noon Jifan went straight home. Zhang Ma and Auntie Wang were eating. They were already used to having meals at noon in the house with just them, and they were still a little uncomfortable seeing Jifan come back. Or Zhang Ma reacted quickly. In the end, she had been working in the Xia family for a long time. Old seniority instantly put down the dishes and stood up. Even the rice in her mouth had already swallowed in that moment just now. Young master, it's time to eat. This was said as if Jifan had been at home and she was simply calling Jifan to come to dinner. Jifan nodded. He wasn't planning on going to the office this afternoon, so he didn't get home until noon. He had been thinking about going to Shangjing all the way, so naturally he hadn't eaten lunch. And when he saw Zhang Ma calling him, Jifan also felt a little hungry. At noon, Zhang Ma and Auntie Wang's meals were more casual, but the portions were still sufficient. Jifan didn't have the heart to eat, so he casually patted his stomach and went upstairs. Young master doesn't seem to be in a particularly good mood today. Looking at Jifan's back as he went upstairs, Zhang Ma said to herself, Chapter 127, Sister, you're weighing me down. Jifan, who returned to his room, didn't code either. He just leaned back and sat on his bed, not knowing what he was thinking about. All afternoon, Jifan didn't come out of his room until Xia Lingwei came back in the evening. Baby, I heard from Mrs. Chang that you've been home this afternoon? Looking at Xia Lingwei, who pushed the door in, Jifan looked like he had suddenly woken up from a dream. What's wrong? Are you sick? Looking at the breathless Jifan on the bed, Xia Lingwei hurriedly walked over and reached out to support Jifan. No. After fuming in bed all afternoon, Jifan's voice was a little hoarse, and this state, more than anything else, made Xia Lingwei think that she was sick. You stop talking and take a sip of water. Xia Lingwei got up in a hurry. Jifan's cup on the bedside table was empty. She hurriedly carried the cup and walked downstairs. A moment later she walked back quickly with a full glass of water. Drink slowly. Jifan indeed did not drink water all afternoon. A cupful of water let him a mouth all dry, which let Xia Lingwei could not help but open his mouth. After drinking the water, Jifan felt better already. Sister, I'm fine. Repeating himself, Jifan got out of bed. Xia Lingwei stood by and watched carefully, having just gotten out of bed, probably because he had been sitting on the bed all afternoon without moving. Jifan's legs suddenly went limp. Xia Lingwei's reaction was also really fast, and she subconsciously pounced on him, wanting to hold him up, but because it was in a hurry, Xia Lingwei's own body didn't stand still, and when a person is about to fall, they will subconsciously grab someone or something around them. Xia Lingwei sent herself up, and Jifan naturally reached out to hold her firmly. Being hugged by Jifan, Xia Lingwei had even less control over her body, and the two of them rolled onto the bed in such a gorgeous hug, female on top of male. The two stayed in this position wide-eyed, while the distance between them was infinitely close, just shy of being stuck together. Sis, Jifan stuttered in his speech. His brain, which was still somewhat confused, seemed to be even more confused at this moment. Xia Lingwei wasn't much better than him, and a reddish haze instantly crept over her cheeks, so nice and inviting that Ji-fan couldn't help but want to nibble on it. Xia Lingwei's face was getting redder and redder, and Ji-fan couldn't help but gulp. He could feel his heart beating fast, and Xia Lingwei, who was pressed against him, wasn't much better. With such close contact, the state of the other party could be felt to a T. Xia Lingwei gently closed her eyes. The meaning of this hint was already very clear. At this time, it was impossible for Ji-fan to be backing down. He took a deep breath and slowly approached towards Xia Lingwei. Finally, the two lips met. Ji-fan's movements were light and somewhat clumsy, afraid of hurting Xia Lingwei, while his hands couldn't help but wrap around Xia Lingwei's waist at this moment, and their bodies closely fit together. There was no telling how long it had passed, and Ji-fan felt like he was about to suffocate before the two of them completely separated. Back to that wide-eyed session again. Xia Lingwei was still lying on top of Ji-fan's body with her eyebrows and winking eyes. "Sister, you're crushing me." Having been pressed against his chest, just now Ji-fan hadn't felt it, and when he was now out of the middle of that wonderful realm, he felt a depression in his chest. Xia Lingwei crawled up from the bed with her hands in a frenzy, her face adding a few points of panic in addition to shyness. "Baby, I'm sorry, are you okay?" Xia Lingwei got up and then helped Ji-fan up from the bed, thoughtfully using her hand to gently smooth his chest. "No, it's okay, sis." Sister was right in front of her eyes. The blush on her face had not yet dissipated, and the two of them still maintained that most ambiguous distance, seemingly sticking to each other. And Xia Lingwei's gentle movements made Ji-fan's heart once again beat indisputably fast. In order to prevent himself from continuing to fall, Ji-fan reached out and gently held Xia Lingwei's swinging hand as he opened his mouth to ask, "Sister, have you eaten?" Xia Lingwei shook her head. She had a busy day today, and it wasn't until she got off work that she realized that Ji-fan hadn't contacted her all day today. She was originally going to work overtime. She called Ji-fan, but no one answered, so she hurried back. Ji-fan took the cell phone next to the bed, and there were indeed several missed calls on it, but he didn't know what had put the phone on silent. In addition to Xia Lingwei's call, there was also Li Yiru's, which was called after 3 in the afternoon, so it should be something. Ji-fan thought about it and called Li Yiru back first, even though it was after hours. Li Yiru quickly got through. "Hello Manager Ji, there is a document I want you to sign this afternoon." When Ji-fan wasn't at the company could function without him, but when Ji-fan is in the company, sometimes you have to give Ji-fan a face. For example, he has to be asked to give the go-ahead for some programs, and he has to be asked to sign off on documents, but it's really just a process, and Ji-fan himself knows it. "I probably won't be coming to the office for a while back here, so things are up to you. You keep up with the progress on the skit side and call me to report any problems. Subsequent drafts can start to be set for filming, and we have special funding for the sketch department, and we can't keep it sitting there idle." Ji-fan briefly explained a few sentences about his work over the phone, then hung up directly. Xia Lingwei had been looking at him sideways when Ji-fan spoke, a faint smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. The baby is getting to be a real class act, and it's a great job as a manager. Being praised so much by Xia Lingwei, Ji-fan was a little embarrassed. To him, it seemed like the manager could be anyone. Just sign and sign anyway. As long as you don't go messing around, you're sure nothing will happen. Anyway, there's still the Xia group as the last hurdle, so surely nothing will go wrong. By the way, baby, did you just say that you won't be going to the office for the next while? Where are you going? Xia Lingwei looked at Ji-fan curiously and asked again. Being asked this by Xia Lingwei, Ji-fan inwardly paused for a moment, but immediately said it naturally. "Pei Xiaohua last time, didn't he say that you gave me to him to use for a week? But it turned out that I went back to the company in 2 or 3 days. Today he said he wanted to go out for a trip, and when I thought about it, I hadn't been out of Shanghai much all these years, so I agreed." Ji-fan's face didn't change when he said this. He thought about it all afternoon and finally realized that he could only take Pei Xiaohua with him, otherwise he couldn't hide it from Xia Lingwei at all. "You're going out?" Xia Lingwei's voice snapped up a bit, but it went right back to normal. "That's fine. Go out for a walk and see the great mountains and rivers of our Huaxia. Is there a plan?" Ji-fan shook his head. "It's not like I'm thinking about it this afternoon. It's better to go wherever we go. We're 2 guys, it's casual." He definitely couldn't tell Xia Lingwei that he was going to Shangjing, so he had to continue to perfect this lie of his. Chapter 128, The Strange Sujiro. First floor. Zhang Ma had just finished preparing today's dinner when Ji-fan and Xia Lingwei both walked down one after the other as well. "Eldest miss, young master, dinner is ready. I was just about to go upstairs to call you." Xia Lingwei nodded, her eyes still looking at Ji-fan. "You said you guys are leaving tomorrow? Is that such a rush?" Xia Lingwei frowned. A woman's sixth sense told her that this matter didn't seem so simple, but if she had to say what was wrong, she couldn't seem to say. Just a hunch. Yeah, to experience a trip that's just a matter of time. We have discussed, if we do not know where to go, we will go directly to the airport tomorrow. By the most time close to a flight ticket. The ticket goes where we go. Xia Lingwei looked at Ji-fan with some suspicion. But again, it does seem like something his character could do. Sis, it just so happens that you're busy this time of year, and when I get back from my trip out, you'll be done. Perfect. Xia Lingwei was indeed very busy during this period of time. After annexing 80% of Pei's group's business, Xiao's group was now in a period of extreme expansion. But the more the time comes, the more careful you have to be, and joy is a common occurrence in the business world. Shanghai is now countless pairs of eyes are staring at the Xia groups, waiting to nibble on it at any time. Eat first. Xia Lingwei was inexplicably a little annoyed inside. What Ji-fan said made sense, but the more sense it made, the more she felt there was something wrong, so she could only eat first. At the dinner table, the two people are not a word, the heart loaded with things, the mountains and seas eat into the mouth also feel tasteless. I'm done eating. I'm full. Both of them put down their chopsticks and got up at the same time, giving Zhang Ma and Auntie Wang a blank stare. Looking at the backs of the two going upstairs, Auntie Wang couldn't help but ask curiously, Sister Zhang, what's wrong with them? It always feels as if there is something strange. Zhang Ma raised her head and glanced upstairs before looking at Auntie Wang in a low voice. There is something wrong, but it's not for us to discuss. Just do our part and stay out of the master's business. Auntie Wang hurriedly nodded. Upstairs, Ji-fan and Xia Lingwei went back to their respective rooms. Once inside and after making sure no one had followed them in, they both took out their cell phones and dialed at the same time. Pack your things for the night and leave for the airport at 9 tomorrow morning. Remember, we're out on a trip. Let's just say our destination is unknown. Wait until we get to the airport and then buy random tickets. And mainline a say-so. Pei Xiaohua on the other side of the phone has been waiting for Ji-fan to give him a message today, and things at home have long been packed. He knew Ji-fan, so he knew that Ji-fan would definitely take him to Shangjing. Without bringing himself Xia Lingwei, that hurdle simply passed. It's true, you know your son like your father. Don't worry old Ji, my mouth. That's absolutely strict. I'll pick you up in front of your house at 9 tomorrow. Ji-fan explained some more details to him before the two hung up. After putting down his cell phone, Ji-fan thought about it and decided that he'd better go to Xia Lingwei's place to check it out and communicate with her in the meantime. Just after opening the door to his room, Ji-fan let out a gasp. Outside the door, Xia Lingwei was standing in the doorway, which caused Ji-fan to feel a pang of emptiness within his heart, and he glanced back at the room uneasily. With the door closed, she shouldn't be able to hear what she just said, right? However, Xia Lingwei was obviously a bit distracted as well, and didn't notice Ji-fan's abnormality. When she saw Ji-fan open the door, she didn't go in. She just stood in the doorway and looked at Ji-fan. Being stared at by Xia Lingwei like this, Ji-fan, who had a ghost in his heart, became even more apprehensive, fearing that Xia Lingwei would poke through his lies as soon as she opened her mouth. But it was clear that it was Ji-fan who was overthinking things. After waiting for a few moments, Xia Lingwei finally spoke. Baby, you remembered to bring the card I gave you. Do you want Mrs. Chang to pack it for you? By the way, it's not easy to go out once. Play outside for a few more days. There's no need to rush back. I'm sorry, just now it's my sister who is too sensitive. Go out and have fun traveling, but still be safe out there. Xia Lingwei nagging. Two people from the recognition has never been separated. This Ji-fan suddenly want to go out to travel. Look at the situation, ago is 10 days to start. So let her just a little bit of suffering. The man in front of her was a man who had swindled his way to death twice, and she was truly afraid that she would lose him again. Before Xia Lingwei could finish her sentence, Ji-fan had already hugged her. Don't worry sister. I'll just go out and have some fun. It won't be long before I'm back. Xia Lingwei backhandedly wrapped her arms around Ji-fan as well, lying obediently on his chest and listening to his heartbeat. The two of them just quietly hugged each other, and after a few minutes, Xia Lingwei took the initiative to leave Ji-fan's embrace. Well, go clean up. I have some work to take care of. Xia Lingwei had rushed back because she was worried about Ji-fan, and there were quite a few things waiting for her to be busy today. Reality is not a skit. When a good president cannot be so simple. Not every day the office to sit down and talk about love on the line. Wanting to manage the huge Xia group, Xia Lingwei was almost rarely able to have her own personal time, and it was because of Ji-fan, or else she rarely went home for a few meals throughout the year. Ji-fan nodded and watched Xia Lingwei return to her room before turning to close the door. This hurdle of my sister's is over for now. Doing a full set of drama, and Ji-fan was really going to Shangjing for a while. After thinking about it, he opened his closet. Ji-fan seldom goes to buy clothes by himself. It's all brought back by his own mom. Now it seems that all these unimpressive and ordinary clothes inside this closet might be customized high luxury. After opening his cell phone and glancing at the weather in Shangjing for the next half-month, Jifan opened his suitcase and casually stuffed a few pieces of clothing into it. The secondary card that Xia Lingwei had given him he also had with him, but he didn't intend to use it. He still had a few $100,000 on himself. It was enough. Besides, there's still Pei Xiaohua to follow if it's not possible. This guy is rich as hell. After casually tidying up, Jifan's phone suddenly rang. Taking the cell phone, Sujiro's name was displayed on the caller ID. Jifan frowned. Sujiro would usually rarely take the initiative to contact herself. Why did she suddenly call herself today? After thinking about it, Jifan picked up the phone. Jifan, I heard that you're going out on a trip with that Pei Xiaohua kid tomorrow? Sujiro's lazy voice came from the other end of the phone. It seemed that her sister had told her. Right, Jifan answered honestly. Going out is good. Go out tomorrow, play outside for a while longer and then come back. Don't pester your old sister day after day. You want to tire me out. Something wasn't right. Sujiro's words, something was strange. Jifan thought back to Xia Lingwei's transformation just now, plus Sujiro's words now. He was certain that Sujiro must have said something to Xia Lingwei, and that something must have happened that he didn't know about. Chapter 129, Surrounded by Big Brothers. Sister Jiro, what happened? Jifan's voice turned grave. His tone was sure, so sure that Sujiro had no way to deceive him. But in fact, Sujiro didn't intend to hide it from him. Otherwise she wouldn't have made this call over. Someone tried to get at you, but it's contained. As the king of Jianghai's underground, the Su family's means were much more numerous than Jifan had imagined, but many of them were some unseen means, and Sujiro, as the only young miss of the Su family, she was definitely not as simple as she appeared to be. Whoever treats Sujiro as a pretty little white sheep will surely die an old miserable death. Jifan was still talking to Pei Xiaohua yesterday. No matter what means Ji Mengyue and Ji Yangyu wanted to check and balance Ji Honfei, the first and foremost thing was to control themselves first. But when there had been no movement for a while, Jifan had almost thought that something had gone wrong with the paternity test results. It turned out that Sujiro had already taken care of the danger. It's good to go out and hide for a while. We can't afford to mess with the forces in Shangjing for the time being. Seeing that Jifan hadn't said anything, Sujiro thought that he was afraid, and her tone softened a bit as she opened her mouth. But she didn't know that Jifan wasn't going to hide at all. He was going to Shangjing to face the other side head-on and seek a solution. Thank you, Sister Jiro. I'm afraid that the group of people in Shangjing will deal with my sister while I'm away, and I have to trouble Sister Jiro. Jifan pondered the possibility of his opponent dealing with Xia Lingwei. After he showed his face in Shangjing, they would most likely use Xia Lingwei to threaten him. It was a good thing that one's relationship with Xia Lingwei had never been exposed. As for before, the two were just a very ordinary half-sibling relationship. They shouldn't be so bad as to threaten themselves with Xia Lingwei, but in all things, you have to keep an extra eye out for them, just in case they're dogged. Don't worry, as long as I'm in Jianghai, I can make sure your sister is unharmed, Sujiro said in a domineering manner. In other places she did not have this certainty, but as long as it came to Jianghai, it is a dragon that has to be coiled, and it is a tiger that has to be lying down. Underground in Jianghai, the Su family has the final say. With Sujiro's words, Jifan was completely relieved. Hanging up Sujiro's phone, Jifan checked his luggage one last time. After confirming that there were no mistakes, Jifan opened his cell phone and purchased a ticket online to go to Shangjing at 11 a.m. tomorrow. Now it's just a matter of traveling to Shangjing tomorrow. There was no talk all night. The next day, Xia Lingwei had already left for work when Jifan woke up. Breakfast at home. Looking at Jifan dragging a big suitcase, Zhang Ma curiously asked more. Is the young master going on a trip? Jifan nodded. Mrs. Zhang, I'm going out for a trip during this time, so there's no need to leave me food at home. Outside the door, Pei Xiaohua was already waiting. This kid because to go to Shangjing, excited to get up early. Also saw him, Jifan only accelerated some of the pace of the meal. Only 8:40 on the two have been in the door to meet. Bringing so many things, aren't you tired? Just buy them when you get there. Jifan glanced at Pei Xiaohua. This kid was just like he said. He just brought a small backpack. Jifan pinched it. There was nothing else inside this backpack except for a laptop, so I guess there was nothing else. Don't worry, I brought a few pairs of underwear. Enough for a change of clothes. Just buy the rest in Shangjing. Jifan got into the car, and Pei Xiaohua was in high spirits. It was about a 40-minute drive to the airport from here, and Jifan was able to take a slight break. Just as he squinted, his cell phone rang. Jifan thought it was Xia Lingwei called, and so take out a look. Actually is his own mom, and still video call. Mom, answering the phone, Jifan was a little surprised to see his mom inside the screen, not knowing what she was doing suddenly giving herself a video. Went to Shangjing. Sun Hui's first words left Jifan startled. No, Mom, I'm talking to Pei Xiaohua. The words were interrupted by Sun Huiya before he could finish. Bastard! You were born to my mother, and you're still trying to cheat me? The 11 o'clock ticket is all bought. Now it's on the way to the airport with Pei Xiaohua, right? In just 2 short sentences, Sun Huiya told Jifan that your mom is still your mom, and your every move is under control. Mom, the Ji family already knows that I'm Ji Hongfei's son, so not going won't work. Mom knows too much. Jifan can only explain truthfully. If you don't go, I can protect you from yourself. Going, indeed, will solve the problem better, but you may have to take some risks yourself. Those few people from the Ji family aren't some kind of tenuous bad guys, but each one of them is not to be underestimated. The Ji family boss is the most mediocre of the 3. A little smart, but not stoic enough to see the big picture. But he's the biggest threat to you, and he's the only one with the potential to kill you. Ji family's little sister's ambition is not big, although smart, but more shaky. Ji Hongfei has done too much over the years. That's why she forced Ji family's little sister to join hands with Big Brother. But the probability is that she won't be a danger to your life. I've dealt with the old man in the Qi family. He'll like you. Sun Huiya's call was obviously not to persuade Jifan not to go to Shangjing, but instead to give him a bit of pre-popularization to make it easier for him to better face those in the Ji family. But when all was said and done, Sun Huiya never said the one who mattered the most. I don't know if I don't want to talk about it or if there's nothing to talk about. Mom, you're awesome. So what other hidden backhanders are there so your son can walk sideways in Shangjing? Jifan looked at his old mom with some anticipation. Suddenly found himself surrounded by thighs. But why the hell is the center of this muddy water is actually such an ordinary person? This is reasonable? A little bit, and Lin will contact you when the time comes. Jifan froze for a moment, half remembering who Lin was. So much had happened in the meantime. So much that Jifan had forgotten about this almost perfect woman. When his own mom mentioned this, Jifan finally remembered. When she first checked this woman's information, she had a grudge against the Ji family. The female classmate at school who set her up in the first place was Ji Yangyu's youngest daughter. So to be precise, she had a grudge against the Ji family boss's line. Framing a female college student with no identity background didn't even need to utilize the power of the Ji family. Just by laying out the word Ji family, more than enough people would take the initiative to do it. You go ahead to Shangjing. Lin will contact you in a few days, and she'll be here by then. You don't have to worry about Lingwei's side. I'll talk to her. Don't be afraid. Mom gave you the card you have with you, right? It's that card that used to give you $800 a month for living expenses. There's $20 billion in there. It's all Mom's private money. You can use it as you like. Don't disgrace your mom when you go to Shangjing. Be cocky. You're the only male in this generation of the Ji family. Understand? Chapter 130, Going to the Capital. After hanging up the phone with his mom, Jifan was still a little confused, and after he came back to his senses, he immediately opened the small satchel he was carrying, and Xia Lingwei's black card and his mom's card that she had handed to him were all lying peacefully inside. 20 billion, 20 billion. Pei Xiaohua more did not hear, but heard the card has 20 billion. What is this trenchless awe? Compared to Jifan, the pitiful few million in his card was like a beggar. My mom is so mean. $20 billion of personal money. What did she do? Jifan muttered in a small voice and zipped up his bag properly again. Now, even in the noble circles of Shangjing, there aren't many who can compare to you. Are there? Jifan didn't believe that any rich kid could be hanging out with $20 billion. The car quickly drove into the parking lot of the airport, and I do not know how long it will take to come back from this trip to Shangjing. Pei Xiaohua has already found a good person, and when they leave they will drive the car home. 1:27 p.m. Upper Beijing Airport. The two of them, Jifan and Pei Xiaohua, walked out of the exit with their luggage. Worthy of being Shangjing, this airport is much more grand than Shanghai's. We won't get lost, right? Pei Xiaohua glanced around, looking at the people coming and going in the airport, and couldn't help but sigh and say, "You're a 3-year-old kid still lost. Today first find a place to settle down, inquire about the Ji family and then make a decision." The two came in a hurry and could only take one step at a time for many things. Jifan also didn't think of killing the Ji family directly today. He had to find a good time to do so. Following the signs at the airport, the two found the place to get a cab, and the long line was a bit agonizing for the pair. Is this the gold standard of Sanzhou? But both were first-timers and had to take their time behind the long line, until Pei Xiaohua's stomach started to protest. The two of them were finally in a cab. Before he came, Jifan also made a short little plan. There was no intention to go to Ji's house today, so he found a place to land, right next to the busiest bar street in Shangjing. The driver was a self-possessed uncle who couldn't help but open his mouth to chatter to Jifan and the others after a short period of silence. By the looks of you two, you should be traveling to Shangjing, right? Jifan nodded. Yeah, it's our first time in Shangjing, and we're here to have fun while we're on summer vacation. The tail end of summer vacation is still summer vacation. 2. Then there really isn't a few days left. There are still a lot of attractions on this side of Shangjing. If you want to play them all, then you guys have to hurry up. But this place you're going to isn't very good. It's busy at night, but it's all pretty far from the attractions and not touristy. If it was for the purpose of traveling, then Jifan must have also stayed closer to the attractions to go. But unfortunately, he wasn't here to travel, so he didn't pick up the words. Young people, I get it, but the rumors are right. This is definitely the place with the most beautiful women in the whole of Shangjing, and it's even more lively at night. And many of Shangjing's famous rich second-generation people will play in this area at night. The two of you, if you're going to look at beautiful women, pay attention to your judgment, but don't stare at any beautiful women. You might get into trouble with someone you can't afford to get into trouble with. Hearing the older man say that, a small smile appeared on Jifan's face. He didn't pick this place on purpose to see a pretty girl. He came to poke around. A bar such as a womanizing place, and also the busiest bar street in Shangjing. Naturally, there are many second-generation dashing around here. Here, he would definitely be able to hear a lot of news that Jifan wanted to know, and it would also facilitate his actions in the Ji family afterward. Thanks uncle, we're just here to get a feel for it. Can't mess with those guys, Jifan replied with a smile. Afterwards, after a few more conversations, Jifan pretended to be curious and suddenly opened his mouth to ask, Master, as this Shangjing is the capital city of our China, aren't there a lot of powerful families? Is there any gossip about them? Cab drivers are definitely one of the most gossip-known professions inside a city. They have to run a lot of places every day and come into contact with all sorts of people, so naturally they know quite a lot of gossip. And these drivers all have their own driver groups, in which they share what they have seen and heard today every day, just like a know-it-all. Boy, you just don't get it when you say that. Those families known to the public are only on the surface. The really powerful family that are hidden when the behind-the-scenes manipulator. We ordinary people how can know their gossip? Ah, the driver's uncle laughed. Shangjing can be different from other places. Here, the awesome ones they ordinary people don't have access to on a regular basis, but they are relevant to your life. They are probably behind everything you eat, use and wear. In Shangjing, only such a family could truly be called powerful. But, suddenly, the driver uncle's words changed, even lowering his own voice as if he was afraid of being heard. I heard a very true gossip some time ago. Seeing that the driver uncle was so secretive, even Pei Xiaohua, who had been playing with his cell phone, was attracted to it and came over. The driver uncle was satisfied with Jifan and Pei Xiaohua's reaction, so he didn't sell any more secrets and spoke directly. There was a cab driver in our group the other day who made a fortune. He was unlucky that day. He hadn't been billed all day, and towards the end of the day he pulled over and set up. And guess what? A Rolls-Royce suddenly pulled up in front of him, and then out of the car came a beautiful young woman with red eyes and got into the old man's car. The old man didn't even react then, and the woman pulled out a bunch of bills and threw them. Older brother was smoking on the gas that day just to catch up with that Rolls-Royce in front of him, but in the end the woman gave a lot too. She scanned the code and paid him $50,000 directly before she got off the bus. I Lu a bean. 50,000 ah. The driver's uncle was wailing how such a good thing had not come to him. Uncle, what happened then? What happened then? Did the woman go and catch the adulterer? Caught? Pei Xiaohua was listening to the excitement. He likes to listen to this kind of family ethical gossip. The uncle suddenly stopped talking made him anxious. Although the older man didn't turn around, Jifan saw him roll his eyes from the side. How would I know what happened back there? My friend took the money and got the hell out of there. How would he dare to stay there much longer? If you get involved in this kind of mansion fighting, you won't even know how you'll die. But the woman's payment was made under her real name. Kyoyo. Chapter 131, Let's Go for a Month. Kyoyo. Why did this name Jifan feel as if he had heard it somewhere before? And the last name is Ki. That's a bit too much of a coincidence, isn't it? The two of them, Jifan and Pei Xiaohua, glanced at each other, but neither of them said anything. The driver's uncle didn't notice the difference between the two. He was still lost in his own grief. After that dude took that day's order, he directly gave himself a 7-day long vacation and took his wife and kids out for a trip. So I'm really envious. I could hear that the uncle was truly envious. He made $50,000 or $60,000 a day, and he'd have to pull hard for months to earn that. Then again, the Ji surname isn't very common in Shangjing, but there's a Ji family in Shangjing that's very powerful, and that one is most likely from the Ji family. The driver's uncle was secretive, and he knew that the Ji family also came from hearsay, but very often these hearsay had some basis. Jifan chatted with the driver's uncle the whole way, and it was clear that there wasn't much traffic, but it still took nearly an hour of driving to reach his destination. Getting out of the cab, Jifan and Pei Xiaohua both stood by the somewhat quiet street and looked at each other. Find a hotel first. This neighborhood is Bar Street. By the time the evening comes, These young dudes and dudettes have to find a place to let loose with a little sip of wine and a frown. So there are bound to be quite a few hotels next to the bar street, and they're all pretty high up. As a man with $20 billion in his body, Ji-fan finally didn't have to think about the price. After looking around, Ji-fan directly picked the hotel that looked the most luxurious and took Pei Xiaohua inside. I didn't expect that I would be able to follow Lao Ji and eat and drink in my lifetime. Pei Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. Although the previous Ji-fan is also generous, but the clever woman cannot cook without rice, so $800 a month of living expenses. Generous not up. After entering the Xia family is a lot of money. In addition to writing novels to earn some money, every weekend Xia Lingwei changed the way to stuff money to him, but also let him leap into a well-off family. Otherwise, there is no way to become the famous deep love man in JNU, but with Pei Xiaohua still cannot be compared. Coupled with the habits developed since childhood, Ji-fan also did not have the idea of wastefulness, but also rarely go to high consumption places. Don't panic, when brother inherits the Ji family, I'll let you eat and drink every day. Ji-fan grabbed Pei Xiaohua and joked as he finished his speech, and then he took the lead to enter the hotel again. Just as he entered, an overwhelming sense of luxury made Ji-fan's torso shake. Shanghai's most luxurious hotel Ji-fan has also been there, and it is under the Xia group, but compared to this, it seems that the compulsion is worse than one chip. Walking through the wide hall, Ji-fan arrived at the front desk. The two front desk ladies had professional fake smiles on their faces, and their eyes had already looked Ji-fan and Pei Xiaohua up and down in an instant. After surveying what the two were wearing, the fake smile turned into a real one. The high definition on Ji-fan. In front of this human-like front desk, even the approximate price can be accurately said, and Pei Xiaohua, as a famous young master in Shanghai, the dress on his body has also been adhering to the principle of high profile, wearing like a butterfly every day, and they are all worth a lot of money. That watch alone, which he revealed when he reached out without thinking, was worth over $3 million, but the money was not given to him by the Pei family. He bought it himself. In addition to the identity of the Pei family's second youngest, he also had the identity of a hacker, taking small orders during the day to make a little hard cash. So Pei Xiaohua actually has a black card himself in addition to that rural credit union card. That's his real treasure. According to Ji-fan's understanding of him, there was definitely $1 billion or so in that card. Gentlemen, here are all the room types in our hotel for you to look over. After the fake smile turned into a smile from the heart, Ji-fan felt much more comfortable looking at it. These two receptionists were both good looking, and in a place like Shangjing, there was never a shortage of beautiful women. Many of the women who are so colorful in small counties come here, only one will be one of the many, obliterated in the crowd. The two in front of me are pretty much in that category. Sweet, must be sweet. Before Ji-fan could say anything, Pei Xiaohua, who was on the side, had already howled on. In a couple of days Ji-fan was going to go to the Ji family, and he was going to stay here all the time, so he definitely had to live in the best to be able to do so. Ji-fan pays anyway. 20 billion then. This little bit of his mind, Ji-fan saw through it at a glance, but he didn't say much and turned his head to look at the waiter. Get me one of the best sweets. When Ji-fan finished speaking, the eyes of the two receptionists were about to burst into stars. Okay sir, the presidential suite on our side is 16,800 a night. May I ask how long you'll be staying? Sir, the tone of the young lady at the front desk became much flattering, her eyes looking at Ji-fan expectantly. As the front desk of the hotel, the guest room is a commission, but this commission is very low. A month down is more than 3 or 4,000, which is still as the best occupancy rate of the Shangjing lot. But if you open out a presidential suite, the commission is much higher, over 1,000 for this one. Most importantly, these two in front of him were so young. If he could find a chance to climb up, even if he was dumped after being played for a while, then he could still make himself a lot of money. It's just that the money can be a little bit of a pain in the ass. Ji-fan was silent as he frowned, not knowing what he was thinking about. The front desk lady's face instantly changed. These two aren't here to flirt with themselves, are they? But as a qualified receptionist, she continued to wait patiently. After a few years of hanging out in Shangjing, she knew that she couldn't offend anyone at will. A dozen seconds or so seemed like a century had passed in the front desk lady's mind until Ji-fan opened his mouth. Let's start with half a month. What? This time it was her turn to freeze. No, you're stupid. Why do you drive for half a month? Behind him, Pei Xiaohua hurriedly pulled Ji-fan back. It's definitely cheaper to just get a monthly subscription. Ji-fan looked at Pei Xiaohua in confusion. Is that so? How come I don't know? Doubtful as he was, Ji-fan still looked at the young lady at the front desk with a question in his eyes. The gentleman is right. A monthly subscription would be cheaper. The receptionist lady couldn't help but swallow her saliva. At this moment, Ji-fan and Pei Xiaohua were definitely the most handsome men in this world in her eyes. If they do open for a month. In the front desk lady's expectant gaze, Ji-fan pulled out 2 cards from his bag. One was an ID card and the other was a black card that his mom used to pay his living expenses. Okay then, drive for a month. Here's our IDs. And then just swipe your card. Chapter 132, The Marriage of the Ji and Hua Families. When the sound of a successful card swipe sounded, the two front desk ladies' admiration for Ji-fan reached its peak. That's hundreds of thousands of dollars. Just swiped out of the water? In Shangjing, it was true that there was no shortage of rich people, and there was no shortage of the kind of rich young masters who threw away money, but it was usually on some specific occasions. Take the bar. For example, all of tonight's spending will be paid for by Mr. Zhao, or in front of a woman. Woman, name your price. You're mine tonight. Then again, it's at the gambling table. Stud, I don't believe you can still beat me this time. But at the hotel, two men. It is indeed the first time I've seen it. One can only say that hundreds of thousands of dollars really isn't money in the eyes of these two. To paraphrase a famous quote, I don't have any feelings about money. The formalities were quick and didn't make Ji-fan and Pei Xiaohua wait much longer. However, the two had just gotten their room cards when a shapely uniformed beauty twisted her own sexy waist and walked towards the duo. Excellent. Ji, Pei Xiaohua's voice rang in his own ears, and Ji-fan looked up. The woman looked quite young from the outside, but if you looked closely, you might see a hint of age and maturity already on her. The seductive power of this mature woman to young lads is not something that can be compared to some clear water cabbages. Every move, seemingly random, but all teased in your heart. The heels rhythmically stomped on the floor, one step at a time, stepping into the man's heart. Hello Manager Shen. The two receptionists had bowed and greeted each other, also naming each other. The woman had already arrived in front of Ji-fan and Pei Xiaohua. The smile on her face was like a spring breeze, smiling into Pei Xiaohua's heart. Even Ji-fan felt a little more favorable towards the other party. Hello you two. My name is Shin Ningyu. I'm the manager of this hotel. Shin Ningyu extended her right hand towards Ji-fan as she spoke. She was already aware of everything that had just happened, and naturally understood that the one paying was Ji-fan. With a polite handshake, Ji-fan didn't refuse, but he only touched it lightly and quickly let go, which made Shin Ningyu's eyes more curious. On weekdays, no matter whether they were big, small or old, when they saw themselves they either looked at them colorfully or pretended to be decent people, but in fact they were sneaking and peeking. If I could get a chance to shake hands with myself, even in disguise, I wouldn't miss the opportunity to have skin-to-skin contact. And with this not-so-young man in front of him, not only were his eyes clear, but he even moved so politely, it was hard not to wonder if there was something wrong with his sexual orientation. Mr. G, in view of your consumption in our hotel, we can give you a diamond VIP, and in the future, when you come to our hotel to consume, it will be 20% off. To have a cheap not to earn is to have a member to give away. Then Ji-fan definitely wants it. Get Mr. G a VIP right away. Shin Ningyu just looked at the expression on Ji-fan's face and knew that he wouldn't refuse, and immediately said towards the receptionist, after saying that her gaze once again came to Ji-fan while handing out a business card. Mr. G, this is my business card. You can contact me directly if you have any needs in Shangjing, and you can also consult me at any time if you don't understand anything. Not bad for someone who can be a manager. Meticulous. Neither Ji-fan nor Pei Xiaohua's ID cards were from Shangjing, and with the age of these two men, it meant that they were most likely traveling over. Not a rich kid from Shangjing worth befriending. Then thank you Manager Shen. Receiving the business card handed over by Shin Ningyu, Ji-fan just glanced at it and put it away in his pocket. Shin Ningyu didn't dwell on it too much and looked at the back of Ji-fan and Pei Xiaohua as they left, her face filled with curiosity. Presidential suite. The 10K plus rooms are really nice. Up and down. There's also a not-so-small outdoor area where you can sip a couple of drinks and watch the moonlight in the evenings if you've got the time to spare. If you look down, you can just about get a great view of the bar street next door. Ji-fan and Pei Xiaohua didn't have much luggage, just one suitcase, and they were fine once they threw it towards the door. Pei Xiaohua had already pulled out his own computer, knowing that Ji-fan must have something to discuss with him. This shouldn't check out from what I heard in the cab earlier, should it? Looking at Pei Xiaohua's computer, Ji-fan asked curiously. Pei Xiaohua didn't say anything. He didn't connect to the hotel's internet, and used the carry-on Wi-Fi he carried. Ji-fan didn't bother him, and looked aside for a while, realizing that he couldn't read it. He carried the box and went into the master bedroom first. Inside the room all the facilities are complete. Toiletries are all brand new single-use items. If needed, the hotel is to provide daily cleaning services, but Pei Xiaohua is going to stay here for a month, then certainly not every day to let the hotel to clean. So later they would have to go downstairs and get some daily necessities back before they could do so. After looking around, Ji-fan made a note of what he wanted to purchase later, and when he returned to the living room again, Pei Xiaohua had already finished. Well, Ji-fan asked curiously, Pei Xiaohua moved the computer over and gestured for Ji-fan to see for himself. Ji Yuyu, 23 years old, Ji Yangyu's youngest daughter. Because of his young age, he has been spoiled by his family since he was a child. But Ji Yuyu had been smart since she was a child. It was just that this smartness wasn't used in the right way. Simply put, one thing on the surface and one thing behind the scenes. Arrogant and domineering at school, bullying classmates. At home, she is a good girl in the eyes of her parents, obedient, understanding and filial piety. After graduating from the university, Ji Yuyu was married under the arrangement of her parents, and this marriage is still her own to find her parents to beg. The subject is Hui Yunzi, the third youngest member of the Hua family in Shanjing. The third youngest member of the Hua family is 29 years old, and he has two older brothers above him, but both of them are famous playboys in Shanjing, and all of the family's hopes are pinned on Hui Yunzi. Hui Yunzi also lived up to expectations, handsome not to mention, but also since childhood. Excellent grades, moral, intellectual, physical and aesthetic development, became a lot of young girls in the heart of the white moonlight, and after graduation he began to gradually take over the Hua family. Although young, but his means and vision are unique. Hua family under his leadership, the past few years, flourishing, hidden trend beyond the Ji family, but Hui Yunzi is a workaholic. After so many years, there are countless women who adore him, but he's never rumored a single scandal. Even the personal secretary by his side is a man, but it was such a person who would actually agree to a marriage with Ji Yuyu. Hui Yunzi shouldn't be stupid, so he should know very well what kind of Ji Yuyu is. Pei Xiaohua, who was on the side, spoke at the right time. Ji-fan nodded. Looks like the cab uncle was right. It could really be Ji Yuyu and Hui Yunzi. However, Ji Yuyu's relationship with Hui Yunzi shouldn't be too good. I really want to get to know this Hui Yunzi. Chapter 133 Opportunities for Close Encounters. Check out the hawks. Ji-fan pondered for a moment. He wanted to muddy the waters of the Ji family completely so that he would be safer, especially the Ji family boss's lineage. Since his own mother had specifically mentioned them, he had to be even more careful. It would naturally be best if they could be left to fend for themselves before entering the Ji family. Pei Xiaohua began to check on the Hua family, while Ji-fan began to research what to eat. Since the Ji family had already sent someone to Jianghai to get at him, it was all the more reason for him to hurry up. Bean juice to drink? Looking at the hotel's own menu in his hand, Ji-fan discovered a very famous contraption and couldn't help but ask towards Pei Xiaohua. Anything. Pei Xiaohua was so busy that he didn't even listen to what Ji-fan was saying, just subconsciously nodding in reply. His eyes focused on the computer the whole time. Seeing that he was indeed busy, Ji-fan didn't have the heart to tease him, and looked for the receptionist to casually order 2 set meals up. 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Ji-fan glanced at Pei Xiaohua, who was still tapping away on his computer, and got up to open the door himself. The door opened and standing outside was a familiar face, the previous receptionist. At this time, the other party was carrying 2 packages in his hand, but the person was leaning on Ji-fan's door, soft and boneless, and his charming eyes were like silk. Ji-fan raised an eyebrow and looked at her with a smirk. What? Anything else? The woman blushed slightly and whispered, "May I come in and sit down?" The curve of Ji-fan's mouth deepened as he sidestepped out of the way. The woman's face rejoiced when she saw this action of his, and her body immediately stood up straight with the intention of coming in. But the next second, she was stopped by Ji-fan. Ji-fan's face still had a smile on it, only the words that came out were extremely cold in her ears. Of course not. As he spoke, Ji-fan picked up what the other party was carrying in his hand and then closed the door without hesitation. Don't let Pei Xiaohua see it. This kid doesn't force it, but he doesn't seem to be a picky eater either. One doesn't want to go to bed at night and be woken up by the commotion next door. Eat first. This hotel's food still looks quite good. A fight, color and fragrance, is too lightsome, so that Ji-fan is a little less adaptable. It seems that later you have to go to buy some chili sauce. Lao Ganma back. You eat first. It'll be ready soon. Pei Xiaohua was still fully concentrated. Even Ji-fan's call for him to eat was rejected, which made Ji-fan curious. He asked Pei Xiaohua to check on the Hua family. Is he planning to find out all the information about the Hua family within an hour? Ji-fan once again refreshed his perception of Pei Xiaohua's strength in his mind. This hacking strength. I guess there's no rival in the country anymore, right? If the 2 biggest families in Shanjing, the Ji family and the Hua family, had no secrets before him, then Ji-fan couldn't think of anyone else who would be able to stop Pei Xiaohua. It was a good thing that such a man was his brother, not his enemy, or else he would simply have no secrets at all before him. Alright, what can be investigated has basically been investigated, but it seems to me that this Hui Yunzi doesn't have any major problems. It feels like he's simply coping with a family union. It's basically hard for people of their status to have a love of their own, and it's hard for all of them to escape the fate of the union in the end. Ji-fan wiped his mouth. swallowed the last bite of beef and took over Pei Xiaohua's computer. The content is roughly similar to what Pei Xiaohua said. The Hua family's position in Shanjing was similar to that of the Ji family, with a large number of industries in their hands, and a lot of familiar businesses had their shadow behind them. And Hua Yunze, as the most outstanding young man of the Hua family's generation, all of his experiences were perfect. Graduated from high school, studied abroad for 2 years, and took over some of the Hua family's industries abroad during the study period. About 5 years ago, Hua Yunze returned to China and then officially began to take over the domestic business of the Hua family. In these 5 years, under Hua Yunze's leadership, the Hua family had prospered, and it was only a matter of time before he took charge of the Hua family. The marriage between the Ji family and the Hua family was a big deal in the entire Shanjing business circle. Once they were allowed to succeed in their marriage, the entire business landscape of China would have to undergo some changes. Not only that, if they really let Hua Yunze and Ji Yuyu's marriage succeed, then Ji Hongfei's position as the head of the family might also suffer some interference. With Hua Yunze's great help, the Ji family's old man had to consider the influence of the Hua family and the Ji family after joining forces, and said that he would be a little more tolerant of his eldest son. Tonight, Ji Yuyu is hosting a dinner party at the Royal Lawn Huating, and Hua Yunze will be there as well. Do you want to go and take a look? Ji Fan looked at Pei Xiaohua, who was eating after reading the information, and opened his mouth to ask. With such a chance to get up close and personal with Ji's family, Ji Fan naturally wouldn't miss it. A banquet? Yeah, the banquet organized by Ji Yuyu. Then the people present are basically from their circle. Pei Xiaohua also wanted to see how the young masters and young ladies on this side of Shanjing are like. How are we going to get an invitation? Though, Ji Fan wouldn't let himself steal this stuff too, would he? Pei Xiaohua's insides flashed with a hint of bad air. Luckily, Ji Fan's next words put him at ease. Did you not look at the name of this hotel of ours when you came in? Pei Xiaohua shook his head in bewilderment while his eyes looked around in an attempt to find the name of this hotel in the surrounding area. But unfortunately it didn't work out as he had hoped. We're here at the Royal Lodge Hotel. It's on the top floor, which is above us. That she's hosting the party today. Ji Fan reached out his hand and pointed upwards, and Pei Xiaohua's gaze followed Ji Fan's movements as he looked up to the ceiling. Such a coincidence? So we can hear them getting high upstairs from directly inside the room? Pei Xiaohua was startled and said curiously after giving the ceiling a thievish look. Ji Fan gave him a blank look. I'm just making an analogy. Surely people don't really step right on top of our heads in the top floor ballroom. But we can get the entrance ticket through Shan Ningyu, the manager of this hotel. Looking at her, it seemed like she wanted to make friends with herself. If she was approached to ask for an invitation ticket, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Then go and ask for it now. What are you still telling me here? It was already more than 3 o'clock. Ji Fan took a look. The dinner should start at 7 p.m. And it was estimated that people would start entering one after another at 6 p.m. And it was indeed time to ask for the invitations earlier. After thinking about it, Ji Fan took out his cell phone and Shin Ningyu's business card. A hotel manager with such a high-end business card. This business card is black in color, surrounded by a golden border, on which the 3 words Shin Ningyu are printed in relief. In the corner, the pattern of a phoenix reborn from fire looms large, as if it will take wing at any time. Ji Fan gently rubbed his fingers over the business card, feeling its texture, and inwardly became a little more curious about this woman. Shan Ningyu. He took a deep breath and dialed the number above. The phone was picked up and a somewhat cold female voice came from the other side. Shan Ningyu, who is it? Chapter 134, Changing Your Face. You're pretty handsome yourself. After hearing that it was Ji Fan, the voice from the opposite side obviously became much softer. Ji Fan was not polite and directly explained his intentions to Shin Ningyu. Manager Shen, I've heard that there's a banquet for the young circles of Shanjing on the top floor of your hotel tonight, and my friend and I would like to go and meet them as well. Shin Ningyu on the other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds. Ji family's most favored that youngest daughter Ji Yuyu want to hold a banquet in the penthouse tonight, but this thing knows not many people, basically are some young people in the circle. These two obviously just came from the field. How would know? Did they see it at the hotel? It's not impossible. After all, the banquet started at 7 p.m. The staff should be making preparations now, and the two of them would have stayed in the presidential suite on a high floor, so they were close to the top floor banquet hall, and it was only normal for them to see it. As for the matter of Ji Fan and Ji Yuyu both having the surname Ji, Shin Ningyu did not think about it in this regard. Ji Fan and Pei Xiaohua's ID cards she had already seen. Just 2 school students coming to Shanjing to have some fun. Not Shanjing people at all, much less have anything to do with the Ji family. At most, these two were interested in the young master and young lady circle in Shanjing, so they wanted to meet them. Shin Ningyu didn't hesitate too much. Getting an invitation couldn't be easier for their hotel. It wasn't because their hotel was the venue for the banquet, but because this hotel was the Hua family's property. Not to mention too, Hua Yunzi could ask for 200 if he asked. Since Mr. G wants to see it, I'll help myself, but please wait a moment. Mr. G, I'll send the invitation up to you later. Hanging up the phone and meeting Pei Xiaohua's curious gaze, Ji Fan nodded. This manager is quite powerful. I was just going to try it out, but I didn't expect her to agree without even much hesitation. It seems like it wasn't that hard for her to get the invitations. It's not like an ordinary hotel manager to do that. Ji Fan also didn't expect that a hotel he had randomly chosen would actually be so coincidental. Not only is Ji Yu hosting a banquet here tonight, the manager of this hotel doesn't seem to be simple either. Thinking so much, I advise you to better dress up. Auntie Sun has said that you should not disgrace her in Shangjing. Ji Fan took a look at his body. It was clearly very good. Where was the disgrace? Pei Xiaohua sighed helplessly. Ji Fan was just accustomed to being spontaneous, and it was probably impossible to get him to change at this moment in time. The other side. Shen Ningyu immediately dialed another number after hanging up Ji Fan's phone. Hua Xiao, 2 young men have checked into our hotel today. One is called Ji Fan and the other is called Pei Xiaohua. From Zhanghai. It's already been checked out. Pei Xiaohua is from the Pei's group in Zhanghai, medium size, but that Ji Fan's information is very clean, and it didn't turn out to be the son of any powerful family, but he's very generous with his money. He just found me and said he wanted 2 invitations to MS. Ji Yu's party tonight, soon. Shen Ningyu had told the person inside the phone about Ji Fan and Pei Xiaohua, and in this short time, she had already checked Ji Fan and Pei Xiaohua out. That's efficiency, and it's really not average. Not knowing what the person on the other end of the phone said, Shen Ningyu was quiet for a while, and then nodded her head to agree to something afterward. At 4 o'clock, Shen Ningyu knocked on the door of Ji Fan's room. Mr. Ji, here's the invitation you need. The dinner is tonight at 7 o'clock. It's in the open-air ballroom on the top floor. Just take the invitation and go in. But as a reminder to Mr. Ji, the people who came to the banquet today are some quite powerful second generation from Shangjing. It's best not to clash with them during the banquet. Ji Fan smiled. Manager Shen, don't worry. I'm just going to go for a long look, not to smash the scene. After receiving the invitation in Shen Ningyu's hand, Shen Ningyu didn't stay much longer and turned to leave. This manager Shen really has the means to get an invitation even. Or 2. I would have thought she was going to use the convenience of the hotel to just let us in. Taking the invitation from Ji Fan's hands, Pei Xiaohua's voice rang out. He thought it was just an ordinary invitation, but after opening it, he saw his name on the invitation. He really didn't think about it. A hotel manager is just a manager. What makes him able to get Ji Yu's customized invitation? Just get us invitations. The rest is none of our business. Ji Fan also saw the name on his invitation and was just a little more cautious about this Shen Ningyu. There's 3 hours left. I'll take you out for a change. Having gotten the invitation, there was nothing more for the 2 of them to do now. And with the dinner not officially starting until 3 hours later, Pei Xiaohua still felt that he had to give Ji Fan a good makeover before he could do so. In Pei Xiaohua's opinion, just Ji Fan in this outfit to go to the banquet would probably be ridiculed as a bumpkin, and then even he himself would have to follow the disgrace. They came to Shangjing to punch their faces, not to lose face. Remodeling, it has to be done. Although Ji Fan was not too willing, under Pei Xiaohua's reasoned argument, Ji Fan reluctantly agreed. The first time he came to Shangjing, Pei Xiaohua was also unfamiliar with the place, but it didn't matter. They had money. It's a little difficult to find those top-notch makeup teams, and they certainly won't agree to come over easily without an appointment, but it's still easy to find some top-notch ones. At 4:30, the door to the room was knocked open again, and 7 or 8 men came in and began to remodel Ji Fan. An hour later, Ji Fan looked at the man in the mirror and was a little skeptical for a moment. Previously he had always felt that he was rather ordinary looking. Even his mom was always disgusted with him, saying that his looks did not follow her. But now it seems that he is not ordinary. Obviously is a little handsome. Good. Thank goodness for mom. Pulling up her face by one. Not bad, not bad. Now all that's missing is a handsome suit. The stylist was also pleased with his masterpiece, constantly sizing up the Ji Fan in front of him. Let's just say that the man is indeed handsome, and the more you look at him, the more handsome he gets. If he was paired with a dapper suit, he could definitely wow the crowd. No, I've never worn a suit before. Ji Fan immediately expressed his resistance. Ever since he was a child, he had always worn whatever was comfortable, and never in his life had he thought that one day he would have to dress so formally. The banquet held by the Xia family he also participated in. At that time is not also a casual dress, as if it did not feel how well. Remember, you didn't come to Shangjing to put up a fight. You're here to solve the Ji family's troubles. Chapter 135, Who Are You? At 7 p.m. The top floor ballroom was quite full at this point. Ji family and Hua family marriage. This thing is recently rumored to be boisterous, but Hua family side has not been opening up. Are Ji Yu in this rumor? Do not know whether it is true or not. Won't we find out today? Ji Yu said that Hui Yunze will also be there tonight. Brother Yunze will really come? I really don't believe Ji Yu has such a good fate to be able to marry Brother Yunze. The host hasn't come yet, but the guests are already talking all about Ji Yu and Hui Yunze. As one of the most outstanding few of this generation in the Shangjing business circle, there were countless noble women who wanted to marry Hui Yunze. Not to mention his ability, his looks were already enough to make young girls swoon. These years of experience not only didn't make his charm diminish in the slightest, but instead became more mature and alluring. There are countless warblers and swallows around, but Hui Yunze has never rumored any gossip over the years he's been back in China. So who wouldn't like such a superb man? Not to mention the Hua family behind him. As the most outstanding person of the Hua family's generation, he was destined to rule the Hua family in the future. Once you marry into it, it's really a phoenix on a branch. In the entire Shangjing business circle, the Hua family, the Ji family, and the Yin family were the three families that had a breakneck lead over the other families. Although these people present are all wealthy, they are still a far cry from the Hua family. Over the years, many women have fought openly and secretly, with layers of tactics, just to be able to stand by Hui Yunze's side. But they didn't expect to be shortchanged by Ji Yu. So the vast majority of the guests who came today were young women with no good intentions. As for the men who came, apart from Ji Yu's close friends, most of the rest came to see the show. Shangjing is so big, and this circle is so small, it's not easy to eat some melon. It's such a great place to eat tonight, that it's only natural to be on the front lines. Hui Yunze, the third youngest member of the Hua family, has been staying away from women for so many years. Even the life assistants around him are all men. What do you think this Ji Yu actually used to make Hui Yunze agree to this marriage? Previously it had been discussed privately in small groups, and finally someone brought the matter to the forefront to say so. And the reason for the delay in seeing the protagonist? It's always been a unilateral announcement by Ji Yu. Who knows if it's true or not? That's right, if the Ji family really wants to marry the Hua family, it won't be her turn to Ji Yu, right? Ji Hongfei's daughter is also already 19 years old. Boil all have to boil to Ji Hongfei it. Ji Yu's father, Ji Yanyu, was already in his early 50s, but in the Ji family he raked in a little bit of fringe industry, and his presence was almost non-existent. If the Hua family wanted to marry the Ji family, how could it not be Ji Yu's turn? Unless Hui Yunze is truly in love with Ji Yu. If it's just a simple marriage, the two people's identities don't compare at all. The Hua family has never come out to clarify, so it must be a tacit admission. And I don't know what you guys are thinking here. There were so many people present. Naturally there were also Ji Yu's girlfriends, and someone had already stepped forward. Some people, just can't see us yo-yo good. Here in the Yin Yang Yang, only blame yourselves for not having the ability. The family also don't have the ability, can only watch us yo-yo happy. This banquet was after all organized by Ji Yu, and as a guest, one still had to give the host some face. The others naturally closed their eyes after Ju's person spoke, but the venue didn't quiet down, and various small groups were still communicating privately, but no one said anything else. At 7:10, the host of this dinner party finally showed up. Tonight's Ji Yu was obviously well dressed, and she was a showstopper as soon as she appeared on stage. Yo-yo, you're finally here. If you don't come, all this exquisite food won't be able to gag this group of people. The BFF who had just helped Ji Yu speak had a happy face and happily ran over, while not forgetting to sue. Not only her, but several other women also gathered around after seeing Ji Yu. Wow! Yo-yo, this gown you're wearing, it seems to be the town treasure of the C family in Shangjing, right? I remember this gown is worth like $5 million. Did you buy it? Ji Yu had a happy smile on her face, but shook her head. Of course not. This is a gift from Brother Yunze. Hearing Ji Yu say this, those sisters around her became even more envious, but at the same time the bottom line was much stronger. Hear that? This is given to our yo-yo by Huasan Shao. How dare you question our yo-yo's identity? In front of the parties involved, these people naturally would not say anything more. Moreover, the Ji family was also one of the three great families in Shangjing, and the Ji family's power was not something they could afford to offend. But now quite a few people have started to believe Ji Yu's claim that Hui Yunze has really joined forces with her. Ji, we haven't questioned you, but we are curious about the Hua family's third youngest, and would like to meet this big shot who calls the shots in the business world. Someone explained in an aside. As an almost 100% certain heir to the Hua family, after returning to China Hui Yunze would rarely show his face in public. At least those here were not yet qualified to meet with Hui Yunze. The reason why so many people had come today was that, in addition to wanting to know the truth about the marriage between the Hua family and the Ji family, they also wanted to meet the man who was currently the most popular man in Shangjing. But until now, Hui Yunze still hasn't shown up. Brother Yunze has so many things to do every day, Do you think all of them are as idle as you guys? Don't worry, he'll be here soon. He's on his way and just messaged me. Ji Yu glared at the person who had just spoken. She was only a good girl in front of her family. In front of outsiders, she was not a good person. With the Ji family as her backing, she wasn't afraid of anyone in Shangjing. Just as Ji Yu's words fell, there was a sudden movement from the door behind him. The crowd looked towards the door in anticipation of the arrival of that legendary Hua family's third youngest brother Yunza, or Ji Yu was the fastest. Before even seeing who was coming, the voice that could give people goosebumps had already preceded him. No, who are you? But right away, the goosebump-inducing voice that had just been there turned into a scream. Everyone looked curiously at the two men who appeared in the doorway. I thought that I would be blocking the figure of the man who was currently the most popular man in Shangjing, but it turned out that there were two unfamiliar faces, and Ji Yu's whiny voice just now even made many people have some playful smiles on their faces. Under these smiles, Ji Yu shouted like crazy, "Who are you two? Who sent you? Where's the security? How do you do your job? Get these two out of here." Chapter 136, Wearing an A-Goods, or Out of Season. The two of them, Ji Fan and Pei Xiaohua, were also dumbfounded, because Pei Xiaohua had to give Ji Fan a good dressing up, causing them to hurry up and end up late for the banquet. I thought that the banquet had already begun, and at this time, the two people should not be noticed, but I did not expect that this would become the center of attention of the whole room. Being stared at by so many people was indeed a first for Ji Fan, but he quickly calmed down. Looking at the somewhat insane woman in front of him, Ji Fan couldn't help but frown. "Who are you two? How come I haven't seen you two before in Shangjing? This is Sister Yo-Yo's dinner party. How did you get in?" Seeing that Ji Fan didn't say anything, the woman beside Ji Yu jumped out and pointed at Ji Fan. "Is Shangjing such a bunch of rude people? It's really boring." Even though it was a woman on the opposite side of the room, Ji Fan would more than likely not allow someone to point their nose at him. He looked at the other party with cold eyes, and his mouth was unforgiving. "How dare you, making a scene at Sister Yo-Yo's dinner party? Do you know what our Sister Yo-Yo's status is? Apologize right now and get the hell out of here, or you might not make it out of this door." Being disliked by a man who came out of nowhere, how could this group of Beijing Circle's great ladies possibly take it lying down? Dressed like a man. I don't know where I got the high fashion. Dressed so handsome. It's not to come to the banquet to find a rich woman, right? There are a few white boy potentials. Why don't you call me a good sister and I'll consider how about adopting you? You don't say. This little white boy is really good looking. Just a little bit too big mouth. Take it back and have to be properly coached. These few people around Ji Yu, you and I, have completely characterized Ji Fan as a gigolo. As for Pei Xiaohua beside him, he was not even qualified to be a gigolo. Ji Fan frowned. Originally being the center of attention as soon as he came in had already made Ji Fan a bit annoyed, and these few women in front of him made Ji Fan's mood even worse. Thinking of his mom's instructions on the phone before he came, Ji Fan knew what he should do. Without having to reveal his identity, he could likewise punch this group of people in the face, and he could also make the Ji family side take the initiative to notice himself, killing two birds with one stone. What's more, Ji Yu was destined to be her own antagonist, not only because of her father, but also because of her own entanglement with Lin. Adopt me? You guys deserve it? Ugly even if you look ugly, but also wear AA goods here to pretend to be a big lady. Pretend even if, but also use 3 years ago models. Do not know still think that your family are all almost bankrupt, but you guys are smart enough to use a 3-year-old model, so you can make sure you don't crash, in case you bump into someone else's real one at the party. Ji Fan didn't understand what out-of-season models and new models were. Not to mention that he couldn't tell the difference between A goods and genuine goods, but these two people in front of him who were jumping the most ejected, the gowns they were wearing Ji Fan happened to have seen before. When he first came to the Xia family back then, Xia Lingwei hurried back from the banquet site, and the driver was Su Jiro. The Xia Lingwei and Su Jiro at that time were wearing the same style on these two people in front of them. At that moment, Xia Lingwei was like a fairy descending to the earth in Ji Fan's eyes, and Su Jiro beside her was also a stunning beauty, but under Xia Lingwei's aura, all of them became quite ordinary. It had been more than 3 years since then, and Ji Fan was still impressed, so he could tell at a glance. After all, the dresses that Xia Lingwei wore that were definitely all exclusive, absolutely avoiding the collision, so these two in front of her must be A goods, but also special out-of-season A goods. Is this the goal of being the eldest miss of the capital circle? This man seems to say this is really the model 3 years ago, and I remember that at that time, these two models did not appear in Shangjing. It should be authentic as not the people in the Beijing circle to buy it. Wasn't Ji Yu's sister heavily courting one of the sets at that time? But it was one step behind and had long been reserved. I really don't believe it if you say it's in the hands of the two of them. These two came out of a small family, and it's only by being a dog for Ji Yu that they can be in our circle. But this is too humiliating. It's also true, Ji Yu, her old man in the Ji family would have been enough to have no existence, but also gave birth to 3 daughters in a row. On the surface is the small princess of the Ji family. In fact, who does not know that the real princess of the Ji family is only that one? The comments of the people around her made Ji Yu's face look worse and worse. Sister Yo-Yo, let's. These two were still trying to explain to Ji Yu. Their families are all just small families in Shinjing. If they didn't rely on being classmates with Ji Yu, and don't have the face to lick her, how could they squeeze into this circle? And relying on their relationship with Ji Yu, their families have also received some favor. At least outside the business many people will still give some face. Once they were abandoned by Ji Yu, their fate could already be imagined. Not to mention their own family's subsequent business dealings. Just the girls themselves, after losing their utilization value, were definitely immediately exchanged for benefits by marriage. Given their family situation, it is probably impossible to marry a good family, only to sell them for a good price. As for what kind of treatment they will suffer if they are sold, that will be left to fate. Roll. Ji Yu gave the two of them a disgusted look. After losing her face in front of so many people, Ji Yu definitely couldn't bring them around anymore. When the two heard this, their bodies trembled, but they didn't dare to say anything else, so they could only slink away, only to give Ji-fan a malicious look in their eyes before leaving. If it wasn't for Ji-fan, how would they have made this scandal today? Not to mention that they wouldn't have been abandoned by Ji Yu, and this beam is something they have written down. Ji Yu looked at their backs with a pang of annoyance in her heart. She knew that these people present had always looked down on her behind her back, only that they were in the way of the Ji family's name, so they would give her a few points. Now that something like this had happened, it was no surprise that it would definitely spread throughout the entire Shangjing in a short period of time, and these people would definitely mock her even more recklessly. Thinking about this, Ji Yu became a little anxious. She didn't even bother with Ji-fan and Pei Xiaohua, but anxiously looked at her cell phone. As long as Hui Yunze was present today, and it was confirmed that the two were joined in marriage, then everything that had happened before would no longer be a problem. A daughter of the Ji family who didn't have much of a presence might not attract their attention, but Hui Yunze's wife, even her own uncle who had all the means in the world, would have to sell herself a few points. Messages have been sent out 5 or 6 times, but they've all gone stone cold. Hui Yunze had obviously promised to come to the dinner today. Why hadn't he arrived yet? Chapter 137, Ji Yu on top of the wind and waves. Ji Yu, didn't you say that Hua Xiao would be here today? Where is everyone? That's right, if it wasn't for Hua Xiao's name, do you think there would be so many people here today? Can you ask But don't come to the time when the banquet is over and you come with a sentence that Hua Xiao can't push his way through work tonight. The more Ji Yu was afraid of something, the more the group of people around her would say something. Just now those two people said the sky can only say that Ji Yu himself cannot understand people. At most, can only be ridiculed in the back, but if she deceived everyone about Hui Yunze, it would be of a completely different nature. The dinner started at 7 o'clock, and now it's almost 7:30, but there's no sign of Hui Yunze at all. Looking at Ji Yu's appearance again, it seems like she herself isn't 100% sure that Hui Yunze will be there. There were some on the scene that were not as good as the Ji family, but they were also big families that were famous in the Shinjing business circle, and their status in the family was much higher than Ji Yu's status in the Ji family. As long as they had the upper hand, they weren't afraid of Ji Yu. What's all the noise about? Brother Yunze said that he would come today, then he will definitely come. And the gown I'm wearing is the one that Brother Yunze gave me specially for tonight's dinner. A $5 million gown really doesn't seem like something Ji Yu could take down on her own. Who knows? Maybe you rented it. In the corner, I don't know who whispered. Although the voice was small, Ji Yu had only just finished speaking and everyone was keeping quiet. So this one small beep was amplified countless times at once. Who said that? Ji Yu was annoyed, as if the truth had been torn apart. In such a hurry? It's not really a rental, is it? It shouldn't be so bad. How could the C family's townhouse be rented? But I always feel like it doesn't look like Hui Yunze sent it to her. Look at her bottomless look. Although the people present were all young people, but their vision was more venomous than one another. The ones trained by the big families, even if they were eliminated, that was still much better than the average ordinary people. The more shamed Ji Yu was, the more she showed her inner panic instead. It was like being poked inside. No, there had to be a topic of conversation to divert, and they couldn't keep their eyes on themselves any longer. Ji Yu's brain also turned quickly. She knew that if she continued like this, then she would have no place to put this face today. And now the only thing to shift. Ji Yu looked towards Ji-fan and Pei Xiaohua who were still standing at the doorway. These two now had the complete look of people watching, eyes on themselves, occasionally coming together to say something that didn't look good at first glance. Ji Yu's mind carefully recalled that she didn't recognize these two people. Among the entire younger generation of Shangjing, she knew all of them as long as they were slightly famous. then these two were definitely not powerful characters. Just to take it out on them. If they hadn't shown up, he wouldn't be so humiliated right now. Thinking of this, Ji Yuyu suddenly took 2 steps forward and came in front of Jifan and Pei Xiaohua. When Ji Yuyu moved, the gazes of the others followed. Ji Yuyu was originally the host of this banquet, and now that she was on the cusp of the whole scene, everyone's eyes naturally followed her, wanting to see what else she could say. But now it looks as if she's planning to find someone to vent to? Because of his movements, many people also began to pay attention to the 2 young men with somewhat unfamiliar faces at the door. I have to say, the front one is really good looking. Jifan, who had never worn a suit before, didn't expect that he would wear a suit with that temperament, as if he was born for it. At this time the suit with a price tag of up to 6 figures was worn on his body, completely erasing the last trace of his beggar's temperament, and at a glance, he was a proper successful man. Ji Yuyu's eyes also erupted with a glint of light after looking Jifan up and down. I hadn't looked closely before, but now it did seem that there was a hint of something unusual about the man in front of me. But now the arrow was in the air and had to be sent. Ji Yuyu's vermilion lips slightly opened. Both of you, I don't think I know you, do I? I wonder how you came in. Trespassing on someone else's banquet and stirring up the storm is a bit too impolite. Ji Yuyu wouldn't dare to call Jifan some kind of bumpkin now, an inferior person. To be able to wear hundreds of thousands of dollars of high-fashion suits, to see through the A-goods on his 2 lapdogs with a single glance, and to have such a calm and relaxed temperament, how does it not look like an ordinary person? Ji Yuyu could only start with Jifan breaking into her party. Seeing that Jifan didn't say anything, Ji Yuyu extended his hand. Security, what the hell is going on? The security guard at the door has been watching the play for a good half day, and has been waiting for his turn on the stage, and now when he hears Ji Yuyu's voice, he immediately jogs and rushes over. MS. Key. First, he greeted Ji Yuyu before looking at Jifan. This gentleman, please show me the invitation. With a smirk on his lips, Jifan reached down and stuffed it into the inner pocket of his shirt. Don't pretend. I personally set all the lists for this banquet, and I can tell you unequivocally that you are definitely not among the people I invited. Ji Yuyu sneered as she watched Jifan's movements. The invitations to this banquet were all real names. Each invitation had its own exclusive owner, and these 2 in front of them, even if they had invitations, they certainly weren't their own. In the next second, Jifan had already pulled out an invitation inlaid with gold trim and casually handed it to the security guard. Don't think it's enough to get a fake invitation. Every invitation has a QR code on it. Just scan the code and you'll know if it's real or not. Ji Yuyu remained calm. This was her home turf, and she could certainly do no wrong on her own. But immediately, the sound of a punch in the face came. Code scanning successful. VIP inside please. This mechanical voice was like the last straw that crushed Ji Yuyu's heart. She looked at Jifan and Pei Xiaohua incredulously. She really wasn't sure where these 2 people's invitations actually came from. Thinking of this, Ji Yuyu snatched the invitation from the security guard's hand and opened it to see that the 3 big words Pei Xiaohua were written on it. Pei Xiaohua? Do we have a Pei family in Shangjing? She had known as soon as the invitation was in her hand that it was real. It was just that the name on this invitation did not ring any bells at all, so she could only look around and ask. Never heard of it. It seems not. Many people began to shake their heads. They really hadn't heard of any Pei family in Shangjing. Then how did these 2 people in front of me get the invitation? I know. You guys must have bribed someone close to me to have 2 added. Ji Yuyu thought she had found the reason and looked at Jifan smugly. This one would be able to make sense. Now, I am clearly informing you 2 that no nobodies like you are welcome at my party. Now, immediately, right now, get the hell out of here. And, dare to put your hands on my banquet to make a fake. I will reserve the right to pursue you. Just as Ji Yuyu's words fell, a male voice suddenly came from outside the door. Yes, since MS. Ji doesn't welcome me and my friends, we'll leave first. Chapter 138 Hui Yunza. Although he didn't see the person, but just by hearing the voice, he knew that this person must have been in a high position for many years, and his words exuded some kind of aura with absolute majesty. Jifan hadn't even reacted to who was speaking for him when the face of Ji Yuyu in front of him suddenly changed. In just 5 seconds, Ji Yuyu's face changed at least 3 or 4 expressions, so that Jifan couldn't help but sigh. Worthy of being the young lady of the Ji family, this facial art himself really can't catch up with even a horse. Brother Yunza, the trailing notes that can be drawn out don't show a person's cuteness, only her do-gooder and green tea nature. Luckily, Jifan hadn't eaten much in the afternoon, or else he might have thrown up. But once he thought that this woman in front of him still had some blood relations with himself, Jifan was suddenly very grateful to his own old mom for not only pulling up his own face value, but also letting himself not inherit such teening genes. Although Ji Yuyu's cry was disgusting enough, it kind of pointed out the identity of the person who came. Hui Yunza, The future successor of the Hua family had finally appeared. It's hard to believe that he's really joined forces with Ji Yuyu. Why else would he be here? But now it seems like Ji Yuyu has offended Hua Yunza's guests. Kind of interesting. The crowd did not rush forward. Now the situation is not clear. Rush forward but easy to wade into this mess of water. Not as good as the first as a wall. Look at the situation again. Ji Fan followed suit and turned around. He too had finally met Hua Yunza. According to the information Pei Xiaohua checked, Hua Yunza's character, looks, and education are all impeccable. And in the 5 years since he returned to China, he has shown everyone his powerful business skills through his perfect performance. Soon to be 30 years old, he was now in the prime age of a man. Now that Ji Fan was no more than 5 meters away from him, and under such close viewing, Ji Fan could only say that the information did not lie. Hua Yunza was perfect. His face and body were simply properly customized for a male lead. Even someone as tart as Pei Xiaohua could only say, after seeing Hua Yunza, that he was indeed handsome. Brother Yunze, are these two your guests? No wonder as soon as I saw them just now, I felt that these two were by no means unusual. Ji Yuyu's ability to tell lies with her eyes open is still very powerful. With so many people watching, she is still able to lie openly and calmly. And the few steps she took towards Hua Yunza, each step contained a heartbeat. Even Ji Fan, who was looking from the side, could only sigh. Although she was average in length, she still had a few foxy undertones, but these careful maneuvers of hers had no effect on Hua Yunza at all. And he didn't even look at Ji Yuyu more than once. Ji Yuyu jogged over but pounced. Hua Yunza directly ignored her towards Ji Fan and Pei Xiaohua. Wait a moment, both of you. I'll say a few words and then I'll go. The pleasantries were as if Ji Fan was really a close friend with him. Ji Fan didn't know exactly what Hua Yunza meant. If Ji Fan remembered correctly, he didn't know him, and it was the first time the two had met. However, in this current situation, it was inconvenient for Ji Fan to say anything more. As long as he waited patiently, he would be able to find out what kind of medicine Hua Yunza's gourd was selling. Ji Fan nodded and stood aside with Pei Xiaohua. Ji Yuyu didn't have time to pay attention to Ji Fan right now, and although Hua Yunza was ignoring her, she could take the initiative to stick it to her. When she walked next to Hua Yunza again, Hua Yunza finally turned his head to look at her, but it was only a glance, with no emotion showing in his eyes, as if he was looking at a stranger. Sorry everyone for the wait, as there was a bit of a delay. I know what we are all gathered here for today, and I can answer that for you now as well. Hearing Hua Yunza's words, everyone quieted down, all looking at Hua Yunza without blinking. The women present even clenched their palms for fear that Hua Yunza would say something about a marriage alliance, and that would really be the sky falling for them. Ji Yuyu knew that Hua Yunza was a bit disgusted with himself, so he didn't stick up again and just stood quietly by Hua Yunza's side. As long as Hua Yunza announced the news of the marriage between the two, that is the wood for the trees. Even if Hua Yunza no longer how to dislike their own, that does not matter. In the future she is destined to be the young lady of the Hua family, is one of the most powerful women in this Shangjing. Everyone remained quiet, waiting for Hua Yunza to continue. The Hua family and the Ji family, they do have a marriage. The room was abuzz with this statement. I didn't expect what Ji Yuyu said to be true. The Ji family and the Hua family marriage. The sky is going to change in this Shangjing. Not only that, Ji Yuyu will also rise in status and become someone they can no longer afford to climb. Although the previous Ji Yuyu was honored as a member of the Ji family, anyone with a discerning eye knew that her lineage's position in the Ji family was very embarrassing, and with her father having 3 daughters in a row, she had completely lost her eligibility to compete for the Ji family. But if Ji Yuyu married Hua Yunza, then everything would be different. With Hua Yunza's help, even Ji Hongfei would have to weigh in. A smug look appeared on Ji Yuyu's face. This is what the adults of the two families have settled on, and even if Hua Yunza rejects it no matter what, it's useless. But immediately, she couldn't stop laughing. Hua Yunza coughed lightly twice, and the scene quieted down once again. But, just after these 2 words were said, Ji Yuyu sensed a hint of bad news, but she didn't have a chance to block it at all. Hua Yunza had already continued. The marriage between the Hua and Ji families has nothing to do with me. Hua Yunza. Ji Yuyu looked at Hua Yunza with a shocked face, and at this moment, she couldn't care less and hurriedly shouted out, "What are you babbling about, Hua Yunza? The marriage contract between the Hua family and the Ji family was set by the elders of both families. Are you trying to unilaterally back out now? Do you really think our Ji family is so easy to bully?" If what Ji Yuyu said was true, even if Ji Hongfei was no longer willing, and the face of the Ji family was involved, he would definitely take action against Hua Yunza. That got everyone excited. Ji Hongfei, the last generation of the most outstanding people on the capital, means no one can out of its right. With thunderous means to clear the internal obstacles, leading the Ji family rose strongly, sitting firmly on the capital of one of the 3 big families, and even vaguely have the first family of the elegance. Hua Yunza, the most outstanding person in this generation of Shangjing, 5 years after his debut, without a single defeat, leading the Hua family all the way to the rainbow, vaguely has the momentum to catch up with the Ji family. That must have been a great contest between those two. Ji Yu, you were there for what happened back then. My Hua family only agreed to marry the Ji family, but never said it was me, right? But who else is there if not you? Ji Yu said reluctantly. The 3 sons of the Hua family, the top 2 are not capable enough, all dude less, early arranged to get married and have children. Now Hua Yunza is the only one in the Hua family who is also single. Hua Yunza smiled faintly. As we all know, my second sister-in-law was tragically killed in a car accident 3 years ago, and now that 3 years have passed, it's time for my second brother to renew his marriage again. Chapter 139, The Disoriented Miss Ji. When Hua Yunza said this, the scene was in an uproar. Hua family, the second Hua Yin Yu, full of a dude less, eating, drinking, whoring and gambling all proficiency. His wife which is a car accident death obviously to go to the hotel to catch adultery. The results were Hua Yin Yu counterattacked a beat, lost his mind did not pay attention to, walked on the road was hit by a car and died. After this incident Hua Yin Yu was locked up in his house for a whole year without being released. But no matter what, Hua Yin Yu is after all the son of the Hua family. A year of confinement is already a great punishment for him, and after he sincerely admits his faults, the Hua family releases him again. Hua Yin Yu has changed a lot since he was released. At least on the surface it doesn't seem so exaggerated. So recently the Hua family has been making preparations to give Hua Yin Yu a marriage. Hua Yin Yu's late wife gave him a daughter, who is now less than 4 years old. So if this Ji Yu married over, wouldn't she be a painless mother? But it's the little mom. Everyone's eyes changed as they looked at Ji Yu, each with a playful smile, and if Hua Yunza wasn't still there, it was likely that someone was already about to burst out laughing. After all, Hua Yin Yu was a member of the Hua family, and people definitely couldn't mock in front of Hua Yunza. But it can be imagined that Ji Yu married Hua Yin Yu. This end will certainly not be too good. The former car is here. No one believed that Hua Yin Yu could really change. It's like a dog can't change his mind. Ji Yu's face turned pale as she looked at Hua Yunza in disbelief, wanting to see something on his face, but the end result made her feel despair. Hua Yunza seemed to be telling the truth. No, it can't be. She pulled on Hua Yunza, trying to make a final struggle. That day it was clearly said that it was a marriage with you. How did it become Hua Yin Yu's? It's impossible. Brother Yunze, are you deliberately teasing me? Say something, Brother Yunze. This joke isn't funny. The person I'm going to marry is you. Ji Yu pulled on Hua Yunza's arm as if she was crazy, trying to find the last glimmer of hope. Hua Yunza slowly turned his head, his eyes deep and calm. No one could see clearly what he was really thinking inside. Seeing Hua Yunza look at himself, Ji Yu felt a glimmer of hope again. She couldn't care less about her current mess and looked at Hua Yunza with eyes full of anticipation, wanting to hear him say in person that it was just a joke. Hua Yunza's gaze slowly shifted downward to Ji Yu's hand that was gripping his own. He let out a cold snort while flinging his left hand. Ji Yu was unprepared and almost fell to the ground, but fortunately there were 2 other people behind her who were quick on their feet and held her up. Hua Yunza withdrew his gaze, his tone calm yet rejecting. You'll be my second sister-in-law soon, so please show some respect so that you don't fall on deaf ears. Sister-in-law? This name directly became the last straw that crushed the camel. Ji Yu's legs softened, this time completely falling to the ground. Jifan looked at her curiously. At this time, Ji Yu's eyes were blank, and her mouth was chanting, "It's not like that, it's not like that, you're lying to me, you're all lying to me." Jifan shook his head. This woman felt like she was going crazy, but he didn't have the slightest sympathy within him. Ju is not a nice person. Whether it was the scene that just happened to her or what she did to Lin 5 years ago, she was destined to suffer retribution. And now it's just an appetizer. The main meal is still a long way off. Guys, my 2 friends and I have some business to attend to, so if you'll eat and have fun, I'll excuse myself. Hua Yunza didn't pay any more attention to Ji Yu on the ground as he looked around and apologized. Hua Sanshao has a lot of expensive things to do. It's already an honor for us to get a glimpse of the real thing tonight. You're busy. Hua Sanshao is polite. Go ahead and we'll see you off. Ji Fan looked at the slinky people in front of him. Who would have thought that they were also that rumored young masters and young ladies of the capital circle when they were in front of outsiders? Sure enough, no matter where you are, there is a hierarchy, and a figure like Hua Yunza, even if placed amongst his peers in Shangjing, it was like a huge mountain that one could only look up to. You too, good show and talk? Hua Yunza came to the doorway and his gaze went to Ji Fan. In that pair of calm eyes, it was as if they had already seen all through Ji Fan. This guy, he's scary, Ji Fan said inwardly. If one were to make an enemy of such a person, Ji Fan wouldn't even dare to imagine it. And from Hua Yunza's body, Ji Fan could roughly see the shadow of his own biological father whom he had never met. They're one of a kind. Faced with Hui Yunza's invitation, Ji-fan had no reason to refuse. He nodded, trying to look as calm as possible. Although he wasn't quite sure why Hui Yunza had unleashed kindness on himself that shouldn't have been there from the moment he came in, Ji-fan didn't consider Hui Yunza a friend just because of that. Before knowing the other party's purpose, Ji-fan would carry absolute vigilance towards him. Please, Hui Yunza showed his excellent upbringing all the time. Ji-fan was really curious. Would such a man have flaws? And does such a perfect person really exist in this world? When Hui Yunza disappeared from the banquet hall, which had previously remained quiet, looked like it had suddenly exploded, and all eyes were on Gu. Schadenfreude mostly, matter-of-fact eaters too, but none of them had mercy. People of their stature know what can be pitted and what doesn't, and this kind of Gu belongs to the latter. There wouldn't be many in her circle who didn't know her well. With the Key family around, he's been into the bullying bit since he was a kid, always followed by a few doglegs, yelling and shouting, flaunting and showing off. Such a person, despite having a few moments of beauty, not many people would really look her in the eye. After all, beauty is the most worthless thing in this circle. Surrounded by the crowd, Gu also finally came to her senses. She rose from the ground and reached out to push away the crowd that had gathered around her, her eyes malicious. Most people who faced her gaze chose to avoid it. In the end, she was still a member of the Ji family, and everyone only dared to taunt her a few times, but no one dared to really do anything to her. After scanning the circle, Gu left in a state of distress. Looking at the situation, it was time to go home and ask for clarification. On the other hand, Ji-fan came down to a hotel parlor under Hui Yunza's guidance. The three of them sit down as hosts and guests, and outside the door, Shen Ningyu steps in, first respectfully saluting Hui Yunza, waiting for Hui Yunza to nod his head before he smiles and stands behind Hui Yunza. This hotel is owned by the Hua family? Ji-fan finally reacted. No wonder Shen Ningyu had gotten 2 invitations so easily. It was all Hui Yunza's gesture behind the scenes. And Hui Yunza, what does he know? Chapter 140, Hui Yunza's kindness. Manager Shen, make tea for young Ji and young Pei. With Hui Yunza's status and ability, he definitely wouldn't treat Ji-fan differently just because he had opened a presidential suite for a month. That's why Ji-fan was still a little unsure of Hui Yunza's true inner thoughts even now. 2 steaming cups of tea were brought up, and Hui Yunza finally spoke. Mr. Ji doesn't have to be nervous. I just like to make friends. Your invitation was sent out through my hands, so naturally you're my friend. Letting you suffer at the banquet would be a slap in my Hui Yunza's face. What Hui Yunza said did have some truth to it. Ji-fan and Pei Xiaohua came into the banquet with the invitation he gave them. Humiliating Ji-fan and Pei Xiaohua would be slapping him in the face. However, this scene today was clearly not improvised, indicating that the Hua family had already made such a decision a long time ago. This Gu, arrogant and domineering for so long, did not expect to have such a day. Is it the first time for young Ji to come to Shangjing? After a brief chat, Hui Yunza suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Ji-fan nodded gently. Pei Xiaohua on the side basically didn't say anything, just lowered his head and drank tea, letting Ji-fan and Hui Yunza go about their conversation. It's indeed my first time here, and I had thought it would be a good time to meet the heavenly pride of Shangjing. There was a pause at this egg. Hui Yunza laughed and took over Ji-fan's words. Rather, I've let Ji Xiao look at the joke, but there's really no difference between Shangjing and the rest of the world. It's all just bragging rights, but it's just a case of those who planted the trees before us enjoying the coolness of those who come after us. Home aside, they're nowhere near as good as you, Ji Xiao. In any circle, there will be a dragon's head and a snake's tail. Hui Yunza is the Beijing circle leader. That before seeing those, the vast majority of them are just the tail of the snake, although in the same circle, but with Hui Yunza that is the difference between the mud. Hua San Xiao is flattered. Ji-fan didn't move, but became a little more wary of the man in front of him. Ji-fan couldn't afford this kind of praise. With Hui Yunza's status, how many people in the younger generation could receive his appreciation? Just what he said today if it got out, then Ji-fan would become a target. He didn't come to Shangjing this time to make a splash, at least until he went to the Ji family. Ji-fan didn't want to be known by others to avoid those 2 people from the Ji family from making the first move. Hui Yunza glanced at Ji-fan with deep meaning and reached out to pull out a business card. I've known young Ji since we first met, so if young Ji has anything in Shangjing, he can contact me directly. Of course, contacting Manager Shen is fine. As he said the last sentence, Hui Yunza gave Ji-fan a smile that any man would understand. Ji Xiao, Mr. Hua said that from now on, if you have anything in Shangjing, any time, you can contact me directly. Ji-fan nodded. No matter what Hui Yunza's intentions were, at least what he had released so far was goodwill. Moreover, in Shangjing Ji-fan and Pei Xiaohua are both unfamiliar with the area and it's inconvenient to do anything. And with Hui Yunza's face, even if he's not wholeheartedly committed, he can make things a lot more convenient for Ji-fan. I have a meeting to attend, so I won't keep you too long, and I wish you all the best in Shangjing. Pei Xiaohua froze. I haven't even had a sip of tea and you're done talking? That's a little too fast, isn't it? It's a shame about the fine tea. Ji Fan had already stood up, and Pei Xiaohua could only follow suit. No matter what, I'm still thankful to Hua Sanxiao today, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to see such a great show. Ji Fan stretched out his hand and shook Hua Yunza's, but his mouth suddenly said. Hua Yunza just smiled, and there seemed to be some complexity in that smile. After Ji Fan and Pei Xiaohua left, only Hua Yunza and Shen Ningyu remained in the reception room. Ji Fan, good name. Manager Shen, what do you think? Playing with the teacup in his hand, Hua Yunza suddenly opened his mouth. Shen Ningyu subconsciously glanced at the doorway, where there was no longer any sign of Ji Fan and Pei Xiaohua. If he really is Ji Hongfei and Sun Hui's son, even if the education he was exposed to from a young age doesn't go to these young masters and young ladies of the Beijing circle, anyone who dares to underestimate him will definitely suffer a great loss. Pei Xiaohua laughed softly twice, and only after a long time did he speak quietly. Shangjing, it's going to be interesting. The Qi family, it's about time something went wrong. It's time to pay the price. Kyoto, inside the presidential suite, Pei Xiaohua looked with some curiosity at Ji Fan, whose face was slightly sullen. Qi, what's wrong? Ji Fan took a deep breath before looking at Pei Xiaohua. These powerful people in Shangjing are really all human. We thought no one knew about my identity, but it's only been one afternoon since I came here, and Hua Yunza has already investigated everything. We showed up at Ji Yuyu's dinner party today, and it attracted the attention of so many people. I reckon that those two from the Ji family will soon know about my coming to Shangjing. Hearing Ji Fan's words, Pei Xiaohua's expression followed suit. However, he still somewhat didn't quite understand the meaning of Ji Fan's words. Old Ji, are you saying that Hua Yunza knows your identity? Ji Fan nodded. He may not be absolutely sure. He's just been testing the waters. Unsurprisingly, your identity has been investigated by him. He must have looked into my relationship with my mom as well. I just don't know how much he really knows now. With the means of these people, it was too easy to find out any information. However, there was one thing that Ji Fan found strange, his own mom's relationship with Uncle Xia, which no one seemed to be able to find out. Shouldn't this kind of civil registration be the best to check? So are we still living here? Ji Fan's identity is sensitive right now. The Ji family did not have a single male in this generation, and Ji Fan's appearance might change the entire pattern of the Ji family. And there was something off about Ji Fan's relationship with Ji Hongfei, so no one could guarantee exactly what would develop when Ji Fan showed up. No need. Ji Fan shook his head. In just a few short years, Hua Yunza has already led the Hua family to threaten the Ji family's position, and I just don't believe that such a young man's ambitions will stop here. If given the chance, he would definitely want the Ji family to be as chaotic as possible. So, we're staying here, and this is the safest place for us in Shangjing. Pei Xiaohua nodded. He was listening to Ji Fan anyway. Today, Ji Yuyu will definitely make a scene when she goes back, and the Ji family boss is definitely burning up right now. You check the location of the Qi family, and a visit to the Qi family should be on the agenda. Pei Xiaohua quickly opened his computer. The corners of Ji Fan's mouth rose slightly as he watched his movements. He was curious to see what kind of expression they had on their faces when he showed up at the Ji family. P.S. Just 2 chapters today while I'm out. Chapter 141, Don't underestimate a woman's vengeful heart. In the evening, Ji Fan received an email from his old mom. A parenting report with notes on it. August 21, Upper King Central Hospital. His own mom is really magical. Actually, even the paternity test they secretly made for himself and Ji Hongfei can get. With this, Ji Fan would have more confidence to go to the Ji family, but Ji Fan can't be blind either. In case the Ji family disowned him, then he was undoubtedly a sheep in a tiger's mouth, and he might not be able to get out. Before going, Ji Fan had to be prepared for everything. The location of the Qi family checks out. It's right here. No. 7 Courtyard. Almost all of the top tycoons in Shangjing are here. Any villa breaks 9 figures, and the Hua family's old mansion is also here. Old Ji, you can't get into this neighborhood without a guide. This level of neighborhood security is very strict. Not anyone can just enter. Not to mention like the TV inside. Just any cat or dog can make trouble to the richest man's house. Really think that the 5-star generals in front of people's homes is opposite. You have to do something even if you can't get in. The old man of the Ji family lived in the old mansion all year round. But on the contrary, his 3 children, none of them lived with him. There is more than one rich neighborhood in Shangjing, but this is the earliest in time and the most expensive, which is why it has become the old mansion of all the top families. The person Ji Fan wanted to see was naturally the old man of the Ji family. Only by meeting the old man of the Ji family would he be able to get a foothold in the Ji family. We'll have to check on the old Qi house to make sure we don't pounce on it. Ji Fan said to himself. Perhaps it was the telepathy between mother and son. Ji-fan had just finished speaking when Sun Hui's call came. Son, has the mailbox been read yet? Ji-fan just wanted to find a chance to talk to his mom again. And the opportunity came. Back then, Mom also lived in Shangjing for several years. It is reasonable to say that there are some connections. Mom, you are amazing. How did you get this paternity test? Ji-fan complimented, and at the same time asked curiously. Your mom is awesome in more ways than one. Just take your time to find out. It's business to call you today. Speaking of business, Sun Hui's voice became serious. The old man of the Ji family has been out for the past 2 days, so you'll have to wait a few more days before going to the old Ji family house. I'll give you a contact information later. Just call Auntie Lee. Auntie Lee has been working in the Ji family's old mansion for more than 20 years, and she is responsible for taking care of Elder Ji's ups and downs. She'll tell you when Master Key gets back. Ji-fan knew that his mom must still have a backhand, otherwise how to rest assured boldly let himself over. See, there are people from Mom's mom in the enemy headquarters. Now Ji-fan is completely not to worry. Also, keep an eye on the news. Lin will be coming to Shangjing in a couple days, and she'll contact you then as well. Your old mom hasn't been to Shangjing for how many years? She doesn't know a few people and can't help you too much. At most she can save your dog's life. But Lin is different. She has quite a few arrangements in Shangjing, and she doesn't have conflicting goals with you. You can work together. Lin was still a student at Kyoto University 5 years ago, when she was just an ordinary poor student female university, encountering bullies and suffering from bullying. She then dropped out of Kyoto University and disappeared, and 3 months later began to make a name for herself abroad. What exactly happened in these 3 months Pei Xiaohua cannot even find out. Even do not know when she went abroad. What kind of arrangement such an ordinary person could have in Shangjing? Ji-fan was really not sure. Probably guessing Ji-fan's thoughts, Sun Hui suddenly spoke. Never underestimate a woman's determination to take revenge. After a long pause, as if she was lamenting something, Sun Hui said again, a dike of 1,000 miles is destroyed by an ant hole. Son, Mom will teach you one thing now. No matter how much you accomplish in the future, never look down on anyone. All I can say is, Ju, showdown. The two chatted a few more times before hanging up. How? Pei Xiaohua looked over at the first opportunity. Wait 2 days. Lin is coming to Shangjing too. We'll make plans then. Ji-fan was a bit confused even as he said this. In what capacity did Lin come to Shangjing that Xia Lingwei would let her go? Lin is coming? Then I have another chance. Close to the water. You have to help me this time. Lao Ji. Pei Xiaohua looked at Ji-fan with bated breath. In Jianghai, he didn't even have the chance to get in touch with Lin. And when he came to Shangjing, he should be able to meet often now, right? It is said that day by day, Pei Xiaohua felt that he had another chance. Ji-fan glanced at him. Although he was the best of brothers, he still wanted to tell Pei Xiaohua, you really don't deserve Lin. But Ji-fan didn't say it. Love this thing, never care what match or not. What if Pei Xiaohua for Lin from now on to collect heart? Lin and then fell in love with this kind of scum? It's anyone's guess. Both men at the evening party just stood at the door and watched a big show, resulting in both men not eating anything at night. Now knowing that there was nothing to do for the next 2 days, after resting in their room for a while the two decided to go out and forage for food. Next door to the hotel is the most famous bar street in Shangjing. Because of this street, a lot of other industries have been derived from the surrounding area. The hotel is only one of them. Snacks and night snacks are equally countless, and accordingly, every night this area is packed. It's still summer vacation and there are even more young people. What a great place, worthy of Shangjing. This August in Shangjing, although not as hot as Jianghai, but still in the category of summer. The street is full of long white legs. Pei Xiaohua only felt his eyes are not enough, left to see and see, where all want to see. Looking at his appearance, Ji-fan decided to retract his previous thoughts. Luckily didn't agree to set him up with Lin. People Lin has already eaten enough suffering in life. Can't still eat another round of love in Pei Xiaohua this playboy. Key, go drink. It was now after 9 o'clock, the time for a nightcap and a drink. Next door is the best bar street in Shangjing. Are here, do not go to have a drink. Pei Xiaohua always feel uncomfortable. Why don't we have a late night snack to pat our bellies first? Ji-fan gave Pei Xiaohua a blank look. I'm thinking of going for a drink when my stomach is empty. Ghosts believe it. I must be thinking of going to see a beautiful woman. It's okay. Pei Xiaohua nodded, but his gaze was not on Ji-fan at all. Ji-fan followed Pei Xiaohua's gaze. Not far away, two beautiful women walking together. Although Ji-fan could only see a back, but still can judge that these two are absolutely beautiful. And their destination was one of those late-night snack bars. Chapter 142, what an irony. Shangjing is not the same as Jianghai. At least Ji-fan temporarily did not see the night stalls placed outside all stores. Just as he thought, Pei Xiaohua walked in the direction of those two beauties just now without saying a word, and Ji-fan could only silently follow behind. When I entered the store, it was full, and judging by this, I'm guessing there's still a line. But the two beauties who went in ahead of them had better luck, taking the last table and were burying their heads in their ordering. Before Jifan could say anything, Pei Xiaohua had already taken the initiative to walk over. I don't know what he said to those two beauties, but I only saw the three of them smiling happily, and every now and then, they even looked over to their side twice. However, this also allowed Jifan to see the faces of those two clearly. His own intuition was right. They were indeed beautiful women, or unusual beautiful women. Soon, Pei Xiaohua beckoned towards Jifan. This is the gold of Pei Xiaohua. At least Jifan does not have to wait in line. Amidst the envious gazes of the people around him, Jifan walked over. Old Ji, I've made a deal with these two beauties to share a table, and you'll pay for the meal. Jifan was on his feet, feeling that just now they all look at themselves. Is to see which wrongdoer want to invite them to dinner, is it? Two beauties. My name is Pei Xiaohua. This is my brother Jifan. What are your names? After they all sat down, Pei Xiaohua began his pickup. My name is Luo Qingshang, and this is my sister Luo Haiyao. Luo, the last name sounds like a beautiful woman, and the face value of the two in front of them really didn't live up to the last name. Compared to her older sister Luo Qingshang's drop-dead gorgeousness, her younger sister Luo Haiyao was obviously much more shy. She hadn't said anything, but only glanced at Jifan quietly with the rest of her eyes. But whenever Jifan looked over, she immediately turned her head shyly, with a look of hiding her ears. But she didn't know that her little maneuver, which she thought was hidden, was being done with the other three watching. Let's order first. I heard your accents. You're not local to Shangjing? The sister's embarrassment could only be alleviated by the older sister. Luo Qingshang changed the topic while handing Jifan the menu. It makes sense that Jivan is buying tonight and the gold master orders first. Not local indeed. We just arrived in Shangjing today. Pei Xiaohua snatched the answer, while pushing back the menu that was handed over. First timer? I don't know what's good to eat, and I'm still bothering the pretty girl to help us order ours together as well. Luo Qingshang didn't refuse and took the menu and quickly ordered. Jifan glanced at the side. The things were not very expensive, and what Luo Qingshang ordered were all the more affordable food items on the menu. It was not like she was trying to rip herself off. So are you guys here for traveling or for work? After ordering the food, Luo Qingshang asked curiously again. Jifan didn't chime in, knowing that Pei Xiaohua would speak up. Sure enough, come for a tour. It's not taking advantage of the tail end of summer vacation. There might be less people. So it's like this. Luo Qingshang smiled. She was especially nice when she smiled, with those smiling, laughing eyes that made people look at her and couldn't help but be happy along with her. Looking at her younger sister Luo Haiyao, she was still as shy and coy as before, and also had a flavor that was uniquely her own. These two sisters, they are something. Obviously, there is not much difference in age, but one is introverted and reserved, and the other is natural and generous, with very different temperaments. Is there a big family with the Luo name here in Shangjing? Unfortunately, Jifan wasn't sure. Just looking at the way these two were dressed, they didn't look like an ordinary family. Despite the large number of guests, the food was served quickly. Late-night snacks are not as efficient as meals that are either fried or grilled. After we ate, we all started to get more acquainted as well. And even my shy sister was able to strike up a conversation every now and then. Jifan had gotten to know the two sisters a little better during the chat. The two are cousins, just a few months apart, both at Kyoto University, soon to be juniors. Speaking of Kyoto University, Jifan remembered Lin and Jiyu from 5 years ago. Though neither of them had been admitted to the school at that time, they might have known about these two. Thinking of this, Jifan suddenly opened his mouth and asked, if you're in Kyoto University, do you know Jiyu? Hearing the three words Jiyu, the two sisters simultaneously looked towards Jifan. There was curiosity in her sister's eyes, and loss in her sister's. Sister Jiyu we certainly know, the most talented student of the Design Institute. Although she has graduated, her graduation design works are still hanging in our Design Institute, supplying later schoolmates to learn and appreciate it. Ju, Design School, the most talented? There was no way Jifan could think of these three words in any way that connected them together. But after thinking about Lin's design talent, it seems like it all makes sense again. But after graduating from university, Sister Jiyu is like a river of talent. Although the designs are still passable, but compared to the designs she made when she was in school, it's a far cry. Luo Haiyao, who was on the side, couldn't help but interject, seemingly a little dissatisfied with Jifan's questioning of Jiyu. Fine. Jifan's eyes lit up as he looked towards Luo Haiyao. Being stared at by Jifan like this, Luo Haiyao was shy again. She lowered her head and didn't dare to meet Jifan's eyes. It was good that Luo Qingshang, who was on the side, took over her sister's words and continued to explain. Sister Jiyu is very famous in our circles in Shangjing, not only because she's the most talented student in the design school of the capital university over the years, but also because of her last name. Know what it means to have the same last name but different lives? You and Ji Yu schoolmate are. Ji-fan never expected that this would still have to be dissed a bit by Luo Qingshang, but still wanted to continue to listen, so he could only ignore Pei Xiaohua's snickering that covered his mouth from the side, and nodded his head very seriously in anticipation of Luo Qingshang's next words. The Ji family is the largest mansion in Shangjing, and Ji Yu is the daughter of the Ji family, and with her outstanding design talent, she was a much sought-after artist at the time, but after graduation, it was as if her design talent had suddenly run out, and the things she designed were far less soulful than the things she designed during her college years. In these 2 years, although sister Ji Yu is still working in the design industry, her works are a dime a dozen. Luo Qingshang's eyes were fixed on Ji-fan as she commented. She wanted to see from it why Ji-fan had suddenly inquired about Ji Yu. A crush? Well, let's just say the man's eyes are a little less than stellar. But at this moment, Ji-fan's face was expressionless, and his mind was already calculating. Ji Yu is the same age as Xia Lingwei and is in the same class as Lin. Lin is a couple months younger than all of them. In other words, Ji Yu has graduated for 2 years. And what happened 5 years ago? Lin actually studied at Kyoto University for a year before being set up and kicked out by Ji Yu. I'm guessing that Yo-Yo-Ji used Lin for all of his work in college. Lin's design work in his freshman year was taken by Ji Yu as his graduation design, and he was also hailed as the first-day talent of the design school of Beijing University. That's ironic. Chapter 143. Luo Qingshang couldn't tell anything from Ji-fan's face, but seeing that he was silent for a long time, she guessed that she might have uncovered the veil of his inner goddess, thus causing his silence. After thinking about it, after all, the other party is a guest from afar. Tonight also invited their own sisters for dinner. Is it not too good for them to talk about Ji Yu like this? Gotta find a way to remedy that. While Luo Qingshang was thinking of a way out, her cell phone suddenly rang. It was a group chat message, which Luo Qingshang usually blocked, unless someone specifically at her. She wanted to ignore it, but the other person saw that she didn't reply in the group and switched to private chat. The cell phone was just sitting there, one beep after another. It looked like something big was going on. Even Ji-fan, who was thinking, was startled by the sound and his eyes looked over. Being stared at by 3 people, Luo Qingshang helplessly unlocked her phone. Just after taking a look, Luo Qingshang froze and couldn't help but continue to look. But after looking at it for a short while, Luo Qingshang suddenly looked up at the duo of Ji-fan and Pei Xiaohua, while holding her cell phone in comparison. What? Ji-fan and Pei Xiaohua exchanged glances. Why is this woman's eyes strange? That information can't be related to herself, right? We all met until now added up to less than half an hour. You guys also just met Ju-senpai? Luo Qingshang suddenly opened her mouth and looked at the two of them and asked. Ji-fan nodded. I've heard of her for a long time, but I really haven't seen her until today. Seeing Ji-fan nodding, Luo Qingshang knew that she should have misunderstood him. With that thought in mind, she placed her cell phone in the middle of the table so that all 4 could see the messages on it. Kiyoshi, shocking news, Ji Yu made a big fool of herself tonight. This was the first message from the other party, followed by a series of pictures and 2 videos at the bottom. Ji-fan found himself and Pei Xiaohua in those flickering pictures. No wonder just now Luo Qingshang looked at herself with that kind of eyes. The feeling was that she found herself and Pei Xiaohua duo in the picture. The pictures were all scenes from today's dinner, and those 2 little videos at the end. The first one was actually Ji Yu disliking herself and Pei Xiaohua. Who is this? Actually sneaking little videos? So bad. Ji-fan was somewhat speechless. Shooting a small video even if, but also spread everywhere. This is afraid that the Ji family does not know that he came to Shangjing. But Ji-fan wasn't particularly worried now. Live in the Hua family's hotel, have their own mom to give the inner circle. If this cannot see the Ji family old man, then Ji-fan might as well find a piece of tofu to hit the dead. At this time the second small video was also clicked on by Luo Qingshang. Only this time the main character changed from Ji Yu to Hua Yunzi. Listening to Hua Yunzi's words inside the video, the 2 sisters, Luo Qingshang and Luo Haiyao, had their little mouths uniformly wide open in surprise. We even met sister Ji Yu a few times when we first enrolled, and we didn't see that she was actually this bad back then. Luo Haiyao, who had been silent most of the time, took the initiative to speak for the first time. When they enrolled, Ji Yu had just graduated, but as the most talented student in the history of the Academy of Design of the Capital University, she was invited by the Academy of Design of the Capital University to be the special guest of honor at the welcome party of that session. And the back was to show a few of her design works that were completed during her school years. Although both sisters didn't like this Ji Yu too much, but it was only purely a feeling of dislike. Ji Yu was still very famous in the Shangjing circle, even if the talent disappeared in the past 2 years. The princess of the Ji family likewise made her forever noticeable, but now in the video, she looks like a clown, or a crazy clown. When these 2 videos ferment for a while longer, Ji Yu will have no face to mix in this circle in the future. The two sisters had already predicted Ji Yuyu's future. That's not right. Didn't you guys say you only came to Shangjing today? You've only just arrived and you're going to Kyoyo's dinner party? At this time, Luo Qingshang suddenly remembered a question and looked at Ji-fan to ask. We're staying at the Royal Lodge Residence Inn. Just curious to get in. Neither of these two videos had taken clips of Hui Yunze interacting with himself, so these two sisters didn't yet know that Hui Yunze was acquainted with them. The two sisters were not skeptical of Ji-fan's words, but they were just a bit emotional. The genius design trainee who was once in the limelight would actually turn out to be like this 2 years after graduation. Not only did he no longer have the ability to design, but he even seemed to have a bad character. Have you eaten? It's still early. Would you two beauties like to join us for a drink? I've heard that the bars on this side of Shangjing are pretty fun. Pei Xiaohua doesn't care how that Ji Yuyu is. He only cares about where these two beauties in front of him go next. A famous emotional coach once said that if you're going home after dinner, then you can go home right now. Okay. Luo Qingshang didn't refuse. She just looked at Pei Xiaohua with a smile on her face, as if she could see through all his thoughts with a single glance. But at this moment, Pei Xiaohua didn't pay attention to so much at all. And when he saw that Luo Qingshang had agreed to do so, his face had a happiness that was hard to hide. Jifan went to pay the bill, and the four of them ate almost $500 in total. Thinking back, he didn't seem to have eaten anything too much just now, did he? But once he thought about the fact that this was Shangjing, Jifan felt that the price wasn't outrageous again. After checking out, Pei Xiaohua and the two women were already standing outside the door waiting. The bar, that's not Jifan's home turf, so he won't comment. Just wait for Pei Xiaohua and Luo Qingshang to discuss it. Go to Blue Night. It's only been open for 2 years. It's made a large number of young masters and young ladies in the capital circle shift their positions, and now Blue Night is considered one of the hottest bars in Shangjing. Luo Qingshang's appearance, at a glance, didn't look like the kind that would play, but when it came to the bar, she seemed to know it very well, which couldn't help but make Ji-fan look at her twice more. Okay, you arrange it. The beautiful woman opened her mouth. Pei Xiaohua naturally had no opinion. Anyway, the one who pays the bill is Ji-fan. Blue Night was easy to find, and the one with the biggest, brightest, and most gorgeous sign would be Blue Night without a doubt. For the bar, now this time is the peak of the time. Ji-fan, they came over when the door space has long been parked full. Sorry, it's wrapped up for tonight. Just as they were about to enter, a few people were stopped by the security guards at the entrance. Packed house? Why haven't I heard of that? Luo Qingshang frowned and looked at the security guard at the door and said, this young lady, the boss made an impromptu decision. There's a big celebrity celebrating tonight, so the venue was chartered, and it's just finished clearing out. To be able to temporarily clear the venue on a Blue Night, one could imagine how much face the owner of this venue had to have in Shangjing. Yo, where did these two little beauties come from? Want to go in? Brother, take you ah. At that moment, a droning voice came from behind him. The lighting of the bar was already dim, and under this lighting atmosphere, the two sisters, Luo Qingshang and Luo Haiyao, looked even more alluring. Today this ground is wrapped up by Aaron Shao. The people in it just take out any one of them. As long as you guys hold on to them, then you'll be able to live a lifetime without worrying about food and clothing. How about brother takes you in and keeps brother company tonight? P.S. Vacation is over. Work is over. School is over. Chapter 144. I still appreciate your unruly and untamed appearance before. Hearing the commotion behind them, Ji-fan and Pei Xiaohua both frowned at the same time. Although they had known the two Luo sisters for less than an hour, as men, Ji-fan and Pei Xiaohua naturally wouldn't let their fellow women be bullied. The two of them took a step at the same time and stood in front of Luo Qingsha and Luo Haiyao, blocking the man's lustful gaze. Sure enough, no matter where you are, there are guys like this who are full of yellow waste and have no bottom line. Although Pei Xiaohua is also full of yellow scraps, he has a bottom line and does not force or threaten. Yo, are you two trying to pull a hero save? You don't even know what you are. Do you deserve it? Looking at Ji-fan and Pei Xiaohua in front of him, this man was still arrogant. The point of his mouth was still very rhythmic as he opened his mouth one up and one down. But looking at his skinny appearance, Ji-fan doubted that he would be able to stand up with this punch. A cold smile spread across the corners of Ji-fan's mouth and he moved his wrist while clenching his fists. Match or not, well, you can try. Ji-fan stepped forward and looked at the other party with cold eyes. The man was frightened by Ji-fan's aura and couldn't help but take half a step backward. But immediately he reacted that his retreat made him lose face in front of his friends. At that thought, he took another stiff step forward, but his eyes were signaling his two companions at his side. 3 against 2. Advantage to me. Although there was an extra person on the other side, Ji-fan didn't care at all. How could such pampered young masters know what it's like to fight? Seeing that each one of them had this skin and bones, as if they had been drained of their essence. That is, 3 more Ji-fan would not be afraid. The only thing he was afraid of was that the other side wouldn't dare to do it. With the backing of his two brothers, the kid had a few more points of confidence, and the expression on his face became arrogant once again. He squinted at Ji-fan and Pei Xiaohua, and finally his gaze landed on the Luo sisters, his undisguised greed causing Luo Qingsheng to frown. Beauty, don't give your face away. Just these two little white guys, what's so good about following them? Follow brother, take you to eat and drink spicy food. With that, he pulled a wad of money straight out of his pocket, and upon closer inspection estimated that there were 5 or 6,000. He just took the wad of money and reached out, ready to slap Ji-fan in the face. Ji-fan was indeed waiting for him to make a move, but he didn't want to contribute his face either, so he gently dodged back, allowing his opponent to pounce on this strike. The clash over here had already caused some bystanders to gather around. Disgracing himself in front of Ji-fan for the second time in a row made the man finally unable to hold back. Holding the money in his hand seemed to give him the bottom line. I'll let you hide. Today this money is for your medical expenses. I'll get you killed. While speaking harsh words out of his mouth, he swung his fist straight at Ji-fan. Ji-fan was waiting for this moment. He reached out and did a block, and the counterattack began. Pei Xiaohua's years of tacit understanding with him. The moment the other party's attack landed, he immediately transformed into a cranky boy, his mouth cursing and swearing towards the other party's face and began to greet him. The man didn't expect Ji-fan and the others to dare to fight back, and he was caught off guard and received a blow to the face. Seeing this, the two people beside him were not willing to show weakness and rushed up, ready to start, and it looked like a melee was about to open. The people around them subconsciously stepped back, wanting to leave enough space for them to fight, but immediately they knew that they were overthinking it. 3 seconds? Or 5 seconds? They couldn't calculate it anymore. They just knew it was just too fast. The 3 people who had just been arrogant and abnormal were all on the ground at this moment. As for the person who tried to hit Ji-fan with the money, at this moment, he was being held down by Ji-fan with one hand and could not move at all. The clash occurred, and the security guard's skyscraping reflex arc finally kicked in, clearly standing in the first line of eating, and it was only then that he thought to put a stop to it. However, he had just witnessed the fighting prowess of the two men, Ji-fan and Pei Xiaohua, and after weighing his strength, he chose to shake the man first. The people over there hadn't arrived yet. Here Ji-fan was still controlling his opponent strongly with one hand. Luo Qingsha was also startled by this sudden change of heart at the back, but immediately a smile appeared on her face. But the message on her cell phone had already been sent out. What's the use of knowing how to fight when you come out? It's all about power and background. Let go of me if you can, and I'll shake someone to get you in no time. Seeing that the other party was still talking tough, Ji-fan's hand was slightly harder. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. Big brother, lighten up. It really hurts. The speed of this change of face was so fast that Ji-fan was somewhat surprised. 1 second, you're talking tough. I actually appreciated that bratty look you just gave me. How about you recover? Ji-fan thought about it and looked at him. Stop. The man's face rose to a pig's liver color. He had been humiliated today. There are still a lot of people around watching. No surprise, today this matter will immediately spread to Inshao's ears. If you let Inshao get bored, then you will be old and miserable today. Well, the heavenly voice is finally there. Several security guards ran over panting, carrying some guy things in their hands. How dare you? Dare to make trouble at Blue Night? Release the people immediately, or I'll make you two not walk out of Blue Night today. Ji-fan froze and let go of the man on the ground, but the man had turned back to Luo Qingsheng and asked curiously, is this how it is in Upper Kyoto? All extra-legal maniacs? I don't know if it was Ji-fan's illusion, but he saw a hint of embarrassment on Luo Qingsheng's face. She clearly didn't say anything about her herself either, so what was she embarrassed about? I'll let you be cocky. Why don't you do another one for me? Do you know where this is? Know what the occasion is tonight? Blue Night and Inshao. Messing with one, you'd have to be thrown into the river and fed to the fish. You've offended both now. You're dead. True to Ji-fan's word, he resumed his unruly ways for a bit, and in the process bent over in preparation to pick up the money that had just been scattered on the ground. But just as he bent down, Ji-fan stomped on it. No one thought that Ji-fan actually dared to make a move. The surrounding 4 or 5 security guards had already surrounded him and Pei Xiaohua, all looking at Ji-fan with bad eyes. What exactly is this kid's origin? This situation actually dares to make a move. Shangjing hasn't heard of this character. Where did he get the confidence? Young man, if he can't move a reliable backer out today, I guess he'll have to take off a layer of skin even if he doesn't die. There was a lot of chatter around. Although this was not a place outside the law, with Blue Night and Inshao's background, it was too easy to make him suffer. Inshao. At that moment, a fawning sound came from the door. The man who had packed the house for the night. He was here. Chapter 145, Luo Qingsheng, Enigmatic Woman. The 3 big families in Shangjing, the Ji family, the Hua family and the Yin family, Thinking with his ass, Jifan knew that this Shao must be the son of the family of these three big families. Otherwise how could he have such a big influence in this blue night bar? What is this? A cold voice came, and Jifan looked up at the voice. In the very center of the stars, a cold face appeared in Jifan's line of sight. Although he was wearing casual clothes, it was still hard to hide the aura on him. His eyes were cold and sharp, and his sight met Jifan in the air as if he could see through Jifan's heart. And Changye, 27 years old, the next generation successor trained by the Yin family. You can feel it from the name. He is 2 years younger than Hui Yunze, and he is still slightly young compared to Hui Yunze in terms of ability, and has always been suppressed by Hui Yunze. Many people in Shangjing had evaluated him and Hui Yunze together, and in the end, they only came up with the saying that both were born with the same person. And Shao, these two of you, and I don't know where they came from, are causing trouble here. I've already said that tonight is a venue reserved for you, Shaoan, and they still refuse to leave. This is not giving you, Shaoan, face. As soon as Shengye came, the man was like seeing his own father. Taking advantage of Jifan's inattention, he rolled and crawled to Shengye to complain. After he finished speaking he turned his head to look at Jifan. His eyes Jifan read, "You're dead. Who are you?" In the next second, the man's eyes visibly panicked for a moment. He turned his head to meet Shengye's inquiring gaze, and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva before he carefully said, "Young'un, I'm from the Zhao family. My name is Zhao Dimeo. My father and I met you at the banquet last month." And Shengye gave a That perfunctory attitude could be seen. He had long forgotten about this Zhao family. His gaze then went to the few security guards at the door, the questioning intent in his eyes obvious. And Shao, it's indeed these two brats who are causing trouble here, and they even beat up Xiao. We're just about to kick them out. And Shengye gently nodded, his gaze no longer resting on Jifan. To him, these two were nothing more than two mole crickets, not worth worrying about. Someone would naturally clean them up. He took a gentle step, ready to head straight inside, but immediately, a voice rang out. And Shao is so majestic, but you probably won't be able to enter the door of this blue night today. The voice was soft, so unassuming in this noisy bar, but the content of those words was deafening to all those around them. Who is it? They looked curiously from side to side, wondering what kind of person dared to be so bold. Did this not want to die? And Xingye stopped in his tracks, and the group of people surrounding him followed suit. Although there was a quarrel before, it didn't involve Shangye, and he wasn't the type of person to be given the benefit of the doubt with a word or two. So naturally he wouldn't care much, but not anymore. The other party had named himself, having been ridden in the face to come, and Shangye naturally had no reason to endure. His face, which had been expressionless, finally took on a little more emotion, like he was smiling softly and curious, knowing his identity and still daring to speak like that, and listening to the voice as if it was a woman. Was it to get his attention? If that was the case, then Shengye would use his actions to tell the other party that this move was ineffective against him. And Shengye hadn't actually seen who the person speaking was. After all, Luo Qingsha was skinny and weak, standing behind the two big old men, Jifan and Pei Xiaohua. It was hard to be noticed, but there was no need for Shengye to open his mouth. The little brother next to him had already roared out, "Who, wanna die?" And a cute little brother had already rushed towards the sound. Jifan took a deep breath. He was standing right in front of Luo Qingshan, so he naturally knew that those words just now were spoken by Luo Qingshan. But now that things have come to this, Jifan can't possibly leave Luo Qingshan behind just like that. Big deal. He'll swing Hui Yunze over himself. He just doesn't know if he'll sell this face. Even if you really sell your face, it's not easy to repay this favor debt. Jifan was still in the middle of his thoughts, but Luo Qingshan walked out from behind him. Yo, that's not a bad looking. You don't have to say. In case Shao takes a liking to it, this girl might be a step up. Nowadays, women's means are really many. In order to climb the mansion life are not want. Just do not know to protect her. These two men belong to what type of licking dog? Dog licking? Jifan felt like he hadn't heard anyone else use that word to describe himself in a long time. And how to put it? It seemed like there was a little bit of familiarity. Luo Qingshan had already walked out, so there was no point in Jifan stopping any longer, and Shengye's gaze had already looked over. The moment he saw Luo Qingshan, and Shengye's pupils shook violently. The people next to him naturally didn't notice this change in him, and were still clamoring, and some were even ready to make a direct move, meaning to throw the two men into the river first. And Shengye didn't say a word as he suddenly walked towards Jifan's side. On the surface he remained expressionless, but inwardly he had already begun to vomit. Why did the lights at the entrance of this bar make it so dim, resulting in him not being able to see the other party's appearance clearly? And Shao, seeing Shengye move, the people next to him immediately made way. but there was some puzzlement in one's eyes as to how the always calm and collected In Xiao looked as if he was in some hurry. Could it be that In Xiao really has a crush on this girl? Then one has to shut up quickly. The power of the pillow was not his to provoke, and Shanya had already walked up to Luo Qingxia by now, and under everyone's gaze, he took a deep breath before respectfully bending down. Miss Luo, I didn't know it was you. How much I have offended you. I will definitely come to the door tomorrow to express my apologies in person. The contrast between this back and forth caused the people around in Xingye to freeze. In fact, they weren't the only ones. Ji Fan and Pei Xiaohua were also puzzled and four-eyed. What is this Luo Qingzhong? The three great families of Shangjing don't have a surname of Luo either. Besides, even if someone from the Ji and Hua families were here, he, and Shangye, wouldn't be able to be so respectful. Many people had some inner suspicions, but at this time, they didn't dare to express them at all, especially the ones who had just screamed the fiercest. At this moment, they even lowered their heads and didn't say a word, only hoping that this Miss Luo didn't notice them. Inside the bar, a middle-aged man suddenly rushed out, and there were quite a few people beside him who greeted him, but he didn't have time to respond at all. Only after rushing to the door did everyone see clearly. Wasn't this the manager of the Blue Night Bar? What's he doing in such a hurry? But right away they knew. Blue Night's manager didn't stop all the way, and similarly rushed to Luo Qingshang's front, his waist even bending to 90 degrees. Ms. Luo, I didn't know you were here. I'll arrange to clear the area right away. Chapter 146, No Charge for Handsome Men. The scene had been completely silent. Some people who still didn't know the situation wanted to go inside. The manager waved his hand, and a few security guards immediately walked out, forbidding anyone to come any closer. There's no need to clear the room. I'm just a few friends. Just arrange a box for me. Luo Qingshao's eyes glanced at the manager, who was now sweating profusely despite the air conditioning inside the bar. Don't worry, Ms. Luo. I'll arrange it for you right away. Luo Qingshang nodded and turned around to walk towards the inside of the bar. Ji Fan and Pei Xiaohua didn't say much when they saw this and followed behind Luo Qingshang. When she was almost inside, Luo Qingshang suddenly stopped her steps, while her voice came out. And Xiao, as the outstanding representative of the younger generation of the business community in Shangjing, don't just let anyone flaunt outside under your guise, or else you won't even know when you've caused trouble yourself. After saying these words, Luo Qingxiao did not say anything else and entered the bar without looking back. Luo Qingshang had already left, but In Shengye was still standing still. After waiting for a long time, he looked towards the man who had fought Ji Fan at the very beginning, and the people around him had already understood, and two of them soon stepped forward, one on the left and one on the right, to hold up Zhao Dimeo. The Zhao family, right? I'll give you one night to get used to it, and tomorrow morning there will be no Zhao family in Shangjing. Zhao Dimeo's face wanted to cry. He still wanted to beg for mercy, but In Shengye didn't give him a chance at all. Reached out and waved his hand. Zhao Dimeo was taken down. As for what to do, that was unknown. Anyway, he would definitely pay for tonight's events. Young'un, are we still going in? The one closest to In Shengye came over and opened his mouth to ask. As the person In Shengye had the best relationship with, his own family was not comparable to the three great families, but it was also considered a first-tier mansion, and at this time, he was the only one who dared to open his mouth and ask, "Get in, why don't you?" Didn't Ms. Luo just say that? A bar is no fun when there are too few people. The man next to him immediately understood. Go on, call some more friends. No drunkenness tonight on a blue night. What was going on outside Jifan and the others didn't know anymore anyway, and under the bar manager's lead, they had arrived at Blue Night's best box. Drinks? It's on me. Luo Qingshan looked at Jifan and Pei Xiaohua and asked with a smile. Givan didn't know anything about this and just said whatever and shut up. The drinks were served quickly, and although Jifan didn't understand it, he knew that this random bottle was worth a lot of money. And from beginning to end the manager didn't say anything about checking out or anything like that. According to the previous manager's attitude outside, this auntie, even if she tore down this bar, he could only praise from the side. Miss Luo, good hands. This bar is owned by a cousin of mine, so feel free to drink. It's okay. If Luo Qingshang, a girl, had said so, Ji Fan and Pei Xiaohua naturally couldn't be pretentious. I've just been so focused on eating that I didn't get a bit to drink, but now it's good to have a drink. Jifan looked at the wine that he didn't know what brand it was, and seeing that they all drank it down, he could only learn to drink it down himself. You, to not, drink less. At this time, a somewhat slight voice came from Luo Haiyao beside Jifan. Jifan turned his head to look. The little girl's little face was red. She didn't know how much courage she had gathered before she said this to Jifan. Don't you worry about him, Sister Haiyao. Pei Xiaohua's voice, as soon as she opened her mouth, made Luo Haiyao's face even redder, but she still gathered her courage and raised her head, her gaze still looking at Jifan. But, Brother Jifan obviously doesn't know anything about wine. and if you drink too much, you'll get drunk. Just now when ordering the wine, Jifan didn't participate at all. At a glance he wasn't the kind of person who loved wine. Before Jifan could say anything, Pei Xiaohua, who was on the side, laughed cheerfully and continued, Sister Hai Yao, don't you know that there is a kind of person in this world, who has no interest in wine, and even feels bad about whatever he drinks, but his capacity for alcohol is quite good. Hey, Jifan is just like that. Jifan's drinking ability couldn't be said to be much better, but it definitely wasn't bad either. 53 degrees flying mutai. Jifan can drink half a caddy without changing his face. That amount of drinking would have been enough to let him do whatever he wanted in the south in front of most people, but this is the north. After a few cups of wine, Jifan and Pei Xiaohua were already frowning a bit, while Luo Qingshang was still smiling, like what she had just drunk was a few cups of water. Even Luo Haiyao, who was carefully glancing at Jifan from the side, was similarly unperturbed, and didn't look half as if she had been drinking at all. Pei Xiaohua shut up. He felt like a clown for what he had just said. Drink slowly, it's a long night, there's no hurry for this moment. Luo Qingshang could see the embarrassment of both Jifan and Pei Xiaohua and smiled as she put down her wineglass and was just about to continue when the door to the box was suddenly pushed open. Luo Qingshang's eyes instantly turned cold and turned her head towards the door. At the door of the box, and Xingye was alone with his glass of wine, with an awkward smile on his face, neither entering nor not entering. Come in. Luo Qingshao opened her mouth, and only then did Xingye walk in with a sigh of relief. Miss Luo, I really didn't know you would come today. Please bear with me if I have offended you unintentionally. I'll start by punishing myself 3 times. Saying that, and Xingye took the glass and drank it all in one go, then filled it up himself. 3 glasses in a row. Alright, let's call it a day and not bother again. Don't worry, Ms. Luo, absolutely no one will disturb you tonight. Jifan could see the obvious look of relief on Xingye's face after Luo Qingsha finished speaking. From the moment he entered until he left, and Xingye's attitude was put extremely low, as if the Luo Qingshan he was facing was some kind of scary creature. Scared? Looking at Jifan and Pei Xiaohua's eyes, Luo Qingshan casually said, No, it's just that I think, you're kinda scary looking like that. The icy gaze of Luo Qingshan just now, although it was only a flash, was still captured by Jifan. This woman, indeed, is not simple. Unlike her sister Luo Haiyao, who was truly naive and uninitiated at first glance, there wasn't too much chatting about the topic, and both sides digressed with a good deal of understanding. Because of the late arrival and the delay at the door, it didn't take long for the drinks to reach 12 o'clock. Luo Haiyao should have rarely been home so late. Close to 12 o'clock she was already yawning non-stop, and the little time she had to keep her eyes open was spent looking at Jifan. It's getting late. Why don't we break up today? Seeing Luo Haiyao's reluctant appearance, Jifan proposed. Luo Qingshan nodded. School is still in session for a while, so if you two need a guide in Shangjing, my sister and I would be happy to help you. No charge for dudes. Chapter 147, the time has come. It was almost 1 o'clock when we got back to the hotel. Originally, Pei Xiaohua wanted to show a gentlemanly manner to send a little, but it didn't give him a chance to show it at all. An out-of-towner who doesn't even have a car. But there's a line outside for Xingye. Luo Qingshang was obviously giving Xingye a chance as well, and it was obvious that despite her high status, she didn't necessarily have the idea of beating Xingye to death with a stick. Old G, what exactly is this Luo Qingsha's identity? The future successor of the Yin family, one of the 3 great families in Shangjing, is actually so fearful of her. Jifan smiled. He had already roughly come to a conclusion when he was in the box. Hearing Pei Xiaohua's question, he asked rhetorically, to make the Yin family, one of the 3 great families, so scornful, what other status do you think it could be? Pei Xiaohua frowned as a bold idea finally burst into his mind. You mean, he's from up there? Jifan nodded. She's not, her family is. There is an old Chinese saying that the people do not fight with the officials, and this saying has been true since ancient times. Don't care what kind of top luxury family you are, in front of some people, it's a dragon you have to coil, it's a tiger you have to lie down. And Luo Qingshan's family was in existence that could make all 3 of the top families in Shangjing have to bow down. With such a sensitive identity, Jifan and Pei Xiaohua didn't talk too much. As long as Luo Qingshan didn't say anything, then the sisters were just ordinary friends that Jifan and Pei Xiaohua had met while traveling in Shangjing. It had been a tiring day as well, so the 2 took separate showers and went to bed. There was no activity the next day, and with his own mom's arrangements, all Jifan had to do now was wait. But he didn't get to sleep in, and was already awakened by a phone call at 8 in the morning. Jifan, who was still sleepy, instantly became energized after seeing the name on the caller ID. Xia Lingwei. After arriving in Shangjing yesterday, Jifan just sent a message to Xia Lingwei. He was afraid that calling and talking too much would easily be exposed. But what's coming is coming. I can say I was too tired to rest yesterday. and there seems to be little reason not to answer the phone today. Taking a deep breath, Jifan slid the green connect sign. Good morning sis. The phone was just connected. Jifan's somewhat flattering voice rang out. If people hear it, it has to be goosebumps. Where's the baby? On the other end of the phone, Xia Lingwei's voice sounded normal, but with Jifan's knowledge of Xia Lingwei, he could naturally hear it from some subtle places. Xia Lingwei was a bit angry. You don't think so? It had only been one day, and he had sent a few messages with Xia Lingwei halfway through, and Xia Lingwei already knew that he had come to Shangjing? Sister, I'm still in bed. I haven't gotten up yet, Jifan said carefully. As soon as the words left her mouth, Xia Lingwei suddenly hung up the phone, which caused Jifan to freeze. Sister hung up on herself? Before he had time to think about what was going on, Xia Lingwei's video call came through. Connecting again, Jifan could this time use more than just his ears to surmise whether Xia Lingwei was angry or not, and was able to more intuitively see an angry Xia Lingwei. It wasn't yet time to go to work, but Xia Lingwei had already arrived at the office early, but at this time, she looked serious, completely different from the gentleness she usually felt when she saw Jifan. Jifan panicked inwardly. It seemed that Xia Lingwei already knew. In an instant, Jifan's mind was already racing, and finally he was able to get a head start before Xia Lingwei opened her mouth. Sister, I was wrong. It's true. Falling in love makes you can't help but become the person you once hated the most. What manhood and masculinity. Count for nothing. First pampered and coaxed his sister. Looking at Jifan's aggrieved look, Xia Lingwei sighed. You went to the capital. Although it is an inquiry, it is in the affirmative. Jifan nodded. He knew Xia Lingwei's character. He must have had definite information before he came to ask. There was no need to lie. If it's for me, there's really no need to take the risk. I can handle the Ji family. Xia Lingwei had already prepared herself to deal with this enemy when she took over the Xia group. Only at that time she didn't know that the enemy was the Ji family, but she knew it was definitely from Shangjing. Those tactics she used to deal with the Shi group before were not all she had, or else she wouldn't have dared to say something like she could deal with the Ji family. It's always coming. You can't hide from it. Jifan let out a bitter laugh. In the beginning, Mom could have let herself follow her surname Sun, but Mom did not do so. From the time he was born, his old mom gave him the utmost respect. If she chose to go to the Ji family in the future, Mom would definitely not stop her, but she would definitely be a little disappointed. Now, Ji Fan had come, but he had come to settle these grudges and feuds on himself, and he didn't want the Ji family to find him again one day in the future. In vain. When are you going to go to Qi's house? Xia Lingwei had actually learned of Ji Fan's arrival in Shangjing last night, but she knew that Ji Fan's character would definitely not go to Ji's house on the first day, which was why she had called this morning to inquire. The time isn't ripe yet. Ji's old man isn't home, so we'll have to wait for him to come back. Jifan hadn't bothered to contact the contact that his mom had given him yesterday, but he did have to contact Auntie Li today. Well, take care of yourself, and whatever you do, don't be a hero. Don't be afraid. Zhanghai will always be your home. I will always be waiting for you at home. You can come back anytime. Looking at Xia Lingwei's concerned expression, Ji Fan gave a forceful The two chatted a few more times when there was a knock on the door outside the office and Xia Lingwei hung up. It wasn't yet time to go to work, and the one who would knock on the door outside didn't need to think about it to know that it was Su Jiro. Enter. Xia Lingwei gathered herself together, lest she be shown something again by this good girlfriend of hers. Mr. Xia, isn't this plan a bit too hasty? Su Jiro frowned, but her eyes stayed on the proposal in her hands, not even looking up at Xia Lingwei. There's no rush. There's enough time. Facing Su Jiro's doubts, Xia Lingwei gave an affirmative reply. She even thought the plan was still a little too slow. 3 days later, the Shangjing jewelry branch is established. Lin to be the chief designer? And who do we use on the headquarters side? Su Jiro still felt that Xia Lingwei's move was too risky. Zhanghai's side has only stabilized with great difficulty. How long has it been since then? And the spoils of the Shi group have not even been fully digested yet. And this is about to march into Shangjing? Zoe, weren't we ready for this day to come when we took over the Xia group 3 years ago? Shangjing, we must go. And now the time has come. Chapter 148 Auntie Li. After hanging up the phone, Jifan did not continue to sleep. Wash up and walk out of the room. The living room is very quiet. Pei Xiaohua is still missing, presumably still smothered in sleep. Without bothering with Pei Xiaohua, Ji Fan himself asked the waiter to bring up a breakfast. The presidential suite is a really nice deal. Even the breakfast has a lot for you to choose from, Chinese or Western, depending on the guest's preference. The hotel's chef is on standby. Compared to those things that looked upscale, Jifan still favored soybean milk donuts. After eating breakfast, the time has been more than 9 o'clock. Thought Jifan took out his cell phone. Aunt Li's number had been saved by Jifan yesterday, and to be on the safe side, Jifan decided to send a text message first, lest a direct call would disturb the other party. Hello Auntie Lee, I'm Sun Hui's son. My mom asked me to contact you. If it's convenient for you, we can contact each other by phone. Thank you. Not a moment after the text message was sent, Jifan received a call from the other party. Are you really the young master? I was afraid it was a fake when I got the lady's message the day before yesterday. I was so excited I didn't sleep for half the night, and I've been just waiting for your call. Aunt Lee on the other end of the phone was a bit more excited than Jifan had imagined, and was somewhat incoherent, and the lady in her mouth was definitely Sun Hui, and listening to her tone, she had a lot of respect for Sun Hui, but before Jifan could say anything, Aunt Lee continued, Young master, it's not quite convenient to talk inside the phone. Where are you now? Let's meet and talk. Jifan pondered for a moment. Indeed a meeting seemed better. Getting to know people first. Okay, my current location is at the Royal Manhwa Ting Hotel next to Bar Street. You find a place. I'm not too familiar with Shangjing. Royal Manhwa Ting? Isn't that Hua Yunza's hotel? Young master, you have to be careful. That Hua Yunza isn't a good person. I've heard young master mention it a few times, but he's targeting the Ji family at every turn. Auntie Lee had been in the Ji family for so many years, and although she was only a nanny, she had gained a great deal of trust from the Ji family, and what she knew had long since far exceeded the status of a nanny. But she was being concerned. Hua Yunza wasn't some kind of unforgiving bad guy, so how could she do anything to Jifan just because he was staying at the hotel? In business, Hua Yunza preferred to defeat his enemies in business in a dignified manner. Of course, there were some special times when he didn't mind using some special means. The two of them chatted briefly, and then Auntie Lee chose a nearby tea house. Young master, I'll be there in about 25 minutes or so you can be a little late. Auntie Lee was so thorough in her consideration for Jifan that Jifan was somewhat flattered. After hanging up the phone, Jifan really wanted to give his mom a call to ask what kind of ecstasy she had given Auntie Lee. Actually able to make a person who had worked for the Ji family for more than 20 years listen to her so much that he could even sell out the Ji family for her. But Jifan held back in the end. You can't ask your mom for everything, so what's the point of coming to the capital? Even though Auntie Lee would not arrive until almost half an hour later, Jifan still chose to go out after hanging up the phone. The bar street was cold and quiet in the morning. Many stores were not open, even the kiosks. It's the aftermath of a hangover, and at this point the booze is probably still fresh. However, this also made it easier for Jifan to find the tea house that Aunt Lee had mentioned. Looking over, there weren't many stores that were open in the neighborhood, and Jifan quickly locked on to his target. There weren't many people at the tea house in the morning. The store looked like it had only been open for a short while, and the receptionist sat there lazily, as if she hadn't expected anyone to come over for tea so early in the morning. It's not that people in Shangjing don't drink tea in the morning. It's purely because of the location of this tea house that it's usually hotter in the afternoon. Casually finding a seat by the window, Jifan ordered and sent a message to Auntie Lee, then began to wait. Auntie Lee's concept of time was frighteningly strong, saying that 25 minutes was 25 minutes, and Jifan saw her when the time came. Auntie Lee was a little younger than she thought she would be, and looked no older than her own old mom. If you do that math, wouldn't she have been working as a nanny in the Ji family since her early 20s? That's half a lifetime in the Qi family. Auntie Lee came in and looked around, then headed directly towards Jifan. Aunt Lee. Jifan stood up, giving Aunt Lee plenty of respect. Sit down, young master, but don't discount me. Previously, he had only felt it on the phone, but after coming face to face, Jifan truly felt the respect that Auntie Lee had from the bottom of her heart. He had only met her for the first time, so her respect could only be because of his old mom. Just after sitting down, because Jifan handed over the tea, Aunt Lee stood up again in a hurry. Jifan did not grow up in a big family, and in his mind, honoring the old and loving the young was the traditional virtue. But looking at Auntie Lee's uncomfortable appearance, he could only give up. Receiving the teapot, Auntie Lee's demeanor instantly looked much more natural. First, he refilled Jifan's teacup, and only then did he pour himself half a cup. Young master, as soon as I saw you at the door just now, I knew it had to be right. This look of yours is simply the amalgamation of young master and young lady, carved out of a single mold. Auntie Lee had seen Ji Hongfei and Sun Hui when they were young, and they were about the same age as Jifan at that time. Looking at Jifan in front of her now gave her the illusion that she had returned to more than 20 years ago. Jifan had seen Ji Hongfei's picture himself and knew she was telling the truth. Don't worry, young master, I've made all the arrangements for the Ji family, and when the old master returns, I'll immediately find a suitable opportunity to bring you home. Don't worry, absolutely no one will let anyone disturb your master and grandson from recognizing each other. Auntie Lee was the person recommended by her own mom, so Jifan naturally trusted her, and she's been in the Ji family for so many years, it's just too easy to do that. Thank you Aunt Lee. Although it was his own mom's relationship, Jifan thanked the other party from the bottom of his heart. You flatter me, young master. I was able to get into the Key family back then because of ma'am. If it weren't for the lady, how could I have been in the G family for so many years and be so highly regarded by the G family? I'll do anything you say, ma'am. Jifan looked at Aunt Lee curiously. Originally felt that her relationship with her own mother was not simple. Now it seems that it may be a little more complicated than he had imagined. Facing Jifan's curious gaze, Auntie Lee also finally took her first sip of tea since arriving here. Young master, there are some things that I can't say much about, but back then, it was indeed the young master who was unfavorable to madam. Don't worry, in the G family, you will definitely not be in any danger. I can give you a guarantee. Chapter 149, The G family's current situation. Auntie Lee wanted to meet with Jifan, naturally not just to say so many words. For one thing, she also wanted to make sure that the other party was really the young master. And even though she had Sun Hui's phone number, she still needed to confirm it herself to feel at ease, and also so that she would know what to do next. On another note, she also had to talk to the young master about the current situation of the G family. Young master, the current G family is calm on the surface, but it's actually not like that behind the scenes. G family boss Ji Yangyu has always coveted the young master's position, always secretly dealing with him, and for this reason he even joined forces with his own little sister. But the young master's means are not comparable to these two jumping clowns of theirs. After so many years, their position is becoming more and more marginalized. Instead, the young master is getting bigger and bigger. Jifan had learned something about the G family before, and what Aunt Lee was saying now was basically similar to what he had learned. Madam has told me that it was Ji Manhwa who knew about your identity, young master, and that's why you took the risk of coming to Shangjing? Before returning to the G family, young master, you must be more careful on your own. I'm afraid they'll find you down the road and unite with Huiyunzi to work against you. Jifan frowned. He hadn't even thought of that one before. Yesterday, Huiyunzi unleashed no small amount of kindness on himself, causing him to neglect him somewhat. Now that Aunt Lee had said this, Jifan really felt that it was possible. In Huiyunzi's eyes, the only person in the G family who could pose a threat to him was Ji Hongfei alone, and he didn't need to intervene. As long as he gave Ji Yangyu and Ji Manhwa a favor, the G family was bound to be in chaos for some time to come, and all he needed to do was sit back and reap the benefits. Aunt Lee had been observing Jifan's complexion, and when she saw this thoughtful look on his face, Aunt Lee hurriedly said, "Young master, why don't I arrange a place for you to stay? It's not as comfortable and luxurious as this 5-star hotel, but it's definitely safe." Jifan shook his head. "Don't worry, go ahead. There is a definite possibility that what Aunt Lee said could happen, but it's not absolute." And judging by this short time Jifan had spent with Huiyunzi, he didn't seem to be such a brainless person. If he had truly discerned his identity, he shouldn't have gone to help Ji Yangyu and Ji Manhwa. Instead he should have stopped them and allowed himself to step into the G family. Only then would the waters of the G family become more chaotic, and he would be better able to profit from it. See, Jifan insisted. Aunt Lee did not persuade more. She just do a good job as a servant. As for the young master to adopt their own opinions, that is the young master to decide. The G family boss didn't have any ideas in the beginning, but in the last few years, the old man's health started to slowly deteriorate, and his mind started to change. But even so, he will definitely lose 100% against the young master. But not anymore. Seeing that Aunt Lee kept looking at herself, Jifan reacted and pointed a finger at himself, drawing a big question mark on his head. "Yes, it's you, young master. You are the only male member of the G family's grandchildren now, and they're not cutting their own throats by telling Elder G about this?" Kifan nodded along. That's why he also discussed this matter with Pei Xiaohua in the beginning. The final conclusion was that they were going to make an issue of themselves, but now it seems that it might not just be because of that. Young master was arranged by the old master for a marriage after he came back that year, and the object of the marriage was the Yin family's eldest miss. Jifan froze. The Yin family, one of the 3 great families in Shangjing, had actually been married to the G family more than 20 years ago. The current head of the Yin family is her own brother. That's one of the major reasons why young master has been able to navigate the business world all these years, having a powerful inner helper. And because of Miss Anne's existence, no matter how hard the eldest young master and young miss try, it's impossible for them to fight the young master. But not anymore. Speaking of which, Jifan had understood. Families like the G family placed an extremely high value on fragrance inheritance. You can call them feudal, but these families have been passed down from generation to generation, and they have such bigotry in their bones. Therefore, when Jifan, Ji Hongfei's illegitimate son, appeared, it was bound to cause a powerful impact on the Ji family's current pattern. And naturally, the one who bore the brunt of it was Ji Hongfei's wife, the Yin family's eldest Miss An Shi. That's a really good name, and if this one doesn't get messed up, someone in the Key family will really have to rest in peace. And she, as the Yin family's former eldest miss, her position absolutely could not be provoked. But Ji-fan's appearance was the greatest provocation to her, and she would not tolerate Ji-fan's return to the Ji family and later inherit everything from the Ji family. Therefore, as long as Ji-fan appeared, the one who was most anxious was In-shi, not Ji Yanyu and Ji Manhwa. As long as In-shi and Ji Hongfei turned against each other, then the two of them would have their chance. It would be a real jinx if they could still control themselves. At first he thought they were trying to create the illusion that Ji Hongfei had killed him, but now it seems that they may not even need to create it. All they had to do was give In-shi a chance, and they might just be left with their own corpses. At that time, they will take the evidence to Ji Hongfei. Then Ji Hongfei and the Ji family's old man will not be able to fight with In-shi. But In-shi's own brother is the current head of the Yin family. That's bound to be In-shi. Stirring up the conflict between the Yin family and Ji Hongfei, they then took the opportunity to pull in the Yin family as their backing against Ji Hongfei. This great uncle and aunt of his own really didn't seem like saving grace, but it was also true. How could those raised by such a large family be weak? Even if it's weak, that's only relative. After figuring it all out, Ji-fan broke out in a cold sweat. Good thing his mom is well prepared, otherwise he's so boldly rushed in. If he happened to bump into In-shi, then perhaps not yet seen the old man himself will have to say goodbye to the world first. Young master went abroad some time ago, and Missin has been at the old mansion to accompany the old master all this time. Aunt Lee revealed another important piece of news in passing. Ji-fan took a deep breath. Well, without Auntie Lee, you'd be a sheep in a tiger's mouth. Aunt Lee didn't say any more. What she just said was not much, but it contained a lot of news in it, and at the same time, she was also telling Ji-fan that his appearance would not only be to the Ji family, but it would even change the pattern of the three big families in Shangjing. Receiving all this information at once, Ji-fan did need time to think about it. Aunt Lee, I'll go back and think about it. I'll trouble you with the old mansion. You'll let me know when the old man returns. Ji-fan's brain was a little messed up right now, and he wanted to go back and find someone to talk to about where to go next. Chapter 150, A Little Exploitation. Hotel. When Ji-fan came back, Pei Xiaohua was blankly looking left and right as if he was looking for where Ji-fan was. Upon seeing that Ji-fan had walked in from outside, Pei Xiaohua was even more bewildered. What were you doing out so early in the morning? Pei Xiaohua looked at Ji-fan curiously and opened his mouth to ask. Wake up, there's something very important to tell you. Seeing Ji-fan say this, Pei Xiaohua's expression also became grave. Knowing Ji-fan for so many years, rarely would I see Ji-fan so solemn. It seems that during the time he didn't get up, something must have happened. After getting up from the sofa, Pei Xiaohua went straight to the restroom and washed his face with cold water, forcing himself to wake up quickly. I just went to see Auntie Lee. The Ji family's situation may be a lot more complicated than we thought, said Ji-fan as he told the conversation he had just had with Aunt Lee and some of his own speculations. Pei Xiaohua barely interjected while Ji-fan was speaking, just kept his brows furrowed. The waters of the Ji family were deep, and the waters of this Shangjing were even deeper. He didn't even know what kind of flood Ji-fan was going to be involved in right now, with all three of the big families in Shangjing possibly being involved. This hotel, are we still staying? Compared to those things that might happen later, Pei Xiaohua's main concern was equally the present moment. The goodwill that Hui Yunzi passed out yesterday was just too strange. With a person of Hui Yunzi's status, how could he casually pass out goodwill to two people? He must have already investigated their identities and had some plans for them. As of now, in a short period of time, Hui Yunzi definitely won't make a move. Even if he wants to make an issue out of me, he'll have to negotiate with Ji Mengyue, so there's no need to worry in the next day or two. Now it depends on when Lin comes over, which according to my mom should be in the next 2 days. There didn't seem to be much Ji-fan could do right now. He was unfamiliar here in Shangjing, but he couldn't just sit back and wait. We have to do something before Lin comes. Pei Xiaohua looked at Ji-fan suspiciously, with eyes full of, what should we do? Tourism? We're supposed to be tourists. Of course. Didn't Luo Qingshang say she'd be our tour guide last night? With such a big leg in place, wouldn't it be a waste not to hug it? Pei Xiaohua's eyes lit up. It's still got to be Ji-fan. With Luo Qingshang's status, as long as they went out with Luo Qingshang every day, then no matter if it was Hui Yunzi or Ji Mengyue, absolutely no one would dare to touch them. Since God has arranged such a destiny, wouldn't it be a shame to not take advantage of it? Then I'll message her now. Pei Xiaohua immediately pulled out his cell phone, but before dialing the number, Ji-fan held him down. Remember, we don't know Luo Qingshang's identity, but don't overstep the bounds. Pei Xiaohua nodded. He's always had a good brain. He's just lazy. Probably used his brain so much on hacking that he usually doesn't want to use it at all. Now that Ji-fan said it, he understood. The other party answered the phone soon after the call was aired. Only the voice was a bit cold, and it seemed a bit different from yesterday's Luo Qingshang. Who? The icy tone made Pei Xiaohua suspect that he had made a wrong call. but the somewhat familiar voice proved that the other party was indeed Luo Qingshang. Luo Qingshang? Tentatively, he asked. It's me, are you? Luo Qingshang's tone was slightly softer, but the rejection could still be heard. MS. Luo, you break my heart too much. We just finished drinking 10 hours ago, and you said you would be our tour guide today. Sorry, I was still awake from last night's drinking and that's why I didn't hear it. Luo Qingshang's tone changed in a second, from that cold and icy look before to the Luo Qingshang they were familiar with last night. As I recall, you guys are staying at the Royal Lodge, right? You guys wait for me for a while, my sister and I will come and get you. After hanging up the phone, Pei Xiaohua gave Jifan an okay sign, indicating that everything was in place. A woman going out is definitely considered a vast project. It's a good thing that Jifan and Pei Xiaohua both have experience in this area, especially Jifan. He hadn't waited for Zhao Fei in those years when he was a licking dog. The call to Luo Qingyan was made after 9 o'clock, and it was almost 11 o'clock when the four of them met up, so it seemed that this was a run out for lunch. MS. Luo, we meet again. I'm going to trouble you again today. When a group of people who don't know each other very well play together, you need to have a self-acquaintance like Pei Xiaohua, otherwise the atmosphere must be very awkward. We're already friends, so there's no need to be so formal in our address. Just call me Qing Xiao. Then, just call me Hai Yao. Yo-Yo can do it too. Luo Haiyao added in a whisper. It was so cute that you wanted to pinch her in the face to see what such a cute girl was made of. There are so many attractions in Shanjing that it's really hard to go to all of them one by one without having a few days to do it all. Jifan and Pei Xiaohua didn't have so much time. Under Luo Qingshang's recommendation they chose a few of the more famous attractions, put in the effort, and they could finish in 2 days. Are you guys in a hurry to get back? Looking at Jifan's choice, Luo Qingshang asked curiously. There are some other things to take care of when I come to Shanjing, and there may not be a lot of time for touring. Besides, it wouldn't be too embarrassing to bother you all the time. Seeing Jifan say this, Luo Qingshang didn't continue to ask. For him to show up at Jiuyu's dinner party when he only came to Shanjing yesterday, he must not be a mere tourist. Although Luo Qingshang didn't have too much contact with these so-called Shanjing celebrities on a regular basis, her identity was here, and there were many things she knew without going there. Jiuyu's dinner party was not something that just anyone could participate in, and it was already not easy to get an invitation. 7 p.m. Spending most of the day together made the relationship between the four people progress by leaps and bounds. Even the most shy Luo Haiyao could already communicate with them in a normal manner and was much bolder. Not going for a few drinks tonight? Sent to the downstairs of the hotel, Luo Qingsha looked at Jifan with a smile and said, this time, not to mention Jifan, even Pei Xiaohua, who loved to drink a few cups, shook his head back and forth. No more drinking, no more drinking. I'm too tired today. The two of them combined couldn't even drink Luo Haiyao, let alone drink the two sisters. It's an innate factor. There's no way around it. Luo Qingshang's eyes carried a smile, seeing what was going on inside the two men's hearts, but didn't break it down, just waved her hand. Bye-bye brother Van. Bye-bye brother Xiaohua. Luo Haiyao similarly waved her small white hand on the co-pilot. Her eyes kept on Jifan's body, full of reluctance. Old Ji, you talk about your womanhood. So simple sister like you, behind you can do oh. Chapter 151 Lin is here. The next day, the Luo sisters appeared downstairs at the hotel on time, and Jifan and Pei Xiaohua happened to bump into Huiyunzi coming in from outside when they went downstairs. Young Ji, so early? Huiyunzi looked at the duo of Jifan and Pei Xiaohua in surprise, lifting his hand to glance at the time. It was just after 8 o'clock. These two people were really like a person who came to travel. If it wasn't for the fact that their intelligence system was strong enough, coupled with the fact that they had an insider at Jimeng Yue's place, they really wouldn't have been able to find out the identities of these two people. Yeah, it's supposed to be a trip, so of course it's going to be early, Jifan replied with a smile. But Huasan Shao came to the hotel so early. He's not busy today? A 5-star hotel in the Hua family doesn't even count as one hair of a cow. Much less worthy of Huiyunzi personally coming over so early in the morning, and Jifan had a feeling the moment he saw him that Huiyunzi was related to himself this time. The Hua family is the Hua family, but this hotel is my property. It's not the same. Huiyunzi's answer also made it impossible for Jifan to pick any faults. It was only his eyes that always made Jifan feel strange. Just as Huiyunzi was still about to open his mouth, a pleasant voice came. Jifan, go! Jifan and Huiyunzi turned their heads at the same time. Luo Qingshang, who was supposed to be waiting in the car, had somehow arrived at the entrance of the hotel, and was just looking at the duo of Jifan and Huiyunzi. Kiyoshi, what are you doing down here? Go, now, Huasan Shao. I have friends waiting here, so I won't chat with you much longer. Huiyunzi's pupils visibly moved the moment he saw Luo Qingshang, and although he quickly hid his expression, it was still spotted by Jifan, who had been watching him. I didn't expect Ji Xiao to recognize MS Luo the first time he came to Shangjing. If you had said this earlier, how can I give you more discounts for this hotel? Hua Yunzi knew Luo Qingshan. Ji Fan wasn't surprised, and Chanye was able to know Luo Qingshan. Hua Yunzi was naturally even more qualified. After saying that just now, Hua Yunzi looked at Luo Qingshan again, but didn't say much, just greeted her. MS Luo. Luo Qingshan smiled as a greeting, but her eyes kept looking at Ji Fan's as if she was urging him when to leave. Hua San Xiao, we'll leave first. MS Luo has been acting as a tour guide for me for the past few days. I can't offend her or the tour guide will be gone. Ji Fanxiao joked and left the hotel with Luo Qingshan in Hua Yunzi's line of sight. Hua Yunzi stood in place and didn't leave until Shin Ningyu appeared beside him as he watched them disappear from sight. Hua Xiao, Shin Ningyu lightly shouted, pulling Hua Yunzi's thoughts back. Hua Xiao, what's wrong? Shin Ningyu hadn't seen the scene before, so she didn't know what had just happened to her boss. It's fine. Hua Yunzi shook his head and withdrew his superfluous thoughts to look at Shin Ningyu. Go in. Car. After Ji Fan and Pei Xiaohua got on the car, Luo Qingshan didn't ask a single question. Just started today's journey normally according to the plan that was agreed upon yesterday. The happiest person in the car was Luo Haiyao, although she was just a few months younger than Luo Qingshan. The two were very different from each other. She is like an uninitiated child. How her heart thinks on her face is how she hangs, and she is not clear about those curved human affairs. Everything is with her heart. It was another full day, and apart from that little incident in the morning, nothing else happened between the four. But to Ji Fan, it looked better like three people were accompanying Luo Haiyao in a playful manner. You guys have something tomorrow? Aren't you traveling to Shangjing? At the entrance of the hotel, Luo Haiyao pouted her lips and looked at Ji Fan and asked, this little girl, her unhappiness is written all over her face. She had been the happiest of the 2 days. Not only had her sister been with her, but she had also met two new friends, and one of them was handsome and the other was funny. On top of that, she didn't have many friends on a regular basis. He had a good friend before, but in the end he was found to have ulterior motives, and after being exposed by his sister, that person never appeared by his side again. After that, Luo Haiyao had very few close friends, mostly generalized ones. It had been a long time since there had been a situation like Ji Fan and Pei Xiaohua, where they could open up and play together. Yeah, we've got something going on for a few days back there, but that's okay. We'll probably see each other a lot in Shangjing from now on. Although Luo Haiyao was asking Ji Fan, it was Pei Xiaohua who answered. They were present to take some advantage of the Luo sisters and use their name to protect themselves. This matter was definitely known to Luo Qingshan, but she didn't object to it. But Luo Haiyao belonged to the category of being completely unaware of it. Moreover, Luo Haiyao's behavior over the past 2 days clearly showed that she had so much interest in Ji Fan, but Ji Fan already had Xia Lingwei. It was impossible with her. Instead of going to deceive her, why don't you just do it? Just position the relationship between the two above ordinary friends, and let Pei Xiaohua negotiate the rest. Seeing that it was Pei Xiaohua who answered herself, Luo Haiyao became even more unhappy. If it wasn't for Luo Qingshan holding her by the side, the little girl might have been about to play a bit of a brat. Okay, remember to find me when you guys are done. Luo Haiyao was taken away by Luo Qingshan, and Ji Fan and Pei Xiao returned to their room. Putting aside the mission they had come to Shangjing for, the past 2 days had actually been quite enjoyable. Surrounded by beautiful women, car pickup and drop-off, staying in a 5-star presidential suite, and a relaxing tour itinerary, a very comfortable travel experience. If not for the fact that he was burdened with a heavy responsibility, Ji Fan really wanted to play for 2 more days. There were still a lot of attractions in Shangjing that he hadn't been to. Both of them rested early in the evening. The next day, since they didn't need to go out, neither Ji Fan nor Pei Xiaohua set an alarm clock. It was almost 10 o'clock by the time Ji Fan woke up, glancing at his phone. At the very top of the phone, the push of the Jianghai news he was following was very eye-catching. Jianghai's largest sales group today official release. Shangjing Jewelry Branch registration. The chief jewelry designer Lin with his own team to go. Ji Fan reached up and rubbed his eyes, clicking the message open and rereading it. It's not too long, not overly speculative or analytical. It's all about the facts that happened right away. Before Ji Fan could finish reading, his cell phone rang, and it was Lin calling. Ji Fan picked up and Lin's voice came from the other end of the line. Ji Fan, I've come to Shangjing. By the way, today Xia's group's jewelry branch in Shangjing opened, and General Manager Xia means that this company is listed under your name, so you have to come and cut the ribbon later. I forgot to tell you that the auspicious time is 11:08, so you still have an hour to get ready. Just wear the same outfit you wore at the Jew dinner. Chapter 152, Xia Lingwei's troublesome efforts. The auspicious time of 11:08? Ji Fan sat up violently from the bed and glanced at his cell phone at 9:56. It's really only an hour away. Don't be anxious. The location has been sent to your cell phone. Really can't catch up then you this company's ribbon cutting I can serve on behalf of the service. Hearing Jifan's hurried movement, a soft laugh came from the other side of the phone. Kiffin suddenly relaxed. He could hear that Lin was teasing him. If they did let him go to the ribbon cutting, then Lin would have definitely notified him in advance. Even if Lin didn't say anything, Xia Lingwei would definitely tell herself in advance. So do I still have to come? Jifan slowed down the movement of his hands and asked suspiciously. Nonsense. Of course I'm coming. You own this company. You have to let your employees get to know you. Why don't you give me the company? I'll be your mistress in the future. I don't mind if Mr. Xia is bigger and I'm smaller. Jifan can't really beckon when facing Lin. This woman is passionate and bold, and is never blunt, but Jifan can't hear half of the truth. And if he really believes her, his pants have to be careful to be cheated off. There's a little bit of stuff going on over here, so hurry up and get over here. If you don't come over, I'll default to you agreeing to my terms. Jifan hung up the phone in a panic, and then let this auntie continue to say do not know what can be said. He cannot catch. The first thing you do after getting up, wake up Pei Xiaohua. Pei Xiaohua didn't know what he did last night. It was 10 o'clock and he still looked confused. It didn't look like he came back and went to sleep. Could it be that he went and did something sneaky without his knowledge in the middle of the night last night? What's wrong? Isn't everything okay today? Pei Xiaohua looked at Jifan in front of him with sleepy eyes and a yawn of confusion. Come on, get up. Big job coming up. Cheer up. Pei Xiaohua was still asleep when Jifan had forced him to turn on, until he was still thinking about what big job had come when he mechanically reached for his toothbrush. Jifan sent him into the washroom and then went out, and 5 minutes later, Pei Xiaohua walked out strongly although he was still disheveled. Lin is here. Follow me out first and I'll talk to you as we go. The first sentence pulled Pei Xiaohua up already from his sleep. Lin contacted you? She came to Shanjing? Are we going to her now? Pei Xiaohua's 3 consecutive questions Jifan did not directly answer. He directly found Shin Ningyu and used her relationship to quickly find himself a car. Walk and talk. Shin Ningyu's efficiency is really fast. Jifan just finished talking to her on this side. The car is already ready on the other side, and even thoughtfully prepared a driver for him. But Jifan didn't want it. Now that he already had some wariness of Hui Yunzi, he naturally wouldn't use the driver Shin Ningyu had arranged, and he still had things to say in the car later. Here's the news. Check it out for yourself first, and help me navigate while you're at it. Jifan handed Pei Xiaohua his own cell phone, which had the location sent by Lin as well as the news about Xia's group that he had read himself earlier. Navigation commencing. Total distance 17 kilometers. Estimated time 47 minutes. It's not even rush hour yet. It takes almost 50 minutes. If this is during the rush hour of commuting, Jifan estimates that he won't be able to get there in an hour. So we're going to the Shanjing branch now? Jifan nodded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's worthy of being Xia Lingwei. Ah, the top love brain president. She's going to jump right in and back you up. Happy again, brother. At this time when Xia's group opened a branch in Shanjing and also made Jifan the store manager, Xia Lingwei's meaning was very clear. You're not alone. Xia's group is your home, your backbone. And Xia Lingwei thought more than Jifan. After all, Jifan didn't hang out in this circle, and a lot of things were just hearsay. And Pei Xiaohua doesn't really play with other circle members on weekdays. Almost only Jifan is a diehard, so he's not particularly aware of it. Bastards don't have a bad reputation in this circle. They have an exceptionally bad one, and are of such low status that they are looked down upon everywhere they go. They couldn't care less about the exact cause of the matter or who was right or wrong. Therefore, no matter what reason Jifan had come to recognize the Ji family back, there would definitely be people out there targeting him. But the identity that Xia Lingwei had given him was what gave him enough backbone in the face of those targeted words. Even without the Ji family, he still had the Xia family. Jifan also understood what Xia Lingwei meant, which was why he called Pei Xiaohua up in such a hurry. Also, didn't Auntie say Lin came to Shanjing for the Ji family? If she's so high profile, isn't she afraid that the Ji family will make the first move? Jifan shook his head. He is now similar to Pei Xiaohua. He knows nothing about his mom and Lin's arrangement. He can only wait until he meets Lin to know the exact situation. But there was one thing he could guess. Originally Lin's plan was supposed to be to come over to Shanjing himself to find an opportunity to cooperate with him. But because of his own reasons, Xia Lingwei openly supported it. So Lin chose to use such a high-profile way. Being alone versus having the entire Xia group behind you is definitely a very different effect. Although Xia's group was nothing in front of the 3 big families in Shanjing, after annexing the Shi's group, it was now at least a $10 billion consortium. And apart from the 3 big families, everyone else still had to give a few points. And that status can help Lin do a lot of things he wasn't able to accomplish before now. Just as he thought, the phone rang again, and it was none other than Xia Lingwei. Pei Xiaohua snickered and pressed the speakerphone. Baby, did Lin contact you? Xia Lingwei's voice came from inside the phone, and he looked at Pei Xiaohua's snickering expression. somewhat helpless, but he was driving and there was no way to stop Pei Xiaohua. He could only open his mouth and replied, "Sister, I'm driving. I'll talk to you when I get there." "Why are you driving? Let Pei Xiaohua drive. Isn't he there?" Pei Xiaohua years-old driver. Ji-fan has driven a total of 2 times. This situation seems to be wrong. Sister Ling Wei. I forgot my driver's license, but I've had it couriered from home. Pei Xiaohua's awkward voice rang out on the side, giving Xia Lingwei on the other end of the phone a direct speechless stay. "Drive well and tell me when you get to the place." Knowing that Ji-fan was driving, Xia Lingwei didn't dare to speak anymore and hung up the phone after exhorting. But just as the phone hung up, another call came in. "I go. What day is it today? There's not a single advertisement call on weekdays. So many calls today?" Chapter 153, a vengeful heroine with a dog-licking hero makes sense, doesn't it? The old man of the Qi family is back. The call was from Auntie Li, telling Ji-fan to get ready. He might be asked to go to the old Ji family house anytime in the afternoon, but not at noon. Anshi was now waiting at the old mansion to have dinner with the old man, and she had to wait until she left before Ji-fan could show up. After 2 days of relaxing, it's about to start. After hanging up the phone, Ji-fan took a deep breath and said, Pei Xiaohua also lost that cynical look. Going to Qi's house is not only the most dangerous part of the process, it's also the most important. If he could, Ji-fan even wished that Ji family members would never know his identity. But it's done, so it's just a matter of turning passivity into initiative. But as long as the Ji family, then whether it is passive or active, Ji-fan said, no longer counts. Everything depends on the attitude of the Ji family old man. At 10:54, Ji-fan parked his car. At 11:03, Ji-fan and Pei Xiaohua finally arrived at the gate of the Shangjing branch. Judging from the location, Xia Lingwei's decision to establish a jewelry branch in Shangjing really wasn't a hasty one. Old Ji, Xia Lingwei, this should have been prepared a long time ago, right? This one doesn't look familiar enough to be made in 2 or 3 days. The ribbon-cutting ceremony had begun, and there were quite a few people here, but not a single member of the media. Xiao's group's every move in Jianghai is worth a reporter's probe, but it's a bit obscure in Shangjing. And the suddenness of the decision was even more so when not a single reporter showed up, which is what Lin wanted. The ones who came today were all friends who had worked with Xiao's group in the past, were Lin's own friends in Shangjing, so the number of people wasn't too many. Ji-fan didn't go up to disturb the ceremony, and stood with Pei Xiaohua just below to watch. At 11:05, the main event was about to arrive, when a limousine suddenly came this way and eventually slowed to a stop at the entrance. Old Ji, this car, why does it look a bit familiar? Pei Xiaohua frowned at the well-targeted driveway. Pei Xiaohua's words just fell. The car door had already opened. The driver got off the car and ran all the way to the backside door, respectfully pulling the door open. This move alone was enough to attract everyone's attention, and even the ribbon cutting that was about to begin was temporarily suppressed. Who's this? Shut up. You don't even recognize Hua Sanxiao's car? How do you hang out in Shangjing? Hua Sanxiao? That Hua Sanxiao from the Hua family of the 3 great families? Why would he come? Could it be that the Hua family has cooperation with the Xia family in Jianghai? It's unlikely. Xia Lingwei had already plotted this step in Shangjing 3 years ago, which was why she had secretly expanded some of her business to Shangjing. But because of the limited ability, so do some small business. On the present today, these cannot even enter the Shangjing business circle. As for the Hua family, it was a family that stood at the top of the mountain, and with a single breath it could blow them, the people at the foot of the mountain, away, and it was not on the same level at all. They also didn't expect that by coming to attend a small opening ribbon cutting today, they would actually have the honor of meeting this man at the top of the Shangjing business circle. Hua Yunza? Ji-fan and Pei Xiaohua both looked at each other. They heard the people around them talking, and Pei Xiaohua also remembered that when he saw Hua Yunza at the door yesterday morning, he came down from above this car. No wonder Pei Xiaohua felt some familiarity. Sure enough, the car door opens and down comes none other than Hua Yunza. It's really Hua Sanxiao. I saw him from afar once at the banquet last time. It's absolutely right. The 3 big families in Beijing rarely show up in public, generally attended some of the circle of the banquet. The information is even more confidential to the outside world. Most of them here, even if they see Hua Yunza on the street, will not recognize the estimate. ******* So young? It's just like the rumors. What in the world is the origin of this Xia group? Hua Yunza appeared on the scene. This if those media know, they will not go crazy. Don't even think about it. Even if the media came today, there would never be a single photo circulating. This is Hua Yunza. In Shangjing, as long as one is in business, there is no one who doesn't know the name of the Hua family's 3rd youngest. Ji-fan and Pei Xiaohua had been standing relatively peripherally, and as soon as Hua Yunza came down, the gazes of the 3 of them intertwined. But Hua Yunza didn't greet them, and even his eyes touched each other as he turned his head towards the ribbon-cutting ceremony. In the very middle of the ribbon-cutting ceremony, The time had come to the auspicious hour, and Lin, holding a fine pair of small scissors, began the final part of the process. As the scissors fell, the scene resounded with loud applause, while Hoyunza's eyes stayed on Lin's body, not leaving for a moment. Old G, from my years of experience in the love scene, there is something fishy between these two. Jifan nodded thoughtfully. I was wondering when my sister met Hoyunza, so it's something to do with Lin. Pei Xiaohua cupped his chin with one hand, pondering, but how do these two know each other when they are years apart in age? How can I see that the timeline doesn't match up? In the face of Pei Xiaohua's doubts, Jifan also shook his head. Tube him so much. On Lin, this kind of female body quality, there is a deep love rich second-generation male lead is also very normal, or else she alone want to take revenge on Ji Yu. It is indeed a bit of heaven and earth. This all makes sense now. No wonder this kid embarrassed Ji Yu so much at Ji Yu's dinner party a few days ago. This is revenge for his own woman. While Jifan and Pei Xiaohua were here whispering, the ribbon-cutting ceremony had also ended, but Hoyunza stood motionless from start to finish, his entire body seemingly frozen in place. What's he doing? Should we keep watching here or go up? The two of them, Pei Xiaohua and Jifan, had been observing Hoyunza, but this state of his, again, made the two of them a bit uncertain. Look again? Anyway, it's still early to go to Ji's house, so I'll have to wait for Auntie Lee's notice in the afternoon. So I'd better see what Hoyunza is going to do first. But Hoyunza really didn't do anything. He just stood there the whole time, his eyes never leaving Lin's. But he doesn't come forward, as if he's afraid of something. More than half an hour passed until Lin disappeared from his sight before Hoyunza came back to his senses. There was a hint of resentment hidden in the depths of his icy gaze, but he hid it so well that no one noticed. Hoyunza turned around, this time finally looking at Jifan and Pei Xiaohua. Young Ji, young Pei, what a coincidence. We meet again. Jifan was speechless for a moment. I've been looking at you for half a day. Isn't it a bit too late for you to say hello? You can't just want to pretend you didn't see anything, can you? Chapter 154, I treat you as a brother. You have a different heart for me? It is indeed quite a coincidence. If I had known that third young Master Hua and I were coming to the same place, I should have gotten a ride from third young Master Hua just now. Regardless of whether Hoyunza was deliberately acting or had really not noticed Jifan and Pei Xiaohua before, Jifan was willing to play along with him. Hoyunza obviously hadn't reacted from the emotions he had just felt and was still a bit down. He chatted perfunctorily with Jifan and turned around to return to the car. With his status, it was already risky for him to come here today, and even though there was no media present, someone would surely recognize his identity. Unsurprisingly, the news of his coming over had now reached quite a few people, and he now had to hurry back to make things right. Rushing over for a moment's thought satisfies his mind, but the consequences are dire. If she couldn't get rid of these troubles immediately, then she would definitely be angry, right, and would probably want to meet with herself even less. This distracted look, the two must have a story. I really want to know the love-hate relationship between them. Pei Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh as he looked in the direction Hoyunza had left. Stop thinking about melons. It's time to go inside. Jifan gave Pei Xiaohua a speechless look. What's the situation now? Still thinking about eating melons? Xiao's group stationed in Beijing and Jianhai is indeed considered a big news, but placed in Beijing, this is even a wave cannot turn out. Every day there are countless companies full of enthusiasm, intent on this piece of feng shui treasure land in Beijing to show their hands and feet. But in the end, none of them left in disgrace after much suffering and tribulation. So almost everyone didn't stay too long after the ribbon cutting was over, and it was already a great honor to be able to come. But today is not a loss. Meeting the Hua family's three young men, this is also their capital to go out and brag about in the future. Jivan entered the company with ease. Xia Lingwei had been preparing for a long time for today. Although it was only a branch of jewelry design, she still spent a lot of money to rent a 5-story office building. But looking at the layout, it should be the kind that takes over someone else's and you can just move in with a bag. Jifan, still ready to see more. Lin had found him. Come up with me. Lin didn't talk much with Jifan downstairs. It was inconvenient to talk here with all the people coming and going. The three men, one in front of the other, followed Lin straight to his office on the 5th floor. This office is grand. It's even more luxurious than Xia Lingwei's office. Does your general manager Xia know about this? As soon as he came in, Pei Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh, while curiously looking at Lin Dao. This is Gavan's office. Lin was expressionless and didn't even want to pay attention to Pei Xiaohua. When she first met, she wanted to know more about Jifan through Pei Xiaohua, but it turned out that this kid gave himself a face and rejected himself directly. She was not a generous person, and it was something she could remember for the rest of her life. Also, I'm going to talk to our Mr. G about something very important now, and I'd also like to ask uninvolved people to get out. Pei Xiaohua looked at Lin with a dumbfounded expression and pointed a finger at himself as if in silent questioning. Can't understand? Seeing that Pei Xiaohua was still motionless, Lin questioned again. Old Ji, look at her. Say something. This is your company. Pei Xiaohua quit. It is Xia Lingwei who will not drive herself away when she chats with Jifan. A designer. Buy the book. What? What? Before Jifan could say anything, Lin already couldn't help but tremble all over his body. Could you be any more disgusting? No wonder you were so reluctant when I asked you to help me chase Jifan. You're bent? You have your eye on him? He treats you like a brother and you want to be his stirrer? Hearing Lin's words, Jifan shuddered violently and hastily pushed Pei Xiaohua, who was still pulling himself 3 or 4 meters away. Pei Xiaohua, we are brothers since childhood. You can't disgust me. Pei Xiaohua was shocked. No, I'm Pei Xiaohua, Jianghai's famous flowery young master. What are you guys babbling about? Even if people believe the sun comes out of the west, there's no way they'll believe I'm Jifan, what kind of eyes are you looking at? You don't suspect me, do you? You don't go to Ji's house. Tonight I just have to take you to have a good time. I'll make angry Xia Lingwei. Pei Xiaohua was all pissed off and started babbling, not even knowing what he was going to say himself. Okay, just kidding. We need to talk about things. So just get out, said Jifan and nudged the Lin behind him. He naturally had no secrets from Pei Xiaohua, but Lin did. So Lin naturally had the right to choose to let or not let Pei Xiaohua know. Okay, I'll go hang out while you guys talk. Pei Xiaohua didn't argue and directly exited the office, leaving Jifan and Lin inside. Although it was said to be Jifan's office, he didn't sit on the main seat. Instead he walked over to the sofa and sat down, as if he was the guest in this office. Lin also had no problem sitting directly on the president's stool, and the whole person leaned back on the wide and soft stool in a very dashing manner. Going to Keys this afternoon? Just now Pei Xiaohua's words revealed a message that Jifan was going to the Ji family this afternoon. Aha! Jifan nodded. There was no need to hide this from Lin. If she was hand-picked by her own mom, she certainly wouldn't hold it against her. The Ji family is not as simple as you think. Be careful when you go to the Ji family. Lin sat up straight to look at Jifan and continued. The Ji family's old man has become a lot more kind over the years, but if you really think of him as an amiable elder, you're going to be at a disadvantage. Ji family old man's generation is not the only seed. His 6 brothers, he was able to kill out of which eventually succeeded in mastering the Ji family naturally not without reason. But one thing is indeed true. The old man of the Ji family needs a grandson badly. The Ji family definitely won't be handed over to a woman. And if the 2 Ji brothers really can't give birth to a son, then those of his brothers who had been dormant might jump out to make a scene again. So as long as you've identified yourself with Elder Ji, then your life is absolutely safe in plain sight. Lin back then, although she just had a conflict with Ji Yuyu and was framed by Ji Yuyu leading to her being dropped out of school, Ji Yuyu was a member of the Ji family, and if she wanted to take revenge, she had to know enough about the Ji family. All these years abroad, she still hadn't stopped laying out her plans for the Ji family, and Jifan's visit to the Ji family was what she considered to be the best opportunity. The muddier the water, the better she could feel the fish. Otherwise, with the Ji family's position in Shangjing, even if he had prepared for this for 5 long years, it still wasn't foolproof. Chapter 155, News from Lin. Ji-fan didn't say anything. His knowledge of the Ji family was very limited. Most of it was speculated by himself. But Lin was different. She had been preparing for this day for 5 years, and surely she knew a lot more about the Ji family than Ji-fan did. Immediately he was going to go to the Ji family, and now he was listening to some of Lin's analysis of the Ji family, which would facilitate his future actions after he went to the Ji family. I know Aunt Lee as well, an old man of the Ji family, but she's only an inferior after all, and there's very little she can do to help you. But you can trust her completely. She would never betray your mom. Before, Ji-fan did have some slight hesitation towards Auntie Lee, although it was someone recommended by her own mother. She had been in the Ji family for so many years after all, and it was hard to trust her completely when she had lived in the Ji family for more than 20 years. As they say, eating people's mouths is soft, but since Lin said so, then Ji-fan had a few more points. By the way, Ju went home 2 days ago and made a big mess. Lin suddenly brought up Ji Yuyu. The day he first came to Shangjing, Ji-fan witnessed Ji Yuyu make a fool of himself, but it seems that he didn't hear her move in the past few days. It seems to have been suppressed by her parents. It's normal for her to make a scene. Her family has held her in the palm of their hands since she was a child, and now that she realizes she's been cheated on, she's bound to be upset. Moreover, although both surnamed Hua, the Hua family's oldest 2 and the Hua family's oldest 3, that's one in the clouds and one in the ground. Being a stepmother to the Hua family's second child, this Ji Yuyu will have a hard time in the future. There was some gloating in Lin's tone. She was eager to see what would happen to Ji Yuyu after she married the Hua family's second son. That's not right. Didn't you say that Ji Yuyu was held in the palm of her family's hand since she was a child? Then her parents would agree to this marriage? Ji-fan suddenly grasped the point. Ji Yangyu loved his youngest daughter so much that he would watch his youngest daughter go to her death like that? Anyway, it was already impossible to Ji Hongfei, so surely it was only right to protect his daughter. You finally responded. Lin glanced at him and rose from his chair. Lin's overall belongs to that more petite style. I don't know if it's because of the malnutrition caused by her poor family since she was a child. The whole person is on the thin side. And though the years had gotten better, her body had remained in this state, and with her cold face, there was a different flavor. Because of your appearance, Kyoyu is ambitious again. Jifan also thought of this layer. Just like what his own mom said. Ji Yangyu, this person, belongs to the bad and stupid. After learning that his presence gives him a chance, his most favored daughter is ready to give it up just in exchange for the Hua family's help. He must have agreed on something with the Hua family. That's why he let Ji Yuyu marry the Hua family's second son. But, Kifan looked at Lin again. Doesn't this woman have some weird relationship with Hui Yunza? With her around, would the Hua family really help Ji Yangyu? I'm afraid that they're not using their psychology to torture Ji Yuyu for the purpose of helping Lin take revenge, right? Don't look at me. I don't know Hui Yunza well, and my revenge has nothing to do with him. It's better if you don't explain. But this explanation is even more of a cover-up. There's one more thing I asked you to do today. This is the paper version of your paternity test. It's from the Ji family's own hospital, and it will definitely convince that old fox of the Ji family. Now that Ji Hongfei isn't in Shangjing, the person you have to worry about the most is Anqi, who doesn't want your presence any more than the Ji siblings do. Anqi is not like the Ji siblings. These years under Ji Hongfei's operation, the Ji family siblings had little power left in their hands, and even less available people. Wanting to deal with Jifan and the Ji family was tantamount to a fool's dream. The old man isn't dead yet, but Anqi is different. Behind her is the entire Yin family, and has been the nominal and proper wife of the Ji family all these years. No matter how her relationship with Ji Hongfei actually is, at least on the surface her identity is here, and the people in power that she can use is just too great. Trying to deal with Jifan, someone who had only just come to Shangjing without any background, was too simple. As long as she could get Jifan killed in one go, even if the old man knew about it, he wouldn't dare to really turn against Anqi. The grandson was already dead, so it couldn't be that the Yin family could still be pushed across the enemy. Now that the Hua family, Hui Yunza, is coming on strong, the Ji family could be in big trouble if they are not careful. So Jifan was definitely in danger in the Ji family. As long as he entered the Ji family, it would be hard for people outside to help him, and everything would have to depend on him. I know, I'll watch out for her. Jifan nodded with a frown on his face. Aunt Li had also mentioned Anqi. It seemed that this person would definitely become his biggest obstacle. Also, as soon as your identity is established, Ji Hongfei will definitely return to the country as fast as possible. 2 days at the most. Ji Hongfei, this person has a deep heart. No one can guess what he thinks. At first everyone thought that he loved your mom miserably, even if he forced and threatened to keep your mom by his side. But then what he did proved that he wasn't really a blind love brain. In his heart, the Qi family is more important than your mom, or he wouldn't have left your mom behind. Jifan didn't know what had happened between the previous generations, and Lin actually only knew some of it, all from her own investigations. But Ji Hongfei on the years things hidden very deep. She took the trouble to only find out some. Simply speculate, not the substance. The real truth is known only to those involved. What everyone is most afraid of now is that Ji Hongfei will come back and disown Jifan and help Anqi deal with Jifan, and that would be the real powerlessness. These two couples were of one mind. Even the Ji family's old man couldn't protect him. Listening to the information given by Lin, Jifan's face also became a little heavier. He hadn't known how to face his own father until now, and now that he had learned from Lin that his own father would most likely still be dealing with him, Jifan was still a bit confused. But you don't have to worry too much. There are your mom's people over at Anqi. Someone will step up and help you in a pinch. Lin delivered another very important message to Jifan. Over the years, it wasn't just Lin that was laying out the groundwork, but Sun Haya was laying out the groundwork as well. She knew that once Jifan's identity was exposed one day, then she was destined to confront Ji Hongfei on. She didn't want to lose her son, so she had to be well prepared to deal with it at any time first. Even Lin was actually a part of Sun Huiya's layout. Lin had only been laying out for 5 years, but Sun Huiya had been laying out for more than a full decade, just waiting for this day to come. Chapter 156 District Security Guards. 2:30 p.m. Jifan had already eaten lunch in the company cafeteria and was resting on the sofa in his nominal office. Pei Xiaohua sitting next to him with a sullen look on his face. Lin sat there in his office chair, and the phone almost never stopped ringing. If he hadn't known that her main purpose for coming to Shangjing was to take revenge, Jifan would have really thought of her as a company owner. The company is just starting out now. In addition to Lin's own design team, Zhanghai side also came about a dozen managers. The rest of the people are recruited on the side of the Beijing. However, because of the time is relatively urgent. So now the whole staff are still internship. The arrangement is also the most basic work. The company officially started business to make money is estimated to need a period of time to buffer. But how to get the company's name out there was not something Jifan should consider. With Lin on this side and Xia Lingwei behind her in the remote command, Jifan believed that as long as someone wasn't deliberately targeting, Xiao's group would soon be able to gain a foothold in Shangjing. Ding dong. It's not a phone call. It's a text message. From Aunt Lee. 3:30. I'll meet you in front of the neighborhood. Now that the message had been sent, it must be that she had left the old mansion and should not be going over there again anytime soon. Okay, thanks Auntie Lee. Jifan quickly sent a message back to Auntie Lee, his eyes looking to Lin. Go ahead and keep an eye on Ji Yuyu's family for me. As long as Jifan recognized the old man, he would definitely become the center of the storm in the Ji family, and Ji Yuyu's family would definitely hang around in front of him from time to time, and it was just too easy to keep an eye on them. As long as Jifan showed up and attracted everyone's attention, then Lin would have enough room to play. Go ahead and arrange for someone to drive me there. Jifan stood up and looked to Lin. Lin didn't answer Jifan, but his eyes fell on Pei Xiaohua's body, like he was looking at a waist. What are you looking at? I forgot my driver's license. Otherwise where would I need you to arrange a ride? It was fine if he didn't explain, but when he did, Lin's gaze did change. It was no longer looking at trash. It was looking at idiots. I'll see you off myself. Lin stood up, picking up the car keys from the table in his hand. We borrowed a car to get here, so you'll still have to find someone to take the car and him back to the hotel. Lin nodded. She didn't have many people on hand, but that little thing was still easy. The reason why she wanted to see Jifan off herself was just to visit. After 3 words of discussion, the 3 men rose at the same time. Take this thing. Just press the button directly if there's danger. I'll be the first to get the message. Don't worry, this thing will never be blocked. Jifan nodded and stuffed the small thing Pei Xiaohua handed over inside the inner pocket of his clothes, keeping it carefully. And this, recording equipment. Bring 2 extra, just in case. Don't worry, I made it homemade, and it can never be checked by normal conventional means. This guy, Pei Xiaohua, is really a talent, and with his superior hacking skills, he has gotten a lot of messy gadgets. Normally these gadgets were a fling between him and those beautiful women of his, but now put Jifan this is really likely to come in handy. Even Lin's gaze at Pei Xiaohua changed a little bit. Well, did it make a big difference to me? Pei Xiaohua proudly raised his head and proudly rushed Lin. Retarded. Lin rolled her eyes and sent him a 2-word comment before decisively leading Jifan to her car. Both men in the car were silent, unsure of what they were thinking. 40 minutes later, the car had arrived at the door of the Ji family's old mansion's neighborhood. There were still more than 10 minutes before the 3:30 agreed with Auntie Lee, and at this time, there was no Auntie Lee seen at the door. Be safe. Watching Jifan get out of the car, Lin still couldn't hold back his words. Jifan turned around and smiled slightly. Don't worry, it's the rule of law now. After getting off the car, Jifan stood at the door of the district waiting. Such a high-grade district. The people living inside are not rich or expensive. Jifan this body although it looks extraordinary, but he was at the door of the appearance of this swaying around soon attracted the attention of the district security guards. Hey, what do you do? Don't hang around here if you're not doing anything. The security guard is very young, and working as a security guard in this kind of neighborhood can pay much more than the average white-collar worker, and it doesn't require much skill, just an eye for detail. Simply put, it's about being able to tell when you can be a human and when you can be a dog. Jifan had been standing here for 5 or 6 minutes, and these 5 or 6 minutes he was just observing inside, and when he was sure that Jifan wasn't the owner of this place, and didn't look like anyone with a very rich background, he could come out as a human being. I'm waiting for someone here. Jifan glanced at the security guard and answered honestly. Waiting for someone? Do you know who lives inside this neighborhood? Don't think you can pass yourself off as a high-class person just because you're wearing a suit. I suggest you'd better leave quickly or else. Jifan, although he was usually very Buddhist, he had never been a soft eater. If you're tough, he'll have to compete with you to see who's tougher. Or else what? Being asked rhetorically by Jifan, this security guard froze for a moment. He came here to work for only half a year. Although it is said that young people learn fast, half a year has already allowed him to be able to face most of the situations with ease. But Jifan this kind of situation is really the first time he has seen. Let's say the other guy was from the neighborhood. He didn't know him. To say that he was some kind of honorable person, he was hanging out at the door again, and the car that had just sent him over was just an ordinary business car, $1 million or so at most. This kind of car is indeed already considered good in the eyes of ordinary people. But he's been a security guard in this neighborhood for half a year, and he's never seen a private car that's less than $3 million, let alone a business car. So in his opinion, Jifan was at most a small businessman with a little money, and was probably here to beg. There are many such people, thinking of hugging the thighs of some big shot, and from then on, they will be on their way to the top. And the owners inside the neighborhood hate such people the most. If they really let them be disturbed at the entrance of the neighborhood, then today's duty of their own work is definitely going to be lost. Thinking of this, his eyes revealed a ray of fierce light as he looked viciously at Ji-fan. I advise you to get the hell out of here right now. If you really disturb the nobles here, any one of them can keep you from seeing tomorrow's sun. Do not look at their own status. The last time there is a like you want to come here to meet the noblemen. Are cool for half a month. Chapter 157, Entering the Ji family. Ji-fan never thought that he would run into this situation one day. He actually understood the other party. Working in such a place, one might have to be criticized or even lose his job if he wasn't careful. But understanding aside, Ji-fan wouldn't put up with him. Just like the network to eat melon masses. Day after day to understand this, understand that. This is something did not come to his head. To his head. Understand understand. I understand you who understand me. You, fired. I said. A simple sentence. Forced to pull full. Being friends with Pei Xiaohua for so many years, Ji-fan, although he himself is more low-key, still learned some fur from Pei Xiaohua. What with swiping luxury items with a rural credit union card, driving a sports car to a roadside stand, and having nothing better to do than recite a couple of bully quotes. As for whether or not it can be realized is another story. A fashion pussy for a moment, has been pretending to be a straight-up, I'll be damned, looking quite young, but his breath is not small. He can blow even more than I can. I've seen 1,000 or 800 people like you. Do you know where this is? Do you know who the owners of this place are? Fire me? You're dreaming, aren't you? The security guard sneered. He didn't believe that Ji-fan had this ability. Is that so? My young master of the Ji family can be talked about by just anyone? Just then, an icy voice suddenly came from behind the security guard, and it was Auntie Lee who came out. She appeared at the door at the appointed time and happened to see the scene where this little security guard disliked Ji-fan. Auntie Lee had been in the Ji family for over 20 years, and although she was only a nanny in the Ji family, she had long been considered half a member of the Ji family in the eyes of outsiders. With the Ji family's position in the business world of Shangjing, Auntie Lee was an existence that many people couldn't even flatter if they wanted to. Every one of the security guards in this neighborhood knew Auntie Lee, even this young security guard who had just been here for half a year. When he turned his head and realized it was Auntie Lee, the little security guard's eyes widened. Did he just hear that right? The young master of the Qi family? Did I just tell the youngest member of the Qi family to get lost? Beads of sweat instantly covered this little security guard's face, and panic was written all over his entire face. He turned his head to look at Ji-fan again. Ji-fan was looking at him with a smile at this moment. The smile that just now seemed to feel ordinary was now full of evil in this security guard's eyes. The security guard's legs went weak and he fell to his knees at once. Ji Shao, I'm wrong, I really don't know you. You're generous. Spare me. The little security guard was in a complete panic. Not only had he offended someone, he had offended a truly great man. Just, when did the Ji family have such a young master? National eating melon gene is really carved in the bones. Even if they are in great trouble, the brain still cannot help but want to eat melon. Young master, what to do with this man? Aunt Lee didn't even look at the security guard kneeling on the ground and respectfully looked at Ji-fan and asked, well, it's true that those who don't know don't know. After a moment of silence, Ji-fan looked down at the other party and finally spoke. This sentence instantly made that security guard burn with hope, looking at Ji-fan with eyes that were as pitiful as they could be. But I'm in this position. A mouthful of spit is a nail. You can't take back what you say, can you? Auntie Lee, let him resign and leave on his own. But if half a word of today's matter is revealed, the result, you should know. The second half of the sentence Ji-fan said as he looked at the security guard. The security guard nodded his head in a hurry, although it was indeed difficult to find such a good job after being fired. But compared to the matter of offending the young master of the Ji family, being fired was just a small matter. Thank you, young master, and thank you, Auntie Lee. Although he was a bit unwilling, he didn't have the slightest solution. This was the class gap between people. Get lost, get out of the way, get yourself out of your job, and if I see you again tomorrow, it'll be more than just a separation. After more than 20 years in the Ji family, Aunt Lee had developed an aura that gave Ji-fan a blank stare. If he didn't know Auntie Lee's identity, Ji-fan would have thought that she was the wife of some big family. Without bothering to look at this security guard much longer, Aunt Lee turned her head towards Ji-fan with an agitated expression. Although it wasn't the first time they had met, today's situation was different. Immediately Ji-fan would go to the Ji family to recognize his family. Don't worry, young master. The old master just got up from his nap and is now drinking tea alone inside the study. I've arranged for all of the family's underlings, so it'll just be you and the old man later, and no one else will bother. Ji-fan nodded, briefly gathered himself, and followed Aunt Lee towards the small area. 10 minutes later, a mansion appeared in front of Ji-fan. The Ji family's old mansion covered an extremely wide area, and there was actually the illusion of not being able to see the end of it at a glance. The main entrance was classical and luxurious, with a stone lion on each side. But what attracted the most attention was the two big words carved on the door plaque with a dragon flying over it. Ji family. Aunt Lee fingerprints unlocked after Ji-fan followed her into the door. Once inside the door you can see the well-manicured garden. There is a small pond on the side of the garden. The pond can be vaguely seen in the fish turned out of the water splash. Through the gardens, he finally arrived at the Real Gate of the Ji family. The door was open, and two young servants were already waiting here, owing slightly upon seeing Ji-fan and Auntie Lee while shouting, "Good day, young master." Ji-fan nodded slightly. It seemed that this was all arranged by Aunt Lee long ago. Changing into the shoes specially prepared for him, Ji-fan finally entered the Ji family. What met his eyes was a magnificent hall, with crystal chandeliers emitting a brilliant light that illuminated the entire space. There was a painting hanging on the wall. Although Ji-fan was not a connoisseur in this area, he knew that these must all be rare and famous paintings, and any one of them was estimated to be the goal that others would strive for in their entire life. But that's just the front room. Through the front room, the luxury of the Qi family continued to refresh. The Xia family was already considered the richest in Jianhai, and the first time Ji-fan entered the Xia family mansion it was the same as when Lulu entered the Grand View Garden. But now it seemed that wasn't quite the Grand View Garden. The Ji family was, and Ji-fan now only felt that his two eyes weren't enough to see. "Young master, I'll take you upstairs to the study." But without giving him much time to visit, Aunt Lee led him straight to the point. The second floor study. The door wasn't closed, it was hidden. The old man is usually in a good mood when he drinks tea, and he doesn't have any fetishes that can't be disturbed. And if you show up at this time, even if he doesn't recognize you, he won't do anything to you. Ji-fan nodded, looking at the door in front of him that was less than 3 meters. Ji-fan took a few deep breaths. Although he had long been prepared, Ji-fan was still inevitably nervous when this moment actually arrived. Blood, after all, is the most amazing thing in this world. Chapter 158, Ji family elders shock. Although the door to the study was ajar, Auntie Lee knocked first. "Enter." Elder Ji was already 76 this year, an age that wasn't too old, but because of some medical roots left over from his youthful struggle for power, it caused him to not be that healthy. Aunt Lee pushed open the door and walked into the study, only to see Elder Ji sitting in front of the desk, wearing old-fashioned glasses, flipping through an old photo album. "Old master, I've come to bring you medicine," Auntie Lee said softly. Elder Ji raised his head and smiled. "Auntie Lee, put it over there." Auntie Lee put down the medicine and looked at the photo album on the table and asked curiously, "Master, when was this picture taken?" Master Ji heatedly smiled and pointed to one of the photos. "This is a photo of me when I was young. I was really spirited then." His eyes revealed a hint of nostalgia. Aunt Lee smiled and said, "You are still hale and hearty even now." Elder Ji sighed and said, "The years have gone by, so many years have passed." He paused and then said, "Aunt Lee, I have no regrets in my life, but the only thing I have is that there is not a single male child in the old Ji family's offspring." The matter was a constant pain in the old man's ass. He had to talk about the two Ji brothers whenever he saw them and tell them to hurry up and have another one. But Ji Honfei is not wanting to give birth himself. Ji Yangyu is not able to give birth, so they all seldom come to the old mansion now, which makes the old man bitter inside, and there is still no place to talk about it, so he can only find Aunt Lee to talk about it. "Gramps, do you want grandchildren?" Auntie Lee suddenly opened her mouth and asked. "Want it? My biggest regret is not having a grandson. This if anyone gives me a grandson, I'll give him all my shares." Now the old man still has 30% of the shares in his hands, Ji Honfei has 20% of the shares in his hands, and Ji Yangyu has 5% in his hands. No matter who it was, as long as they grabbed Master Ji's 30%, they could turn over at any time. Auntie Lee carefully added tea to Elder Ji from the side, while her eyes kept glancing at Elder Ji's reaction. Seeing the regret growing on his features, she suddenly spoke up. "Elder Ji, you actually have a grandson." Elder Ji had just picked up the refilled teacup and was about to send it to his mouth when he heard this. His hand shivered and the scalding hot tea spilled onto his hand, giving him a scalding shiver. "Master, are you alright?" He shook his hand and gave Auntie Lee a heart attack. She'd been working for the Qi family for over 20 years and had never had such a major accident. It was still because of Ji-fan that she was getting a little restless. "Don't mind me, I'm not hot. Tell me about my grandson first." But Elder Ji didn't even bother with his hot, reddened hands and directly pushed Aunt Lee away while shouting, "Did you just say that I have a grandson? You tell me quickly what's going on." After coming to the Ji family for more than 20 years, it was the first time she had seen Elder Ji so agitated. Even before when he went to talk to Sun Huiya to get her to leave Ji Honfei he wasn't this agitated. "Take it easy old man. First I'll tell you that your grandson is real and you'll see it later. Elder G froze for a moment. Suddenly learning that he had a grandson and that he would see him soon calmed him instead. After so many years in the mall, Elder G was not a good person, and his mind was much deeper than many people. He's been semi-retired all these years, but he's not fooling anyone. Just now, he might have been a bit excited about his grandson, so he didn't think about it that deeply. But now, just casually thinking about it, he already sensed that something was wrong. His eyes suddenly turned cold as he stared at Auntie Lee in front of him. You've been in our key family for over 20 years, right? Auntie Lee forcibly stabilized herself and nodded her head as she replied. Yes, master. This is already the 21st year. You were in your early 20s when you came here, and in the blink of an eye you're in your 40s now. Tell me, who told you to come and tell me this? Once Elder G got serious, he had an aura of unruffled authority, and even Auntie Lee, who had been with him for 21 years, had some fear at this time. Master, I've been in the G family for 21 years. How dare I deceive you? What I said is true. Elder G carefully stared at Aunt Lee. Watching her change in demeanor did not seem to be a forgery, which made Elder G a little confused. If she's acting, then one knows too little about her. After so many years in the shopping mall himself, the best thing he could do was to observe people's hearts, and it was reasonable to say that Auntie Lee couldn't have hidden herself so well after so many years under his nose. She was a young girl in her early 20s when she first came in. Say, what exactly? Elder G resumed his seat and looked at her. Aunt Lee didn't dare to hide it. She was supposed to bring G-Fan to recognize her family this time, and she did have to explain all this to Master G. Even though Auntie Lee had tried to make it as long as possible, it still took almost half an hour to get it all out. You mean that the waif was pregnant when she left back then? And she gave birth to a boy? Elder G never expected this to be the case, and this dead memory suddenly started attacking him, catching himself a little off guard. Why didn't she say anything in the first place when she was pregnant? If she had said that, I wouldn't have let Hong Fei join the marriage. Auntie Lee lowered her head, not daring to show the slightest bit of doubt. It is true that the current old man may think this way, but I am afraid that the old man back then would not think this way, and may even directly control Sun Huia and abort the child, right? After all, he couldn't have imagined back then that neither of his two sons would be able to give him a grandchild. I'll reinvestigate what you said, and I hope you're not lying to me. What Auntie Lee had just said was just too much, and even Elder G couldn't tell if things were true or false for a moment. If what she said was true, in these 20 years, both her own proud son had actually never let go of that woman, and had even purposely gone to target Jianghai's Xia group for the sake of that woman. The inside of the room was quiet, but the one who was suffering the most inside right now was definitely Jifan outside. He could hear some of the commotion inside, but not too much. Half an hour was not too long to say, not too short to say, and now at any moment he might be called in to face the old man of the G family, his own grandfather. But what exactly would happen? He couldn't even guess until now, and could only take one step at a time. After nearly 10 more minutes had passed, Elder G's voice finally came clearly from within the study. Come in. Chapter 159, Recognition of Master and Grandson. Jifan knew that this was calling him, and tidied up a little before he pushed the door and walked in. From the moment he entered the door, Elder G's gaze hadn't moved from him. He didn't even need any paternity test. Just by looking at Jifan's face, he was able to be 100% sure that this was his G family's seed. It's too much of a resemblance. It's almost like a replica of Ji Hongfei when he was 20 years old, but it's so much better looking than Ji Hongfei. Thinking back carefully, Master Keiji could no longer quite recall what the girl looked like 20 years ago, but only vaguely remembered that it was indeed a beautiful woman. Just too much like. Before Jifan could walk in front of Elder G, he could not help but stand up from his stool, and from the beginning to the end, he had been staring at Jifan closely. Before he came in, Jifan's mind also had some self-imagination of Elder G, but the moment he saw him, Jifan overturned all those previous imaginations. This old man in front of him, but if he hadn't seen him in the G family, Jifan would have only thought that he was one of those very ordinary grandfathers from the neighborhood. A kindly face, though now with a somewhat demented look on his face. The overall look was amiable, without a trace of the imagined aura. This kind of old man who had spent most of his life in the shopping mall should logically be extremely temperamental, but in his case it had all been collected, and would only explode on specific occasions. Jifan was still sizing up the old man in front of him when the old man had already pressed forward towards Jifan, subconsciously pulling up Jifan's hand. What's your name, kid? The old man's voice was a bit trembling, and it could be heard that he was very emotional right now, and it was just something that he was forcibly holding back. Being pulled by the old man's hand, Jifan also had an inexplicable feeling inside. This old man standing in front of him was his bloodline's own grandfather, Jifan. Still, Jifan quickly stabilized himself, Compared to elder Ji, who had been looking forward to his grandson for so many years, Ji-fan did not have a good feeling towards the Ji family and even had some hatred. But this was a grudge from a previous generation. All of them were his elders. He had no way to comment on anything. He just had a grudge against the Ji family for dealing with the Xia group. Ji-fan, Ji-fan, Ji-fan ah, Ji-fan good. The old man looked at Ji-fan and mumbled, "Looks like your mom's upset with me, and just wants you to be a plain, ordinary person for the rest of your life, with just a name." The old man figured out Sun Hui's state of mind at the time. "Indeed, if I hadn't interfered, you would be the eldest grandson of my Ji family," the old man suddenly exclaimed. Age can be very different and the same thing can be viewed very differently. The current him went back to that year, especially after having Ji-fan and then looking back to that year, with a hint of regret. "Good boy, sit down." Auntie Lee had already brought over a stool so that Ji-fan could sit right across from the old man. The old man didn't let her out either. When Auntie Lee was first allowed to come and work as a servant in the Ji family's old mansion, it was for Sun Hui's sake. At that time, the old man let Sun Hui leave Ji Hongfei. Sun Hui opened two conditions. One is that the old man gave 100 million she did not want, but then raised the need for 5 million. It now appears that the $5 million should be for child support. She's been held captive by Ki Hongfei for a few years, and away from Ki Hongfei she needs money to live. If it was just her, that would be perfectly fine, but she was pregnant at that point, and she couldn't afford to be bitter about her baby. And the second condition was that Auntie Lee should be placed in the Ji family's old mansion, and that she should not be allowed to be dismissed as long as she did not make a mistake of principle. At that time, Auntie Lee was only in her 20s, and was the nanny that Ji Hongfei specifically hired for Sun Hui, and the two of them lived under the same roof for 3 years, and on weekdays Ji Hongfei was very busy, and the two of them got along with each other longer than Sun Hui got along with Ji Hongfei. Sun Hui had also helped Auntie Lee arrange a way out before she left, so technically speaking, Auntie Lee was Sun Hui's person, and there was no difference between letting her out or not. Auntie Lee had already repoured the tea for the old man, and at the same time, she also poured a cup for Ji-fan. "Young master, tea, be careful, it's hot." With the old man's mistake just now, Auntie Lee was much more careful this time, afraid of scalded Ji-fan. The old man looked at Auntie Lee from the sidelines in a somewhat unsympathetic manner. In the Ji family for more than 20 years, the old master has been in accordance with the agreement, never treated Auntie Lee poorly. This Ji-fan has just come. Auntie Lee's attitude towards him and his own is a different person. If you didn't know, you'd think you were the guest. "Hello Grandpa Ji. This is the paternity report of your son Ji Hongfei and I. It was done at a hospital under the Ji family, and it was done under the personal supervision of your youngest daughter Ji Mengyue, so you'll know once you check." Ji-fan did not make polite conversation with the old man, and came up to shoot the evidence directly, although he had just confirmed 99% that Ji-fan was his own grandson. When the evidence was literally laid out in front of him, the old man's heart, which hadn't fluctuated for decades as he had traveled across the shopping mall, began to tremble with apprehension at this moment. His hand trembled a little, but he still steadily held the document on the table, and in the midst of the trembling, he finally opened it and pulled out the paternity report inside. Neither Ji-fan nor Aunt Lee said anything and waited quietly. The old man read it very carefully, not wanting to miss a word, and when it was all finished he took a deep breath and put the document back on the table while the person got up to leave. When he stepped out of the study, the old man pulled out his cell phone and started dialing. A few minutes later, the old man re-entered the study and sat across from Ji-fan. This time, the old man had completely calmed himself down. In the end, he was someone who had experienced a great storm. "Ji-fan, since your mother still gave you the surname Ji back then, she recognized you as a member of the Ji family. All these years we didn't know you existed. You must have suffered a bit following your mother, but now that you're back, then the Ji family will be your backing from now on. So don't worry, I definitely won't let you suffer." The old man came up and showed his determination, which sounded quite touching, but Ji-fan just laughed coldly inside. You can't believe a word that comes out of the mouths of such old farts, especially since the old man has been in the business world for so many years. He can't trust a single punctuation mark, so he also does not beat around the bush to test. With this kind of opponent to test, that is to use their own vulnerability to touch the other side of the trump card. The new age youth, the main one is straightforward. No need to guess. Let's just say what we have to say. If we can do it, we can do it. If we can't do it, we can't do it. Grandpa Ji, I also have a slight understanding of the Ji family situation, and you only need to do a little bit of checking to realize that I came to the Ji family purely because I was forced to. After all, if I don't come again, I might not know when I'll die in Jianhai. Chapter 160, This is what you deserve. What? Who is it? So bold to try to plot against my grandson. The old man was shocked and angry. Slamming the table, his body naturally exuded a palpitating aura. probably sensing that he would scare Jifan with this appearance. He immediately sat down again. That, grandson, don't be afraid. Grandpa doesn't usually act like this. Also, don't worry, no matter who it is that wants to make a move on you, I will definitely not condone it. Jifan just watched Elder Ji perform. He had just said himself that this in-person report was done by the Ji family's hospital, and it was done under Ji Mengyue's personal supervision, and he should have gone out before to make a phone call to confirm it. Then how could he not have thought that the matter was the work of his good oldest son and daughter, and that it was nothing but playing the fool to stabilize himself first? Jifan also did not poke, only just arrived in front of the old man so strong. The latter days may not be very good. Thank you, Grandpa Ji. Jifan remained distant in his politeness. And the old man knew that the fact that Jifan had been calling himself Grandpa Ji instead of Grandpa from the moment he walked in the door showed that Jifan did not recognize him. Li, take the kid around the house first. Set up a room for him, and let the family get to know him. Elder Ji took a sip of tea and looked to Auntie Li, who was at the side, and said, the joy of suddenly having an extra grandchild had been overpowered by him in a short time. It was naturally good to have a grandson to inherit the family business, but now that the pattern of the Ji family was bound to be broken, he would have to think hard about what to do next. Aunt Li nodded and looked at Jifan. Young master, please follow me. Walking out of the study, Jifan's entire body relaxed, but he knew that this was only the beginning. The grandson was originally Elder Ji's, not in his heart, so this hurdle was actually the easiest and the one he was most certain of. The next hours are the real highlights. I wondered what expression the Ji family would have when they realized that they were already at the old mansion. Young master, you can stay in this room for now. I've already had the room cleaned up in the past 2 days. Just see if there's anything else you need and tell me. The old mansion had a total of 4 floors, with the old man and his 3 children's rooms on the 2nd floor and the grandchildren's rooms on the 3rd floor. The mansion was large enough and had enough rooms. The room packed out for Jifan had not been occupied before and had been left empty. The room was large, nearly 1/2 the size of his own room in the summer house. The room had a separate washroom and bathroom, and all the supplies Auntie Li had already arranged for brand new ones that were already neatly arranged, just waiting for Jifan to move in. Thank you, Aunt Li. That will do. Jifan didn't have much to say about living, just be able to sleep well. Young master, I met you the other day, and based on your general build, I ordered some costumes for you, and someone should be delivering them later. Also, you can directly tell me which brands of clothing you have a need for, and I'll have their counter send them over to you right away. In the past, when he was in the Xia family, Jifan had also seen such a bottom Jianghai all-brand counter. As long as there is a new product of the last season, the first time we'll send over to Xia Lingwei. Let her pick. The Ji family is even more powerful, not to mention the new products, even the orphan products. As long as Jifan wants, people will step on the sewing machine for him overnight, have to make it. Also, I've arranged for a special tailor to come and fit you tomorrow, but there doesn't seem to be anything else going on right now, so I can have them come over right now. Auntie Li had been arranging almost everything for Jifan in the past few days, afraid of missing a single point, making sure to give the little young master the best experience possible. It doesn't have to be that much trouble, does it? It was true that Jifan was a bit out of sorts, but what was out of sorts was Auntie Li's enthusiasm. No, however, he didn't expect Auntie Li, who had always been respectful to Jifan, to be extraordinarily persistent in this matter. Young master, the news of your return will be known by everyone in the Ji family by tomorrow at the latest. You have to think about your mother even if you don't do it for yourself. Jifan frowned as he remembered the call his mom had made to him before he came. Okay, Auntie Li, all as you arranged. Jifan chose to compromise. He was now representing not just himself alone, but Sun Huya as well. Seeing Jifan's promise, Aunt Li hurriedly took out her cell phone. Yeah, get over here, now. After a few simple conversations, Auntie Li hung up the phone before smiling apologetically at Jifan. Young master, I'll first take you to let the servants in the house get to know each other. Downstairs, all the servants of the Ji family's old mansion had gathered, many of them curiously sizing up Jifan, but Jifan realized that these ones who were looking at him were all younger ones. Instead, the older ones had their heads down, not curious at all. Working as servants in the mansion for a long time, they had long ago practiced their stamina. How is less to see, less to hear, less to say, and more to do? Curiosity can do more than just kill the cat. The Ji family was worthy of being one of the 3 great families in Shangjing. The servants in the old mansion alone had 10 people, and there was only one object of service, Master Ji, and the rest of the Ji family basically didn't come back to live on weekdays. Now these 10 people stood in 2 rows, as if waiting for Jifan's review. Look carefully, this will be the young master of the Ji family from now on, and the only young master of the Ji family. Aunt Li walked beside Jifan looking at the 2 rows of people and said sternly, "Hello, young master." 10 people just like trained. In Aunt Li's words just fell, all bent down and opened their mouths. Their voices were neat and there was momentum. It was the first time that Ji-fan enjoyed such treatment, being addressed in such a respectful manner by 10 young and beautiful women, and I have to say that it was indeed very cool, just a little bit flattered. Young master, these are the treats you deserve, just 21 years late. As if she could see Ji-fan's uneasiness, Aunt Lee whispered from the side, and at the same time what a young lady should have. Ji-fan gave Aunt Lee a deep look and nodded gently. Okay, go down. Aunt Lee had only asked them to come and get to know Ji-fan, and now that they were done getting to know him, there was nothing left for them to do. These 10 servants certainly didn't all serve Elder Ji alone. Most of them still served the Ji family. The old mansion. It's such a big place. It would take several people just to clean and maintain it every day. Young master, you can usually just order them for anything. Don't worry, it's absolutely reliable. On the last 4 words, Auntie Lee purposely increased her tone. Chapter 161, Whoever dares to talk about you, whip him with the soles of your shoes. After only half an hour of strolling around the Ji family's old mansion, the person Aunt Lee had contacted had already arrived. A dozen men swarmed in, and then Ji-fan began to be at their mercy. Don't worry, young Ji, we're professionals, absolutely fast. As this guy leading the group said, they were pros, and in 10 minutes they were all over it. You have 1 day, and I want to see our young master's costume tomorrow. Auntie Lee opened her mouth very forcefully, and although the other party's face was a bit difficult, she still nodded her head and agreed. Don't worry Auntie Lee, I will absolutely deliver what you want to the Ji family tomorrow afternoon. A dozen or so people, come and go quickly. A moment of effort has gone clean. Ji-fan. At that moment, the old man's voice came from the second floor. After all this time, I don't know what the old man was doing, but now there should be an answer. Go up, the old man is calling you. Auntie Lee whispered a reminder to him from the sidelines. Come to the study. At the same time, the old man said again. Only then did Ji-fan nod his head towards the second floor alone. Study. This time, it was only Ji-fan and the old man. Just for a while, the old man felt a lot older. Looking at Ji-fan this way he could truly feel that his body was indeed not very good. Sit down. It was still the same 2 seats from before. The 2 people sat down facing each other. But this time it was Elder Ji himself who made the tea. I'll do it. Ji-fan stood up and took the initiative to take the tools in Elder Ji's hands. He had brewed it a few times when he was in the Xia family, and although the young man was not a tea drinker, he knew a little about it. The old man didn't push back and put everything on the table, those slightly cloudy eyes just looking at Ji-fan in front of him, nodding and smiling every now and then. Ji-fan began to concentrate on making tea. A set of procedures down have already passed 2 or 3 minutes, such as to fill up the 2 people's teacups. Ji-fan only then and Ji old man eye to eye. Grandpa Ji, is something wrong? Ji-fan took the initiative to break the silence between the 2. The old man sighed and picked up the teacup in front of him and drank it in 1 gulp. Ji-fan continued to refill it for him. Just now during this period of time I have roughly understood your past, and all these years, I have indeed wronged you. In a little over an hour, the old man had already found out almost all of Ji-fan's information, about which Ji-fan did not have the slightest doubt. I don't blame you for having a grudge against the Qi family, only ourselves, but if you really understood what happened back then, maybe you'd ease up on me a little. Ji-fan was not particularly clear about what exactly happened to his parents and Uncle Xia's trio back then, and only knew a few clues, but he was firmly on his mom's side anyway. As for Ji Hongfei, at first glance, it is a negative man, but also put here to pretend deep love, but also to suppress Xia, is not a good person. Child, you can stay in the Ji family at ease for the next 2 days, and in 3 days, I will publicize your news in the Ji family. Don't worry, with Grandpa here, no one can do anything to you. Elder Ji was firm and dry when he said this. What about Anshi? The old master's expression clearly paused when he heard the name Anshi, and Ji-fan, who had been paying attention to the old master, naturally didn't let go of this small detail. I'll take care of it. Don't worry child. As the only male member of the Ji family will all be yours from now on. No one can stop you, not even your old man. Ji-fan bristled. He didn't have any interest in the Ji family, he just hoped that the Ji family's affairs wouldn't involve Xia's head. As for myself, the blood ties are there and it's hard to get rid of them. Child, is your mother in Jianhai now? If possible, I would like to meet her. Elder Ji didn't mention Anshi much. It seemed that this woman was currently a big trouble in his mind as well. Pushing Ji-fan out would inevitably offend Anshi, and offending Anshi would be the same as offending the Yin family. The Hua family is now eyeing the Ji family. There is a foreign country that does not know where to come out of the Anya group is also targeting the Ji family. If you offend the Anya family, then the Ji family even if they have more heritage is not enough to Hua. So right now he didn't want to mention Anshi. My mom is not in Jianhai. I can help you contact her, but whether she is willing to meet you or not that's my mom's own business. I can't guarantee it. Looking at the old man in front of him, Ji-fan ultimately didn't have the heart to reject it outright, and he is going to see his own mother. They would have happened between the deal to come before the mother evaluated Ji Yangyu and Ji Manhwa, but for the old man just mentioned a mouth, said he would like their own. Mom really wasn't wrong. The old man did like himself at the moment, and was even going to raise a big flag for himself, but Jivan wouldn't make decisions for his old mom. Aha! The old man nodded and continued, after disclosing your identity in the Ji family, I will convene a networking dinner for all the business celebrities in all of Shangjing, and at that time, during the banquet, I will disclose your identity. Open yourself up to the entire Shangjing business community? Ji-fan was taken aback by this crazy move of the old man. He was even still considering what would happen to the Ji family once they knew his information. And Elder Ji was already considering going public with himself in all of Shangjing. Grandpa Ji, that's not good, is it? A bastard child doesn't seem to be something honorable. Ji-fan still remembered what Pei Xiaohua had told himself, that in the upper class circle, illegitimate children were the most unpopular. If this is exposed, how many people will be cursing themselves behind their backs in the future? Fart! The old man suddenly slammed the table, and his whole mood went up. It is said that vigor produces miracles, and with this slap of his hand, the freshly refilled tea splashed once again and landed on his hand once more. Be careful, Grandpa Ji. Ji-fan hurriedly got up and casually grabbed a nearby paper towel, while his other hand disregarded the rolling heat of the tea and grabbed the teacup that was rolling towards Elder Ji to prevent him from getting hurt for the second time. It's fine, get used to it. Elder Ji looked at the teacup that had been stopped by Ji-fan and waved his hand. Ji-fan gulped and glanced at Elder Ji's hand that was reddened by the heat. Can you even get used to this stuff? But he sat down anyway. Elder Ji briefly took care of it and then looked at Ji-fan then said, remember, you're not a bastard, and don't talk about yourself like that in the future. Your appearance was before Ji Hongfei married Anshi, and you are the rightful young master of my Ji family. No matter who dares to question your identity, just ruthlessly whip him with the sole of your shoe, and if anything goes wrong, you'll have my old man to take care of it for you. And I'd like to see who in Shangjing dares to chew the dust behind your back. Chapter 162, This card, is the limit high? Elder Ji's agitated look didn't seem to be faked, and it seemed that from the bottom of his heart, he really didn't think Ji-fan was an illegitimate child. Everything is about a first come first served. Ji-fan is in front of Anshi. The king of heaven came. Ji-fan is also the youngest master of the Ji family. You can keep this card for now. It's considered a little neat and great gift from Grandpa, although it can't make up for your aggression over these 20 years. But don't worry, Grandpa will definitely give you an answer later. Ji-fan actually wanted to say that he hadn't been aggrieved at all in these 20 years of living. Mom deliciously provided for their own, although for some reason lack of participation in their own lives, but in the general direction has never been negligent. Otherwise how to educate a three views so correct themselves. However, there is money not to be taken. Ji-fan took the black card handed over by the old man. This black card was a little bit not quite the same as the secondary card given to him by his sister. There was a gold border pattern inlaid around the black card, which emphasized the dignity of the identity even more. Between rejection and acceptance, Ji-fan chose to ask curiously, Grandpa Ji, this card, does it have a high limit? He swore that he definitely didn't care about the amount of money, he was simply curious. With the 20 billion given by his mom, the entire second generation circle in Shangjing doesn't have a few more money than him, and he surely doesn't care about more money or less money. Yeah, mustn't care. Feel free to swipe it, there's no limit on this card, as long as you don't swipe more than the key family's valuation, the old man said with an atmospheric wave of his hand. Ji-fan froze. Ji family's valuation. That's really a random brush. It seems that we have to find a time to take Pei Xiaohua to go to a wave of revenge consumption. The grandparents and grandchildren began another long silence. The old man did have a lot of things he wanted to say and ask, but he looked at Ji-fan but didn't know how to open his mouth. The grandparents and grandchildren took a bite and I had a cup, and Ji-fan was almost full before dinner even started. Master, young master, it's time to eat. Finally, Auntie Lee came over to relieve the men. The moment he heard her voice, Ji-fan and the old man both let out a long sigh of relief at the same time. This action naturally attracted the attention of the other party. The two of them looked at each other, and in the end, the grandparents and grandchildren looked at each other and smiled. Restaurant. Rectangular tables are somewhat rare inside the average home nowadays, and large tables or round tables are a bit more convenient. The old master sat on the main seat. Ji-fan sat down on his left side, while a table of mountainous delicacies was only served by the two of them, and the rest of the people could only stand on the side. Ji-fan is still the first time to be so many pairs of eyes staring at dinner. Inevitably feel a little strange, but the mansion when he came to have had some psychological preparation, so did not show what to. Just say what you want to eat and they'll bring it to you. Sure enough, there is a reason for long tables, And how can you look distinguished at mealtimes if you don't? Useless knowledge added. After dinner, G-Fan didn't have to be embarrassed anymore. Elder G was alone in the study not knowing what he was busy with. While G-Fan returned to his room, there were quite a few messages from people on his cell phone. Xia Lingwei, Mom, Pei Xiao, and even Lin sent him a message, all wanting to ask how the situation was going. And there were two other pieces of information that he hadn't expected. The Luo sisters. Luo Qingshang, you can call me if anything happens. Luo Qingshang must have already investigated G-Fan. With her identity, wanting to investigate G-Fan is much simpler than Hui Yunzi investigating. One should not have half the possibility of hiding one's identity in front of her. And this polite-like remark might actually help G-Fan at a critical time. Luo Haiyao was much simpler, so she asked G-Fan if he was done with his work, and if he was still going out to play tomorrow. G-Fan thought about it and still called Xia Lingwei first. Sister, baby, you finally contacted me. The Qi family didn't give you a hard time, did they? How are you doing there now? Are you going to stay at Qi's house at night? Getting used to it? G-Fan had only just opened his mouth when he was interrupted by Xia Lingwei's eager voice. From the time G-Fan entered the G family, he hadn't contacted anyone outside, and by now it had been more than 4 hours, and in those 4 hours Xia Lingwei had been worried sick. Sister, the G family isn't some place that eats people's bones, not to mention that I'm still Elder G's own grandson, so just put your mind at ease. I'm fine here. G-Fan smiled, his words filled with relief. After spending a short time with the old man, G-Fan already knew that before the rest of the G family showed up, he would definitely be able to live comfortably in the G family's old mansion. The old man's hurdle was definitely no problem, and the next step was to see what tactics the rest of the G family would use. Because they were at G's house, G-Fan and Xia Lingwei didn't talk too much, and they hung up the phone after checking in with their sister. After thinking about it, G-Fan sent separate messages to Pei Xiaohua and Lin to confirm that they were safe, lest they would be worried. But G-Fan was clearly overthinking it. Lin returned quickly, with only one word, "Oh." G-Fan did not understand the meaning of this "oh" even after half a day's reading. Presumably this just casually perfunctory a bit, not particularly concerned about their own end. As for Pei Xiaohua, sent out the messages like a stone sinking into the sea generally, simply cannot get a response. No accident. This kid left his own after now should be in the gentle countryside is right. G-Fan then returned a message to Luo Qingshang and Luo Haiyao respectively, and in the end, only Mom was left. This time G-Fan didn't send a message, and likewise pressed the phone directly. Counting the time, it should not be light yet on Mom's side, so Mom didn't sleep all night? The call connected a little faster than G-Fan expected, and Sun Huiya seemed to have been waiting for G-Fan's call. Mom, Grandpa G said he wanted to see you. The phone at the end of the Sun Huiya never expected G-Fan's first sentence is actually this, a time to her dry silence, half a long time before he opened his mouth. Don't pay attention to him, back then he wanted me to leave his son. I left, and now want to see me. No door. Haven't met the rest of the Qi family yet, have you? That old man should be pretty good to you, or you wouldn't have come to ask this for him. Pretty much as I expected. Sun Huiya started talking about business after a small spat. Did he say when the house party was? Sun Huiya really knew the G family too well. Even the old man's movements she was able to predict them all correctly. 3 days later, Ji-Fan answered truthfully. 3 days that's still long. Then I cannot have to push too hard on my side. Wait for Ji Honfei to return to the country and then continue to raise the stakes. Sun Huiya seemed to be talking to herself. Ji-Fan didn't hear too clearly, and inquired curiously. Mom, what are you muttering about? None of your business. Ji-Fan obediently shut up. There was no way. Who made her mom? By the way, tomorrow morning you'll move out. Don't stay at Ji's house, and you'll move back in when the family banquet starts. Ji-Fan himself didn't really want to live in the Ji family. After all, the people in the Ji family didn't know that he was here yet, and in case they ran back to the old mansion to see the old man on a whim, he would be exposed early. He had to wait until the old man was ready, and the old man was the only one in the Ji family who would bail himself out 100%. Not even his own father in the biological sense could be trusted. Chapter 163 Blood is thicker than water. Kinship from the bone. What if the old man doesn't let me go? Don't worry, he'll let you go. Sun Huiya did not know the old man in general. Her tone was full of confidence. As long as Ji-Fan mentioned it, the old man would definitely let him go. With his mom's personal guarantee, Ji-Fan was also relieved. Well, I have to go catch up on my sleep. I'm so sleepy. Sun Huiya yawned. Her sleepiness could be felt through the cell phone. Mom, when are you coming back home? Listening to his mom's tired voice, Ji-Fan didn't hold back from asking. Now of course he knows that Mom and Uncle Xia every day squatting abroad is not really traveling. Do not need to say, before and after the things a little string will be able to understand. Anya Group. No wonder Mom is $20 billion of private money in one shot. feelings of their own is the real rich second generation. Let's wait for a while, until I take out Ji Hongfei's company abroad. Obviously it is a thing that can shock the business circle. In their own mom's mouth seems to be this morning to get up and have to brush their teeth is no suspense. So easy and relaxed. Well, Mom, you take care of your health. I want to hug your thighs and be a rich second generation. I don't want to inherit your legacy and be a rich second generation. Before his own mom opened her mouth to curse herself, Ji Fan hung up the phone very decisively. Just after hanging up the phone there was a knock at the door. Young master, master asked me to bring you up a cup of hot milk. Can I come in now? Ji Fan frowned. Milk for yourself? After thinking about it, Ji Fan got up from the bed. The door was opened, and the maid stood with the milk. Her head kept low and slightly formal. 2 rows of 10 people were introduced before, and Ji Fan didn't look carefully, and she couldn't recognize the other party even more with her head down. Young master, this is the milk that master ordered brought to you. The maid still didn't look up as she spoke, as if she was a bit nervous, which made Ji Fan unable to help but look at her a few more times. Although the other party had her head down, she could still make out some outlines. A beautiful woman. The maids of the Ji family, except for 2 who were slightly older, in their 30s, all of them were in their 20s, in their prime. It can't be helped. Who let the Ji family give too much? What are you afraid of? Ji Fan suddenly spoke. This Ji family, it shouldn't really be as cliched as the novels, right? This maid is one of Ji Mangyu's men, and then is going to prepare to poison herself? With scrutiny in his gaze, Ji Fan looked at the milk in the maid's hand. The color of the milk wasn't any different from normal milk, and even if something had really been put in it, with Ji Fan's skills, it would definitely be impossible to tell. After all, we're just ordinary people. The maid in front of me did seem a bit suspicious though. What was she afraid of? Young master, I'm not afraid. Being asked by Ji Fan, the maid obviously became even more nervous, but she still gritted her teeth and replied, No, you're thinking I'm a cutie. You're all nervous like that and you're telling me you're not scared? What? This milk is poisoned. Ready to poison me? Ji Fan looked at the maid in front of him with cold eyes, but the words that came out scared her, and she almost went weak in her legs and knelt down for Ji Fan. Young master, the milk was given to me by Aunt Lee, and I served it immediately afterward, without the slightest pause in the process. The maid did look terrified, not to mention that this is the Ji family. Even in other places, murder by drugging is against the law. This is a society based on the rule of law, and you certainly can't escape the law if you do something illegal. Yes? Ji Fan looked at her suspiciously, always feeling that something was wrong. The maids who were able to enter the Ji family must have been carefully selected and then trained, so how could they be so nervous? You drink this milk. Ji Fan thought about looking at the maid in front of him and spoke. Although it was unlikely that this kind of fictional plot would appear in reality, Ji Fan was still careful. The maid didn't have a moment's hesitation, and took the milk and smothered it in one gulp. This boozy state, not even caring if this milk was hot or not. This time it was Ji Fan's turn to be a little confused. He looked at the cup that had already reached the bottom and touched his head somewhat inexplicably. It's over. I always thought I had a good head on my shoulders, but now I'm feeling a little inadequate. This maid obviously did not poison that she was nervous. Adara, put themselves to the hole will not. You go down first. I'm not in the habit of drinking milk at night. Ji Fan waved his hand helplessly and said. Just after the words were said, the maid in front of her was like an amnesty. All the tension in her body disappeared in an instant, and she couldn't help but show a nice smile on her face. Thank you, young master. The maid owed a curtsy and couldn't even be bothered to wipe her mouth as she turned to leave. Looking at the maid's cheerful and relaxed back, Ji Fan was a little skeptical. Is she nervous because she's afraid of me? Does he look so scary himself? A small hiccup. No conspiracy theories as Ji Fan had imagined. And he snuffed out his budding persecution paranoia and slept comfortably through the night. The next day I slept until I woke up naturally, and when I got up it was 9 o'clock. Lazily stretching his waist and looking at the somewhat unfamiliar surroundings, Ji Fan's brain, which was originally still somewhat confused, was forced to turn on a machine. Good morning, young master. After washing up and coming out of his room, all who saw him would stop where they were and wait respectfully while greeting him, waiting for him to pass before continuing with what they were doing before. On the first floor, Aunt Lee stood by the stairs waiting for him. Young master, breakfast can start any time now. Ji Fan nodded. As long as he was here, just follow Auntie Lee's arrangement. Only after breakfast did Ji Fan open his mouth toward Aunt Lee and ask, Where's the old man? His lordship is in his study, has been there since breakfast early in the morning, and has not come out for 2 hours. 2 hours? Wouldn't that be getting in before 8 o'clock? Ji Fan got up and headed upstairs. The door to the study was closed this time, and Ji Fan knocked gently. Come in. There was a moment's wait inside before the old man's voice came. Grandpa Ji. Seeing that the person who came was Ji Fan, a few smiles piled up on the old man's face. Ji Fan, come, Sit down. How did you sleep last night? Was there anything you weren't used to? If you are uncomfortable, just say so. Don't be afraid. It can all be fixed. Did you have breakfast? Are you used to eating such flavors? I purposely asked them to make it according to the flavors over in Shanghai. Looking at the old man's concerned gaze, Ji-fan suddenly froze. Growing up, Ji-fan had never felt the love of an intergenerational elder. Grandparents died early. Ji-fan had never seen the first time to feel the care from the grandfather. It is an indescribable feeling. Blood is thicker than water. And for the first time, Ji-fan had a profound feeling. Chapter 164, The Released Pei Xiaohua. Grandpa Ji. I slept well last night. The house was large, the bed was soft and comfortable, and Aunt Lee was thorough in her arrangements. But I'm still planning to leave the Ji family first. Ji-fan looked seriously at the old man in front of him, and as he stated his intention to leave first, he clearly felt the smile on the old man's face freeze for a moment. Leaving the Ji family? Leaving the Ji family? You're leaving the Ji family? Ha! At this moment he was not the old man who had once traversed the shopping mall, nor was he the true helmsman of the Ji family, the three great families of Shangjing. He was just a grandfather who was ashamed of his grandson. Grandpa Ji, what I mean by that is to leave the old mansion first. I thought you said you were hosting a family dinner in a couple days. I'd like to wait until then. Ji-fan spoke his mind to him. The old man looked at Ji-fan in a daze, not responding for a long time. Just when Ji-fan thought his mom had guessed wrong, and the old man would not agree, he suddenly sat down again. It's fine to leave the old mansion. It's selfish of me to want you to live in the Qi family now, but I can't do right by you right now. Child, wait for Grandpa for 2 days. At that time I will disclose your identity at the family banquet and give you an explanation. Ji-fan's appearance was a surprise but also a calamity for the old man. Once it was not handled well, the entire Ji family and even the entire situation of the Shangjing business circle would be affected as a result. Aha! In this matter, Ji-fan had no way to say too much, even if Master Ji was kind to himself from the bottom of his heart. But Ji-fan represented not only himself, but also his old mom. She was the one involved and the biggest victim of these past events, and she was the only one who had the choice to decide on the Ji family. Ji-fan silently turned around and walked towards the door. His pace was not fast, but he walked with determination. Just as he reached the door, the old man's voice suddenly came from behind him. Son, before you go, could you call me Grandpa? From the time he came to the old mansion yesterday until now, Ji-fan had always maintained enough respect for the old man, but the title had always been Grandpa Ji. It's just a one-word difference, but it's significantly more raw. Ji-fan's footsteps paused for a moment, and in Elder Ji's expectant gaze, Ji-fan once again took a step before disappearing into the entrance of the study, not opening his mouth to speak since the beginning. The old man gazed at the doorway for a long time. Young master, are you sure you still want to stay at the Hua family's hotel? Our Ji family also has a 5-star hotel, and all the facilities and conditions are definitely better than Hua Yun's hotel, and it's absolutely safe. The entire hotel is owned by the old man, and the rest of the Ji family can never infiltrate it. Auntie Lee lowered her voice at the last sentence and whispered beside his ear, but Ji-fan still shook his head. He didn't like the feeling that he would be watched at all times, so he might as well just stay at Hua Yun's hotel, especially after knowing about the somewhat unclear relationship between Hua Yun's and Lin. Ji-fan was still very comfortable with Hua Yun's now. Seeing Ji-fan's insistence, Auntie Lee didn't say anything more. Her status was only that of a servant in the Ji family. Ji-fan was the real young master, and could advise, but could not overstep her bounds to help him decide. When he came, Ji-fan didn't bring anything with him, and when he left, Ji-fan didn't bring anything with him. He just changed his clothes. Aunt Lee followed him out of the house, and at the door, a middle-aged man was already waiting. Young master, this is the chauffeur that master arranged for you to facilitate your traveling in Shangjing. Auntie Lee explained to Ji-fan from the side. Driver? Ji-fan did have some heartburn. With a driver, at least the next time something happens you don't need to borrow a car from Shin Ningyu again. Don't worry, young master. He's one of the old master's men, absolutely reliable. Ji-fan glanced faintly at Auntie Lee and didn't say anything, just stepped towards the door. The old man's man. The old man's people have to defend themselves. After working in the Ji family for more than 20 years, Aunt Lee's heart wasn't completely biased towards Sun Huiya after all, and the Ji family, especially Elder Ji, had gained a few more weights in her heart. No matter how much that weight is, but as long as it's there, then it can't be 100% on her schedule anymore. Auntie Lee, arrange for him to take me to the hotel. You don't have to worry about the rest. Ji-fan's words no longer carried any emotion, and he didn't look at that driver one more time as he walked straight towards the door. Come on, keep up, what are you waiting for? Remember, get the young master safely to the hotel. Aunt Lee glared at the driver, who was still frozen in place, and kicked him straight over. The driver snapped out of it and hurriedly jogged to catch up with Ji-fan's footsteps. Auntie Lee stood in place and didn't send it out. After more than 20 years in the Ji family, she had long since ceased to be the youthful and simple young girl she was before. Detecting words and observing colors was now her best vocation. Ji-fan was not very experienced in the world. A little bit of small thoughts are almost written on the face. No matter how to hide it is impossible to hide from Aunt Lee's eyes. Watching Ji-fan get into the car and leave, Aunt Lee sighed quietly. The young master is indeed your own, and his nature is practically identical to the ladies' Royal Lane's residence. Without Ji-fan after Pei Xiaohua really went straight into the indulgence special. Although he was unfamiliar with life in Shangjing, this was no big deal at all to Pei Xiaohua. Next door is the bar street. Pei Xiaohua just slightly out of the way. There are countless beautiful women grabbing want to stick up. When Ji-fan pushed open the door, our Pei de Xiao was still sleeping, but it seemed that he didn't sleep in his own room. Ji-fan frowned, looking at the rags on the doorway that stretched all the way into the house, and he already knew just how fierce the battle had been last night. Pei Xiaohua. A roar woke up Pei Xiaohua, who was naked and asleep on the sofa. Ha! Strange, why do I seem to hear Lao Ji's voice? Pei Xiaohua opened his eyes and shook his head from side to side in some bewilderment, but no matter which way he shook it, he could only see white ketone bodies. An illusion, definitely an illusion. Pei Xiaohua stretched out his two hands, one on each hand, and wrapped them around those two warm bodies, closing his eyes once again. Just closed his eyes. Just now that familiar voice sounded again. This time Pei Xiaohua heard it really well. It was really Lao Ji's voice. That's not right. Isn't he at the Qi household? Pei Xiaohua finally bounced up from the sofa. This action woke up the two comrades beside him from last night, but he couldn't care less anymore. He panicked and put his pants on himself before running towards the door. Old Ji, you're really back? No, old Ji, why didn't you say anything in advance when you came back so I could prepare? Look at this now. Ji-fan waited for Pei Xiaohua and silently turned around. Half an hour. I'll meet you in the lobby. Chapter 165, is it true? Righteous father. Hotel lobby. Pei Xiaohua came down when Ji-fan was chatting with Shin Ningyu there. Pei Xiaohua quietly approached, ready to listen to what these two people said. Ji Xiao, the presidential suite you stayed in before is the top and unique one in our hotel. If you want to open another one of the same level, I really can't help you. Wait for the day when I make enough money from Huo Xiao's hand, then I will definitely open one for you. It was not the first time that Shin Ningyu had dealt with Ji-fan, and the two were considered acquaintances, so the conversation was no longer as formal as it had been at the beginning, and they were still able to laugh and joke around. Although Ji-fan is generous and still has money, but he has been treating himself as a child of an ordinary family since he was a child, so naturally he doesn't have the stance of those second generation of rich people, and when he chats with him, he can't help but treat the other person as a friend. Okay, remember to tell me when you're independent. I'll be sure to come and give you a shout out. Speaking of which, your Huo Xiao, is indeed capable and handsome. It's just that it's not very nice to have a stern face all day long. You persuade him to learn from me. It's only when I'm like this that girls like me and I can get off well. Pei Xiaohua was still planning to eavesdrop a few words on the side, in case he could hear any powerful topics. Although it was not so bad that he could go to Xia Lingwei's place to complain, it could still be used as a handle to offset what he had done today. But Ji-fan didn't give him that chance. Just after he finished he had already spotted Pei Xiaohua. Manager Shen, just get me a normal room. Also let me remind you, when the ants are cleaning let them pay attention. After all, some of them don't know what they are doing inside the room. In case they see something bad, it's not good for the ants' eyes. Shin Ningyu froze for a moment, then saw Pei Xiaohua walking out from the back. Pei Xiao. Shin Ningyu nodded to greet him. Pei Xiaohua waved his hand, then looked at Ji-fan with a humble face. Old Ji, this can't be blamed on me. You also didn't tell me that you will come back today, which I think it's not easy to come out. Always have to feel the local customs. Ji-fan couldn't help but blank him. It's true that you feel the terroir, and you all feel the honesty. Shin Ningyu kept her smile on the side. She understood the conversation between these two, but this kind of thing was nothing new at all to these rich second generation. Their hotel was originally on the edge of the bar street, and Shin Ningyu had seen this kind of thing far too often. It's safe to say that a good chunk of their hotel's business comes from the bars in this neighborhood. These rich daughters talk to people late at night, can't take back or find a grove. Naturally they have to find a high-grade hotel worthy of their status, and the Royal Lane's Residence Hotel is the most status-conscious hotel in the neighborhood. You'd have to say go ahead and bring your sister here tonight to mingle and definitely unlock a few more hidden paragraph moves. Manager Shen, get me another room first. I can't live with that one anyway. Let him indulge himself. Shin Ningyu nodded. By the way, the room is yours alone. I'm staying for a few days. Remember to pay me back. Ji-fan pulled out a brand new black card. and just pulling it out made Shin Ningyu's expression change. The G family's exclusive black card Shin Ningyu naturally would not be unrecognizable. So surprised? Is it hard to believe that your family's Hwasan Shao didn't check me out? Looking at the expression on Shin Ningyu's face, Ji-fan smiled and joked. In the face of this, Shin Ningyu naturally didn't dare to take it, and even her expression became a bit more respectful, as if the person who had just chatted and joked with Ji-fan wasn't her. Ji Xiao is overstating it. I didn't check you out to the bone. Someone took the initiative and emailed me your information. Ji-fan had just finished speaking when Huayunza's voice suddenly came from behind him. Ji-fan turned his head violently. Huayunza had actually arrived behind him at some point without him or Pei Xiaohua realizing it. Hwasan Shao, you're walking without a sound? Ji-fan couldn't help but spit out a comment. Huayunza smiled and looked at Shin Ningyu first. Let's go ahead and get a room for Ji Xiao. Just give him the highest size available, and don't take the money. Consider it a gift from me. Shin Ningyu nodded and retreated with Ji-fan's ID card. Did you just say that someone volunteered to email you my information? It's Lin, right? Ji-fan hemmed and hawed. Pei Xiaohua on the side similarly revealed a smile, eating melon in front of the parties involved. This felt too good. Facing the teasing of these two eaters, Huayunza was a bit embarrassed and lowered his head for the first time while facing Ji-fan. I didn't expect that. Rumors in the outside world say that Hwasan Shao is short-tempered, ruthless, and has a cloudy personality. So today it seems that the outside world's definition of Hwasan Shao is a bit biased. The previous Hwasan Shao was too transcendent, causing Ji-fan to always feel an illusion that he wasn't human. But now Hwasan Shao is much better. There are 7 human emotions and 6 desires. This is a normal person. The outside world has always listened to the wind as the wind and the rain as the rain, and it can't be counted. Ji-fan nodded thoughtfully. Outsiders say that Pei Xiaohua is a famous playboy in Shanghai, but in fact, people's hacking skills have not met the enemy in the country. And, of course, he really is the playboy. Ji Xiao seems to have already been to the Ji family. The old master should be very fond of you, right? Without waiting for Ji-fan to speak, he continued. That card in your hand is unique to the Ji family's head, and there should only be 2 in the entire Ji family right now. All the others are secondary cards, and this one in your hand should be the old master's, right? Ji-fan didn't expect the old man to actually give out his exclusive card directly, which made Ji-fan a little less daring to use it. This card, everyone recognizes it? Ji-fan asked curiously. Huayunza shook his head. This exclusive card is only available to the 3 great families. Saying that, Huayunza pulled out a black card from his own underwear pocket as well and handed it over. Ji-fan took it and compared it with the card in his own hand. It was largely the same. Even the gold frame on the edge was not much different. The only difference. Under Ji-fan's careful observation, he finally found out that his own card had a Ji character hidden in that gold edge, while Huayunza's card had a Hua character hidden in it. Returning the card to Huayunza, Ji-fan asked him again. This card, it won't be pulled out for the whole world to recognize, right? It shouldn't be so bad, right? Huayunza rolled his eyes. How can that be? Do you think everyone is so bored that they take their cards out every day to show them off in front of others? Besides, the heads of the 3 great families in Shangjing are not reduced to using a bank card to prove their identity, right? Ji-fan froze, as if that was the case. As it is, Pei Xiaohua, today you will take you to get high. Let's buy whatever we see. What we don't have is money. Pei Xiaohua's eyes lit up. Fruity, righteous father. Chapter 166. Actually, I can call you dad too. What are you going to do when you win the lottery one day? In the past, Ji-fan often brushed such beggar questions on the internet, and he, as a purebred beggar, that must be a good intention for a long time. And today, he didn't win the lottery, but it's much more impressive than winning the lottery. If a person won a $5 million lottery every day, even if they lived for hundreds of years, they wouldn't be able to earn back the amount that Ji-fan had on his card right now. As long as the Qi family isn't bankrupt, the card will never have a limit. After saying goodbye to Huayunza, Ji-fan thanked him for his kindness in arranging a car and took Pei Xiaohua to take a cab at light speed. Find a Porsche 4S store. Ji-fan was very ignorant about cars. After all, he was not the author of the God's Hero text, and he had never thought that he would one day be able to own one of these luxury cars. After thinking for a few moments, he decided to first go to a familiar brand of luxury cars to take a look. Porsche 911. Very famous. I was afraid to ask before, but now I have to look high and low. More than half an hour later, Ji-fan and Pei Xiaohua got out of the car. Pei Xiaohua is the second youngest of the Pei family, plus himself is a powerful hacker. Millions of luxury cars for him is nothing. Shanghai's Porsche store he did not go less. The garage inside the parked won it. Just after stepping into the front door, a pretty sales lady had already flown in. Please come inside. You too, are you here to see the car? The sales lady is very tall, estimated to be 1 meter 7, plus a pair of high heights, standing in front of Jifan and Pei Xiaohua are almost flush with them. Well, give me recommendations for recommendations. Jifan didn't know anything about cars, so he had to let the other person make the recommendation. But usually if one is buying a car in good faith they don't say such things. Porsche is not a cabbage, a whim to buy on the come to buy, so the people who come here are generally have their own precise goal to come. Like Jifan, either to white whore, or the kind of glance cannot see the top of the rich second generation. To be able to work as a salesman in a Porsche store, you have to have a pair of eyes of fire in addition to a good-looking skin. She had already put a price tag on these two from start to finish when Jifan and Pei Xiaohua entered. The clothes Jifan was wearing were from the Ji family, customized by Auntie Li based on his general build after meeting him a few days ago, and didn't have a brand logo, but just by looking at the quality and design, they should be worth quite a bit. Pei Xiaohua was wearing something slightly easier to evaluate, but the whole body didn't seem to add up to more than 6 figures. There is some strength, but not quite the strength of the second. The expression on the sales face stiffened a bit in the flesh, but she remained professional and at least smiled. Just a stiff smile. Jifan glanced at her, expecting a taunt, but the other party didn't seem to follow the routine. Being a store clerk here is professionally trained, and things like dog eyes are usually rare. If the leaders find out, you'll be fired just the same, even if the other person is really poor. Sir, if I may make a recommendation, I recommend this one for you. While talking, the beautiful saleswoman had already led them to a row of cars and pointed at one of them. Seeing that Jifan and Pei Xiaohua were both expressionless, she pointed to another station. Paramera's latest, 5-door, midsize hatchback sedan is 5 meters long, nearly 2 meters wide and 1 meter 43 high, and looks handsome. Powered by a longitudinally mounted 2.9T loose-cylinder twin-turbo V6. The young lady is indeed not a purebred vase. Talking about the car, Jifan cannot understand. After listening to the introduction for almost 2 minutes he finally couldn't help but interrupt the young lady. That, and just say it, how much? The sales lady was originally just introducing mechanically, and in her eyes, the order was probably gone. She had long been used to working in sales at Porsche, where she didn't open for a month, and when she did, she could eat for at least a month. $1 million car is nothing among Porsche's many luxury cars, and you'll get nearly 20,000 in commission for selling one out. But with all that padding at the beginning, she didn't think the 2 young men in front of her would actually buy it. But upon hearing Jifan's somewhat impatient words, she was instead delighted. Holy, did I just look away? That domineering tone sounds like a rich kid who wants to go straight for the jugular. Ah, sir, this car costs about 1 million bare bones, and with insurance, taxes, licenses, etc., the landed price is around 1.25 million. The sales lady kept staring at Jifan's face as she reported these numbers, trying to see something from his somewhat impatient face, but unfortunately she was disappointed. There was no change in Jifan's demeanor after reporting the numbers, as if what she had just said was not money, but really just a string of numbers. How's the car? Jifan didn't look at Miss Sales and turned his head to look at Pei Xiaohua and asked. Nice car, the price is too low, over $1 million to pay off the beggars. Pei Xiaohua naturally told Jifan. He was holding Xia Lingwei's secondary card. Sun Hui has $20 billion of private money, and the black gold card that only the head of the Ji family had. Just give yourself $1 million plus car? You're kidding. That righteous father was just called for nothing. Alright, to Jifan, over $1 million was already a lot, and it was just a transportation tool. It wasn't like Jifan needed to go out and pick up chicks in this thing. To him, it wasn't even as good as the good old rabbit he had at home. The sales lady got a little winded listening to the conversation between these two. Do they know what they're talking about? $1 million plus not $1 million plus. A hustler? I'm a screamer. Can you pass me off a little? But she didn't dare to say anything and could only look at Jifan silently, waiting for his next sentence. Recommend me another one. A more expensive one. This is over $1 million too cheap. My rebellious son is a bit disgusted. The sales lady was even more messed up. After hearing Jifan's words, she blurted them out without even thinking about it. I could have called Dad too. Jifan and Pei Xiaohua froze at the same time, then turned their heads to look at this sales lady. The salesgirl also froze. How did she say what she was thinking inside? This is finished. They will not think that she is a casual person, right? I don't need you to call. You recommend me a car on the line. The more expensive the better. Anyway, the expensive you also have a commission. Jifan gave her a meaningful look. They say luxury car sales play with flowers, but now it seems like a long shot. Well, I don't need it myself. I don't know if Pei Xiaohua needs it. Just as the young lady was about to lead Jifan and the others to a more inner area, a slightly hateful voice suddenly rang out. Stop! Who told you to bring them in? Chapter 167, Settling Old Scores with New Ones. Some familiar voice, or a woman. but Ji Fan and Pei Xiaohua simply ignored it. We just came to Shangjing, and we don't have any enemies, so we are definitely not talking about us. The young lady walking in front to lead the way stopped. The two people behind didn't stop, so Pei Xiaohua ran directly into the sales lady's back. Miss Tall and Thin, plus the legs of the close to 10 centimeters of high heels. By Pei Xiaohua, this unintentional collision, the whole person cannot stand, unsteadily flung forward. The voice that had just spoken came from the front, and she hadn't expected this, seeing as the sales lady was about to pounce on her. A hint of panic appeared in her eyes. At the critical time, Ji Fan stepped in. All those years of loving basketball had given him a strong enough reaction time. The instant it happened, his body made the most correct judgment. He only saw him step forward and reach out, originally wanting to grab the young lady's hand, but since the other party's back was turned to him, he had no choice but to choose the most secure and safe way, wrapping his arms around his waist. This sales young lady's waist was so thin that it was easily wrapped all the way around Ji Fan. With a light belt, the sales young lady who was originally going to fall to the ground changed direction, this time falling into Ji Fan's arms. There was a crunching sound at her feet, a thin heel so high that it was too much to bear in the panic of what had just happened and snapped off. It was good that Ji Fan didn't let go, which prevented the young lady from falling to the ground a second time. Is everything okay? Ji Fan opened his mouth and asked. At this moment, the young lady was still half leaning on Ji Fan's arms, and this moment of Ji Fan was handsome. But Ji Fan quickly let go of his hand after making sure she was okay, and seeing that the young lady's shoes were out of order, he thought about throwing her to Pei Xiaohua, who was on the side. Pei Xiaohua hurriedly supported Missy with his hands and feet. Only after doing this did Ji Fan look ahead. It was really an acquaintance, and still an enemy, Kyoyo. It had only been a few days since Ji Fan had come to Shangjing, and the only one who could be hostile to him was Ji Yuyu. Yesterday in the old mansion was too nervous. I forgot to ask Aunt Li Ji Yuyu's situation. She should know it. I remember you, Pei Xiaohua. Ha! Pei Xiaohua, who was beside him, froze for a moment. He was still helping the young lady. He didn't see Ji Yuyu at all. It was only after he heard his name that he raised his head in bewilderment. What fatty for? There are people who know themselves in Shangjing? But when he saw that it was Ji Yuyu, the expression on his face instantly became wonderful. Ji Fan also remembered that when Ji Yuyu asked the security guards to check the entrance tickets, since both of them were here with Ji Fan, he casually pulled out one and it turned out to be Pei Xiaohua's. There was supposed to be a second one to check, but then Hui Yunzi came and called it quits. So, Ji Yuyu thought his name was Pei Xiaohua? Hey, isn't that the woman who's about to be given a baby mama? Why are you here if you're not busy bonding with your future child? Originally, it was an antagonist, plus the other party had already taken the initiative to provoke up to do it. Ji Fan naturally would not spoil her. The old man had told himself that anyone who dared to beep at him would just take a shoe and be done with it, and Ji Fan had to follow through on the old man's words. You seek death. Ji Yuyu had always been arrogant and bossy, and had suffered a loss in Ji Fan's mouth last time, so this time he would not let Ji Fan off the hook for anything he said. That's quite a tough mouth. Last time it was your luck that Huasan Xiao showed up and you got away with it, but we've already checked. You don't know Huasan Xiao, but you're just a guest of his hotel, looking for manager Shin to beg for 2 invitations. Ji Yuyu went out, certainly not her alone. Next to those faces, Ji Fan looks quite familiar. Is not it the few followers who stood behind Ji Yuyu at the beginning? Ji Yuyu are like this, soon to be a little mother to someone. They still die to follow her? This Ji Yuyu doesn't look too much like he has a brain. So good at brainwashing? Ji Fan gave them a puzzled look and really didn't think about it. What do you care how I got my invitation? But what happened to your sister who wore fake clothes? Did you guys ditch her? If you ask me, you guys are pathetic. 2. Giving her a dog and being abandoned at any moment. Doesn't she reflect on the fact that the reason why she wears fakes isn't because she, the owner, doesn't pay enough? Ji Fan sneered, hitting them right where it hurt. The woman who wore the fake stuff that day was driven away by Ji Yuyu on the same day. Not only that, she was also annoyed that the other party had made her lose face at the banquet, and in a fit of rage, she used the Ji family's name to cut off all of the other party's current cooperation, originally as some second-rate enterprises. The reason why they can mix in the capital of the people like a dog, all rely on Ji Yuyu, this tiger skin. Now that Ji Yuyu took the initiative, how could those collaborators of theirs not run? One by one, they slipped away faster than anyone else. This is only a few days. That sister, now not to mention the fake goods, cannot afford to wear clothes, is still a problem. It is estimated that after the bankruptcy also have to face a huge amount of loans. This life is difficult to have the opportunity to turn around again. Don't you dare to stir up trouble here. Our relationship with Sister Yuyu is not something you can stir up with these few words. On the contrary, it's you. Just now the sale almost rushed Sister Yo-Yo. First let her come over and kneel down to make amends. We'll slowly calculate your matter later. Get down on your knees and make amends? Ji-fan glanced at the sales lady who was already standing alone. She knew Ji Yu. This was one of their biggest Porsche customers, the princess of the Ji family, and he, himself, had just almost run into her, and was there shivering at the moment. After hearing Ji Yu's words, her legs softened and she almost gave a direct knee. Pei Xiaohua held her up again from the side. It's really not taking advantage. Now that this young lady was on the same team as them, if she knelt down, then Ji-fan and Pei Xiaohua would be slapped in the face. Don't be afraid. It's this who is unreasonable. Don't pay any attention to her. Just watch from the sidelines. Pei Xiaohua gentle really seems like that. Just this gentle tone, it's like a light shining into the heart of the young lady. She nodded vigorously and allowed Pei Xiaohua to support herself. Ha, ha, hearing Pei Xiaohua's words, Ji Yu couldn't help but sneer. Unreasonable? You call me unreasonable? From childhood to adulthood, Ji Yu, she is the pearl in the palm of her hand. 10,000 people, who do not dare to let her be angry. But these two men in front of her, they made a fool of themselves at the dinner party a few days ago, and were even humiliated by Hui Yunza afterward. But she had no way to seek revenge on Hui Yunza, and she put all the blame on Ji-fan and Pei Xiaohua. Just in time for today. New scores, old scores. I'm going to show you today what it means to be unreasonable. Ju was angry, and the consequences were dire. Chapter 168, I'll show you what it means to be unreasonable. The quarrel between Ji-fan and Ji Yu instantly attracted the attention of the other staff members, but these people all knew Ji Yu. No one dared to come up and talk them out of it. They all chose to keep their heads above water. Some of the more resourceful ones had already gone to the store manager, while most of the rest were just eating their food far away, lest they get caught in the crossfire. Ji Yu, this kind of big lady, launched the fire, will not care about them, this kind of small fish and shrimp, life and death. Don't eat melons, people, to eat out. You guys see? Meng Qiyu, that little wannabe hoof, is going to have bad luck this time. Having offended Ji Yu, she can't mix anymore in this Shangjing. Usually she is allowed to pretend to be noble and look like she's out of her depth and out of place with us. Let's see what she'll do now. Ha! People like her are the most disgusting. All into this business. You don't rely on that face, what do you rely on? Those sales around them were exchanging whispers in the distance, and it looked like one of them didn't like Meng Qiyu very much. Where's your store manager? Get the man out of there. Ji Yu didn't look at Ji-fan anymore, and turned towards the nearby sales who were watching and shouted loudly, "Ms. Ji, why are you free to come over today? And you didn't tell me in advance, so I couldn't even go to the door to greet you." Ji Yu's words just fell. A short and chubby middle-aged man has trotted over toward this side, obviously not a few steps. Hard to let him run out of the illusion of a marathon. Store manager Zhao, is this how your store entertains VIPs? Your employees were just about to run into me. What do you say? Ji Yu wasn't stupid. She didn't take Ji-fan to task in the first place, but instead aimed her spearhead at Meng Qiyu, a tiny sales. The first thing to do was to build up his momentum and get rid of this little sale first, then come back to deal with Ji-fan. She just wanted to let Ji-fan know that he was just a clown who couldn't protect not only himself but also others. Don't worry, Ms. Ji, I'll take care of it right away and will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. The store manager was a good dog with that flattering look. Ji Yu nodded lightly, her gaze looking to the side, neither interested in giving Ji-fan and the others another glance, as if their end was already predetermined. Store manager Zhao took 2 steps towards Ji-fan's side, his eyes sizing up him and Pei Xiaohua, and after pondering for a moment, he chose to bypass these two people of unknown origins first, and eventually looked towards Meng Qiyu. Meng, how do you do things? I order you, right now, to come over here right now and apologize to Ms. Ji on your knees and get the hell out of here. If you satisfy Ms. Ji, you'll still be able to hang out in Shangjing in the future, and if you don't satisfy Ms. Ji, think about your sick mother. When facing his own employees, store manager Zhao immediately showed his strong side, the opposite of the attitude he had just faced Ji Yu. Meng Qiyu face written with reluctance, but the thought of their own mother still lying in the hospital, a day's treatment costs thousands, if she did not have a job. At that thought, she continued to lift her foot slowly, though the humiliation on her face grew stronger. The heels had broken, so she simply stepped onto the floor barefoot without shoes. Those followers beside Ji Yu had smiles on their faces, and every now and then, they even looked at Ji-fan, filled with mockery. Ji-fan frowned, and Pei Xiaohua immediately reached out and pulled Meng Qiyu. Meng Qiyu's body was stunned, but she still pulled away Pei Xiaohua's hand. In fact, this incident had originally happened because of the two of them, and if Ji-fan and Ji Yu hadn't had a personal grudge, then there definitely wouldn't have been this incident today. But Meng Qiyu didn't blame the two of them. This was supposed to be Ji Yu being unreasonable. People have said themselves that she is just unreasonable and there is nothing that can be done about her. That's the status that comes with money. I can't be without a job. Sorry, Meng Qiyu endured the humiliation and looked at Pei Xiaohua and said, then once again walked towards Ji Yuyu, but this time, Jifan stopped in front of her. Hold your horses. I want to see what Miss Ji can really do to us today. By the way, your mother is sick, isn't she? When it's over, we'll go to the hospital together to see her, and if it's a drawback medical bills, he can pay. Pei Xiaohua pointed at himself with a confused face and signaled Jifan with his eyes. What's the deal? I'm out. Jifan returned his look. If you don't do it, should I do it? I'm a family man. Of course you should do the job. Pei Xiaohua took a deep breath. Forget it, so many people are there, so I won't give Jifan a break. First stabilize Meng Qiyu. Hearing Jifan's words, Meng Qiyu froze, but immediately reached out and grabbed Jifan's arm, looking at him with an excited expression. Is what you said true? You won't lie to me, right? She didn't think that Jifan really paid to cure all of her mother's illnesses, as long as Jifan was willing to pay a few $100,000 for her mother to have the surgery done first. These two young men didn't look like they were short of money. More might not be available, but a few $100,000 shouldn't be a problem for them. Even if they did make themselves do something, then they would admit it. Sir, if you want I can write you guys an IOU and I'll definitely pay you back later. Jifan also didn't expect Meng Qiyu to be so agitated. Was her mother critically ill? After thinking about it, he looked at Pei Xiaohua. As a brother for so many years, one look Pei Xiaohua already understood and immediately took 2 steps forward and pulled Meng Qiyu. Ms. Meng, you should calm down a bit first. Take care of the matter at hand first, in case you won't lose your job. Pei Xiaohua also does not know what kind of disease Meng Qiyu's mother has. In the end they are just strangers. It is fine to sympathize and donate a little, but if it is too much that is definitely not okay. Even if she did look good, it wasn't rimmed in gold. Meng Qiyu looked blearily at Pei Xiaohua, and then turned her head to look at Jifan with an aggrieved face. She didn't know if she wanted to trust these two. With her 23 years old, if not because of her mother's illness, she is not accustomed to this. What the Ji family miss, who is not a proud little princess. The big deal is not to do it. Really, can not we change the city? With what she's got, she won't starve anywhere she goes. But now, because of her mother's condition, she had to put away her pride and self-esteem and bow down in the face of the powerful. She knew she couldn't put her treasure on two people she'd only just met, but she was really holding back right now, and in that case, Meng Qiyu stopped and silently stood by Jifan's side. Compared to Pei Xiaohua, she trusted Jifan a bit more. Kind of interesting. You have a sick mother? What hospital is your mother in? Ji Yuyu's voice suddenly rang out, icy cold with a hint of anger. I'll show you what it means to be unreasonable. Chapter 169, Why don't we gamble? What do you want? Hearing Ji Yuyu mention her mother, Meng Qiyu became anxious at once. Her mother was indeed in a hospital in Shangjing, and it was a critical time, just waiting for her to raise enough money for the operation. At this point, if her mother is kicked out of the hospital, that's really hopeless. I love to see people like you in a hurry and hopeless. Find out for me what hospital her mother is in. The latter remark was addressed to the follower at his side. Just as he finished speaking, that store manager Zhao popped out. Ms. I know. Her mother is at Mercy Hospital. Ren Ai Hospital. There are 90 in the whole of China without 100. But since he said it like that, it must be the most famous one in Shangjing. Ji Yuyu had a slight smile on her face and directly pulled out her cell phone. Ren Ai Hospital, right? It just so happens that our Ji family has such a small stake in this hospital. Not much, but enough for the hospital to kick your mom out. With that, she started to get ready to make a call. Meng Qiyu watched Ji Yuyu's movements, and her entire body went limp at once, her eyes slowly losing their charisma. This was the Ji family's hospital, so these two next to her were just as capable as they were useless. Moreover, with Ji Yuyu there, it is estimated that no hospital in Shangjing would dare to accept their mother again, and if there is no way to complete the surgery in a short period of time, then there is no way back. You're the only one who can make a phone call? Jifan sneered as he similarly pulled out his cell phone. It's not like the Ji families is Ji Yuyu's. Laughing my ass off. You don't really think you're so serious just because you have so little money. We've checked. You're not from Shangjing. It's kind of normal that you don't know the Ji family, but I can popularize it for you. Of the 3 great families in Shangjing, the Ji family ranks first. Ji Yuyu didn't open her mouth. Instead, the follower next to her opened his mouth, and the moment he did, he was mocking. Our Yo-Yo sister is from the Ji family? Now you know what kind of existence you're messing with, right? Let me advise you. You'd better obediently come over and kneel down to make amends and apologize. Then get out of Shangjing. Otherwise, as long as you're in Huaxia, we, Sister Yo-Yo, will be able to make your family a complete mess. The Ji family does have the means to do this. The Xia family has already felt it. But Ji Yuyu, forget it, her father can't even come. Yes? Ji-fan didn't care so much. Ji Yuyu was on the phone. He couldn't really let the hospital kick Meng Qiyu's mother out. The call was quickly answered. Young master, what can I do for you? On the other end of the phone, Aunt Lee's voice came through, respectful as always. Auntie Lee, does the G family have a stake in something called Renai Hospital? Or is Renai Hospital owned by the G family? Auntie Lee over there hesitated. She wasn't really sure about all this, but it didn't really matter. Young master, whether that hospital is owned by our G family or not, he can be the G family's as soon as you need him. Jifan froze. It's so bossy, but Jifan could hear a thing or two from Aunt Lee's words. Even a servant in the G family's old mansion had such awesome confidence. So as the G family's proper first lady, Ji Yuyu's arrogance was also justified to a certain extent. But it's okay to be arrogant, not arrogant and bad. And Noriyuki wasn't just any old bad anymore. It was already bad in the sense that he had lost his morals. What's your mom's name? Jifan looked at Meng Qiyu with his cell phone, but she didn't seem to hear Jifan at all. Still immersed in her own world. A day of ordinary efforts to earn money. Perhaps immediately to earn a sum of money for his mother to continue to put together medical bills, but now it has all become a bubble, and will even affect their own mother's subsequent treatment. She was now in a deep state of self-blame and hadn't heard Jifan's words clearly at all. Helplessly Jifan could only bend down and gently push Meng Qiyu with his hand. Meng Qiyu raised her head in bewilderment, her eyes having completely lost their gleam. What's your mom's name? Jifan asked again. My mom? Meng Qiyu was still in a daze, looking blankly at Jifan and asking a rhetorical question. What's your mom's name? Tell me quickly or someone over there will get your mom out first. Meng Qiyu finally reacted and stood up violently, grabbing both hands. My mom's name is Shu Emeli. Newsily, snow as in snow, plum as in plum blossom. The gleam came back to her eyes, the last glimmer of hope. Help me, I must save my mom. Although in her thoughts, there shouldn't be many people in this Shinjing who could fight against the G family, let alone for themselves. But now Jifan was the only saving grace in her heart. She wouldn't want to give up even if there was just a glimmer of hope. Aunt Lee, do you hear me? Just now. Meng Qiyu's voice was loud enough, so loud that Auntie Lee on the other side of the phone could hear her clearly. I hear you. Young master is what you need me to do? Aunt Lee's voice came from inside the cell phone, causing the light in the eyes of Meng Qiyu, who was gathered next to her, to grow brighter and brighter. She looked at Jifan anxiously, just about speaking herself. Oh, this is my friend's mother. You have the hospital take care of her for a bit. No one is allowed to touch her. I'll go to the hospital myself later. Understood, young master. I'll arrange it for you right away. Auntie Lee over there immediately spoke. Well, plus I'm a little annoyed that I'm running into Kyoyo in this Porsche store right now. Don't worry, young master. She'll be leaving soon. Just after hanging up the phone, Ji Yuyu on the other side also hung up the phone in synchronization. The little follower beside Ji Yuyu saw that his master had finished the call, and hurriedly seized the opportunity to start mocking. That's right, an outsider, that's just posturing. I really don't believe that you can know any big shots. Can't it be that you're looking for Huasan Shao again? Ha 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 ha. Hearing the words Huasan Shao, Ji Yuyu's face became even more grim. This name was now a pain in her heart. Glaring at her follower, she spoke coldly. Ridiculous. Even if Hui Yunza comes, I'm still in charge of this hospital. Still, you guys kneel down and apologize to me today, then get the hell out of Shanjing, and I can think about letting your mom go. Ji Yuyu has all the backbone in the world, but now that Meng Qiyu has gotten on Jifan's boat, she can't possibly go back down, so she might as well have a little backbone and head iron to the end. On the contrary, Jifan's face was extremely calm, and he was still wearing a smile in the face of Ji Yuyu's friend's mockery. Why don't we make a bet? I bet you're going to gray out later, do you believe me? Chapter 170, things take a turn for the worse. Bet me? Are you worthy? Ji Yuyu couldn't stand the sight of Jifan's chesty look. If she could, she would hate to get Jifan killed right now, but with the rule of law, such thoughts were dangerous, and she only dared to think about them. This gentleman, I don't care what status you have or what you're doing in our store, but right now I'm going to inform you as the store manager that you two are not welcome in our store. It was finally time for store manager Zhao to show himself. He stood out with his head held high and was very handsome as he protected in front of Ji Yuyu. If it weren't for the fact that he was a little underaged, his stomach was a little out of place, and his baldness was a little shiny, there would have been a few hints of a handsome overbearing male protector of a young petite wife. If you couldn't tell. Pity, he wasn't a domineering male lead, and Ji Yuyu wasn't some little petite wife. At best, it's a loyal dog protecting the wicked. I'm not welcome? Are you sure you can afford the consequences? The corners of Jifan's mouth rose slightly. It was finally his turn for his dream episode. He must not let it go. Consequences? What consequences can you give me? The store manager looked at Jifan with a beaten expression and smiled cheaply. This one behind me is the eldest miss of the Ji family, the largest family in Shangjing. You are still awake, aren't you? I advise you that you'd better go home early to see if the family business is still there. but don't screw the whole family because of your own impulse. After saying that, Zhao shopkeeper didn't want to dilly-dally with Jifan anymore and waved towards the door. Security, come here. Throw all three of these people out. In the future, our store will absolutely not allow such obscure people to set foot in it again, lest it tarnish our store and defeat our wealth. The security guard at the door was still eating his melon, but he didn't realize that it was suddenly his turn to take the stage. But they didn't dare to disobey, and hurriedly rushed all the way over, making a gesture that they were ready to drive Jifan and the others out. Ji Yuyu gave shopkeeper Zhao an appreciative glance. Being given this look by Ji Yuyu, store manager Zhao was all happy in his heart. Ji Yuyu was going to join the Hua family. This matter is known to those with slightly wider news channels. Moreover, this incident has become the laughingstock of the upper-class circle during this period of time, and all individuals will laugh at Ji Yuyu a few times behind your back. Everyone still has to thank her for bringing such a great after-dinner talking point to the Shangjing business community, and shopkeeper Zhao had been hanging out in Shangjing for so many years, so he naturally had his own news channels. He had similarly mocked Ji Yuyu behind his back, but it was different in front of others. You don't care who she is married to in the Hua family, just based on the status of her mother's family, coupled with the daughter-in-law of the Ji family. As long as she says a word, her own entire store's performance this year is enough to rely on her alone. G, do you think I'm still satisfied with the way I handled this? Shopkeeper Zhao did his job as a loyal dog, and at this point in time he still didn't forget to ask his master for a compliment. Good job, but don't throw them out yet. Let them kneel and apologize to me first. Blow them away after you've confessed. I'd like to see how they can still hang around in Shangjing in the future. The security guards immediately leaned towards the three when they heard Ji Yuyu's words and surrounded all three. You three, hurry up and kneel down and apologize to Miss Ji. Looking at the security guards gathered around, although Meng Qiyu had already made up her mind, she was still a bit flustered and couldn't help but lean toward Jifan's side. Jifan turned his head to look at Pei Xiaohua, not to mention letting them kneel. Even if they were thrown out, Jifan couldn't possibly accept it. With just a glance, Pei Xiaohua understood what Jifan meant. Just do it and be done with it. Anyway, Jifan was now the young master of the Ji family, so he was afraid of nothing. Jifan is not afraid of making. The more he makes, the better he gets. And the other party is Ji Yuyu. That's even better. The more noise you make in the Ji family, the more convenient it is for your own mom and Lin's plan to be implemented. Just as they were about to make their move, a sharp cry suddenly came from the doorway. Stop! This sound of chi sinking into the dantian immediately roared everyone present, turning their heads towards the doorway. Even Jifan was no exception. At the main entrance, a middle-aged man in a suit rushed out panting. Seeing everyone stop, he relaxed a little. In the next second, another man appeared, and he carefully held up the man in front of him while speaking. Slow down, Mr. Li, you have a bad heart. Mr. Li took a few deep breaths, not caring so much, and once again walked towards the side, while the assistant beside him could only help him to follow. What are you doing? It was gasping for air, but no one dared to laugh. Only Jifan and Pei Xiaohua were present, who didn't recognize this person, but they could roughly guess his identity and why he had come. The next thing you know, it's the really good stuff that's going on. Mr. Li, what brings you here? The first one to speak up was shopkeeper Zhou, worthy of being able to be the store manager of the man. How the business ability is not mentioned for the time being, but this is definitely the first for the people. Look at the way he naturally lowers his posture and tone of voice. Born to kiss ass. How did I get here? Mr. Li glared at him. He originally had a bad heart and was still breathing heavily even now. After a pause, he continued to speak. If I don't come, I'll be the death of you. Killed? Shopkeeper Zhao was dumbfounded, and his mind began to spin quickly. Is he or she doing something in the meantime? I don't think so. This time he was very honest. Just adopted a new mistress. This time the energy has not yet passed. Every night in the diligence of plowing, there is no time to do anything else. Is that mistress being watched by some big shot? Or have you offended some big shot? At this time, Mr. Li was finally slowed down. He reached out his hand, and his assistant immediately handed over his cell phone in a knowledgeable manner. He had just thrown his cell phone at the booster in order to run a little faster. Taking out his cell phone, he tapped on a dialog box with a picture on it. Zooming in on the photo, he immediately looked to Jifan to start comparing while nodding his head. Putting his cell phone away, he had identified his target. You must be the young master? It didn't say Jifan's name, which was explained by Auntie Li. Jifan nodded. Mr. Li was relieved that he had found the right person, and he was not too late. He glared at the surrounding security guards, who immediately backed away. This situation was no longer right. The gods were fighting. They'd better withdraw first. Young master, I've understood everything clearly. Don't worry, I'll take care of it right away and give you an explanation. After saying that, Mr. Li turned his head to look at store manager Zhao with anger in his eyes. You're fired. You don't have to come in tomorrow. Chapter 171. Don't worry, young master, there's no surveillance here. As soon as Mr. Li came, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse, and Ji Fan, who was just about to be kicked out, instantly became the focus of the most mysterious identity in the room, and even Ji Yuyu furrowed her brows. Mr. Li, she knows, Porsche's general agent in Shangjing, and his business is not only this one. After mixing in Shangjing for these years, with his personal ability, he has already been among the upper class of Shangjing's business circle. Even the three big families will give him a few points. Anyone who can make it this far on their own deserves respect. But what's with him calling Jifan young master? G, you have to help me. I'm doing you all the favor. Ji Yuyu's side has not yet thought to understand when Zhao shopkeeper has pounced over. A hug Ji Yuyu's thighs, a snot and a tear. Ji Yuyu kicked him away in disgust before looking at Mr. Li. Mr. Li, are you planning to not give face to my Ji family today? Mr. Li smiled. He had just been in a meeting, and received a phone call from the old man of the Ji family, after which Auntie Li told him the general situation, and this man in front of him was very likely to be the only grandson of the old man of the Ji family. That is, he didn't know whether it was the illegitimate son of the oldest one or the second one, but no matter whose it was, the odds were that it would be the future head of the Ji family. Ji Yuyu can tell which is the more important compared to him at once. What's more, Ji Yuyu will be marrying soon, and although it's the Hua family is the second oldest. With the means of the Hua family's oldest, the upper limit of the oldest's life would be that of a rich young master, and if he dared to have any other thoughts, there would be no limit to what he could do down the line. There was no way he could fight Hua Yunzi, but he couldn't say any of this to Ji Yuyu. G, I've understood the whole story. Our employee just almost hit you. In fact, there's still a meter or two away from you. We can check the surveillance, and the reason for that was caused by you actively stopping in front of her. Our staff apologizing to you shows the professionalism of our staff, but your request shows the quality of your character. I believe that with a family as big as the Ji family, Miss Ji shouldn't be the kind of person who is unreasonable, right? Otherwise, if word gets out, I'm afraid Miss Ji won't be able to live well in the Hua family in the future. The first part is still reasoning, but the second part is somewhat threatening. Ji Yuyu glared fiercely at Mr. Li, but she really couldn't do anything about it. What's more, it's someone else's territory, and they're not afraid of her at all. Count your blessings, let's go. Ji Yuyu is also decisive. See, things cannot be done. Immediately with their own followers, Gray slipped away. Just before leaving that eyes, Ji Fan knows that this is not over. Little young master is sorry. I'm really much offended today. Seeing Ji Yuyu's sensible departure, Mr. Li was also relieved. Although he spoke forcefully, he didn't want to offend Ji Yuyu too hard. This has nothing to do with you, and I'm going to have to trouble you to come over. Jifan was always polite to those who helped him. Young master is here to purchase a car today, isn't he? The one you're looking at? I'll give you a 30% discount on all of them. This is the highest discount I can give. I hope young master understands. Porsche more than tens of millions of models. He did not dare to exaggerate that directly. Send a 70% discount is already his future head of the Ji family's greatest sincerity. No, as much as it should be, the commission is on her head. Ji Fan pointed at Meng Qiyu next to him and said, Mr. Li immediately understood, looked towards Meng Qiyu who was still confused next to him, and waved his hand towards his assistant. Mr. Li, the assistant approached respectfully. This employee looks good to me. You can arrange it later. Is the sales manager still available? The assistant froze. Wasn't the sales manager just promoted? But since the boss said it was empty, it must be. Thank you, Mr. Li. This sudden change made Meng Qiyu's entire being nonchalant. At this point she no longer knew what to say. She could only keep bowing and thanking. The job is saved, and you're going to get a promotion yourself. Here to do a sales manager how to have 6 figures a month. His mother's medical expenses no longer have to worry about. Young master, I have a meeting going on over there. So look, Ji Fan nodded and said, Mr. Li, go and get busy. I'm the one troubling you. Meng Qiyu's entire body was still in a state of confusion after Mr. Li left with his assistant. Everything seemed too unreal. One minute it feels like the sky is falling and the next minute happiness is already at home, and it was all brought about by these 2 young men in front of me. She turned her head to look at Ji Fan, her eyes blossoming straight into peach blossoms. With this look, Ji Fan couldn't stand it a bit and could only push Pei Xiaohua out. You take him to see the car. It doesn't have to be too flashy or ostentatious. Anything under $10 million. Ji Fan was not much interested in the car. Before it was a novelty to follow to take a look, letting himself choose, and it's a multi-million-dollar luxury car. Pei Xiaohua immediately got energized and pulled Meng Qiyu towards the inside. Only when they went inside to choose a car did Jifan wave toward the side. One by one, those employees gathered around did not leave, but gathered not far away and waited. Before, they had been whispering and mocking Meng Qiyu, but now, their eyes were red. Seeing Jifan beckon, 4 or 5 sales ran over in unison, giving Jifan a fright. Just take me to the restroom. Jifan casually pointed out one of the fastest runners and told her to lead the way. Yes, young master, you come with me. She didn't know what Jifan's name was, so she could only follow the example of Mr. Li's name. Jifan didn't care. He had already become immune to the words young master after being in the Ji family for a while. The VIP lounge, actually a separate private room. Jifan took a special look at it before he came in. The privacy was quite high. Sitting down on the soft sofa, the sales that accompanied him and next to him followed closely with a butt right next to Jifan, and the whole person started to lean towards Jifan. The woman wasn't bad looking either, and had a pair of unbelievably long legs, or she wouldn't have been able to stand out and run at the front of the pack in the middle of all the sales. As soon as she stuck up this time, Jifan reflexively began to back away while looking at her warily. Is that how they sell it over here? Selling cars and people at the same time? Kiffin's action caused the woman to freeze. This script doesn't add up. Wasn't he the one who offered to let himself be brought to the lounge? Is it hard to misunderstand? But is there a man in this world who doesn't cheat? Not to mention that he's even more unlikely at his status and age. Thinking about it, she spoke. Don't worry, young master. We are professionals. There is absolutely no surveillance inside this private room. Chapter 172. Ji Hongfei is coming back. Is this a monitored or unmonitored thing? Seeing that the sale was about to be overbearing, Jifan stood up with a bounce, while the phone in his pocket rang. Pulling out his cell phone, it was Lin calling. Jifan glanced at the saleswoman, who was still jumping up and down, and held out his finger to the door. Get out of here, or you're out of Shangjing. I just learned it from Ji Yuyu, and I used it right away. The saleswoman didn't dare to continue provoking. She was afraid that Jifan would really kick her out, and could only reveal that pitiful and aggrieved look, trying to win the last ounce of pity from Jifan. But Jifan just frowned, and the saleswoman immediately pulled her legs out and ran. Once again, these long legs came into play, and in 3 or 2 steps, they stepped out of the door, bringing the door to Jifan in the process. Jifan, what's going on? It took you so long to answer the phone. Haven't you already left from the Ji family? It can't be that you're doing something to apologize to Xia Lingwei, right? This woman's damn sixth sense. It's strong. Luckily, I wasn't really doing anything to be vain. What nonsense. I'm buying a car with Pei Xiaohua, Lin also casually said, but did not really think that Jifan can do this thing? Otherwise they at least is also hooked up with him. How can he be indifferent to their own but go to find other women? Accurate news. Your own father is getting ready to return home, and you'll be able to see him tomorrow if nothing else. Ji Hongfei is coming back? A little faster than one would expect. Ji Hongfei out of the country is to cope with the targeting of the mother, but now so anxious. It seems to receive the news on the hoof ready to rush back. This is even the foreign markets are intended to do not want? And I wonder what his purpose was in coming back in such a hurry. So far, Jifan couldn't pinpoint what this father, whom he had never met before, was thinking, and could only wait to take a step to see what would happen. What? Aren't you happy to be meeting your real father soon? Be content. That's Ji Hongfei, the current helmsman of the Shangjing Ji family. As long as he recognizes you as well, then in the future the Ji family will be properly all yours, immediately becoming the pinnacle of financial power in the whole of China. At that time you will then marry Xia Lingwei, and she will become a happy woman envied by all of China. Jifan had to admit that there was a grain of truth in what Lin was saying, but only a grain of truth. After all, Jifan now knew that the Anya Group was the joint creation of his mom and Uncle Xia. Coupled with the Xia Group, he had long since outlived his money in his life. It's not like he's too materialistic. Money is just a number. By the way, a date has been set for Ji Yuyu's engagement banquet with the second youngest member of the Hua family. It's in 3 days, the day after the Ji family banquet. Ji Yanyu is indeed a ruthless man, and in order to fetch the support of the Hua family, he can even treat his favorite little daughter as a commodity, knowing that it was pushing her into the fire, but still not hesitating. What? You're going to mess with the engagement party? Jifan inquired curiously. How can you say you're going to make a mess? At least classmates for a time. Engaged, I naturally want to give her a show. Lively well. Jifan didn't ask any more questions. He would know when the time came, and he was quite curious as to what kind of great gift Lin had prepared for her. After resting on the sofa for more than half an hour, Pei Xiaohua rushed back with excitement. Old Ji? No, righteous father. From now on you are my righteous father. Looking at the excited Pei Xiaohua, Jifan just smiled. Anyway, the brush is not his own money. It does not matter. Come on, swipe the card. I'll lose money if he backs out. Although nearly an hour has passed, but Meng Qiyu is still a little dizzy now. Just now Pei Xiaohua chose a car has more than 10 million. But, Mr. Li said a discount of 70%, calculated to land just about 10 million. Nah, brush it. Jifan didn't even ask how much it was, and casually pulled out his card. More than 10 million. After Jifan entered the password and then the 4 big word swipe success appeared, Meng Qiyu was even more dizzy. She's been at it for a few months now, and it's not like no one has ever bought a multi-million-dollar luxury car, but no one has ever bought one at her hands. If you buy this car, you'll get more than $100,000 in commission and a bonus. Nope, now that I'm a sales manager, that commission is a bit higher than before. It's over. It's over. I can't do the math. I'll let the finances do the math. Righteous father, keep sitting. I'll go and do the paperwork for you. Doing the paperwork was a lot faster than Jifan thought it would be, and it's an immediate drive away. The first element of Pei Xiaohua's choice of car, there must be in stock. Generally this level of luxury car store will not have in stock, so for him to choose would not have been a few. Key, come on, let's take you for a ride. In the convertible, Pei Xiaohua waved his arms, but Jifan just shook his head. You take Meng Qiyu to the hospital. I've greeted her on the hospital side, and you're on your own about her mother. What about you? The co-pilot of the luxury car and then sit in a beautiful woman. The experience is absolutely pulling full, but Pei Xiaohua still has a conscience and knows to ask Jifan first. I'm going back to the hotel to work. I've been here for a few days now, and I'm running out of my own savings, so I'm probably going to have to be busy again for the next few days, and I'm going to have to write a lot more today before I can do that. No, and you write books? You can't spend all your money. Pei Xiaohua had already stepped down from the car and trotted over to Jifan. Somewhat speechless, Jifan gave him a blank look. What do you know? This is a hobby, just like you are. Hobby is only women. Mr. G, you've already helped me a lot today. I'll just do the hospital side myself. At this time, Meng Qiyu had already walked over with the materials. She had just heard the conversation between Jifan and Pei Xiaohua, and hurriedly opened her mouth. With this order ending today, the pre-surgery is pretty much done. Just have to wait for the paycheck. Moreover, she was now a sales manager, and with Jifan's face, she would certainly not be subjected to any more difficulties subsequently, and her salary was already enough to allow her to pay for the medical expenses and living expenses later on. It's okay, he won't be able to sleep tonight if we don't let him out for a walk after we just picked up the car. Jifan smiled and took the material in Meng Qiyu's hand, casually opening it and glancing at it. The name registered was actually himself. He looked at Pei Xiaohua. This kid, actually not even taking advantage of himself. Old G, I'm 100% taking advantage of the $1,000, but forget about the 10 million. Don't look at Pei Xiaohua on weekdays as if he doesn't have a straight face, but he is definitely able to stick to the bottom line when it matters. Well, I'll go in first and talk to my coworkers. Meng Qiyu glanced at Jifan and then Pei Xiaohua, and in the end, there was no way to refuse. They both helped too much. When Meng Qiyu turned around, Jifan immediately stared at Pei Xiaohua. This girl doesn't look like the kind of person who messes around. If you have an idea, investigate and find out first. Never mind, you've got your own bottom, so I'll leave you to it. I'll go first. Chapter 173, Old G, I'm in love. Mr. Key wait. Jifan was just about to leave when Meng Qiyu chased after him again. Her heels had broken earlier, and she was now wearing a pair of flip-flops she'd found somewhere. Out of place in her professional outfit, but slightly more playful. Doesn't run very well in slippers, so she looks even more interesting. Mr. Key, I've arranged for a car to take you. Someone to send is naturally good. If not, Pei Xiaohua bought a sports car with only one co-pilot. Jifan let Pei Xiaohua send him to the hospital after. Yeah, Jifan readily agreed. In the hotel, Jifan had already reopened a room. Not as good as the previous suite, but the same presidential suite. In the afternoon, Jifan wrote hard. Almost did not dry his CPU burst before shallow code 10,000 words. Enough for 2.5 days. With the original 2.5 days left, it was barely enough. Stretching, Jifan reached for his cell phone. He has a habit of putting his cell phone a little farther away when he's coding, so that general messages won't bother him, and he'll call directly if there's a real emergency. The phone does have some information on it. Pei Xiaohua sent some pictures from the hospital to confirm Meng Qiyu's family situation. There were a few text messages sent afterward, and between the words Jifan could only see 5 big words. Eating outside. Sure enough, Jifan just didn't look to miss Pei Xiaohua. Didn't bother with him. Anyway, Pei Xiaohua has his own moral bottom line. Not high but still there. At least he won't forcefully buy and sell. The other few messages were actually sent by Luo Haiyao, asking him what he was doing in the last 2 days and if he was still in Shangjing. This simple girl was always careful in front of Jifan. But unfortunately Jifan already had the best sister. There was no reply to Luo Hayao's message. After all, the two of them hadn't been together for a long time, and as long as he was cold enough, the other party would surely forget about him soon. It would have been a bad fit between two worlds. Ignoring Luo Hayao's message, the next one was sent by his own mom, and the content was similar to what Lin had said, which was that Ji Hongfei had returned. The afternoon flight should have been at the old Ji residence by now. Sure enough, 10 minutes ago Auntie Li sent herself a message that Ji Hongfei had arrived at the old mansion. Jifan took a deep breath. He was about to meet his father. Just as he was thinking about it, Jifan's phone rang. It's the old man calling. What's coming is coming. Phone call connected. Grandpa Ji. Jifan politely opened his mouth, but there was silence on the other side. Just as Jifan wondered if it wasn't connected, a voice finally came from the other end of the line. It's me, Ji Hongfei. It was the voice of a middle-aged man, low and majestic, but without a trace of emotion. Hello, family master Ji. Ji-fan had reacted in an instant, his voice turning equally cold. I'm your father. Jifan was a bit speechless. This man was a bit overbearing, not like himself at all. I'm sorry, but my mom told me my dad passed away as a child and doesn't swindle. Ji-fan didn't give him any face at all and directly moved his mom out. It was the opposite side's turn to be silent. Ji Hongfei estimated that he did not expect Ji-fan's answer, even if he had experienced countless large and small scenes, but this scene he was really not expected. Sharp-tongued. Just like your mom. Come by the old house tomorrow and have lunch together. Jifan acutely noticed that he seemed to have a slight fluctuation in his tone when he mentioned his mom, and he didn't know if it was his own fault. Good. A short answer and the other person hung up. Relieved, Jifan put his cell phone to the side and rubbed his temples with both hands. With a few lines of conversation, Jifan wasn't able to hear the other party's inner thoughts, but since it was in the old mansion, Jifan didn't have to worry about him turning against him. With the old man around, surely he wouldn't tolerate his nonsense. And Auntie Li is there too. Day 2. Jivan got up early. I don't know when Pei Xiaohua came back last night. He directly dialed the phone to Pei Xiaohua. Qi, why are you so early? Surprisingly, Pei Xiaohua actually got up early as well, and listening to his spirited voice, Ji-fan wondered if he had made a wrong call. See you at the restaurant. The fewer words, the more serious things are. Pei Xiaohua naturally had something to do when he got up so early, but he couldn't care less right now and put down his cell phone before heading towards the door. Hotel restaurant. It was just after 7 o'clock and there weren't many people in the restaurant. The two men got their food separately and found a corner to sit in. Why are you so early? What are you doing? Jifan looked at Pei Xiaohua in front of him suspiciously. This kid seemed to have dressed up on purpose, and the originally tawdry him became even more tawdry. Qi, I'm going to fall in love. Jifan froze. Love? Is this something Pei Xiaohua can say? Besides, he couldn't be talking about Meng Qiu, could he? Yeah, that's her. I went to the hospital with her yesterday. You don't know, her family is really poor. For 10 minutes, Jifan sort of listened. A gambling dad, a sick mom, a school-going sister and a broken her. There are some slight differences, but they're not far off. Her parents are divorced, so the good gambling father no longer exists. Her mother was sick, but it wasn't like she couldn't be cured. It was just that it took too much money for her. But with yesterday's commission and promotion, her subsequent reliance on herself alone is enough to support the family. So she's got her eye on you? Jifan asked the fatal question. Pei Xiaohua shook his head awkwardly. She was polite to me, but that politeness was somewhat distant. But it's okay. It's not easy for my brother to fall in love for once. It's definitely a success. Jifan didn't bother to pay attention to him anymore. No one knew if he was fresh for a while or really in love. Instead, that kind of polite detachment from the other party was normal. Put your business aside first. I'm going to Ji's house for lunch. Ji Hongfei came back last night. Pei Xiaohua's hand shook, and his chopsticks almost didn't hold steady. So soon? Isn't your family dinner the day after tomorrow? You rushed back yesterday. Then aren't you meeting with Ji Hongfei at noon? Jifan nodded. My mom and Lin know, but you have an assignment today. You can't go anywhere. You have to stay in the hotel and be ready to up at any moment. Pei Xiaohua's craft can be of great use in critical times, but only if he has a computer by his side. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere today. Also, you take both of those things I gave you with you. If there's a problem, just push the button and I'll fight tooth and nail to hack all of the Ji family's company's nets for him. Chapter 174, Father and Son Meet. The old Qi family home. Ji-fan had already felt the intensity of the atmosphere in the old mansion before he even entered the door. A mountain of rain. The maid who opened the door immediately called out, "Hello, young master," when she saw him, then respectfully pushed it away, not daring to say a single word more. Jifan walked inside and the first thing he saw was Auntie Li. Auntie Li looked serious, completely like a different person compared to the day before when she saw herself. At the sight of Jifan, she barely managed to pull out a smile before moving closer towards him. Young master, he's in the study with the master right now. Auntie Lee pointed to the second floor. Jifan also had no intention of going up and sat down on the first floor living room sofa. Young master, after young master came back yesterday, he had a big fight with master. Both of them are in a bad mood right now. Later on, you be careful. Don't clash with him head on. Bear with him for a bit. Auntie Lee, who was on the side, glanced upstairs before looking at Jifan and whispering. Jifan nodded in silence. He didn't know how long had passed. Jifan felt as if there was one more person beside him. He subconsciously raised his head. A middle-aged man who had a 7-point resemblance to himself stood in front of him, condescendingly looking at himself, with an unknown flavor in his eyes. Jifan didn't like this feeling of being looked down on, and being looked down on by this man in front of him. There was even more of a sense of oppression. He slowly stood up and took 2 more slight steps back, pulling away the distance between the two before looking at Ji Hongfei again. Ji Hongfei still had that expressionless look on his face, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking inside. Master Ji. Jifan still took the initiative to speak, but the moment he did, it made Ji Hongfei frown. In the phone call himself Ji family master, even if, now in person actually still call himself so. This little brat is really head iron. I didn't call you over to hear you call me Ji family master. Ji Hongfei snorted coldly. Jifan looked at him expressionlessly. What should I call you then? Jifan's voice carried a hint of indifference. A hint of anger flashed in Ji Hongfei's eyes. You are my son. Shouldn't you call me father? The corner of Jifan's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a mocking smile. Dad, are you worthy? Father and son met for the first time on the sword. The surrounding maids all have the good sense to walk away a little bit, leaving the space for them. Even Auntie Lee just stood at a distance and watched. In case this father and son fight, she can quickly come over to stop it. When Jifan asked that sentence, are you worthy? Ji Hongfei's face darkened to the extreme, as if he was about to make a move in the next second. After so many years in the shopping mall, Ji Hongfei rarely lost his temper. But today, he really couldn't help it. His calm eyes burned with a hint of anger. While raising his right hand, Jifan didn't avoid or dodge, and didn't even blink. Ji Hongfei hadn't raised himself, but as a biological father, getting a slap from him was nothing. But with that slap, those two will only be enemies for the rest of their lives. After waiting for a moment, the hand no longer fell. Ji Hongfei suddenly sighed. His hand had been naturally lowered, and his eyes towards Jifan finally had a few more complex emotions. You and your mother's character are practically identical, with a stubborn streak. Mom, stubborn or not stubborn, Jifan do not know, but he himself is indeed so. Determined things on a brain to go to the black. Rarely will be other people again influence. Sun Huya really has a big heart. She's abroad herself and sends you to me. Isn't she afraid I'll make a mistake? Jifan frowned. Ji Hongfei actually knew that his mother was abroad. In other words, he also knows that the Anya group is made by Mom and Uncle Xia. Jifan looked seriously at Ji Hongfei, and for a moment, he wondered what he was thinking underneath that cold exterior of his. Jifan is here? Come on up and sit with Grandpa. On the second floor, Elder Ji's timely appearance eased the tense atmosphere between the two fathers and sons. Grandpa Ji. Jifan looked up. Elder Ji was standing on the second floor corridor looking down. When he saw Jifan looking up, he immediately piled a kind smile on his face. Ji Hongfei didn't say anything, just silently turned around. Jifan saw this and went up to the second floor alone. Still in the study, still in the same seat. When Jifan sat on it, he realized that the stool was still slightly warm, and it seemed that Ji Hongfei had sat here before. Tea has been brewed. Jifan lightly drink. His kind of brown people cannot taste the tea is good or not, but he kinda liked to drink tea. This feeling, easy to let the mind and soul quiet down, suitable for him to write a novel when the state. After drinking several cups of hot tea in a row, the old man spoke up. Hongfei, he is such a character. Actually just cold on the outside. His heart is hot. You're his son after all. In the end, he would never harm you. Jifan didn't say anything, but just drank tea silently, not sure if he took the old man's words seriously. Looking at Jifan's appearance, the old man also sighed. When he first found Sun Huya, the two people were also sitting face to face like this. He talked and Sun Huya drank tea. It was exactly the same as the current situation. It is meaningless to say who is right and who is wrong about what happened back then. What has happened is now to consider what to do next. Jifan and the old man once again fell into silence. Just then, there was a sudden noisy movement from downstairs. Jifan subconsciously turned back to look, but the door was covered and nothing could be seen. The old man stood up fiercely. This time the action is agile, as if all of a sudden a dozen years younger appearance. Jifan looked at the old man with some surprise, and the old man knew that he was a bit out of line, so he slowed down his movements. You go ahead and drink your tea. I'll go and take a look. This kid Hongfei is getting more and more unruly, making such a big commotion in his own home. Jifan didn't move on the surface. But he wasn't a cutie. How could Ji Hongfei make a scene in the house for no reason? And he had just clearly heard a woman's voice. Of this family, which woman dares to yell at Ji Hongfei? Those servants downstairs? What a joke. Anshi. The name instantly popped into Jifan's mind. He had read Anshi's profile. This woman, not too favorable, could only be known after real contact. The old master had already left the study, and Jifan picked up his teacup and took a sip, then slowly got up. It was quiet outside when the old man went out. No matter how unreasonable Anshi was, it was impossible to make a scene in front of the old man. Having waited long enough, Jifan pushed open the door. Outside the door, Auntie Li was standing there like a doorman, and when she saw Jifan push the door, her face changed and she immediately turned around to say something. But the next second, the noise came from the stairs, and Jifan looked up just in time to meet a pair of angry eyes. Chapter 175, Anshi. Anshi. Jifan had already seen her photos, and compared to the photos, she was a bit better looking in person. In her 40s, but maintained like a little girl. The years hadn't left much of a mark on her face. It's just that her current furious appearance made her look a little less like the young grandmother of the Ji family, no different from a city shrew who was in the process of throwing a tantrum. The two men's gazes met in the air. Jifan remained expressionless while Anshi was completely frantic. Ji Hongfei, this little brat is your illegitimate son outside, isn't it? Good for you. Now you don't even put my family in your eyes. Just pick up your illegitimate son fair and square. I've been with you for so many years. Does not having a son have anything to do with me? Tell me with your conscience. That daughter is still me forcing you, otherwise you wouldn't even have a daughter. Ji Hongfei and Anshi have been married for 21 years, but the two are just a little bit better than strangers, and the only tie that binds them is that they have a daughter between them. Ji Hongfei has been very stable over the years, too stable to go home much. It's not so much fooling around as it is immersing yourself in your work and not being able to get out of it. Anshi also made a fuss before, but her fussing in front of Ji Hongfei didn't help, and after giving birth to a daughter she stopped fussing and was at ease as her own missus. Gee, I thought that if I stayed up for some more years and recruited a son-in-law for my daughter, this Ji family would still be destined to be hers. But now, halfway through the process, and she absolutely could not tolerate it. In the face of Anshi's questioning, Ji Hongfei just looked at it with cold eyes, not wanting to explain at all. But beside him, Elder Ji, who had originally come to watch to keep them from fighting, was not happy after hearing this. Stand down. What's all this nonsense here? With a roar, Elder Ji was old and strong, causing Anshi, who was still making a scene, to freeze for a moment. Ji Hongfei has brought back his illegitimate son. Isn't it reasonable for him to make a scene? What does Master Ji want? Pulling the plug? Anshi, my old man clearly told you that Ji-fan is not some illegitimate child. Ji-fan was almost born when you married Hongfei. Ji-fan is my Ji family's rightful youngest master, and the only one at that. Ji Hongfei and Anshi's matter the old master will not interfere. They love to do what they like, but Ji-fan in his place absolutely cannot suffer any aggression. Dad, Anshi cried out in aggravation to the old master, tears coming out of her eyes. Dad, you mean I'm the one who's third, right? If that's the case then I'm leaving now. We're divorced and I'm taking my daughter. This Anshi, having been the young grandmother of the Ji family for so many years, was naturally not someone without a little bit of brains. The person Ji-fan had studied the most during this time was Anshi, and in the Ji family, she was the one who was the biggest threat to her. Even her own mom said so. But from the information Pei Xiaohua found out, this Anshi is not a big threat. She is the kind of typical childhood pampered to the big princess, similar to Ji Yuyu, but not as bad as Ji Yuyu, more than Ji Yuyu, and her status in the An family was much higher than Ji Yuyu's in the Ji family, and she ended up marrying Ji Hongfei, making her one of the richest women in all of China. In the Ji family, although Ji Hongfei did not give her half a point in terms of feelings, but in terms of materialistic desire to her extreme. All those years of smooth sailing had made her do a lot of things that just seemed kind of stupid, and stupid even if they were still self-righteous. If it wasn't for her status, she would probably have been scolded to death. Just such a woman instantly caught Elder Ji's loophole after hearing his words. Since Ji-fan isn't a bastard, doesn't that imply that he's the third party? As long as Elder Ji dared to admit it, then she would dare to proclaim it later. The Ji family's explicitly married woman. The Ji family is now claiming to be the third party for the sake of an illegitimate child. Is this not a joke? But Elder Ji, what a man, has empty eyelashes. He shook his head. Anshi, I never said you were a third party, but Ji-fan is likewise not a bastard. The old man is starting to make peace. Hongfei, take Anshi back to her room to be coaxed properly, and come out when it's time to eat. Anshi, you also go back to your room first to calm down first. What's the use of making a scene here? There's no way to make a scene. The old master opened his mouth. Even if Anshi is angry again that now also dare not say anything more. but no surprise, when she returned to the room later she will certainly have to make trouble with Ji Hongfei again. Ji Fan was curious as to how Ji Hongfei would handle it. By the looks of them, they don't seem to be in a particularly good relationship. Ji Hongfei finally spoke. Just 3 short words, go back to your room. Although it was only 3 words, Ji Fan could see Inshi's body visibly tremble slightly before obediently following Ji Hongfei towards their room. Only when they left did the old man turn his head to look at Ji Fan, with some helplessness on his face. Ji Fan, don't worry, you definitely won't be let down a bit in the Ji family. Compared to the other day when I saw him, this old man was obviously a bit more aged. Having a grandchild is a joyous occasion, but it has caused this old man a lot of worry. Ji Fan gently nodded his head as a response to the old man. Having come to the Ji family twice, it seemed to him that the old man was sincere about himself, whether it was for his own sake or for the sake of the Ji family's successors. The probability was that the old master would not harm himself. As for Ji Hongfei, Ji Fan couldn't see through him and simply didn't know what he was thinking inside. Let's go downstairs. Dinner will be ready soon. We'll eat then and have them called when it's over. The old master was biased to the point of favoring Ji Fan's face, and he was capable of doing anything to protect Ji Fan. Just as he arrived downstairs, the old man shouted towards the kitchen side. Cook early, cook faster. Dad, is it because you know I'm coming today so you're cooking early? Just as the old man's words fell, a voice suddenly came from the doorway. The moment he heard this voice the old man's expression shook. His complexion flashed with a hint of panic and he glanced at Ji Fan before looking at the door. At the doorway, a middle-aged man walked in carrying some things, and behind him was a young woman who should be his daughter, but not Ji Yu. Grandpa, we came to see you, the woman cried out just as sweetly, but immediately she looked at Ji Fan curiously. Grandpa, who is he? She wasn't the only one who was curious. Ji Yu looked at Ji Fan with equal curiosity. This young man, why does he look more and more familiar? It seems like I've seen him somewhere before. Ji Yu frowned and meditated. Before Elder Ji opened his mouth he finally thought it through, and even couldn't help but burst out. Asterisk 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 why does he look so much like Hong Fei? No. 176 Ji Yu. Ji Yu's complexion suddenly changed again after the words were spoken. He closed his mouth and put down the expensive gift in his hand, not caring if it would be broken, and without even changing his shoes, he rushed straight in and stood in front of Ji Fan. The old man was still old after all, and although he reacted and wanted to stop him, in the end, he could only barely block Ji Fan's front by himself, but was unable to stop Ji Yu from getting close to Ji Fan. You're Ji Fan. After seeing the old man's movements Ji Yu instantly reacted and blurted out. The old man's face changed as he suddenly reached out and slapped Ji Yu. Ji Yu was still immersed in the dumbfoundedness that this was Ji Fan. The old man's slap was something he had not even anticipated, and naturally there was no way to dodge it, so he just took a solid hit. The woman behind her saw this and hurriedly protected her old man. Grandpa, why are you hitting Dad? It's not like he's doing anything. Ji Yu also reacted, but he didn't dare to speak and just lowered his head and covered his cheeks with his hands. The old man snorted coldly. He knows why I hit him. The old master hadn't just been sitting inside his study and drinking tea for the past few days, and combined with some of the things Ji Fan had said, he'd already gotten to the bottom of almost everything. But in the news he checked, it was almost always Ji Manhwa who was operating, so he was a little unsure if Ji Yu was involved. Now it seemed that Ji Yu hadn't escaped either. After coming to this conclusion, the old man had figured out a lot of things about a lot of things. No wonder he wants to marry Ji Yu off to the Hua family, even if it means marrying that second oldest member of the Hua family. This is preparing for the aftermath. Sending someone to arrest his own grandson. No matter what he was trying to do subsequently, the old man could never tolerate it. This slap is just the beginning. The score will have to be settled slowly. Facing the angry elder Ji Yu didn't dare to say a word, and reached out to pull his daughter. It was just that his eyes had been glancing at Ji Fan when the old man couldn't see that look of resentment. Not hidden at all. Not putting Ji Fan in his eyes at all. Ji Fan sneered inwardly, but did not show anything on the surface. The old man was here, and the two of them could only do these little things, but nothing else. Moreover, the old man had just slapped Ji Fan seemingly to back him up, but it was actually done to Ji Fan. Lest Ji Fan jump out and say more at this time, Ji Yu was able to know the name Ji Fan. Then the danger that Ji Fan encountered in Shanghai definitely had nothing to do with Ji Yu. If Ji Fan had to make a scene at this time, then the old man would have to do more. But with a grandson on one side and a son on the other, it's all in the hands. Not to mention the fact that there are 2 ticking time bombs up there. This is definitely not the time to start anything. Sit down first, Ji Fan, I'll introduce you. The old man opened his mouth, and Ji Yu re-entered the doorway to change his shoes. This is my eldest son, Ji Yu. You should know Ji Fan as well, right? According to blood relations, he is your eldest uncle. If Ji-fan dared to come to the Ji family, he must have had some knowledge of the Ji family, not to mention that Auntie Lee was also one of Sun Hui's people. Ji-fan nodded. Ji Yangyu's face was already devoid of any expression when the old man uttered these words. Instead, it was his daughter, whose face was popping out in surprise. Givan? Uncle? What's going on here? Is he really Ji Hongfei's son? His own cousin? No one paid attention to her expression as the old man continued his introduction. This is Ji Yangyu's eldest daughter, Ji Ran. Your cousin. Ji-fan still just nodded, but didn't call out. In his heart, these two in front of him could be real enemies. Ji Yangyu that was 100% going to make a move on himself, and before she came, Mom specifically told her to be careful of Ji Yangyu. Although this kid was crushed to death by Ji Hongfei, he was more ruthless and was definitely capable of doing something desperate. In the Ji family, the most threatening threat to Ji-fan's life was him and she. Ji-fan, it's finally time to meet the real person. Ji Yangyu didn't care if Ji-fan called him or not. They both knew in their hearts that the relationship between the two could not be peaceful. If Ji-fan didn't show up, then he might be able to operate before Elder Ji went to his grave. Although the Ji family was now all run by Ji Hongfei, most of the shares were still in the hands of Elder Ji. The old man still wished in his heart that someone would give him a grandchild out of his life. But now, Ji-fan appeared, and that killed all the room for Ji Yangyu to maneuver. The shares in the old man's hands would definitely be given to Ji-fan. Ji-fan and Ji Hongfei were not on good terms with their father and son, but they were father and son after all, and he couldn't believe that anyone would not be interested in the Ji family's property. Such a large amount of family property, even if it is pretending. Ji-fan must also pretend to be Ji Hongfei's good oldest son, and wait for the shares to arrive. And by that time, the dust will have settled and nothing you can do will be of any use. Ji-fan looked at Ji Yangyu, who was also meeting the other party for the first time. This eldest uncle of his own is the same as what Mom said, looking at the face as a ruthless person. Seeing that Ji-fan didn't say anything, he continued, it's not the first time I've heard your name, but it's still the first time I've seen you, and it really does look exactly like Ji Hongfei. Even the paternity test was saved. Ji-fan sneered and suddenly drew out the previous paternity report. It's not saving, is it? Isn't this something you've already done? I already knew who I really was a long time ago, so there's no point in pretending. Ji-fan didn't give him any face at all, and after he finished speaking Ji Yangyu's face darkened with flesh, but Ji-fan didn't let him off the hook and continued. Also right, is saved, to me to save well. After all, without this paternity report I cannot just rely on looks like to come to the Ji family to recognize relatives. This world looks like too many people. This flurry of Ji-fan's downfall made Ji Yanyu's face look even worse. Before he could say anything, his daughter Ji Ran on the side had already quit. Ji-fan, you show some respect. He is at least your elder. Kiffin glanced at her. If the information is correct, Ji Ran is married, but has yet to have children. This matter didn't have much relevance to her, and Ji-fan didn't want to waste time on her. The atmosphere is becoming more and more condensed. If we keep talking like this, these two people who are at cross swords will probably have to do it on the spot. The old man was just about to step forward to round off the conversation when Auntie Lee's voice suddenly rang out from the kitchen. Master, the meal is ready. Shall we start dining now? That one sentence kind of saved Elder Ji's life. He stood up in a hurry and nodded, glancing at his son and grandson on the couch, his language taking on some sternness. Come on, let's eat first. Chapter 177, the tip of the iceberg of Ji Hongfei's means. This large family of the Ji family was actually not that many people. If you didn't count your own generation, the ones who would have a connection with you would only be 5 people at full count. The old man, the 3 siblings, and Anshi. And today, the only person left who wasn't there was Ji Mengyu. The woman who first knew her identity and took a shot at her was the last one to know that she had arrived in Shangjing. Just sat down. Ji Hongfei and Anshi, 2 people, have also come towards the downstairs. Also do not know what they said inside the room. At this time Anshi face incomparably calm, as if nothing has happened in general. Only in the sight of Ji Yangyu when the corners of the mouth slightly moved a little. Big brother and niece are here too. Seeing Ji Yangyu and Ji Ran, Ji Hongfei's face did not have any fluctuations. From the time he knew that Sun Huiya had given himself a son, Ji Hongfei had never thought of hiding it from them, and it didn't matter at all to him whether he knew it early or late. The important thing is that one already knows, and then it's all too late. In Shangjing, he had absolute confidence in dealing with this group of jumped-up clowns. It's a good thing I'm here, otherwise how would I know such great news? I say Hongfei, you also do not treat us as our own family. Gave birth to a son is a good thing. This is Dad so many years since the knot in the heart. If you bring back the son early to let Dad happy, perhaps Dad's health can still be better. You say so, sibling. Ji-fan knew that he was definitely going to mess things up, but it had nothing to do with himself, just so he could see how Ji Hongfei would respond. Being named by Ji Yangyu, and she's face didn't look a little too good. Although Ji-fan didn't know exactly what Ji Hanfei had just said to her inside the room to make her stabilize, but now that she was being so little by Ji Yangyu, she was probably already starting to feel a little diabolical inside. But it was not even the turn of Ji Hanfei to open his mouth. The old man spoke. Shut up, didn't I teach you to talk less while you eat? Ji Hanfei was still eating slowly and methodically, not putting Ji Yangyu in his eyes at all, much less this little tactic of his. As for An Shi beside him, although the expression on her face changed again and again, she was still eating honestly and didn't have another attack. Being said so by the old man, Ji Yangyu didn't dare to say more and silently lowered his head to eat. At the dinner table, everyone had their own mind, seemingly sitting together to eat, as if they were all strangers. No one spoke. The atmosphere was depressing to the extreme. Ji-fan didn't care what they really thought. The most calm person on this table was probably him. Everything that was happening now, he had already estimated before he intended to come to the Ji family. And this was also originally the purpose of his coming over. Dragging down all the people in the Ji family and keeping their focus on themselves would make it easier for Mom and Lin to move. Ji family's food is not generally good, because Ji-fan to come, today is more sumptuous than usual. Ji-fan without saying anything buried his dry rice. Come all the way, do not eat full. How to line. The meal ended under these depressing circumstances. You come with me to the study. Just after eating, Ji Hongfei looked at Ji-fan. The old man looked on worriedly and wanted to reach out to stop him, but Ji Hongfei said again, don't worry, I won't do anything to him. The words the old man wanted to say ended up not coming out, and the leg that had stepped out retreated, and slightly farther away, and she and Ji Yangyu stood together, their gazes unblinking as they looked over. Good. Ji-fan nodded and followed Ji Hongfei up to the second floor. Call your mom. Just after closing the door, Ji Hongfei's cold voice came. Ji-fan froze for a moment, then sneered. My mom's overseas. She's sleeping at this hour. Ji Hongfei's face visibly fluctuated for a moment, and then turned a bit grim, and he didn't know which sentence had stimulated him. Fight. Now. However, Ji-fan continued to just look on with cold eyes, not moved at all. The two were just staring at each other in a wide-eyed stalemate, neither one refusing to give way to the other. In the end, it was Ji Hongfei who sat down first, which meant that he chose to admit defeat. Rolling hot water poured into the teapot. The color rapidly changed under the rendering of the tea leaves, and in a short while, the rich aroma of tea had overflowed the entire study. Ji Hongfei was in no hurry, first pouring a cup for himself, then using tweezers to clip out another washed teacup and placing it in front of Ji-fan. Ji-fan sat down, but instead of letting Ji Hongfei pour the tea, he took the initiative to reach out. Ji Hongfei looked at him in surprise, then placed the teapot on the table favoring Ji-fan's side, while he himself picked up the teacup and took a sip of it beautifully. Drink more. A sip of your grandfather's tea here can take away a month's salary from an ordinary person. That's just you. Normally he wouldn't let me into the study when I come. Ji-fan didn't answer, but the speed of pouring the tea became a bit faster. The day after tomorrow's family banquet, you can just stay at the old mansion for the next 2 days. I know. Your mom dared to let you come to the Ji family alone, so she must have prepared well, but she still underestimated Anshi and the Yin family. Anshi had never shown too much heart over the years, and given her life of over 40 years, she didn't need any, but Ji Hongfei knew her. Anshi is a few times more vicious than you and your mom thought, and it's not easy to deal with her when you push her buttons. As if he had remembered something bad, Ji Hongfei paused for a moment and once again lifted his teacup, but it was only when I lifted it that I realized the teacup was empty. Reaching for the teapot, but Ji-fan beat him to it. Ji Hongfei froze for a moment until he saw Ji-fan pouring him tea without a word, and his eyes instantly turned much softer. In the end, the same blood flowed through both of them. I won't be staying at Keys. I'll be here during the family feast. Kiffin is afraid of being dealt with? He wasn't afraid, and was hoping that the other side would come against him and spend more energy on him. If it was just Lin alone, he wouldn't have been so determined, but with a Hua Yunza behind Lin to help, things would be very different. Or are you staying at the Hawks Hotel? Having only been back for one night, Ji Hongfei had already investigated all of Ji-fan's affairs, even put that year Sun Haiyao left. And where did she go after she left? What has been done in these 20 years? In Ji-fan appeared all by Ji Hongfei to sort out. Hua Yunza, very powerful, but still too young. Besides, with people like us, profit is the most important thing, and everything else can give way for profit. Ji Hongfei gave Hua Yunza a high evaluation, even vaguely pointing out that the relationship between Hua Yunza and Ji-fan had nothing to do with interests. Looks like he even investigated Hua Yunza and Lin. Not bad for Ji Hongfei. However, the corners of Ji-fan's mouth rose slightly, and a pair of calm eyes finally looked at Ji Hongfei. Not necessarily. If we can take the opportunity to surpass the Ji family, wouldn't that be the greatest benefit? Chapter 178, The Changed Ji Hongfei. Father and son stayed in the study for nearly an hour before coming down. and by the time they came out, Ji Yang-yu had already left with his daughter Ji Ranran, presumably to find Ji Manhwa to discuss a plan. Anchi was still waiting downstairs, and when she saw the father and son coming downstairs, she clunked up and looked nervously at Ji Hongfei and Ji Fan. Family Master Ji, thank you for your hospitality at noon. I'll leave first. It was the Ji family head again. Ji Hongfei's fists clenched silently. This putty, the first meeting today, has already made himself almost lose his temper several times. Is this how Sun Huya has taught him all these years? Not staying at the old mansion for a few more days to spend time with Grandpa? Anchi had already walked over, intimately holding onto Ji Hongfei's arm, her whole body half relying on Ji Hongfei's body. But her face had a flash of excitement when she asked this. The old master had also walked over by now, and he heard Ji Fan's words and looked at him with the same anticipation. No, I'll come back in a couple days. The day after tomorrow was the promised family banquet, and Ji Fan would definitely be there. Kids have their own ideas, Dad, just stay out of it. But in the evening that little Ninny Sia is back from abroad, and a dinner party has been prepared for tomorrow, so you can come over then as well. They're both young, and Sia is your own sister, so you two can get closer. Sia? Ji Fan glanced at Ji Hongfei in surprise. That's a pretty straightforward name, isn't it? And the old man agrees? No, Anchi is willing too. Ji Fan's eyes swept over the faces of the three people in front of him one by one. The expression on Ji Hongfei's face didn't change by half, while the old man obviously felt some guilt, but quickly covered it up. On the contrary, it was Anchi who seemed to know nothing. Ji Fan reacted. Anchi didn't even know his old mom existed. That's why he wouldn't know his old mom's name. I guess the first thing she'll do when she gets back today is check herself out. But there was no need to find out. Ji Yang-yu and Ji Manhwa would take the initiative to tell her everything they knew. And now these three had become on the same page instead. It's okay to go. Sia is your sister after all. Before Ji Fan could say anything, the old man made the call. I think Giselle's just coming of age, right? 18 or 19? Studying abroad in college. How come he suddenly came back at this time? It can't be to attend Ji Yuyu's engagement banquet. Sure, I'll be there tomorrow. By the way, an extra invitation. I have a friend. This kind of inexplicable extra banquet, or Anchi invited herself, and I don't know what kind of medicine she is selling in this gourd, but that's okay, he's afraid the other guy won't screw up. Ji Hongfei didn't open his mouth from the beginning to the end. Ji Fan went or didn't go, he didn't get involved. Casually Ji Fan chose on his own. At this moment, seeing Ji Fan agree, a trace of excitement flashed across Anshi's face. Then it's a deal. I'll arrange for someone to send you the invitation tonight. Ji Fan didn't continue to stay in the Ji family, spoke to the old man and walked towards the door alone. My driver is at the door. Have him drop you off. Ji Hongfei's voice came from behind him, and Ji Fan didn't refuse this time. Back at the hotel, Ji Fan called Pei Xiaohua at the first opportunity, and Pei Xiaohua appeared at Ji Fan's door 2 minutes later. Smooth? Kifan nodded and shook his head again. Give you a hard time? Kifan shook his head again. Without letting Pei Xiaohua continue to guess, he took out his cell phone and called Lin. Let's go. First to the office. At this point in time, Lin was busy at the company, and when he answered Ji Fan's phone call, there was some thick fatigue in his words. The Porsche's convertible drove down the road and caused quite a bit of turnaround. Even in Shangjing, tens of millions of dollars of luxury cars are not always seen, especially Pei Xiaohua the start. Also deliberately opened the convertible top, afraid that others do not know that this car sits inside the two young rich second generation like. It didn't take long for Ji Fan and Pei Xiaohua to have arrived downstairs at the company. But 2 days time, this Xiao's Group Shangjing jewelry branch has also been considered on track. Ji Fan last time he came, Lin gave him a card. With this card, any place in the company he was unhindered. The security guard at the entrance saw the two strange young men coming over and subconsciously prepared to go forward to inquire. But immediately he stopped in his tracks, dropping in to welcome the president. The sound of the machine caused the security guard to look at Ji Fan twice. I had heard that the president of his company was mysterious and a young man, but I didn't expect that he was actually so young, which looked like he was in his early 20s. Ji Fan naturally didn't know what the people around him thought, but when this electronic voice broadcasted out, he himself clearly showed a hint of embarrassment. Lin, this guy, on purpose. Ji Fan gritted his teeth and said before leading Pei Xiaohua to quickly take 3 on the elevator. Inside the office, Lin was burying his head in his hands, only to put down the pen in his hand when he saw Ji Fan. You came back quite quickly today? Ji Hongfei didn't give you a hard time? It's not quite like his character. Looking at Ji Fan in front of him, Lin said in surprise. What's his character? Ji Fan didn't answer. Instead he looked at Lin and asked rhetorically. Lin doesn't really know much about Ji Hongfei. She actually listened to some of what Sun Huya said during those years abroad and then speculated on her own. Back then, he was the teacher who forced himself on her, using all sorts of threats to get her to stay with him. It stands to reason that you've sent yourself to the G family, so how could he let you leave so easily? Not to mention he's already been through this once. He shouldn't be defenseless. Teacher, talking about Sun Hya. Lin's design is all taught by Sun Huya, including her popularity abroad. In addition to her own talent, there is Sun Huya to pave the way for her. It could be said that Sun Huya was nominally her teacher, but in reality it was the same as her mother yet. Without Sun Huya, not to mention coming for revenge now, it was a toss-up whether she would have survived back then. After following Sun Huya around for so many years, she had heard a lot about Ji Honfei and had secretly investigated some herself, but still very little is known. It's just that he was able to do something like this back then, so he should be able to put Ji-fan away again now. Lin had already prepared a plan to go to the old Ji family house to rescue the people. Now it was not going to be used. 2 reasons, Ji-fan said after a moment of contemplation. For one thing, his personality has changed a bit after all these years, and the events of that year have made him realize that it's fruitless to force people's hand. As for the other, Ji-fan frowned before continuing. He's confident enough that I'll never get away with jumping out. Chapter 179, The Choice of a Female Companion. Hearing Ji-fan's words, Lin nodded approvingly. Compared to the first, he thought the second might be closer to the truth. The more confident he is, the easier it is for us. It was only after a long time that Lin said quietly, how many people, just because they are too confident, end up with one wrong step and lose everything? By the way, there's a welcome dinner for the Ji family tomorrow night to welcome Ji Honfei's daughter, Ji Xia, back to China. That Anqi woman invited me. Ji-fan came in addition to telling Lin about his situation in the Ji family and analyzing it with her. There was also this matter that he needed her to refer to. Anqi? Lin frowned, tapping his fingers irregularly on the desktop as if he was thinking about something. Although the Yin family is also one of the 3 great families, it has been getting worse and worse over the years. The Ji family has Ji Honfei in place, and this business overlord has spent 20 years making everyone understand that his position is untouchable, while leading the Ji family to the next level and sitting at the head of the 3 great families. And the Hua family has had Hui Yunzi these past few years. This man known as the second Ji Honfei, although young, his methods are not at all inferior to those of Ji Honfei back then, and has led the Hua family over these years to vaguely catch up with the Ji family. But the cake is that big, and the extra cake that the 2 of them took away was actually originally the Yin family's. Lin said it so clearly that someone like Ji Fan, who knew nothing about business, understood and nodded lightly. But the Ji family and the Hua family are different. Ji Honfei is the Yin family's son-in-law, considered half of their own, so the Yin family has been willingly growing the Ji family over the years, and now that you've shown up, the ANS are definitely the most excited. Without Ji Fan, this huge Ji family would end up in Ji Xia's hands. Ji Xia was the granddaughter of the Ji family, but she was also the granddaughter of the Yin family, so she couldn't be helped in any way. When the time comes, with a few words from Anqi, will Jizya still be able to disobey her mom? But now everything has changed. So, just like what we analyzed before, the ones who want you dead the most are the Yin family. And then Ji Yangyu. Lin nodded. Although the Yin family isn't as good as it used to be, but after all, it's still the 3 great families, and a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. It's not too difficult for them to get you killed. In the end, Ji-fan was still a bit too powerful on his own. A dinner party. I'm afraid it's a hongmen banquet, Lin exclaimed. But it's gotta go. Ji-fan thought about it or said decisively. Good. Now that you've decided to go, it's time to follow the way to go. It's not convenient for me to show up tomorrow. I'll have to wait until the day of Ji Yuyu's engagement. Lin's enemies were mainly Ju, and Ji-fan understood that. But Hua Yunzi will definitely be there, and he'll help you then. These 2, at last, aren't hiding anything, so they say that there's a thing between her and Hua Yunzi. Ji-fan's gossipy eyes were in stark contrast to Pei Xiaohua's sultry eyes. Don't think about it too much. I have a complicated relationship with him that can't be explained in a moment. Ji-fan didn't pursue it any further. In the afternoon, Ji-fan was semi-forced to work a half-day shift. In Lin's words, dang a president, come are here. This must not be used otherwise he is also too easy. Day 2, Pei Xiaohua disappeared early in the morning and didn't know where he went. Ji-fan didn't care about him and had himself a breakfast enjoying the rare quiet. Just after 10 a.m., the doorbell to Ji-fun's room rang. The door opened and outside stood a man in a suit. Mr. Qi, this is the invitation that Madam asked me to send. There were 2 invitations and Anqi was still polite. Ji-fan reached out and took it. The invitation with a gold-stamped edge showing the honor of his status. This is the highest level of invitation. There are only 10 in the entire Shangjing, and you alone have 2 of them all to yourself. The visitor gave Ji-fan an introduction. Each one represents supremacy, the most honored guest of the Ji family, and each one can carry a companion without a cap. Looking at it that way, Anqi kinda thinks highly of herself. This thing is capable of carrying an unlimited number of companions, so it's entirely possible to just send one over. By the way, Madam asked me to remind you that this kind of banquet usually carries a female companion, and she was afraid that you wouldn't be clear about it, so she specially asked me to tell you about it, so as not to lose face when the time comes. With a female companion? Where would one find a female companion for someone who had just arrived in Shangjing? If Lin was convenient, he could still bring Lin over. By now Lin was inconvenient to show up. He couldn't let Xia Lingwei fly over now, could he? Besides, Ji-fan didn't want Xia Lingwei to come to Shangjing right now. He was still in a dangerous situation. Who knew what would happen next? And he definitely couldn't let Xia Lingwei come over to accompany him at his own risk. Okay, thank your lady for me. I'll be there on time tonight. At noon, Pei Xiaohua came back. Looking at the two invitations laid out on the table, Pei Xiaohua gripped them. The invitation is quite gorgeous. It's just her daughter returning from abroad, but she's making such a big deal out of it. Why do you think that is? Ji-fan gave him a blank look. What else could it be for? I saw myself yesterday morning and my daughter just happened to be coming back in the evening, and neither Ji Hongfei nor the old man had heard about it before this, so it must have been a temporary thing, and the purpose, naturally, is for himself. By the way, surely you must bring a female companion to such a party? Pei Xiaohua is also a flamboyant gentleman in Shanghai. The banquet cannot be less to participate in. This kind of non-commercial nature of the exchange of banquets usually carry a female companion. It wouldn't have mattered if it was ordinary people, but and she had even purposely sent them this kind of invitation of the highest level. Wasn't this a deliberate attempt to make Ji-fan the center of attention of the whole room by then? By then, if he arrived alone, he would definitely attract some backbiting. Sure enough, women are vindictive. I have female company, do you? Pei Xiaohua suddenly asked. Ji-fan froze. When did you have a female companion? Isn't it a bedmate? Old Ji, why don't you go ask Luo Qingshan? If you take Luo Qingshan with you at night, it will absolutely kill the whole scene. And no matter what conspiracy the Yin family has, as long as Luo Qingshan is there, it can be easily dissolved. Speaking, Pei Xiaohua even started to get excited. He grabbed Ji-fan and said excitedly, Old Ji, find Luo Qingshan. I'm already looking forward to that image. Ji-fan thoughtfully pulled out his cell phone. Chapter 180, the dinner begins. The party started at 7 p.m., but it was only 6 p.m., and already a lot of people were starting to come in. There was no business in Shangjing that didn't want to come to the exchange banquet led by the Ji family. As long as he could show his face at the Ji family's exchange banquet, it would be a great help to his subsequent development. A lot of deals are brokered at these exchange banquets, or else you wouldn't normally have the opportunity to make so many friends of the same ilk. I heard that today's banquet is to welcome the Ji family's little princess Jixia back to the country. It's worthy of being the Ji family. Even the little princess has to throw such a big banquet when she returns to the country. But don't talk nonsense. The Ji family is willing to take the lead in organizing the banquet. The entire Shangjing celebrities are too happy to care what their reasons are. That's right. This kind of platform is not something you can catch up with all the time. It doesn't matter to us what reason KG uses. It's only important to get something out of the banquet. To be able to come to participate in this banquet are basically some into the fine guys, especially these not too small and not too small enterprises, but also want to do everything to get the invitation to come in. Otherwise it will not be early to the scene. They knew that when the dinner party officially started and many big names arrived, then these small players like them wouldn't have as many opportunities as they do now. As it neared 7 o'clock, the Keys were the first to make an appearance. Ji Hongfei? Isn't he abroad? He actually came in person today. Just kidding. The protagonist of this banquet today is the Ji family's real little princess and Ji Hongfei's pearl. He will definitely be there. It's a pity that we are not qualified and can only watch the Ji family head from afar. Someone watched enviously from the corner. Ji family members have arrived, indicating that other important guests must also arrive one after another. This next period of time is their main field, and they are that on the side of the hilarious passerby, the atmosphere group, responsible for marveling on the line. As expected, with the arrival of the Ji family, the powerful families of Shangjing also began to appear one after another, and the first to come over to support them was naturally the Yin family. The little princess of the Ji family was likewise the little princess of their Yin family, and family in Shengye has arrived. With the loud shouts of the welcome guests at the door, and Xingye smiled and walked towards the side, halfway letting his female companion wait where she was, and then walking alone towards Ji Hongfei and Anqi's side. Xingye is here, come over and let Auntie see. Haven't seen you for a long time, you're getting more and more handsome. Seeing in Xingye, a heartfelt smile appeared on Anqi's face, and Xingye is the pride of their Yin family's generation. Although he is temporarily pushed down by Hua Yunze, he is still young. And in the hearts of the Yin family, and Shengye will sooner or later surpass Hua Yunze, and even surpass Ji Hongfei. Auntie, I've been busy with work for a while and couldn't get away, which is why I didn't come to visit you. In front of his own aunt, and Shengye was more well-behaved than in front of his own father. The Yin family had gone downhill over the years, but as long as there was a day when his aunt was around, the Yin family would never be separated from the three great families of Shangjing. Good day, auntie. I heard that there is an ungrateful guy abroad provoking auntie recently. This time when I returned to China. I think I have already taken care of all those jumped-up clowns already, right? Hearing in Shengye's words, Ji Hongfei didn't have much expression fluctuation on his face, and didn't even have the interest to try to answer, which made Shengye a little embarrassed. He lowered his head, looking a bit aggrieved, but a hint of anger flashed under his eyes, and the hands hidden underneath unconsciously clenched their fists. At this time, Ji Hongfei lightly glanced at Shengye and slowly opened his mouth. You don't need to worry about the Ji family's matters. It's better to manage the Yin family properly. Don't think that you're complacent after mixing a little bit of fame out of the past couple of years. If you want to be in charge of the entire Yin family, you're not enough right now. The hatred under Shengye's eyes became even more intense, but as he looked up, his eyes regained their clarity, his hands had relaxed and he looked at Ji Hongfei and owed a slight bow. Thank you for your aunt's teachings. Seeing that Ji Hongfei really didn't pay much attention to his own mind, and Shengye could only look at his aunt once again. Auntie, where's cousin? Haven't seen her in quite a while. Still miss her a bit. Anshi smiled. She, is a little stinky now. Still dressing up. Just after that, there was a gasp of surprise from the venue. Looks like it's coming. Both of them looked up towards the doorway at the same time as a large and two beautiful women appeared in the doorway at the same time. The older one looks 26 or 27 years old. Dignified and graceful. Intellectual and elegant. Seemingly soft and weak. But a pair of eyes full of wisdom makes everyone dare not underestimate her. The smaller one was a lot more spunky and had a gorgeous princess dress that made her the most stunning princess of the night. 18 or 19, the most beautiful age for a woman, was reflected in her body. That pair of soulful eyes, but also let her add a few points of playful and lovely. See, none of the people do not like the true princess of the Qi family. Kizya, who's that next to you? Someone inquired curiously. Her cousin, Ji Huanhuan, is also the best looking of the three daughters of the Ji family boss. Not only that, but she's a very famous brain surgeon, not to mention young, but famous in the country, and in time may become a leader in the field. But I've heard that she has very little dealings with the Ji family, and has never utilized the name of the Ji family to do anything outside, and that she can have today's success all on her own. Ji Huanhuan is 28 years old and went to study abroad after graduation, returning home only 2 years ago. After returning to China, she worked at a large hospital in Shangjing. Originally just an obscure laborer, but in her second month of work, an operation made her famous from then on. At that time, after many simulations and discussions, the hospital leaders and experts decided to give up on that patient. The success rate of the operation was no more than 0.1%, and there was no need for them to lower the success rate of their hospital's operation for such an almost impossible miracle. But it was at this point that Ji Hilarious made use of her family's identity for the first time. She guaranteed in the name of the Ji family that if the operation failed, it had nothing to do with the hospital. And so it was that the first surgery she had after coming to the hospital was one that was almost impossible to pull off. And it worked. Now she has become the top pillar of the hospital's brain surgery department. And many experts who are over 100 years old have to approach her for discussion and advice. In the entire Ji family, only Ji Xia, the little princess, could afford to ask her to take a special leave of absence to attend this kind of banquet. The moment these two appeared, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. But immediately, the greeter at the door chanted again. Huayunza of the Hua family has arrived. Mr. Givan has arrived. Chapter 181, Ji Yuyu who has been frustrated all along. Those who would be informed by the welcome guest must be the most honored guests of this banquet, regardless of whether it was the Yin family before or the Hua family later. These were the three great families. The other few, the Qian family, the Feng family, the Wang family, and so on, were also leaders in their respective fields. All of them had achieved the ultimate in a certain field. And although they were not as good as the three great families, they were still in the ranks of the first-tier families. But who is this last one? Givan? I don't think I've heard of these two in Shangjing. Best of all, it's all separate names. No family brought on. This meant that he had gotten the most prestigious invitation to the Ji family just by himself. Many people began to speculate. And in the midst of their speculations, Ji Fan finally appeared in everyone's line of sight. Originally, he had 2 invitations in his hand, but in the end, Pei Xiaohua decided that it would be better to not be so high profile and just rub Jifan's invitation in. Since it was a dabble, it was more economical for him to not have to bring a female companion. Today's Jifan was sort of dressed up, much more gorgeous than the last time he attended Ji Yuyu's dinner party. Last time, only Pei Xiaohua was helping him with references, but this time it was Lin who personally arranged it for him. As one of the premier young designers at home and abroad, Lin's design talent never stops at jewelry. Having such a designer around made Ji-fan stun countless people when he came out today. This guy is so young, and so handsome. No matter where you are, there are always Philistines. Yeah, even standing next to Hwayunza is not inferior at all. Wow 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 wow. I'm going to fall in love. There's more than one nymphomaniac. But it was more a matter of pondering who this man really was in comparison. You're half the main character today. After you. Originally, Hwayunza was the one walking in front, but he purposely stopped and waited in place after hearing the sound of the welcoming guests. He waited for Ji-fan to approach before he owed a slight bow. Hwayunza should be the only guest in the room with a top-notch invitation but not carrying a female companion. And when he saw the female companion beside Ji-fan, Hwayunza couldn't help but wipe his eyes and almost exploded. This dinner party, you invited this big Buddha out? Are you sure you know who the other guy is? With her around, not to mention Anchi, even if the three big families were tied together, it wouldn't work, unless you don't intend to hang out in China anymore. Ji-fan didn't really know what the other party's status was, but Ji-fan knew that the other party's family's status was definitely not low. But this had nothing to do with Ji-fan. He had invited Luo Qingshang over in the name of a friend, and Luo Qingshang didn't hesitate much and quickly agreed to him. With Luo Qingshang here today, he wanted to see what tricks the Yin family could pull off. His last name is also key. That's when someone finally realized the problem. You guys look closely. He looks like the Ji family's family head. This can't be. No one dared to say the word bastard, but everyone already had a twinge of doubt inside, and more than a few people's eyes lit up. It was well known that the Ji family's generation was full of daughters, not a single son. If this really is Ji Hongfei's illegitimate son, then that would be really interesting. Ji Xia had likewise turned her head as she looked behind her curiously, also curious to know just who Ji-fan was. The two of them, Ji-fan and Ji Xia, met their gazes in the air. Ji-fan had already known that this was his half-sister's own sister, so he wasn't too surprised when he saw her. On the contrary, it was Ji Xia. After seeing Ji-fan's face that bore a 70% resemblance to her father's, her small mouth opened wide, curiosity and surprise written all over her face. But before she could speak, a discordant voice had sprung up next to her. Ji-fan? Your name is Ji-fan? Aren't you called Pei Xiaohua? Ju, she's here too. After seeing Ji-fan, she had wanted to charge straight up, but the last shred of reason made her stop herself from doing so, eventually stopping in front of Ji-fan to question him. Are you calling me Miss Ji Yu? Although I, Pei Xiaohua, am indeed a flirtatious teenager, but aren't you about to get engaged and marry someone to be a baby mama? I'm still not interested in the likes of you, so you don't have to be nostalgic about me. Pei Xiaohua's words made Ji Yu's fire, which had been so hard to press down, rubbed up violently. So you've been lying to me? Your name is Ji-fan, and you're the, ooh-hoo. Before Ji Yu could say the second half of her sentence, Hwayunza on the side suddenly reached out and cupped her chin, preventing her from continuing. The surrounding people were listening with great interest, and when they were interrupted by Hwayunza, one by one, their curiosity came up, but the one who interrupted was Hwayunza, and no one dared to say anything. Mr. Hua, this is my daughter. She hasn't married into your Hua family yet. Please show some respect. Besides, even if you marry into your Hua family, that's still your sister-in-law. Is that how you treat your sister-in-law? The oldest couple of the Ji family had also arrived. Ji Yang could still hold back. Originally his daughter was pushed into the fire by his own hands, but Ji Yu's mother couldn't help herself. She rushed over and pushed towards Hwayunza's hand while speaking. Hwayunza glanced at her before looking at Ji Yu, the threatening intent in his eyes very obvious. Before releasing his hand, Hwayunza's hand loosened, and Ji Yu hurriedly covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes revealing a hint of fear, no longer daring to say anything more. Hwayunza snorted coldly and shifted his eyes back to Ji-fan's side, but this time the destination landed on Luo Qingshang's body. Ms. Luo, hello again. Luo Qingshang nodded slightly. Today, she had obviously gone through a grand dressing as well, a white gown that made her look fresh and bright, noble and elegant, yet extraordinary. Standing beside the carefully remodeled Ji-fan was no less impressive, and even more capable of attracting attention. That woman, I think I've seen her before, but I forget where. Those present were all celebrities from Shangjing, and there were some who had seen Luo Qingshang on certain occasions, but at most it was only a one-sided encounter, making it difficult to recognize her immediately. And those who knew Luo Qingshang's identity didn't say a word at this time. They all looked at her scornfully, and in their hearts, they were also a little more scornful of Ji-fan. Rebel girl, what are you talking about? At this time, Ji Yangyu also recognized Luo Qingsha beside Ji-fan. He frowned and took several consecutive steps up from the back before pointing at Ji Yu and cursing. Ji Yu had just been frightened by Hwayunza, and now her own father was scolding her angrily. She was a princess temperament, but she had been hit repeatedly during this period of time. From the moment she was forced to marry the second of the Hua family, it seemed like she had been having a hard time, frustrated in everything she did, and the emotions piled up to the point where she finally couldn't help herself. In front of so many people, she let out a wow. Chapter 182, Seeing an Old Friend Again. Ji Yuyu's cries didn't call back Ji Yangyu's fatherly love. Instead he gave her a bored look. Take her down. Disgraceful thing. Her mother still wanted to argue with Ji Yangyu, but by this time, Ji Hongfei and she had all come this way. Seeing that there are more and more people, continuing to continue is still just a disgrace to their own family, so they can only take Ji Yuyu and leave in a mess. Ji Fan, it's me who underestimated you. Anqi's eyes swept over a glance at Luo Qingshan beside Ji Fan and finally looked at Ji Fan and said. Ji Fan smiled faintly. Mrs. Ji is joking. I'm just an ordinary person, and I was only invited over for the dinner today. By the way, this is my female companion today, Luo Qingshan. It's said that you have to bring a female companion when you come out for a dinner party. Poor me. I just came to Shangjing not long ago and I don't know anyone. Only Qing Xiao took pity on me and was willing to help me out. This complaint from Ji Fan made Xian and Xingye beside her feel as bad as if they had eaten. As for Ji Yangyu, he didn't even know what he was thinking and lowered his head there without saying a word. Only Ji Hongfei, with a hint of appreciation in his eyes, regardless of how Ji Fan befriended Luo Qingshan. Bringing Luo Qingshan here at today's banquet would make all of the family and Ji Hongfei's plots today all come to naught. Yo, what's all the commotion? What are they all doing at the door? A cool female voice came from the doorway, and Ji Fan looked behind him as a female around 40 years old appeared in his line of sight. Ji Mengyue, the main force that forced Ji Fan to come to Shangjing, the last of the three siblings of the Ji family. Ji Fan was finally seeing the other side's true face. Ji Mengyue is only in her early 40s this year, several years younger than Ji Fan's mother, and the word charming is appropriate on her body. The crowd of onlookers beside them all recognized this woman. As the married daughter of the Ji family, her husband's family was also slightly famous in Shangjing, but compared to those in front of them, it wasn't even a fraction of a star. Without the help of the Ji family over the years, a man like her husband, who had an empty skin but no ink in his stomach, would have long ago led his family in the midst of the storm and disappeared together in Shangjing. However, with the Ji family around, even if a little soup leaks through his fingers, it would be enough for him to gain a complete foothold in Shangjing. To this public occasion now, but he honestly stood beside Ji Mengyue. After Ji Mengyue stopped, he even took the initiative to lag behind a small half a body. The status of the two people in the family can be distinguished at a glance. Seeing Ji Mengyue here was not surprising, and what really made Ji Fan a little surprised was the three people behind Ji Mengyue: Timmy Hui, Timmy Kong, Fei Chiu. Ji Fan never expected that he would actually see these three guys in Shangjing, especially Zhao Fei Fei. This ex-girlfriend of his still has a few skills, actually really hung up on Shi Wei Kong, and even brought her to Shangjing, and still brings her around. Zhao Fei Fei's entire body froze the moment she saw Ji Fan. She even suspected that she was mistaken. How could a small beggar from Jianhai come to such a high-end dinner party? In the time she'd been here in Shangjing, she'd also learned a bit about the situation in Shangjing. As one of the three great families in Shangjing, the Ji family's status needed no introduction. Originally, after discovering that the Shi family was bankrupt, Zhao Fei Fei was planning to pitch Shi Wei Kong for a sum of money and run away. But she didn't expect that the Shi family's father and son had actually embraced Ji Mingyue's thighs, which caused Zhao Fei Fei to stay again. If she could join the Shangjing gentry through this path, then she must go back and humiliate Ji Fan. But what she didn't expect was to see Ji Fan here. Ji Fan, it's nice to finally meet you. Worthy of being the son of a deceased person, he has some of the qualities of a deceased person. Ji Mengyue ignored the gazes of the people around her and walked directly to Ji Fan, extending her hand. Looking at the woman in front of him, Ji Fan took a deep breath and extended his hand as well. This, then, is his own aunt, the one who started this game. Without her, it wouldn't be what it is. Ji Fan was still in Zhanghai, holding his sister and living his life quietly. The two men's hands touched and didn't tangle too much. Ji Mengyue always had a smile on her face while waving towards her back. Although the Shi family's father and son and Zhao Fei Fei were a bit reluctant, they could only walk over. Ji Fan, do you remember these old friends? Especially this one, Ji Mengyue said as she pulled Zhao Fei Fei purposely to her side, bringing her closer to Ji Fan. It hasn't been that long since you two broke up, so you should remember, right? After all, you've been in Jiangda all these years, and you're kind of a little famous because of her. What's it called? Jiangda's no. One God's love-licking dog? Ji Fan's eyes turned cold. He knew that as long as Ji Mengyue wanted to find out, this kind of thing could easily be found out. But he didn't expect Ji Mengyue to say it on this occasion. This kind of thing couldn't do much harm to Ji Fan. but it could make him the center of discussion. Manhwa also taught Jifan a lesson with practical actions, making enemies with women. That's what. She would utilize every means at her disposal, and it didn't matter if it was cheesy or underhanded, as long as it worked. It's a real man when he has feelings. But there are some people, just look at them clearly, who is not blind for a bit when they are young. It is normal to fall in love with one or two scummy men and women. Ji Hongfei opening his mouth was indeed not expected by Ji Manhwa. She looked at her second brother in surprise. This famous genius of the business world, who had now grown into a lord of the party, jumped out at this time. After a brief moment of reflection, the corners of Ji Manhwa's mouth rose slightly. This second brother of his, he valued this nephew more than he thought he seemed to. That would be nice. The more he valued it, then the simpler it would be for him to pull the family together. Sure enough, and Shi's face had turned ironic when Jifan opened his mouth, and his eyes were even turning back and forth between Jifan and Ji Hongfei both without blinking. The atmosphere of the scene had become extremely strange, while the surrounding onlookers were even more afraid to utter a single breath. They had already guessed something inside, but no one dared to say anything. Never in a million years would I have expected to come today and actually see such a good show. Dad, Mom, isn't today my welcome party? Why hasn't it started yet? Right at this moment, Jisia's voice suddenly rang out, making this tense and depressing environment suddenly open up, and many people even let out a long sigh of relief. Start. Today is my baby girl's welcome back banquet. Everyone come in and sit down. The process will start soon. Chapter 183, The President's Unified Love Brain. The interlude of Jifan's appearance caused the entire banquet to change. On the surface it was still Jisia's welcome back banquet, but in reality everyone's mind was no longer on it. Many people were discussing Jifan's identity in whispers, and some were inquiring about Luo Qingshan's identity. The only person who didn't pay attention to Jisia, and even the process had progressed almost to the point where everyone didn't react. Jifan frankly faced these gazes and was calmly communicating with Luo Qingshan, who was whispering to the side. You really used to be her dog licker for 2.5 years. Ha? No, it's 2 years, not 2.5. So why don't you serve for 6 more months? It makes it easier to say. No, I wasn't being a lickspill. I was just deluded at the time. Jifan suddenly realized that he didn't seem to be able to explain himself, and simply closed his mouth. But Luo Qingshan's eyes still fell on him, as if she wanted to find out what was going on with Jifan. In addition to Luo Qingshan's gaze, Jifan also felt an extremely angry gaze, and he didn't need to think about it to know that it wasn't she. This woman must have carefully prepared something today, but with Luo Qingshan around, she couldn't do anything, and the other gaze was a little rusty, with a heavy dose of curiosity mixed in. Jifan couldn't help but turn his head to look. In the center of the crowd's clusters, Jisia's big, mischievous eyes landed on Jifan's body from time to time, filled with curiosity and a desire to explore. Everyone, today, in order to welcome my daughter back to China, my Ji family has taken out a lot of their collection and purposely organized a small charity auction. Moreover, all the proceeds from all the auctions today will be donated in my daughter's name, so I hope everyone can participate. Jisia had been well protected by Ji Hongfei and Anqi before, and basically didn't appear in front of everyone much, but he didn't expect to play so big this time. You still have the nerve to laugh. If it wasn't because of you, how could Jisia have been called back to China in a hurry and then made such a big show of appearing in front of the Shangjing celebrities? Huo Yunze was originally standing by Jifan's side, and when he saw the smile at the corner of Jifan's mouth, he couldn't help but open his mouth and spit out a small comment. On the other hand, Luo Qingshan on the other side was similarly pursing her lips and snickering. Although she didn't participate in such occasions much, she had quite a bit of knowledge about these celebrities in Shangjing, as evidenced by the fact that she had received the message immediately after Ji Yuyu had just disgraced herself. This time, she had accompanied Jifan so readily to the dinner party, and aside from her curiosity about Jifan as a person, she was also curious as to how the Ji family would deal with Jifan. As for Jifan utilizing her identity, Luo Qingshan didn't care. It's not like you're being asked to actively do something. It doesn't matter if you're passive. What's it got to do with me? I was forced to do it too, okay? But you kid, I didn't see that you're still a lickspill. This doesn't bring a female companion? What are you afraid of? Huo Yunze spits on himself, so Jifan has to diss him a bit. Huo Yunze froze. Licking dogs? Then he actually nodded silently. Well, it's not bad to be her lickspill. It was Jifan and Luo Qingshan's turn to be confused. Looking at Huo Yunze saying this in a serious manner, Jifan wanted to see if he had a fever. Is this the president's love brain? Jifan remembered the female president of his family, and a happy smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, but it was captured by the two people next to him. Huo Yunze was just about to proceed to spit on Jifan for a couple of sentences when the charity auction had already begun over there. Charity auction. You, as the topmost VIP, We'll definitely have to auction it off later, or you'll lose a lot of face, and those guys are eyeing you. They'd love to see you humiliated in front of so many high-class people. The G family, as the family that is still the number one in Shangjing at the moment, has a very high regard for face. Once you lose enough face today, do you believe that the G family won't even recognize you back? What Hui Yunzi said was really something Ji-fan hadn't expected. With Luo Qingshang around, there was no way they could pull off a plot, but a young plot was still possible, and Ji-fan couldn't hide from it. What can there be to be ashamed of? Can I just buy one? But Hui Yunzi shook his head. A total of 8 top-notch invitations were issued for this banquet in addition to you, and each of these 8 invitations will choose a certain lot to light the sky lantern. You being the 9th top invitation and now with such a sensitive status, you must be as well. Buy and sell by force? Or is it a way to light the lanterns in the sky? A little bit of heavenly lamp meant that this lot must be taken by himself, and no matter how much other people bid, he could only continue to add. Of course, on such occasions are not afraid of others blindly shouting. More than a certain amount of money are on-site capital inspection. Besides, this one is originally a charity auction. Can light the sky lantern guy that are in the Shangjing stomping? The business circle will shake a big man. Not a great hatred, will not go to maliciously increase the price. Of these 8 invitations, the Hua family has 2. One for Hui Yunzi and his second brother, who still has them because he's about to marry Ji Yuyu. There was one in the Ji family that belonged to the married daughter, Ji Mengyu. The An family also has one, in the hands of An Shengye. In addition to these 4, the owners of the remaining 4 were known as the 4 major enterprises in Shangjing. Although not as good as the 3 major families, they were still second only to them, having been entrenched in Shangjing for many years, and had their own backbone and connections. On the contrary, Ji Fan, alone and at the tip of the storm of this banquet, didn't even need the An family to make a move, so naturally, there would be some people who saw the wind in their sails to give Ji Fan a hard time. Doesn't matter, just order it. I have a black card from the Qi family. Ji Fan hammed and hawed. Comparing yourself to money? Don't know it. The old man gave himself his black card. Not that he blew it. Everyone here is trash. Forgot about that. You have Master G's card. That's redundant for me to worry about. It doesn't matter if you just light up the whole place. The charity auction had to go inside. And inside this banquet hall, there was an exhibition hall that could accommodate about 100 or 10 people. And this was the venue for today's charity auction. The auctioneer and today's lots had already been prepared, and had thoughtfully printed all the lots in a book, so that everyone could take a copy to view in advance when they went in. At the very front of the auction, there were 8 conspicuous double sofa seats, which belonged to the 8 top-tier invitations for VIP seating today. I'm going to the restroom. Before Ji-fan went in, Pei Xiaohua spoke softly in his ear. Ji-fan turned his head, the 2 of them locked eyes. Ji-fan nodded, then Pei Xiaohua left alone carrying a black bag. Hui Yunzi curiously turned his head to look at Pei Xiaohua, but didn't ask anything. When he came to the seat that belonged to him and sat down, Luo Qingsha sat beside him. The wide sofa seat was comfortable and gave Ji-fan a feeling of wanting to take a nap. Hui Yunzi was sitting right next to him, enjoying the double sofa by himself. Faster. At this time, the lights changed, and the auctioneer lady on the stage wearing a cheongsam twisted her thin waist and walked to the very center. The auction is about to begin. Chapter 184, the auction begins. Welcome to today's auction. Since it's a small private auction, we'll skip some of the unnecessary processes. Everyone should have today's lot in their hands by now, so you can read the introduction. And in 5 minutes we will be auctioning the first lot. Ji-fan opened the booklet. Tonight was a total of 25 lots. There were treasured antiques, valuable paintings and calligraphy, and some jewelry designed by top designers. No matter which one, even if it was taken out individually, it was worth a lot of money, and now it was all gathered together. Moreover, 18 of these 25 lots were contributed by the Ji family, and only the remaining 7 were donated by other people, which was enough to show the strength of the Ji family's heritage. This kind of thing that ordinary people might not see in their entire lives. The Ji family had pulled out 18 pieces in one breath, and they didn't even care about it at all. Ji-fan didn't know anything about paintings, calligraphy, or antiques, and he wasn't a professional, so he flipped directly to the last page. Nice to look at, isn't it? This necklace was designed and created by a late top designer. Not only is it beautifully designed and made of precious materials, but it also has a very nice name, Love for Each Other. Ji-fan had seen the introduction of the necklace. Its name was so simple, direct and crude, Love for Each Other. You're going to shoot? Ji-fan looked at the starting price on it, $100 million. I'll forget it. She doesn't like jewelry designed by others. Well, this dog food Ji-fan is eating. Lin herself was a jewelry designer, and in her own field, of course she would feel that hers was the best, and if she didn't even have that confidence, then it would be hard for her to design those perfect pieces. I'm going to order this later, said Hui Yunza as he flipped forward 2 pages, on top of which was a calligraphy and painting. Tang Pakfu's real handwriting, not very famous, but authentic. Ji-fan flipped to the page he was talking about, and good lord, the starting bid was the same 100 million, so 100 million just means they're too lazy to write it up? Numbers that are out of reach for ordinary people who struggle all their lives are just a starting point here. Right, it's all good stuff, there's no need to divide it into high and low. Anyway, $100 million through and through. As for how much the final auction price is, it depends on everyone's enthusiasm. Ji-fan proceeded to flip forward, and after 2 pages the starting bidding price finally changed. This is an antique, introduced as a certain dynasty prime minister's home furnishings. Absolutely extraordinary. The starting price is 30 million. Ji-fan's heart calmed slightly. Shocking himself, he thought that all 25 pieces were of this level of merchandise, but it turned out that there were only 5. Without realizing it, Ji-fan had already used the word only, and he didn't even feel there was anything wrong. This only represents a minimum 500 million deal, and the final figure must be much more than 500 million. Why don't you just order the last one, just in time to give it to your presidentess? She'll love it. Hui Yunza, this guy, usually look at the thief pull high cold. A stranger do not approach the appearance. Ji-fan also did not expect him to be so bad-mouthed. I would have known not to sit with him. Besides, isn't it obvious that this guy is doing himself a disservice? Lighting the sky lanterns, but also the last finale. This is too much of their own tonight out of the limelight is not enough. Is it too much of their hatred of their own is not deep enough? Want to let the other side quickly get killed themselves? What are you afraid of? Look at Miss Luo's calm smile. With her here, you'll definitely be able to leave from here unharmed today. Once we get back to the hotel, I can keep you safe in Shangjing. Ji-fan glanced at him. This kid, any way he looked at it, looked like he was unsettled. I think that Mr. Ho is probably right about that, too. Anyway, you're already deadly rivals, so you might as well be straightforward and flamboyant this time. With your status, there's no need to keep a low profile in the first place. At this time, Luo Qingshang chimed in from the side, looking like she was watching the fun. Ji-fan frowned. It is not impossible. He came to Shangjing originally did not intend to still get along well with those few. Already torn face, do not care that they hate themselves a little more. They can't be dogged until the last minute anyway. The auction begins with our first lot of the day. Generally speaking, the first lot wouldn't be too bad. Ji-fan took a look at it and the starting bid was 50 million. Other than those hundreds of millions, this is the most expensive. As soon as the words fell, a chubby middle-aged man sitting in the front row suddenly stood up. Let me, Mr. Wang, throw in this first piece, $100 million. As he finished his sentence, the light next to his seat suddenly came on. Ji-fan glanced around, and there was such a lamp set up next to his couch, only it was still out. The first lot went straight to hundreds of millions of dollars, instantly igniting the passion in the room. Anyone who makes it in, though, won't take that one small goal too seriously, and it's a perfect opportunity to show their faces. Really, it's definitely worth it for them to spend $100 million to be remembered. 100 million at a time, 100 million twice, 100 million 3 times. Congratulations to this gentleman for winning our first lot of this auction. The auction was a quick success after 3 times as the small hammer fell. That fast? Ji-fan was astonished. Well, it's just so quick to light the sky lanterns, and usually they take the initiative to offer a higher price. And as long as they don't have any deep grudges, no one else will be bidding at this time. Luo Qingshang, who was on the side, gave Ji-fan an explanation. The second lot had also been brought onto the stage, and after the auctioneer introduced a few sentences a new round of auctions began. The starting price for this one was $1 million, and as soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the people below immediately began to bid hotly. Soon $1 million became $3.5 million, and by this time the speed of the shouting had begun to slow down. The second lot eventually sold for $3.9 million. For the next 10 or so pieces, the few people sitting in the front row didn't move, all watching quietly. The highest fetched more than $8 million, and the lowest went up to $3 million, but none of them broke $10 million. When the dozen or so pieces were auctioned off, the ones that followed were now the ones with tens of millions of starting bids, and the sky lanterns began to be lit one by one. Ji-fan looked like he was watching the show from beginning to end, indifferent in the face of the exaggerated prices that these people shouted out. Not far away, Anshi looked at Ji-fan with a sneer. The country bumpkin must have thought no one could do anything to him as long as he stayed out of it. Unbeknownst to me, in a family like ours, the most important thing is face. Once he loses face here today, it won't be so easy for him to subsequently enter the Ji family so smoothly. Chapter 185. It was the same as what Luo Qingshang had said. As long as someone lit the sky lanterns, the others would usually not continue to call for more. and every person who lights a sky lantern voluntarily raises the price to $100 million. So far, none of those items starting at $100 million have started yet, but they're coming soon. The first to strike was the Anson's, $300 million, without even waiting for the auctioneer to finish introducing the item, and Shinya over here had already opened his mouth to interrupt her. How petty, and to say that you're the next generation of the Yin family in charge, just like this? And Shinya was still fooling around when Huiyun's taunts came to his face. $500 million. Jifan's eyes widened. This guy, mouth said as long as the light of the sky lamp, the general people do not have any deep hatred will not go to raise the price. Turn the back he came to such a thing. I forgot to tell you that I have a deep grudge against him. Huiyunza looked at Jifan expressionlessly as his mouth slowly said. Jifan silently gave him a thumbs up and then proceeded to ask, aren't you afraid he'll trip you up later, too? Huiyunza smiled arrogantly. Him? Not worthy. Even Huiyunza didn't hide his voice, and all of his conversation with Jifan was clearly audible to Inshinya. But Inshinya also only dared to look at Huiyunza angrily over there and didn't really dare to say anything more. 600 million, 800 million, a billion, and Inshinya gritted his teeth. Huiyunza smiled and didn't speak again. It's only $1 billion. It's nothing to the Yin family, but it's nice to be able to discuss Inshinya. It was soon Huiyunza's own turn. $1 billion. The moment Huiyunza opened his mouth, the entire room was shocked. This painting is indeed a genuine painting of Tang Bohu, but it is only a genuine painting that is not famous. Around 300 million should be the limit of this painting, but I did not expect Huiyunza to directly open his mouth for 1 billion. Since it's a donation, it's only natural that my Hua family can't lag behind. Of course, I'd welcome someone to give me a lift. Be charitable, more or less. The scene instantly recalled a burst of praise. On the other hand, and Shengye's eyes were on fire. He was tempted to add another sum, but in this situation now, if he dared to raise the price, he would definitely become a target, and then he would attract everyone's resentment instead. It was clear that he had also offered $1 billion, but to others, it seemed as if he had been forced by Huiyunza, and he didn't even dare to fight back. And Huiyunza also offered $1 billion, but received praise from everyone in the room. This made Shengye get angrier and angrier the more he thought about it, but there was still nothing he could do about it. Jifan silently gave Huiyunza another thumbs up. This man is really good at playing with people's hearts. Just so easily let Shengye eat a dumb loss, and he himself made a splash. 2 birds with 1 stone. I'm doing this for his own good. He's still too young. He has to grow up and grow up more, and I'm helping the elders of the Yin family to teach him. It was said that Shengye was the closest man to Huiyunza in Shangjing, but now it seemed that he wasn't even in the same league compared to Huiyunza. The next 2 pieces with reserve prices breaking 100 million were bid by Ji Manhwa and the second of the Hua family respectively, but they didn't come up with 1 billion like Huiyunza. Although it was a top-tier invitation, they didn't have to align themselves with the 3 great families, so both of them finalized the auction for 300 million. At this point, it was also time for the final press of this auction. Before this, all the other top invitation VIPs had already lit the sky lanterns once, and now the only one who hadn't moved was Jifan. The eyes of everyone in the room looked towards Jifan. They were curious as to what this strange man would do, but without even giving Jifan a chance to refuse. The light next to him was already on. Not only that, Anshi had already walked towards him, and behind Anshi was the main character of the day, Ji Xia. She had been looking at Jifan curiously, and now that she saw her mother walking over, she immediately followed, wanting to see what this was all about. Jifan, after watching for so long, there are some rules that I don't think Auntie needs to tell you, right? As a VIP of the top-tier invitation, you must also choose one of these auction items to light the sky lantern today, but now there's only this last lot left, so you can only choose it now. Anshi came over and went straight to the point, his eyes looking at Jifan expectantly, just hoping that Jifan would just open his mouth and refuse. Ji Hongfei was sitting not far away, but he didn't stop this and even watched with interest. Could be, but Jifan's reaction was out of Anshi's expectation. He just said 2 simple words, calm and full of bottom. This made Anshi not know what to say for a moment. That's when Shengye walked over. He had just been set up by Huiyunza and was in a bad mood now. It's a bit difficult to get revenge on Huiyunza, but it's still easy to deal with this bumpkin, even if he's got Huiyunza sitting on his left and Luo Qingshan on his right. As long as they followed the rules, there was nothing those 2 could do to help Jifan. Young Ji really has good guts. Since you've agreed, let's start with this last auction item. Contrary to Anshi, Shengye then hoped that Jifan would agree. As soon as he agreed, he himself was going to hit him hard in the face tonight. How much money can a country bumpkin have on him? As for the Xia Group in Shanghai, it is indeed the richest in Shanghai, with a market capitalization of tens of billions. But Shengye investigated. Xia's group has been growing at a rapid pace lately. and the liquidity that can be mobilized is not much, definitely not more than 1 billion. Even if that Xia group went all out to support him, the most he could shout was 1 billion. But Shengye wouldn't let him off the hook so easily. Either he surrenders and admits defeat in front of so many people today to lose face, or he himself is going to make him go completely bankrupt with the Xia group behind him today. The auction continues. The auctioneers solemnly took out the last lot, the grand finale of this private auction. Falling in love. Compared to the previous auction of those famous real works of art, paintings and antiques, this phase of love is obviously much younger. But as soon as Acacia came out, all eyes were drawn to her. This is a necklace handcrafted by the famous master jeweler Walker and was the last piece he made during his lifetime. The name of this piece is called Love for Each Other, signifying beautiful love. And the starting bid is $100 million. As the auctioneer's words fell, everyone's gazes went to Jifan, but a look of eagerness showed in the eyes of even more people. They had long gotten word from Manhwa that this auction item was randomly auctioned, and it would be best to make Jifan fail to light the heavenly lantern, which would be a hard slap in the face. And this necklace is a woman all like. Many people present are carrying female companions. In this kind of occasion, if you can auction down, not only in front of the woman long face, but also in the whole Shangjing business circle long face, it could even be valued by the N and G families. 3 in 1. Chapter 186. I have a black card. Are you stupid? $150 million. As soon as the auctioneer's words fell, a voice from the back row suddenly shouted out. Everyone at the scene froze. Although there were some who had already prepared to make things difficult for Jifan, but the other party had lit the sky lantern, so they must wait for the other party to bid first, which was a minimum of respect for the person who had lit the sky lantern. This person originally wanted to win the favor of the Yin family, so he intentionally opened his mouth before Jifan made his bid, but he didn't expect it to backfire, and instead of getting the limelight, he drew frowns from the people around him. I guess it should be hard for him to broaden his business a bit more in the future. No one would want to make a deal with someone who doesn't know the rules like that. Jifan looked at Anshi with a smile in his eyes, as if he was mocking. Is this who you set up? Anshi's face was cold, but she couldn't say more after what happened. Anyway, Jifan just took the bait. She would like to see who would be more humiliated later on when Jifan had no money. Mr. Qi, would you like to raise the price first or wait until we finish our offer? At that moment, a man suddenly stood up and rushed at Jifan and politely opened his mouth to ask. Jifan waved his hand. Make yourselves at home. It has happened before. After the person who lit the sky lantern bid someone who also liked the lot and would start bidding in anticipation of the 1 in a million, which the person who lit the sky lantern didn't want. Of course, that hasn't happened until now. After all, if you don't want it, it's not a lot, along with the face. But now that it was Jifan lighting the sky lantern, this unknown kid, they might actually be able to pick up the pieces. Soon the number of bidders increased. 150 million was only the beginning, and the price was immediately called up to 400 million. This necklace should cost around $500 million. How much are you going to ask for? Huayunzi looked at Jifan from the side and asked in a small voice. $1 billion? Haven't you already made a sample? The Hua family and the Yin family are both offering $1 billion. So of course I, as the future head of the G family, must have $1 billion as well. Jifan's words weren't even disguised, and they were loud enough for half the people in the venue to hear, and the remaining half, with mouths to feed, will ask themselves. Everyone had guessed Jifan's identity before, and basically guessed a lot, but now that it was Jifan himself who had said it, the meaning between the two was very different. The 5 big words G family bastard instantly surfaced in everyone's mind. Seeing the price coming out slower and slower, Jifan finally raised his hand. 1 billion. As soon as the price came out, and Shengye, who was not far away, was the first to jump out. No way. Where do you get that kind of money? I demand a capital check. In Shengye's investigation, even if all the cash of Xia's group is used up is only about 1 billion, how can he take out all at once? Jifan sneered and didn't retort, just silently pulled out a black card from his pocket. Do you still need a capital inspection? Jifan casually shook the black card in his hand, a smile still on his face as he looked at Shengye in front of him and asked, You? And Shengye naturally recognizes this card in Jifan's hand, directly dumbfounded. He had one of these black cards himself, but the word on the back was an. Ji Hongfei, you gave him your black card? Anshi turned her head angrily the moment she saw the black card in Jifan's hand and looked at Ji Hongfei, who had been sitting steadily. No wonder he was so calm from the beginning. Was it because he had given this black card to Jifan long ago? Facing Anshi's questioning, Ji Hongfei just shook his head. Who else if not you? No, the old man's card? Anshi's eyes stared tightly at Ji Hongfei. She knew that Ji Hongfei didn't care to cheat himself on such things. That meant that this card was the one that Master Ji had in his hand. Elder Ji's shares in the Ji family were still number 1 right now, far surpassing the 2 brothers Ji Hongfei and Ji Yangyu. Ji-fan had this card, not to mention this necklace. Even if he had all 25 lots, he would not have much problem. Anchi hadn't counted on this in 1,000 ways. She also didn't expect that the old man loved his grandson to such an extent that he gave him his black card after just one meeting. The card represents not only endless wealth, but also status. The black card of the Ji family. Whoever saw it had to give a few points of face. After Ji-fan pulled out this card, the entire room went silent. Before also thought of picking up the leakage of people are now all silent. This guy is completely cheating. Take Ji old man's card. This who can compare with him? Even Huayunza and Inshanye combined couldn't compare to him. Wait. At that moment, and she suddenly walked towards Ji-fan. She eyed Ji-fan unkindly, especially at the card in his hand. Elder Ji had never been this generous to her or to Ji-sia, and the Ji-fan in front of her made her start to get jealous. Does Mrs. Ki have any more questions? Ji-fan was still playing with the card in his hand with a careless look, making Inshi grit her teeth even more. You can't use this card. This is a private auction organized by my Ji family. My family members do not participate in the auction. And naturally, the Ji family's money cannot participate in the auction either. Having Anchi come up with such an excellent reason in this short period of time made Ji-fan couldn't help but look at her twice more. No wonder it is said that no one raised in such a family is stupid. With such a simple reason, not only could Ji-fan not be able to use this black card, but it also sidestepped the fact that Ji-fan was not a member of Ji's family. Even though he was Ji Hongfei's seed, the Ji family didn't let him recognize his ancestors now. When she said that, Anchi glanced at Ji Hongfei in the distance, and after seeing that he didn't say anything, the bottom line was also much stronger. And once again she looked at Ji-fan, and this time her eyes were firm. There's more to it? Ji-fan looked sideways at Huayunza and then at Luo Qingshang and opened his mouth to ask. Both men shook their heads. It's true that you're not allowed to auction yourself, but there doesn't seem to be a rule about where the money for the auction comes from, does it? Huayunza naturally wanted to speak for Ji-fan. If this let Inshi muddle through, then Ji-fan might really lose face today. That's $1 billion. Does he have it? On the other side, Luo Qingshang also stood up. Anchi had already tried to ignore Luo Qingshang as much as she could today, but now in this face-to-face situation, she could only smile and gesture at Luo Qingshang. Mrs. Ji, the card is in Ji-fan's hands. He can swipe it out, so naturally this money is fine. As for where the money comes from, that doesn't seem to have anything to do with your auction, does it? In the face of Luo Qingshang's questioning, and she didn't stop there. She knew that once she made this card available to Ji-fan, then all of today would have been for nothing. She was naturally resigned. If it was any other card, then naturally I wouldn't bother. But this black card is known to everyone, and only the Ji family's family head can have it. As Ji Hongfei's explicit wife, the only lady of the Ji family, I can naturally decide whether or not this card can be used. Chapter 187, Capital Verification. Does Mr. and still want to follow? Kind of funny. Looks like you guys are a little more roguish than I thought. Not quite up to the game. Ji-fan put away the black card in his hand, a hint of disdain flashing across his face. Being taunted by Ji-fan like this, and Shi's face went black, but she still looked at Ji-fan firmly. It's all come down to this, and Ji-fan must be made a fool of. Anyway, he had already shouted out the price of $1 billion. If he couldn't pay later, he wouldn't be able to stand up in the celebrity circle in Shangjing in the future. At that time, as long as he added more fuel to the fire in front of Elder Ji, he would definitely be able to minimize Elder Ji's impression of him. She just couldn't believe that the old man was choosing an heir because all he needed was a grandson, without examining other aspects. Mr. Ji has already bid $1 billion. Is there anyone else to follow? At this time, the auctioneer on the stage had already shouted. Up to now, Anchi hadn't given her a clear answer, and she couldn't keep the guests below waiting for so long, so she could only open her mouth and ask first. Just as she asked for the third time, a loud voice rang out. $1.5 billion. It's in Shanye. The crowd on stage began to whisper. This in Shanye. He only bid 300 million when he lit the sky lantern himself, and the back was still forced up by Huasanshao for him, but now he's bidding $1.5 billion for this one, clearly wanting to deal with this Ji-fan. Who says it isn't? After all, Mrs. Ji is a member of the In family, and this in Shanye is obviously here to help support his aunt. I don't know whose son this Ji-fan really is. If it's Ji Hongfei's, that would be interesting. The head of the Qi family was crushed for half his life, and then turned around on a bastard? Everyone was inside this circle and naturally knew how obsessed the Ji family's old man was with the grandson. The card that Ji-fan had just pulled out had also proved it all. Things seemed to be getting interesting, watching the people around him talk, and Shengye enjoyed the feeling of the world focusing on him. Normally in public occasions within such circles, as long as he was mentioned he would definitely bring up Huayunza, and once Huayunza was brought up then he was destined to become a backdrop. There aren't many times when you're the main character yourself like now. And a big thank you to Jivan. $1.5 billion. has far exceeded the original price of this necklace, but also became the highest price in the room. Even if most of these giants present, millions and millions of dollars will not care. But 1.5 billion has crossed a class. To be able to take out 1.5 billion of liquidity at any time, at least half of the people present cannot do it. And Shengye had thrown out such a high price. And now the center of everyone's attention had gone back to Ji-fan. Everyone was curious as to what else this unknown person had up his sleeve after losing the Ji family's black card. 2 billion. Ji-fan didn't let them wait too long. He had already opened his mouth not long after Shengye had finished speaking, directly raising the price by another 500 million. $2 billion? Do you have that much money? There's no key family black card for you to pretend this time. I'm applying for a capital check. Seeing that Ji-fan still dared to quote a price, and Shengye quit and immediately said towards the auctioneer on the stage. The auctioneer didn't move and instead looked at Ji Hongfei. This auction is all made by the Ji family, and these auctioneers are all from the Ji family. Although Anshi is their wife, Ji Hongfei is sitting right here, so of course they have to listen to Ji Hongfei when it matters. Check. Ji Hongfei waved his hand as if he wasn't worried at all. The move made Anshi frown. Yesterday afternoon Anshi had already understood all those old stories before Ji Hongfei, and also knew Ji-fan's mother, Sun Huiya. For this reason last night she made an unprecedented fuss with Ji Hongfei. His own daughter's name is actually Ji Hongfei, pining for that woman. But the matter has already passed for more than 20 years. No matter how much more it will not help. After getting Ji Hongfei's personal confirmation that he will not intervene in today's matter, Anshi only gave up. Now Ji Hongfei did abide by the agreement between the two. Not only did he not intervene, but also indirectly helped himself. But how to look at it is a bit strange. With things as they were, and she could only watch in silence. The staff at the scene quickly walked towards Ji-fan, and in the eyes of the crowd, Ji-fan unhurriedly pulled out another card. What's that he's got there? A postal bank card? The two major rural banks that go hand in hand with the Rural Credit Union, RCU, don't give away any less rice and oil for depositing money there. Indeed, no matter how small the town, there are at least two banks, the Rural Credit Union and the Postal Bank. The crowd's reaction gave Ji-fan a bit of deja vu. When Pei Xiaohua pulled out that Rural Credit Union card back then, he felt a little ashamed of himself. I didn't expect the bullet that I fired back then. In today's day, chased from Jianghai to Shangjing, and hit myself right in the center of the eyebrow. It was also the first time that the staff had seen such a mediocre bank card used for a $2 billion capital verification, with a hint of skepticism in their eyes. But they are professionals after all, and someone those bank cards went behind the scenes. 3 minutes later, the man who had just gone and carefully held the bank card, his body trembling as he walked up to Ji-fan. Capital inspection successful. When he uttered those 4 words, there was an uproar. The others were a little better, but Xian and Shengye were completely dumbfounded. This is 2 billion Even if all the liquidity of Xia's group is transferred over, it is impossible to have 2 billion. And Ji-fan didn't know beforehand that this would happen. It's unlikely that he would have mobilized the funds in advance. That means he's carrying over $2 billion of property with him? That's impossible. And Sunup didn't hold back his shout. Ji-fan has more money on him than he does? How is this possible? He was one of the 3 great families in Shangjing, the current head of the Yin family. Although the shares of the Yin family had not all been handed over to him, he had the right to utilize the resources of the Yin family, including funds. He can make a direct decision on any project under $10 billion, and he can make a direct decision on any liquidity of about $1 billion. But what the hell is this kiffin? 2 billion? Mr. G's card still has a balance of 20 billion. Does Shaoan still want to continue to raise the price? At that moment, the auctioneer's words made everyone completely boil over. 20 billion? A lot of people here don't have as much personal family, and this young man carries around a $20 billion card? Or this postal bank of some kind. How did the world get so crazy? He frowned slightly as the auctioneer reported his card balance, then glanced at Ji Hongfei's position. But Ji Hongfei just sipped his tea there with an old spirit, looking as if it had nothing to do with him. But Ji-fan knew that it must have been Ji Hongfei who had signaled the staff. Otherwise, how could they have arbitrarily reported the amount of their property? But now he didn't bother with these small details, and his gaze turned to the disoriented Shengye. Well, does Shao still want to follow? Chapter 188, The Best Necklace for the Most Beautiful Princess. 2 billion. Ji-fan eventually auctioned off the necklace. Love for each other. At this sky-high price, drawing smacks from the crowd. As for Shi and Shengye, the two people with evil intentions, after knowing Ji-fan's bottom card, they all fell silent and hid at the side, not knowing what they were planning. Mr. G really is a hero. This is my business card. I hope I can have a meal with Mr. G sometime in the future. Mr. G, this is my business card. I'm from the Zhao family in Shangjing. My family specializes in. Mr. G, here's my business card. I'd like to invite you for a meal. See when it's convenient. The auction had just dispersed, and Ji-fan had become the meat and potatoes of everyone's heart. Even Huiyunza couldn't compare to him at this point. If Ji-fan hadn't been protecting Luo Changshao, she would probably have been pushed away by the group, and Ji-fan couldn't even hear what the group was saying right now. This one was interrupted by the next one before he could finish, and the scene was already a mess. It was rare for Ji-fan to have such an experience, and today was a long time coming. This continued for almost 20 minutes, and it was because of Anshi that he was finally able to extricate himself. Ji-fan, I'm the one who underestimated you and your mom. Anshi held her glass of wine, not noisy or angry, but full of calm. However, Ji-fan could see something extraordinary in these calm eyes of hers. It's treating yourself like a rival. Before, she was only because of her identity as Ji Hongfei's son, but now, she was valuing Ji-fan as a person. Or rather there was Sun Huiya behind him. The people around them had the good sense to leave. The next conversation was certainly not something they could just listen to. Ji-fan straightened the clothes that had just been messed up, and only then did he look at Anshi. Anshi's gaze kept falling on his body, oblivious to Luo Qingshan beside him. Although Luo Qingshan's identity was special, it was impossible for Luo Qingshan to take the initiative to find trouble with her. Just ignore it yourself. The two of them locked gazes, and Ji-fan smiled. Still need to learn more from Mrs. Qi. Anshi took a deep breath and reached her hand back, and Shengye appeared from behind Anshi and handed over a glass of red wine. No one knows what's going to happen until the ending comes out, and it's fun to have confrontation. It's a pity you're not my son, but I'll have a drink together as the eldest. Ji-fan looked at the glass of wine and Shengye handed over, but had no intention of reaching for it at all. I'm sorry, I'm a country bumpkin and suspicious. I don't drink from strangers. What do you say, Qing Xiao? And Shengye's face had a somewhat awkward expression on it, and he didn't know what to do with his outstretched hand. A smile also surfaced on Luo Qingshan's face as she gently nodded. Drinking we can drink by ourselves. It's no fun drinking with strangers like this. And Shengye had never been so belittled since he took over the Yin family, but he really had no way at all to face these two people. The expression on Anshi's face slowly became stiffened, becoming more and more icy, and the two sides just stood there. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Mom, what are you doing? Ji Xia suddenly killed out from somewhere, and although she was speaking to Anshi, her eyes were always on Ji-fan. No, to be precise, it had been on that necklace on Ji-fan's hand. The necklace had been swiped and paid for at the end of the auction, then delivered to him in the box it had been in. The necklace that was originally worth about $500 million was already worth $2 billion at this moment, and Ji-fan himself was trembling a little as he held it. Just now when that group of people surrounded him, Ji-fan was afraid that whoever accidentally gave his necklace a bump, then he would be heartbroken. Still, everyone was a gentleman, although crowded a bit, but did not move their hands too much, and one by one, they also avoided Ji-fan's hand that was holding the necklace. $2 billion. Can't afford to lose it. It's okay, Mom just talked to him. Her own daughter suddenly came over. Anshi herself didn't notice. Her attention was too focused before. But it's also good. Ji-fan refused to drink, and it's embarrassing to be in such a stalemate. Ji-fan, are you my brother? Jizya had been well protected by her own parents since she was a little girl. Not many people even knew who she was until she was in college. She had been a little princess, growing up in pure happiness. After being sent abroad to study, she had also been protected by the Ji family, and those who had ulterior motives for her couldn't even get close to her before they had already been cleared and warned by the bodyguards. So let's just say that 19-year-old Kizya isn't as mindful as her own parents. To Ji-fan, she was more than curious. She had heard before that this was most likely her half-brother, but she didn't know the specifics. Ji-fan looked at the simple Ji Xia in front of him, and after a little hesitation he still nodded. Really, my brother? Ha? So is it our first day meeting today, and are you going to give me a gift for meeting me? How about giving me that necklace? The little girl's eyes flashed with a sly light. She just liked this necklace, also came for the necklace. Otherwise how could she suddenly ask, are you my brother? Such presumptuous words. Ever since she was little, Anshi would give her whatever Jizya wanted, so she felt that since Ji-fan was her brother and this necklace was so pretty, she had to give it to herself as well. Ji-fan froze. He hadn't expected his own half-sister to be so direct. $2 billion? For a meet and greet? Think about what? At this time, Huiyunza had also walked over, and his first reaction after hearing Ji Xia's words was to look at Anshi. So shameless? Letting your own daughter ask for something? But as he looked at Anshi's reaction, she seemed to be unaware of it as well. So Huiyunza stood and watched with great interest to see exactly what Ji-fan was going to choose. Ji-fan was also a bit confused at this point. The best way. He gave it to Luo Qingshang, but this method Ji-fan could not use. After all, the symbolism of this necklace would be ambiguous. Just as a number of people watched his dilemma, he suddenly had a flash of light. Ji-fan looked over at Ji Xia. the corners of his mouth rising slightly. This best necklace. Then of course it should go to the most beautiful princess. When Ji-fan said this, many people's eyes widened. What's that supposed to mean? You're really going to give this $2 billion necklace that was just auctioned off to Jizya? Technically speaking, Jizya was Ji-fan's enemy. Ji-fan wanted to step into the Ji family. Then Ji-sea's mother was his biggest obstacle. And once he did enter the Ji family, then Ji-sea's original high probability of being able to obtain the identity of the Ji family's power holder would also come to naught. These two, let's not say they are enemies in life and death, but at least they are opposites. This is a gift? But in the next second, Ji-fan opened the necklace box and then took a step. All eyes followed his movements to the doorway. There, a woman with a somewhat tired but still hard to hide her beauty appeared somewhat abruptly, and the greeter at the door suddenly spoke. Ms. Xia arrives. Chapter 189. I'm not playing with you guys anymore. In front of so many people to receive such a meaty love words. Spare Xia Lingwei is used to seeing a big scene at this time also a little bit cannot stand. Her pretty face was slightly red, but she didn't lower her head, and even quietly held her head up a bit to make herself look more refined. Ji-fan had already taken a step towards her, the necklace that had been auctioned off for $2 billion in his hand, and although his pace was not fast, it was firm. The two were slowly approaching, and the moment they saw each other, they had nothing but each other in their eyes. The people around them looked at them enviously, although there were many doubts within everyone. Surprisingly, none of them said anything at this moment. The focus of the whole scene fell on them, and only silence was left on the scene. Sister, what brings you here? Missed you. A simple conversation, full of deep emotion. Ji-fan held out his hand, and Xia Lingwei looked at him with a smile and stood in place. The necklace wrapped around Xia Lingwei's neck. Watching Ji-fan clumsily put it on her, Xia Lingwei couldn't help but laugh. But immediately she thought of the dozens of other people around her who were watching, and Xia Lingwei's face turned even hotter. Sister, your face is too red. After wearing a necklace for almost 3 minutes, Ji-fan himself became a bit embarrassed and subconsciously opened his mouth to try to ease the situation. But it turned out to be even more awkward. Xia Lingwei blankly glanced at him and took the initiative to extend her hand. Ji-fan knowingly gave up his arm, and Xia Lingwei naturally took it. Although the two had been together for some time, this was the first time they had appeared in front of the public like this, and Ji-fan's heart was beating faster than when he checked his scores on his high school exams. His eyes swept over the surroundings and finally rested on Ji Hongfei. As for the pouting Jizya beside him with an unhappy face, Ji-fan directly ignored it. As the father and son's eyes met in the air, Ji Hongfei suddenly raised his own wine glass. A hint of admiration passed through his eyes, and finally drank the wine in the glass himself. Come on, let's introduce you to some friends. Ji-fan's line of sight shifted and tenderly looked at Xia Lingwei who was on the side. Xia Lingwei nodded gently. After a brief moment of discomfort, Xia Lingwei had returned to normal. She had attended this kind of banquet for I don't know how many times, and although the level of the banquet wasn't as high, it was essentially the same. Not far away, Luo Qingshang and Hui Yunze were standing together, and when they saw Ji-fan coming over, both of them subconsciously straightened their backs. Hui Yunze, the third youngest member of the Hua family. Hui Yunze extended his right hand in a gentlemanly and polite manner, and in Ji-fan's gaze, he touched lightly with Xia Lingwei before immediately letting go. The corners of Ji-fan's mouth rose slightly, and it was obvious that he was happy. But when it came to Luo Qingshang, Ji-fan had a bit of a headache. This woman's identity doesn't seem to be well introduced. After thinking for a moment he spoke. This is a friend I met in Shangjing, Luo Qingshang. I'll let her make a guest appearance as my party date today. Xia Lingwei already knew all the things that happened over here before she came. So when Ji-fan introduced her, she didn't have a strange look on her face. Instead, she extended her hand in a big way. Both are extremely fine women. Ever since the exterior, the scene has been pleasing enough to the eye. Luo Qingshang was likewise measuring Xia Lingwei with her. She had contacted Ji-fan for the past few days. She did have quite a lot of curiosity about Ji-fan, and even deliberately investigated. Naturally, she also knew of Xia Lingwei's existence, but she just couldn't figure out the relationship between Xia Lingwei and Ji-fan. Now, however, she was more curious about Xia Lingwei. What charm this woman would have that would leave her sister without any hope at all. Sister, there's nothing else to do anyway. Why don't we go back first? Originally, Ji-fan definitely wanted to stay here until the dinner was over, so that he could see what and she really had some tricks up her sleeve. But now, plans can't catch up. Xia Lingwei came. The sky is not as big as her sister. Anshi's conspiracy? It doesn't matter. Sooner or later it will be exposed. Xia Lingwei smiled and nodded, giving all the initiative to Ji-fan. She was only responsible for standing by his side. Qing Xiao, I'll send you back first later. Ji-fan had a hint of apology on his face. Luo Qingshang had come to help herself, and because she was there, she had made herself invariably less troublesome tonight. And the way she was acting now was very much like unloading. but he was interrupted by Luo Qingshan before he could finish his sentence. No, I can trouble Hua Sanshao to send me back later, so I won't disturb your couple's time. I don't think Hua Sanshao would mind, would he? Saying this, Luo Qingshan looked at Hua Yunzi who was on the side and said, Hua Yunzi owes a slight bow. It would naturally be an honor to send Miss Luo back. Luo Qingshan's identity was placed here, although there was no direct connection with them, but if they were really given the chance, no one would miss this opportunity to get acquainted with Luo Qingshan. Don't worry, Ji Xiao, I'll be responsible for Ms. Luo's safety tonight, so go and accompany Ms. Xia without fear. They say a little farewell is a good thing, so you must have a lot to talk about, so we won't keep you. As long as we're still in Shangjing, we'll have plenty of opportunities to get together in the future. Compared to the high coldness of Hua Yunzi when they first met, the current Hua Yunzi has become a lot more normal, and the two of them are not so tired of talking, saving them all from guessing there. Come on, sis. Jifan took Xia Lingwei's hand and turned his head, ready to leave. Not going to talk to the host of the party? Xia Lingwei tilted her head to look at Jifan and asked in a small voice. Jifan turned his head, just a short distance away. Ji Hongfei's family of 3 as well as Xingye were all there. Although they were communicating, Jifan was able to tell that their attention was on his own body. As he turned his head, Ji Hongfei happened to look over as well. Jifan immediately glanced away after their gazes met. Come on, don't bother talking about it. Xia Lingwei nodded and said no more. The two had just walked out of the banquet hall when Pei Xiaohua appeared out of nowhere, still carrying that bag in his hand. Sister Lingwei. Jifan and Xia Lingwei both looked towards him at the same time. Being stared at by two people, Pei Xiaohua immediately raised his hand. I understand. I'll take a cab back myself. You two carry on. After saying this, Pei Xiaohua was ready to slip away, but was immediately stopped by Xia Lingwei. Stop, where are you going? Pei Xiaohua was stunned. What was this for? Keeping himself? These two young lovers, which has not met for several days, tonight shall not be dry fire he is sure to eat dog food here. He certainly cannot stay here Just as Pei Xiaohua was about to righteously refuse, Xia Lingwei continued. Why don't you take the car back? We have a car. Pei Xiaohua stumbled and almost fell, finally covering his face and running. I'm not going to play with you guys. I'm going to go find my lady friend. Chapter 190 Baby, you look so handsome tonight. Sister, what brings you here? After Pei Xiaohua left, the two of them, Jifan and Xia Lingwei, didn't rush to the car. Instead, they took a walk up the street. Although it had only been a few short days since they had seen each other, both of them felt as if a long time had passed. Xia Lingwei, in particular, worried about Jifan's situation in Shangjing almost every day, but didn't dare to call and disturb him rashly for fear of disturbing him. This period of time Xia Lingwei is almost eaten and sleep badly. Overtime to deal with their own matters at hand immediately after rush to the capital. She didn't care if the Ji family would deal with her. In her mind, Jifan was the most important. She would not allow herself to not be by her side at the most critical time like Jifan's. The branch opened. I have to come over to see. Plus I miss you. Jifan looked seriously into Xia Lingwei's eyes, and the two of them locked gazes, and after a few moments, Xia Lingwei couldn't hold on any longer and began to dodge. Jifan knew that Xia Lingwei had lied, but he didn't say anything and just held Xia Lingwei's hand harder. It's all in the words. The two didn't do it deliberately. They just picked a random direction, and as they walked, a river suddenly appeared in front of them. A moat? The moat of Shangjing was the first time Jifan had seen it even after coming here for so many days. Go sit down, Xia Lingwei suggested, and Jifan nodded. The two were like a normal young couple, holding hands as they walked towards the river scenery. There were quite a few walkers at this point, but few were dressed as formally as Jifan, looking even more handsome under the light. Xia Lingwei was slightly more tired because she came in a hurry, and although Lin had prepared a dress for her over here, she didn't have any extra time to prepare before rushing over. But she's naturally beautiful, and even then she still has enough charm. Baby, you really are so handsome today. In Xia Lingwei's eyes, Jifan had always been handsome, but today he was extraordinarily handsome. No one didn't like to be praised, let alone being praised by their favorite person. If it wasn't for the fact that there were still people around, Jifan would have been floating. The two found a bench by the moat and sat down. Jifan looked over to Xia Lingwei and naturally took her hand over and placed it on his lap. Xia Lingwei's hands were tender and smooth, with a unique warmth and coldness that was comfortable to grip. While gently kneading, Jifan shamelessly went over to Xia Lingwei's side and said, Sister, compliment a few more words. Xia Lingwei's face flushed with a hint of redness. She blankly glanced at Jifan, but still complied and quipped, Mr. Ji's dress and performance today is very handsome. Look at Miss Luo looking at you with those eyes. They're all going to be stretched out. The first half of the sentence Jifan was still smiling, but when he heard the second half of the sentence, his small hands shook and he almost didn't sit still. Sister, you can't say that. I definitely don't have any other relationship with her, and I was going to bring Lin today, but Lin isn't comfortable showing her face yet, so I had no choice but to bring her. Besides, her identity can be utilized a little bit, or else I definitely won't be able to leave from the dinner party so smoothly today, Ji-fan was anxiously explaining, and Xia Lingwei kept a soft smile on her face. She looked at Ji-fan, her eyes full of tenderness, without a hint of anger at all. I believe you. Seeing that Ji-fan was still ready to continue, Xia Lingwei suddenly said softly. Ji-fan froze as he turned his head to look at Xia Lingwei, and their gazes met again. Sister. Aha. Both voices were soft, so soft that only each other could hear them, and at the same time, the other's face was zooming in and out of both of their sights. Sister, I missed you so much. Ji-fan couldn't help but open his mouth, like a child who was being pampered. Xia Lingwei's mind trembled. Ji-fan had always been an emotionally stable person in her mind, but at this moment, his mood swings could be clearly detected by himself. The words came from his heart. Baby, aha, don't talk, kiss me, emotionally stable and handsome, and more importantly, in love. Who could resist such a little puppy? In the past few days when Ji-fan was not at home, Xia Lingwei realized that it had only taken her a short time to get used to Ji-fan being around. She had trouble sleeping and eating these past few days, and even Zhang Ma and Auntie Wang could see it. Being able to wait this long to come to Shangjing was already Xia Lingwei's limit. She was afraid that if she didn't see Ji-fan again she might go crazy first. That's why she didn't bother to think about it so much. After finishing the matter at hand she bought the earliest flight and immediately rushed to Shangjing. I just didn't expect the luck to be good. Just in time for the dinner party, and by mistake also relieved Ji-fan. At that time Ji-fan was having a headache of what to do with the necklace. I don't know how much time passed before the two parted reluctantly. The two people who had just been so passionate just a moment ago, turned their heads away at the same time the moment they parted. Embarrassment and shyness coming to the forefront only at this time, but it seemed to be a bit late already. Yo, youngsters nowadays, so happy. Hearing the words of the bystanders, the faces of the two instantly turned red, like ripe apples. They fumbled with their clothes, trying to hide the intimacy of what they had just done. Xia Lingwei lowered her head and whispered, "Let's hurry." Xia Lingwei, the domineering female president, was like a little woman at this moment, hiding her face in the gloom. Ji-fan nodded and reached out to take Xia Lingwei's hand, but immediately let go. At the sight of Xia Lingwei this action, Ji-fan on the contrary, not so shy. This look of Xia Lingwei, see once can be less once, and you laugh. Suddenly feeling her hand being loosened, Xia Lingwei turned her head in surprise and then saw the smile on Ji-fan's face. She frowned, finally regaining some of her presidential majesty. Ji-fan immediately pursed his mouth, with an expression that he wasn't laughing. Now it was Xia Lingwei's turn to snort out of laughter. When she was with Ji-fan, Xia Lingwei always felt that she would be very relaxed, very different from her usual life. She was enjoying it. If she could, she would rather not have the Xia group, and Ji-fan wasn't a member of any Shangjing Ji family, just two ordinary people, living an ordinary but happy life. Come on, our best baby, let's go home. Xia Lingwei shook her head, not thinking about things that were no longer possible. Ji-fan stood up, the two of them still holding their hands tightly, and walked towards the location of the banquet in the light. Their car is still parked there. Chapter 191, you guys, you're screwed. Ballroom. Ji-fan and Xia Lingwei re-entered the place, and the dinner party happened to be over. This dinner party looked like the protagonist was Ji-xia, but everyone was like a mirror in their hearts, knowing that the real protagonist was actually Ji-fan. Now that Ji-fan had left, there was no point in continuing this dinner party. The Ji family, the Hua family, and the Yin family all left one after another, making this dinner party almost completely over, leaving only a few people who were actually talking about business and were still taking this opportunity to contact each other. This banquet, it seems peaceful, but in reality it seems a bit less simple. Looking at the large number of people walking out of the banquet entrance, Xia Lingwei keenly caught some sense. She had made the Xia group go from shaky to number one in Jianghai in just over 3 years, and her experience was nothing less than these old farts. Although we are now a society governed by the rule of law, there are still a lot of dark sides, especially in the hands of these upper echelon people. There is more shade. Even in Jianghai, Xia Lingwei had encountered many similar things already. If Su Jiro hadn't been there, Xia Lingwei wouldn't have been able to walk this day at all. True, but that's okay. Ji-fan smiled gently. Let's find a chance to thank Luo Qingsha later. Luo Qingshang seemed to have done nothing today, just standing there quietly, but this was equivalent to a talisman for Ji-fan. With Luo Qingshang around, they definitely couldn't use any of the other messy tactics. As for that drink, Jifan suddenly remembered something. He tilted his head and gently patted it with his hand. Then an extremely tiny object fell out from inside his ear. Jifan took a serious look at it and made sure that it was in a disconnected state before he was relieved. What is it? Xia Lingwei asked with a curious opening. The headset. It was connected to Pei Xiaohua's side, but it's disconnected now. Xia Lingwei stretched out her two slender fingers, pinned this impenetrable thing in Jifan's hand, and looked at it carefully before nodding her head in decision. Looking at the situation, it should have been disconnected for a while, so the two of them should not have heard the conversation Pei Xiaohua just had. Sister, don't worry, even if he hears it, it's fine. If he dares to say it, his legs will be broken for him. Stuffing the headset in his hand inside the pocket of his jacket, Jifan looked back towards the entrance of the banquet hotel. There was indeed something wrong with that drink earlier, but it wasn't any poison. It was the lowest form of aphrodisiac. The purpose is, of course, simple. Let Jifan get his hands on Luo Qingshang. Everyone knew that Luo Qingshang had a special status and no one dared to touch her. But what if it was Jifan himself who had touched her? The lowest level of intrigue is often the most effective. Unfortunately, he has Pei Xiaohua. The moment Jifan entered the auction hall, Pei Xiaohua had already found a position of his own while invading all the network systems of this hotel. So from that moment on, all the moves in the entire banquet hall could not escape Pei Xiaohua's eyes. Even the layout of the outside of the hotel, he knew it all. So he just dared to leave straight away. Because he watched Xingye go out and say something to a man, and then 40 or 50 unidentified people left the hotel. This meant that all their other layouts for the night had been removed, leaving only the two options of making a fool out of Jifan at the auction and drugging Jifan. The matter of drugging them, although they did it covertly, was actually done under Pei Xiaohua's gaze, which is why Jifan directly ignored the glass of wine. Well, let's go back. This isn't our place after all. Watching more and more people coming out of the doorway, Xia Lingwei, however, had an ominous premonition and urged Jifan. Jifan took the car keys from Xia Lingwei and walked towards the parking pad outside the hotel. Xia Lingwei came when Lin arranged for someone to send her over, but she didn't know how long this dinner party would take, so she let someone go back first. The cars in the parking lot had gone quite a bit, and now that it was cold and quiet, it was easy to find Xia Lingwei's car. Jifan opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. However, just as he was about to start the car, 4 or 5 people suddenly appeared around him. Xia Lingwei hadn't gotten on the bus yet. She was going to wait for Jifan to pull the car out before she got on the bus, but looking at these uninvited guests, Xia Lingwei's heart sank and her ominous premonition came true. Jifan calmly stopped the car and the man stepped out of the car. Xia Lingwei was still outside. There was no way he could hide in the car. Getting out of the car, he glanced diagonally upwards where a camera hung in plain sight. But the camera didn't seem to be able to protect Jifan either, and the group obviously wouldn't worry about that. All chose to come out at this time with no thought of a good end. What are you doing down here? Seeing Jifan get out of the car, Xia Lingwei's first reaction was to reproach, but immediately afterward, stand by me. This time Jifan didn't try to be a hero. He obediently stood by Xia Lingwei's side while getting ready to fight. Need to ask? Xia Lingwei looked at Jifan and said, ask, my ass. They must think the advantage is with them. How can they still let us ask something? Just do it. These guys looked stout, and at a glance, they weren't the kind of fancy people that could be dealt with easily. Jifan thought he worked out a lot, but when he came across this kind of opponent, he was probably only able to fight 1 or 2 of them. But Xia Lingwei was here. He had to protect Xia Lingwei today even if he had to put his life on the line. He absolutely could not let the other party hurt Xia Lingwei. Anyone who has read novels and skits knows what would happen to a woman like Xia Lingwei, who is like a flower, if she falls into the hands of such an outlaw. The battle was fought silently. The other side was really well trained and started without saying a word. Jifan naturally couldn't wimp out, and he directly chose to face the slightly more numerous rear, 1 against 4, and there were only 2 people directly in front of where Xia Lingwei was facing. When the first punch landed, Jifan only felt like his entire body was going to faint. This ing hurts too much, and with 4 people on the opposite side, there was no way he could attack or defend. He just worked out, not studied martial arts. Even though he had just hit one of the opponents with the same kick, he felt that at this rate he might not last long before he was overpowered by the other party. If one is subdued, then Xia Lingwei, in the middle of thinking, he had already received a second punch, and after this one he suddenly changed his face. In this haste, he also looked back at Xia Lingwei who was fighting. You guys, that's great, but you guys, it's over. Jifan reached out and wiped the blood from his nose as he brazenly charged towards the 4 men across the street. What's the saying? First, I'll let you throw a couple punches, then I'll look at the love of my life behind me, and I'll just leave the rest to the adrenal hormones. Chapter 192. Quite a man at the critical time. Uncle Hat was efficient, and they finally showed up just as all 6 of the other muscular men were on the ground. Pei Xiaohua took the lead and ran over, and the first thing he saw was Xia Lingwei crouching there before seeing Jifan lying on the ground. This time Pei Xiaohua completely panicked. He peeled off the two-hat uncle, rushed over towards the side, his mouth still miserable, shouting, Lao Ji, oh old Ji, you died a horrible death. You're still so young and a fledgling, are you willing to go just like that? Lao Ji Halfway through crying, Pei Xiaohua suddenly froze, because he realized that Jifan lying on the ground was bulging those big eyes and glaring at himself, and if it wasn't for the fact that his body didn't allow it, he probably would have already rushed up to himself. Not only that, but he felt the solidity of that death from beside him. Pei Xiaohua laughed awkwardly and reached out to touch his head. Ha, old Ji, you didn't die. What? Want me dead badly? With this excitement, the pain in Jifan's body became a little stronger. He does look pretty bad now, with injuries all over his body. The other side was trying to subdue him before, but he was just too desperate, so the other side pulled out a weapon in the back. Now Jifan had not only fist and foot injuries on his body, but also 2 stab wounds. The stab wound was shallow, though, and other than a little pain and a lot of bleeding, it was fine. What's all the screaming about? I'm not dead. Can we get the ambulance here first? Looking at this ghostly Pei Xiaohua, Jifan was furious. Said the other side of the people have withdrawn it, from where another 6 pugilistic men appeared. Now that Uncle Hat is here, these guys are definitely going to be dropped. Jifan didn't expect to be able to catch Anqi or Ji Yanyu in the back through them. The battle of the mansion is really scary. Luckily, my sister is good enough. If Xia Lingwei wasn't good enough tonight, it wouldn't be much use if he just fought harder. However, Xia Lingwei did learn something real over the years, and even quickly defeated her opponent with 1 against 2, then came over to help Jifan. But it must also be said that if there wasn't Jifan, who was so desperate to hold back the 4, Xia Lingwei would have had to be unlucky to run into the 6 of them on her own. Jifan was hit by 2 slashes, one of which he helped Xia Lingwei block. The ambulance wasn't slow in coming, and 20 minutes later Jifan had been taken to the nearest hospital, which happened to be the Ji family's. Don't worry, you don't have to look at him to see that he looks miserable, but it's actually not good. 3 pairs of eyes instantly and simultaneously fixed on the emergency room doctor in front of him. The joke, cold, but, seeing these 3 pairs of eyes, 2 of which looked like they were trying to eat people, this emergency doctor didn't dare to joke around. No bones were broken, and the wounds were shallow and didn't hurt the vitals. Just rest for a while. By the way, it's best not to have strenuous exercise during this period of time, and rest well. All the time they watched the doctor leave, Xia Lingwei and Pei Xiaohua then leaned up. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Those 2 cuts avoided the vitals. Just a little blood. Jifan's body had already been bandaged. 2 knives, one on his waist and one on his leg. Luckily they were both just knives that grazed, not stabbed directly. But I don't seem to be able to see the play the day after tomorrow in this condition. Jifan had some regrets. Tomorrow is the family banquet set by Elder Ji. It doesn't matter if that one goes or not, but the day after tomorrow is the day of Ji Yu's engagement, and Lin will be out by then. It was a pity, but Jifan had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Still thinking about the theater. You'll be lying here honestly for the next few days. By the way, you've put off the Ji family's family banquet tomorrow. You don't want to go anywhere. Just stay honestly in the hospital for the next few days and wait until the doctor says you can be discharged. After thinking about it, Xia Lingwei suddenly added another sentence. I'll get you a new doctor tomorrow. The one we just had wasn't very reliable. If it wasn't the middle of the night now, Xia Lingwei would probably be ready to give a change on the spot. Xia Lingwei had already arranged all of Jifan's arrangements in 3 or 2 sentences, and he, as a patient, could only lie on the bed and nod his head in agreement. As for the engagement party the day after tomorrow, let's talk about it then. Just in case you're so gifted that you'll be fine tomorrow, it's not out of the question. Seeing Jifan's well-behaved nod, only then did Xia Lingwei stop, while Pei Xiaohua, who was on the side, dared to open his mouth at this time. Sister Lingwei, you're also tired today. Why don't you go back to rest first? I'll just take care of old Ji over here. Xia Lingwei had just sat down and immediately stood up again when she heard this, but she was indeed already tired today, and her mind had been highly stressed before, and now that she was breathing a sigh of relief, her body was beginning to tire. This time, he didn't stand still and stumbled backwards several times before stabilizing himself, causing Jifan to sit up in shock. Pei Xiaohua took 3 steps and quickly came to Xia Lingwei's side to support her, but Xia Lingwei hadn't had time to feel her physical condition, and after seeing Jifan sit up she hurriedly said, "You lie down. Be careful of the wounds." Pei Xiaohua sighed. Neither of these 2 people were very reassuring. One hand on this side vainly protected Xia Lingwei, fearing that she would be unsteady on her feet again. The other hand gently supported Jifan's back, escorting him to lie down slowly. It was a bit of a pain to get up so violently just now. At that moment, the door was pushed open and Lin arrived, but there was another person behind her. Sister Jiro? You've come to Shangjing too ah. What about Jianghai's side? Xia Lingwei and Su Jiro had both come to Shangjing, so wouldn't the Xia group be leaderless now? What company have you ever seen that couldn't live without its owner? Su Jiro glared at Pei Xiaohua. Now in Jianghai, Xia's group has no enemies at all. The company below the normal operation of the people on the line. After the collapse of the Time Group, if you still want Xia Lingwei to do everything herself, then all those high-salary executives in the company can take the initiative to resign themselves. Pei Xiaohua resentfully stood aside, not daring to speak. Compared to Xia Lingwei, Pei Xiaohua is more afraid of this sister. She is fierce as really will hit people. Yes, I can. I hear you were valiant tonight. Fighting for on your own? I underestimated you before. You're quite the man when it counts. Su Jiro had already walked in. Pei Xiaohua took the initiative to get out of the way. She stood by Xia Lingwei's side to support her while opening her mouth to look at Jifan and said. Jifan forced a smile. Recuperate well. I'll take Xia Lingwei away first. She's probably not much better than you in this state. Although Xia Lingwei was unwilling in her heart, the situation just now proved what Su Jiro had said. She hadn't had much rest in the past few days. She was busy with work every day. And today, after she managed to finish her work, she hoofed it to Shangjing. And after that, this series of things happened. And by now, she was actually the one who was the most tired. She might actually pass out if she didn't get some rest. Chapter 193, all are here. Since Su Jiro is here, then Xia Lingwei doesn't need Jifan to worry about. He just needs to get well in the hospital. In order to worry about the other party jumping over the wall in a hurry and doing something incomprehensible, Jifan's doorway stood 4 burly men, and it was a rotating guard, absolutely not letting any suspicious people with bad intentions slip in. These bodyguards are all brought over by Su Jiro from Jianghai, and are absolutely reliable. The special ward has a special place to sleep with. The environment can even be compared to the average person's own house. If they are not afraid of those few people in the back again means, this special ward every day there are special accompanying nurses. Just they did not want. Nothing else happened at night. Pei Xiaohua the sky slept peacefully, even more than Jifan. It's still hurting over here, and it's already snoring over there. Day 2. Jifan had opened his eyes at dawn. Subconsciously stretching almost brought tears to Jifan's eyes from the pain, which made him remember that he was still a patient. Yesterday's fest felt so good that I didn't feel much pain at all. Not even much after coming to the hospital. But after getting up from a good night's sleep he felt like this old bone of his was going to fall apart in general. Drilling pain. Taking another look at Pei Xiaohua, that kid was sleeping comfortably, and he didn't know what kind of spring dream he was having, and the lecherous smile on his face was really out of character. Using most of his strength, Jifan finally pressed the call button next to the bed. The next second, the door was pushed open, and the one who entered first was one of those 4 bodyguards. Kisho. The bodyguard came in and looked at Jifan respectfully. Please call this pig up. Jifan's whole body was like falling apart, and there was really no way to move as he lay on the bed. The bodyguard strictly followed Jifan's orders and immediately walked up to give Pei Xiaohua a forced boot. Pei Xiaohua was dreaming beautifully. He had rarely been forced to turn on his computer so early in the morning, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he wanted to give vent to his waking breath. But opening his eyes and looking at that kind of fierce face and a full body of tendon meat, Pei Xiaohua was very sensible and swallowed back the words he wanted to get out of his mouth and honestly closed his mouth. Pei Xiaohua. Are you sure you're here to take care of the patients? Why don't you take a look at me? Jifan's voice finally brought back Pei Xiaohua's memories that had briefly disappeared. He scrambled out of bed, wiping his face carelessly with his hands before squeezing out a smile to look at Jifan on the bed. You know, dude hasn't done this before. Can't blame me. Besides, I see you're pretty mid-air now, so surely you're alright physically? Said Pei Xiaohua as he reached out and gave Jifan a gentle hand. Asterisk. Jifan exploded on the spot. This whole body of his own didn't feel like there was a single place that was good right now, and his blow, though light, was very much like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Originally Jifan was able to hold on, but now he really couldn't. Lao Ji, don't scare me. Come on, what are you waiting for? Call a doctor. Pei Xiaohua hurriedly rushed to the muscular bodyguard next to him. The bodyguard then reacted by running towards the door, but before he could get out, someone had already entered the door. The bodyguards were instantly ready to fight. The people who came in were all new faces. How did their own 3 brothers outside the door let them in? But immediately he saw Xia Lingwei and Su Jiro, which made him sigh in relief. Thought this group of fishy-looking guys were actually masters, putting down their other 3 brothers without a word. You get out. Xia Lingwei waved her hand towards the bodyguard. The bodyguard bowed respectfully and then withdrew from the room. Fortunately, this VVVIP intensive care unit is relatively large, so it doesn't seem crowded with so many people coming in at once. Grandpa Ji-fan looked at the group of people in front of him, but in the end, he only greeted Elder Ji. Good boy, you lie down and don't talk. Elder Ji's face was full of heartache that didn't look like he was faking it, and then he beckoned towards his back, followed by a group of doctors in white coats streaming in. It's okay, Grandpa got you the best team of trauma experts in the country, with them giving you a tune-up. I guarantee you won't be long before you're alive again. Ji-bun was tempted to say it wasn't necessary. Although one's body did hurt, it was just pain. There was no other problem, as long as one rested for a good period of time. What a waste of medical resources to go to all this trouble. But Elder Ji had brought all the people here, so they must have been examined. For a long time afterward the silence and oppression remained inside the room. The old man's face, except for a few smiles when facing Ji-fan, was a good face not given when facing his own son and daughter. As for Xia Lingwei, he was in an anxious mood and didn't have time to observe her. Xia Lingwei and Su Jiro had been standing by the door since they came in, watching them warily. Only after seeing that they were really arranging for someone to examine Ji-fan did they put their hearts at ease. But Xia Lingwei still looked at Ji-fan worriedly. It seemed like his condition today wasn't as good as it was last night, which made Xia Lingwei worried. If he knew what Xia Lingwei had in mind, Ji-fan would have taken the opportunity to hug her and cry about Pei Xiaohua's outrageousness last night. Talked about taking care of himself, but he ended up going to bed earlier than he did. That's even if he snores, causing himself to fall asleep after a long time last night, and waking up during the day in direct pain. Half an hour passed quickly. This specialized medical team testing is also finally complete. Please rest assured, Elder Ji, the young master is not in any serious trouble. He just needs to be properly conditioned. After hearing the words of the professional medical team, Elder Ji's serious face finally had some color. He waved his hand and the medical team all backed out, but there were still quite a few people in the room. Ji-fan had already sat up. The doctor had just put some medicine on him, making him a lot more comfortable now. And he had to say that the professional team that the old man had spent so much money on was just useful. Looking around, the house is pretty neat now. With Elder Ji at the head, all three siblings of the Ji family had arrived. Not only that, Anqi also came, and Ji Yu and Ji Xia were all present. On Ji-fan's side, his best brother Pei Xiaohua, one of the most important people, Xia Lingwei, and Xia Lingwei's best girlfriend, Su Jiro. In addition to his own mom and Uncle Xia, his side is also considered to come complete. This ward probably didn't expect that one day there would be so many big names sitting in here. I'm sorry Grandpa Ji, the family dinner you were promised is now out of the question. Chapter 194 Elder Ji's Determination. Grandpa Ji was tempted to walk forward a bit, but looking at the few people in front of him, he finally stopped his steps. Good boy, it's Grandpa who's sorry. This has nothing to do with you. Don't worry, no matter who is trying to deal with you, Grandpa will definitely make that person pay. When he said the latter sentence, Master Ji's tone suddenly had a few more points of solemnity in it, and it seemed that this old man was really angry. He had investigated before. His eldest son and youngest daughter had arranged for someone to go to Shanghai, and it was not with good intentions. This is something he just warned them about, but didn't give any substantial action. But this happened, and the old man wasn't going to let them off the hook just like that. The old man has been looking forward to his grandson for so many years, and on his deathbed, he finally realized this wish. No matter if the Ji family is Ji fans in the end, he will definitely not allow anyone to have an accident at his own grandson. And the people behind him all knew that the old man would definitely not stop this time. These words of the old man were meant for them. Otherwise why must they all be called over early this morning? Grandpa Ji, right now Ji fan's body is still very weak. There's no point in you talking to him about this right now. I think we should still let him rest right now. Xia Lingwei took a step forward and blocked Ji fan's body. At this time, she didn't want so many people to disturb Ji fan, and she didn't want Ji fan to have a secondary accident because of these people. Your name is Xia Lingwei, isn't it? Elder Ji had long ago investigated Ji fan's situation, and it was not surprising that he knew Xia Lingwei. He already knew that Ji fan's relationship with Xia Lingwei was unusual before this, but he knew a bit more information than Hui Yunzet and the others, so he surmised that Sun Huiya should be with Xia Jian behind him. As for Xia Lingwei and Ji fan, perhaps they were simply siblings, but the events of last night told him that these two were lovers. Yes, Xia Lingwei admitted it graciously. Although every one of these people she faced was an old fart and an elder, Xia Lingwei did not have the slightest bit of stage fright and instead stood firmly in front of Ji fan. A very nice girl. I would be very happy if you could marry into our Ji family. This blunt statement from Elder Ji gave Xia Lingwei a whole freeze, but she immediately regained her seriousness. Sugar-coated? I'm sorry, but I didn't eat that myself 3 years ago. Other than when facing Ji fan, Xia Lingwei could maintain her absolute sanity at all times. After taking over the Xia clan group, although she did receive quite a bit of help from the others, regardless of whether it was Su Jiro or the Pei family, or even the help that Xia Jian had secretly handed over, The real reason that could bring the Xia group back from the dead was still because of Xia Lingwei. She's not a good girl who doesn't know anything. Thank you, Grandpa G, for your comments, but I don't think it's a good idea for you guys to get so worked up today, right? Besides, the real killer doesn't know exactly what's going on right now. While saying this, Xia Lingwei's eyes were unconsciously drifting towards and behind the old man. Being disliked by a junior, Elder G couldn't raise his temper at all. All he wanted to do now was turn his head and beat up all three of his unproductive children behind him. No, and the daughter-in-law. Sister, let the others go out. Just leave Grandpa alone. At this time, Ji-fan spoke. Xia Lingwei nodded and looked at Elder Ji-fan Ji, not budging a step. Elder Ji immediately turned his head. Do you hear me? All go out and stand. Wait for me to come out before you can leave. This group of people in the back, the older ones are already more than 50 years old, but in the middle of Master Ji's angry roar, each and every one of them didn't dare to say anything. Even Ji Hongfei didn't say a word, and followed the group to leave the ward in a farting manner. The large hospital room emptied at once, and the atmosphere followed with less gravity. Only when the door was brought up did Elder Ji carefully walk towards Ji-fan. This time Xia Lingwei didn't stop him again. In her opinion, the rest of the Ji family didn't know how it was, but Elder Ji was indeed fond of Ji-fan from the bottom of his heart. This may also be the sadness of being born inside a mansion. Oftentimes you can only watch your offspring bloodline relatives hooking up with each other without much you can do about it. The heart of the hand is meat. Grandpa Ji, I'm fine. Didn't the doctor just say so? And I've just been rubbed by them and I'm much better now. It doesn't even hurt anymore. Look, I can still move, said Ji-fan's hand waved a few times. Elder Ji trembled as he held Ji-fan's hand. Good boy. It's Grandpa who's sorry. Looking at the nearly 80-year-old man in front of him with such genuine feelings, Ji-fan didn't know what to say. Grandpa Ji, I'm really fine, but the family banquet, I won't really be able to attend. Elder Ji gently put Ji-fan's hand down and wiped his eyes. Just recuperate. There's no need to have a family banquet. They all already know your identity anyway, and all of them have recognized it. Child, you wait. When you're healed, I'll hold a banquet for the celebrities of the entire Shinjing business circle. At that time I'll announce your identity to everyone, and at the same time transfer all my shares to you. Elder Ji was really fuming this time. His current shareholding in the Ji family was much more than Ji Yangyu and Ji Hongfei combined, and if Ji-fan took these shares of the old man, then he would be the true power holder of the Ji family now. He can dismiss Ji Hongfei at any time with just a word from him. Grandpa Ji, there's really no need. I didn't come to the Qi family for property either. But Ji-fan had already been interrupted by Elder Ji before he could finish. Son, if you don't want to, it's your business, but my old man has to give it to you. You would have been the sole heir of my Ji family in name only. The old man is stubborn. Whether it was because he was indebted and apologetic, or because he really liked Ji-fan and felt that he was a makeable talent, he was going to give his shares to Ji-fan anyway. Don't you have a grudge against Ji Hongfei? Wouldn't it be nice to take the shares and then waltz up to him and take over the Qi family he's fought for half his life in front of him? This set of compulsion of Elder Ji was still quite powerful, and gave Ji-fan all the time to almost talk to him. Well, good boy, you just rest, and leave everything else to Grandpa. It's Grandpa's fault for not doing a good job today and letting them come over and disturb your peace and quiet. I'll take them all away right away. Chapter 195. Ouch. Sister, I'm sorry. What do you think the old man will do this time? After the old man and all of them left, Pei Xiaohua asked curiously from the side. I don't know, but someone is definitely out of luck. Ji-fan shook his head. The odds are that the one to do it this time will be Anqi, who is destined not to be too much trouble. However, Ji Yangyu and Ji Menghua were not so good. Even if the two of them did not participate in this operation, the old man would definitely not let them have a good time, and it was also considered to be an explanation to Ji-fan. Behind Anqi is the Yin family, and although the Yin family hasn't been as prosperous as it used to be over the years, if they were to completely offend the Yin family, then the pattern of Shinjing could change in the future. Once the Yin family joins forces with the Hua family, even the Ji family will likely be slowly eaten away. What's more, Anqi gave Ji Hongfei a daughter, and the connection between them is unbreakable. Xia Lingwei hit the nail on the head, which was why Anqi was so reckless, because Anqi knew that as long as the old man wasn't completely senile, and as long as Ji Hongfei wasn't stupid, there wasn't much they could do with themselves. How to deal with the Ji family side is not for us to worry about. Right now the most important thing for you is to ensure your own safety. Just leave the rest to Lan and Auntie Sun, Xia Lingwei said as she looked at Ji-fan from the side. After what happened last night, Xia Lingwei couldn't wait to bring Ji-fan back to Jianghai now, but she knew she couldn't do that. Ji-fan's identity had already been exposed, so it was important to get everything all sorted out, or else the follow-up would still be a constant source of trouble. Don't worry sis, I'll be careful and it will never happen again. Ji-fan knew Xia Lingwei's concern and immediately opened his mouth to assure her. Well, this period of time anyway, you just take a good rest on the line. I see that the old man this time is really moved to anger. Other people should not dare to make a demon in a short period of time. Anyway, I'm in Shangjing to accompany you. Xia Lingwei looked at Jifan with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. This was all that could be done now. By the way, those guys have all been caught, just like we thought. They didn't give up the mastermind, and add out that it was a case of seeing color. Seeing that these two had finished, Sujiro on the side suddenly opened her mouth. This was something they had already anticipated, and they didn't see any problem with it, just some regret. Things really weren't going to go as smoothly as they thought they would. Those guys were given to the lawyers to arrange, at least 10 years or more, to make sure they go in for a good rehabilitation. These few hands Jifan is not interested in understanding. Go in and transform them should be very happy. Otherwise, the Ji family has ways to make it more difficult for them. Okay, enough about that, breakfast first. Jifan noticed that Xia Lingwei had been carrying a box since she came in. He hadn't asked before because the situation didn't allow him to, but now that he heard Xia Lingwei say it, he realized that this was the breakfast she had brought for herself. Sujiro was very self-conscious and immediately turned around and walked out after seeing this scene. In the office when she has been Jifan and Xia Lingwei two people spread dog food spread enough. She does not want a easily public expense to come to a trip to the capital is also to be forced to feed dog food. Hurry up to go for the best. Pei Xiaohua, what are you doing? Still not leaving? All the way to the door. Sujiro found that there is still a little cutie inside the house. In that silly looking, cannot help but open his mouth and shouted. Ha! Pei Xiaohua didn't understand how he suddenly had to leave. Do you want to continue to watch them here as you and I go along? Or are you counting on your sister Lingwei to bring you breakfast as well? A word woke up the dreamer. Pei Xiaohua suddenly realized and violently stood up from the stool. Gee, I'll just go ahead and sleep here stumbling all night. Gotta get back to my big bed and make up for it. He didn't say what he was making up, so Jifan defaulted to him making up a left and a right. Get lost. You're still stoned. You don't even have to come here anymore. Stay in your room and be nice. The large hospital room was quiet all of a sudden, leaving only Jifan and Xia Lingwei. Xia Lingwei was carefully opening the breakfast she had brought, because Jifan was injured yesterday. The breakfast Xia Lingwei prepared today was especially rich. I cooked it myself. It might not be as good as Mrs. Chang's. Xia Lingwei is not confident in the outside to buy, so early in the morning to get up personally to Jifan boiled. Sujiro how to persuade are useless. While saying that, Xia Lingwei used the spoon to stir the porridge slightly again before scooping out a large spoonful. After thinking about it, she moved out a bit more, leaving 2/3 of the spoon as it was. However, she didn't bring it to Jifan's mouth right away, but first put it on her own mouth and gently blew on it to avoid burning Jifan. Looking at such a gentle Xia Lingwei, Jifan didn't say a word, and his eyes couldn't even blink for fear of missing this moment of tenderness. What's wrong? Do I have flowers on my face? Xia Lingwei got everything done and turned her head, and just happened to meet Jifan's line of sight. Being stared at by Jifan so straight, Xia Lingwei inexplicably blushed a little, and asked in a small voice, "Sister is so pretty." Jifan subconsciously opened his mouth. A smile appeared on Xia Lingwei's face, a moment that was like 100 flowers blooming. Don't be poor, have some kanji. Kifin took the initiative to bring his head forward. It could be seen that Xia Lingwei was doing this kind of serving others for the first time. Her hand slightly trembled when the spoon came to Jifan's mouth, a little afraid that she would mess it up, and even more afraid that Jifan wouldn't like to drink it. This mouthful of porridge was finally smoothly drunk into Jifan's mouth, and Xia Lingwei nervously looked at Jifan, with questions written all over her big eyes. Jifan's face was grave. He seemed to still be recalling the flavor of the bite of porridge he had just taken, which made Xia Lingwei's face even more tense. The delay in hearing Jifan speak made Xia Lingwei apprehensive inside, and just as she lowered her head in some embarrassment, Jifan suddenly burst out laughing. "Sister, it's delicious." Xia Lingwei's face was covered in a reddish haze, not knowing if it was from shyness or from nervousness, but as soon as Jifan said this, her face instead turned even redder. But this time Jifan could be sure that it must as well as sure that it was anger. "Jifan, you're bold now, actually daring to lie to me." Xia Lingwei put down the spoon in her hand, and with a single reach, she twisted the flap around Jifan's waist, and then with a slight force, the flap around Jifan's waist had been forcibly physically altered. I don't know how these women are unified. It's like a skill that comes with their bones, how they can reach out and pinch exactly where that weak spot is. Ah, pain pain pain, sister I'm sorry. Chapter 196, with you, I have no regrets in my life. As soon as Jifan cried out in pain, Xia Lingwei immediately couldn't lay her hands on him and hurriedly let go before looking at him worriedly. "Baby, are you okay? It's my fault. I forgot you were still a wounded man." Xia Lingwei's hand gently stroked at Jifan's waist, as if this would make Jifan's pain less severe. "It's okay, that professional medical team was really good just now. The medicine they put on me worked. I feel like I'll be able to be alive and well tomorrow. Tomorrow? Yeah, oh, tomorrow you get engaged. Xia Lingwei could tell at a glance what Ji-fan had in mind and couldn't help but gently pat him again. What are you thinking about? Let's not talk about tomorrow. You're not allowed to run around for a week, and when you're discharged from the hospital you'll go back to lying down and I'll personally supervise you. There's another thing I forgot to tell you. Ji Yu's engagement has been postponed. Ji-fan froze. What's going on here? Didn't we say it was tomorrow? Lin prepared for so long and then for nothing? Speaking of business, Xia Lingwei's face wasn't so red anymore, and the look on her face turned serious. It was Elder Ji who said that he cancelled Ji Yu's engagement to second young Master Hua, but for the time being, I don't know if it's really cancelled or postponed. Elder Ji is protecting you. He really wants to give you all the shares in his hand. This is clearing the way for you. Ji-fan understood the old man's meaning after a little thought. Ji Yu marrying into the Hua family at this time is obviously problematic. If you want to say that it is to marry Hua San Shao also, even if, after all, Hua San Shao is the Shangjing upper-class circle inside all the women most want to marry the man. There is no one, but she is now married to Hua Ershao. With Ji Yu's character, how could she possibly like Hua Ershao? And that what a glance to fixate on, is obviously taken out to bluff people. The Hua family's second son is a good example of the old man's behavior. The first wife died. 80% of the reason is because of him. Such a person, Ji Yu married over, can have good fruit to eat? That's why the old man chose to put a stop to this wedding straight away. He didn't want Ji Yanyu to come and hinder his own grandchildren afterward, and it was a warning to them. Unsurprisingly, these days Ji Yanyu and Ji Manhwa, two people can only honestly stay at home, cannot go anywhere. If there is any action, they cannot guarantee that the old man will not really hard heart. Ugh, that's a shame. Ji-fan couldn't help but sigh. It's okay, this time she dodged a bullet, but the next time will not be certain. Lin prepared for so long. Without this opportunity there is still the next time. Rest assured. Ji-fan gently nodded, then turned his face to look at Xia Lingwei. At this moment, Xia Lingwei was looking serious, but the blush on her face hadn't completely faded away, and this appearance made Ji-fan want to take Xia Lingwei into his arms right now. That's what he thought, and that's what he did. Just now, when she suddenly changed the topic, Xia Lingwei was also trying to escape from her shyness and embarrassment, but this change of subject instead made herself fall into thought and did not see Ji-fan's hand reaching out. Just as she reacted, Ji-fan's hand had already gently encircled Xia Lingwei's slender waist. Ha! Xia Lingwei was startled, but immediately reacted and took the initiative to lean her body towards the edge of the bed so that Ji-fan could hug her more comfortably. The two of them just snuggled in silence, neither of them saying anything until Ji-fan's stomach couldn't stand to look at him anymore and let out a call. After being brutally beaten last night, Ji-fan didn't sleep well at night thanks to Pei Shaohua's blessing. After being delayed for half a day by Elder Ji bringing in a group of people in the morning, Ji-fan had actually been hungry for a long time. It was fine if he didn't eat before, but taking this small bite instead triggered his body's natural hunger response. That, sister. Xia Lingwei got up from Ji-fan's embrace and picked up the spoon again. Come on, have some porridge. Ji-fan obediently opened his mouth. A mouthful of kanji boiled by Xia Lingwei's own hands was fed into his mouth, and then looking at Xia Lingwei's face, Ji-fan's heart was filled with a sense of satisfaction. If he could, he would like to just live his life peacefully with Xia Lingwei like this. It seemed that he had to find a chance to talk to his mom, to see what she thought about the Ji family, so that he could have a better plan for his next step. A large bowl of porridge was all finished by Ji-fan, and the happiness visible to the naked eye on Xia Lingwei's face was on the verge of overflowing into the entire hospital room. The first time she personally boiled the porridge, Ji-fan liked it so much, which could make her happier than when she negotiated the first cooperation after taking over Xia's group. Sister must have gotten up early, right? You eat some too, and when you're done, go rest next to me. I'll be fine on my own. Ji-fan wasn't injured in any way. It just looked serious and there was some pain, but it could still be endured. Xia Lingwei, however, shook her head and took out another box of dumplings from her side pocket. She didn't have the heart to say that she was actually quite full. It looked like Xia Lingwei had come at almost 8 o'clock, but in fact she hadn't slept much at all last night. I didn't get back until after 12, and I was up at 5. When I got up, I was making kanji on my cell phone, Baidu. Originally there was a huge pot, but after Xia Lingwei's constant sampling and adjustments, there was only this one bowl left. The dumplings were bought outside, stuffed with pork and cabbage. Ji-fan's favorite. Yes, Kiffin's favorite is so common. He had actually been living on a tight budget before entering the Ji family. Sun Huya hadn't had so much time for him over the years, spending most of her time abroad while Ji-fan was boarding at the school on his own, and Ji-fan had grown up being very sympathetic to his mother, feeling that it must have been very difficult for her to bring herself up on her own, so he had always been able to save as much as he could. Ji-fan had also maintained this fine habit after entering the Xia family, and he'd always felt that things that looked upscale really didn't taste as good as a bowl of spicy hot pot on the street. Hold your horses. I'll put some vinegar in it for you. Ji-fan obediently nodded, quietly watching Xia Lingwei's every move. Come on, open your mouth. Ah. Xia Lingwei was like coaxing a child, one hand holding the chopsticks, the other hand carefully holding the bottom in the air, afraid that she didn't pinch it steady and drop it. Ji-fan didn't say a word, just quietly cooperated, his eyes slowly changing from the initial liking to doting. I don't know if I saved the galaxy in my last life, but in this life, I was actually able to let myself run into Xia Lingwei. Taking another bite of a dumpling, after a few chews Ji-fan swallowed it whole, then looking at Xia Lingwei's serious face, he suddenly blurted out, "Sister, with you, I have no regrets in this life." Chapter 197, I've always been my sister's baby. This sudden outburst of love from Ji-fan caused Xia Lingwei to freeze, and even the dumplings almost didn't hold steady, but she immediately shifted her gaze to Ji-fan, and the two of them locked eyes. "Baby, I'm lucky to have you too." Luckily, Su Jiro and Pei Xiaohua left early, or else they should be throwing up right now. Unlike Ji-fan, Xia Lingwei never released her love without disguising it, and Ji-fan's words so abruptly made Xia Lingwei very happy. "Sister, still hungry." Ji-fan had managed to be brave for once, but he was immediately in his original form and immediately changed the subject. Xia Lingwei hurriedly re-picked up the dumplings next to her. "Baby, I've got quite a few more things here, so take your time. Here's some more fruit. Want some? I'll peel you an apple." Ji-fan waved his hand in a hurry. "They are just hungry, and not a pig." A big bowl of porridge down Ji-fan would have been almost full, which ate 5 or 6 dumplings. Ji-fan is sure to eat. "Sister, you go over there and rest and relax." "Oh no. First have someone come and change a set of bedding." Pei Xiaohua slept last night. Ji-fan's mind was quite delicate, saying that he had already rung the bell for help. "Young Ji, Mr. Xia, it's the same bodyguard from before, and it's not his turn to change shifts yet. Have someone change the bedding next to it, the pillows and all of that into a different set." The bouncer's efficiency was high, and in less than 3 minutes the next bed was all new, and the sheets were thoughtfully organized. Xia Lingwei went to bed. She had been really overworked for a while, and she hadn't slept well last night, and her spirit was extremely tense. Now that Ji-fan was by her side, she was sort of relieved that she could sleep. Only after seeing Xia Lingwei fall asleep did Ji-fan have his computer sent over and began his job. Coding. There's not much left of the previous stockpile, and although my body aches a bit, I'm still okay as long as I get my posture fixed, and you don't need to move your body to code. Just move your wrist and fingers. But not long after the code, Ji-fan's cell phone suddenly rang. Ji-fan frowned, his eyes first glanced at the sleeping Xia Lingwei next to him. Seeing that she was not woken up before he sighed in relief and hurriedly turned his cell phone to silent. The text message was from Wang Yunshu. It had been a while since he came to Shangjing. Counting the time, Wang Yunshu's short drama was probably almost done. He had promised her earlier that he would visit her when she did his short drama, and it seemed he was definitely going to go back on his word. After thinking about it, Ji-fan sent her a message back, explaining that he had something in Shangjing before putting his phone aside. But today, I don't know what's wrong. Just after replying to Wang Yunshu's message, the cell phone started flashing again. This time it was the White Rabbit that called Ji-fan. After thinking about it, Ji-fan chose to connect. "Senior Ji, I have another excellent manuscript on my side. I've already emailed it to you. And since I haven't seen you come to the company for a while, I took the liberty of calling to bother you for a while." The White Rabbit was respectful right off the bat. Only a junior, and this is already learning about life in the workplace. Being an author is really quite a workout. "Okay, I'll look at it later." He had left the company for so long, and it seemed like Li Yiru hadn't even looked for himself once, which showed that the company was actually really the same with or without him. If there had to be any difference, it would probably be in the skit department. After hanging up the phone, Ji-fan opened his mailbox and the email from the White Rabbit had been sent. This script is also a very hot drama recently. First marriage, then love. The domineering president fell in love with me. Ever since he decided to take over the short dramas, Ji-fan had badgered himself with a lot of hot short dramas, and he knew a bit about these popular markets. He was originally an online author himself, and as the saying goes, one size fits all. Many popular skits are also originally adaptations of popular novels. Ji-fan may not necessarily be able to write a good script, but he can certainly see if the script can be hot. After a general skim, the story is going pretty well, and with some polishing, it should put up decent numbers. After thinking about it, Ji-fan replied to the White Rabbit after giving some of his own opinions on the script slightly. In this aspect of female frequency, the White Rabbit is the connoisseur. One can only give some reference at most. After dealing with this, Ji-fan slightly moved his muscles and bones. Sitting in one position for such a long time would always be a bit uncomfortable. Ji-fan then turned his head to look over at Xia Lingwei and realized that she had woken up at some point and was propping her head up to look at him with a smile on her face. Why don't you say anything when you're awake? Ji-fan smiled. Xia Lingwei climbed up from the bed and slowly walked over to Ji-fan's side. Seeing that you work so hard, I'm sorry to interrupt. The somewhat petulant tone, paired with a lazy slouch from Xia Lingwei, made Ji-fan's eyes go straight. But Xia Lingwei didn't care about that and opened her mouth to ask, what were you looking at just now? So mesmerized? Ji-fan turned the computer screen around so that Xia Lingwei could more easily see what was on it. A script that feels pretty good and should be a minor hit if it gets made. Xia Lingwei wasn't interested in the skit. She was in charge of Xia's group. So many things big and small every day. How could she have time to watch that thing? Occasionally there was some private time for herself, and she gave almost all of it to Ji-fan. Then shoot. It's just a short play. It's nothing to Xia Lingwei. What if it's a loss? This is a task given to me by my sister. So of course I have to treat it well to complete it. Xia Lingwei smiled gently. Baby, you're now the future head of the Ji family. So if you lose money, just give it back to me when the time comes. Xia Lingwei reached out and gently patted Ji-fan's face, smiling, knowing that Xia Lingwei was joking with herself. Ji-fan still beamed. Sister, I'm not the future head of any Ji family. I'll just always be my sister's baby. It is said that a pampered woman has the best life, but in fact a man who can be pampered has a much better life than a woman. This act of Ji-fan's pampering was simply against the rules for Xia Lingwei. She took several deep breaths in a row, but in the end, she still couldn't hold back and her hands just cupped Ji-fan's face, followed by a gentle kiss. Ji-fan's eyes widened, and then immediately closed them again after reacting, ready to enjoy in peace. But the next second, Xia Lingwei's lips left, which made Ji-fan smack his mouth a few times in some frustration. Look at you with this no good look. Xia Lingwei let out a light laugh, her eyes full of love. Get your body well so you can be my baby properly. Hear that? Chapter 198, Let Them Jump Over the Wall. All day long Xia Lingwei stayed with Ji-fan in his hospital room. Ji-fan worked on his bed to code words and Xia Lingwei worked next to him. Although there wasn't a lot of communication, as long as they could see each other as soon as they looked up, they could feel inexplicably at ease. Until the evening, if it wasn't for Ji-fan's insistence, Xia Lingwei was prepared to continue to stay here all night. At this point Ji-fan had to be thankful that Su Jiro had followed her to Shangjing. Otherwise there was really no way to persuade her. The two of them didn't live in a hotel. Xia Lingwei had a house in Shangjing, which Ji-fan had only just realized. Xia Lingwei had been plotting her entry into Shangjing 3 years ago, and these were the most basic preparations. Originally, Pei Xiaohua was going to remain here at night, but after Ji-fan's repeated insistence, they all ended up leaving Ji-fan alone, along with the 4 loyal bodyguards outside the door. After not having Pei Xiaohua, Ji-fan finally had a comfortable sleep, and when he woke up the next day he felt like he was about to be cured. Ji-fan was burying his head in the sand when Xia Lingwei came in. The time had come to pay the debt owed these days. Young Master Ji, it's time for breakfast. Xia Lingwei walked in through the door carrying 2 bags full of them and looked at Ji-fan and said with a smile. When he saw Xia Lingwei come in, Ji-fan flew through the last few dozens of words of the chapter and then put the computer aside. Did young Master Ji sleep well last night? Xia Lingwei had already walked over, and the things in her hands were placed in order on the cabinet next to her, and then she took out today's breakfast from it. Soy milk fritters, this breakfast looks appetizing. Ji-fan turned his head, his nose inhaled, and the scent of soybean milk donuts came in. So much, hasn't sister eaten yet too? Looking at Xia Lingwei who was still continuously taking things out, Ji-fan asked curiously. A patient should eat more than they need to, and it's okay if they can't eat at all, but they certainly shouldn't starve my baby. Xia Lingwei had already picked up the soy milk, but Ji-fan immediately waved his hand. Sister, I am already much better than yesterday. I can, myself. Seeing Xia Lingwei preparing to feed herself again, Ji-fan was close to jumping up from the bed. Don't you move. Xia Lingwei hurriedly put down the soybean milk in her hands and reached out to subconsciously prepare to support Ji-fan, but she directly crashed into Ji-fan's arms. Sister, I'm alright now. I can do it myself. It did feel good to have Xia Lingwei serving herself, but how could Ji-fan afford to keep letting Xia Lingwei serve himself? She had been a little princess at home for more than 20 years. Not even Uncle Xia had enjoyed such treatment, and enjoying it once was already enough. He hadn't gotten out of bed yet today, and after feeling the warmth of Xia Lingwei's body for a while Ji-fan let go of her. He went to wash up first, and when he came back Xia Lingwei had already transferred all the breakfast to the table. VIP class ward is good, except there will be some in the hospital heart diaphragm feeling. Other than at home there is no difference. The space is also large. Everything. Join us for some? Ji-fan sat down at the table and looked at the large table of breakfast and opened his mouth to inquire. Xia Lingwei nodded lightly. She had eaten some when she arrived, but was in a hurry to get here, so she didn't eat much. Sister, When will you return to Jianghai? After taking 2 bites, Jifan looked at Xia Lingwei curiously and asked. Xia's group's roots in Jianghai, now in Shangjing, is just a jewelry branch. Xia Lingwei can come to Shangjing to rest for a few days, but certainly cannot stay in Shangjing for a long time, or the company will sooner or later be in disarray. Let's wait a few more days, until you're healed. Xia Lingwei didn't half hesitate and opened her mouth. She also knew that she had been out a little too long this time, and as a president, she didn't get so much personal time to herself. In the past 3 years or so, she hadn't had more than a few days off in total combined, and even on New Year's Eve she had been looking at programs and plans. If it wasn't for Jifan, she'd probably have to wait until retirement to give herself such a long break. I'll go back to Jianghai with you when the time comes. Xia Lingwei's pupils dilated violently, and the elation on her face flickered. Really? This time it was Kiffin's turn to nod. I'm actually almost done with things on the Shangjing side. As long as Grandpa Ji gives me the shares, then it's dangerous for me to continue staying in Shangjing instead. So what I'm thinking is that when the time comes, we'll go back to Jianghai, where it's our territory, and let them rush off. Xia Lingwei thought seriously for a moment and suddenly felt that what Jifan said was somewhat reasonable. So when are you going to go back? Xia Lingwei blinked at him and asked. In Shangjing, many times Xia Lingwei was somewhat powerless, but back in Jianghai it was different. She would definitely do her best to protect Jifan, and would definitely not let him suffer any harm. Let's wait a little longer. In order to make them anxious, they have to get their hands on Grandpa Ji's shares first, and then show their faces in front of the entire Shangjing's business circle. It's the only way to really dog them. When these were done, it would be equivalent to Jifan being the true heir of the Ji family, whether in terms of shares or in terms of external perception, and Ji Yangyu, Ji Mengyue, and she would never allow this to happen. As for what they will do at that time, it has nothing to do with Jifan. Anyway, he returned to Jianghai. This Ji family mess let Ji Hongfei himself slowly clean up. It's perfect. Not only did it attract the attention of all of them, but it also nauseated Ji Hongfei, killing several birds with one stone. I'm just afraid they won't let you leave Shangjing so smoothly. Xia Lingwei's concern was not unreasonable. In Shangjing, the power of these few people was extremely huge, and in Shangjing for so many years, their roots were intertwined. It was not something that the current Jifan and Xia Lingwei could fight against. Even with the old man protecting them, it wasn't always a guarantee that everything would be fine. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Jifan was not worried at all. His character had always been like this. He never felt there was anything he couldn't get through. No matter what kind of situation he faced, he had always been so optimistic. Good. Xia Lingwei gently held Jifan's hand. As long as it was what Jifan decided, Xia Lingwei would absolutely support it. Breakfast hadn't been finished for long when there was a knock on the door outside. Young Ji, there are a man and 2 women outside the door claiming to be your friends. The man's name is Hui Yunze, and the women say their last name is Luo. It was normal for them to know about their injuries, but Jifan hadn't expected Hui Yunze to visit him as well. As for the Luo sisters coming over at this time, Jifan turned his head to look at Xia Lingwei. Xia Lingwei still had a smile on her face. Her jade hand gripped Jifan tightly. Then she turned her head towards the door. Let them in. They're our friends. Chapter 199, Hui Yunze's thoughts. The door was pushed open, and at the front of the line was Luo Qingshang, and only behind her were Luo Haiyao and Hui Yunze. Both of Hui Yunze's hands were full of things. Some sort of fruit, milk, or something like that, but it kinda seemed like that. Last time, Luo Qingshang was sent back by Hui Yunze, and their relationship seemed to be so much better than before. Before, if 2 people are just like strangers, now they belong to the relationship where they can nod and say hello when they bump into each other on the road. Seeing as how you're alive and kicking, you don't look like you've been seriously injured, do you? The rumors are wrong. After seeing Jifan and the breakfast that had just been eaten on the table, Hui Yunze spoke curiously. Rumor has it that Jifan was beaten half to death, hit with several knives, and almost died. Jifan gave him a blank look. I think you're the one spreading the gossip. Can't wait for me to die? Hui Yunze smiled. How could it be me? I've heard all about it. That's not it? Concerned about you? I came to see you right away. Jifan looked at Hui Yunze's fake smile, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt that this kid was unsettled. Jifan, are you okay? Hui Yunze stepped aside slightly and Luo Haiyao finally arrived in front of Jifan. She first glanced at Xia Lingwei by Jifan's side, and although Xia Lingwei's face had been a warm smile, she had become more apprehensive inside. She liked Jifan, something that even Jifan himself could sense. So since those 2 days had passed, Jifan rarely contacted Luo Haiyao for fear that the other party would misunderstand. It is reasonable to say that after such a cold period of time, the young girl's clueless feelings will surely disappear to be right. Now it seems, Jifan wasn't experienced either, so he couldn't tell. Thank you for your concern, it's really just a small injury. After resting all day yesterday I'm fine today. no different from a normal person. Jifan moved his body a little, showing them how healthy he was. Seeing as how the skin is thick, it really isn't much of a problem. Luo Qingshang interjected from the side at the right time, while pulling her own sister back slightly. Originally, Luo Qingshang didn't want to bring Luo Haiyao here. She had met Xia Lingwei, although his own sister was excellent. Compared to Xia Lingwei, she really did lack a few points of temperament. Moreover, Xia Lingwei's relationship with Jifan was good at first glance, definitely not the type to just play around. Since Jifan already had a good match, with the education Luo Haiyao had received since she was a child, it was naturally impossible for her to intervene again. Nay, when she heard that Jifan was injured and Luo Haiyao was clamoring to come, Luo Qingyan had no choice but to bring her here. The day before yesterday, I still have to thank him as Kiyoshi. If it wasn't for you then I might not really be able to properly chat with you guys here today. This was deeply shared by all present. If it wasn't Luo Qingshang, then the ones who came that night definitely weren't 6 people. It was most likely 16. At that time, even if Jifan's adrenaline exploded, it was probably hard to escape being caught. I didn't do anything, and I can't take all the credit for this, but if you have to be thankful, then heal early and buy me a meal. Jifan nodded. It was just a meal. Luo Qingshang had sort of saved her life in disguise. Even if she were to treat her to 10 meals it would be worth it. Besides, how many people wanted to invite Luo Qingshang for dinner, but didn't have the chance to do so? This opportunity was given to Jifan, so he definitely had to take advantage of it. Since Mr. Xia is here to personally take care of you, we won't stay much longer. We'll see you after you've healed. After a few moments of chit-chat here, Luo Qingshao got up and opened her mouth, then left the hospital room with her own sister in tow. Unlike when she first came in, Luo Haiyao seemed to have undergone some changes when she left, as if she had figured something out, and even waved her hand towards Jifan in a big way. Why aren't you leaving yet? Seeing Luo Qingshang and Luo Haiyao both leave, Jifan then looked at Hui Yunzi, who was still standing at the side, and asked in confusion, "You're kicking me out?" Jifan had learned before that Hui Yunzi was a high-strung bully on the surface, but in reality, he was no different from an ordinary person, and was still a love brain, so for him to make such amusing remarks and expressions, Jifan didn't feel halfway out of place. "What? You got something else?" Jifan opened his mouth nonchalantly. Hui Yunzi glanced at Jifan breathlessly, smoothly picking up an orange inside the fruit basket next to him and peeling it for himself. "Hey, $2,000 for an orange. Remember to check out later." Hui Yunzi's hand shook, and the orange almost fell to the ground. "Stripped. It's non-returnable." Jifan glanced at him and spoke as he returned to his hospital bed. "And, something's up." Hui Yunzi took a deep breath. Now that Jifan was a patient, he would not bother with Jifan. Angrily, he shoved a whole $2,000 orange into his mouth, then wiped his hands with a paper towel before looking at Jifan. "I heard about it. Elder Ji is transferring all the shares to you. What are your plans after that?" Jifan frowned. He looked over to Hui Yunzi, who had a grave expression in front of him, and after a few moments figured out what the man was thinking. "Don't worry, Ji Yang, you definitely won't let me take over so smoothly, so you don't have to worry that I'll actually become relatives with them. Just do what you need to do. Also, I'm just keeping Grandpa Ji's shares for a while. I'm not interested in them. If you really have the strength to be able to cannibalize the Ji family, then you can go ahead and do it. I'm afraid that you won't be able to over Ji Hongfei by then, but instead the Hua family will be dealt with." This Hui Yunzi is really a love brain. With the Hua family's current momentum, if they were able to take advantage of the Ji family and the Yin family's problems to secretly develop, they would definitely be able to quickly become the leader of the 3 great families in Shangjing in recent years. But this kid is a love brain. The fact that he asked this means that he wants to meddle in the Ji family and the Yin family's affairs. And in the end, it's not still to avenge Lin. That's out of your hands. Kyoyo must be punished as she deserves. Doesn't she like to bully others with her power? I'm going to let her have no power to rely on. I'd like to see how Miss Ji, who has fallen from the clouds to the bottom of the valley at that time, will look like. No wonder Hui Yunzi was bent on dealing with the Ji family with this in mind. Ji Yuyu, no matter what, she is after all the daughter of the Ji family. As long as the Ji family is still around, her status will never be too low. Hui Yunzi wants to take out all of her dependencies, and then finally let her experience all of the tactics she used before when she was in a position of power. But now, the Ji family would soon be Jifan's property, which was why he had asked that question. Chapter 200, less than $10 billion? This is a show of wealth. Hui Yunzi left. After getting Jifan's answer, he had no need to stay here. There was still a lot to deal with on the Hua side of the family, and his own relationship with Lin would take a big chunk of time to deal with. Jifan didn't know exactly how he and Lin met and got together, and Jifan didn't have much interest in it. The hero and heroine, as it were, always come together for some messed up reason. The kind that doesn't make sense. That's how novels are written. After lying in the hospital for 3 days at ease, Ji-fan finally couldn't sit still. After 3 days under the care of a professional medical team, Ji-fan was almost cured, and all the indicators checked were very normal. So Xia Lingwei had no choice but to agree to let him out of the hospital. Just as we walked out of the hospital, a ceremonial tube suddenly exploded. Pei Xiaohua, who hadn't seen him for 3 days, surprised Ji-fan with a gift tube that had already been released. Of course, what surprised Ji-fan even more was the somewhat shy woman beside him, Meng Qiyu. At this time, Meng Qiyu did not wear a uniform at work, ordinary dress, so that she has a few more points of innocence. Ji-fan's eyes darted around her in Pei Xiaohua's, always seeing hints of something wrong in them. Mr. Ji, I heard that you were discharged from the hospital today, being looked at by Ji-fan like this, Meng Qiyu couldn't help but open her mouth and prepare to explain, but she was interrupted by Ji-fan before she could finish. Thanks, I get it all. Glancing at his brother, Ji-fan was a little curious. These two, are they playing for real or are they really playing for fun? Forget it, this does not belong to Ji-fan should be in charge of. Pei Xiaohua, this person inside is not bad. He and women are you love me. Never engage in force that set. In the words of Pei Xiaohua, as long as you have money, there are a lot of willing to take the initiative to stick up. Why do you have to find this uncomfortable? Moreover, Ji-fan had mentioned Meng Qiyu's matter to him before, so Pei Xiaohua definitely wouldn't mess around. Old Ji discharged from the hospital today. Good day, let's go have a big meal at noon. I'm sure you've gotten a craving already after eating so lightly for the past few days. In this regard, the one who understands Ji-fan the most is definitely Pei Xiaohua. These two have grown up with each other and know each other's tastes that 100%. With Ji-fan's spicy-free personality, it was only with Xia Lingwei's presence that he was able to keep him honest in the hospital for 3 days of clear soup. What for? Just got out of the hospital. Can't eat anything too spicy? That's what the doctor said. Be careful, you'll get a scar. Xia Lingwei glared at Pei Xiaohua. This brat. The moment he came, he added to the chaos. Scars are a man's badge of honor. How handsome. Besides Ji-fan, those 2 wounds, at that time, if not sent to the hospital to send fast, it is estimated that all healed, can leave what scars? Lingwei sister, you are just making a big deal out of it, Pei Xiaohua muttered, but his voice was getting smaller. Alright. Ji-fan smiled and rounded up, but we do have to have a good meal today. Where to eat? You guys decide. My treat. As soon as the words fell, a luxury car suddenly stopped in front of him, and several people simultaneously looked towards the car. The car door opened and Elder Ji walked down from the car alone. Even Aunt Li did not follow. Ji-fan was a bit surprised. Why was the old man here? He hurriedly went forward to support Elder Ji. Grandpa Ji, what brings you here? Elder Ji smiled, enjoying the feeling of being supported by Ji-fan. Even the wrinkles on his face were smoothed out quite a bit. I heard you were released from the hospital today, so I came to check on you. Nothing serious physically, right? It's fine, thanks to Grandpa Ji's concern. Ji-fan's heart warmed. You kid, what's there to be polite about with me? As it happens, I have something else to tell you later. Why don't we all go to dinner? I made reservations at the restaurant. The old master opened his mouth, and Ji-fan definitely had to give this face. In the entire Ji family, only Elder Ji was genuinely being kind to himself. As for Ji Hongfei, Ji-fan himself couldn't fathom the inner thoughts of this blood father of his. But from these few contacts, Ji Hongfei didn't make too many intimate intentions towards himself. Ji-fan already had a bad impression of him, and now it just got a little worse. Because the old man had something to say to himself, Ji-fan got into the old man's car alone. Pei Xiaohua, that sports car can only carry one person. Naturally Meng Qiyu. Xia Lingwei, on the other hand, got into Su Jiro's car with the 2 of them, and the 3 cars drove towards the hotel together. In the car, Ji-fan and the old man were sitting side by side in the back seat, and the fender was already up. The driver should have been authorized by Elder Ji. The car's speed was not fast, maintained at 30 or 40 yards. Grandpa Ji, what can I do for you? Ji-fan took the initiative to open his mouth and inquire. Elder Ji didn't say anything, but instead picked up a nearby briefcase, and then took out a file bag from it. Ji-fan watched curiously and didn't interrupt. The file bag was quickly opened. Inside a thick stack, actually all transfer contracts. Grandpa Ki, what are you doing? Even though he only looked at a rough cover, it still took Ji-fan by surprise. So much. How much stuff does this have to transfer? You are the first and only grandson of my Ji family. These things should have been yours in the first place. It's just 20 years late. I know my own body. It looks good, but in fact I can't say when I'll spill. And until then I have to at least set you up. Ji-fan opened his mouth, but the old man knew what Ji-fan wanted to say and waved his hand for him to listen carefully. These properties, stores, and some stocks are all in my own name and have nothing to do with the Ji family, so you can feel free to take them. The old man placed the document on Jifan's lap, then drew a pen from the side and handed it to him. The meaning is clear enough. Grandpa G, I can't have these. Jifan refused in a hurry. My child, it's Grandpa who has wronged you all these years, but now that Grandpa's days are numbered, do you want Grandpa to go away with regrets? Jifan took a deep breath. He wanted to say something else, but he didn't seem to know what to say. Back then, Grandpa G only did what he, a father, thought he was doing. The real culprit, in fact, is still Ji Hongfei. If it wasn't for all the plots he pulled to force Sun Huya to stay by his side, how could all these later things have happened? And because he was forced to stay, he didn't dare to mention to Grandpa G to marry Sun Huya, which led to Grandpa G to step in and help Sun Huya leave. In fact, in Sun Huya's case, she was even a little thankful to Grandpa G for helping her leave. Sign it. These things aren't much. They all add up to less than $10 billion. Ahem, less than 10 billion? Good lord. That's what I call showing off your wealth. Chapter 201, did the G family just become your own? 10 billion. 10 fingers tied together was still one digit short, but at Elder G's insistence, G-Fan still took the pen in his hand. There were dozens of names, and every name that went down represented G-Fan's wealth increasing rapidly in a strange way. Watching G-Fan sign them all with his own eyes, a smile finally appeared on the old man's face. He couldn't wait to take all the things in G-Fan's hands and then double-check them over and over again, and after realizing that he really hadn't missed anything, he smiled even more. G-Fan touched his head. He always felt that there was something wrong with the old man's smile, as if he was hiding some kind of conspiracy. The old master put away all the things carefully before looking sideways at G-Fan, and seeing this skeptical gaze from him, the old master immediately collected his expression. He was just too happy, so he forgot to do a good job of expression management, which had already made G-Fan suspicious of him. But the old man is not afraid. Anyway, G-Fan has already signed. It is useless to back out. The old man hemmed and hawed at the thought. Son, just now Grandpa got old and confused. It seems that he put all the shares of the G family in there as well. Didn't you look at it when you signed it just now? G-Fan looked at the old man speechlessly. This guy is afraid that he will regret and refuse to ask for these properties, so he deliberately made such a mess, right? How can one possibly look at so many things? And he felt within himself that Elder G would certainly not lie to him. But who knows? The old man is bad. It's just a few days early and a few days late anyway. It doesn't matter. G-Fan nodded silently. It had been signed. What else could he do? I just didn't expect that the G family would become their own so abruptly, and I wasn't even ready for it yet. But he also knew that the old man had good intentions. The old master had already put out the word that he was ready to announce in the entire business circle of Shanjing that he would hand over all his shares to G-Fan. So during this time G-Fan could rest at ease, and all the intrigues would only explode on that day. But now that the old man secretly transferred all the shares to G-Fan in advance, it didn't matter what emergencies he encountered at that time. Things were already in G-Fan's hands anyway, and without leaving himself any way back, the old man was completely identified with G-Fan. In his observation of G-Fan during this period of time, coupled with the information he had investigated out about G-Fan, the old master did indeed like G-Fan as Sun Huya had said. Elder G has lived for so many years, and floated in the business world for so many years, his pair of fiery eyes to see people will almost never miss, coupled with the guilt of G-Fan over the years, which prompted the old man to make such a decision. By the time the old man had restowed everything, the car had come to a steady stop. Come on, let's go down to dinner and celebrate your release from the hospital. As if nothing had just happened, the old man instantly regained his previous appearance and looked at G-Fan with a smile. G-Fan got out of the car ahead of him, circled around and then ran to the other side and pulled the door open for the old man, assisting him down from the car. The other two cars were close behind and had arrived in front of the hotel. The hotel is also the G family's industry. Have long known that today at noon there are VIP guests to the largest box to book, but did not expect that actually is the old man G personally over, which gave the hotel manager a shock, and quickly arranged for employees to come out to meet, while quickly give the store manager to report the situation. As soon as he went out the door, the manager saw the old man who was being supported by G-Fan, and although he had some inner doubts about the young man's identity, he didn't dare to show half of it on his face, and bent his waist respectfully. Elder G, I don't know if it's you personally coming over today. The old man waved his hand, interrupting him, which gave the manager a lump inside. He was already in his 40s this year, and when he first came to Shanjing 20 years ago, he was so spirited that he entered all of the G family's properties. At that time, Master G happened to bring Ji Hongfei to his company to practice, and Ji Hongfei also from that time onwards, step by step until the takeover of the entire G family's industry. Although 20 years had passed, Elder G's elegance at that time was still deeply engraved in his mind. Today, he is long gone from being an ordinary employee. As the manager of the most luxurious hotel under the G family, he was now earning over $1 million a year, which was comparable to the salaries of many corporate executives. However, at the sight of the already gray-haired elder G, he still couldn't help but feel a little scared inside. Just as he was apprehensive, elder G's voice rang out. I remember you. 20 years ago I took Hong Fei to that what's-his-name company? Manhwa Real Estate. The manager picked up on it from the sidelines. Yes, Manhwa Real Estate. I think you just went there then too, right? You were a youngster then, about the age of my grandson. You kid at that time as a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Other employees are hiding far away. Only you, not afraid of curiosity, killed the cat. The manager didn't expect the old man to actually remember himself. Even remembering the events of that time so clearly, a hint of an excited smile appeared on his face. I didn't think I could be remembered by the old master. And I didn't think so much of myself at that time. I just wanted to see the old master. After so many years, the old master's elegance is still the same as it was in the beginning, and it hasn't diminished in the slightest. While talking, the group had already arrived at the entrance of the box. I'm here just for a home-cooked meal. No need to make a scene. Just arrange the meal for me. By the way, don't let anyone come in and interrupt. The manager nodded in a hurry and watched their group enter the box before he turned to leave. Grandchildren? That young man just now is Master G's grandson? He had heard some rumors before that the G family had had a son outside, causing the entire G family to be in a state of unrest right now. He had always thought that this was an empty rumor. He didn't quite believe that Ji Hongfei was able to do something like this, but he didn't think that it was actually true. The manager muttered a few words before hurrying towards the back kitchen. This is a table he'll have to personally oversee the completion of before he can do so. Inside the box, the old man sat on the main seat, and Ji Fan sat next to him on his left. Ling Wei girl, come, sit on my right. Xia Lingwei had originally planned to sit next to Ji Fan, and when she saw Elder Ji open his mouth, she didn't go over directly, but turned her head to Ji Fan, asking for his opinion with her eyes. Go on. Ji Fan nodded at her, and only then did Xia Lingwei get up and walk towards the old man's right side. The old man's face was full of happy smiles, and when Xia Lingwei sat down, he looked left and right, just short of laughing outright. I didn't realize that at this age, the grandson I had been waiting for was available and so good, and now it comes with such a beautiful and capable granddaughter-in-law. Nice. Very nice. Chapter 202, The Old Master's Little Thoughts. The first time she ate with the old man, to say that there was no pressure at all would definitely be a lie, but Xia Lingwei had behaved very graciously from the moment she sat down, and didn't have any stage fright at all. Elder Ji was looking at this granddaughter-in-law with more and more satisfaction. Although it was from that small place in Jianghai, but the speech and demeanor was not at all worse than these big ladies from famous families in Shangjing, and with her resume over the past few years, not many of her peers could match it if singled out. Even the families in Shengye, who was touted by many, was not inferior to Xia Lingwei in Elder Ji's opinion. The food was served so quickly that almost the entire back kitchen was serving their one box just now. Chinese cabbage in open water, Mandarin fish with squirrel, Buddha jumps over the wall, and tofu with manji. Grandpa Ji, you're treating us to a state banquet. Looking at the dishes that were brought up one by one, Pei Xiaohua couldn't help but open his mouth. The old man is also painstakingly on all the light dishes, but also to see Ji Fan just recovered. Cannot eat too spicy. If you like the food you can come more often in the future. I'll talk to the boss and give each of you a free VIP card at that time. Elder Ji was happy today, and with a wave of his hand, he directly intended to send a few cards out. Grandpa Ji, this, not so good. Hey. Ji Fan looked at Pei Xiaohua in a bad mood. This kid, almost wrote give it to me quickly on his face. The old man wasn't angry and shouted toward the door. Come in someone. The door was immediately pushed open. The manager was guarding the outside and hurriedly pushed the door open when he heard the old man's voice. But it wasn't him who came in, but another middle-aged man. The man came in and immediately looked at the old man, bending slightly and speaking. Elder Ji, what are your orders? Xiao Yu, you're the one who's the store manager in this store now. Isn't that a bit of a big deal? Although the old master was not in charge much anymore, many of the middle and high-ranking members of the Ji family now were those who had followed the old master Ji back then, and they were all particularly respectful when facing the old master. Old master, there is no such thing as a great talent. We old people are already a handful of years old. We can't compare to the young people nowadays. I can go anywhere as long as the Qi family still needs me. The old man gave him a meaningful look before speaking. I'm already old, and I can't control things in the business world. But this eldest grandson of mine may have quite a lot to ask you for advice in the future. The store manager froze, and his gaze immediately looked over to Ji Fan's side. He had already learned about Ji Fan from the manager before he came in, but now it meant something completely different from Master Ji himself. He looked at Ji Fan seriously, memorizing his appearance thoroughly. This person was most likely to be the future head of the Ji family. that is, his master, so of course he had to remember. You go and get a few special VIP cards out, and from now on, anyone who comes with this VIP card will be directly free. Only after introducing Jifan to him did the old man get down to business. This is very simple, with a normal VIP card, but the system inside the setup on the line. When the time to read the card will naturally know what is the case. Elder G, young master, you two dine first, I'll get right on it. Within 10 minutes or so, the store manager came in again and handed out cards to everyone. The most pleasant surprise among them was naturally Meng Qiyu. It was the first time in her life that she had come to such a high-class restaurant, and now that she had been given a VIP card that would allow her to have free access to the restaurant permanently, it made her a bit flattered. Although she knew that this was in the light of Jifan and Pei Xiaohua, she still stood up at the first opportunity and opened her mouth to excuse herself. Mr. G, this card is too expensive for me to take. She didn't dare to talk directly to Elder G, and could only look at Jifan with some helpless trepidation. She already felt honored to be able to dabble in a meal here. And with a figure like Elder G, she usually wouldn't even dare to imagine that she would one day be able to dine at the same table with him, not to mention thinking about the free perks of this restaurant. This is one of the few most upscale restaurants in Shangjing. If Meng Qiyu had her heart set on it, just with this card she would be able to easily squeeze into high society and even get a high opinion, but she clearly didn't have that in mind, at least not right now, and even looked at Jifan with trepidation, trying to get him to talk. Jifan didn't say anything and instead looked at Pei Xiaohua. Well, she doesn't. Pei Xiaohua took the initiative to speak. He himself could take advantage of Jifan, but Meng Qiyu was different. Full stop. She and Jifan were just one-sided. If she is with her in the future, then she can use her card just as well and there is no conflict. Jifan nodded and looked at the store manager, who then took back the VIP card in Meng Qiyu's hand. Besides Meng Qiyu, Xia Lingwei, Su Zhiro and Pei Xiaohua all picked up, with the identity of these three people, and cannot do that kind of daily to the hotel white whoring thing, but also just sort of a status symbol. Go ahead and eat, it'll get cold later. Elder G didn't interrupt. Casually Jifan decided on his own, seeing that it was all decided before he opened his mouth. The store manager also knew better and left the box, leaving the space for them. Jifan, do you know when your mom is coming back home? Although he had agreed to come for a home-cooked meal, the old man still didn't hold back from bringing up Jifan's mother. In his opinion, he did feel a little sorry for Sun Huya back then, and if he could, he would like to see her again. Grandpa G, Mom hasn't contacted me much during this recent period of time. If she returns to the country and is willing to see you, I'll be sure to let you know first. Jifan can't do it for his mom. He can only say so. The old man sighed, wanting to say something, but in the end it just turned into a feeble sigh. State banquet level lunch is also considered to let Jifan open his eyes once. A lunch full of them for an hour and a half, and so eat and drink enough when it has been almost 1 o'clock. Son, now that you're out of the hospital, I'll start sending out invitations tomorrow, and the party is set for 3 days from now. At that time, I will announce your identity to the entire Shangjing business circle. The shares are already in Jifan's hands. The words he signed before are absolutely legally valid. And the reason why the old man had to make a banquet like this is that he has his own little mind, mainly to give Jifan a decent identity. There were already rumors outside that Jifan was Ji Hongfei's illegitimate son, and during this time Jifan was in the hospital, so he didn't know about it. But the old master would never allow Jifan to carry the identity of a bastard and be looked down upon by others, not even behind his back. Chapter 203, the second young master of the Hua family. The old man's mind Jifan was able to guess a large part of it, which was also a reason why Jifan had so much respect for Elder G. He was heartily considering himself his own grandson, and a guilt-ridden one at that. The grandparents and grandchildren also parted ways after dinner, with the old man going home and Jifan going to Xia Lingwei's place in Shangjing. A few others went their separate ways knowing what they were doing. Pei Xiaohua accompanied Meng Qiyu to the hospital to see her mother. I heard that her mother's surgery is this few days will start. It seems that Pei Xiaohua this time this kid is likely to play for real. Su Zhiro went to the company. Lin herself was originally just a designer, although the design is very talented, but management of the company she is not good at. This period of time can give her exhausted. It was good that Xia Lingwei and Su Zhiro came to give her a breather, so Su Zhiro spent most of her time these days sitting in the company, helping Lin with the company's affairs, because Xia Lingwei and Jifan both had more free time, so the car let Su Zhiro drive away, and only after everyone left did Jifan pull out his cell phone. Wait a minute sis, I'll call a cab. Xia Lingwei gently nodded and reached out to quietly take Jifan's arm. Now that there are no more acquaintances, they can live their own two-person world in earnest. There's no such opportunity in Jianghai yet. I've learned a few dishes in the past few days, so we'll go shopping at the supermarket later, and I'll show you my hand tonight. They say to capture a man's heart, you have to capture a man's stomach. Xia Lingwei was a president, but her relationship experience was almost zero, so when Ji-fan was not around, she often sneaked around and went through various channels to find out, and after her conclusion, having a good cooking skill is definitely a plus in a relationship, regardless of gender. Imagine a two-person world for two people, making a loving dinner for your beloved TA by yourself, cozy and romantic. When she was in Jianhai there was Zhang Ma and Auntie Wang at home, and the only chance she had was the noodles Ji-fan cooked for her at night. Now that she had come to Shangjing, Xia Lingwei had finally found an opportunity that she definitely couldn't miss. Cooking? Ji-fan froze for a moment, his eyes hesitantly looking at Xia Lingwei, and finally his gaze landed on her white and slender hands. Xia Lingwei's hands are beautiful, and to cook with such hands? Ji-fan shook his head in a hurry. It's a crime. Sister, I'll make you dinner. But Xia Lingwei was not happy. No, you're still sick. I'll come tonight and show you what I can cook. Xia Lingwei's cooking is really quite expected. At least the kanji she made a few days ago tasted pretty good, so it shouldn't be poisonous, right? The phone rang. It was the driver of the special car Ji-fan had called, already waiting by the road. The hotel was still a little distance away from where Xia Lingwei lived, and for a few days in Shangjing, Xia Lingwei was almost just going back and forth between her residence and the hospital, so she didn't know anything about the neighborhood she lived in. When the car arrived, the two were wide-eyed and equally confused. Sister, you didn't tell me that it's such an upscale neighborhood. Around here, is there a place to buy food? After getting out of the car, Ji-fan looked at the luxurious neighborhood in front of him at a glance and looked around blankly. But how can there be that kind of ordinary supermarket in front of such an upscale neighborhood? The people who live here are either rich or rich, and the ones who cook their own meals at home are few and far between. Either they have a nanny, or they just use this place as a temporary place to live, so it's impossible for them to come down and buy their own groceries. I'm not sure. Xia Lingwei playfully spat out her tongue. The main fight no matter. Anyway, there is Ji-fan. Looking at this cute appearance of Xia Lingwei, Ji-fan helplessly pulled out his cell phone. Well, it's okay. You can just order delivery to your door here and save yourself the time of going shopping. Good. Xia Lingwei was still holding Ji-fan's hand as the two of them walked towards the small area. Just as he reached the entrance to the neighborhood, the sound of a shrill horn suddenly came from beside him. Ji-fan frowned and turned around. Behind them, a Bentley suddenly rushed out. If not for Ji-fan's faster reaction, he might have crashed into it. *******. The nationalist took off, and Ji-fan fished up his sleeves and was ready to go up for a theory. However, the other party's speed was quite fast, and Ji-fan definitely couldn't catch up with these two legs. But the other party was a bit more arrogant than Ji-fan had imagined. The car actually stopped at the gate, then the window was lowered and a head poked out. What are you two hicks doing here? Do you know where we are? If you want to die, go away and die, so as not to be tainted by bad luck. The other party almost hit himself and was still so arrogant. How could Ji-fan endure it? He's just Buddhist, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have a temper. Or else Swanna's available message 5 wouldn't have shown up. Next to her, Xia Lingwei similarly frowned, and her face was even colder in an instant. At this time, Ji-fan had already walked over, and Xia Lingwei was afraid that he would suffer if he was unwell, so she hurriedly followed. And the arrogance of the other side doesn't stop there. Seeing that Ji-fan dared to catch up, the other party directly chose to get out of the car. A man and two women got out of the Bentley in an instant. The two women were dressed up in a flowery way, just how they looked like they were out for sale. And even though the man was wearing sunglasses, he couldn't stop his kidney-ridden look, typical of a playboy. What? 2 bumpkins? Not even a car. Dare to drill here? The other man got out of the car and first lit himself a cigarette, as if that would make him look more imposing. The two women, one on the left and one on the right, stuck so close to the men that they were close to burrowing right into each other's arms. Apologize. Ji-fan didn't care what the other party's status was. He was not afraid if he was in the right. What did you say? The man looked as if he had heard some heavenly joke, and even looked skeptically at the two female companions beside him, before letting out a rampant laugh. The two women next to him also laughed similarly, laughing in a flamboyant manner, and the clothes they were already wearing were not much, and under the shaking of their bodies, they were exposed even more. Can't understand? With a cold face, Ji-fan took a step forward, and while his mouth spoke, he had already stretched out a hand. What do you want? Do you know who I am? If you dare to touch me today, do you believe I'll make you not see the sun tomorrow? Ji-fan was amused by the other party's middle-of-the-road words. Extrajudicial maniacs, and they're keeping themselves from seeing tomorrow's sun. This kind of physically weak chicken ********. Ji-fan could 3 of them with one hand. Let go of the bumpkin. Do you want to die? You dare to move even Hua Ershao. Mr. Hua. So destined? The one Jew was supposed to marry? It's kind of fun. Chapter 204. Who are you going to kill? After hearing the screams of the two women next to him, Jifan let go of his hand. Hua Yenyu. I didn't think I'd see him in this way. Having just been suddenly pinned by Jifan, Hua Yenyu's entire arm is now in pain, and he subconsciously took a few steps back after being released by Jifan, fearing that Jifan would once again him at the drop of a hat. But Hua Yenyu also grew up with a lawless personality, all in his early 30s, without any semblance of composure. After seeing that Jifan didn't make another move, Hua Yenyu once again turned arrogant. He felt that it should be his name that had bluffed him into not continuing to make a move against him. What? The bumpkin doesn't dare to move? I didn't think that your earthy appearance had actually heard of this young man, but you do have some insight. Let's put it this way, if you kneel down and apologize to this young man today, this young man can also guarantee that he will not be blamed. The more Hua Yenyu spoke, the more outrageous he became, making Jifan a little curious as to how this head of his grew. Obviously they are blood brothers. Why is the gap with Hua Yunza actually so great? Is it because the Hua family gave him the confidence to be arrogant and spoiled? Xia Lingwei had silently walked to Jifan's side, her eyes unkindly looking at Hua Yenyu in front of her. Especially when he said those words, Xia Lingwei looked at him with an even colder gaze. Being stared at by Xia Lingwei like this, Hua Yenyu then realized that there was another person beside Jifan. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it. Once you see Xia Lingwei, Hua Yenyu almost can't walk, and his face instantly turns into a piggy look, completely forgetting about the pain he felt when Jifan just did it. There's no need for you to kneel down and apologize to this young man. As long as you give this woman beside you to this young man, this matter will be settled today. If I can make this young man happy, I might even be able to give you some favors. Hua Yenyu briefly forgets about Jifan's terror and takes a few more steps forward just to get a little closer to Xia Lingwei. The two females next to him had some less than happy faces, but with their status, they had no qualifications to interfere with Hua Yenyu, and could only watch from the sidelines, at most showing a few moments of aggression, and perhaps gaining some more benefits later on. Jifan's gaze grew colder and colder. If it was just about him, he might still be able to endure it, but it was about Xia Lingwei. The dragon has reverse scales, and Xia Lingwei is Jifan's reverse scales, and no one is good enough to come. Once he reached out, Hua Yenyu's mouth changed once again. It hurts, brother, I was wrong, it hurts. Jifan cupped his opponent's wrist with one hand, and with a casual push, Hua Yenyu was forcibly pressed to the ground, unable to move. Kid, you'd better let go. Since you know who I am, you must know my energy. I have 100 ways to make it impossible for you to stay, and pinching you to death is as easy for me as pinching an ant. This guy really is a bit sick. One moment of softness, one moment of hardness, causing Jifan to be a little bit unable to do so. The two females beside Hua Yenyu saw that Jifan seemed to be coming for real, and hurriedly walked up with small broken steps, trying to pull Jifan away. But Xia Lingwei was no vegetarian. Jifan doesn't hit women. Xia Lingwei has no such inhibitions. With just two casual moves, those two women were easily pushed away, never daring to come forward again. Little brother, you're like this. Let go of me first. We have something to talk about. Did you see those two women over there? Although it is not as good as this extreme next to you, but it is also two third-line starlets. No matter it is the looks and body or technology, that is impeccable. I will give them to you. You let go first, okay? Hua Yenyu's words made Jifan's face even more grim. He turned his head to look at the two women over there who didn't dare to come up but didn't dare to leave. They are all born of parents, but some people have to cheapen themselves. Jifan cannot control. Retracing his steps, Jifan let go of his hand, and Hua Yenyu immediately climbed to his feet as if he was relieved. But before he had time to catch his breath, Jifan's hand directly grabbed him at the collar of his shirt, putting him firmly under control. This kind of man who had been emptied by alcohol and sex was too easy for Jifan to pin down. That one hand was like a vice, holding him in a death grip, leaving Hua Yenyu with no way to resist. A hint of fear flashed in Hua Yenyu's eyes, while Jifan's other hand was already raised. Pop! A crisp slap not only dazed Hua Yenyu, but also dumbfounded the two women. After living for more than 30 years since he was a child, it was the first time Hua Yenyu had been slapped in the face in such a humiliating manner, and at that moment, he was in a hurry, not caring about the gap between him and Jifan. Hua Yenyu screamed and was ready to fight Jifan to the death. Unfortunately, if you don't exercise moderation during the week, you won't even be able to put up a fight when it counts. Another slap, this time balanced on both sides of the face, and Hua Yenyu is considered completely insane. What are you guys waiting for? Call someone. I'm going to get them. I'm going to get them. After shouting, he stared at Jifan dead in the face. Get me dead today if you can, or I'll make sure you die, and I'll toy with that woman next to you in front of you. Don't worry, I'll temper her and take pity on her, and you'll just have to go underground and watch. At this moment, Hua Yenyu truly looked like a madman ready to fight for his life, but Jifan wasn't afraid at all. There are people who are truly horrible when they are crazy, but Hua Yanyu is definitely not among such people. With the Hua family's second youngest status and a life of fine clothes and food, how could he possibly be willing to die? As for his revenge, Jifan had pulled out his cell phone. Over there, the two women finally reacted, and ran towards the entrance of the neighborhood in a hurry, shouting murder. Hua family's second youngest was beaten up. Quickly come to the people. There are security guards at the entrance to the neighborhood, but before they were slightly further away from the main entrance, plus Hua Yenyu's car was blocking the middle. Those security guards also adhered to the principle of more is better than less. As long as they don't enter the neighborhood, it has nothing to do with them. But not anymore. People are shouting up, and the one who was beaten was still the second youngest member of the Hua family. If you don't go at this point, the bad luck could be your own. Several security guards came flying out, batons in hand, and that's when Jifan dialed the phone. Call, I'd like to see who you bumpkin could know. I'm telling you, you're dead, and it's useless for anyone to come. I'm going to sleep with that woman beside you too. Just wait and see. Ha 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 ha. But in the next second, Hua Yenyu's rampant laughter was suddenly interrupted. Jifan's cell phone was on speakerphone, and from the phone, a voice that he was very familiar with and that scared him very much suddenly came out. Hua Yenyu, who are you going to get killed? Chapter 205, we're an old married couple. What's going on here? If one were to ask who Hua Yenyu was most afraid of in his life, it would undoubtedly be Hua Yunza. Since he was a child, he was not afraid of the world, but only afraid of his own brother. He has personally experienced the tactics of this blood brother. Otherwise you think why he is so honestly being a rich second generation in Shangjing, but not having half a thought about the Hua family's countless family business. Hua Yunza's voice suddenly came out, and to Hua Yenyu, it was fear from the depths of his soul, and he instantly became honest. The crazy look he had before also returned to his true colors all of a sudden. Hua Yunza? He spoke shakily, as if in confirmation. I don't care what you've done. Now apologize to Jishao immediately. You better pray for his forgiveness or else, otherwise it doesn't say it later. But that's what's scary. Jifan had already released Hua Yenyu, and looking at this fearful look on his face right now, Jifan knew that he didn't need to use force to control him anymore. Several security guards have rushed over, but before they could open their mouths, Hua Yenyu suddenly flopped and fell to his knees on the ground. This move directly stunned the few people who had just arrived. Those who work as security guards here naturally know Hua Ershao. The villa here is a place that Hua Ershao uses exclusively to hide his women, so he comes every once in a while and brings a different woman with him. A lot of the conversation these security guards have on a regular basis comes from the second youngest member of the Hua family, discussing which third-tier starlet he brought in today again. How many he brought in, tie or not, can't have it, but it doesn't stop them from masturbating. But no matter when, Hua Yenyu used the motion to be so high and mighty. When was it like now? Like a lost dog, kneeling down in front of others. Hua Ershao, we're here, no need to be afraid of him. The two women hurriedly took credit and rushed over in a hurry, ready to help Hua Yenyu up. Asterisk 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 off. Hua Yenyu lifted his hand and slapped it twice, taking a bit of heat from Jifan here, and spreading it all over these two women. Jifan was able to predict that when things were over later on, these two women would definitely be treated even more cruelly. But this was no longer something Jifan had to worry about. A willingness to fight, that was all. And at this moment, both women looked at Hua Yenyu with some incredulity, even forgetting about the pain. He's obviously here to help him. What's with Hua Ershao beating himself up like this? And the few security guards found the situation is not right. One by one all stopped not far away, did not dare to go forward, wait for the situation to clear. Some say, those who can work as security guards in such neighborhoods are all human beings, and one of them is very good at analyzing the situation. After hitting the two women, Hua Yenyu resumed his knees. Ji Shao, it's me who has eyes and doesn't recognize MT. Tai, as long as you're willing to forgive me, you can open your mouth for anything else. Ji Fan turned his head to look at Xia Lingwei, and when he saw Xia Lingwei gently nod, Ji Fan then took 2 steps back. Get lost and walk around me when you see me from now on. It's a mood killer to watch. Hua Yenyu hurriedly climbed up from the ground, an expression of survival after the robbery on his face, and had already run towards the car while the two women were still confused. Second youngest, wait for us. Only then did the two women react and hurriedly chased after them, a farce that finally ended, and thankfully didn't affect either of them. TSK, this Hua Yunza is really powerful, making his second brother so afraid of him, Jifan said with some emotion. Xia Lingwei nodded. So there's really nothing wrong with the rumors, it's just that he thinks of you as a friend, so he's acting differently. As for why Hua Yunza would treat Jifan as a friend, naturally it wasn't just because of Lin, more so because of Jifan's current status, as the shareholder with the most shares in the Ji family right now. Strictly speaking, Jifan's current status was much higher than Hua Yunza's. Although he was the sole heir designated by the Hua family, everything was still variable until the shares were in his hands. Take for example the current Qi family. Ji Hongfei had fought for 20 years, and the entire Ji family was able to get to where it was now because of him alone. But as long as the shares were still in the old man's hands, Ji Yangyu would always have ideas, and would even take action for them. And Ji Fan was different now. He had the most shares in the Ji family. It was hard for others to threaten him anymore. As long as he didn't die halfway, he would definitely be the next head of the Ji family. The two chatted idly as they made their way towards the neighborhood. With that scene just now, the gazes of the security guards at the doorway looking at the two changed. All of them respectful, not daring to raise their heads to look at Xia Lingwei more than once. There were quite a few villas in this neighborhood, but what Xia Lingwei lived in was just an ordinary neighborhood building, 23 floors, so high. It was the first time Jifan had lived there, and there was a sense of novelty. Opening the door, a cozy hut appeared in front of Jifan. The house wasn't big, 60 square feet, but in this Shangjing where every inch of land is gold, it was also a height that ordinary people couldn't reach even in their lifetime. It's a little small and it wasn't said later, but Jifan himself had found out. At that time when she bought the house, Xia Lingwei didn't think that she would live here with Jifan, so the house was designed according to a one-room, so that it looked like the living room was also bigger. But now, Xia Lingwei pretended not to know about this matter, and Jifan himself would be even less likely to bring it up, only that the atmosphere between the two had steeply become somewhat ambiguous. I'll order first, you sit and relax for a while. The house was so big that the two couldn't hide anywhere, so they both ended up sitting down on the couch in the living room. Xia Lingwei pulled out her cell phone, her eyes not daring to look at Jifan much. Jifan, on the other hand, was also sweeping his eyes around, just not daring to land on Xia Lingwei's body. There was no telling how long had passed before Xia Lingwei finally put down her cell phone. Ordered? Jifan also stopped pretending, and his sight finally landed on Xia Lingwei's body. Aha! Xia Lingwei gently nodded, and their gazes locked. I'm going to the bathroom. I'll go wash an apple. Both men spoke at the same time, which made it a little more awkward for both of them. Obviously, they had also spent so many days alone together in the hospital. But the atmosphere today was extraordinarily different, and it was as if the two of them had gone back to the very beginning when they recognized each other. Jifan got up and crossed paths with Xia Lingwei. Then he walked towards the restroom, while Xia Lingwei didn't pick up the apple on the table, but somewhat uneasily resat on the sofa. We're an old married couple. What's wrong with you, Jifan? After washing his face twice hard with cold water in the restroom, Jifan questioned himself, but in the end, he didn't get an answer. In fact, both men inwardly understood why. There is only one bed. Tonight, Chapter 206, Life's Little Idiots. Walking out of the restroom, Xia Lingwei had relaxed a lot. She leaned back on the sofa, holding her phone and not knowing what she was reading. Jifan naturally sat down next to her, because the sofa was too soft. As soon as Jifan sat down, even Xia Lingwei couldn't help but tilt a bit towards his side. What had been such a small distance between the two became a complete intimacy next to each other. What are you looking at, sister? Jifan poked his head to the side, and Xia Lingwei's fingers were bouncing rapidly on her cell phone, faster than when she was chatting with Jifan. A little company business, taken care of quickly. Xia Lingwei, in order to be able to accompany Jifan in Shangjing, the company had accumulated a whole lot of things there, and now it could only be handled by remote control. You rest while I take care of the work. After sending out a dozen messages in a row, Xia Lingwei finally couldn't help herself and ran back to her room to carry her computer out. Jifan nodded, but he didn't rest either, instead pulling out his own laptop and joining in the work together. Half an hour later, Xia Lingwei had already dealt with the matter at hand, and she turned her head to look at Jifan, who was not far away. At this moment, Jifan was sitting at a small table by the window, and Xia Lingwei was just able to see his side face from this angle. He frowned, his fingers tapping lightly on the keyboard, pausing now and then to think. Occasional surges of thought would bring a smile to his face that he couldn't help. It was said that men were the most handsome when they were serious about their work, and now Xia Lingwei had a feeling like that when she looked at Jifan. She didn't bother Jifan, she just quietly got up and put her computer back inside her room. When she came out again, Jifan was still concentrating on coding, but a mischievous ray of sunlight filtered through the window and fell on Jifan's body. The golden sunlight poured over, making Jifan at the moment shine. Xia Lingwei couldn't help but look a little smitten. She never liked Jifan because of his looks. Xia Lingwei's personality has become somewhat introverted since her own mother's death, and she doesn't have many friends. At that time, the Shi family and the Xia family had a good relationship. Xia Jian was often not at home, and it just so happened that Shi Weikong was about the same age as Xia Lingwei, so he asked the Shi family to take care of her for a moment or two. So at that time, Xia Lingwei often silently followed behind Shi Weikong, creating a false impression that she liked Shi Weikong. Back then, Shivkong's departure didn't have any impact on Xia Lingwei, and she hadn't had much contact with Shivkong after she met Su Jiro in college, and her encounter with Jifan inside the game was the beginning of what really changed her. There are pros and cons to online dating, and for Xia Lingwei at the time, the pros outweighed the cons. The dullness of her reality has kept her high-strung, even in the game. But under Jifan's drive, she began to slowly let go of herself, plus Jifan compelled her from time to time. Anyway, across the screen, no need to be shy. The result is, Xia Lingwei let go, but also began to rely on Jifan. These things Xia Lingwei had never told anyone. They were just little secrets hidden inside her. And now, she finally got what she wanted. A happy smile appeared at the corner of Xia Lingwei's mouth as she took a deep breath. As if Jifan felt something in his heart, he suddenly turned his head. Facing the sunlight, Jifan stood up. At this moment, Jifan was like he was in the game back then. He stood in the light, pulling the closed-in Xia Lingwei out of the gloom. "Sister, are you done?" A gentle voice rang out, causing Xia Lingwei to stop her blind thoughts. Shaking her head, Jifan had already arrived in front of her. Xia Lingwei opened her arms and Jifan somewhat didn't quite understand what was wrong with Xia Lingwei, but still cooperated and hugged her. "Sister, what's wrong?" Jifan sensitively sensed the change in Xia Lingwei's emotions, and his voice became even softer. But Xia Lingwei didn't say anything. She just tucked her head into Jifan's embrace and then gently rubbed against it, just like a kitten. Jifan felt Xia Lingwei's gentleness and slightly exerted himself, hugging Xia Lingwei more tightly. He didn't know what was wrong with his sister, but he would always stand by her side. The doorbell rang and the two finally parted in love. "I'll get it." Jifan straightened the clothes on his body before heading towards the door. It was the takeout that Xia Lingwei had ordered earlier that had arrived. "Sister, why did you buy so many?" Jifan looked at the two big bags of dishes in his hands that could barely fit in his hands, and was somewhat at a loss for words. "2 people? That's a lot of eating to do. It's better to get more than less." Xia Lingwei had already walked over and reached out to take one of them, but was rejected by Jifan. "Sister, I'll do it. The kitchen is not very big for a 60-square-meter house. One person might be just right, but two would be a bit crowded." Jifan put all of his things in the kitchen first, and then he was pushed out by Xia Lingwei. "Go ahead and work on your novel. I'll call you when I'm done." The kitchen door was closed, and Jifan rubbed his head, and finally could only walk helplessly to the bed. Peacefully, he sat down to continue his previously unfinished creation, but with more than a little worry inside. He poked his head inside the kitchen every now and then. Although the door was closed, Jifan was still able to see the walking figure inside the kitchen. Obviously the kitchen was just this big, but it always felt as if Xia Lingwei was busy, constantly walking around in the kitchen. As for what exactly he was doing, Jifan couldn't see it. "Baby, come quick. Why is this on fire?" Just as Jifan turned his eyes away, Xia Lingwei's scream suddenly rang out from the kitchen. Jifan instantly got up and rushed from the living room to the edge of the kitchen in one swift step. The door was pulled open, and Jifan looked at Xia Lingwei at the first opportunity, while reaching out to pull her in. "Sister comes out first." Only after pulling Xia Lingwei out to make sure she wasn't hurt did Jifan look inside the kitchen. A roaring fire was going on in the iron skillet used for stir-frying, and just now Xia Lingwei was about to use water to attempt to douse it. Jifan let out a long sigh of relief. "Luckily I got here fast, or something really big would have happened." "Baby, what a big fire. Should we call 911? Xia Lingwei looked like she had done something wrong and looked at Jifan with some aggression. Jifan gently squeezed her small hand. "You wait outside." After saying that, he walked in and soon found the pot lid that had been abandoned by Xia Lingwei. Picking up the lid of the pot, Jifan was quick on his feet and quickly put the lid on the pot, while turning off the ignition switch. Okay, it's okay." Jifan had forgotten how a princess like Xia Lingwei, who had grown up as a child, could understand these little common sense things about life. "I didn't realize that Mr. Xia, who calls the shots outside and is all-powerful in every way, is a little idiot in life." Chapter 207, Let the Professionals Do What the Professionals Do. When the fire was all extinguished, Jifan finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then turned around with a stern face, ready to say a good word about Xia Lingwei. But just as he turned around, Jifan saw her aggrieved face, and I felt sorry for her. Jifan's anger value instantly cleared, and he looked at Xia Lingwei helplessly. "Sister, you're not allowed to just go into the kitchen from now on." Xia Lingwei pouted her small mouth, making people look at it and want to kiss hard on it. "I was just in a hurry and forgot." People always do unexpected things when they are in a hurry. With Xia Lingwei's intelligence, she had already understood when Jifan put the lid on the pot. If I had just actually poured water on it myself, it would probably have been over. With luck it may just be the cookware that is destroyed. With bad luck people can get hurt and even allow the fire to spread with immeasurable consequences. But she couldn't even think of that much in that kind of crisis and could only think of the most superficial truth. That water puts out fire. This was also because she had never been in such a situation before and had no experience. It's okay, as long as no one gets hurt. Jifan gently wiped some of the fallen ash on Xiaolingwei's face. The one just now had made her a bit dusty, like an aggrieved child. Not caring about the mess inside the kitchen, Jifan pulled Xiaolingwei to the restroom and used a towel to gently help her wipe her face clean before bringing her to the sofa again. Just sit tight here. I'll get it. Xiaolingwei nodded, her gaze falling on Jifan's body without leaving. When Jifan entered the kitchen, she simply moved a small bench and sat not far from the door, her hands resting on her chin looking straight at Jifan who was busy in the kitchen, with a happy smile flashing across her face from time to time. Looking at a messy kitchen, Jifan took a deep breath. Emotionally, Xiaolingwei had just been busy inside for half a day, but it turned out to be nothing. First, the lid of the pot was uncovered. It was dark inside and there was no telling what she had just planned to burn. Jifan cleaned it all out and made sure that the tools hadn't burned out before he started the next steps. Jifan wasn't much of a cook, and had only attempted a few times on his own since he was a child, and when faced with this large pile of dishes, Jifan himself was a bit confused. He had no choice but to offer up the big kill. Shake search, home cooking detailed steps. Then I chose a few of the videos based on the materials I had available and followed along step by step. Follow the steps in the video. First cut the vegetables and set them aside. Then light the stove and carefully pour the oil into the pan. After the oil heated up, Jifan watched the video and poured the ingredients into the pot with his hands and feet, and there was a crackling sound in the pot, and a few drops of hot oil splashed onto the back of his hand. Jifan grimaced in pain, but insisted on continuing to follow the tutorial, even forgetting the pause feature. It didn't take long for a few small dishes to come out one after another, and they were placed on the dining table by Jifan. Baby, what is this? Xiaolingwei pointed at one of the somewhat dark dishes and opened her mouth to ask. Seems like it. You wait. Jifan pulled out his cell phone again and opened the few videos he had just watched, finally comparing the pictures to the real thing with some hesitation before speaking. Fish and eggplant? Doubtful. Hesitant. Not much of a bottom line anyway. The baby's doing really well. It's almost as good as the picture. Jifan froze for a moment, somewhat overwhelmed as he glanced at the cell phone picture and then at the dishes on the table. This, I think, was the first time Xiaolingwei had spoken so unconscionably. Baby, the first time you made it, you were so much better than me. I almost burned down the kitchen. No one doesn't like to hear compliments, and men, as creatures, are exactly like children. He's happy to take it seriously if you just casually coax him, but no matter how happy he was, Jifan, who had some dark things on this table, definitely couldn't let Xiaolingwei eat them. Set on the table to simply appreciate their busy for so long masterpiece. Jifan still bear the pain of all dumped. However, before pouring, Xiaolingwei had to take a picture to commemorate this kind of black history. Jifan is certainly not willing to stay, but cannot argue Xiaolingwei, and ultimately can only surrender and admit defeat. Why don't we just order takeout? Glancing at the time, it was after 5. Before, Jifan had spent some time writing his novel, and after messing around in the kitchen for so long, what he had eaten at noon had been completely digested. He touched his flat stomach and looked at Xiaolingwei and asked. It seemed that neither had the skill of cooking for a while, and it was only a matter of continuing to delay this cozy meal. Just now Jifan searched around and didn't see any noodles in the house. Otherwise he could have shown his hand again. In addition to cooking instant noodles, he's pretty good at cooking veggie noodles too. The takeout came quickly this time, but in the space of half an hour, the table was once again filled with a bounty of food. Professional things should be left to professionals. By the way sis, your takeout at this point is so exquisite. It seems a bit different from what I usually order, Jifan said as he opened the box packaging. Well, I ordered the food by phone and the restaurant delivers it themselves, so it's faster and cleaner and guaranteed. Jifan froze. He had seen the name on the box, Rhyme Pavilion, and then looked down. There was a small ticket attached to it. Jifan jumped straight to the bottom. Total, $1, 268. Sure enough, there's something to be said for sophistication. The good thing is that Jifan is not the brat he was before. With tens of billions of dollars in his pocket and 30% of the Ji family's shares in hand, as long as Xiaolingwei likes it, this kind of takeout can be eaten every day without repetition. After eating and drinking, the two of them leaned back on the soft sofa as one, but not a moment later, Xiaolingwei suddenly got up, and Jifan's line of sight immediately followed closely. Xiaolingwei wandered around the living room slightly as if she was looking for something, and soon she had a happy look on her face before bending down. Under Jifan's gaze, Xiaolingwei took out a remote control. Watching TV? Jifan had forgotten how long he hadn't watched TV, and when he was bored, he basically hugged his cell phone. And anyway, the TV could watch what the cell phone could watch. Baby, let's watch a movie. Xiaolingwei had a hint of excitement on her face. She was very keen on doing things with Jifan that only couples would do. There hadn't been a chance before, and after they had recognized each other there were various reasons that made it difficult for both of them to both have such free time. A movie? Xia Lingwei pointed to the wall behind her, where Jifan hadn't noticed before. A projector was hanging there. Chapter 208, Identity seems to be reversed? Watching a movie is all about the atmosphere of watching a movie. While Jifan was still bewildered, the lights in the living room had already been turned off by Xia Lingwei. The light from the projector fell on the wall, and with just an opening, Jifan knew that this piece was not simple. With that eerie opening, even though the main drama hadn't started yet, Jifan couldn't help but start to panic inside. But the next second, a delicate body approached him. It's already September, and the weather in Xinjiang has slowly started to turn cooler, and after nightfall, it gets a little cooler. Both of them were not wearing much, especially the accident in the kitchen just now, resulting in the fact that Jifan was now wearing a thin short sleeve, and as soon as Xia Lingwei's body came closer, the two of them had already touched their skin intimately. Jifan clearly remembered that just now Xia Lingwei was wearing a jacket. How to turn off a light effort? The body seems to be left with only a sling? Nope, a sling? Jifan subconsciously turned his head, but before he could see anything his face touched a small, cold hand. Concentrate on the movie. Xia Lingwei's voice was proper, but with Jifan's knowledge of her, he still heard a hint of trembling from it. That's how people are. The more they can't see, the more curious they become, even to the point where they have no interest in the movie whatsoever. And at this moment, Xia Lingwei's heart was actually beating much faster than Jifan's, completely relying on her strong psychological quality to hold on. Not letting Jifan look at it was because Xia Lingwei herself felt as if it was a bit too impulsive. Right now, she was wearing a small halter, which she had changed into when she went back inside her room while Jifan was writing his book. And when she changed it, she herself didn't know what kind of mind she was holding. But having just turned off the light, suddenly because of the courage the darkness had given her, she had resolutely removed her outer garment, and was now reduced to a small halter. If the lights are on now, then she belongs in a frantic dance on the Rubicon. Jifan swallowed as he slowly reached out and grabbed the small, cold hand. Xia Lingwei's body trembled slightly, but she did not dodge. In the darkness, the breathing of the two gradually became heavy, and the atmosphere became more and more ambiguous. But Jifan didn't make the next move. He just grabbed Xia Lingwei's small hand and put it on his knee, his fingers gently rubbing on her hand, as if he was feeling it delicately, and as if he was warming her up. The two men's minds slowly calmed down. The movie had already started 10 minutes or so ago. This horror drama had been building up the atmosphere from the very beginning, and now, finally, the first little climax of this movie was upon them. Horror sound effects suddenly rang out. Jifan and Xia Lingwei had just gotten into the swing of things when they were directly hit head-on. Not prepared at all. Aha! Xia Lingwei screamed, but immediately she realized something was wrong because a more exaggerated voice had overpowered her. Ah! Sister! Xia Lingwei suddenly felt as if she wasn't so scared anymore. She turned her head to look at Jifan. Although it was a dark night, but with some faint scattered light from the projector, it still allowed her to see Jifan's current movements clearly. He had sprung up from the couch and covered his eyes with both hands in a panicked manner. Finished. Xia Lingwei had originally planned to go along with the trend and throw herself into Jifan's embrace, although the piece was a little scary, but at least it could bring the two closer together. But now it seems, after thinking about it, Xia Lingwei suddenly stood up. The blindfolded Jifan calmed down a little, and Xia Lingwei held him up as the two of them resumed their seats. In the next second, Xia Lingwei took Jifan into her arms in a domineering manner, her left hand gently patting his back as she mouthed the words, "Good boy, the baby is not afraid. It's just a movie. It's all fake." After hiding in Xia Lingwei's arms, Jifan realized how thin Xia Lingwei was wearing right now. No wonder Xia Lingwei didn't let herself see it, even though the lights were clearly turned off. Although he couldn't see it, Jifan gave it a light touch with his own face, and unsurprisingly, it seemed to be a functioning camisole nightgown, with comfort and viewability as the main focus, and coverage only incidental. Don't ask Jifan how he knew. As a fiction writer, there would always be some messy things to know. For example, the arsenal inside certain Shake Shack bloggers' little yellow bikes. That's all real, and looking at it gives you some urges to buy. Jifan hadn't bought it, of course, but as a fiction writer with a rich imagination in general, he would make up his own mind. Xia Lingwei was still softly placating Jifan in front of her, but Xia Lingwei suddenly remembered something, and her face was suddenly covered in a blush. Her hands stopped moving, but she didn't let go of Jifan either, still gently wrapping her arms around him. The TV was still showing horrible images, but Xia Lingwei suddenly wasn't scared at all. But there didn't seem to be much of a need to keep watching this horror movie, and in the state the two were in now, it would be counterproductive to watch anymore. The two of them stayed so quietly for a while, Jifan probably felt a little embarrassed and took the initiative to climb up from Xiaolingwei's arms. There was some embarrassment on his face, but fortunately, the lights had not been turned on yet, so this embarrassment would not be noticed, which made Jifan's mind ease a little bit more, except that he did not notice the smirking, non-smirking expression on Xiaolingwei's face. The remote control came to Xiaolingwei's hand at an unknown time, and after she gently pressed it a few times, the horrible sound effects and images disappeared, and what appeared instead was a youthful campus idol romance drama. 1 minute you're watching a horror show, the next you're getting sweet, but these two people on the couch were both very human, so neither seemed to show any surprises, and both even looked at it seriously. This movie seems to be a big hit. Have you seen it? Although the two just had a panic attack, but it seems that tacitly there is no communication. Only Xiaolingwei pacified Jifan those few words. Now changed the movie. The mood of the two followed some transformation, but this time it is Jifan took the initiative to open his mouth. No. Xiaolingwei shook her head. She's usually so busy with work. How does she have time to watch these movies? And given her personality, it's unlikely that she'd go to this type of movie when she's alone. She's more suited to see a business battle. You read it? Xiaolingwei asked rhetorically. Jifan similarly shook his head. Suddenly remembering that the lights hadn't been turned on yet, Jifan spoke again in a rush. I haven't seen it. He hadn't even seen a movie in a long time, and when he did have time, he was holding his phone and watching skits, reading novels, and his brain was thrown just to watch and have a good time and be done with it. With 2 simple lines of conversation, the movie had come to a head and the two men were quiet again, but as the plot moves forward, the two have unknowingly stuck together. This time there was finally no wrong order. Xiaolingwei snuggled into Jifan's arms, her eyes staring at the screen without blinking, and Jifan likewise looked as if he hadn't noticed, both of their attention having been drawn to the plot. Chapter 209, You'll Sleep Here. A 100-minute-plus movie with a lighthearted plot and not much sadistic drama between the hero and heroine. The whole thing just embodies one word. Sweet. Maybe it was because it had been too long since they had seen a movie, or maybe it was because they had important people around them. Both of them were a little bit mesmerized by what they were watching, and before they knew it, the two of them had already subbed into the plot and began to giggle along with the hero and heroine. At this point in time, men tend to be a little more sensible than women. Jifan had reacted after not long after looking at it. Xiaolingwei was in her arms at the moment and was wearing a halter nightgown, not even needing to see it with his own eyes. Just thinking about it, Jifan couldn't help but lick his tongue. And the plot of the movie was so sweet that it made Jifan even more apoplectic, but he restrained himself from focusing more on the movie. This is when the man and woman in the movie finally develop to a crucial step. The natural thing to do when you're in love is to kiss. Both of them stared at the same time. Now these small young actors, other acting skills are not necessarily good, but this kissing scene seems to be quite good. Watching the two people are a dry mouth. Suddenly, Xiaolingwei turned her head, and it just so happened that Jifan was also peeking at Xiaolingwei. In the darkness of the night, Xiaolingwei's eyes were exceptionally bright, able to be clearly captured by Jifan. The two men looked at each other in a scene that looked like something from a movie just now. Xiaolingwei raised her head slightly and gently reached out her hands to caress Jifan's cheeks, finally cupping him and saying softly, "You know what, baby? I feel so happy right now." When Jifan heard these words, a wave of emotion welled up in his heart, and he couldn't help but hug Xiaolingwei even harder. A cool breeze happened to come from outside, causing Jifan's body to shiver. Turning his head, it turned out that some of the windows had been left open. "It's a little cold," Xiaolingwei spoke softly. Her hand had already been put back, and her entire body had shrunk into Jifan's arms. "Sister, I'll get your coat." Jifan immediately prepared to get up, but Xiaolingwei's hands had already encircled Jifan's waist, not letting him leave. Jifan's figure lurched, and he looked at Xiaolingwei again. Taking advantage of some of the afterglow of the movie, Jifan got a good look at Xiaolingwei's face. Xiaolingwei's eyes had become a bit mesmerized, and she was just looking at Jifan with love in her eyes, as if she was expecting something. A small smile appeared on Jifan's face as he suddenly lowered his head slowly. Xiaolingwei gently closed her own eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, representing the nervousness within her now. In the end, Jifan's kiss landed on Xiaolingwei's forehead, gently touching it before separating. "Sister, don't catch a cold. I'll carry you to your room first." Xiaolingwei didn't resist this time and silently nodded without speaking. Her eyes had opened and she was obediently picked up by Jifan's princess. Xiaolingwei wasn't short. 167 was already tall on the southerner's side, but Xiaolingwei is not fat. Make efforts are not over 100. Jifan hold up is still very easy, and it is not the first time to hold. Don't turn on the lights. The house wasn't big, and Jifan found the only room easily even after feeling the dark. But because it was darker, Jifan walked more slowly. Fumbling for the doorknob, the door to the room was gently pushed open. He couldn't enter the room without turning on the light again. He hadn't entered this door yet today, so naturally he didn't know the pattern inside Xia Lingwei's house. Snap! Jifan found the opening light by the door and the room lit up instantly. Xia Lingwei slightly sidestepped her head, not daring to look at Jifan's eyes again. And what happened when the lights were turned on was indeed as Jifan had expected. Instantly the blood flowed, making him almost not hold it. Xia Lingwei's body was absolutely superb. Before, when she was dressed tightly, she didn't think she was much of a material, but Jifan before and Xia Lingwei's several physical contact, also slightly from the side of the perception of some, but are not now so looked at too intuitive. Xia Lingwei was in his arms, and was indeed wearing clothes as he expected, not much fabric, but very sexy. One such beauty in his arms, or his beloved beauty. Jifan took a fierce deep breath before stopping the impulse that surged up in his head. The room wasn't very big, and the bed was not more than a few steps from the door. Just like Jiang Hai's room, it was still dominated by the pink color scheme, and it seemed that Xia Lingwei really liked the color pink. Maybe losing her mom at a young age made her childhood as a little princess not as happy as everyone imagined, so instead she looked forward to being that little princess or being spoiled as a little princess more than normal. Jifan gently placed Xia Lingwei on the large soft bed with the quilt at one side. He got up, but forgot that Xia Lingwei's hands were still tightly wrapped around his waist. Xia Lingwei only focused on the shyness of their own clothes, but also forgot about this. Hands are still using force. Jifan, a careless, was brought down by her, straight hooked towards Xia Lingwei's body, pressure down. This time the two were really wide-eyed, and up close and personal, but their mouths, it seemed, had accidentally given way to a snug fit as well. Jifan hastily propped himself up with his hands, not that he didn't want to kiss again, he was afraid of crushing his sister. Sister, are you okay? As expected, when Jifan opened his mouth, it was all concern for Xia Lingwei. Xia Lingwei had a smile on her lips and gently shook her head. Seeing that Xia Lingwei was indeed fine, Jifan squatted down again, gently removing Xia Lingwei's shoes while arranging her body properly, and finally pulling the covers over her. Sister, I'll sleep in the living room at night. This time Jifan was really ready to leave. He was afraid that if he stayed inside this room for one more second, he was going to lose control of his hands and heart. But before he could leave, Xia Lingwei once again pulled him back. Jifan turned his head, and Xia Lingwei just looked at him with her eyes, her little mouth pouting. What's wrong, sis? Jifan asked softly. Although it had been covered by the quilt, Jifan's mind would unconsciously flash back to the scene that had just made his blood run cold when he looked at her. There was no way around it. The allure of Xia Lingwei was just too amazing. Jifan also finally understood what it meant to say, from now on, the king does not have an early morning court. If it were him, what's the point of having an early morning court? You'll sleep here. Xia Lingwei finally spoke, but the moment he opened his mouth, Jifan was directly taken aback. His entire body froze and looked at Xia Lingwei with a face full of doubt. Baby, will you sleep here tonight? You're not completely well yet. How can you sleep on the couch? Chapter 210, An Ancestor Strikes. Sleep here? The surprise came so suddenly that Jifan was a bit overwhelmed. I'm going to take a shower first. Jifan swallowed his saliva and turned his head to look at Xia Lingwei on the bed, but he didn't dare to say more. Right now he just wanted to find a place to calm down first. Wait, Xia Lingwei, however, called out to him. Looking at Jifan's shy look, Xia Lingwei instead became much bolder, looking at him with a few teasing eyes and more boldness. Jifan turned his head in confusion. It was hard to believe that his sister was going to eat herself tonight? Already so impatient that you won't even let yourself take a shower? Once this thought appeared, it started to get out of hand. Even when looking at Xia Lingwei's expression had already changed slightly, just waiting for Xia Lingwei to poke through that last layer of window paper, Jifan would directly transform into a downhill tiger, letting his sister feel how young she was. But in the next second, Xia Lingwei's voice rang out. There are pajamas for you inside the closet. Help yourself. All the preparations came to naught in an instant. Looking at Jifan, who was suddenly a bit aggravated, Xia Lingwei blinked lightly. She was naturally not clear about the mental activities within Jifan just now, and looked at him with some curiosity, not knowing what was going on. Lowering his head, the quilt was still tightly covering himself, giving away no springtime. This made Xia Lingwei even more puzzled, and Jifan knew that he had thought about deviation, did not dare to stay here any longer, took out the change of clothes belonging to himself from inside the closet, and headed towards the bathroom in a mess, leaving behind Xia Lingwei, who was still thinking about where the problem had gone wrong. Men bathe quickly, but today's Jifan was decidedly less efficient. The weather in Shangjing had been slowly shifting as we entered August, but Jifan had a hard wash of cold water tonight. Nothing else, just to be able to douse the sizzling heat inside of him. But it didn't seem to work very well. All he had to do was close his eyes to remember the scene he had just seen when he turned on the lights. Xia Lingwei was being held horizontally by him, and from that angle of his, slightly lowering her head, She could see a lot of scenery that would be impossible to see on a normal day. I don't know how long had passed. Ji-fan felt that if he continued to rinse himself off he might catch a cold tomorrow, so he slowly walked out from the bathroom. The pajamas that Xia Lingwei prepared for him fit him well, and Ji-fan was more casual when he was at home on weekdays, and there was a separate bathroom inside each room of the Xia family. So after wiping off his body, Ji-fan walked out draped in his pajamas with a towel in his hand, pounding on his head. It was only when he got to the bed that Ji-fan remembered that this wasn't his room alone. The sudden stop made the scene seem a little awkward, but Xia Lingwei obviously didn't think so. Ji-fan had been in there for too long, causing her to have moved out her laptop and was busy with her head down, so naturally she didn't see Ji-fan's abrupt pause. She raised her head after hearing the commotion, and at a glance she saw those abs that Ji-fan had vaguely revealed, which made Xia Lingwei's eyes light up. Ji-fan realized what was going on as an afterthought and immediately covered his pajamas, looking at Xia Lingwei warily. "Baby, you actually have muscles, eh?" Unfortunately, his movements were a step too slow, and Xia Lingwei had already shouted out in surprise, "Come here and let your sister touch it." Listening to this wolfish statement from Xia Lingwei, Ji-fan's mind went black, but he still obediently climbed onto the bed. Xia Lingwei's butt moved to the left, making way for Ji-fan. "We cover a quilt?" Ji-fan was just about to head inside the quilt when he suddenly asked a crucial question. "Sure." Xia Lingwei opened her mouth as a matter of course. "What? You want to do something else?" Being molested by Xia Lingwei in turn, Ji-fan was a little unable to bear it, and he hurriedly burrowed into the warm comforter, which was still warmed by the residual warmth of Xia Lingwei's body. "Okay, don't move. Let your sister touch it." Xia Lingwei didn't forget what she had just said, and as soon as she reached out, she tucked her hand under the covers, and Ji-fan hurriedly held his breath to make his abs show a little more clearly. "Ha, it's really there. It's not wrong." Xia Lingwei's hand gently roamed over Ji-fan's stomach, and the fire that had just been doused a bit was completely stirred up again. Ji-fan looked sideways at Xia Lingwei, who had a satisfied smile on her face, and from this angle, he could just see her stunningly beautiful side face. Just as Ji-fan decided to stop enduring and start taking the initiative, Xia Lingwei suddenly withdrew her hand. "Baby, there's something urgent at the company that needs to be taken care of, so rest yourself and I'll be done in a few minutes." Ji-fan froze. "Is that the script?" "It's not the wrong script, is it?" But Xia Lingwei, who had just laughed with a spring in her step, at this time had already retaken the laptop placed next to her. The concentrated look. One look knew that she just didn't lie, and there was indeed a very important work to deal with. This made Ji-fan feel like a heavy punch that had been brewing for a long time that he eventually couldn't hold back, only to end up smashing on a ball of cotton, with the end result being his own injuries instead, or internal injuries. But he couldn't say anything now, so he could only silently turn around and pull out his cell phone. Ji-fan's little action. Xia Lingwei saw it, but she really didn't have time right now. She just glanced at it before continuing to put her eyes on the computer, not caring about Ji-fan's side anymore. The matter to be dealt with this time was not on the Jianhai side. Jianhai has some of the old employees of the Xia group sitting there, plus Xia Lingwei's own beloved ones who have been promoted over the past few years, so there is generally no problem. And now Xia's group is the first in Jianhai, the only one that will have the possibility to pose a threat to Xia's group. Shi's group has also been completely gone, and the other one is Pei's group. Everyone knows that Pei's group and Xia's group are wearing the same pants. The probability of backstabbing is almost equal to zero. The one that could make Xia Lingwei so hurtful even at this late night was naturally the branch office in Shangjing. Xia Lingwei had long been ready to walk the Xia group out of Jianhai, and Shangjing, the starting point of her choice, would most likely be the end point as well. But it didn't go well out of the division. Xia Lingwei had made some preparations before, but because of Ji-fan, a lot of things were brought forward, which led to some of the preparations not being used at all. After coming to Shangjing, the whole branch is held up by Lin. Lin is great as a designer, but managing a company can only be a bit of a hardship, and right now, it's a very big problem facing their company. Some of the clients they had previously negotiated with have now all changed their minds on the spot. That's right, the ants struck out. Xia Lingwei's appearance allowed them to follow the trail and find the Xia group's branch. Everything formed a perfect closure, and eventually they had to face each other. Chapter 211 TV is a lie. Ji-fan didn't know what time Xia Lingwei went to bed, but in his daze, he felt some movement beside him. It was until 2 in the morning when Xia Lingwei yawned, while reaching out to rub her somewhat sore eyes, and gently closed the computer. Things couldn't be done for a while, so she had to make some urgent arrangements to deal with it first. The real crossfire was still to come. Glancing at Ji-fan, who was already asleep beside him, after falling asleep, Ji-fan was very quiet and looked well behaved, the same state as when he was writing. Xia Lingwei quietly lifted the covers and got up to put away the computer first before returning to the bed. Just as he was about to quietly fall asleep, Ji-fan suddenly rolled over, and one of his hands was already on Xia Lingwei's waist. The strange feeling caused Xia Lingwei's entire body to tremble. Sister, what time is it? Go to bed soon, Ji Fan muttered, but hugged Xia Lingwei a little tighter. Awake? Because Xia Lingwei's back was turned to Ji Fan. She didn't know his current state and could only ask softly, but she didn't get an answer. Ji Fan's mouth was still muttering, but what he said couldn't be heard too clearly, as if he was dreaming. Xia Lingwei carefully moved her body and changed from facing Ji Fan from the back to the front. At such a close distance, this face of Ji Fan still fascinated Xia Lingwei. There are times when you just can't tell why. He may not be that handsome, but when you look at him, you think he's the most handsome person in the world. It's called the lover's filter. Carefully, he put his hand out and gently touched Ji Fan's nose. Ji Fan's facial features were seriously still very good. At least it wasn't a popular ordinary face, and the biggest advantage was that it was durable. Xia Lingwei's hand gently slid down from the tip of Ji Fan's nose, past his mouth, and finally left his chin. It was probably a bit of an itch on his face, causing Ji Fan to frown slightly between his eyebrows. Xia Lingwei hurriedly used her hand once again to gently help smooth between Ji Fan's eyebrows. Don't frown, you'll get wrinkles easily. Not knowing if he had heard Xia Lingwei's soft words, Ji Fan's brows were no longer tightly furrowed and a smile appeared on his face. Baby, good night. The lights were extinguished, and Xia Lingwei, after a little hesitation, chose to backhand Ji Fan as well, and the two of them just hugged each other tightly, falling into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, because he slept earlier last night, Ji Fan woke up just as early. When he opened his eyes, there was a glint of sunrise just outside the window that hit his face, so that he couldn't help but shield his eyes with his hand. Only after a little bit of getting used to it did Ji Fan let go of his hand. At first glance, Ji Fan was startled. Why is there a woman in your bed? Dazed and confused, he was ready to just storm off. He'd kept his body for 22 years until now, and now it was gone? But immediately he recalled that he had slept with Xia Lingwei last night. What are you missing out on? Sleeping in the same bed as Xia Lingwei and then falling asleep by herself? Damn it. But how was this situation not quite what he thought it would be? Whether it was the novels he read or the skits he watched or the movies he watched, when the hero and heroine woke up in the same bed, weren't they usually holding each other tightly, sweet and cozy? But now, Xia Lingwei's back was turned to herself, and the quilt on her own side had already been kicked to pieces, and only the piece of her stomach was still covered, and a pair of long and slender beautiful legs were just crossed and laid out, attracting people's reverie. On the contrary, on his side, the quilt was wrapped tightly around himself as if he were an insecure child. But Ji Fan immediately ignored these less important points, and he hastily reached out to cover Xia Lingwei with the quilt first, lest she catch a cold. Waiting to give Xia Lingwei cover the quilt before Ji Fan thought of it as an afterthought. The halter on Xia Lingwei seems to have been replaced with a normal nightgown, wrapping herself up so tightly that she can't see any of the scenery. Probably because Ji Fan's movements had startled Xia Lingwei. Her body twisted and her hands reached out from inside the covers. Before his eyes even opened, he came to a beautiful slouch first, accompanied by some strange and nice sounds. Who can stand to be put to the test in the morning? However, Ji Fan was also a very human being, keeping his body like a jade for so many years. Last night such a good opportunity he was able to directly fall head over heels to sleep. Naturally he would not be knocked down by this small temptation. So when Xia Lingwei opened her eyes, the first thing that caught her eye was Ji Fan. Looking at this familiar face that suddenly appeared in front of her, Xia Lingwei involuntarily smiled. The open hands retracted straight back and cupped Ji Fan. It's so nice to open your eyes to a baby. It's a dream you don't want to wake up from. Nope, it's a dream anyway, so let's just kiss it first. While saying this, before Ji Fan could react, Xia Lingwei had already raised her head slightly before kissing Ji Fan's mouth. Ha, taste so real? Xia Lingwei froze. Ji Fan thought that she was completely awake, but what he didn't expect was that the next second Xia Lingwei kissed once again, and it was even heavier than just now. At first, Ji Fan was pretending to be reserved, but after only 3 seconds, Ji Fan couldn't help herself and turned passive into active. Half a minute passed and the two men separated. Panting, Xia Lingwei's mind was completely awake by the 5th second, knowing that this was no longer a dream, but when she tried to stop Ji Fan hadn't let her, so she could only continue to enjoy the first kiss of the morning. After separating, Ji Fan looked at Xia Lingwei somewhat less favorably and was just about to say something, but Xia Lingwei opened her mouth faster than him. Baby, we haven't rinsed our mouths yet. Sure enough, novels and skits are a lie. Two people sleeping together. How can you fall asleep and wake up in the same position? It must be a pose. Serious couples, where the first thing you do when you open your eyes is kiss. Doesn't it feel weird that you didn't rinse your mouth? Ji Fan and Xia Lingwei were both decent people. They just lacked experience before. But after this time they should have realized that the first thing to do when they woke up was still to rinse out their mouths first. Ji Fan went to the restroom first, and when he came out, there was something not quite right about Xia Lingwei's face. What's wrong with my sister? Ji-fan didn't hold back his curiosity and asked directly, "Baby, I have to go over to the office later to take care of things, so I might not be able to stay with you today." Last night Xia Lingwei's behavior let Ji-fan already had a premonition. At this time after hearing her words Ji-fan just smiled gently, then came to Xia Lingwei's front. Under Xia Lingwei's gaze, Ji-fan gently cupped Xia Lingwei's chin with one hand, exerting a little force, and Xia Lingwei's head raised slightly. Ji-fan leaned over and left a heavy kiss on Xia Lingwei's forehead. "It's okay, I'll go with you. We'll be together." Chapter 212, that's it? At 8:40, Ji-fan and Xia Lingwei arrived at the company. It was normal for the company to go to work only at 9 o'clock, but today the situation was a bit special, and many people had already rushed over early. "Hello Mr. Xia." Some of the old employees who had come over from the Shanghai side immediately showed a hint of delight on their faces the moment they saw Xia Lingwei, and then greeted her loudly. Many of the newly recruited employees from Shangjing, who were not familiar with Xia Lingwei, could only follow the old employees and shout together first, and then immediately began to ask after Xia Lingwei left. "This is our Mr. Xia, the president of the Xia group. I'm telling you guys, Mr. Xia is here, so it's fine, regardless of who the opponent is this time." Our general manager Xia was the one who led the Xia group, a company on the verge of bankruptcy, to secure the title of number 1 in Shanghai in just 3 years back then. Even though this is Shangjing, I have absolute confidence in Xia always came to Shangjing, but there were quite a few of Xia Lingwei's men who had absolute confidence in her. The Xia Lingwei of those years had left too many deep impressions on them, and when many people thought it was impossible to succeed, Xia Lingwei was always able to create a miracle at the crucial time, and this time, they believed that Xia Lingwei would still be able to do the same, leading them forward on the waves like she had done so many times before. "Mr. Xia is here." Just as Xia Lingwei and Ji-fan appeared, Sujiro and Lin inside the conference room received a message. "The meeting is suspended until Mr. Xia comes," Sujiro immediately said, and everyone put down the materials in their hands. Their gazes couldn't help but look towards the door. The people who can sit here are the core backbone of the branch now. Some of them came from Shanghai, but most of them were recruited from the Shangjing side. But these people weren't recruited on a temporary basis. Xia Lingwei had already started digging for people over here a few months ago. Before being tapped into, these people are some of the elites of small companies. It is Xia Lingwei after layers of screening and then smashed over with heavy money. The Xia group's strength might not be comparable to the first-class families in Shangjing, but compared to these small companies, it would be too much of an advantage. Finally, the door was pushed open and Xia Lingwei and Ji-fan appeared in everyone's line of sight. Some of them were meeting Xia Lingwei for the first time, and it was also considered the first time they met their top boss, the beautiful president. Many young people had been stunned the moment Xia Lingwei opened the door, but they immediately saw Ji-fan behind Xia Lingwei, and one by one, their expressions changed differently again. From the second she entered the conference hall, the expression on Xia Lingwei's face had changed. The smile that he had previously had when facing Ji-fan had completely tightened up, turning on the expressionless office mode. Ji-fan didn't leave the conference room. In the past, in this situation, he usually just waited outside for Xia Lingwei, but now was different. This isn't Shanghai, it's Shangjing, and since the probability of the Xia group's branch getting into trouble was because of himself, Ji-fan definitely couldn't just stand by and watch. Besides, he was different now. Now he was sitting on more than 30% of the Ji family's shares, and still had most of the Ji family's old man's property in his hands. As long as he wanted to, he could get another Xia group-sized company out in Shangjing at any time. Well, where did the meeting just go? Sujiro had already made way from the main seat. She also did not take a seat, standing right behind Xia Lingwei. Still, this position was the most suitable for her. The previous position was indeed a bit of a strong man. The Yin family has struck. These were Sujiro's first words. It started yesterday, and it was against both Shangjing and Shanghai at the same time. Xia Lingwei frowned. The only message she received last night was that the branch in Shangjing had been targeted. Why had it changed this morning? We only got the news this morning too. But there's not much of a problem on the Shanghai side, Sujiro said in a hurry. After all, the Shanghai side is Xia Lingwei's home turf, and the Yin family is not as good as it used to be, and it is even more incomparable to Ji Hongfei. Besides, in the past, Ji Hongfei was in Shanghai as a gun. The time of the group, which was able to make a lot of ways to target Xiao's group, but now the Yin family has no preparation whatsoever. Thinking that with a few light words, it is absolutely impossible to shake the Xia group's situation in Shanghai. Don't worry about the Shanghai side for now. As long as we can settle the Shangjing side, the Shanghai side is not a problem. Xia Lingwei had already understood after just a couple of glances that the Yin family's attack on the Xia group in Shanghai was in fact an attempt to distract the Xia group's attention for a bit, and that their real goal was still the branch in Shangjing. Good. Sujiro gently nodded. Gentlemen, the situation is now known to all. The Yin family, I believe many of you here know it, one of the three great families in Shangjing. When Xia Lingwei opened her mouth, the people below couldn't help but nod their heads. There was no one who hung out in the Shangjing business circle who didn't know about the three big families, even if they were just part-timers. Or the energy of the three big families is really too big. Almost everything related to business are linked to these three big families, is the three big mountains that cannot be bypassed in Shangjing. I know some of you may already be worried, but you can all rest assured that just 2 months ago, the Ji family also made a move against me, but I'm still standing well now. No matter what the war, morale is always the most important thing. With morale, the possibilities are endless. Once the morale is gone, there is no way out. Any of your means is heavenly. It is difficult to turn the tide, not to mention that they are still the weaker party. Really? Some of the new employees below already couldn't help but open their mouths and ask. It's true. It is indeed the key family. Of course. Would our Mr. Xia still lie to you? Just feel free to follow Mr. Xia. Several of the older employees spoke up, making sure that the story was true. After it was confirmed, the previous feeling of depression on their faces finally disappeared and was replaced by excitement. What are some of the attacks that the Yances are making against us right now? Xia Lingwei opened her mouth and asked. Choked off our supply and banned all raw material merchants in Shangjing from supplying us, taking away our customers. A number of partners who were originally interested in signing a contract with us have backed out, and a large number of chargebacks have appeared. Falsified Lin's black history. When she heard the third point, Xia Lingwei's sight immediately turned to Lin, but the look on Lin's face didn't have any fluctuations, as if what was said wasn't her. After making sure that Lin had no problems, Xia Lingwei withdrew her gaze. Is that all you've got? It seems that the Yin family isn't very good either. Chapter 213, now you have a home. Let all the employees are anxious in Jia. In Xia Lingwei mouth seems to be nothing in general. A light sentence. Let the morale is even higher. Ji Fan glanced at Xia Lingwei admiringly. Worthy of being a sister. This was her unique personal charm. With morale, the next thing was much better. And some of the preparations made before coming to the capital could finally come in handy. We can use the Hua family's processing plant, and they won't cheat us if we work with them. That's when Lin suddenly spoke up and offered. They only do jewelry design. They are not responsible for the production and processing after the design. The Hua family can help with the processing plant, but there's nothing the Hua family can do about the raw materials. They have their own dedicated raw material suppliers, but only enough for their own use. Jewelry this valuable raw material suppliers cannot be easy to find, and is their kind of do high-end market. No matter how colorful your design, as long as the raw materials have defects, the final display of the finished product is doomed to failure. Material vendors use the Jianghai side first. The jewelry industry on the Jianghai head office side stops a little, and quality raw materials are provided to the Shangjing side as a priority. Doing high-end jewelry industry, Shangjing and Jianghai 2 market, which is more important, can be distinguished in a second. As long as we can really enter the market in Shangjing, even if the Jianghai side doesn't want it, it's not a big problem. With the problems of material suppliers and processors solved, there is still one big problem that has to be solved. The sales market. When no one interfered before, Xia Lingwei had already worked out a whole set of sales routes, and also contacted a few big ladies in Shangjing. When the time came, she would give them a set of jewelry for free to use to advertise for herself. But that approach is certainly not working now. The few big ladies Xia Lingwei had found before were originally only marginal characters. What Xia Lingwei needed was for them to bring their goods to the circle, so that other people could see that she had absolute confidence in the products designed by Lin. But now, even this marginalized Missy didn't dare to accept Xia Lingwei's gift anymore. If you took it, you would be offending the Yin family, and only the Ji family and the Hua family would dare to do it. But neither can these two. There was no need to think about the Ji family. With Ji Yangyu and Anqi in the picture, their respective daughters would definitely not help Xia Lingwei. The Hua family, it won't work either. There are 3 male members of the Hua family, and the only female is the daughter of the eldest Hua family member, who is 17 years old. But the boss of the Hua family didn't have much love for Hua Yunze. Such a big industry for a good reason should have been his own. But a Hua Yunze was killed halfway, and now it has almost nothing to do with him. Even if he knew that he couldn't do anything about Hua Yunze with his own abilities, he definitely wouldn't help. With our current situation, if we want to open up sales in Shangjing, we have to find someone who carries enough weight. Speaking of enough weight, a person instantly popped into Jifan's mind. But just as he was about to open his mouth, Xia Lingwei's gaze happened to look over, and the two of them shared the same mind. Just by looking at Jifan's movements, Xia Lingwei knew what he was about to say. Luo Qingshang can't. Her status is inappropriate. Xia Lingwei blocked Jifan's mouth with a single sentence. Luo Qingshang's identity was indeed honored, but her identity was equally sensitive, and she definitely couldn't come to do this kind of thing. And if Ji-fan really wanted to go and mention it, this friend couldn't help but come to an end. So what else can be done? The entire conference room racked their brains, but they really didn't think of a way to break the situation. For them, the current Yin family was still a little too powerful. It was hard to fight against the Yin family. The Yin family had spoken, and there weren't many families in Shangjing that dared to disobey, and sales had become their biggest problem right now. There's no need to rush. There's always another way. Let's get the first two problems out of the way first. And when there's a shipment, I'll naturally be able to sell the stuff. Xia Lingwei thought for a moment and opened her mouth. The sale is the last step after all, and there's no need to be in such a hurry when it's not that time yet, and no one knows if other surprises will happen in the middle of this. But now there is one last question. Xia Lingwei's gaze went to Lin. Since the eyes of almost everyone present were on Xia Lingwei, everyone was watching her every move. Seeing Xia Lingwei's gaze towards Lin, the others subconsciously followed suit. Being suddenly stared at by so many people, Lin remained breezy and even skillfully pulled out a lady's cigarette from his pocket. Probably because she suddenly remembered that this was a conference room. She paused with the cigarette in her hand for a few seconds, and then put it back again, which looked at Xia Lingwei. The two women looked at each other, and although they didn't say anything, it was as if both of them could tell something from the other's gaze. I haven't even gone to look for trouble from the Ji family, they have struck first. Mr. Xia, I will solve this matter myself. Lin stood up, his somewhat thin frame unusually determined in this moment. She had no sadness or joy on her face, as if this matter had nothing to do with herself, but those who knew just how much that incident had hurt Lin in the first place. One's results were fraudulently claimed and one was even forced to drop out of school, and one's only family member ended up dying emotionally because of the incident. It can be said that Lin's originally bright future ended just because of them, just because of Ji Yu's selfishness. If she hadn't met Sun Huya, perhaps it would have been difficult for her to turn her life around. It was almost a dream for an ordinary person to want to rely on his own strength to fight against a capital, and one that was one of the top 3 capital families in China. But now Lin had this opportunity. She was definitely out for revenge. After all these years of preparation, isn't it just for today? Until her revenge is over, she has only one goal in life. Revenge. Everything about her is about revenge. You're a member of my Xia group. Your business is my business. Xia Lingwei had walked from her seat to in front of Lin, looking at her seriously. My Xia group never lets any of its employees suffer, much less be bullied outside. Saying that, Xia Lingwei pulled up Lin's hand, and Lin suddenly looked a bit rushed as she looked at Xia Lingwei, not knowing what she was going to do. Remember, now that you have a family, you don't have to carry everything alone. We'll face it together. Lin looked straight at Xia Lingwei, his eyes appearing slightly different. She had always treated coming to the Xia group as a stepping stone to her revenge, and if it wasn't for Sun Huya, she wouldn't have come at all. But now, she seemed to have a sudden affiliation with the Xia group. Chapter 214, Taking the Initiative. Lin's rumors, for which she had been preparing for so many years and had quite a lot of evidence in her hands, but a lot of key things were still missing, because too much time has passed. Trying to find the truth of that year has actually been very difficult. A lot of side-knocking evidence but cannot be used as ironclad evidence. The other side can use a lot of ways to identify. And what Lin wanted was to directly kill the other party at once without giving them any chance. But before that she was just one person and there were many obstacles to gathering evidence. But now with Xia Lingwei's help, a lot of things were much simpler. And when she first met Hua Yunze there was indeed some use of her mind. But Hua Yunze, this man is indeed very good. So good that Lin himself did not realize that he had fallen into the whirlpool of love. By the time it was realized, it was too late. In order to be able to strengthen her resolve for revenge, she left Hua Yunze without hesitation, erasing all traces of herself in front of him. While Hua Yunze searched abroad for a whole month, he finally had no choice but to return home and take over the Hua family. But he had never given up on finding Lin over the years, especially after taking full control of the Hua family. He had more power at his disposal. But abroad, the Hua family's power was still slightly weak, and with the help of the Anya group, Lin's true identity had never been found out by Hua Yunze, until Lin took the initiative to contact him after he returned home. That's when Hua Yunze realized that Lin's body was still burdened with such things, and it was only from then that he used the power in his hands to quietly help Lin collect evidence. It's just that because the time was so short, there wasn't much evidence on Hua Yunze's side. The meeting opened here in fact has been almost over. Wait for their own raw materials and processing plant things are resolved. The Yin family will certainly seize Lin back then to make a big fuss. No one is going to use a product designed by a designer with a bad track record and a history of plagiarism, no matter how good it looks. And that's a shame. So now the crux of the matter, instead, is on Lin's body, and the truth between the two of them, her and Ji Yu, becomes the winning hand between the two parties. It was almost 10 o'clock when the meeting ended, and it was only after this that Xia Lingwei and Jifan both went to have breakfast. Just as she was about to go downstairs, Sujiro called out to the duo, with Lin behind her. The two of us didn't have breakfast either. Why don't we see Mr. Xia calling us? This favoritism is too obvious, right? The one who could make this joke was naturally Sujiro. Her relationship with Xia Lingwei was almost equivalent to Ji-fan's relationship with Pei Xiaohua. At work, they're up and down, but usually they're just close girlfriends who have nothing to talk about. Let's go, my Miss Jiro, and Arlin, I'll treat you all to breakfast. You worked hard last night. Xia Lingwei was busy at home last night until 2 o'clock, and these two were busy even later. Both only slept less than 3 hours, and were already in a meeting at 8 o'clock this morning. The trio traveled in pairs, and Ji-fan was rightfully kicked to the side and could only silently follow behind the trio. The one of the four who was most familiar with Shangjing was instead Lin, not only because she had been with the company for a while, but she had studied in Shangjing for a year back then, but at that time she was still a poor and youthful student, and now she was thoroughly mature. There's a good morning tea place right near the office. I usually go there if I'm free, but I don't know if you guys will be able to eat it. Seeing both men looking at him, Lin spoke up, just go there. Xia Lingwei immediately clapped her hands, then said, let Ji Xiao treat us to breakfast today. He's rich now. Suddenly being named, Ji-fan was still a bit stunned, but immediately nodded. I got it. The three women nodded their heads in satisfaction before turning around and walking towards the morning tea store that Lin had mentioned. The morning tea store wasn't far from the office, and it was only a 5-minute walk, so no one drove. Xia Lingwei, Sujiro, Lin. When these three women with very different styles, but all exceptionally beautiful, appear on the street at the same time, they are destined to cause a small sensation. The one who received the most sight was not the three of them, but Ji-fan who was following the three of them. Looking at this man's attire, he doesn't seem to be particularly rich. What makes him follow behind three women like this? Don't underestimate people, maybe their deep pockets? That's right, I think that man is also very handsome, and young, this kind of fresh meat, who can not love? Quite a few people were whispering about them on the road, but the three of them had gotten used to it a long time ago and didn't take it seriously. Only Ji-fan, alone, bore it all silently. If sight could kill, he would be full of holes by now. The 5-minute journey Ji-fan felt like he had walked for an hour, and finally, when he saw the signboard of that morning tea hall, his whole body breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had come to life. The pace of life in Beijing is not generally fast. 10 o'clock has not yet arrived. The morning tea hall has been left with some leisurely old people. Young people are not a see. Instead of choosing to sit in the lobby, the four of them found a private room with a relatively high degree of privacy. Make your own tea. There is tea here for you to use, but there is a charge. You can also use your own tea. We allow it here. Just order and scan the code. The waiter explained a few things to them and then left. No wonder this morning tea hall is still quite crowded. You can bring your own tea, which saves a lot of money. I brought tea. Lin wasn't the first time she came here. Naturally she knew the rules here. She was also afraid that Xia Lingwei and the girls wouldn't be used to the cheap tea here, so she had just deliberately brought some high-grade tea over when she left the house. The tea making and ordering was left to Ji-fan. While the three women talked, there were too many people at the meeting earlier, so I didn't have the luxury of asking, do you have any ideas yourself? Xia Lingwei took the initiative to open her mouth, looking at Lin and inquiring. Instead of being passive, we should be proactive. Lin contemplated for a moment and looked at Xia Lingwei and said, a steely look in his eyes, taking the initiative? The two of them, Xia Lingwei and Sujiro, whispered at the same time, repeating these 4 words over and over again. Yes, take the initiative and hold a press conference on the truth of what happened back then. The three people simultaneously sucked in a breath of cool air. Even Ji-fan. Lin is putting himself on the fire, completely eschewing his retreat. It's all about going head to head. Chapter 215. Pei Xiaohua's desire for survival. The tea was already boiling and the order came up quickly. The buns and fritters are all deep fried, so he just serves them up when you order them without delay. Ji-fan was indeed a bit hungry, and seeing that the three women were still chatting, he inquired and then ate on his own. Northern buns are indeed better than southern buns, and this soy milk, it's pure. No, you're taking too much of a risk. The evidence you have isn't enough to bring her down, and it's hard to get those reporters to speak for you. Suddenly, Xia Lingwei's pitch rose, startling Ji-fan, who didn't bother to wipe the grease stains from the corners of his mouth as he looked up across the room. Because it was a 4-sided table, the 4 people were on one side of the table, and Xia Lingwei was directly across from herself. It's risky to do anything, but it's rather better to lure them into revealing themselves. In Lin's words, things have gone on for too long, so a lot of evidence has been destroyed by them, and it's hard to find it. And those witnesses to that incident back then, it was almost impossible for them to be willing to testify on her behalf. They were all GUU's people. Instead of waiting passively all the time, It's better to be strong and make them self-doubt first. As long as they were caught up in self-doubt, then they were sure to show their cracks, and then they could figure out what to do through their cracks. That was Lin's decision. But Xia Lingwei thought it was too risky. What if things aren't what Lin thinks they are? By the time the press conference you can't get substantial evidence. That will definitely make Lin from now on all carry the name of plagiarism dog. This life can't set foot in the design industry, and can't take revenge again. No, you've been arguing here for half a day. But what kind of evidence do you want? Seeing them arguing, Ji-fan couldn't help but speak up. Shut up, kids don't interrupt when adults are talking. Lin's calmness on the outside was just bracing himself, but on the inside, he had actually already been turned upside down, and subconsciously yelled towards Ji-fan. Pop! The three women stopped at the same time, and their three pairs of eyes turned and looked at Ji-fan together. At this moment, Ji-fan had already put down everything in his hands and slapped his right hand heavily on the table, causing the tea to jump a few times and almost splashing onto his hands. But Ji-fan didn't care at all. His eyes stared straight at Lin, giving Lin a stare that scared him a little before he opened his mouth. Tell me instead. What evidence? What's the use of arguing here? First tell me what evidence I want, and then tell me if you can't find it. It was probably because Ji-fan had never been as strong in front of them as he was now, and the way the three girls looked at him changed. Sujiro was curious, Lin was a bit shocked, and Xia Lingwei was obsessed. The baby is so handsome. Just, the truth of some things back then. Although it was as good as nothing, Ji-fan roughly understood something. Strong evidence, so it must be a video or something, or a statement from the person in question? Lin nodded. Immediately afterward, as if remembering something, he spoke again. I wasn't the only one who was bullied by them back then. There were some others I got in touch with, but they all have their own jobs and lives now, and they didn't want to remember the unbearable humiliation back then or ruin their lives now, so none of them were willing to come out and testify. To put it bluntly, they have neither key witnesses nor key physical evidence in their hands right now. So after Ji Yu's engagement party was cancelled, Lin didn't even know how to get at her. Hey, what's the big deal? You should have said so. It's easy. Ji-fan lowered his head again. His right hand grabbed the just half-eaten donut and stuffed it back into his mouth. His left hand had already picked up the soy milk in front of him, ready to take a beautiful bite. No, just say it clearly. What's easy? Don't you eat that. It was Lin's turn to be confused, as she reached out and directly ripped the donut out of Ji-fan's mouth, glaring viciously at him. Okay, you wait. With that said, Ji-fan pulled out his cell phone and after a few scratches he handed it to Lin. Next to them, Xia Lingwei and Sujiro both poked their heads over curiously. The video began to play. The top is clearly when Ji Yu along with some people bullying video, although it is not very clear, but it is indeed able to see Ji Yu's face clearly. Where did you get this stuff? Lin looked at Ji-fan with an agitated expression and asked anxiously, do you have any more? Ji-fan shook his head. No more? That's a bit of a shame. It's a bit too little of a segment to bring down Ji Yu, and she's got the family behind her now, Lin said with some regret. And it's not Lin who was the main character being bullied on this video. It's another victim. Lin had contacted her before, but she had gone back home to marry someone else, and her life was mundane, but there was something to look forward to, and with a lovely daughter. She didn't want to come out and wade through the muck. No, I'm not saying there aren't any more. I'm saying I don't know. But Ji-fan's next words rekindled Lin's confidence. Really? Is there more? Let me see. Lin's excited look didn't look like she was faking it. It was obvious that she was really anxious inside. Ji-fan retrieved his cell phone, then silently dialed a call and turned on the speakerphone, and the three women came over at the same time. The phone rang half a dozen times before being answered, and a lazy voice rang out. Old G, so early. What's up? What are you doing calling me for if you're not accompanying your sister Ling Wei to have a good night's sleep? Could it be that you can't? G, not right Lao Ji, you're still a child body. The first time can not try a few more times. This thing is like this, try a few more times will be good. Ji-fan took a deep breath and looked at Xia Lingwei with some fear. As for Lin and Sujiro, their faces were expressionless, as if they hadn't heard anything, only their slightly trembling shoulders betrayed them. Pei Xiaohua, I'll give you 20 minutes. If you can't make it to this tea house, you know the consequences. Xia Lingwei's clear and cold voice rang out with a hint of lingering killing intent, causing the other end of the phone to be silent for a full 20 seconds. 20 seconds later, Pei Xiaohua still didn't speak, but the phone had already been hung up. Ji-fan was still brotherly enough to silently send him a locator, and then began to estimate. From here to the hotel, 20 minutes, is almost impossible. The last time Ji-fan drove over it took him 40 minutes. However, human beings, as creatures, are best at pushing the limits. 20 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Pei Xiaohua appeared in front of them panting, still holding his cell phone in his hand pointing at the time on it looking at Xia Lingwei. exuding a powerful desire for survival. Ling, Sister Ling Wei, I'm not late. Chapter 216, How bad is she? Looking at Pei Xiaohua who arrived on time, Jifan couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, but immediately Jifan realized something was wrong. No, you ran a red light? That car is in my name. Jifan hadn't driven a few times since he got his license, let alone violated the rules, but now it looked like his reputation might be on the line. Easy. I didn't run a few red lights. Pei Xiaohua picked up Jifan's cup of tea and drained it in one gulp, and at the end he couldn't help but spit out. This tea is so bitter. But right away he knew that his state was a little too flaccid, especially under the deathly gaze of those three females. Pei Xiaohua was already shivering a little. That, three sisters, if there's something you want to say, you don't have to look at me like that. Saying that, Pei Xiaohua subconsciously leaned towards Jifan's side, as if he was afraid of being killed by these three sisters. It's okay, you sit with Jifan and ask you something. During the time Pei Xiaohua came over, Jifan had already told the ins and outs of the video. When Lin first came to defect to Xia Group, Jifan was afraid that Lin was harboring evil intentions, so he purposely let Pei Xiaohua check her out. But after confirming that there was no mistake, Jifan didn't care about it. But then, Pei Xiaohua had some interest in Lin. As a top hacker, when he was interested in a person, he often chose to use the most direct method. Check. So, Lin from birth just beginning to drop out of school. All the things were almost checked by Pei Xiaohua. The most things were found out during college, including tons of videos of Ji Yuyu bullying her classmates. Pei Xiaohua also knew that Ji Yuyu would likely be Jifan's competitor in the future, so he went along and checked out Ji Yuyu as well. Although they thought they were well hidden, under Pei Xiaohua's top-notch methods, they quickly repaired those massive bullying videos that had once been simply destroyed. This evidence is not just from college, but from middle school and high school as well. Ji Yuyu grew up behaving perfectly at home, but she actually started playing the bullying thing from middle school and high school, and these aristocratic schools in Shangjing, for the safety of these little grandparents, have installed cameras everywhere, giving Pei Xiaohua a great deal of convenience. And with his persistence, he even found the video where Ji Yuyu copied Lin and threatened her. Only at that time Jifan didn't take it to heart, so he didn't mention it. After coming to Shangjing, the two people directly forget this matter, waiting for Lin to take revenge himself. Who knows that after so many years, the evidence collected by Lin is still not as much as Pei Xiaohua's in just half a month. You guys are asking for proof? Told you. I forgot to bring my computer with me. I'll make a copy for you guys when I get back later. After hearing clearly what Xia Lingwei had called herself over for, Pei Xiaohua faded. This little thing, said he did not have to run over, but also drove Jifan's car, ran 4 or 5 red lights in a row. I do not know when Jifan knows will not kill himself, but Jifan was so rich now, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to find 2 people to take points off their licenses, right? Thinking of this, Pei Xiaohua sat down with great vigor and picked up the bun in front of Jifan and was ready to stuff it into his mouth. Just a mouthful of buns. The 3 sisters across the street all stood up with a flourish. Pei Xiaohua looked at them with a confused face, and before he could understand what was going on, his people had already been forced to stand up after him. Wait for what? Go now. We need that information from you right away, not a moment too soon. How much of that information from Pei Xiaohua determines how they should follow up. Now time is tight and the task is heavy. How can they waste time so leisurely? Let me have a couple bites. But who let him be slight? Plus he just had a red light all the way, so that Jifan had no intention of helping him now, and could only grab 2 more buns in his hand in a hurry, which hurriedly followed up. Jivan went to check out, and Lin had already gone to the car. By the time he checked out and came down, Lin had already driven the car over, an efficiency that shocked Jifan, but he didn't have a chance to speak. He was directly pulled into the car, and then under the leadership of Pei Xiaohua, the group killed back to the hotel. Just as he entered the hotel, Shen Ningyu greeted him. Young Ji, Mr. Xia, Young Pei, and Madam, 4 epithets, and when the last one rang out, everyone's anxious hearts instantly paused, and their gazes all looked at Lin. I don't need to think about it to know that the title must be for Lin. Mrs. Hua. Looking at Lin's expression that was not the least bit less surprised than them, Jifan came to the conclusion that this Hui Yunza was really a stuffy man, and he probably didn't blow in front of his subordinates. Sooner or later he would take Lin back or something like that, or else how could Shen Ningyu call out the word madam straight away? Manager Shen. Right now Lin is still our Xia Group's person. When Hui Yunza really marries our Lin away explicitly, it's not too late to shout then. Xia Lingwei took the initiative to stand out and looked at Shen Ningyu expressionlessly. Shen Ningyu glanced at Xia Lingwei who was protecting Lin, turned her head and looked at Lin again, and soon she realized that Lin's attitude seemed to be the same as Xia Lingwei's. In other words, she tacitly agreed that she was now Xia Lingwei's person. This isn't simply an employee anymore. She treats Xia Lingwei like a family member, and she must report this news to Hua Sanshao later, so that he can rejudge how to treat Xia Lingwei. What, Mr. Xia said. Miss Lin, just offended. Lin gently nodded, and didn't have a conversation with Shin Ningyu. All of them turned their heads to look at Pei Xiaohua. I'll lead the way, I'll lead the way. Sisters, follow me. Pei Xiaohua took the lead, while Shin Ningyu silently retreated to the side and waited for them to leave before pulling out her cell phone to call Huazeu, the hotel's most luxurious presidential suite. Pei Xiaohua had been sleeping alone all this time, but the room was unexpectedly actually very clean, which made Jifan unable to resist looking at him a few more times. What's wrong with this kid? It's been a couple days of not letting yourself go? But that's obviously a good thing. At least it doesn't make the scene awkward. Pei Xiaohua came in and immediately went back to his room and took out his laptop, and quickly pulled out all the evidence videos that he had carefully saved. It's all inside this folder, so take your time and look around. I'm not sure which ones will be useful to you. A whole folder, more than 200 videos, not to mention Xia Lingwei and the others. Even Jifan felt a little incredible after seeing it. If these are all videos of Ji Yuyu's bullying, just how bad must she be? Chapter 217, No, I've been abandoned? A few people huddled together to look at Pei Xiaohua's laptop, and because the space was so crowded, Jifan was mercilessly kicked away by the three of them. Jifan really didn't have the eyes to look any further after a few behind them. This Kyoyo is not normally bad. Bullying by girls is sometimes scarier than bullying between boys. They are girls themselves and know what to do to make a girl suffer the most and what to do to make a girl really lose her body. And that's what they all did. Physically and psychologically, double bullying. This Ji Yuyu seems to be a recidivist, robbing other people's designs when she was in high school. So I guess she didn't rely on her own skills to get into the design school of Beijing University, right? After only a few looks, Sujiro couldn't help but open her mouth. Xia Lingwei's gaze was grave, and she didn't answer, just kept staring at the screen. As for the Lin beside Xia Lingwei, at this time, she couldn't help but squeeze her fists tightly, and the hatred in her eyes was even more undisguised. Don't worry, this time, I will definitely return justice to you, and will make Ji Yuyu completely lose her reputation. Xia Lingwei gently patted Lin's thin shoulders and spoke. Lin took a long breath, his clenched fist slowly relaxing, his eyes still kept looking at the computer screen. The humiliation that some of the people on here had gone through was exactly what she had also gone through back when she was a student. It was exactly the same. The difference is that some people have been completely destroyed by being bullied just once or twice, whereas Lin was bullied for almost a whole year in the first place, because these people were able to go to school with Ji Yuyu in junior and senior high school. It was enough to show that their family's condition was not bad either. But Lin is different. She has no way back. She can only be strong alone, hoping that Ji Yuyu can let her go. But in the end result, not only did the other party not let her off the hook, but it intensified, and in the end, they instead falsely accused her of plagiarism and fired her. Until now, Lin sometimes wakes up with nightmares at night, and unless she can see Ji Yuyu being brought to justice with her own eyes, she won't be able to sleep with peace of mind for the rest of her life. Can I light a cigarette? Lin suddenly spoke up. Xia Lingwei and Sujiro nodded at the same time. As for Jifan and Pei Xiaohua's opinions, they could be directly ignored. The sound of a lighter rang out and a lady's cigarette was lit. The thin white cigarette held in Lin's greenish fingers with a different kind of allure. Cigarette smoke curled up and Lin took a deep drag. The house all smelled a little more minty. The video continued, and the three women watched intently. Jifan and Pei Xiaohua simply went to the large open-air platform outside the living room, where two small recliners were leaning side by side, and the two of them leisurely lay on them. The points deducted for running a red light. You go and take care of it yourself. You're the one driving the car. And you're still blaming me for this, is that so? Ha ha ha. Good. Pei Xiaohua knew that he was at a disadvantage, and hemmed and hawed. Jifan glanced at the oil at the corner of his mouth and frowned slightly. The previous 3 buns were stuffed into his mouth in a hurry, and when he arrived he only remembered to wipe his hands and forgot to wipe his mouth, leaving him with shiny lips even now. Pulling out a few sheets of paper from the windowsill next to him and handing them over. In Pei Xiaohua's puzzled gaze, Jifan gestured. And only then did Pei Xiaohua react and hastily wiped his mouth. This injury of yours looks like it's all healed. Last night, having just said 2 words, Pei Xiaohua seemed to suddenly remember something and turned his head to look at the 3 women in the room who were still concentrating on watching the video, seeing that they really weren't paying attention to themselves before he lowered his voice. You and Sister Lingwei. Although the second half of the sentence was not asked, Jifan only had to look at Pei Xiaohua's lecherous eyes to know that this kid didn't hold his farts. You'd better take care of yourself. Don't make yourself sick by fooling around day after day. Jifan said this. Pei Xiaohua was not happy. Old Ji, how can you curse a brother? Besides, brother, I'm now a reformed man, so don't just blabber on about it anymore. I've found true love. Ji-fan looked skeptically at Pei Xiaohua, wanting to see something on his face, but unfortunately saw nothing and could only open his mouth to inquire. Meng Qiyu, are you here for real? Pei Xiaohua nodded. Lao Ji, you don't understand. Let me tell you. But Pei Xiaohua didn't know what he remembered again and suddenly shook his head again. Forget it, you wouldn't understand if I told you. Anyway, I've gone over to the good side and it's just her from now on. My brother inherits the family business in my house anyway, and I don't compete with him for it, and with what I can do, it's enough to support the two of us anyway. Ji-fan also didn't know what had happened between the two of them to be able to make Pei Xiaohua undergo such a drastic transformation, but with Ji-fan knowing Pei Xiaohua well, although he usually looked as if he wasn't very dependable, he was actually a very solid person, and he's smart enough to make sure he doesn't let himself be disadvantaged or duped. As for Meng Qiyu, although Ji-fan had only been in contact with her twice, he felt that this woman should be pretty good. That is, she seemed to be 2 years older than Pei Xiaohua, but age is not a problem. Xia Lingwei is still 3 years older than Ji-fan. The point is, if she can really make Pei Xiaohua take heart, that is not a bad thing. Besides, although Ji-fan's identity was different now, at heart he was still an ordinary senior student, and he preferred free love as opposed to a door-to-door relationship. The two of them chatted outside until it was close to noon. When the three great ladies inside the house finally ended, Ji-fan heard the commotion inside and immediately got up. You two can take care of yourselves at lunch. We're going to be in a hurry to get back to the office. But just as Ji-fan and Pei Xiaohua pushed open the door to enter, they received an icy cold sentence from Xia Lingwei, not even giving a single glance. The videos inside Pei Xiaohua's computer have all been copied by Lin with a USB flash drive, and she went back to the company before coming to bring it over on purpose. Now with this evidence, they are now so confident that they have to go back and reconvene to discuss their response. This time, they were going to hit Ji Yu into the bottom at once, so that she could never turn around. Not even waiting for Ji-fan and Pei Xiaohua to open their mouths, the three women thundered out, leaving the room one after the other, leaving behind only the dumbfounded brothers. No, just abandon me? Ji-fan's eyes widened and he turned his head to Pei Xiaohua, trying to draw something out of it, but Pei Xiaohua's eyes were equally clear and confused, clearly not understanding what was going on either. Come on, bro, stay with you today, we haven't been together in days. Chapter 218, a little surprise for my sister. Take out for lunch. Without Xia Lingwei around, Ji-fan was like he had lost half of his soul. Even his usual favorite Shaxian snacks were now tasteless, but it's also probably the most outrageous delivery this delivery guy has ever made in his life. Shaxian snacks, 5-star hotels, presidential suites. Any way you look at this information it doesn't seem to match up. The delivery boy was skeptical many times when he saw the order, and finally sent it over with hesitation, until Ji-fan took the delivery in his hands. This delivery boy was still a bit confused, and confirmed a few times before leaving. Ji-fan played a few games with Pei Xiaohua in the afternoon, but he had been distracted. I don't know what's going on with Xia Lingwei and the girls now, but it seems like I can't help them much. After thinking about it, Ji-fan got up and asked Pei Xiaohua to send him back first. Pei Xiaohua still had to pick up Meng Qiyu from work later, so there was no way to have dinner with Ji-fan in the evening, and sent Ji-fan to the entrance of the neighborhood before leaving. Returning home alone, Ji-fan had wanted to be quiet in code words, but because of Xia Lingwei, he was never able to quiet his mind. Since there was still a great deal of time left and there was no telling when Xia Lingwei would be busy until the evening, Ji-fan made a decision after thinking about it to cook another meal and send it to Xia Lingwei in the evening. Both he and Xia Lingwei had already tried once yesterday, but both ended in failure. Ji-fan was slightly better than Xia Lingwei, at least it was done, just burnt a bit. Ji-fan felt that with the experience of yesterday's failure, there should be no problem today. It was still the same few home-cooked dishes, and it would be difficult for Ji-fan to learn any more complicated ones in a short time. Together with the fact that Xia Lingwei had bought these categories when she was grocery shopping yesterday, and that there were still quite a few ingredients left, it was also enough for Ji-fan to build his own. Soon enough, Ji-fan had gotten the prep work ready according to the video. Because he had more than enough time today, Ji-fan was more meticulous in his preparations. Only after everything was in place did Ji-fan begin the next step. There was a quick movement of hands and feet in the kitchen. It's a well-known fact that people who don't hold a spatula regularly may have a harder time even with simple stir-frying, which is why newbies always burn because they can't turn it over. After 2 consecutive failures, Ji-fan's right hand finally sort of became his own again, and the stir-frying began to become skillful. Without realizing it, night had fallen, and Ji-fan had been busy in the kitchen for almost 2 hours. It was just a simple 4-course meal, but it took a lot of Ji-fan's effort. But he only failed twice with the first course, and the next 3 courses went pretty well, failing once at most before succeeding. After trying it himself, he made sure that it was a flavor that Xia Lingwei should be able to accept before he had the time to pull out his phone. It's after 6? Jifan himself was shocked for a moment before he looked out the window as an afterthought. It was already dark outside the window, but Jifan had been so immersed in his own world before that he didn't even notice, and Xia Lingwei's side was just as he expected. There was no more information coming in for the whole afternoon, and he didn't know what he was busy with now. Encountering the Yin family's blockade didn't seem as easy as Xia Lingwei had shown. It must have given her quite a bit of pressure to do so. Unfortunately, Jifan couldn't really help her in this regard, and could only silently cheer her sister on. Before, when Jifan was sick, Xia Lingwei had sent him breakfast several times, so there was a thermos box in the house, and there was more than one, all bought by Xia Lingwei, and it just happened to be usable now. Jifan didn't send a message or call Xia Lingwei. He was ready to give Xia Lingwei a surprise. After double-checking his handiwork, Jifan left the house with several thermos boxes. One of the biggest challenges in this upscale neighborhood is that it's not easy to get a cab. The average cab driver doesn't run his business this way either. For a resident of a place like this to say that he doesn't have a car is like swearing, and a little too dirty too. Jifan wanted to use his cell phone to summon a dropshipping driver over, but he realized that it seemed to be a bit difficult when he was standing at the door. Is it hard to let Pei Xiaohua come over to pick himself up at this time? But right now Pei Xiaohua should be on a sweet date with Meng Qiyu, and it wasn't too convenient for himself to disturb the two of them in their two-person world. Just then, a powerful high beam shone over, and Jifan subconsciously blocked his eyes with his hand, waiting for his eyes to adjust a little before looking through the gap between his fingers towards the front. A somewhat familiar car appeared in Jifan's eyes. Whose car is this again? The car had already killed Jifan while he was still thinking in his head. The railing lifted of its own accord, and it was clear at a glance that the car was seated in a neighborhood homeowner. Jifan stepped aside slightly, his mind still pondering what he should do next. At that moment, the window was suddenly lowered, and Jifan finally got a good look at the person inside the car, the second youngest member of the Hua family. Hua Yanyu. Ji Xiao. Remember me? We met yesterday. I'm Hua Yanyu. Jifan didn't expect Hua Yunzi to have such a great sense of oppression over Hua Yanyu that he was actually able to make Hua Yanyu take the initiative to stop and greet himself when he saw him, which made him a bit surprised. But Jifan just nodded lightly and didn't say anything more. But the next second, Hua Yanyu spoke again. Are you going out, Kisho? Why don't I give you a ride? It might be difficult to get a cab here, and at this point in the day, it's almost impossible to get a cab. Jifan moved inwardly. That's a good offer. As for whether Hua Yanyu would harm himself, Jifan thought about it for half a day and felt that it was still somewhat unlikely. Although Hua Yanyu and Ji Yuyu were almost engaged, it had been cancelled by Elder Ji, so Hua Yanyu isn't exactly on the same side as Ji Yanyu's side right now. From the fact that he was so afraid of Hua Yunzi before, he shouldn't dare to do anything to himself either. Besides, even if he's stupid, he should know his identity after a day has passed, right? At this point in time, if he dared to make a move against himself, he was truly hopelessly stupid. Devote yourself to fulfill Shi and Ji Yanyu and the others? Jifan didn't think this Hua Yanyu was that stupid, so after thinking for a moment, Jifan decided to get on the bus. There were two other women in the car as expected, and they weren't the two Jifan had seen yesterday. Hua Yanyu had an excellent attitude and immediately smiled fawningly when he saw Jifan get on the car. Ji Xiao. Yesterday I had eyes but didn't recognize Ente. Tai. Where are you going? It is said that the hand that reaches out does not hit the smiling face. Hua Yanyu this way. Jifan naturally cannot say anything else, reported the address and then closed his eyes and contemplated. As for his heart, it had already flown to Xia Lingwei. Sister, I hope you like the little surprise I have in store for you. Chapter 219. Work even if, but also old to eat dog food. Ji Xiao, take your time. Jifan got out of the car, and Hua Yanyu in the car was still nodding his head. Sometimes one has to admire such people, nothing else, but they are the ones who know best what it means to be self-aware. Knowing that he couldn't do anything about Hua Yunzi, he backed down 100% when facing him. As long as he doesn't think about fighting with Hua Yunzi or inheriting all of the Hua family's assets, relying on the 3% of the Hua family's shares given to him by Hua Yunzi is enough for him to remain so dashing. Anyway, the child was born, and it didn't matter if the married Hua family was married or not. As for that Kyoyo, Hua Yunzi arranged it, so what could Hua Yanyu say but nod his head and smile? But unfortunately, the Ji family side suddenly backtracked. But Hua Yanyu does not matter. There are thousands of beautiful women in the world, and the obedient and well-behaved ones are the best. And Jifan's identity he now knew. Whether it was Jifan's own sensitive identity or Hua Yunzi's attitude towards Jifan, it was enough to make Hua Yanyu treat Jifan respectfully. Watching Jifan's figure disappear, Hua Yanyu then restarted the car and drove towards his home with two netizen beauties he had found from who knows where, ready to explore the philosophy of life together. Company building. The lobby was empty and dark, not a soul in sight. Even the security guards were off duty. but if you look at it from the outside, you can see that the whole building is lit up in many places. It's almost 8 o'clock and it looks like a lot of people are working late again tonight. After thinking about it, Jifan pulled out his cell phone and made a call, saying a few words before heading towards the elevator. 5th floor. Previously it was said to be Jifan's office, but it had been occupied by Lin. Now that Xia Lingwei had come, that office must have become Xia Lingwei's. Jifan stepped out of the elevator, and there was tension in the air. The 5th floor office is the core of the whole company, the design department. As a jewelry design company, this department is naturally the top priority for the entire company, and Lin's team is based here. The number of people is not a lot, a total of no more than a dozen people. Everyone frowned in front of the computer meditation, some on the keyboard, some people in the drawings on the writing and drawing. Look are very busy. Look. Jifan's arrival didn't attract anyone's attention. Everyone was busy with their own business. Who had the time to care about other people? According to Xia Lingwei, everyone had to submit a new design by tomorrow. The main product of the jewelry branch is actually already there, a necklace designed by Lin herself. But it's a fool's errand to try to open up the market with just one single product, even if that single product is really strong. What Xia Lingwei meant was that this single item designed by Lin would be limited by then, so that it could show its nobility and attract more big ladies from the luxurious families to buy it. But red flowers also need green leaves to set them off. In addition to this statement necklace, they're releasing a whole set of bracelets, earrings, and rings. The requirement is that, while wearing them together can perfectly match the necklace and set off the nobility of the necklace, wearing them separately also has its own unique charm. That's a big challenge for these designers, especially after looking at the necklace Lin had designed. One of them was even more worried, but now that the task had been scheduled, one could only burn his brain cells here. But the rewards Xia Lingwei gave out were also extremely generous. As long as the design is adopted, the 200,000 bonus will be given directly, which makes them look forward to it while agonizing, with their faces full of tangled. Jifan felt after a few glances that he still wasn't quite suited to this lifestyle, and with his own personality, it was better to be free-spirited. For example, the profession of writing novels is a good fit for you. Office. Jifan gently knocked on the door, but received no response, and turned his head to look in the direction of the conference room, where the lights that were on already said it all. After thinking about it, Jifan directly pushed open the office door. He was still carrying quite a bit of stuff in his hands, so it was better to put it away for now. The office he had also been here this morning. There weren't so many things on the desk then, while now it was already almost filled with papers, and Xia Lingwei's exclusive computer was also placed on it. Jifan didn't bother to look through it. He just put down the things in his hand before heading towards the conference room. Only just approaching the conference room, Jifan had already heard Xia Lingwei's voice. The Xia Lingwei at work was very different from the Xia Lingwei who spent time with Jifan on weekdays. Normally when she got along with Jifan, Xia Lingwei would always subconsciously put away her sharpness and reveal the softest part of her heart to face Jifan. And when it comes to work, Xia Lingwei pretty much says what she wants. Her strength and confidence in dealing with problems will always make people follow her unconsciously, but she is not blindly confident. And if someone can suggest a better idea, she is again quick to take it in and assimilate it, putting it to even better use. Having a leader like that is a blessing for many employees. Jifan didn't knock on the door. He just stood quietly outside the conference room. The door to the conference room had left a gap, not quite closed, by whoever hadn't been paying attention. Jifan was in a position where he could just see Xia Lingwei's side face through this gap. Xia Lingwei's face? Sometimes Jifan suspected that it looked like it was carved out. Otherwise how could a normal human beings be born so perfect? Going to look at the side of her face at this moment made Jifan feel that way even more. There was no telling how long Xia Lingwei had been in meetings this afternoon, or how many this was, but there was no fatigue visible on her face. Jifan was looking at him intently when someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder, giving Jifan a jolt of fear. Turning his head, Jifan saw Su Jiro. What brings you here? The reason why the door was left open turned out to be because Su Jiro had gone out. I came to see if my sister had eaten yet, but I know you guys, you don't care about anything when you work overtime. The corners of Su Jiro's mouth lifted stiffly and gave Jifan a mechanical smile. Overtime work even if, this kid also from time to time to the whole dog food to eat their own eat, if not conditions do not allow. Su Jiro had to teach him a good lesson. The conversation between the two outside caught the attention of the people in the conference room. Xia Lingwei was the first one to look over, and the expression on her face obviously changed a bit when she saw Jifan. The change made the people inside the office flinch. Today's meeting so many times, Xia Lingwei has always been expressionless. This house suddenly smiled. Quite a few people curiously looked towards the door, but it wasn't too convenient for them to see Jifan from this angle. Xia Lingwei had stood up. Did you memorize everything I just said? Discuss it among yourselves. Continue to optimize the proposal further, and give me the results later. Chapter 220, Mr. G's Big Move. Xia Lingwei walked out after giving 2 sentences of explanation, and in the moment she went out, Ji-fan saw the hidden fatigue on her face. Sister. Hard work. Ji-fan reached out and gently ruffled a few strands of Xia Lingwei's disobedient hair and said softly. Xia Lingwei gently nodded and shook her head again, then glanced at Su Jiro next to her in order to speak. Probably thought she couldn't keep her on dog food, or else the ninny would really put her foot down. Why don't you rest at home? You're not fully fit yet. Xia Lingwei asked with concern, not caring in the slightest about her hard work. I brought you dinner. Speaking of this, Ji-fan also glanced at Su Jiro next to him. I'll go in first. You two talk. Su Jiro blankly glanced at these two people, pushed open the door of the conference room and walked in, and also smoothly closed that last slit just now tightly. Go to the office. Ji-fan looked at Xia Lingwei and suggested. Xia Lingwei nodded, and the two of them walked towards the office together. Pushing open the office, Xia Lingwei saw those extra lunchboxes on the table at a glance. She raised an eyebrow, then looked at Ji-fan. Ji-fan hemmed and hawed and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Xia Lingwei's face also gained a few more points of curiosity and took the initiative to walk over, picking up a random lunchbox and feeling the weight. It wasn't empty. Under Ji-fan's expectant gaze, Xia Lingwei opened one of them, and the aroma of the meal that came to her face made her eyes light up. You did? Looking at the rice that was still selling well, Xia Lingwei immediately saw that this was the work that Ji-fan tried to make yesterday but ultimately failed. Ji-fan nodded gently. Xia Lingwei opened the other two, the very same 4 dishes from yesterday, which Ji-fan had spent the afternoon presenting in their entirety. Thanks baby. It was obvious that Xia Lingwei was very happy, and the corners of her eyes brought a smile. Wow, it looks like it's delicious and smells great. Xia Lingwei didn't mince her words of praise and kept saying, giving enough emotional value to Ji-fan. Ji-fan smiled contentedly and pulled a chair from the side, signaling Xia Lingwei to sit down first. It's been so long at work, I bet you haven't had dinner yet. Ji-fan's tone had a hint of reproach in it, causing Xia Lingwei to lower her head in embarrassment and not say anything. That's how she is. She forgets everything when she's working and only remembers that she hasn't eaten when she's starving. So she's been eating very lightly and doesn't have a very good stomach. Quickly taste it and see how it tastes. Ji-fan just gave a small spat before looking at Xia Lingwei with anticipation and said, it was now after 8 o'clock, long after the normal dinner time, and in a little while they would all have to get ready for a late night snack. Xia Lingwei obediently sat down. Ji-fan had already brought out all the dishes and arranged them neatly one by one. Xia Lingwei picked up her chopsticks and picked up a bite of the dish and put it in her mouth to savor it. Ji-fan nervously watched her expression. After all, it was his first time as well, and he was afraid that he would not do a good job. But before he came he had actually tried it himself and made sure it was in line with Xia Lingwei's tastes before he dared to send it in. It's just that people are like this. Even after making more preparations, when it comes to the real results it's still hard to avoid being nervous. And right now Ji-fan is like this. Delicious. A satisfied smile appeared on Xia Lingwei's face, a smile that didn't seem to be faked. Baby, you're doing great. You're a real genius. Sure enough, my baby is the best at everything he does. Xia Lingwei never skimped on her praise for Ji-fan. In her eyes, Ji-fan would have been the best at everything he did. Ji-fan was relieved. His eyes had been observing Xia Lingwei before, and he could sense that Xia Lingwei wasn't deceiving herself. After all that cooking, you didn't eat tonight, did you? When Xia Lingwei said that, Ji-fan remembered that he did seem to have not eaten dinner either, but he had tasted a lot of it while making it, so he wasn't that hungry now. In order to not let Xia Lingwei worry, Ji-fan sat down next to her and picked up a pair of chopsticks and rushed to Xia Lingwei. I've already eaten some in the evening, so I'll eat some more with you. Xia Lingwei's appetite has always been very small. Cannot eat too much? Eat these few mouthfuls of her already feel not too much. If it is not because of Ji-fan do, maybe at this time she has already put chopsticks. But now that Ji-fan was sitting next to her, she felt like she could eat a few more bites. We're going to have a press conference the day after tomorrow, and we'll release all the organized evidence then. We're not afraid of anything else, but now I'm afraid that Elder G might not be able to carry it off. The old man is very old, and with a pre-existing condition, his heart is not very good. Ji Yu usually performs very well at home, and has always called herself an excellent jewelry designer, although there has not been any outstanding works over the years, but the Ji family does not need her to earn money, and the old man has always loved her very much. If he suddenly knew the true nature of Ji Yu, something might go wrong. The day after tomorrow is it? Ji-fan pondered for a moment. Then I'll go to the old mansion early in the morning the day after tomorrow, and I'll keep an eye on Grandpa Ji then, and try not to let him know the news so early. Because of the evil Ji Yu had done, if it caused Grandpa Ji to have physical problems, then Ji-fan would have a bad conscience for the rest of his life. Good. Xia Lingwei told him that's actually what she meant. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Enter. Xia Lingwei shouted somewhat vaguely. The door was pushed open. Su Jiro and Lin both walked in at the same time, and at a glance, they saw the two who were eating. Don't worry, I'm not envious this time. Xia Lingwei looked at Su Jiro somewhat apologetically, saying that they were starving together and working overtime, but they were secretly eating. But Su Jiro immediately opened her mouth. After saying that, Su Jiro looked at Ji-fan. Not bad, finally you know something. You had all those outside delivered, didn't you? Ji-fan froze for a moment, then remembered something and immediately nodded. Everyone worked hard overtime, and I guess that many of you probably haven't eaten yet, so I invited you all to join us. Ji-fan called Auntie Lee before he went upstairs and asked her to arrange for a restaurant to send some boxed lunches over. I don't know how Auntie Lee arranged this. It's quite efficient. Or Ji Xiao has a big hand. Rhyme Pavilion has been doing high-end for a lifetime, so I guess it's the first time it's been treated as a working meal, right? Rhyme Court? Something sounds familiar, like I've heard it somewhere before. Nope. Ji-fan looked violently at Xia Lingwei. I think that's the name of the $1,000 plus takeout they had yesterday. So, how much money did he lose? Chapter 221, It's a Tough Battle. Su Jiro and Lin were both holding two boxes in their hands. Ji-fan's eyes widened. It was indeed exactly the same as the one he had seen last night, making sure it was the Rhyme Pavilion all right. Although Ji-fan was now rich and powerful, it was inevitable that he still had that little heartache. Just in front of Su Jiro Lin, Ji-fan naturally couldn't show it. Is it enough? I didn't realize how many people worked overtime before, so I don't know if it's enough. If it's not enough, I'll call them again and have them send it over. Ji-fan's mouth said indifferently, but inside he was dripping blood. Yes? Su Jiro let out a light laugh before saying, don't worry, but quantity is quite enough for them to eat. Auntie Lee's arrangements were still very reassuring, and the boxed lunches delivered were only too much. Eat in peace. The meeting has been suspended and everyone is hungry. Plus your little man has sent such delicious and tantalizing food. No one will be able to work in peace if they don't finish it. Su Jiro looked at Xia Lingwei and said. Then Lin also sat down next to her and opened the lunchbox in her hand. Yo, our Mr. Xia is eating a special love bento. Young Ji made it himself. This is indeed much more superior than what comes from the Rhyme Pavilion. Ji-fan, when will you also let Jiro's sister taste your handiwork? We've known each other for so many years, and we haven't seen you being slightly more attentive to your sister. Su Jiro, which has been fed by these two people's dog food, are somewhat immune. Boldly open mic, take the initiative to flirt with them. Ahem, down to business. Seeing that Ji-fan was a bit overwhelmed, Xia Lingwei immediately changed the topic. Although she knew that Xia Lingwei was protecting her calf, Su Jiro did not continue to pursue Ji-fan and turned her head to look at Xia Lingwei beside her. We only have one day left now. Before tomorrow, the design department must finalize the design drawings for the other locations of the jewelry. In the press conference the day after tomorrow, we also have to display the absolutely can't miss any possible opportunity to advertise. This was what Lin was in charge of, and Lin nodded after hearing Xia Lingwei's words. That necklace you designed has the original, will definitely arrive tomorrow, right? Xia Lingwei continued to ask again. Don't worry, teacher personally arranged for someone to send it over. It will be delivered to Shangjing tomorrow morning. By then you will be able to know how stunning that necklace really is. Teacher? Ji-fan caught the point and immediately looked at Lin. Feeling Ji-fan's gaze, Lin knew what he wanted to ask and directly replied with a big smile. My teacher is your mother. Sun Haya. Ji-fan had always had this speculation, but after all, he hadn't heard the person in question mention it, so it could only be a guess. But now it was certain. His own mother is really deep hidden. Engaged in the company even if powerful. Jewelry design is also so powerful. Look at Lin. Although Lin herself was already talented, or else she wouldn't have been targeted by Jiu when she was studying. But there can be too many talented people. Want to stand out in the whole field. That is definitely not a sentence have the talent to do. Mentor is an essential part. To be able to teach such an excellent student as Lin in just a few years, one can only say that one's own old mom hides really deep. Have you been in touch with my mom lately? Did she say when she'd be back? Ji-fan inquired curiously. During this time he himself was not in contact with Sun Huiya at all. Usually when there was nothing going on, Ji-fan would rarely take the initiative to disturb Sun Huiya, a habit he had developed since childhood. And during this period of time Sun Huiya hadn't contacted Ji-fan at all. Just the last time Ji Hanfei returned to China, Sun Huiya contacted Ji-fan and didn't say when she would return to China. Now that he had heard of his mother's name from Lin's mouth, Ji-fan asked in passing. The teacher didn't tell me about that one either. I guess she had her own ideas about when it was time to come back. To Sun Huiya, Lin showed absolute respect. Words are tinged with respect. If it wasn't for Sun Huiya, she might have disappeared from this world a few years ago. How could there still be a talented jewelry designer Lin now? Much less a chance for revenge. Why don't you ask her yourself? After all, you are the teacher's own son. A lot of things had happened since he came to Shangjing, and Ji-fan actually wanted to tell his mother more about it, but Sun Huya was always very busy. Ji Hongfei are back for so long, to their own mother's character. This time should have been Ji Hongfei in the annexation of the foreign industry of the 7 or 8, right? It was about time to come back. Otherwise it was indeed quite panicky to be alone in Shangjing. After chatting for a while, a few people had all had their fill. This also made Ji-fan truly understand that beautiful women are mosquito stomachs. Those 3 didn't eat as much combined as they ate alone, so it was no wonder that one was thinner and thinner than the other. All of them were going to be skinny and unhealthy. Baby, if you're sleepy, go back in. I'll have the driver drop you off. We're probably going to be rather late tonight. Ji-fan wanted to stay here with Xia Lingwei, but he knew that there didn't seem to be any use for him to stay here, so he could only nod gently. After eating their fill, the 3 women really didn't stay for a moment longer and immediately started working. Xia Lingwei arranged a driver for Ji-fan before stepping into the conference room once again, and it was no surprise that they were definitely going to have an all-nighter tonight. The day after, it's a tough battle, and no one knows who wins until the last minute. The next day when Ji-fan woke up, he really didn't see Xia Lingwei, but he received a call from Pei Xiaohua. Old Ji, there are some small movements on the Yin family's side, so you guys should pay a little attention and remind Lin. Pei Xiaohua wasn't all about romance these days. Most of the time he was monitoring the Yin family's every move and would report immediately if there was any breeze. What's going on? Ji-fan hurriedly opened his mouth and asked, wanting to know in more detail. The Yin family has contacted quite a few reporters, and without any surprises, those reporters have already arrived downstairs at the company by now. Ji-fan frowned. Now the news of Xia Lingwei's press conference hadn't been spread out yet. Originally this was just an insignificant small company of theirs, and it was also because of the publicity of the Yin family that they were pushed to the tip of the wind and waves. But I didn't expect the Yin family to actually be uneasy and arrange for a reporter to come over in advance, not to mention whether Xia Lingwei was prepared or not. So many reporters blocking the entrance of the company, but it would have a great impact on the mindset of the employees, directly affecting their work. If the established work doesn't get done, then maybe something will go wrong when the actual press conference is held tomorrow. Thinking of this, Ji-fan immediately opened his mouth and shouted towards the phone. Go, come pick me up and we'll go to the office together. Chapter 222, He's Doing Good Deeds. Pei Xiaohua came very quickly and didn't let Ji-fan wait too long before the racy sports car had arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood. The security guards in the neighborhood were cautiously looking at the Porsche at the entrance. As the security guards in the high-class neighborhood, the most powerful thing was not the fighting ability, but the eyesight. The car had only just appeared in their line of sight, and they knew the visitor couldn't afford to be offended. 10 million level luxury car, even in this upscale neighborhood, is not everywhere. This kind of person is not their security guards can afford to offend. Even if the other party is not their owner, they can only be careful. Ji-fan soon appeared at the door and saw the tawdry Pei Xiaohua from a long distance away. Is it because of falling in love? Now Pei Xiaohua seems to be getting more and more flirty. Not knowing it, he thought it was a duck. After the incident the day before yesterday, the security guards at the entrance almost all knew Ji-fan, and when they saw this lord come out, each of them immediately gave way to the two sides respectfully, and then watched him get into the multi-million-dollar sports car. This neighborhood of ours is getting more and more advanced, and I don't know what this one's status is. Actually, even Hua Ershao is so obsequious in front of him. The big man's world is less talked about, and he may be thrown into the river to feed the fish for talking too much at some point. Lao Ji, don't be impulsive later. Still don't know what's going on over there, but I received the news and told you immediately. The reporter is not even estimated to be so fast. Reporters haven't been that fast? Ji-fan froze. Earlier, listening to Pei Xiaohua, he thought that the reporters had already surrounded the entire company. That's why he was in such a hurry. But now this means that they're just starting to plan over there? Ji-fan hurriedly pulled out his cell phone and called Xia Lingwei over first. It was not until almost the end of the call that the phone was picked up, and Xia Lingwei's tired and hoarse voice came from over there. Baby, what's wrong? Listening to this voice, Ji-fan knew that Xia Lingwei basically didn't sleep much last night, but now was not the time to count this. Ji-fan went straight to the point. Sister, the Yin family has arranged a large number of reporters, and they are expected to come to the company's downstairs soon, so you guys have to prepare yourselves earlier. Ji-fan's one sentence made Xia Lingwei on the other side of the phone instantly awake and subconsciously re-inquired. What did you say? Ji-fan hurriedly repeated what he had just said again and said with certainty, Sister, it's Pei Xiaohua who just got the news. There's definitely no problem. What Ji-fan said Xia Lingwei naturally believed unconditionally, and the Xia Lingwei on the other side of the phone was originally lying on the sofa in the office resting. I stayed up until after 6 last night before resting, and it's only a little after 8 now. Less than 2 hours of sleep, and now I'm being forced to turn it on again. Sister, Pei Xiaohua and I are already on our way here. Make preparations on your side first, or you can leave the company first. Temporary avoidance of the front is nothing. Originally scheduled is tomorrow before the start of the press conference. Today this belongs to the unexpected situation. There is no need to go hard on each other when they are not ready. Well, let me think about that for a minute. And when you come over, come straight up from the garage. Xia Lingwei's CPU is presumably running frantically right now, thinking about how to respond, so she seemed a touch perfunctory on the phone. Jifan didn't care and instead relaxed after hanging up. As long as there was still time to prepare, then Jifan was sure that Xia Lingwei would be fine. It was still cold outside when they arrived downstairs at the office. The reporters weren't that early, but that being said, in their impression, the company also didn't go to work until 9 o'clock. There was no point for them to come so early. Instead, it would reveal their intentions, and in case the management got the message to just not come, then wouldn't they have made a trip for nothing? When they got on the elevator, Jifan and Pei Xiaohua both had their hands full of things, all of which they had just bought for breakfast on the side of the road. 5th floor. It was the second time Pei Xiaohua had come over. The first time I came here it had only just opened and there weren't as many staff. The 5th floor was empty then, but it wasn't as popular as it is now. As soon as he got out of the elevator, Pei Xiaohua looked left and right. It wasn't yet time to go to work, but most of the group on the 5th floor had stayed up all night without sleeping, and now one by one, they were sitting in a depressed state of mind at the workstations that belonged to them. There were also some who had simply slumped over the table, unable to hold on. TSK, 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 it's tragic. Looking at the scene in front of him, Pei Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. Luckily, he had been reincarnated well and didn't need to go through the polishing of the workplace. He just needed to be a dashing young master. In the words of his old man, be his rich second generation. Don't gamble, don't get involved in drugs, don't think about starting a business, then you'll be able to feed and clothe yourself for the rest of your life. As far as spending a little bit for fun, it's all chump change compared to those first three. The two walked through the office area and arrived outside Xia Lingwei's office. The office door was closed, and the sound of conversation could be vaguely heard inside, but not very well. Jivan knocked on the door. Come in. Xia Lingwei's voice rang out, the same as it had just been on the phone, hoarse with exhaustion, causing Jifan to feel a pang of heartache. Jifan pushed open the door. There were 4 or 5 people standing in the office. In addition to Su Jiro, there were also several familiar faces. Yesterday in the conference room Jifan also saw them all. They are the core of the company. Seeing that it was Jifan and Pei Xiao who came in, Xia Lingwei just nodded lightly before continuing with what she had just said. The two of them, Jifan and Pei Xiaohua, consciously went to the sofa next to them and sat there obediently like two elementary school students waiting for Xia Lingwei to finish. Just after sitting down, Pei Xiaohua had already pulled out his notebook. Jifan was idle and bored, so he simply came over to Pei Xiaohua's side. Although he couldn't understand it, it was quite interesting to watch. What are you planning on doing? After watching for a few minutes, Jifan inquired curiously. Find something for the Yin family to do, so that they don't have too much time on their hands and are always making trouble behind the scenes. Pei Xiaohua didn't look back, his fingers still tapping rapidly on the keyboard. When Xia Lingwei's side ended, Pei Xiaohua's side also had a strange smile on his face, like a child who was doing something bad and had gotten his way with the expression. What's going on with him? Xia Lingwei curiously looked at Pei Xiaohua, who had a cheap smile on his face, and asked towards Jifan. He's, doing good deeds. Jifan said casually. Well, if you're giving the Ans a hard time, you're doing a good deed. Seeing that everyone in the office had already gone out, Jifan hurriedly got up and pulled over Xia Lingwei. Sister, eat something to pad out first. Not being able to help Jifan anywhere else, it was all about good logistics. The work is small, the body is the most important thing. Chapter 223, The Reporters Are Coming. Xia Lingwei ate somewhat absent-mindedly, and had only just finished eating a small bun when the door was hurriedly pushed open by Su Jiro. Before Su Jiro went to rest, only just woke up. As soon as he heard that the Yin family is going to make trouble again, immediately rushed over. Lingwei, what are you going to do? Seeing that Xia Lingwei could still eat the buns, Su Jiro was also slightly relieved. It's fine, we're going to hold a press conference tomorrow anyway, so we're just taking today as an opportunity to spread the word. Speaking of which, I have to thank the Yin family, otherwise with our little company, there might not be many reporters coming tomorrow either. The Yin family made this mess. Not to mention, the company's exposure did go up. If we can get through this, then the company will be able to establish a firm foothold in Shangjing, and then progress in a gradual manner. Also, Su Jiro nodded and reached out to pick up a meat bun from the table and stuffed it into her mouth. I'm just afraid that those reporters won't be so easy to deal with today. Not to mention that since the Yin family has pulled this stunt, they must have other preparations in place. This point Xia Lingwei had also thought of, but so far it could only be a soldier's way out. There was no other way. Ah, the Yin family, don't mind them. Not to mention tomorrow morning they won't necessarily be able to free up their hands, they are probably busy right now. At this time, Pei Xiaohua, who was next to him, interjected and managed to make all three people's gazes shift to him. Don't mess around. We can't save you if you get caught. Sujiro reminded him. Don't worry, I've got it covered, and they can't catch me at this level. Besides, I'm not doing anything. I'm just giving their head office system a bit of a harmless virus, and with the level of their cybersecurity department, they should be able to get it right by tomorrow. Pei Xiaohua put away his computer and joined the army of breakfast eaters. At 8:45, Sujiro's phone suddenly rang, and she directly turned on the amplification after she connected. Assistant Su is not well. There are many reporters outside who want to interview us, all targeting Lin. This group of reporters came quite punctual, only 15 minutes after work, one by one with the same appointment, coincidentally rushed over, all blocked in the door of the company. There's no need to start a fight with them. Set them up in the parlor on the first floor. I'll be down later. Xia Lingwei spoke directly. What's coming is always coming, and there's no use hiding. Mr. Xia, the person on the other end of the phone heard Xia Lingwei's voice and said with some surprise, but immediately reacted. Okay Mr. Xia, I'll arrange it right away. Hanging up the phone, Xia Lingwei calmly returned to her desk, fished out a set of makeup supplies from the drawer, and then began to touch up her makeup. Almost stayed up all night. Even if Xia Lingwei again how natural beauty, now the face can be seen haggard. This look to face the reporter, but also may not be how they will report it later. Sujiro made the same move as Xia Lingwei. She didn't have a separate office, but she had her own separate makeup supplies. The two women just started to make up like no one else, giving Jifan and Pei Xiaohua a blank stare. But that's not all. The office door was suddenly pushed open. Ghosts. Pei Xiaohua was startled, and his entire body took several steps backward, hiding behind Jifan as he looked at the sudden appearance of the man at the door and shouted. It was Lin who came in, but she did look a bit like a ghost at this point, cloaked and haggard, with red blood in her eyes, and with her pure white. It was a little scary. If it was usual, Lin Heights would have to dislike Pei Xiaohua a few times back, but the current her didn't have the time to pay attention to this at all, and looked directly at Xia Lingwei. Mr. Xia, that group of reporters down there are coming at me. Let me handle it. Xia Lingwei shook her head, signaling her to sit down first. You should not show your face today. Get some rest and prepare for tomorrow's counterattack. The Lin is definitely not going down today. A large portion of this group of reporters were called over by the Yin family, and some of them were definitely arranged by the Yin family. And once Lin showed up, who knew how they would badmouth Lin? Although Lin had a strong heart, Xia Lingwei didn't want her to suffer such treatment for nothing. But Lin wanted to say something else, but Xia Lingwei had already fixed her makeup. She looked at Lin calmly and smiled slightly. Don't worry, just wait for our good news up there. After saying that, Xia Lingwei looked at Sujiro. Sujiro's side also happened to have already carried out the last step, after applying the mouth after she put everything away. After the makeup was finished, the two women swept away the tired feeling they had before, and once again became bright and colorful. If Jifan hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that makeup was actually this amazing. I'll walk you down. Seeing Xia Lingwei and Sujiro preparing to walk out, Jifan immediately stood up and said, Good. Xia Lingwei didn't have so much time to think, taking Sujiro already out of the office. Jifan hurriedly jogged a few steps to follow. Lin originally thought of following suit, but was stopped by Pei Xiaohua. Why do you think I don't go down there? Pei Xiaohua looked at Lin with a smile on his face. The second half of the sentence did not say Lin also no. Here looking at her come on, I'll show you a live one, but go down there and this whole thing is off the table. Pei Xiaohua opened his laptop again at some point, and after a few taps from him, the parlor appeared on the computer screen. This is the surveillance video down there now? Lin raised an eyebrow and opened his mouth to ask. Pei Xiaohua gently nodded without saying anything. In the video, the group of reporters had been set up, but one was clearly agitated and was clamoring to see the head of the company. Around the parlor, a dozen security guards were like enemies, but no one dared to go forward. These are journalists, a bunch of people who want news, and no matter what comes into their hands, even if it's just a small mistake, it can be instantly magnified countless times before leading the uninformed masses to attack. At this time, Xia Lingwei and Sujiro finally appeared in the video. The scene was noticeably quiet for a moment when they both showed up. No, how do you expect me to watch this video without sound? That's when Lin responded and opened his mouth to ask. Don't worry, Jifan will have a voice when he goes. Saying that, Pei Xiaohua operated on the computer a few more times, and sure enough, noisy sounds immediately came out from inside the computer. Pei Xiaohua hemmed and hawed. Jifan was carrying his sound collection equipment, so it wasn't easy to hear a voice? Chapter 224, let's wait and see. This is our general manager Xia, also the president of Xia's group. Because of this, she specially rushed over from Shanghai. Everyone can directly ask her if they have any questions. Xia Lingwei had already come to the front, and next to her, Su Jiro naturally took over the microphone and introduced everyone. The journalists who came here naturally knew the company's details. Jianhai City? They knew it, but hadn't really paid much attention to it before. Xia's group in Jianhai City, then they were even more unclear. Quite a few people are in the family exposure Lin before everyone began to understand. Only to know that Xia's group is the last 3 years' rise, is now the first big group in Jianhai City. Xia family is also the richest in Jianhai, but a richest man in Jianhai City was really nothing in Shangjing. What's more, Xia's group is just a jewelry branch over. It's even more unlikely that it can make waves in Shangjing. But now that the Yin family actually took the initiative to target them, it instead interested these reporters. Now after seeing two more beautiful women on the stage, and one of them was the president of Xia Group, these sharp-sensed reporters instantly smelled the headlines from it. Originally, most people were listless, and only a small number of reporters close to the Yin family were selling out. But now, the crowd suddenly all looked as if they had been pumped up, and one by one, they all raised the cameras in their hands. Other than that, just the two of them, Xia Lingwei and Su Jiro, standing here, would not lose out to many actresses. If they were to know that this was the result of spending 10 or so minutes touching up their makeup after staying up all night, then these reporters might want to consider persuading Xia Lingwei and Su Jiro to enter the entertainment industry. Mr. Xia, I heard that your Xia group is also second to none in Jianhai. What was the idea that made you choose to come to Shangjing for development? The questions at the beginning were always less pointed, and not every one of the so many reporters on the scene was arranged by the Yin family. Many of them had seen their peers sending out people, so they were forced to follow and be arranged out. Now that you see that the person you are going to interview is actually such a great beauty, everyone will innately be a little more gentle. People go to the top, water goes to the bottom. As the center of the whole of China, whether as an individual or on behalf of the Xia Group, I've always had a yearning for Shangjing, and I'm sure many people think the same way as I do. Xia Lingwei had participated in quite a few press conferences in Jianhai, and this kind of scene was nothing to her. And as Xia Lingwei began to answer questions one by one, the reporters present began to admire her more and more. Originally, after seeing Xia Lingwei, everyone had already been convinced by her beauty, and at the same time, there had been a slight questioning of Xia Lingwei's strength within their hearts. But now, this questioning had completely disappeared. Many people even had the illusion that if there was no targeting from the Yin family, maybe she could really succeed and strike a niche in Shangjing that belonged to her. Pity, the Yin family, the three big families of Shangjing, are the three big mountains of the entire Shangjing and even the entire Chinese business circle. It's the equivalent of you just walking out of a newbie village with a wooden sword still in your hand. When you're told to defeat a boss in an aircraft carrier, the ending is naturally needless to say. Mr. Xia, I heard that your company's chief jewelry designer Lin is a bad student with a plagiarism record and was expelled from the Design Institute of Beijing University. Using a designer who relies on plagiarism and has no real talent to be the chief and is responsible for the work of the entire branch of the Beijing branch. May I ask if you know about these things? The soft breeze and rain ahead was not the dominant tone of the day, and it was time to come. On the 5th floor, Lin's hand had unconsciously clenched hard when he heard this reporter's question, his eyes staring at the other party as if he was trying to memorize the other party's face. Sis, relax a little, you're stressing me out. Pei Xiaohua was trembling at the side, but Lin simply ignored him, and the killing intent in his eyes intensified a few points. First, I'd like to refute your question. Our company's chief designer Lin is very good. These years in foreign achievements I believe you can easily check. Whether there is real skill is not you, this one or two words can be upside down. Xia Lingwei paused for a moment then said, I'll answer your previous question again. My company and I always believe in Lin. Although it's been 5 years since the incident back then, I believe that the truth of the matter won't be buried, and I've already grasped some evidence here. If you are interested, we will hold another press conference tomorrow, and at that time, I will invite all of you journalists and friends, as well as some of the authorities of the design circle in Shangjing, to assess which one is right or wrong will soon be revealed. Xia Lingwei obediently threw out tomorrow's matter first, and this immediately caused an uproar in the room. Good lord, there's a reversal. The plagiarism incident at SJU's design school was not a big deal back in the day. With a scandal like this, the college doesn't expect it will go public, and GUU herself is a thief. Naturally even more do not want to be publicized, so just directly strangling Lin inside the cradle is good. So although these journalists tried hard to find out, they only found out one result, but they had no idea about the ins and outs of what happened back then. But now, listening to what Xia Lingwei said, there was something else going on back then? A lot of people were starting to look agitated. If this small company in front of us is not considered to be any big news, Lin, this bad trainee is not considered to be any big news, but the other party in this matter, GUU, that can definitely enter the front page headlines of the major business circle magazines in Shangjing. G family is the first of the three big families in Shangjing. GUU is also the most outstanding student of the design school of Shangjing University since the past years. If what Xia Lingwei said is true, then this can really play a big game. The matter back then, even Shangjing University has already made a punishment and expelled Lin. Mr. Xia, do you think that Shangjing University will harbor it? But how could the other party just let it go? And immediately went on to ask, until Xia Lingwei's evidence comes out, Lin plagiarizing and getting expelled is an ironclad fact that can't be refuted. Moreover, you have to take responsibility for what you said, questioning the G family and questioning Shangjing University. The consequences of this, I don't know if you can afford it. Xia Lingwei let out a cold smile, her gaze staring at the other party without flinching. In that case, I hope you'll be there tomorrow to see how things really are. Let's just wait and see who's right and who's wrong.